In the beginning of chaos, before the heavens and earth were formed, crossing through the primordial chaos, I became the younger brother of Pangu, the son of the great Tao. Faced with the primordial chaos transformed by my elder brother, I also uphold the fine tradition of brotherly loyalty. From today on, I'm taking charge of the chaos. Whoever dares to stir up trouble in the chaos, I'll deal with them. However, facing my mute father and my vegetative state brother, even though I'm sensible, my heart is also in pieces. This family will fall apart without me. At this moment, as I opened my eyes, I also took a good look at Pangu. My eldest brother was somewhat different from what I had imagined, lacking the grandeur and dominance I had envisioned, instead resembling more of a woodcutter, with a kind of inexplicable simplicity and honesty. However, I know for sure that my eldest brother is not an honest man. He is the most ruthless person, the one who wielded the axe of creation from the beginning to the end of chaos without blinking an eye. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but ask weakly, "Brother, will you cut me in the future?" Pangu heard my question and felt a bit puzzled in his mind. "How could I cut you, brother? You are my younger brother." After hearing these words, I also quietly breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a strong sense of security. Born in chaos, there is nothing safer than being by my elder brother's side. "Thank you, big brother," I smiled wryly. As I finished speaking, I couldn't help but feel a hint of weariness. "Big brother, I'm a bit tired. I'll take a nap first." After saying that, I fell back into a deep sleep. Watching me fall asleep again, Pangu's eyes were filled with a hint of shame. If he hadn't taken up so much primordial energy, I wouldn't have been so weak. After some thought, he carefully transferred a trace of his refined chaotic energy and a small piece of his origin to me. As this trace of chaotic energy and origin flowed into me, Pangu could also sense that my sleep became even sweeter. Seeing this scene, Pangu also smiled indulgently. In the chaos of timeless existence, I don't know how long has passed, I woke up again, looking at Pangu beside me. A warm feeling arose in my heart. Even though I was in a deep slumber, I could still feel my elder brother injecting a wisp of chaotic energy into his body at regular intervals. "Little brother, you're awake." Seeing me regain consciousness, Pangu's always calm and simple face now had a hint of a smile, looking very happy. Looking at Pangu's face, I couldn't help but smile. I was about to ask a question when, unexpectedly, the entire chaos suddenly began to tremble violently, accompanied by a resounding sound that echoed throughout the chaos. It entered the minds of all living beings in the chaos. "The great Tao is above. I am the time demon, controlling the laws of time." The time demon emitted the sound of the great Tao, announcing its presence into the chaos. Upon hearing this, I was also shocked. If Shurchen has been born, will the other demons be late? After all 3,000 demons have emerged, it will be time for my eldest brother, the honest man who has stained the entire chaos with blood, to appear. Thinking about this, I couldn't help but curiously ask Pangu, "Elder brother, how much longer until you are born?" Pangu scratched his head in a simple and honest manner upon hearing this. "It should still be some time." His original source is much stronger than those people of the era. Due to the powerful source, the process of transformation and birth naturally takes longer than it does for them. Not to mention that I have been given a little bit of origin now. It may be even later to seek enlightenment. Upon hearing this, I also felt a bit worried, unsure if forcefully squeezing into the Chaos Green Lotus would affect my eldest brother Pangu's cultivation. I vaguely sensed that I seemed to have taken a small part of Pangu's essence, but in doing so, can my elder brother still fulfill his mission? And without knowing how much time had passed, a resounding voice echoed through the chaos once again. "The Tao is above all. I, Yang Mei, am the space demon god, controlling the laws of space." With the emergence of the era and Yang Mei, a period of chaos followed, and various demon gods of karma, yin and yang, creation, the five elements, life and death, destruction, all came into existence one after another. At one point, the entire chaos was filled with oaths that spread throughout the entire avenue. As the 10 strongest laws like time and yang may emerged, the other chaotic demons also unwilling to be outdone appeared one after another. During this time, I also slept countless times, chatted with Pangu, and even told him some stories from my past life. Pangu also listened with great interest. The only thing that somewhat disappointed him was that the stories I told were a bit too short. As a chaotic demon god who had lived through countless kalpas, the passage of time seemed particularly powerless before them. Even if I condensed countless stories together to try to prolong the time, it was only like a momentary effort for Pangu. Pangu watched me fall into a deep sleep, his mind lingering on the stories I had told him, especially the one where Snow White transformed into Ultraman to battle the 7 dwarfs, a tale that he couldn't forget. From what I had shared, Snow White represented the law of snow, while Ultraman embodied the law of giants. However, as he knew, neither of them were the true masters of these laws. and while I slept, I subconsciously absorbed the chaotic energy and laws around me, constantly strengthening myself. Even without actively absorbing, those chaotic energy and laws kept pouring into my body. Yet, even so, I still felt a distant prospect of shaping myself. Not only that, but my strength has never been able to break through to the realm of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal. I don't know why, but my path always seems to be shrouded in a layer of mist, and I am not like the other chaotic demons, who are born with a mature avenue of the Great Tao accompanying them. I wonder if it's because I am an outsider. Like the other chaotic demons, each one could clearly know the most suitable Great Tao rules for themselves from the moment of their birth, such as the Big Brother's law of power, the laws of time and space of Shurchen and Yang Mei, and these rules are all present and usable within me. But what gives me a headache is that each rule is stuck at the peak of the Golden Immortal realm. Not only that, there are several other Great Tao rules within me. Every time I try to break through to the realm of the Grand Luo Golden Immortal, it always ends in failure. Even when I ask my senior brother, he just shakes his head and says he doesn't know either. I just said a sentence. Maybe because the time has not come, my path has not yet appeared. Is my path above the chaos? Listening to Pangu's words, I fell into contemplation. As time passed, the great Tao laws in Hong Yuan's body once again added more than 10. Every single law was stagnant as he had done before when he reached the peak of the mixed golden immortal. Vaguely, Hong Yuan could sense that it was not long before his eldest brother was born. As tens of quantum kulpas of time passed again, a prompting sound suddenly woke Hong Yuan up. Ding, the system has been repaired. Hearing the voice ringing in his head, Hong Yuan's entire body froze. I can't believe I have a system? But in the next second, Hong Yuan's face darkened a bit. System, why are you showing up now? After so many years, do you know how I came over? Do you know how much I've been on tenterhooks all these years? With his current strength, if he didn't have the shelter of Pangu, not to mention those chaos demon gods wandering in the chaos, even the turbulence and the chaos could kill him. After all, now that Pangu had not yet opened the heavens, the entire chaos was still in a state of frenzy, and that horrifying chaotic air current was enough to grind down all creatures below the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the Mixed Yuan. After all, it was estimated that Dad of the Great Tao didn't expect that there would even be an existence below the level of the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the Mixed Worlds in this place. After all, in this chaos, all chaos demon gods had the strength of a chaotic Taigon Lama Golden Immortal the moment they were born, not to mention those companion treasures of the other demon gods. Even if they had just given birth to their wills, they at least had the strength of a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. Like Hong Yuan, this was the first time that he did not have any accompanying magic treasures, and his cultivation level was below that of a great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed Yuan dynasty. Hearing Hong Yuan's complaint, the system's voice couldn't help but add a point of anthropomorphic helplessness. Previously, in order to transform and stuff the host into the chaotic green lotus, this system fell into a deep sleep. Before Hong Yuan could react, the system's prompt directly resounded in Hong Yuan's mind. Perceiving that Pangu was about to be born, due to the host's flat-out kick, Pangu's origin has been slightly damaged. Please choose dash. 1. Nothing to do with me. Dead Taoist friends. Let Pangu come out just like that. Reward for successful breakthrough in cultivation to mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. 50 drops of Pangu's essence blood. 50 drops of essence. Law of time. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Chaotic Green Lotus. 2. That's my big brother. I must save him. Rewarded with a copy of Pangu's origin. Chaos Jewel, Chaos Pearl. 3. I'm sorry Pangu. We don't know each other well. I'm going to join the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods to deal with Pangu. Rewarded with immediate birth, the cultivation of the first heavenly body of the Great Golden Immortal, and the treasure of Chaos, the Heavenly Axe. Hong Yuan looked at the three choices in his mind, and for a while, he was somewhat in deep thought. First of all, exclude option 3, knowing that Pangu is his big brother. That's the reward? Trying to sow discord between him and big brother. 2. Who are you looking down on? What's more, as far as this mixed Yuan Tai Tai de Luo Jingxian is concerned, at the top of the day, it's just about the same as the rest of the Chaos Demon Gods. Not the strongest kind yet. I'm not sure if I'll be slashed by my red-eyed big brother. There were now 2 choices left, and there was no doubt that the first choice was far more rewarding than the second. Moreover, with his big brother's strength, killing those Chaos Demon Gods was simply devastating. Without the slightest pressure at all. I just don't know how the hell this essence blood and essence system works. It wouldn't be a direct extraction of the blood and essence from his big brother, would it? After hesitating for a moment, Hong Yuan sighed somewhat. I choose 2. After all, big brother was damaged because of him, and big brother was burdened with the task of opening the heavens and shaping the flood. He still wanted to make it up to his big brother if he could. With Hong Yuan making his choice, a copy of the origin and a bead suddenly appeared in Hong Yuan's Yuan Shen. and somewhere in the middle of the chaos, the Chaos Demon God suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale, only to see an incomparably terrifying aura instantly erupt from his body, instantly spreading out and causing the entire chaos to shake with a roar. Some hissed vociferously, "Where are my beads? Where's my big chaos bead?" Just now, in a split second, his companion magic treasure, the Chaos Pearl, had unexpectedly disappeared from his Yuan Shun. This is a chaos bead that is so precious that you can't wait to offer it up. If he wasn't transformed by the chaotic chi and occupied a share of karmic merit, he wouldn't even have obtained this chaos bead. With this chaos bead, he also stepped into the ranks of one of the strongest chaos demon gods, except for Timothy and Yang Mei. The rest of the chaos demon gods were all tag team sellers and were not even in his sights. This was entirely attributed to the chaos bead, one of the 5 chaos supreme treasures. So on weekdays, he was also precious about the Chaos Pearl, and now, his Chaos Pearl had unexpectedly disappeared. Not only that, his connection with the Chaos Pearl was also eliminated in an instant. With his cultivation, he couldn't even feel who had moved. Hearing the Chaos Demon God's hissing voice that resounded throughout the chaos, many people frowned at once. What the hell is that chaos guy doing? However, the Chaos Demon God didn't stop for a second. His aura became more and more terrifying, instantly sweeping over many people with an extremely crazy aura. Many people felt the Chaos Demon God's furious aura, and their brows suddenly furrowed even more. This chaos guy is treating them like they don't exist, is he? The Chaos Demon God scanned the surrounding area for countless light years, but never felt the presence of his Chaos Pearl. It also made him madder and madder. Who is it? Who took my supreme treasure? Hearing this, the demon gods who were still angry froze. The Chaos Demon God's greatest treasure was actually taken away? Real doo-doo, fake doo-doo? Are you kidding me? Who can take his treasure? With chaos strength, coupled with his unique chaos supreme treasure, in the entire chaos, even the two of them, Timothy and Yang Mei, did not dare to say that they could defeat him 100%. And now, his Chaos Pearl had been taken? This was simply too outrageous. In addition to chaos, the rest of the 3,000 demon gods' companion magic treasure are all chaos spiritual treasure. Originally wanted to say whether to set all the people's companion magic treasure to chaos supreme treasure, but after thinking about it, a little bit too outrageous. Pangu, even more cattle cannot beat even if you can beat. The flood is not good to appear too many such a powerful magic treasure. And Pangu felt the grip of the chaos demon god countless light years away, and became a bit puzzled. This aura seems to be chaos? It sounds like someone took his Chaos Pearl? As Hong Yuan listened to the mumblings of his big brother beside him, his pupils instantly shrunk, and he subconsciously moved a little closer to Pangu's side. Couldn't help but feel a little vindicated. Chapter 3 He, Hong Yuan, was incompatible with the Great Tao. How could Hong Yuan not have thought that the rewards that the system gave him were taken directly from someone else? Thinking of this, Hong Yuan suddenly sighed in relief. It's a good thing he didn't choose the first reward, or else this essence blood as well as essence quintessence would have been drawn directly from his big brother. Originally, the big brother origin was a little worse than the original. If he were to smoke these again, Big Brother would still be killed by the 3,000 demon gods. By then, Big Brother's original mission will not be accomplished. Hong Yuan's demeanor was naturally not hidden from the perception of Pangu beside him. It also made him slightly contemplative for a moment. Could it be that this has something to do with my little brother? Although he failed to sense the Chaos Pearl's aura from Hong Yuan, he was vaguely foreboding. The loss of the Chaos Pearl must have something to do with Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan seemed to have sensed Pangu's observation of him as well, and raised his head somewhat rather sheepishly to look at his big brother. Grinning, Pangu laughed even more when he saw this. Sure enough, I can't get out of it with my little brother. Although he wasn't sure how his little brother did it, Pangu didn't intend to ask much. Only a point of favor passed over Pangu's face. The heart was making a plan. When he comes out, he must cut that chaos guy down first. Save him the trouble of finding it on his little brother when the time comes. Hong Yuan listened to Pangu's laughter and also understood that this big brother of his was afraid that he already knew. Yet he was not the least bit worried. After all, he's Big Brother's own brother. After thinking about it, Hong Yuan also took out the portion of Pangu origin that he had just obtained. It was placed in front of Pangu. Big Brother, I got this by chance. I hope it will help you. Pangu looked at the origin spirit essence in front of him, and his body couldn't help but tremble. For some reason, he had sensed both of their brothers' auras within this origin. This discovery couldn't help but cause Pangu to be a bit stunned. Snapping his head down, he glanced at Hong Yuan. This look immediately surprised him even more. He originally thought that it was Hong Yuan who had separated his own origin, but he could clearly feel that the origin in Hong Yuan's body had not been damaged in the slightest. How did that not surprise him? Hong Yuan also naturally understood Pangu's meaning. and also laughed lightly, explaining, "Big brother, don't think too much. This is not an origin that I extracted from myself, but one that I got by chance. I know you have your path, big brother, and I hope this will be of some help to you." Discord sniffed and became a bit torn. The time until he came out of the world was getting shorter and shorter, and he also vaguely felt the responsibility that belonged to him. This origin of Hong Yuan's could undoubtedly add a few more points of success to his grasp, but this origin Hong Yuan could likewise absorb it, and there was even a high chance that it would allow Hong Yuan to successfully break through to the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. That's why he hesitated. As a fellow brother, he naturally wanted Hong Yuan to have a few more points of self-preservation. After all, while he felt he had a part to play, he wasn't sure exactly what it was he was supposed to be doing. If he failed, Hong Yuan would have no one to take care of him. "Little brother, I don't need this. In my case, having this extra source is nothing more than being out of the world long and slow, but for you, with this source, you can completely break through to, in one fell swoop." Hong Yuan naturally understood what Pangu was going to say. It also shook its head slightly and looked firmly at Pangu. Looking at Hong Yuan with such determination, Pangu pondered for a moment and did not say anything more, just nodded lightly and said, "I see. Thank you, little brother." Hong Yuan also smiled. "Big brother, there is no need to be polite. You and I are from the same origin. We are blood brothers. This is what I should do." After saying that, he also directly struck that origin into Pangu's body. Pangu also did not put up the slightest resistance, and just watched as this origin was integrated into his own body. With the incorporation of this origin, the surface of Pangu's body suddenly blazed with divine light. Bursts of Tao sounds filled the air, and countless rules of the great Tao entwined around him. It caused the entire chaos to vibrate violently. It was as if they were all jumping for joy at something. And Hong Yuan, who was beside Pangu, was also greatly benefited at this time, madly absorbing the surrounding Tao patterns and law rhythms. Suddenly, Hong Yuan looked upwards in some confusion as if he had sensed something. He could feel a gaze too grand for words casting its gaze toward the place. It fell on him in discord. It was a grandeur that was simply unimaginable, as if the entire chaos fell within this gaze, and as if all living beings existed under this gaze. It was even far more than what Pangu had given him. Hong Yuan quickly figured out who this gaze really was. In the midst of this chaos, it was possible to make him feel far beyond Pangu. There is only the pretty boy who is above all living things. That's the way. It is said that Pangu is the son of the great Tao, and it is true that he was right when he saw it today. True to form, even the Avenue was concerned at times. If Pangu is the great Tao's own son, then the rest of the 3,000 demon gods are at best the great Tao's poor relatives who have been separated by an unknown number of generations. That is, a chaos is better and can have a chaos bead as a companion. But his big brother had a full 3 chaos supreme treasures, enough to see the favoritism of the Avenue. Thinking of this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel a sourness in his heart. You and Pangu are blood brothers. Big brother Pangu as the Avenue's own son. In other words, himself. Thinking of this, Hong Yuan's eyes turned wryly, and he enthusiastically grinned as he looked toward the Avenue. "Father, you're here?" With this sound from Hong Yuan, that gaze looked like it was somewhat hesitant. In the next second, he suddenly disappeared. Hong Yuan, this look immediately anxious, hurriedly opened his mouth. "Father, you see, the whole chaos on me, a person do not have a companion magic treasure. Big brother is your pup. I am also. You are biased. There was still desolation and pain in his voice, like it had suffered much aggravation. For some reason, Hong Yuan seemed to vaguely feel that the Avenue ran even faster after he said that. I don't know if it was just him. As the Avenue's gaze left, Hong Yuan was suddenly furious. Good man, 2 dads for nothing. Call him a dog from now on. He, Hong Yuan, was at loggerheads with the great Tao, but just as he was losing it, he only saw a spiritual light shooting toward Hong Yuan from above. In just an instant, it shot into Hong Yuan's body. In the next second, Hong Yuan only felt that there was an additional magic treasure inside his body. It was a magic treasure that looked like a millstone, lying quietly in his Yuan Shun. The entire magic treasure clearly did not move in the slightest, but it was emitting a monstrous ferocity, and that destructive force made Hong Yuan tremble a little coldly just by looking at it. It was as if everything would be reduced to nothingness in front of this magic treasure. It's downright scary as hell. Seeing this magic treasure, the corners of Hong Yuan's mouth were pulled to the back of his head. Woof woof. Hong Yuan also knew what this was, a magic treasure, after absorbing the information in his mind. It was the world-destroying great mill that ranked alongside the Chaos Pearl, Chaotic Green Lotus, Heaven-Opening Axe, and Jade Saucer of Creation as one of the 5 great chaos treasures. It was a match for the Heaven-Opening Axe, and was considered the #1 offensive treasure under the great Tao. Its terrifying might was enough to wear out anything. and as long as it was under the great Tao, everything could be turned into nothingness. Even the heavenly Tao could directly grind it away. Its terror simply cannot be described in words. If the heaven-opening axe is the strongest single attack, then the world-destroying Great Mill is definitely the strongest AoE. At this point Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel that it was nice to have a good old dad. Those two dads really weren't called in vain. Chapter 4, he's doing the old man's work. I don't know how much time had passed, but Hong Yuan was also finally able to refine the Chaos Pearl and the world-destroying Great Mill initially. 55 prohibitions he refined 50. Lower grade Hotian/innate spiritual treasure 1 to 12 prohibitions. 13 to 24 prohibitions for medium grade Hotian/precursor spiritual treasures. 25 to 36 prohibitions on the top grade Hotian/innate spiritual treasure. Extreme Hotian/innate spiritual treasure 37 to 48 prohibitions. 49 prohibitions of the acquired/immortalized supreme treasure. Lower grade chaos spiritual treasure 50 prohibitions. Medium grade chaos spiritual treasure 51 prohibitions. Top grade chaos spiritual treasure 52 Dao prohibition. Extreme chaos spiritual treasure 53 prohibitions. As for the chaos supreme treasure, it is a whole 55 prohibitions, and among them, the prohibitions of the latter and the innate magic treasures are also divided into innate prohibitions and innate prohibitions. This is entirely due to Avenue Dad and System Dad. If it wasn't for them, with his current cultivation level wanting to initially refine these two chaos supreme treasures, he didn't know how much more effort he would have to put in. Just as Hong Yuan collected himself, the entire chaos suddenly shook, only to see Pango beside Hong Yuan suddenly open his own eyes and directly stand up from the lotus platform. At this stop, all the faces of all the demon gods and all the chaos suddenly changed abruptly. They only felt a karma so thick that they couldn't believe it instantly connect to them. They actually vaguely felt a crisis of death on top of this karma. It was so dense that it simply made the crowd of chaos demon gods couldn't help but feel some numbness in their scalps. The great Tao is above. I am Pangu, the demon god of force, controlling the law of force. As Pango proclaimed the great Tao, Pangu's aura grew more and more terrifying, directly breaking through that proverbial doorway and reaching the half-step mixed immortality Lama Golden Immortal, half-step great Tao realm. Hong Yuan then cowered to the side, looking at his big brother with some trembling. Even with the shelter of Pangu, Hong Yuan still felt a wave of this power. If he didn't have the shelter of Pangu, he would have been instantly crushed into dregs by this majestic aura, the kind that didn't have any hair left. And that's when Avenue Dad's gaze came over again, just quietly looking at Pangu. The sound of the Tao roars. A yes was left. Hong Yuan, who saw this scene, couldn't help but be a little delighted for his big brother. But on second thought, since his big brother had come out of the world, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't be too long before he was incarnated in the flood. I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. After being by Pango's side for such a long time, he also truly considered Pangu as his big brother. He was really a bit upset about it too. And after Pango proclaimed his existence, within the depths of the chaos, a Taoist suddenly sighed helplessly. Some raised his head slightly and looked up, muttering, "Avenue, is this the test you give us?" Being in control of the law of cause and effect, he understood that this was a test set for them by the great Tao the moment this cause and effect appeared in itself. Pangu, who controls the law of force, is the test laid down by the great Tao for him. If crossed, then born. If you can't get through it, there's only death. And judging by the aura spread by that Pangu, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to avoid this robbery. Even for him, now he is only able to reach the seventh heaven of mixed Yuan Taijia Luo Jingxian, 100,000 miles away from the ninth heaven, not to mention Pangu, who has taken a step forward in the ninth heaven. Nowadays, one could only contact other chaos demon gods. It was absolutely impossible for him to compete with Pangu with just his own strength. The Great Way is merciless, but it is not without leaving them a chance. If it was for him to fight Pangu one-on-one, then he could naturally wash and prepare for death. But now it was Pangu who was singling out all the rest of the chaos demon gods. This is their chance too. Just as the causal demon god was pondering, the figures of several Tao lords instantly appeared in front of causal. These several Taoists, both old and young, the aura emanating from his body was not much worse than that of a causal demon god. There were even two who were even above the causal demon god. When the causal demon god saw these Taoists, he also stood up and gently made a bow towards them. Karma has met a few of you. Yang Mei meets fellow Taoist causality. An old man laughed softly and also returned an album salute towards the causal demon god. It was as if countless spaces surrounded him. The whole person is a bit out of the dust, as if it is not in this space in general, that the space beside its body is constantly distorted so that people cannot help but be chilled. Seeing the two of them in this state, the demon god of the hours couldn't help but frown slightly. Fellow Taoist causality, don't get into all this nonsense. You control the laws of causality. Is there any way to remove these karmic consequences from us? As the voice of the demon god of the hours rang out, a group of the remaining chaos demon gods also set their eyes on the causal demon god. This was why they chose to come to the causal demon god. Who would want to fight that pervert Pangu to the death if they had a choice? Wouldn't it be nice to cultivate properly in the midst of this chaos? Moreover, judging from that Pangu's aura, he was afraid that he would not be able to hang them up and beat them. It's never because they wimped out, it's just that they didn't feel the need. Facing the inquiry of the crowd, the causal demon god also sighed slightly. Although I control the law of causality, but this kind of causality, I can't do anything about it. This is the great Tao laid down. I am also helpless. If I can, I also don't want to be hostile with that Pangu. Upon hearing this, a young man with a monstrous devilish aura couldn't help but glance above him, lowering his volume a few points and spitting out, "This bull ******* avenue. I'll make sure to let him have a taste of this someday." The moment Luo's words came out, everyone couldn't help but change their faces drastically. Fellow Taoist, be careful what you say. After saying that, he also subconsciously looked above, and after seeing that there was nothing unusual, he also quietly sighed in relief. However, his feet were moving away from Luo without any trace, fearing that he would splash blood on himself later. That's if it really pisses off the avenue. I'm afraid that they will be directly killed on the spot. One Pangu was enough to make their heads spin, really pissing off the great Tao. That's really a good way to die. That's a being that can make them hiccup with a single look. Not to mention these so-called chaos demon gods of theirs, although the birth of each of them was vastly different. The laws that each of them controlled were all personified by the great Tao. It's not too much to call the avenue dad, though those of them were more or less bastards compared to that Pangu. But you can't disrespect Pops. Luo naturally knew why these people were panicking, but he was just more or less unimpressed in his heart. What about Pops? He, Lo, was born between the chaos and Ed, his old man. Who says he won't have the chance to be the one that makes the avenue call him daddy? But somehow, after this thought flashed through his mind, a chill could not help but rise in his heart. It was as if he saw a pair of eyes of incomparable grandeur and vicissitude look at him coldly. Seeing those eyes, Luo couldn't help but shiver. Somewhat flustered, he hurriedly dismissed the thought in his mind. After coughing lightly twice, he also looked at Timothy and the others. Then what should we do nowadays? Fight with that Pangu over a battle? The moment Luo's words came out, everyone fell silent. It was Timothy who laughed beforehand after a long time. Since the great Tao has laid down this game, then we also have no choice. In that case, then with that Pangu war over a bar, life and death have life. We are not without a chance. After all, that Pangu again strong, but also only one person. We Chaos Demon God has hundreds of thousands of people. Although it is said that the avenue is merciless, but the avenue is 50, but it is to vanish one of them. We are not without opportunity. Not to mention that after we kill that Pangu, perhaps there is still a chance to be able to go further. And even as that Pangu to take another step on that road. The Five Elements Demon God also laughed softly at his words. Fellow Taoist Timeless has a point. That Pangu is even stronger. He may not be able to kill all of us. At this time, Hong Jun, who looked like a passerby on the side, thought about it and also stepped forward with a smile and interjected a sentence. If that's the case, then we'd better contact the rest of the people and make preparations early. Hearing what Hong Jun said, Yang Mei also suddenly remembered something and thoughtfully opened his mouth. I wonder if you all have noticed the furiousness of fellow Taoist Chaos before? Hong Jun thought about it and also nodded slightly. It seems that fellow Taoist Chaos's Chaos Pearl was taken away? Right. Since that Taoist friend was able to seize the Chaos Bead from the hands of the Chaos Taoist friend without God's knowledge, I think there must be some means for concealment. So if we can help him make some preparations, we might be able to beat that Pangu by surprise? Hong Jun heard the words, but also pondered up. Also, if it is possible, perhaps let it return the Chaos Beads to Chaos Dao Yu. After all, that Dao Yu just got the Chaos Beads in his hands not long ago, and I think the prohibitions in it have not been refined much. But fellow Taoist Chaos is different. That Chaos Bead is after all his companion treasure after all, far more familiar than others. When the time comes maybe we can still have a few more chances of winning. After all, that Chaos Bead is one of the few 5 Chaos Supreme treasures. Hearing this, Luo Shuji immediately skimmed his mouth, looking at Hongjuan's face of a good old man. Somehow, a trace of revulsion rose. You also know that it's a Chaos treasure, and you open your mouth and make people hand it over. How big is your face? But he also knew that what Hongjun said did have some truth to it. But he asked himself, if he had gotten the Chaos Pearl, he would never obediently return it obediently. Even if he controlled it so that the Chaos Pearl would self-destruct and destroy it, he would not return it. Anymore, the power of controlling a Chaos Bead to self-detonate was much stronger than smashing someone with a Chaos Bead, right? Chapter 5, Are you nuts? With Pangu having announced his existence to the great Tao in chaos, he also felt his karmic involvement with the rest of the chaos demon gods. It also understood the hope that the Avenue had for him. According to what my little brother says is that Daddy Avenue wants you to surpass him, to be better than him. As the personal son of the great Tao, it is not necessary to say much to know that Pangu is the one who has the best chance. It was important to know that all the laws in chaos were created by the great Tao. If one was under the great Tao and wanted to surpass him, that was simply impossible. In the midst of the chaos, only Pangu has a slight chance, because the law he controlled was the law of force. He was completely capable of carving out his own path with force, axe by axe, and to do that, it would take battle to confirm his path. He controlled the law of force, and all he had to do was prove that his path far surpassed that of other chaos demon gods. That's what the Avenue wished for him. After figuring it out, Pangu also looked down at Hong Yuan, who had yet to take form, and spoke in a buzzing voice, "Little brother, for brother feels his way." Hong Yuan couldn't help but sigh when he heard what Pangu said. Is the one-axe kid chaos bearer coming? Thinking of the miserable appearance of the bloodstained chaos at that time, Hong Yuan could not help but mourn for the rest of the chaos demon gods. Since Big Brother has realized the path to take, then go. Remember to bring the chaotic green lotus with you. I don't need to think about it to know that your path will be tough, so it's good to have more protection. When Pangu heard this, he couldn't help but have a few more hesitations on his face. But little brother, you haven't transformed into a form yet. Speaking of this, Pangu paused, glanced at Hong Yuan, scratched his head in some embarrassment, and said in a naive manner, "And with this strength of yours, little brother, if my brother really took the chaotic green lotus, you'd definitely be worn out by the surrounding chaotic chi. You're not wrong about that, big brother, but it's still our old man." Hong Yuan sniffed and grinned back, though he didn't have a mouth yet. Only Hong Yuan looked up and asked affectionately, "Father, do you think I'm right?" As Hong Yuan's voice fell, a gaze suddenly appeared above Hong Yuan and Pangu, looking at the two. Under this gaze, even with the strength of Pangu's half-step great Tao nowadays, a particularly heavy pressure was still felt. Under this gaze, Pangu felt as if he was like the mole that his little brother was talking about. What's the word? Waste? Hong Yuan couldn't help but blink a few times as he felt the gaze cast upon him. Somehow, Hong Yuan actually vaguely felt a hint of dislike from this gaze, but the Avenue didn't say anything more, just looked at Hong Yuan one more time. It then disappeared. As the great Tao withdrew his gaze, an aura landed around Hong Yuan. In the blink of an eye, it occupied the position of the chaotic green lotus underneath the Hong Yuan and transformed into another green lotus. It was also the same as the chaotic green lotus, which had 36 lotus platforms. The chaotic green lotus is Pangu's companion treasure. After being squeezed out of its original position, it is also directly drilled into Pangu's body. Some people say that the chaos green lotus is Pangu's mother, because the chaos green lotus was conceived Pangu, but the chaos green lotus is only a chaos treasure. And Pangu hands there is a heavenly axe and the jade disc of creation, are with the chaos green lotus of the same level. I prefer the Avenue directly created Pangu, chaos green lotus, and the remaining two are Pangu's companion treasure. Hong Yuan looked at the green lotus underneath him and was also overwhelmed with emotion. Although it was only a projection of the chaotic green lotus, with the great Tao's enhancement, it would never be much weaker than the chaotic green lotus itself. Even in terms of defense and deterrence, it was even stronger by an unknown amount, for no other reason than he has people on top. It's true, when you come out, it's all about a background. You can only be considered a person if you have a background, and if you don't have a background, then you're just a yakuza at best, especially amongst a world like the Flood. It's even more of a way to make the most of it. Hong Yuan was aware of how miserably those without backgrounds had died during those quantum robberies. Now well, the Great Road is his father. Pangu is his brother. The time of the Flood world is even more his brother, and axe chopped out. Any idea whose last name the Flood actually took? It goes without saying how much gold this contains. By now, he also vaguely sensed that the opportunity for him to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed elements was above the Flood. Good thing that time isn't far off. When Pangu saw the chaotic green lotus projection underneath Hong Yuan, he also finally let go of his worries about Hong Yuan. After laughing twice, he also opened his mouth toward Hong Yuan. Little brother, since there is a great Tao, father's care, then my brother is relieved. It is time for me to fulfill my duty. Big brother, don't worry about it. I'll stay here and we'll be honest. Hong Yuan responded with a smile. Pangu nodded and also turned to leave after giving two instructions. Just as he turned around, a grand majestic pressure was vented from Pangu, directly filling the entire chaos. It pressed down on the hearts and minds of countless chaos demon gods. At this moment, the entire chaos, that endless darkness of chaos, suddenly gained a few more blood colors. Just then, Hong Yuan seemed to remember something and spoke towards Pangu. Big brother, wait. And in the depths of the chaos, the causal demon god also sighed slightly as he looked at the thousands of demon gods around him as well as the causal chains on himself that had suddenly gotten a few degrees thicker. With that, his face also became incomparably grave. Fellow Taoists, the time has come, so let's leave each of us to our own fate. I wish all of you a successful passage through this calamity. Luo Shu sniffed. The surrounding demonic chi instantly majestic declared open. Long hair windless automatic, the whole person is full of endless arrogance and arrogance. Ha 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 ha, it's finally here. I'll try to see just how strong that Pango guy is. Hong Jun looked at Luo Shu who this way, is also sighed. Face a little melancholy. The heart is quite a pity, unfortunately did not find that captured the chaos beads of the Taoist friends, or else this battle we can still be more than 1 or 2 points of the chance of victory. Saying that, he also swept a circle around the group of chaos demon gods. I don't know how many of the group of Taoists will be left after this battle. And Yang Mei, who was in the middle of the crowd, shook his head slightly when he felt the majestic pressure emanating from Pangu in the midst of the chaos. It's not clear if his preparation is working or not. If it worked, that would naturally be the best, and he himself would be able to leave a trace of his origin behind no matter what. But if you can't use it, that's naturally better. Let's hope that everything will go smoothly. Or else even if he managed to stay alive after this battle, it would take endless years before he could successfully recover. And just then, an incomparably majestic and grandiose aura that was like the descent of the great Tao fell on all the demon gods present, instantly causing all the chaos demon gods present to tighten up in their hearts and break out in a cold sweat. The pressure Pangu brought to bear on them was much greater than they had imagined. In the next second, the Pangu whose body was hundreds of millions of miles tall finally appeared in the eyes of the demon gods. He was seen stepping on the chaotic green lotus, with the jade butterfly of creation on his head, and holding the heaven-opening divine axe. And the crowd of chaos demon gods were seeing this scene. His face was suddenly green and white. They were tempted to curse. Your mother. A total of only 5 chaos supreme treasure. You stepped on the horse alone accounted for 3 pieces, right? Why don't we give you all 5? What's the big deal with your own son? Each and every one of them, not to mention the chaos supreme treasure. Most of the demon gods could only manage to only have a middle grade chaos spiritual treasure. And there were quite a few chaos demon gods that only had a lower grade chaos spiritual treasure. Even the strongest of the 10 had only managed to manhandle a single extreme chaotic spiritual treasure. And what about the Pangu in front of us? Clear chaos supreme treasure. 3 whole pieces. Tramp bastards don't have human rights, do they? And Pangu looked at the crowd in front of him and frowned. There were a bit more people than he thought. Thinking about it, a big hand, a bead emitting countless chaotic auras and a millstone filled with monstrous ferocious intent appeared behind him. Seeing this scene, the crowd of chaos demon gods immediately broke their defenses. Cam, you really have 5 ing pieces? Especially Chaos. After seeing the chaos bead that he had been longing for, it was impossible to resist. Only his face was openly red, and a huge vein surfaced outside his body surface. There was no longer the aura of being a top demon god. He was seen spitting and cursing in anger. At #Yuan at /@. And the moment he saw Chaos, a brilliant light flashed in Pangu's eyes. Directly stepping out with 1 foot, without saying a word, he raised the heaven-opening god axe in his hand and directly chopped down towards Chaos. Chaos, I have been looking for you for a long time. Pangu naturally did not forget from whom his little brother got his Chaos Pearl. Before he was even born, he was ready. The others can die slower for the sake of the minions, but Chaos must be the one to die first. Chaos' face went white when he saw this scene. No, are you nuts? Chapter 6, The War Begins. Staying in the Green Lotus, an aged Hong Yuan quietly looked at the chaos outside. From an unknown time, a terrifying aura of a mixed metamorphosis Tai Daluo Golden Immortal instantly filled the entire chaos. There are just too many of them. That terrifying pressure caused the entire chaos to vibrate slightly. This aura, despite being countless light years away from Hong Yuan still couldn't help but feel some scalp numbness rising. Even the Yuanshan was shaking slightly. After all, each of these first demon gods born from the chaos had the strength of a great Luo Jingxian of the mixed element. And even those demon gods of chaos with the worst strength had the strength of a perfected great Luo Jingxian of the mixed element. This was far from being comparable to Hong Yuan, a mixed golden immortal, worthy of the infinite quantity calamity. It's really terrifying. It's almost like Taiji is all over the place, and the mixed Yuan Daluo is inferior to a dog. Hong Yuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In contrast to this immeasurable calamity, the quantitative calamity in the midst of the flood is somewhat trivial. It's almost like playing house, but at the same time, he was looking forward to the flood. After all, it still seems a bit too monotonous in the midst of chaos. It's just boring as hell. Let's hope that Big Brother can return sooner. Hong Yuan muttered. He naturally wouldn't worry much about Pangu's well-being, not to mention that the original Pangu had never put those chaos demon gods in his eyes. Plus this time before Pangu left he also handed over the Chaos Pearl and the world-destroying Great Mill to Pangu. With Pangu's strength, plus the fact that he held 5 Chaos Supreme treasures in his hands, Hong Yuan really couldn't think of anyone who could hurt his big brother. Even all the Chaos Demon gods put together that couldn't. Just as Hong Yuan was thinking, an axe light that was radiant to the extreme, as if it was going to split the entire chaos apart appeared in Hong Yuan's eyes, unstoppable and dominating. Looking at the axe light, a few moments of excitement also appeared in Hong Yuan's eyes. It's finally starting. Chaos looked a bit extremely overwhelmed in the face of Pangu's sudden riot. If the chaos bead was in his hand, he might still be able to hold out for that much time against Pangu's attack. But now, the chaos beads are not in his hands. Even though he had also found 2 chaotic spiritual treasures during these times. But it was only a mid-grade chaos spiritual treasure, 100,000 miles away from a chaos supreme treasure. Facing Pangu's attack, Chaos almost didn't get a direct axe to the head. Looking a bit extraordinarily lousy, somewhat miserably, he howled towards the crowd of Timothy who had not yet reacted. Fellow Dioist, save me. That was when Timothy and the other group of chaos demon gods finally reacted. Fellow Dioist, don't panic. We have come to save you. For a time, the sky was filled with divine light rendering the entire chaos. In the face of the attacks of the demon gods, Pango had a hard look in his eyes and didn't care about the attacks that smashed into him, but continued to raise the heaven-opening axe in his hand towards Chaos to slash down once again. Today, it's useless for anyone to come. Chaos, this guy must die. Boom! The divine light declared by countless magic treasures smashed into Pangu, but was resisted by the remaining 4 Chaos Supreme treasures on Pangu's body. The 4 Chaos Supreme treasures and tens of thousands of Chaos Spiritual treasures collided with each other, causing the surrounding chaos to tremble. A terrifying invisible storm instantly swept through the entire chaos. Ah! And the light of Panga's axe cut directly onto Chaos, causing Chaos to let out a miserable wail. Under this axe, the chaotic spiritual treasure that Chaos had urged shattered apart. Even on the surface of Chaos' body there was a huge axe mark that nearly split it in two. Panga's killing intent towards Chaos was simply beyond the expectations of the crowd of Chaos demon gods. They really didn't know exactly where Pango got such a strong killing intent, even if it means cutting down Chaos against their attacks. If the Chaos Pearl wasn't on Pangu, they would have even thought that Pangu was the one who was robbed of the Chaos Pearl. And Pangu, who had taken a hard blow from all the Chaos demon gods gathered together, had some blood dripping from the corners of his mouth at this time. Although he had 5 Chaos Supreme treasures, he didn't dare to put too much pressure on the Chaos Pearl and the World Destruction Great Mill. So most of the pressure was still borne by the chaotic Green Lotus and the Jade Disc of Creation. Even if these supreme treasures were as strong as they were, there was still some extreme pressure when trying to face the unbelievably large number of magic treasures that covered the sky. Although blood dripped from the corners of Panga's mouth, he always had only the chaos in front of him and his eyes. Facing the heavily injured Chaos, Pango once again swung an axe light. This time there was no magic treasure to defend against the chaos, and it was directly ground apart by an axe. Not even a trace of Yuanshin or spiritual light was left behind. Only after doing so did Pango finally place his mind on the rest of the demon gods. Holding the heaven-opening axe in his hand, he charged directly towards the group of chaos demon gods. Now it's your turn, and please, a group of Taoists to die. On this day, countless axe lights and booms resounded throughout the chaos. Pango was like a god of war. His feet stepped on the chaotic Green Lotus, his head topped the Jade Disc of Creation, and he held the heaven-opening divine axe. And the Chaos Bead and the world-destroying Great Mill floated in front of and behind his body respectively. Without a word towards those demon gods in front of him was an axe. Boom! Ah! Avenue! I am not willing! I am not willing! As time passed, a cry of unwillingness resounded through the entire chaos, as if it was going to shatter it. But Pangu was not stopping. Like a cold-blooded executioner, hands up and axe down, hands up and axe down. The axe light flashed in the sky, slashing at the rest of the chaos demon gods. It's just short of a messy superstar BGM. And every time the axe light swept by, there were always dozens of chaos demon gods who died. It was worn out as much as possible by that terrifying axe light. Even their accompanying magic treasures fell apart in pieces. The fierceness of Pangu was simply unstoppable. With the deaths of these chaos demon gods, even the great Tao wailed, and a rain of blood descended on the entire chaos. Although these chaos demon gods were all bastards, they were no longer conceived by the great Tao. That's still a bit of face to give. The topmost batch of demon gods such as Timothy, Yang Mei, and 5 Elements glanced at each other, and could see each other's horror in each other's eyes. Pangu is simply too strong. Don't hold back, or we will be the ones to die. Timothy and the others bellowed out towards all the chaos demon gods. They also activated their magic treasures one after another, bombarded Pangu. At one time, the light and shadow were bright, and a magic treasure that covered the sky was radiant, accompanied by a force of laws that blasted towards Pangu. In the face of the attack from the crowd of demon gods, Pangu's stoic face also gained a few more moments of elation. Good coming. With that said, the 5 Chaos Supreme Treasures declared their divine light and floated up, blended together by the laws of force. They transformed into 5 streams of light to meet the hundreds of thousands of chaotic spiritual treasures. Chapter 7, The Fall of Time. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a quantum of time had passed. During this quantum culpa, the rain of blood in the entire chaos never stopped. That endless rain of blood rendered the entire chaos a whole shade of red. The entire chaos was also filled with resentment and fury. That horrible resentful aura, if it was tainted by a trace of it by someone under the mixed great Luo golden immortals, I'm afraid that my mind will also collapse and my spirit will dissipate. And so he was reduced to a godless beast of ferocity. Even if an ordinary mixed great Luo golden immortal is contaminated with more, I'm afraid it's not much better. But that doesn't include Hong Yuan. Don't say he has the care of Avenue Dad. Even if there wasn't, Hong Yuan didn't care about the ferocious Qi. Even though he still hadn't broken through to the mixed great Luo golden immortal all these years, the laws within Hong Yuan's body were a full 120-odd laws. Every single law was comprehended by him to the peak of the mixed golden immortal. Although it is still a mixed Yuan golden immortal, its strength is not much worse than some mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal second heaven. Although it was still a waste in this chaos, it was already a stronger waste. Boom! With a monstrous roar, the jade disc of creation on top of Pangu's head suddenly crumbled and cracked an opening, no longer able to withstand that pressure, and turned into dozens of fragments that splattered away. And the remaining jade disc of creation that was merely a third of the disc also looked much dimmer. Not only that, the chaotic green lotus under Pangu's feet also had a few more vaguely visible cracks on it. The only ones that were better were the heaven-opening axe in Pangu's hand, and Hong Yuan's chaos bead and world-destroying great mill. In the face of the damage to the supreme treasure, Pangu's face did not change in the slightest, not to mention the slightest bit of heartache. He had expected it. After all, even a Chaos Supreme Treasure could not possibly remain unscathed in the face of hundreds of thousands of Chaos Spiritual Treasures. It was extremely lucky that it didn't fall apart, but fortunately under his care, my little brother's Chaos Pearl and the world-destroying Great Mill were not damaged in the slightest. Chaotic Green Lotus, Jade Disc of Creation, Blanche, and in front of Pangu, there were only dozens of Chaos Demon Gods left in existence, and these remaining Chaos Demon Gods also looked particularly wretched at this time. A scar accompanied by the law of force filled its wounds. Timothy and the others were somewhat dumbfounded as they looked at Pangu, who was only slightly injured. In front of them, how the hell are we supposed to fight? Each and every one of these remaining Chaos Demon Gods could not help but feel a bit of despair in their hearts. Previously, hundreds of thousands of Chaos Demon Gods together against the Pangu in front of them had only caused him to suffer a minor injury. Now just a few dozen of them remain. There's no chance of winning any way you look at it. Yang Mei's face was extremely bitter at this time. Looking at Pangu in front of him, he hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, "Fellow Daoist Pangu, if I am willing to be physically disintegrated, can you leave me a chance?" Even though all cultivation and laws would have to be cultivated and comprehended again after the disintegration of the body, there was still a slight chance of survival after all. Nothing more than a little lowering of the origin. After a few thousand quantum culpas, he might not be without the opportunity to once again regain his current cultivation level. He just didn't know if the Pangu in front of him would be willing to give him this opportunity. Pancake was just about to open his mouth and say, "You're thinking about fart eating." However, an extremely grandiose voice appeared in his mind. It also puts to rest Pangu's original intention to come. So towards Yang Mei, he faintly opened his mouth. Mei! Hearing Pangu's words, Yang Mei was instantly relieved and also dissolved his body in place without saying a word. Along with Yang Mei's move, there were also nearly half of the Chaos Demon Gods that had physically dissolved in place, rejoined the chaos. Yang Mei and the others acted too quickly to even open their mouths in time, and the actions of Yang Mei and the others made Timothy a little unsure of what to do. Should we concede to Yang Mei? Just then, two voices rang out. Pangu, others are afraid of you, but I'm not. Come, I'll fight you. It was a demonic ape that was just one step shorter than Pangu. Even though its body had long been covered with wounds, the arrogant battle spirit on its body had not weakened in the slightest, and even grew stronger. Along with the demon ape stood out Luo. Pangu, my Luo Shu admits that you are very strong, but if you want me to dissolve my body with that Yang Mei so nasty, I can't do it. Looking at the two people in front of him, a trace of appreciation flashed in Pangu's eyes as well. He didn't say anything more, but only waved the heaven-opening divine axe in his hand. directly slashing down towards the two. But even if the devil ape and Luo Shuhu, two people exhausted the whole body strength, still did not last too long in the hands of Pangu. Only the rambling axe light swept through the sky. The two men fell in this way. I don't know whether it is because of the prompting of the great Tao just now, or out of appreciation for the two people, but Pangu left a point of leeway and did not choose to completely kill them like those demon gods before. Instead, a portion of the aura was left behind. Luo's origin transformed into a wisp of demonic chi and disappeared into the chaos. Instead, the chaotic demon ape was transformed into 4 parts and disappeared into the sky. Timothy watched the two men's downfall, exhaled deeply, and smiled as he looked at the only 10 or so remaining Taoists. Fellow Taoists, I'll go first in my hour. Saying that, Timothy rushed directly towards Pangu. The time wheel in his hand rapidly expanded, directly enveloping Pangu within it. But Pangu is also just an axe. The wheel of time then had several more cracks. However, right at this moment, Timeless was urging the laws of time, pulling the long river of time to appear directly in front of Pangu. Laughing softly, he looked at Discord, chopped it up, burst. The rest of the demon gods at this time also understood what Timothy was going to do. He blushed slightly, only to see them shouting at the top of their lungs, "Fellow Taoist timer!" Along with this cry, a terrifying energy swelled out from within the body of the hour and instantly, transforming into a dazzling light that illuminated the entire chaos wrapped around Pangu. Not only the hours, but even the river of time and the wheel of time followed suit, with the hour turning into a wave of energy so terrifying that it made the entire chaos tremble. Violently exploded around Pangu. Hong Yuan and the Green Lotus also felt this terrifying power that swept through the entire chaos. After freezing for a few seconds, he also shook his head slowly. There was more than a little admiration in his eyes. Worthy of being the demon god of the hours, it's really urbane. This move by Timothy was undoubtedly a complete break in his back. Maybe there will be another person who resembles Timothy in later generations. But that's not Timothy himself after all. It's just someone who bears a slight resemblance to him. It would be fine if Timothy didn't have a choice. But he actually had a choice, and still chose this path. In the chaos, also once again sounded the wailing of the Great Road. This time the wailing is far more than before, to be much louder, accompanied by the sky of blood rain, as if it is in the farewell to the hour in general. I don't know how much time had passed. Amidst the raging energy of the hourly self-destruct, Pangu's figure reappeared. At this time, although Pangu was generally the same as before, the chaotic green lotus under his feet once again had more than 10 cracks. The jade disc of creation on its head once again shattered into a small half-piece. Chapter 8, Pangu opens the sky. Looking at Pangu who appeared, these remaining chaos demon gods were not the least bit surprised. They knew that even if Timeless blew himself up at best, it would only add a few injuries to Pangu. Wanting Pangu to fall was a fool's errand. But if they know, doesn't the hour know? Timeless was nothing more than trying to show his attitude, which was the last bit of dignity that he, the time demon god, had left for himself. After all, it can be said that if Pangu hadn't come out of nowhere, that hour is the strongest person in chaos. It was his dignity and the last of his decency. These 10 or so remaining chaos demon gods glanced at each other and smiled as well. Fellow Taoist, have a good journey, said, coincidentally also with the time that, want to directly self-destruct on the spot. However, Pangu shook his head and directly activated his full strength, sweeping over with an axe. The monstrous laws of force were accompanied by an axe light that flashed as if it was going to split the chaos apart. These 10 or so chaos demon gods were directly hacked to death by Pangu's axe before they could even explode themselves. Fell on the spot. Only a dozen or so spiritual lights were left shooting out in all directions. Do you guys think I, Pangu, am stupid? Still standing still and waiting for you to blow yourselves up? You think you're all ours? Pangu muttered, but he was the only one who knew why he had made the sudden move. Perhaps it was because of admiration, or perhaps it was because he didn't want these chaos demon gods that he could see past to fall completely. After this battle, Pangu did not stop for a moment and headed in the direction of Hong Yuan. He wants to go back and see his little brother. I also don't know if my little brother has been injured or if he has broken through to the mixed metaphysical Great Luo Golden Immortal. After walking like this for 10,000 years, Pangu, somehow, suddenly felt a little hard up in his heart. In the midst of the chaos, as he had killed a bunch of demon gods through and through, the entire chaos was filled with dead silence. Together with the deaths of a number of chaos demon gods, the entire chaos was even more filled with an infinite ferocious aura, making people look at some rather uncomfortable. If only I could find that world that little brother talked about, Pangu muttered with some despondency in his eyes. And I don't know where my little brother got these stories from. During the time he had been with Hong Yuan, he had heard quite a few novel stories from Hong Yuan, also quite fond of some of the scenes and landscapes. It was a completely different world from chaos. With his strength nowadays, He had long since known what was going on in the chaos, but even so, he still hadn't discovered the world that Hong Yuan had spoken of. It also made him feel a little lost. If only I could create a world like this. With this soft murmur from Pangu himself, his entire body froze in place, and that magnificent to the core body trembled a little at this moment. He seemed to have realized something, and just now he had actually felt a hint of looseness in his realm. One must know that he was already half a step into the Great Tao realm when he came out of the world, and in the battle with a bunch of Chaos Demon gods he had already reached the peak, and had long since progressed no further than the Great Tao realm, and was just a hair's breadth away from the Great Tao realm. And now, to his surprise, he felt that ray of opportunity. Pangu just stood quietly in the middle of the chaos, just like a stone pier, not moving at all. I don't know how much time had passed, but Pangu suddenly stirred. Ha 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 ha, father, little brother, I know where my path is. As Pangu laughed out loud, he was seen beckoning slightly. Axe, come! With his command, the heaven-opening divine axe directly appeared in his hand. Pangu's voice resounded throughout the chaos and reached Hong Yuan's ears as well. The avenue was even more joyful at this moment. It seemed to rejoice that Pangu had found his own path to transcendence. Hong Yuan seemed to see the scene of an old father grinning from ear to ear. Hong Yuan also hurriedly opened his mouth towards the avenue. Father, I also want to go and take a look. As Hong Yuan's words fell, Hong Yuan then realized that his position had changed. What comes into view is the Pangu that looks like the top of the sky and the ground. Pangu also saw Hong Yuan, who appeared at his side and buzzed with laughter. Little brother, you're here. Look at Big Brother. Today Big Brother is going to create a new world. Good. Hong Yuan was also quite pleased. The flood is finally coming. Just then, the system prompt that had been hiccuping for a long time also sounded. Noticing that Pangu was about to open up the flood, the host is invited to make the following choice dash. What the hell are you doing opening up the floodplains? Get lost? Let me do it. Do you know whose last name the flood follows? Reward, Chaos Treasure Heavenly Axe, slightly damaged version, 9th Heavenly Cultivation of the Greatest Golden Immortal. 2. Give Pangu a stab while he's not prepared. I, Mr. Hong, have come out on the basis of 3. Shamelessness, betrayal of brothers, and snatching of credits. Reward 100 drops of Pangu's essence blood, 100 drops of bone marrow, 1 copy of Pangu's origin, and the first heavenly cultivation of the mixed Taijia Luo Golden Immortal. 3. Just watch quietly. After all, I'm just a waste. Reward 1 copy of enhanced origin, 3 laws of power, peak mixed golden immortal. Looking at these few choices, Hong Yuan fell into deep thought. Other than that, the first 2 are really rewarding. With just a gentle choice, he or she soared directly to the mixed elemental Taijutsu Lama Golden Immortal. It can be a step up, but it's a bit of a tough task. 2. Let's not talk about betraying Big Brother. Is he that kind of person? With this reward, you want him to betray Big Brother? Who are you looking down on? Let's just say the first one, opening up the flood on his own. Does he have the ability to do that? Even Big Brother's half-step avenue realm was exhausted. How dare he take on this task at his level? Not to mention that this was Big Brother's path to transcendence, and if he dared to block it, he shall not be smacked half to death by Dad of the Great Tao and Big Brother. The current Hong Yuan also understood that opening up the flood was not a whim of Big Brother, but rather Big Brother's path to transcendence. In all likelihood, Big Brother had not yet completely died after his body had been transformed into a flood. It is highly likely that they are hoping to use the power of the flood world to transcend in one fell swoop. It's just that he probably didn't expect that the flood was actually getting weaker by the day. Even later on, the aura declined and the flood was divided into several pieces. Even practicing is a difficult task now. While thinking, Hong Yuan suddenly had one more thought. Actually, it seems like he could have made the choice first. Other than that, let's get the rewards first. Wouldn't it be up to him to decide whether or not to make a move when the time comes? Anyway, it was before that the rewards had arrived when he had just made his choice. But this thought of Hong Yuan's had just appeared. The system's prompt then appeared. I hope the host doesn't have these whimsical dreams. Have some face, will you? With that said, the system once again returned to silence. Hearing the system's words, Hong Yuan also sighed. It looks like you can't get stuck with a bug. Okay, I'll take 3. Chapter 9, The First Parting of Heaven and Earth. As Hong Yuan's voice had just fallen, 3 more laws were directly added to his body, namely the law of martial, the law of magic, and the law of shui. I can't say it's useless, but it's better than nothing. There's nothing to commend it at all, except for that enhancement principle. Hong Yuan also didn't choose to absorb that portion of the origin at the first opportunity, but instead placed his gaze on Pangu. It's a groundbreaker. You'll have to take a good look at this. At this time, Pangu also adjusted his state, only to see him holding the heaven-opening divine axe. Without saying a word, directly toward chaos straight split. This axe, pouring all the power of Pangu, the violent force of the law wrapped in the axe light straight to the edge of the chaos. There was a loud, earth-shattering click. Chaos was surprisingly cleaved out. When Pangu saw this scene, a trace of joy was added to his face. Following that, without the slightest hesitation, Pangu once again slashed out an axe. Third and fourth axes. Pangu slashed out 107 axes in one breath. Open for me! Pangu shouted angrily. His hair was windless, monstrous mana surged out of his body, and that law of force was like a divine pillar reflecting behind him. It was like a boundless god or devil, with an indescribable dominance. Boom! As the final axe fell, the whole chaos finally parted, and at that moment, the heaven-opening axe in Pangu's hand shattered apart into 3 parts. The blade of the axe was transformed into a Pangu banner, the back of the axe was transformed into a Taiji diagram, and the handle of the axe was transformed into a chaos bell. Hong Yuan was also aware of these 3 treasures. They were the 3 great innate treasures that would be famous in the future. All of them resounded throughout the floodplains later on. Boom! Only a loud rumbling sound was heard, and the 3 innate supreme treasures were instantly dispersed, splashed towards the surrounding area. Even if Hong Yuan had the intention to keep him behind, but now that he had not transformed into a form, his strength could not be utilized much at all, and it was not an easy task to stop it. He wasn't in a good position to ask his eldest brother to make a move. After all, it was crunch time for him. Forget it, I have the Chaos Pearl and the world-destroying Great Mill anyway, so if it's really not possible, I'll just look for them when I'm incarnated. Pangu had just chopped out 108 axes. Before he could catch his breath, all I heard was a boom. That chaos that had just been separated actually attempted to join together again. Not good. The chaos is first divided. It's not yet solid. Pangu's face was a bit ugly. Then, without any further hesitation, his figure suddenly surged, directly supporting the upper half of the chaos with his hands. At the same time, Pangu was also directly urging the 4 Chaos Supreme treasures on his body, directly distributing them at the 4 corners of the chaos, stopping the movement of chaos joining up and down. Drink! Rise for me! As Pangu bellowed out a loud cry, he only saw the veins of his arms rippling, and the laws of force were unreservedly declared from his body. The upper portion of the chaos was surprisingly held up hard by him. When Hong Yuan saw the scene, he was so excited that he was somewhat practically speechless. Although I had heard of my eldest brother's deeds in my previous life, there are some things that you simply can't realize without seeing them with your own eyes. It was important to realize that the chaos was so large that it had no boundaries, and was even growing in size. With a strength like Hong Yuan's, if he wanted to reach the edge of the chaos, the speed of his rush was not even necessarily as fast as the speed of the expansion of the chaos, but it was this incomparably wide chaos that was directly held up by Pangu. You can imagine how powerful Pangu really is. At this time, Pangu, although his face was suffocatingly red, still looked his gaze towards Hong Yuan, deadly clenched his teeth and snickered and laughed. Little brother, you see, big brother, handsome, not handsome, awesome, just ing awesome. Hearing Hong Yuan's praise of himself, Pangu burst out laughing. Hey, hey, but as he smiled, the force suddenly gave out. He stumbled on his feet. Hong Yuan was almost taken aback by what he saw, and some cold sweat broke out. Big brother, let's be steady, don't get distracted. Hong Yuan was afraid that this one distraction of his big brother would directly blow up in place, and that would be a cover for the old hat. But he also couldn't help but feel a little remorseful that he shouldn't have indoctrinated his eldest brother with too much knowledge from his past life. Now well, big brother's whole body doesn't look as naive and honest as it did in the beginning. No, harm, district, chaos, take, not in the words, down. Pangu gritted his teeth and held his tongue for a long time before popping out this sentence. Looking at the deadly Pangu, Hong Yuan instantly rolled his eyes. He might have pretended to believe it for a moment if it weren't for his big brother's gnashing teeth. Just like that, Hong Yuan chatted with Pangu while continuously comprehending and absorbing the rest of the law rules. And as time passes, the chaos is gradually changing. The entire chaos began to divide into 2. The lightness and clarity of the gas floats upward to the sky, while the heaviness and turbidity of the gas condenses downward to the earth. Heaven and earth begin their initial birth at this moment. Pangu just stood still holding up the sky. The sky is 1 foot high and the earth is 1 foot thick. Whenever the sky was 1 foot taller, Pangu's body grew with it by 1 foot. Not knowing how long had passed, Hong Yuan realized that his big brother's breath was also weakening. Whenever Hong Yuan inquired, Pangu always grinned stubbornly. Tiny little sky, land, take the pinch. Despite Pangu's words, Hong Yuan still felt his big brother's weakening. After several more quantum culpas had passed, Hong Yuan looked at the heavens and earth and could no longer see the end of it. The heavens and earth had been completely molded, and the changes in the laws between the heavens and the earth had surfaced. But Big Brother has also declined to the extreme. Can't even be awake all the time anymore. It wasn't that Hong Yuan hadn't thought of giving the enhancement origin that he had previously obtained to his eldest brother, but his eldest brother never chose to absorb it. Hong Yuan and Pangu are of the same origin, and this origin can be absorbed not only by Hong Yuan, but also by Pangu at the same time. This was why Hong Yuan did not choose to absorb it, just to leave it for Pangu. But Pangu always refused, and even Hong Yuan could not do so when he wanted to strike this enhancement origin into Pangu's body, because Pangu was unwilling. This also made Hong Yuan a little worried. Could it be that Big Brother really wants to be as general as before? Several more quantities of time passed. One day, Pangu suddenly awoke. With just a thought, he incorporated the bodies and laws of those chaos demon gods that he had killed earlier into the flood. And then he recruited back the 4 chaos supreme treasures that had been stabilized in the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Pangu looked at these 4 supreme treasures and also laughed lightly. Go! As Pangu's words fell, the jade disk of creation that had only a corner left suddenly merged into the sky. The chaotic green lotus, too, began to disintegrate, with 1 fully mature lotus seed and 4 immature lotus seeds with lotus petals, stems, and leaves all vanishing into the void and scattering in all directions. Hong Yuan looked a little hot, but he knew that this chaotic green lotus had been transformed into more than 10 pieces of magic treasures. The worst of them were all extreme innate spiritual treasures. Although he can't use it, it's a treasure. Who would mind having a lot of treasures? He himself has something to give away when he collects a mounted child or something. Just as the lotus of the chaotic green lotus was about to disappear as well, Hong Yuan finally spoke up. Big Brother, I want this. When Pangu heard Hong Yuan open his mouth, he turned his head and left his original intentions behind, directly handing it over to Hong Yuan with a naive smile. Nah, little brother, if you want it, you can have it. Chapter 10, Pangu transforms the flood. After the lotus flower of the chaotic green lotus landed in front of Hong Yuan's eyes, it transformed into a large cauldron in the twinkling of an eye. At the bottom of the center of the tripod there is a taiji picture surrounded by 2 yin and yang fish. On the outside of the tripod are 8 equal faces on which symbols and words symbolizing 8 natural phenomena are depicted. The name is Qin Kuan Tripod, which has the function of refining the quality and transforming the acquired into the innate. Although it was only an innate treasure, but in Hong Yuan's opinion, this magic treasure was the most useful. After all, with this tripod in the future, there will be no shortage of spiritual treasures. Pangu also looked at the Qin Kuan tripod and frowned a little. It seemed to feel that his little brother looked too bad for using something of this grade. So after thinking about it, he also gave a big hand. Directly, he got countless broken implements, which were the fragments of chaos spiritual treasures that had been shattered all over the place in the previous battle between him and a group of chaos demon gods. Pangu directly incorporated these fragments directly into the Qin Kuan tripod without saying a word. Though Pangu is the master of the law of force, however, at his level, it wasn't difficult to think of evolving other laws with the laws of force. The district refinery is not a matter of concern, and the grade of the Qin Kuan tripod was rapidly soaring at this moment. It changed directly from an innate treasure to a lower grade chaotic spiritual treasure, rushing towards the mid-grade chaotic spiritual treasure. It eventually stopped above the mid-grade chaotic spiritual treasure. Looking at the Qin Kuan tripod in front of him, Pangu still seems to be a little dissatisfied. Thought for a moment, and once again pulled out a portion of the great Tao merit. It was incorporated into the Qin Kuan tripod, and the grade of the Qin Kuan tripod was successfully promoted to a top-grade chaotic spiritual treasure. Pangu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and buzzed his voice toward the void inquiring, Father, do you think it's possible to raise it a bit more? May. Just as Pangu's inquiry rang out, the gaze of the great Tao gazed over. In just an instant, the grade of the Qin Kuan tripod was upgraded to a chaotic supreme treasure. It even jumped over the extreme chaos spiritual treasure in one fell swoop. Looking at this scene, Hong Yuan's entire body was confused. So I'm so powerful, ah? Just by opening his mouth, he made the Qin Kuan tripod go from being an innate supreme treasure to a chaotic supreme treasure in one fell swoop. He didn't come back to his senses until after the Qin Kuan tripod was integrated into his body. And with the integration of the Qin Kuan tripod, the chaos bead and the great mill of extinction that were originally floating in the void also burrowed into his body. Did not wait for Hong Yuan to carefully sense their own 3 chaos supreme treasures, only to see that Pangu changed his previous smile. His face also became a bit solemn. Little brother, heaven and earth have already taken shape. I am still missing the final step. Hearing Pangu's words, Hong Yuan couldn't help but thump in his heart. Big brother. Before Hong Yuan finished speaking, Pangu directly interrupted Hong Yuan's words. Little brother, don't worry too much. I'm still here. I just need to take a rest. After these words were said, Pangu gave Hong Yuan one last look with some reluctance in his eyes. Little brother. Big brother go. After saying this, Pangu also looked towards the world he had opened up. A look of satisfaction surfaced on that slightly tired face. My name is Pangu, and after endless years I have finally been able to open up the new territories. And from today onwards, this realm will be called the Flood. My demeanor. Open up the heavens and the earth, for all things in the world to lay the foundation of the world. Although the form of God, I have no regrets. Look at the vastness of this heaven and earth, the world since the evolution of living beings. I hope that the people of future generations cherish this world. Take my spirit. Open up the future. Never give up. As Pangu finished this last sentence, his body changed as well. The breath he exhaled became the wind in the clouds. The sound he made was transformed into thunder. His two eyes, one became the sun and the other the moon, and his 4 limbs and 5 bodies were transformed into the 4 poles and 5 mountains of the flood, and the other organs were transformed into a flood of everything. And naturally, the most notable of these is Mount Cho standing in front of you. It was called Buzhou Mountain after it was knocked down by Gong Gong. That mountain peak seemed to hold up the entire heaven and earth. One could not help but be in awe just by looking at it, as if Pangu still existed. But that's not surprising, that is, after all, by Big Brother's spine. It is the center of the flooded world, and Pangu left in place of the original spirit, but at this time, divided into 3. Towards the new transformation of a mountain named Kunlun Mountain Peak flew away. The heart, on the other hand, was wrapped in most of the essence blood and fell straight into the belly of Mount Zhou. 2 palaces were formed, 1 Pangu Hall, 2 Hongyuan Halls. Hongyuan felt the shrine that was connected to his mind and spirit, and was also slightly stunned. Big brother, it's really gentle. The house is up. Just as Hong Yuan froze, only to see an incomparably large amount of merit converging above the flood. The amount of merit was so great that it even filled up half of the sky of the flood. This is heaven-opening merit? Hong Yuan was a bit surprised. This amount of merit is simply a bit too intimidating, isn't it? And in the next second, the heaven-opening merit suddenly split into several parts, the largest of which flew towards Hong Yuan. It was as much as 40%. This 40% of the 20% directly drilled into the Hong Yuan body, into the chaos bead and the great mill of extinction. As the opening of the heavens, there is this merit is naturally deserved. The other 2 successes were put away by Hong Yuan. Although Hong Yuan hadn't thought of what he was going to do with these merits for the time being, it didn't stop him from putting them away first. It's a jack of all trades. Want to improve your cultivation? Take some credit. Want to upgrade your mana? Take some credit. You want to enlighten everything? Take some credit. Want to upgrade your qualifications? Take some credit. And of the remaining 60% of the heaven-opening merit that had yet to be divided, 15% of it flew towards the Kunlun Mountains, and 10% landed directly on the Zhou Mountain in front of Hong Yuan's eyes. There was still 0.5% of the merit that merged with the great Dao Shenhuang Mother Qi between heaven and earth, forming a small tower with 49 layers of pagoda, which disappeared in front of Hong Yuan's eyes in the blink of an eye. At this point, only the last 30% of the merits of the opening of the sky remained, and these 3 merits were also integrated into the flood of all things. Looking at the 1.5% that flew away as well as the 1.5% that landed on Zhou Mountain, Hong Yuan knew where they had gone just by looking at them. Unsurprisingly, it should be on the 3 Qing and the 12 ancestral witches. It's just a little strange that the 3 purities and the 12 ancestral witches don't share 50% of the total. Among them, the 3 clearings got 30% and the 12 ancestral witches got 20%. How come the total only adds up to 25% now? Hong Yuan did not know how much the total amount of merit of the original trajectory was, and if it was the same, could the 3 Qing and the 12 ancestral witches still recreate the same achievements as the original ones? Forget it, just go out and take a look when you've transformed into a form, and if it looks good to you just help them out. Who asked them to be my nephews? Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel a little joyful when he thought of the scene where the 3 Qing and the 12 ancestral witches were respectfully calling his second uncle. That was the famous 3 Qing and 12 ancestral witches. Looking at the surroundings, although it hadn't completely solidified, it had already taken part of its shape. Looking at Hong Yuan, he also felt a lot of emotions. It's true that this kind of environment is still more suitable for me. The chaos is still too much nothingness. Not interesting at all. Then next, let's transform first, and then go to the Pangu temple to see Big Brother. Despite what Big Brother had said, he was still around. He just needed to slumber for a while. However, Hong Yuan was also hoping to go to the Pangu Hall earlier to observe the situation. Maybe he would have a way to make Big Brother awaken as soon as possible when the time came? After pondering for a while, Hong Yuan did not hesitate any longer and directly felt the divine hall that was connected to him and directly disappeared in place. Chapter 11 Hong Yuan Hall. Transformation. Instead of being a palace, the Hong Yuan Palace was actually a side of the world. It was a world shrouded by countless chaotic auras. The world is surrounded by mountains, so high that you can't see the top. What was even more surprising was that these mountains were actually composed of countless glazed secret gold. From afar, the glazed secret gold shines with a golden divine radiance under the sunlight. At first sight, one can feel a sense of relief in the heart and an indescribable sense of sanctity. When you walk into the mountains, you will see a wide avenue paved with crystal clear jade. It was inscribed with all the inscriptions of the laws of the world, and on both sides of the avenue stood a stone pillar carved with countless mysterious runes and the likenesses of gods and demons. It exuded an ancient and powerful aura. When Hong Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He could not be more familiar with this carved stone pillar. This was clearly the strongest 3,000 demon gods in chaos. He could even sense a hint of these demon gods' aura from these stone pillars. Wipe. Big Brother's handiwork is too big. Hong Yuan almost cried out if he didn't have tears in his eyes. Big Brother. He's also spoiling Ben's pretty boy too much. Build the dojo with 3,000 demonic gods. He couldn't think of anyone else who could be that good. Head up the avenue. It is a huge and incomparable circular square. The ground is made of obsidian and platinum, smooth as a mirror, and can clearly reflect the silhouette of a person. And above the square, there stood 10 spirit roots that seemed to be able to poke through the sky, as if they were originally a world. If it wasn't for the fact that this square was dozens of light years in size, it wouldn't really be possible to put down these 10 spirit roots. Hong Yuan, who saw these 10 spirit roots, was once again taken aback. Chaotic. Spiritual roots? Moreover, judging from the aura emanating from these 10 spirit roots, they were not ordinary chaotic spirit roots. At the very least, it was an extreme spirit root. Am I raising 10 Yang Mei? Looking at these 10 spiritual roots, an odd thought suddenly popped into Hong Yuan's mind. That Yang Mei demon god, in its original form, was a hollow willow that was transformed into a willow. And these 10 chaotic spirit roots of his, if they could produce spirit plants to take shape and come out. In terms of roots and feet, it was also just a shade worse than Yang Mei. But that's all talk. Even if he really took shape, at most he would only be able to reach the strength of an ordinary chaos demon god. It was simply impossible to try to compete with Yang Mei. After all, although Yang Mei is also transformed by the spiritual root, but that is, after all, born in response to the calamity, innate control of the laws of space, is with the help of the great Tao Dad. He's no match for Avenue Dad right now. And after walking through the range of the 10 spiritual roots, there was a solemn hall, which was made of unknown divine wood and inlaid with countless precious gems. When you walk into the main hall, you can notice that the top of the dome is surprisingly empty. The dome unexpectedly revealed the chaos, and the countless stars converged into a mysterious pattern. It was an amazing feeling. It allows one to clearly feel small. And the most surprising thing was that in the middle of this great hall, Hong Yuan could clearly feel the presence of the Dad of the Great Tao. This is undoubtedly a heavenly good thing for anyone who cultivates. The Great Tao manifested, and it was naturally much easier for cultivating the laws, which could be said to be a day's work. And only after feeling the aura of the Great Tao did Hong Yuan realize it wasn't just a gift from Big Brother. Even Avenue Dad had given him a copy. Really, I'm crying my eyes out. This is simply Thai pants hot. Hong Yuan was quite satisfied with this gift. Sure enough, he was still the most loved one. The Great Tao seemed to be able to sense the joy within Hong Yuan as well, and for a time, the Tao sound gusted as if it was emitting laughter. After Hong Yuan strolled around, he also slowly came to the depths of the hall, muttering to himself, well, strive to transform into a form earlier. That way it'll be easier to go out and wander around. Somehow, from the moment the flood was established, he was able to feel that he seemed to be not far from transforming, and all he had to do now was to take shape earlier. After saying that, he sat on top of the lotus platform in the depths of the great hall. This lotus platform and the dojo were one and the same, and were converged by Pangu based on a portion of the origin of the chaotic green lotus. Although it was not like the chaotic green lotus that had unrivaled offensive and defensive power, however, it allowed Hong Yuan to comprehend the power of laws faster. Perhaps Pangu and the Great Tao were also afraid that after the chaotic green lotus had been transformed into a host of magic treasures, Hong Yuan would seem uncomfortable staying somewhere else. At this time, Hong Yuan was also finally free to check his 3 Chaos Supreme treasures. Needless to say, the Chaos Bead and the world-destroying Great Mill were even more powerful after receiving 10% of the heaven-opening merit. And the change in the Qiankuan tripod was somewhat surprising to Hong Yuan. The Qiankuan tripod that was upgraded to a chaotic supreme treasure. Simply awesome. Let's put it this way. Even if he dug up a piece of earth and threw it in right now, it could be refined into an extreme innate spiritual treasure. If you add a little bit of heavenly material into it, an innate supreme treasure would be a breeze. Become a chaotic treasure of the Qiankuan tripod can also decompose and evolve all things. Not only magic treasures, pills, And even the Hongmeng purple chi can give you the refining out. And there would have to be requirements for the materials needed to refine a chaotic spiritual treasure. But with some effort, you can still find some materials that fulfill the requirements. Let's put it this way, with the Qiankuan tripod, there is no one richer than him in the entire flood. Background is really a good thing, Hong Yuan said with some emotion. Since the Qiankuan Ding's predecessor was the lotus flower of the chaotic green lotus, and in the entire flood, there would be no one who knew the chaotic green lotus better than him. So in the case of refining the Qiankuan tripod, Hong Yuan was also very relaxed. After refining the Qiankuan tripod, Hong Yuan also directly took out the enhancement origin that the system had rewarded him with earlier. Fuse it directly into your own body. Time is in a hurry, and the years pass. In the twinkling of an eye is the time of 3 quantitative robberies. During these 3 quantum kalpas of time, the grievous aura of those chaos demon gods remaining in the floodplains thinned out a few points. There is also a vague hint of more onion color in some places. Compared to the previous flood that did not have the slightest bit of vitality, it appeared to be much more delightful. And Hong Yuan also completely refined all 3 Chaos Supreme treasures completely in this time. In the middle of the depths of the Great Hall of Hong Yuan, that figure sitting on top of the lotus platform had changed radically. That is a look dressed in moonlight white robes like the immortal descending youth. The outline is clear like a knife carving like exquisite. Every line is just right. The sword eyebrow diagonally flying into the temples, although tightly closed eyes, but the eyebrow is revealing a dusty and unearthly meaning. The body is exuding a sense of self-confidence and dashing, especially the silk strands of the wind with the jade hairpin erected long hair, but also added a few points of charm to him. Another measure of time passed. The youth sitting on top of the green-colored lotus platform suddenly opened his eyes. What eyes those are! Deep, ancient, like a mysterious cold pool, dark and bright, as if hiding endless stars. Just one glance, one could not help but fall deep into it. There is no end, no beginning, no coming and going. The Tao has been divided since then. 1 life, 2 lives, 3,000 paths. The chaotic green lotus breeds 2 lives. The firstborn sun holds the axe and opens up heaven and earth, cleaving through the clear and the turbid with a lingering sound. The sound of rebuke resonates through the universe, and the humming of the 2 airs resonates in the Qiankuan. From now on the heights of heaven grow thicker, and there is a residual warmth in the first days of the flood. Pangu took pity on all things, so that there could be summer, autumn, winter and spring. A good backbone that stands on the ground for 10,000 feet, and turns into a mountain of circumference to protect all living beings. Above the mountain of Zhou, divine light appears, and the earth is filled with golden lotuses, the temple of the gods, the flooded abyss and the Pangea. 10,000 years of slumbering day and night. The stars turn and I wake up from my dream. I am the only one under the great Tao. Thanks to Yakumo Edge for his support. That youth's face was neither sad nor happy, only to see him suddenly open his mouth, and the sound of the Tao burst forth, announcing his existence to the great Tao as well as the entire flood. Hong Yuan's voice resounded throughout the floodplains. It also woke up a lot of people. Chapter 12 Where the Did I Go Wrong? Hong Yuan's proclamation resounded throughout the entire floodplain in an instant. It also woke up a lot of people. Even though, as today, the Tao was present, they still deduced the information of Hong Yuan. This was also there because Hong Yuan did not cover himself, and through the deduction, they also learned about Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan? Who is this? Pangu's brother? Does Pangu have a brother? Somewhere in the flood, a mass of pure to the extreme demonic chi suddenly erupted violently. Damn it, where the hell did this Hong Yuan come from? Why did it suddenly come out of the world? I haven't even transformed yet. In another place the hollow willows swayed in the wind, murmuring, Hong Yuan? I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse that this Hong Yuan has come out of the world. No, the old Taoist has to be prepared for this. A huge cricket that was hundreds of millions of feet long also felt an inexplicable pressure. No, I'll have to speed up to get out of the world. After saying that, he also picked up the small half of the mysterious fragment on the side and continued to enlighten himself. If those demon gods that survived saw this object, they would definitely be shocked. Isn't this the jade disc of creation? And in the hall of Hong Yuan, the gaze of the great Tao was also cast here. The gaze didn't carry the grandeur and solemnity of before, just softness. In an instant, 10,000 feet of divine light descended from every part of the entire Hong Yuan realm. This 10,000 feet of divine light transformed into a roiling divine rain, nourishing every part of the Hong Yuan realm. Countless green plants and spirits thus appeared, and began to grow rapidly in the blink of an eye. Within a short time, a huge tree had grown. In the face of the drooping love that descended from the avenue, there was a constant waving of greenery that seemed to rejoice and leap for joy. And that one living being, too, was gazing piously towards the center of the world in the flood abyss hall, kneeling and worshipping. It's like being on a pilgrimage. and in the hall of Hong Yuan, Hong Yuan also made a respectful bow towards the great Tao. Hong Yuan thanks Father. Vaguely, the spirits of the world seemed to see the great Tao nodding amiably and kindly, but after Hong Yuan made a bow, his eyes couldn't help but roll, so he tentatively asked, Father, you see, in the past, I don't know where I heard that it seems that in some places after a child's bar mitzvah, the father always prepares some gifts. You see, the child is now an accomplished mixed metaphysical great Luo golden immortal. Shouldn't you do something about it? Boom! After Hong Yuan finished speaking these words, a terrifying great Tao robbery thunder suddenly landed at the bottom of Hong Yuan's feet. This calamity thunderbolt instantly caused the entire Hong Yuan realm to stop time for that brief moment. It was as if all living beings had seen the most terrifying existence in the world. The whole mind couldn't stop trembling. There was only one thought in their minds at this point. Your Holiness, don't do it. We're scared. They were afraid that Hong Yuan would cause the great Tao to be unhappy and split them all to death. It's been a long time coming, and you're going to go back to the drawing board before you're even happy? And in the great hall, Hong Yuan couldn't help but skim his lips as he watched the seemingly powerful but actually half-damaging robber thunder that had just fallen. How petty. But it had to be said that he had just been taken aback by that great Tao's robbing thunder as well. But after seeing that the robbing thunder was merely empty of power, but in reality, it was only heard at best, couldn't help but sputter as well. After hearing Hong Yuan's tirade, Avenue couldn't help himself. Boom! Directly, a robbing thunderbolt fell on Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was instantly chopped. The whole person instantly became dark, looked extremely wretched, and instantly scattered his legs and ran. And no matter where Hong Yuan appeared, there was always a robbing thunderbolt that landed directly on his head. Not a big injury, but just extremely insulting. This situation instantly made all the living beings in the entire Flood Abyss realm even more afraid. The vegetation was fine, all of them huddled together. Their leaves didn't dare to open up, and those beings, moreover, dug a hole directly and buried themselves in it. Hide and shiver. I didn't see anything. Don't chop me. In the great hall of Hong Yuan. Father, don't chop. I was wrong. I was wrong. Hong Yuan ran and apologized with fear and sincerity at the same time. After hearing Hong Yuan's apology, it was only then that the great Tao finally put away the robbing thunder and also stopped splitting Hong Yuan. After just faintly sweeping Hong Yuan, he left. However, before leaving, he still dropped a spirit pool next to those 10 spiritual roots. Hong Yuan shrunk his head and slowly stood up only after feeling that the great Tao had left. After feeling the newly appeared spirit pool, Hong Yuan couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. No? What the is wrong with me? With just a slight wave of his hand, the wretchedness on his body suddenly disappeared. Once again, he regained his previous stripped-down appearance. The great Tao's falling robberies at best caused him to be a bit lousy, and it didn't affect him in the slightest. Even after taking a chop, Hong Yuan instead felt that the strength of his flesh body had even increased quite a bit instead. And when the great Tao had left, Hong Yuan slowly swept his gaze towards all the living beings in the Hong Yuan realm. In a flat tone, he said, 10,000 years from now, I will preach a sermon on the Hong Yuan mountain, and all beings born with spiritual wisdom can come and listen. In a flash, Hong Yuan's voice suddenly spread throughout the entire Hong Yuan realm. At this moment, all the living beings in the Flood Profound realm finally broke free from the fear they had just experienced and fell into a monstrous joy. One after another, they kept kowtowing and making pilgrimages in the direction of Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was also satisfied as he watched the performance of the living beings of the Hong Yuan realm. Although these beings were far inferior to the 3 clear ancestral witches and these people in terms of roots and feet. But nah, they came out early. Knowing that right now, I'm afraid that even Han Jun, Yang Mei, and the others have yet to come out of the world. Not to mention the 3 pristine ones. What's more, some servants were needed in the Flood Abyss realm to take care of it, and it was still better to use the beings born in the Flood Abyss realm. The only thing that was a bit bad was that these beings were a bit too weak in cultivation. Most of them were only at the Xinxian immortal realm. What a cap on the old cap. However, they can't be blamed. After all, they one don't have any too heaven-defying roots, and the second is just the great Tao unintentionally pointing out. Not to mention that most of the divine rain that the great Tao descended has been absorbed by the Flood Abyss realm. To be able to give birth to a spirit is already good. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years have passed. Although the 10,000 years was short, it also allowed Hong Yuan's realm to be completely stabilized at the second heaven of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element. One's strength was even enough to be comparable to the 5th sky of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. And more than 10 of the laws within his body were also enlightened by him to the second heaven of the mixed great Luo golden immortal, which was on par with his cultivation level. Hong Yuan then slowly opened his eyes as well. And at the bottom of Mount Hong Yuan, there were already 3,000 living beings waiting quietly. Among them were animals, as well as elves, spirits and plants of all shapes and sizes. It's a group of all kinds of gestures, but at this time these spirits, but not the slightest quarrel, without exception are quiet at the foot of the mountain, face full of piety, for fear of sending out a hint of movement caused the mountain that the supreme unhappy. Chapter 13 Sermon, Pangu Hall. Hong Yuan just sat still, and without the slightest hint, he directly opened his mouth and began to preach. What is the word? Without waiting for these people to think, Hong Yuan continued to speak. There are things mixed up. The first heaven and earth was born, but the image of the invisible, the fair underworld, the silence and indifference. Do not hear their voices. I am strong for the name. The word is said to be the road, the way of the Tao, high and unfathomable, bracked heaven and earth, endowed with the invisible, the original flow of the river, rushing but not full, turbid to the quiet Su Qing, the infinite, no day and night. With that, Hong Yuan paused. It also gives them time to absorb. A Yuan session rushed by, and every once in a while the aura of those 3,000 beings at the foot of the Hong Yuan mountain would become a little stronger. When a living being came across something that was unclear, Hong Yuan would also break it down and explain it one by one. And these beings, too, finally began to take shape. They also transformed into a child with red lips and white teeth according to Hong Yuan's image when they took shape. Hong Yuan looked at a chubby little doll and was in a happy mood. This Hong Yuan realm is finally somewhat popular. Happy as he was, Hong Yuan then talked about some more days as well. In this way, another Yuanhui's time passed before Hong Yuan stopped preaching. Looking at the crowd of little dolls, Hong Yuan also opened his mouth and smiled. This sermon ends here. I still need some people to take care of in my Hong Yuan Hall. If you are willing, you can be children in my Hong Yuan Hall as children. Hearing the words spoken by Hong Yuan, the group of children were instantly happy on the surface. They naturally would not be unwilling. You know this is a chance that no one else can even ask for. So he respectfully bowed down towards Hong Yuan. We are willing. Thank you, Dao Father. The reason why Hong Yuan was called Dao Zun was naturally because of the proclamation of Hong Yuan's emergence from the world. Someone then tentatively called Hong Yuan a Dao Father. However, after this call, the crowd realized that there was no difference between the great Dao and Hong Yuan. So the crowd of beings directly addressed Hong Yuan as Dao Zun. In the flood, a person's name is very telling. Some epithets are not for the unusual to take. In the light case, the qi dissipates. In the heavy case, the Dao dies and the body disappears. If you dare to answer it, the heavenly Dao and the great Dao will split you. But that doesn't include Hong Yuan himself. This is his house. He can't do whatever he wants. Not to mention the name of a regional Dao Father. As long as he didn't write on the head of the great Dao and all over it was no big deal. But after thinking about it, Hong Yuan still spoke up. You are after all my children. So you can just call me master from now on. After saying that, Hong Yuan waved his hand, granting the children and girls the branding of being able to go up the mountain. Afterwards, he left another sentence and left directly into the Hong Yuan realm. Air and so as my Hong Yuan temple's children. I in this day to give air and so on the mountain brand. By virtue of this brand, air and so since you can go to the mountain. For me to take care of everything on the mountain. The process of going up the mountain those steps is also a good thing for you. Air and so go. Greetings, your lordship. The group of children in the Hong Yuan realm bowed and cheered Hong Yuan. After Hong Yuan left the Hong Yuan Hall, he also appeared in the belly of Mount Zhou. And there was also a shrine standing next to the Hall of the Flooded Abyss. It is the Pangu Temple. As he looked at this divine hall, a few nostalgic looks also appeared on Hong Yuan's face. Big brother. Taking a deep breath, Hong Yuan also walked directly into the Pangu Hall. In the Pangu Hall, it wasn't as brilliant and grand as in his Hong Yuan Hall, and it was even a bit simple. You can see it in this as well. How much Pangu really favored this brother of his. In the Pangu Hall, Pangu's heart also seemed to sense Hong Yuan's arrival, and his heartbeat became more and more deafening, as if he was rejoicing. Big brother, I've finally transformed. Isn't that cool? Along with Hong Yuan's greeting, the Pangu Palace also began to hum, as if responding to Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan looked at his eldest brother's heart and smiled a little more. He vaguely sensed a strand of his eldest brother's undissolved brand from his heart. Sure enough, eldest brother hadn't lied to him. Eldest brother had just fallen asleep, and not far from Pangu's heart, there was a pool of blood with 12 drops of essence blood floating on it. These are the 12 ancestral witches of the future. At this point in time, they had not yet been born spiritually intelligent. Looking at the later 12 ancestral witches, Hong Yuan couldn't help but start thinking about whether or not to get a Yuanshen for the 12 ancestral witches. After all, the 12 ancestral witches had yet to take form and come out of the world now. This was not a difficult task for Hong Yuan. Forget it, it's better to wait until they are born spiritually. Otherwise how can we make these guys remember how good Uncle Tu is to them? So after Hong Yuan made his decision, he didn't leave in a hurry, but stayed in the Pango Hall for 1,000 years. In this millennium, Hong Yuan also narrated his passage through this period of time. He also told Pangu about the chop he had received not long ago, though Hong Yuan wasn't sure if Big Brother could hear it. Still, he was happy to do so, and even added fuel to the fire, so that Pangu would come to his senses sooner, and then the two of them would take Thunder to the avenue for a beating as well. 10,000 years passed like this, and Hong Yuan stood up. Big Brother, well, I'm going out to see our home, so I'll come back and tell you what's fun then. After saying that, Hong Yuan also left the place, walked out of Chusan. At this time, the floodplains, although the resentment and demonic aura was still raging, but it's already much thinner than when heaven and earth were first divided. But even if it was much thinner, it was still not something that existences below the great Luo Golden Immortals could touch. And in the midst of all the famous mountains, there is an extra touch of lush green. However, if he wanted to give birth to a living being, Hong Yuan estimated that it would still take 1 or 2 quantum culpas to do so. Thus, Hong Yuan also began to travel up to the floodplains. Soon, Hong Yuan decided on the next place. That would be to go to Kunlun Mountain and hang out first. After all, the 12 ancestral witches had met, and there was always a need to see the 3 Qing, wasn't there? So after determining the location, Hong Yuan rushed towards Kunlun, even though Kunlun was not far from Zhou Mountain. With Hong Yuan's cultivation of the second heaven of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal, surprisingly, he had walked for a full 100 years. Although he didn't push his full strength, his cultivation was here after all, and he could instantly move hundreds of light years in the twinkling of an eye. But that was all it took him, a full 100 years. But on second thought, it's normal. After all, Big Brother's opening of the flood was done with the entire chaos. How big chaos was, he didn't know. Perhaps it was only possible to appear everywhere in an instant when one had reached the realm of a Big Brother like that. Hey, my house is pretty big otherwise. Hong Yuan mumbled a little. At this time, Hong Yuan had also finally arrived in front of the Kunlun Mountains. At this time, the Kunlun Mountain has not yet come out. The whole body is covered by a mist, can only vaguely see its prototype. However, it was difficult for Hong Yuan. Just by waving his hand slightly, a gap appeared in that mist. Hong Yuan also walked straight in. Other than that, the Kunlun Mountains are worthy of being the ancestor of all mountains and the place of great blessings, as they are called in later times, especially now that the Kunlun Mountains had not yet come out of the world. The aura contained therein could be described as thick to the extreme. Below a great Luo Golden Immortal, it was really difficult to stand here and move an inch. Hong Yuan wasn't in a hurry, so he just walked slowly and leisurely towards the mountain. Soon, he stopped in front of the 3 clearances hidden grand formation. As he moved his mind, his entire body also appeared directly inside the large formation. Chapter 14, Taoist Yang Mei. Inside the formation, there was a lotus pond, with a green lotus quietly staying in the center of the pond. This was the mature lotus seed that was transformed into the chaotic green lotus after it was separated. The name is the green lotus of creation. It is specific to send treasures to the 3 Qing, and when the 3 Qing takes form, it will also be the time for this green lotus of creation to turn into treasures. And above the lotus platform of the green lotus of creation, 3 small Yuanshan floated in the air. The moment these 3 little Yuanshans felt Hong Yuan's appearance, they instantly flew to Hong Yuan's side, constantly rubbing against him. It's not because they'd developed a spiritual mind. Rather, it was because they felt a sense of closeness in Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan and Pangu have the same root and origin. It wasn't even close to Pangu in terms of breath. This was also the reason why these 3 little Yuanshans would run over to rub against Hong Yuan as soon as he appeared. Looking at the 3 Qing who kept rubbing against him, Hong Yuan's face gradually became rather strange. How these 3 nephews rub their pants legs feels weird. It always feels a bit like your own pet. After thinking about it, Hong Yuan directly activated the laws of mirror to save this scene. At that time, when the 3 pristine ones had emerged, he would be able to speak towards them as well. Look, I used to visit you when you were little, and you were so clingy, rubbing up against me. I also don't know if the 3 Qing's face will look very good when the time comes, but seeing the 3 little ones being so clingy, Hong Yuan as the second uncle naturally needed to take care of them. So he inputted several strands of chaotic qi that had been purified by himself towards each of the 3 little ones. With this chaotic qi, I'm sure the 3 Qings should have come out a little earlier. After receiving the chaotic qi given by Hong Yuan, the 3 little Yuanshan also rushed back to the lotus platform of the green lotus of creation and began to absorb the several strands of chaotic qi. Hong Yuan nodded after seeing this scene. Then, after surveying the area, he too turned away. Hong Yuan then went to look at the Queen Mother of the West next door. The Queen Mother of the West wasn't as close to him as the 3 pristine ones. Instead, she started to shiver after seeing him. The whole thing made Hong Yuan a little embarrassed. It always feels like a bit of bullying of children in general. Shouldn't be considered a child yet. Counting. As an egg? For the subsequent amount of time, Hong Yuan had been traveling throughout the flood wasteland. When you come across a formation sheltered no matter what, you have to go in and take a look. What? You call that rude? Come on, it's his house. Does he need to think that much when he's a host just strolling around? One or two of them didn't pay his rent. Hong Yuan is already doing well by not kicking them out. Okay? In these days, when he came across those who caught his eye, Hong Yuan gave some benefits. As for revolting, not yet. After all, the great gods he had encountered hadn't even been born spiritually yet, and no one would give him the stink eye. What can he know about an unformed embryo? The little life is quite easy. One day, Hong Yuan suddenly had a premonition. His gaze slowly looked in a direction, and the corner of his mouth pulled up slightly, revealing a smile. I didn't realize that another old friend had come out of the woodwork. Let's just say it's worthy of him. Feeling Hong Yuan's gaze cast over, Yang Mei couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart at once. Bad. How come this guy Hong Yuan suddenly appeared here? I'm afraid that the old Taoist is going to suffer today. No, the old road must hurry and run. Just after Yang Mei was ready to hurry up and move away, a palm rested directly on top of his shoulder. Don't go away, Yang Mei. Don't you welcome my father? Yang Mei's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, somewhat incredulously looking at Hong Yuan who was resting on his shoulders. How is that possible? As the one who controls the laws of space. Although he was only at the peak cultivation level of a Deluo Golden Immortal nowadays, he was after all a mixed Taiji Golden Immortal before, plus his familiarity with the laws of space. Even if one was a mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal, it would not be so bad that one would not even notice a hint of it when someone touched their side. And when he perceived a trace of his surroundings, the expression on his face instantly became even more horrified. Spatial laws of the old path? You actually majored in the laws of space? Isn't the Hong Yuan in front of you Pangu's brother? How come you're practicing the laws of space? And judging from the extent of this spatial law, it far exceeded his current level of control. With his eyes, he was naturally able to see Hong Yuan's strength today. At most, it was just the second or third level of the mixed metamorphosis Great Luo Golden Immortal. Hong Yuan laughed. What? You, Yang Mei, are worried that I'll steal your space demon god's name? Yang Mei also calmed down at this time. It looked like Hong Yuan didn't have the feeling that he was going to make a move on him, and he couldn't help but feel relieved in his heart. And the face of Hong Yuan's jokes. Yang Mei just bitterly shook his head. This is not just the old Taoist thought that Taoist friends will be majoring in the law of force. After all, before the Pango Taoist friends is to this law will be our extinction. If not, the old Taoist pulled down the face of the old Taoist friends begging Pango Taoist friends to let us off. I'm afraid the old Taoist would have already Tao death body eliminated. Hong Yuan looked some slightly surprised. Oh? I thought like Yang Mei you will always hold a grudge against my big brother. It looks so cheerful? This is not like you space demon god. Hearing Hong Yuan's words, Yang Mei's face became more and more bitter. Fellow Taoists, don't tease the old Taoist. Nowadays there's no such thing as a space demon god. There's only a Taoist Yang Mei. As for Pango Taoist friend, in fact, we all understand that this calamity is destiny, which does not blame him. Blame can only be blamed on our skills are not as good as others. Speaking of this, Yang Mei couldn't help but pause and look at Hong Yuan with some curiosity. I wonder if there's one thing I can ask you, fellow Taoist, to clear up for old Tao? He was curious as to why Hong Yuan was able to stay out of the previous calamity. Although Hong Yuan was Pangu's younger brother, he was the same chaos demon god. There was no reason why Hong Yuan would be able to escape in the face of the infinite quantity of evolution. Even if Pangu couldn't lay his hands on them, weren't there other chaos demon gods here? In the face of Yang Mei's inquiry, Hong Yuan directly laughed and said decisively, I can't. He also knew what Yang Mei wanted to ask, but he couldn't say that he was originally an interloper coming over. Let's not talk about the fact that he hadn't even taken form and come out of the world before. This calamity didn't have his name in the first place. He was up before he chose to go in. Young eyebrows. Hong Yuan patted Yang Mei's shoulder, thoughtfully said, Lao Yang about this matter, I simply say 2 sentences. You understand on the line. In a word, this matter then, now is this situation. Specifically, I believe that you can also say so a few sentences, perhaps. You hear is not very understandable, but the meaning is so a meaning. You don't have to guess what you don't know. It's useless to guess too much. I just want to say that I know what I know, and I won't explain more what I don't know. After all, it's good to know yourself. You guys don't come to ask me how. The karma involved in it is too big. Talking about it won't do you or me any good. So I can only say that those who understand it all understand it. Those who understand naturally realize. Those who don't understand no matter what won't understand. But the most crucial thing is that those who understand in here are all enlightened by themselves. Can you understand? Hearing this, Yang Mei raised his eyebrows, then gradually became twisted. How to say it? Hong Yuan's words sounded a bit uninformative at first, but when listening carefully, it seemed like there was a lot of content in them. Thinking about it more, I was surprised to come to some realization. At this moment, Yang Mei's state of mind actually made some progress. Only after a long time did Yang Mei take a long breath and very solemnly bowed towards Hong Yuan. Yang Mei has been taught. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Hong Yuan? No, what did you realize? I'm Bulting you. Chapter 15, just a little bit better off. However, Hong Yuan didn't show anything on the surface, but just nodded slightly calmly. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be polite. It's a good thing for me that you've gained something. After that, Hong Yuan also came with Yang Mei to the middle of Yang Mei's dojo. After sitting down, Yang Mei also poured a cup of spirit tea for Hong Yuan. Although this spiritual tea is not a chaotic spiritual root, it is quite flavorful. You may as well try it. Hong Yuan sniffed and also picked up the spirit tea in front of him and took a sip. This drink was a sight to behold. It's still green apple flavored. It's kind of like drinking apple juice. As for the role of spiritual tea, it was rather secondary. When Yang Mei saw Hong Yuan's expression, he also opened his mouth and laughed. If you like it, I can give you its tea tree. Forget it, it's okay to taste it once in a while. It's too much. Hong Yuan waved his hand. Then he put the teacup down, smiled at Yang Mei, and asked, I wonder what insights fellow Taoist Yang Mei has about this flood. Seeing this, Yang Mei also knew that this was about Hong Yuan's attitude towards himself, so after hesitating for a moment, he also voiced his opinion. Lao Dao is actually still quite satisfied with this change. Although we were born in the chaos, but if it is possible, I still like this kind of day. You also know that although the chaos is good, but it is some quite dead. What's more, today's flood, with the power of the laws of the 3,000 demon gods as well as the corpses to enhance it, coupled with the payoffs of the Pango Taoist friend's body transforming into all things, in the future the flood may not have no opportunity to transcend out, and we may be able to have some enlightenment and take a step forward by practicing here. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan's expression also became a bit more playful as he sized up Yang Mei and laughed. I didn't think that you, Taoist Yang Mei, would be so optimistic about the flood. It really surprised me a bit. Yang Mei smiled at his words. Isn't it the same for fellow Taoists? Hong Yuan lifted the teacup and took a sip again. I'm not the same as you. After all, this flood is my big brother wasted thousands of hard work to open up. I as a little brother, should help him take care of it, not to mention that this flood and I still have some relationship. Or else why do you think that this flood is called the flood? When Yang Mei heard this, she froze for a moment. The flood abyss? The flood? After mumbling a few times in his mind, a sudden realization also dawned on Yang Mei's face. I can't believe he didn't think of this karma. That's it. Pangu also took a word from the name of Hong Yuan when he named the flood. I have to say, Pangu really loved Hong Yuan as his sibling. He is aware that by virtue of this karma, Hong Yuan was the destined half-master of the flood. As for why half? It all depends on what Hong Yuan plans to do subsequently. Thinking of this, Yang Mei also couldn't help but envy Hong Yuan a little. Fellow Taoist is really enviable. It's nothing. It's just a little bit better life. It's not worth mentioning. It's not worth mentioning. Hong Yuan waved his hand casually, as if it was like a small thing that was not worth mentioning. Young eyebrows. If he hadn't been unable to Hong Yuan, he would have had to give Hong Yuan 2 slaps in the face today. See how you talk like a human being? After half a day of silence, Yang Mei slowly stifled a sentence. Fellow Taoist, is still really spontaneous. Hong Yuan raised an eyebrow. After all, your own home, how to have fun, how to come. A little bit more casual can also be more comfortable. Young eyebrows. In the face of Hong Yuan's second goal, he was surprisingly a little unsure of how to take it, and only barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Started drinking tea. Don't tell me. This tea, it's really tea. Hong Yuan watched as the space demon god, who was famous in the chaos, was rendered speechless by himself, and his heart was overjoyed. But the fact that Yang Mei didn't pick up on his words also made him feel a little bored. It's not easy to run into an acquaintance. It's not a good idea to sit around like this all the time. So Hong Yuan thought about it and also opened his mouth to suggest, fellow Taoist Yang Mei, why don't we have a discussion? After all, Yang Mei is a space demon god. Although after its body dissolution, a heal as well as the control of the laws of space is not as great as before. A person's cultivation has only just managed to retrain to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. However, it was one of the few chaos demon gods that had retained the memories of their previous life. The insight into the laws of space was still far above him. Yang Mei sniffed, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up more. So what if you have a higher cultivation level than him? So what if you have a big background? In terms of spatial laws, Hong Yuan was just a younger brother. Rather than discussing the Tao, in Yang Mei's opinion, Hong Yuan was more like asking him for advice. But well, Yang Mei was also happy to instruct Hong Yuan. After all, Hong Yuan is not like them. These body fell to repair the chaos demon god. In the previous infinite amount of kulpa did not enter the kulpa. A root script source has not been damaged. Coupled with as the flood of the heavens set the majority of the master. According to the heavenly chances he deduced, the flood would definitely evolve a rule in the future. With the rules of the avenue that way, it can also be called the rule of heaven. However, even if the heavenly Tao evolved later on in the flood, I'm afraid that it might not necessarily be able to compare to the flood abyss in terms of power of speech. So in Yang Mei's opinion, it was only a matter of time before Hong Yuan rose to power. Befriending him would be a good thing for one's subsequent development in the floodlands. I would not dare to refuse. Hong Yuan, after seeing Yang Mei agree, also directly evolved the spatial laws that he had comprehended. Yang Mei saw this and was not conservative. To Hong Yuan, he offered his own advice as well as his own sense of the laws of space. In this way, the two of them discussed the Tao for several Yuanhui sessions. After this discourse, Yang Mei's view of Hong Yuan had also changed. He had originally thought that this discourse was more about himself guiding Hong Yuan, but he hadn't expected that all of Hong Yuan's views on certain details would be profitable to him. Once again, after a meta session, Yang Mei looked at Hong Yuan in front of him, and also couldn't help but sigh with emotion. If you, Taoist friend, had come out some time earlier, I'm afraid that the space demon god would have been replaced a long time ago. Hong Yuan waved his hand and laughed. Forget it, I'm a bit of a mixed cultivator, so it's useless to give me this name. Hearing what Hong Yuan said, Yang Mei froze for a moment. Fellow Taoist cultivates other laws? Fellow Taoist doesn't know? Hong Yuan also froze. He thought that the argumentation should have been more or less guessed by Yang Mei over the years. And seeing this surprised look on Yang Mei's face, he realized that it seemed as if he had overestimated Yang Mei. On second thought, that's normal. After all, the current Yang Mei was only at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and it was impossible to probe him as a mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal no matter how powerful he was. Hong Yuan then thought about it and also directly evolved the law of force. Seeing the laws of force evolved by Hong Yuan, Yang Mei's face instantly changed. His heart filled with horror, and he couldn't help but scream out, "Laws of force?" Feeling this power again, Yang Mei seemed to see the man who held the heaven-opening axe and killed the sky and the earth, shattering the chaos. Even after countless years of experience, Yang Mei still somewhat felt a chill on his back. Chapter 16, I can't. I'm moving. And in the face of Yang Mei's shock, Hong Yuan just wore a smile on his face. Didn't say much. It just beckoned again, evolving the laws of time. Then Yang Mei, who had not yet calmed down, once again lost her voice and shouted, "Fellow Taoist timer's law of time." Hong Yuan skimmed his lips. That's just how far he's gotten. Then with a wave of his hand, he united the 10 or so laws that he had comprehended to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed element. The laws of formation, the law of martial arts, the law of wind. The power of more than 10 laws of the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortals made Yang Mei's entire body look much duller. Half the time, he didn't come back to his senses, and always muttered something under his breath. How is that possible? Until now, he had never been able to figure out how one person could have so many laws in them at the same time. And every single one of them has been enlisted to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal. Even before, as a chaos demon god, it was also difficult as hell to try to comprehend the second law. Although it was possible to evolve other law powers with the space law, that was not really a law path after all. If one were to say that there was anyone in the chaos who could achieve this step, it would only be the half-step Great Tao realm of Pangu and the Great Tao. The Great Avenues are not to be mentioned. After all, the 3,000 Great Avenues are all evolved by him. Pancake, on the other hand, was reluctant. He thought that it would be enough for him to follow one law of force. No matter how much law power he had, he would just crush it with one force. One axe is not enough. Then another. What Yang Mei didn't know was that they, the innate chaos gods and demons, could control a complete Tao law from the very beginning though, but it's also a bondage that will increase the limitations of their subsequent paths a million times over. Unless they can go down a path like Pangea. Who cares what laws? Just use your own law path to break all laws. And Hong Yuan was relieved when he looked at Yang Mei, who was in a daze. It was fortunate that he hadn't evolved nearly 300 laws in one brain. Otherwise, the Yang Mei in front of us will go crazy. Suddenly, Yang Mei raised his head to look at Hong Yuan, his face somewhat maniacal as he asked, "Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, I wonder if fellow Taoist Pangu, he has really fallen." Hong Yuan's tea drinking motion stopped when he heard this, only to see him slowly put down the teacup in his hand. a playful expression on his face. Guess? Hong Yuan didn't say anything, but it was like he said everything. Yang Mei also couldn't help but stare at the situation. And then the next second was also a sudden maniacal laugh. I knew it. I knew it. In a flash, Yang Mei's aura suddenly climbed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had directly broken through to the mixed golden immortal. When Hong Yuan saw the scene, he was also somewhat quite surprised in his heart. Although chaos demon gods like Yang Mei were far faster in their cultivation speed than the rest of the living beings in their cultivation because of their previous lives. But that's a little too fast. Out of this world is long gone. And the cultivation enhancement is still so outrageous. Boredom Hong Yuan also deduced a bit. It was only after some wasted effort that Hong Yuan was surprised to realize that Luo and the others hadn't even come out yet. And looking at Yang Mei, who was already a mixed golden immortal in front of him, Hong Yuan was also a bit emotional. Young eyebrows is worthy of being young eyebrows. They say time is not out. Space is king. Sure enough, it's a step above Luo. 5 elements, cause and effect, Qian Kuan, and the others. As for Hong Jun, he was at best an upper middle level among the previous 3,000 demon gods. It was just a fluke to get a small fragment of the jade disk of creation. This is the only way to gain a slight upper hand in cultivation. He guessed that he was afraid that when he was in the chaos before, Yang Mei had left a back way for himself. That's what allowed him to retain far more than anyone else. After all, Yang Mei is in charge of the laws of space. This thing is really determined to hide. Even if Big Brother Pango wants to find him, I'm afraid it will take some effort. And it was only after a Yuan Hui's time had passed that Yang Mei finally stabilized his own cultivation. With that, he turned his gaze to Hong Yuan, who was on the side, lightly laughed. Yang Mei here to thank you, to solve a troubled me for a long time difficult problem, to trouble you to wait a long time. Hong Yuan also just laughed. Nothing, there's nothing to do with idleness anyway. However, Yang Mei was very solemn. This is a favor I owe to fellow Taoist. Ha ha, then I'll eat this favor of your old Jan for the rest of my life. Hearing Hong Yuan's words, Yang Mei also had a few more smiles on her face. Not afraid of owing a favor, but afraid of Hong Yuan not wanting this favor. Since Hong Yuan was willing to let himself owe him a favor, it also showed that he, Hong Yuan, should have no ill will towards himself. Just as Yang Mei was thinking, Hong Yuan also slowly stood up. Well, since you've made a breakthrough, old Yang, it's time for me to continue traveling through the flood. But Hong Yuan suddenly paused when he said this. Do you want to come along? Yang Mei also lightly stroked his beard in the face of Hong Yuan's suggestion, and without much hesitation, he spoke with a smile on his face. It's good to meet some old friends. Hong Yuan was also in a good mood. Finally there was one more person on the road who could relieve the boredom. Other than that, he still had a pretty good feeling about Yang Mei as a person. Strong and knows what to do. It was completely different from the kind of one-dimensional people like Luo and the Chaos Demon Ape. It would be nice to have them look after the flood for themselves in the future. Subsequently, the two of them, Hong Yuan and Yang Mei, also began to travel in pairs. Yang Mei looked at the flood in front of him, and the flat a few points of lush green is also cannot help but feel a sigh of emotion. No matter how many times I see it, it's still overwhelming. Hong Yuan also knew that the probability was that Yang Mei was talking about the greatness of Big Brother Pangu. Yes, this move by Big Brother is unprecedented, and the latter will be hard to come by. It is important to realize that creating a living being at this time is not at all as easy as it will be later on in the flood. And what about Pangu, who created more than tens of thousands of communities? It was also because of the fact that there was Big Brother Pangu who blazed the trail from nothing that the demeanor of Nuwa, Styx, and others came to be in the future. Since Yang Mei's breath on those old friends was far above Hong Yuan's, so Hong Yuan also asked Yang Mei to lead the way. With Yang Mei leading the way, another amount of time passed. On the way, Hong Yuan and Yang Mei really met quite a few old friends. Karma, 5 elements, Mixed Peng, and others. Although these people who were left behind by the Chaos Demon God before were hidden deeper, they still couldn't escape the pursuit of Yang Mei, the traitor. And so the two men divided the work very clearly, with Yang Mei leading the way. Hong Yuan was in charge of breaking the big formation, and just like Hong Yuan's previous guess, these people had only just succeeded in transforming into forms. A person's cultivation level was only in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. It's estimated to be 2 or 3 measurements of time before it comes out. Hong Yuan felt a little inexplicably amused when he thought of the green and purple expressions of these people when they saw himself and Yang Mei. But thinking about it, in his place, if he were to suddenly realize one day that 2 people far above his cultivation level had appeared in his dojo out of nowhere, who wouldn't be scared? If you were an ordinary person, I'm afraid you would have thought about moving. But it was pretty interesting. It was rare to see these chaos demon gods look so out of sorts. Just what Hong Yuan didn't know was that it was not long after they had left. There was only one thought in the minds of causality. 5 elements, and mixed pang. No, I'm moving. Chapter 17. Luo Shu was confused, but Hong Yuan didn't do anything to the causal few, even argued with them a bit. They exchanged a few words with each other and then left. Several more meta sessions passed. Hong Yuan and Yang Mei also finally arrived in front of Mount Sumeru. Looking at the large formation that firmly hid Mount Sumeru, Hong Yuan also grinned and raised an eyebrow towards Yang Mei. Fellow Daoist Yang Mei, it's time for you to perform. Hearing this, Yang Mei couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't know what Hong Yuan's intention was in making him do this. It's obvious that you can just barge right in. It has to be redundant. But after thinking about it, he still walked forward as Hong Yuan had said before. Toward Mount Sumeru, he shouted, Luo hometown, open the door. We're here to send warmth. And in Mount Sumeru, Luo Shuji, who was still in seclusion. He also awoke after sensing the movement outside the grand formation. After taking a look at the outside of the large formation, Luo Shujio, who has already transformed into a form, immediately changed his face, and his heart was shocked that Yang Mei's cultivation had recovered so quickly, but he was also a little confused. Why these two guys? Why did these two suddenly run to my Sumeru mountain? Is it to take a shot at me? Or to come and fool around in front of me? But looking at the two Hong Yuan outside the big formation, Luo vaguely felt that these two should not be here to deal with him, since it wasn't a strike against him. It was either coming to him for help or to fool around in front of him, but for either purpose, Law didn't like it. Which of the two people in front of him was not above him in cultivation? What could he, a yet-to-be-born, do that even they couldn't? As for that latter purpose, he, Law, was the cutie pie. Only then would he watch the two fool around in front of him. So after thinking about it, Luo directly rightly ignored it. Anyway, he was hiding inside the grand formation. It was impossible for the two of them, Hong Yuan and Yang Mei, to directly destroy his grand formation. This great formation was, after all, a manifestation of the rules of the flood. It's to take care of them, the beings who have not yet come into existence. Even if Hong Yuan was a mixed great Luo golden immortal, it wasn't something that could be broken so easily. Unless Hong Yuan was willing to directly destroy the entire Sumeru mountain vein. But then Hong Yuan would have to carry a huge karma. In severe cases, they may even be ostracized by the flood. As long as Hong Yuan was a normal person, he wouldn't directly break into the big formation the hard way. Thinking of this, Luo was also relieved. Good, do it. And outside the grand formation, Hong Yuan was also betting with Yang Mei. Old Yang, do you think Luo will let us in? Yang Mei sniffed, also stroked his beard, pondered. Should be, after all, the same chaos demon gods who survived by fluke. He and we are also considered old friends. Since we are at the door, I think Luo Shuo he will not close the door. When Hong Yuan heard this, he raised his eyebrows and laughed. In that case, then I'll bet that he won't come out. As for the bet, just help the other party with one thing that he can do. Yang Mei sniffed, although he was a little surprised as to why Hong Yuan would look at Luo Shuo in this way. But still, he smiled and answered. However, Yang Mei's heart sighed with emotion. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan, I'm not polite about this bet, but after waiting like this for a few days, Luo Shu in Mount Sumeru never responded. This also made Yang Mei a bit anxious at once. Fellow Daoist Luo, I have no ill will with fellow Daoist Hong Yuan, so why don't you come out and save? But no matter how Yang Mei persuaded, there was never a response from Mount Sumeru. This also made Yang Mei's heart grow cold. A few more days passed. Yang Mei looked at Hong Yuan, who was always smiling beside him, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan, it's the old Taoist who is lost. Hearing this, Hong Yuan didn't say anything more. It just came in front of the big formation and started to break it. His laws of formation were not weak, plus he was Hong Yuan. Naturally, flood would not resist him. Not only did he not resist, but he even vaguely felt like helping Hong Yuan to lift the formation. As a result, in just a few short breaths, the great formation outside Mount Sumeru directly broke open a gap. Looking at the gap in front of him, Hong Yuan had a more playful look on his face. Let's go. I'm now curious about what Luo's expression was when he saw us. Yang Mei was also a little excited when she heard this. He also couldn't wait to see Luo's awkward face. You're not going anywhere, are you? You're not answering, are you? I'd like to see if you, Luo Shuo, can still maintain the original unruly and untamed later. With that, Yang Mei didn't hesitate and followed Hong Yuan as he directly stepped inside. Sumeru Mountain is sitting in the 12 products of the extinction of the Black Lotus Luo somehow. Suddenly palpitation. Always feel a kind of bad premonition. Could it be that Hong Yuan and those two were actually planning to force their way through the formation regardless? Aren't they afraid of being ostracized by the flood and implicated by karma? Thinking of this, Luo then opened his eyes directly. This time, When he opened his eyes, he immediately saw the two figures that appeared in front of him, was watching him quietly with a smile on his face. For a moment, Luo's mind actually went blank for an instant. No, why did these two come in all of a sudden? What about this old man's big formation? How come there's no response? Looking at the change of expression on Luo's face, Yang Mei's heart was finally much more comfortable, only to see him looking at Luo Shua with a kind face, smilingly asking, "Fellow Daoist Luo Shua, it seems like you're a bit surprised to see us." Luo's face darkened as he sniffed, so he did not have the good sense to say, "Yang Mei, less yin and yang here. Speak up, what is it that you are looking for this old ancestor?" Luo's words seemed to be addressed to Yang Mei, but his eyes were always on Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan is not the same as Yang Mei. Yang Mei, after all, was more or less friends with him, but Hong Yuan was different. Luo neither has any friendship with him. Instead, because of Pangu's sake, barely say a sentence as a hostile camp is not too much. After all, he had died at the hands of Pangu before, although he knew that it was Pangu who had let him off the hook, otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to live again. Moreover, he could see that the two of them, Hong Yuan and Yang Mei, were dominated by Hong Yuan. And Hong Yuan was also observing the Luo Shu in front of him at this time, who would be known as the demon ancestor in the future. Facing Luo's gaze, Hong Yuan also laughed and explained, "Luo, you don't have to worry. This father has no malice. If he really has malice, this father would have already made a move on you and wouldn't have waited until now." Luo sniffed and frowned even more. "Hong Yuan, have something to say. If it's nothing, don't blame this old ancestor for sending the guests away." The smile on Hong Yuan's face gradually tightened in the face of Luo's mixed-up behavior. "Luo Shu, your attitude makes this honored one a bit uncomfortable. His grandmother's hammer. My big brother is kind enough to let you off the hook, and now you have the audacity to throw shade at him? Simply not putting him, Hong Yuan, in his eyes." After saying that, only Hong Yuan waved his hand casually, and the laws of formation instantly manifested and directly shrouded the surrounding tens of millions of miles in it, so as not to affect Mount Sumeru when he beats up Luo himself later. The laws of formation? Luo was a bit surprised that Hong Yuan cultivated the laws of formation. No wonder he was able to break through the big formation so quickly. But before Luo could return to his senses, Hong Yuan then directly activated his laws of force without saying a word. It was directly drawn towards Luo. Luo hadn't even reacted yet and was instantly slapped away by Hong Yuan, only to see Luo spitting blood from his mouth. His entire body was jerked out a million miles. At this time, Luo's brain was still confused. No, why did he do it all of a sudden? Is this appropriate? It's not appropriate. Chapter 18, as an old friend, I must help out. But before he had time to think much, only to see that in the next second, he was once again grabbed back by Hong Yuan out of thin air. The law of force transformed into a whip of the great Tao and directly lashed at Luo. Pop! That law of force was like a sharp blade that drilled straight into the Yuanshan, and every swipe on Luo Shua's body caused him to let out a dull hiss. Ah! At this moment, Luo seemed to see Pangu's shadow in Hong Yuan. When Pangu was like this, destroying the world towards him was a messy chop, but the only difference is that Pangu was holding an axe in the first place, and what Hong Yuan was using was a whip. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not like Law didn't try to fight back, but he just wanted to activate his magic treasure. Hong Yuan just moved his mind, and a large grinding wheel appeared behind him. The moment this round of the great mill appeared, just a hint of breath emanating from it. Then it made Luo's magic treasure as if it had gone out, no longer able to catalyze it in the slightest. And Yang Mei, who was on the side, couldn't help but gulp his saliva the moment he saw the appearance of this dun mill. What's with this huge weapon? Boy, this is too much of a bully. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan. But at the same time, there was some envy in his heart. I didn't expect Pangu to leave the world-destroying Great Mill to fellow Daoist Hong Yuan. It was just that what he didn't know was that the Great Mill of Extinction was originally bestowed upon Hong Yuan by the Great Tao. Before that, it was just lent to Pangu for use, and Law after the magic treasure was no longer useful. It then began to use its own mana to resist, but there was no way he was too far behind Hong Yuan nowadays. This was the case even if he was the famous demon god of demons before. He was like a doll being casually manipulated by Hong Yuan. But the more this happened, the anger in Luo's heart only became more raging. It was clear that Hong Yuan could destroy himself with just a wave of his hand, but Hong Yuan didn't do that. Instead, the long whip evolved from the laws of force smacked him. This is simply bullying. Hong Yuan, if you have the guts, just destroy this old ancestor. What are you doing? Hazing me? At those words, the movement of Hong Yuan's hand also paused. Somewhat surprised to look at Luo Shuhu. Not Luo Shuhu, what are you thinking? Could it be that I am bullying you is not an obvious thing? Yang Mei couldn't help herself at once. Hearing the mocking sounds coming from Yang Mei, Luo's heart was filled with hatred. If he hadn't fallen before. Hong Yuan's district is just a mixed Yuan de Luo Jinxie and also dares to bully him like this. It's really a tiger falling down and being bullied by a dog. If it is still in chaos, with a strength like Hong Yuan's, he could exterminate a large group by blowing on it. But then he suddenly remembered that Pangu seemed to be Hong Yuan's eldest brother. Oh, that's alright. At this time, Hong Yuan also finally withdrew his hand. Law was instantly relieved. Although Hong Yuan had no real intention of exterminating him, the long whip evolved by that law of force was really painful. Even he couldn't withstand the pain that went straight to his Yuanshen. But it was a grudge he took. He Luo had to avenge it. And when the time came, he would definitely hang Hong Yuan and whip him, smoke a measure or two and then release him. Just at this time, Hong Yuan also vaguely pre-monitored Luo Shuju's thoughts, only to see him smile and look towards Luo Shuju. His tone was very calm. Luo Shuju friend, this honored one seems to sense that you have some very bold ideas. Why don't you tell us about it? And as an old friend, I'll help the field. Luo didn't respond either. He just snorted coldly and then returned to his black lotus of extinction. Speak up, Hong Yuan Yang Mei. I'm sure the two of you wouldn't come to my Sumeru mountain for no reason. What exactly do you want? Hong Yuan spread his hands and looked at Luo Shu with a surprised face. Nothing just came over to see an old friend. As soon as Hong Yuan said this, a monstrous demonic aura that was pure to the extreme instantly erupted from Luo Shua's body. Hong Yuan, are you playing me? Where did I fool you? It's really the truth. If you don't believe me, ask Yang Mei. If it wasn't for your foul mouth, I wouldn't bother to beat you up. Yang Mei also spoke up at this time. Fellow Taoist Luo Shua, you've misunderstood. We really are just holding the intention of traveling through the floodplains, and we just happened to find your scent, so we came to take a look at you. Luo looked at Yang Mei's very sincere old face and fell into silence. So he stayed home and got his ass kicked for no reason. Ha, isn't that ing bullying honest people? Blanche. Hong Yuan looked at Luo Shua, who was posing with a foul face, and also took a step towards Luo Shua. Luo subconsciously shrunk his neck when he saw this. Hong Yuan, what are you doing? There was just a little bit less bottom in that tone. Hong Yuan laughed. Don't be nervous, I'm not going to beat you up. I just want to ask you as a host, when a guest arrives don't you even have a hint of hospitality? I've been talking for so long, my throat is dry. Luo sniffed in relief, but was soon a little mortified by his earlier embarrassment. He was surprisingly scared. What would people think of him if he told them? Although he hated to directly drive Hong Yuan and Yang Mei directly out right now, but the skill is not as good as others. Luo can only hold his breath hard. After coldly grunting, he also waved his hand and took out some of the treasures he had treasured over the years. Although he had never been out in the world, it was good to know that there were still quite a few spiritual plants and fruits in the dojo. It wasn't too rude to use it to entertain the two Hong Yuan Yang Mei. At the same time, two more lotus platforms appeared in front of him. Hong Yuan watched Luo's performance. Although Luo's face still didn't look very good, he didn't think too much of it. You know, with Luo's temperament to be able to do this, it's already rare and precious. With that, Hong Yuan also slowly landed on top of one of the lotus platforms. Seeing this, Yang Mei also smiled and landed on top of another lotus platform. Just at this time, Hong Yuan also opened his mouth. Luo Shujio, you also know, this father has already met the cause and effect. Mixed pang, 5 elements and so on before. At that time this father has also asked, what is their view of this flood? Their answer let this father also very satisfied. But there is one person is let this father always put in the heart. Do you know who that person is? At those words, Luo's brows furrowed together. With Hong Yuan's temperament, there was no need to say this to him. Since he was talking to him about this time, it proved that this person must be closely related to him, either his enemies or himself. After hesitating for a moment, Luo also slowly opened his mouth and asked, it's me? Hong Yuan laughed. Dealing with smart people just saves time. Yes, that's you. You're different from Karma and the others. They usually don't cause much trouble. But you're different. You have a terrible temper. Luo's face darkened all of a sudden. Grandma, if he's got a bad temper, how can he be as bad as you? Smoked him straight to the door without saying a word. How good can this temper be? Didn't wait for Luo Shua to respond. Hong Yuan continued to speak. The flood is my big brother created. As a little brother I naturally want to help him take care of it. You also know, I have no hatred with you guys. Or even put it this way, this father's still quite like you this temperament. And I'm happy to be able to have a chat with some of my old friends when I'm not doing anything in the flood since I also enjoy being able to talk to some old friends in the flood. So I don't hold any antipathy towards you guys in the flood attitude. Of course, that assumes you guys aren't going to do anything too heavy to the flood. Don't you think? Chapter 19, Returning to Hong Yuan Hall. If it wasn't for the fact that the person speaking was Hong Yuan, Luo would have started to make a move by now. What the do you mean? What effect can I have on the flood? This old man is not even out of the world yet. But Luo also knew that since Hong Yuan was able to say this, he must have known something as well. So after a few moments of contemplation, Luo Shu also took a long breath. I can promise you Hong Yuan that I will never cause anything too serious to the flood. Hong Yuan sniffed and nodded. He naturally believed in the answer given by Luo's. After all, people like them don't even bother to lie about it. Once a promise is made, it will definitely be fulfilled. Not to mention the fact that he's still here. If Luo dares to break the contract, he can just get killed. Just before coming, Hong Yuan was actually considering whether or not to get Luo killed now. But whenever he had this idea, the flood would always give him an idea of resistance if nothing else. Thus, Hong Yuan also completely gave up on the idea of getting Luo killed right now. After all, the flood usually doesn't take a stand unless that person has a large role to play for the flood. Hong Yuan guessed that it was likely that Luo Shua was able to provide a part of the role in the evolution of the heavenly Tao in the flood. So after giving up on his intention to behead Luo Shua, Hong Yuan was also planning to give Luo Shua a reminder. After all, in the future, after Luo's battle with Hong Jun and defeat, but the earth's veins wrapped up in the flooded west blew themselves up with it. The tactics are not hard. As a result, the west, until the subsequent gradual decline of the flood never recovered. That's what led to the follow-up of Hong Yuan punching Luo as soon as he came up, and after Luo promised himself that he wouldn't cause too much impact on the flood, Hong Yuan was a little bit more relieved. If you can't, just make some preparations ahead of time. After getting the reminder out, Hong Yuan also pulled Luo to start arguing. His current laws of devil hadn't even reached the mixed metamorphosis great Luo Golden Immortal yet. Luo Shu sniffed although his heart was a little reluctant, but still honestly followed Hong Yuan. Two people together to discuss the Tao. 3 Yuanhui sessions had passed since this discourse. All three had a lot of epiphanies. The ones who benefited the most were undoubtedly Luo and Hong Yuan. After all, Luo Shuhu's cultivation at this time is the lowest of the three, and Hong Yuan, because they have never arrived at the mixed Yuan Taigon Luo Jingxian. In the sense of the law innately lost Yang Mei, Luo Shuhu two people. After the discourse, Hong Yuan also felt that he was not far from the third heaven of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, he also opened his mouth towards Luo Shuhu. Since the Tao discourse is over, then it's time for this honored one to leave. I've been out for more than 2 kalpas, so it's time for me to return to the dojo to take a look. Saying that, Hong Yuan also looked at Yang Mei. Do you want to visit my place, old Jan? Yang Mei thought about it, and also smiled and answered, good. He was also curious as to what the dojo of Hong Yuan, the master of half of the floodplain, was really like, so there was no refusal. After Yang Mei agreed, Hong Yuan also directly communicated with the brand of Hong Yuan Hall in his Yuan Shun. After taking Yang Mei with him, he returned to the Hong Yuan realm in the blink of an eye. It was something he had only figured out over the years. After all, the Hall of Flood Abyss was given to him by Big Brother Pangu and the Great Tao. It contained a portion of both of their powers. With the help of the imprint in the Yuan Shun, Hong Yuan could instantly return to the Hong Yuan Hall in all parts of the flood as long as he was in the flood. Of course, this is only restricted to the way back. It doesn't work if it's going out. And the two had just returned to the Hong Yuan realm. Yang Mei was immediately shocked by Hong Yuan's dojo. Even in the chaos, he had never seen a world like the Flood Abyss realm. Compared to Hong Yuan's dojo, the dojo of them people is simply dull. In the Hong Yuan realm, he could even feel his cultivation slowly rising. That incomparably pure chaotic chi could be described as extremely dense. Especially here, the manifestation of the laws of the Great Tao was completely clearer than in the flood for an unknown number of times. If he were to cultivate here, he was confident that he would only need 10 quantum kalpas. No, just 5 quantum kalpas of time he would be able to recover to the cultivation level of the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed Yuan. Reminder, this is quantum kalpa mana. Time, not flood quantum kalpa. It's a day's work. Looking at Yang Mei's shocked face, Hong Yuan was quite amused in his heart. Where is this? With that, he also led Yang Mei continuously towards the Hong Yuan mountain. The closer he got to Hong Yuan mountain, Yang Mei somehow suddenly had a strange premonition in his heart. It was as if it had a piece of itself in this Hong Yuan mountain. That feeling became stronger and stronger as it gradually approached Mount Hong Yuan. It wasn't until he saw the pillar-like stone statue next to the wide jade steps that he suddenly gulped. This is part of the origin of Soul Fellowship and Boulder Fellowship? He vaguely seemed to guess what was the cause of the fluttering in his heart. And with the jade steps all the way up, the vibration in Yang Mei's heart then grew stronger. Along the way, he saw a stone pillar that emanated his incomparably familiar chaos demon god aura. Finally, he saw the stone pillar that belonged to him. This discovery instantly caused a monstrous joy to rise in his heart. It should be known that these chaos demon gods of theirs who had been resurrected in the floodlands, although they were not like those other chaos demon gods who had completely fallen. However, after falling once, there wasn't much of the origin left in the body. And a lot of that part of the origin in the disappearance was scattered in the flood and absorbed by the flood. So imagine Yang Mei's excitement at seeing a small portion of his origin appearing here. As long as he can finish absorbing this origin that belongs to him, his own origin would also be complemented by a small portion, which would be of great benefit to both cultivation and the future path. If it was possible, he would get his hands on this small portion even if Hong Yuan made any conditions. But before Yang Mei could be happy, the excitement in his heart was doused by Hong Yuan's words. Don't even think about it, old young. This is what my big brother and the great Tao left behind. If you're not afraid to die, just do it. Yang Mei for a moment was like a deflated ball of leather. Half unable to speak, Hong Yuan smiled and patted Yang Mei's shoulder. Comforting. Anyway, you, Yang Mei, don't lack this origin anymore. There's no need to think about this bit of my dojo. Although Yang Mei wanted to cry, she had to nod along with Hong Yuan's words. Also, I'm not lacking that much origin. It was just that his words seemed so forced. You know that's his origin. There was no telling how much time it would take to completely restore the damaged origin. This is in hundreds of measurements of time. That's all it takes to make a full recovery. And the one from the Hong Yuan dojo was enough to save him several quantum kalpas of time. Fellow Taoist, let's hurry up and leave. It's a little heartbreaking to watch the old Taoist. Yang Mei barely managed to squeeze out a smile and spoke towards Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan was amused by the expression on Yang Mei's face that was complicated to the extreme, so he smiled and nodded as well. Yes. Chapter 20, is your own son a big deal? The avenue is really unfair. When the two of them arrived in front of the Hong Yuan hall, there were hundreds of children tending to the 10 chaotic spirit roots outside the hall. And when they were at the sight of Hong Yuan, a monstrous joy surfaced on their faces. The body was even shaking violently. Master is back. The sound of the children's voices instantly attracted the rest of the children who were busy doing other things. In an instant, 3,000 children arrived here in a rush, joyfully and respectfully greeted Hong Yuan. The children on Hong Yuan Mountain welcomed the master's return. Seeing these children and girls who each had red lips and white teeth and an excited look on their faces, Yang Mei was once again taken aback. Good guy. The outside of the flood has never had a life except for these chaos demon gods. And here, fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, there are already as many as 3,000. Although the cultivation and roots are a bit low, but it is not bad. It wasn't as if he hadn't tried nudging some children as servants before, but just as soon as the point was realized, the path died and the body disappeared. The reason for this is because of the fury that pervades the flood outside and the impermissibility of the flood. One must know that now after several quantum kalpas, although that baleful aura that permeated between heaven and earth had dissipated quite a bit, it was still far beyond the capacity of beings below the great Luo Golden Immortals to withstand. Yang Mei also said with some emotion, fellow Taoist is really generous. Facing Yang Mei's emotion, Hong Yuan also explained, fellow Taoist has misunderstood. This is not my handiwork, but the great Tao did it. What else can Yang Mei say? He can only sigh with emotion that Hong Yuan is worthy of being the personal son of the great Tao. It's nothing like the way they're treated by these little scruffs they picked up from nowhere. Hong Yuan looked at the children in front of him who had reached the golden immortal realm one by one, and his face was more than a little pleased. It seems they are not deserted these days, although he hadn't sent down any gifts. Allowing these children to take care of those 10 spirit roots on weekdays was already very good. One must know that this was 10 extreme chaos spirit roots. Even with a single sniff, one's cultivation could rise by leaps and bounds. However, although these children have been promoted to the golden immortal realm, but its appearance is still the same as before. A red lips and white teeth like a porcelain doll. This also relieved Hong Yuan. He didn't want any more big, bold old men on his mountain, either. All rise. Thank you, my lord. After the children all stood up, Hong Yuan also introduced Yang Mei. This is Taoist Yang Mei, a friend of my lord. You can call him Elder Yang Mei. We have met Elder Yang Mei. Yang Mei's face was also quite joyful as she listened to a milky name. Only when he waved his big hand, 3,000 spiritual lights emerged in his hand. One by one, they fell among the various children. Those were some of the innate spiritual treasures he had collected over the years, as well as some of the epiphanies of the spatial path. Most of them were of the top-grade innate spiritual treasures. The handwriting is on the wall. The children also raised their hands a little bit after seeing the meeting gift given to them by Yang Mei, not knowing whether they should receive it or not. So they looked up to Hong Yuan. Looking at Yang Mei, he was envious for a while. He wants some children who are so obedient, too. Facing the inquiries of the children, Hong Yuan also smiled. Take it all. This is a meeting gift from Taoist Yang Mei. After hearing what Hong Yuan said, the group of children were also happy on the surface and respectfully made a bow towards Yang Mei. Thank you, Elder Yang Mei. When Yang Mei saw this, he also stroked his long beard with a kind face. He was also quite fond of these children who knew how to be polite. Hong Yuan then also commanded the children, "Go get some spirit fruits from those 10 spirit roots. I want to entertain Taoist Yang Mei." "Yes, alright, fellow Taoist, let's go into the hall and talk." Yes, just like that. Yang Mei was also walking side by side with Hong Yuan towards the Hong Yuan hall. But when Yang Mei passed by those 10 spirit plants, his face suddenly changed drastically, only to see that he instantly appeared in front of a spirit plant with a flash. The voice opened with a few trembling tones. "This is an extreme grade chaotic spiritual root?" He had just discovered 10 spirit roots when he appeared in the square. It was only because these 10 spirit plants didn't reveal any aura, so at that time Yang Mei didn't care too much about them, and just thought that they were innate spirit roots that Hong Yuan had planted casually. But when he got closer, he realized that something was wrong. The feeling that these 10 spiritual roots gave him was also a bit too familiar. Not at all like an innate spiritual root. And only when he got a little closer did he realize it. How is this any kind of innate spiritual root? This is completely the chaos spiritual root. And each plant was not of a low grade. All of them were in the ranks of extreme chaotic spiritual roots. The shock that these 10 spiritual roots gave Yang Mei was something that could not be described in words. One must know that extreme chaos spiritual roots were extremely hard to come by even in the chaos before the heavens and earth had opened. Most of them have been transformed into chaos demon gods over the course of endless years. He, for example, was transformed from a hollow willow in the midst of chaos. The 10 spirit roots in front of him were far inferior to his previous body though, but the roots are definitely above him today. Looking at Yang Mei, she became a little envious. How nice it would be to give it to him. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, this big dog really deserves to die. Hong Yuan was also somewhat surprised by Yang Mei's change. Old young, isn't it just 10 extreme chaos spirit roots? It's not so bad. Your main body is far more than these 10 spirit plants. Yang Mei was on the verge of crying. What do you mean by just 10 extreme chaotic spiritual roots? Only a big dog like Hong Yuan could not take it seriously. His previous essence was indeed far superior to these 10 spirit plants, but the problem that was in his last life. In this life, he was simply not as good as these 10 chaotic spirit roots yet. If he could have these 10 chaotic spirit roots, he would be able to completely regain to the peak of the mixed Yuan Daeluogen Immortal or even the mixed Yuan Taijiu Daeluogen Immortal at the fastest speed possible. He was tempted to open his mouth and ask if he could have one of the plants, but the words were held back. He didn't have that big of a face to open his mouth and say a chaotic spirit root, unless it was only so possible if he was willing to bow down and recognize his master. However, Yang Mei was unable to lose this face, and so it was, and it could only be held back, forcibly holding back his inner agitation. He walked towards Hong Yuan with difficulty. Fellow Taoist, quick, let's hurry and leave. If he doesn't go he's afraid he won't be able to resist. Hong Yuan sniffed, but he also stifled his laughter a bit. Who would have thought that the hallowed space demon god would have this kind of face? And so it was that the two of them walked towards the main hall. But when Yang Mei had just stepped into the middle of the great hall, his entire person was once again numb. That rich aura of the great Tao laws made Yang Mei spit out a sentence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Its richness was even far beyond the various places he had seen in the chaos. Here, it is as if it is the great Tao itself that hands all the laws to the mouth. You have to know that although the laws of the great Tao are thick in the chaos, it was wild to the extreme. Even if they, the chaos demon gods, wanted to comprehend it wasn't too easy. And here it is. All of the great Tao laws were active. But there was not the slightest hint of frenzy. He had never seen the avenue have such a tender scene. It's as if you're being hand-fed on the strip. And lest you get burned in the process of absorbing it, you were thoughtfully blown on. Truly, Yang Mei's heart became somewhat rather aggravated at the sight of this scene. What's wrong with your own son? The avenue is still unjust. Chapter 21, Luo Shuji and Hongjuan's appearance. The four heavens of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed era. In the middle of a courtyard on one side of the main hall, Hong Yuan also invited Yang Mei to take a seat. After the two of them sat down, a group of children were also very courteous as they slowly served the spirit fruits and spirit tea that had just been picked. And when it was served, the group of children slowly retreated. By now, there were only two Hong Yuan left in the courtyard as well. Hong Yuan also poured a cup of tea for Yang Mei, and said in a light and elegantly quiet manner, "Fellow Taoist, try this heavenly mulberry tea of mine." The 10 chaotic spirit roots obtained by Hong Yuan were the heavenly mulberry divine tree, the immortal nurturing wood, the 7-star universe tree, the spirit candle fruit tree, the falling flower immortal fruit tree, the flowing flower square leaf, the red lotus of creation, the green harvest chanticleer flower, the Wu Jin tree, and the Ninqing first fruit tree. Each of the 10 spiritual roots has its own wonderful uses, and one of them, the heavenly mulberry tea, is brewed from the leaves of the heavenly mulberry divine tree. A mere cup of tea was enough to successfully transform a Hotian healed being into an innate healed being. It can even allow the mixed golden immortals to reduce their efforts by several yuan hui. It was extremely useful even to the mixed great Luo golden immortals. Yang Mei looked at the heavenly mulberry tea in front of him and also picked it up to smell it. Sentiment. What a great tea. After saying that, Yang Mei also took a sip. This drink immediately made Yang Mei's eyes light up. He surprisingly felt that his origin had actually grown a tiny bit. It was only a sliver, but it was enough to reduce his time by countless hours. With that, Yang Mei no longer hesitated and directly drank the spirit tea in the cup. Worthy of the extreme chaos spiritual roots. Even in the chaos is also rare very. Just a cup of tea have let the old Tao's origin restored a little. If the flood no, I'm afraid that they are going to look for the door. Even if it is the old Tao me, cannot help but some of this temptation. Yang Mei some helpless shook his head and laughed. Hong Yuan didn't take it to heart when he heard that. It was good that he didn't rob others. How dare he rob him? And I wonder how many lives they have? Just smiled and opened his mouth and said to Yang Mei, since it is useful, then you may as well drink more. The tree is definitely not able to give you, but this tea fruits you can eat at will. Anyway, over the years, there are still some leftovers. Hearing what Hong Yuan said, Yang Mei was not as excited as he wanted to make himself look though. Still, the color of excitement in his heart was somewhat above the surface. Thank you for your great amount, fellow Taoist. Hong Yuan casually waved his hand. No harm done. In the blink of an eye, another quantum leap had passed. Luo Shu, who was sitting on the lotus platform of the 12-pin black lotus of extinction in Mount Sumeru, suddenly opened his eyes. Monstrous demonic chi was vented from within him. It's about time, said Luo, tilted his head slightly to look upwards. The face was not sad or happy, making it hard to see what was true or false. In the past, the devil of devils. Today, Taoist Luo Shuji, after endless years, has finally achieved fulfillment. I hope the great Tao will recognize me today. In the next second, a grandiose Tao voice that only Luo can hear alone rang out in Luo's head. Quasi. It was only when he heard this voice that Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were any other living being, perhaps it would not be necessary to seek the consent of the great Tao at the time of its emergence. But it was different for them. The chaos demon gods with memories of their past lives. Now the proclamation is also meant to tell the avenue. The former controller of the laws of devil was no longer there, and the only one left was a Luo Shuji Daoren, who was also making an understanding with the previous him. Only then could he truly integrate into the flood. Not an outsider. It was only then that Luo felt that he had truly integrated into the flood. Although they were safe and sound before, they could always feel the flood's sense of rejection towards themselves if anything. And I'm afraid that as the heavenly Tao evolved from the flood manifests itself, I'm afraid that this sense of rejection will grow stronger. For the future, Luo must also make a division with his own previous past life. Along with Luo, there were also causality and 5 elements in general. They also proclaimed it to the way at the first moment of their emergence. Divide this life from the last. All of them had the same cultivation level as Yang Mei's when he first came out of the world, which was the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. However, these people had one thing in common, and that was that none of these people who had already come out of the world had not argued with Hong Yuan before. And somewhere in the flood wasteland, Hong Jun, who was holding a fragment of the jade disc of creation on his head, had some rather ugly faces. Damn it, how could these people have come out earlier than my father? Hong Jun really couldn't figure it out. Obviously he had the jade disc of creation fragment, but why did Karma, Luo and the others still come out ahead of him? According to what he had speculated before, he should have been the first one to come out of the world. At this time, Hong Jun was also somewhat quite torn. He didn't know if he should come out of the world now. His current cultivation level was still some distance away from the peak of the great Luo golden immortal. If he could, he still wanted to raise his cultivation to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal first before going out into the world. But the problem was that Luo and the others were already out in the world. He didn't know if these people had pieces of the jade disc of creation in their hands or not. If he had, it would have been bad for him. This was because he likewise had a small piece of the jade disc of creation in his hand. Through the jade disc of creation, he could premonitory the fragments of other jade discs of creation within a certain range. One must know that the complete jade disc of creation was a chaotic treasure. He didn't want to miss the opportunity. After hesitating for some time, Hong Jun gritted his teeth and made a decision. That's out of this world. The lack of realm can still catch up, but if the chance disappears then it will really disappear. What's more, the floodplain was so extensive that he shouldn't be in any danger. And so, on this day, Hongjun also finally came out. In the next period of time, there were many more characters that came out one after another in the floodplains. Almost 90% of these people were transformed by the origin of the Chaos Demon God. Only a small portion was evolved from the flooded heavens and earth. These people's cultivation levels varied from strong to weak, but even the person with the lowest cultivation level had the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. If we were to rank the strength of these people in the flood now, then Ro and Karma can be counted in the first slot. The Qiankuan, 5 elements, mixed Pang, and creation were a touch weaker than the 2 Luo Shuji. Then below that were Hongjun, Yin and Yang, Destiny, and Reincarnation. Of course, this was not counting Hong Yuan and Yang Mei among them. Some of the remaining Chaos Demon Gods had not retained their memories at all due to the fact that their origin had diverged too much. Unless they were able to recover a little more of their origin to perhaps make that possible, with a host of living beings out of the world. For a while the floodplain actually had some life, and the number of living beings continues to increase over time. And in the realm of the flooded abyss, Hong Yuan and Yang Mei also finally stopped cultivating. At this time, Yang Mei had already reached the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. The progress is not fast. If it wasn't for Hong Yuan, then he would be the number 1 person in the floodplains right now. And Hong Yuan was even more outrageous, directly advancing from the second sky of the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed element to the fourth sky of the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed element. Don't look at it as just a district of 2 heavens. One must know that in the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the mixed element, each heavens of elevation is a different person. Even before, in the chaos, a group of chaos demon gods did not dare to say that they could advance 1 heavens in a single quantum culpa. One can only imagine how outrageous Hong Yuan's promotion really was. And that was just the cultivation. If they really wanted to move, I'm afraid that even the 7th heaven of the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal would not necessarily be Hong Yuan's opponent. After all, within Hong Yuan's body, the number of great Tao laws was simply too vast. Nowadays, Hong Yuan already had a full 350 great Tao laws in his body. More than 20 of them were those that had already reached the realm of the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal. This was all due to the 10 chaotic spiritual roots planted outside as well as the added support of the Flood Abyss Palace, which allowed his cultivation to rise so quickly. Yang Mei was originally very still happy about her promotion, but after seeing Hong Yuan's promotion, she was also unable to speak. It was only after a long time that Yang Mei sighed and said, "Congratulations on the great increase in your cultivation." In his heart, he also lamented that the karma owed this time was too great. "I guess I'll have to pay back the karma myself for the next quite a few years." Hong Yuan, facing Yang Mei's congratulations, also waved his hand and said, "Same happiness." After saying that, Hong Yuan's face was also more than a little playful. "The flood wasteland is already bustling with activity. Since we've already made a breakthrough, let's go out and have some fun as well. Good thing too. The old Tao is also curious about how many old friends there are in the flood in addition to causality and the others." Chapter 22, Where did the little Yakuza come from? After saying that, the 2 of them also left directly from the Hong Yuan realm. But this time leaving Hong Yuan is not letting the exit appear in the middle of Zhou Mountain. Instead, they came to the foot of the mountain. It was only at this time that Yang Mei realized that the exit of the Hong Yuan realm was actually at the foot of Zhou Mountain. At this time, not much time had passed before Pangu opened the sky. The majestic pressure in the middle of Zhou Mountain naturally didn't decrease too much. Yang Mei felt the majestic pressure on his body and was also a little emotional. Worthy of being fellow Daoist Pangu, just the mite left behind makes the old Taoist feel chilled to the bone. Hong Yuan didn't respond, but instead observed the situation in the floodplain today. At this time, the floodplains could be said to have changed greatly from before his seclusion. When he traveled the flood before, the flood was outside, but there was not a single living soul. And what about now? Just within the boundaries of Choshan, he then found no less than tens of thousands of living beings. There were even more heaven and earth spiritual treasures in them. In the future, some precious spiritual herbs and fruits will now be placed on the side of the road without anyone picking them up. After all, the spiritual chi was simply dense to the extreme now, and countless spiritual grasses and fruits like this could grow out every day. It's about the same as a weed. The 2 Hong Yuan, who had suddenly appeared at the foot of Zhou Mountain, were also spotted by some beings, though it's not clear what the 2 actually are, but they knew that these 2 were not people they could mess with, because they couldn't see through the 2 at all. It's as if it's shrouded in mist. Some of them were smart enough to turn their heads and run. Still, one not so smart one came right up to the plate. "Who are you people? How dare you appear here? Don't you know that this is old ancestors' territory?" It was a demonic beast with a body as high as tens of thousands of feet. "Don't worry about whether there is a demon or not. If I don't write about demonic beasts, then how can I write about it? Right beast? Monster beast? Spirit beast? The body is an animal. No background are categorized as a demon. His cultivation was not weak either. With an early Dala golden immortal cultivation, that terrifying aura caused many of the surrounding beings to tremble violently. With just a glance, Hong Yuan saw through the identity of this great demon in front of him. It was a demonic beast named Rhinodrain. Rhinoceros drainage. Looks like a cow. The body is greenish-black. The temperament is extremely perverse and vicious. After the drama, it was recorded that this one also particularly likes to eat people and screams like a baby crying. It is a demonic beast created by heaven and earth. Before Hong Yuan opened his mouth, Yang Mei was towards the rhinoceros drain in front of him and laughed. You say this is your territory? But you know that even the flood is the territory of the Taoist friends beside me? Rhinoceros drain first froze, then laughed out loud, his eyes full of teasing color. Simply ridiculous. Who does not know that the flood was created by the great god Pangu, and the two of you really do not know how to die, and will be the flood directly said to be their own territory? Just for your words, this old ancestor will surely thwart you today. Oh, Yang Mei suddenly laughed. You want to take a shot at me? Do you know who I am? Who cares who you are? Wait until you're in old ancestor's belly. When Rhinodrain said that, it opened its huge mouth that was big enough to cover the sky and sucked violently towards Hong Yuan and Yang Mei. For a while, the wind changed. The wind suddenly gusted within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles, and was about to wrap the two men and send them towards the mouth of the rhinoceros ditch. However, in the face of this kind of hurricane, Yang Mei and the two of them were not affected at all. Even the body did not move in the slightest. Still on cloud 9. When Rhinodrain saw this scene, his heart was also terrified. He wouldn't have messed with someone he shouldn't have messed with, right? At that moment, only Yang Mei spoke without any haste. I am Taoist Yang Mei. In his opinion, as long as he reported his name, the silly cow in front of him was bound to kowtow in fear. After all, the saying that time is not out in space is king isn't nonsense. Even in the midst of chaos, there were few people who could compare to himself. But unexpectedly, Rhinodrain was suddenly relieved after hearing what Yang Mei said. Within tens of thousands of light years of this Zhou mountain, he had never heard of the name Taoist Yang Mei. As for why the two Yang Mei in front of him were able to remain unaffected by him, Rhinoceros Drain estimated that it should just be that the two of them happened to have a magic treasure on them that could withstand the gusts of wind. Who cares if you're Yang Mei? Where's the little goblin from? Never heard of it. If you are sensible, hand over the magic treasures you are carrying to the old ancestor, and the old ancestor may be able to let you go. Put. Hong Yuan instantly didn't hold back after hearing what Rhinodrain said. He looked at Rhinoceros Drain in front of him, and in his heart, he admired Rhinoceros Drain's boldness. Then he also playfully patted Yang Mei's shoulder. Old Yang, why don't you hurry up and hand over your magic treasure? After all, he said that you're a little yakuza, yeah. Yang Mei sniffed, and her originally dark face became even darker. He had planned to keep the Rhinodrain alive and take it as a mount, but it seemed that this bull was truly stupid. With that, there was no more hesitation, and the aura of a late-stage mixed golden immortal directly spread out. After Rhinoceros Drain felt this majestic to incomparable aura that descended upon him, his entire body was instantly confused. At this time, he only felt that his soul was trembling, and his body was shaking like chaff. There was only one thought in his mind at that moment. Bad. This old ancestor is dead today. At this time, Yang Mei also walked slowly to the front of Rhinoceros Drain. Her face unreadable, her tone softly opened her mouth and asked, do you think I am still a little yakuza now? Rhinodrain didn't know exactly what the little yakuza meant though, but combining this with his previous comment that Yang Mei was an unknown goblin, he knew that it was not a good comment. Thus, Rhinodrain also prostrated and knelt down, kowtowing unceasingly. That big body kowtowed with a loud voice. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. Yang Mei de Xian, spare your life. Yang Mei de Xian, spare your life. You are not some little yakuza. The little beast is the little yakuza. At this time, the Rhinodrain, which still has the previous arrogance, open mouth, is to beg for forgiveness. The attitude is simply low. Rhinoceros Drain can't wait to give himself 2 slaps right now. What do you think you're trying to be so strong for? Seeing 2 people appear in the middle of his territory, his head jerked and he charged straight up. Now it's good to mess with the Great Spirit. Poof. Yang Mei instantly snorted coldly and said nothing. When Rhinodrain heard this cold snort from Yang Mei, his heart was overjoyed. Murphy, live today itself? The shift in Rhinodrain's mind naturally did not escape the eyes of Hong Yuan and Yang Mei. Hong Yuan also smiled and spoke. Old Yang, it seems that this bull isn't that stupid, and was even able to guess that you didn't intend to kill him. After hearing what Hong Yuan said, the delight in Rhinodrain's heart deepened. Although he didn't know Hong Yuan's identity, but from his mouth Rhinoceros Drain was learning that his own guess just now was indeed correct. The Yang Mei de Xian in front of him really had no intention of killing himself. Thus, Rhinoceros Drain also rushed and said, If immortal Yang Mei doesn't give up, the little animal is willing to become a great immortal mount. But Yang Mei had known Hong Yuan for a long time, and had long ago gotten a few dabs of Hong Yuan's belly. Facing Rhino Drain's plea for mercy, only Yang Mei coldly grunted, "You're rejoicing too soon." After saying that, Yang Mei fiercely waved his hand. In a blink of an eye, Rhino Drain's body was instantly eliminated, and even his Yuan Shin was completely obliterated. Seeing this scene from the side, Hong Yuan's mouth also suddenly opened wide and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. Asterisk 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 asterisk. He also didn't expect that Yang Mei would have killed the cow. He thought that Yang Mei was going to take this cow as his mount. Good lord, there's more to this. When Yang Mei saw the shocked look on Hong Yuan's face, he also stroked his long beard in a cloudy manner. In fact, originally, he had quite wanted to take this cow as a mount, but that mentality was put to rest when Rhino Drain called him a little yakuza. Being called a little yakuza by Taoist Hong Yuan, he, Yang Mei, could still endure it. After all, he really couldn't beat Hong Yuan either. And Rhino Drain, a mere bull demon at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, dared to call him a little yakuza? The reason why he didn't directly exterminate Rhinoceros Drain on the spot was naturally to make Hong Yuan think that he would let Rhinoceros Drain go. The goal is to save a shred of face. This was probably the last of his Yang Mei's stubbornness as well. After all, before, in the Hong Yuan realm, he had been like an unseen bumpkin along the way. The humiliation is too great. He had long wanted to do something to restore his decency. And Hong Yuan, who was on the side, pondered a little for a moment, and also knew the reason why Yang Mei was doing this. But when he realized it, he didn't know what to say for a while. How long have you been alive and still so petty? It's just that he was a little louder when he laughed at him earlier. Chapter 23, a lesson for Han Jun. Seeing Rhino Drain's downfall, the hearts of those beings around Zhou Shan also trembled violently, but then came a long sigh of relief. Luckily, those of them had the sense to slip away early. However, the heart is also very surprised. This Yang Mei old ancestor in the end is what kind of person? All the strength is feared to have been far beyond the Great Luo Golden Immortal. At least these Great Luo Golden Immortals of theirs couldn't stop shivering and trembling after feeling the aura that Yang Mei had just exuded. Even after Hong Yuan and Yang Mei had both left, they never dared to take a big breath. All of these beings at this point in time had memorized the name Old Man Yang Mei. It was just a pity that they didn't know the name of the person beside Old Man Yang Mei. But even if he didn't know his name, he had firmly memorized Hong Yuan's looks in his mind. After all, the line that Old Man Yang Mei said that the entire flood was his Taoist friend's territory, it still took them by surprise. And after Hong Yuan and Yang Mei left Zhou Mountain, Yang Mei also decided to make a trip back to the dojo. After all these years had passed and he wanted to go back to see if anything had changed in the dojo. When Hong Yuan heard this, he didn't say anything more, but just parted ways with Yang Mei on this. Hong Yuan then embarked on his travels alone. There were already a lot of living beings in the flood, though, but it still seems a bit sparse for the enormity of the flood. So Hong Yuan didn't encounter anything special along the way. Some spiritual plants and treasures have been encountered quite a lot. However, in the face of Hong Yuan, who had a Qian Koan tripod, it was not worth mentioning. Hong Yuan didn't even take it. Unless it was one of those ding-ding spiritual treasures in the future, Hong Yuan might still have a few ideas, but some of the ones that aren't so well known are better left to his kith and kin. Right at this moment, a huge beast of the Diluo Golden Immortal realm instantly appeared in front of Hong Yuan. With a hiss, he lunged towards Hong Yuan. Seeing the demonic beast in front of him that emitted a monstrous ferocious aura, Hong Yuan's eyes also gained a few more points of refinement. Surprisingly, it's a ferocious sinister beast. I didn't expect it to have come out by this time. Facing the attack of this ferocious beast, Hong Yuan only slightly emitted a trace of qi. In a split second, heaven and earth changed color, as if the sun and moon were tipping over. Like a big bell fell on this huge beast. All I heard was a boom. The huge beast in front of him was directly crushed and unable to move. Just as Hong Yuan exuded a trace of his aura to suppress this ferocious beast, Hong Jun, who was just tens of thousands of light years away, suddenly changed his face drastically. This aura is that of a mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal. It's Hong Yuan? How could Hong Jun not expect that Hong Yuan had appeared here, and so close to himself? Could it be that he was trying to snatch the fragment of the jade disc of creation that he had sensed? Hong Jun originally wanted to deduce the specific purpose of Hong Yuan, but nay, he only had the cultivation level of a Great Luo Golden Immortal now. There was a world of difference with Hong Yuan, and even with the help of the jade disc of creation he could not deduce the slightest bit at all. Hong Yuan suddenly frowned. Slowly, he looked in the direction of Hong Jun. A direct slap in the face. Put! This slap instantly shattered Hong Jun's body in half. It flew directly backwards for hundreds of billions of miles. Hong Jun, this honored one is not interested in you, old boy. Don't fool around in front of me. This time is just to give you a little lesson. Next time let me find out that you're counting on me. Don't blame this honored one for being unsympathetic. Hong Jun, facing such a strong Hong Yuan, did not dare to refute at all, but just gritted his teeth, not caring about the jade disc of creation fragments. Dragging only half of his body left turned into a rainbow and disappeared. It wasn't until he felt that he had run far enough that Hong Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Just his face was a bit ugly. He originally thought that with the jade disc of creation fragment in his hand, even if he couldn't deduce Hong Yuan's purpose, he could still cover up the heavenly chances. It won't involve itself. However, he didn't expect that despite the fact that he had concealed the heavenly chances, Hong Yuan had still discovered him at the first moment. Well, this time, not only did it not pay off, even he himself was seriously injured. I don't know how long it will take to recover, except that he was never too far away. At this time, Hong Jun still held a thought. What if Hong Yuan's purpose wasn't the fragment of the jade disc of creation that he had sensed earlier? In this way, he could still obtain the jade disc of creation fragment after Hong Yuan had left back. Actually, he hadn't really thought about it wrong. Hong Yuan's purpose was indeed not the fragment of the jade disc of creation. He knew very well that this fragment of the jade disc of creation had his destiny, because it was beneficial to the flood. So even if Hong Yuan found it, he indeed would not take it away. Hong Yuan was just a bit interested in the ferocious beast in front of him, but that was on the premise that Hong Jun hadn't counted on him. Therefore, after thinking about it, Hong Yuan also directly came to a mountain belly and directly took this jade disc of creation fragment. This was because Hong Yuan had also used the jade disc of creation for cultivation in the chaotic green lotus for a while, coupled with his origin aura that wasn't too different from Pangu's. Taking the jade disc of creation fragment was also easy. Not even the jade disc of creation fragment resisted in the slightest. Hong Yuan took the fragment of the jade disc of creation naturally because he did not want to leave it to Hong Jun. If he remembered correctly, Luo Shu should also obtain and refine a portion of the jade disc of creation fragments. It was because of this that these two would become the protagonists of the battle between the Tao and the devil, because at the time of the opening of the heavens, the jade disc of creation, which was originally the only thing left in Pangu's body, was directly integrated into the heavenly Tao, which had not yet been formed, after the opening of the heavens. Precisely. So no matter who wins, the step that these two people must go through is to merge the Tao with their bodies, integrating the part of the jade disc of creation fragment that they have refined into the heavenly Tao, in order to replenish the heavenly Tao. This karma was predestined when the two of them refined the jade disc of creation fragments from the very beginning. So Hong Yuan's intention was to send it to Luo. As for Hong Jun, just leave it to Luo to deal with. What he wants to do is just to make the flood can be stronger day by day. For some quantum of things he really does not have much of an idea. After all, the purpose of the quantum rain that the flood evolved was also to grow the flood. It's the equivalent of your computer taking up a lot of memory. Don't you have to clean out the garbage regularly? That's about it. Periodically, some evil miasma-ridden waste is removed. Swap the health of the floodplain. There's actually nothing wrong with this Ben. Just in the original trajectory in the Hong Jun in order to transcend. Has been on the quantitative hijacking secretly messy meddling. 3 times on the floodplain rounds of bombing, which makes the gradual decline of the floodplain. Originally, Hong Yuan didn't have much else to say about Hong Jun's views. After all, Hong Jun was counted by the flood from the moment of refining the jade disc of creation fragments, and had no choice but to merge with the Tao with his body. And then he was bent on transcending out and seizing the Tao fruit of the flood, which can't really be blamed on him. Even if it were him, I'm afraid he would be uncomfortable in his heart after realizing that he had been set up right from the start. That's why Hong Yuan didn't target Hong Jun at first. But since Hong Jun knew it was him and still dared to count, Hong Jun couldn't blame him when he favored Luo Shu. Not to mention that in Hong Yuan's opinion, Luo can be a bit more interesting than Hong Jun. Chapter 24, System Selection Reproduction. And as Hong Yuan took that fragment of the jade disc of creation, Hong Jun, who was in the distance, suddenly changed his face abruptly. Surprisingly, he couldn't sense the movement of that jade disc of creation fragment. At this time, Hong Jun's entire body was about to cry out. Hong Yuan was really aiming for that jade disc of creation fragment. If he had known that, what was the point of projecting? Might as well just turn around and leave. That way at least you don't have to get hurt. Now it's a good thing that you've lost a lot of money. Thinking of this, a sudden sourness rose in Hong Jun's heart, and he muttered with a face full of bitterness. The avenue is unjust. It is really unjust. And on the Hong Yuan side, he also began to observe the ferocious beast in front of him. At this moment, this ferocious beast, even though it was immobilized by Hong Yuan's aura, the ferocious light in its eyes not only didn't weaken in the slightest, but instead, it became stronger and stronger. It was like a beast that only knew how to destroy, with no spirit to speak of. the ferocious beast was still struggling continuously in the face of Hong Yuan's aura. And its ferocious aura was even more pontificating. Just like a ferocious god, the grievous aura emanating from the ferocious beast had turned the surrounding land into a desert for countless miles wherever it went. It can be imagined how harmful the grievous aura emanating from these ferocious beasts is to the floodplains. However, this is not surprising. After all, these grievous chi was transformed by those chaos demon gods who had fallen before, so it is normal for them to be powerful. Looking at the ferocious beast, Hong Yuan thought about it and also increased his chi a little bit again. Boom! In a split second, this ferocious beast's body was immediately pressed by Hong Yuan's terrifying aura, causing blood to spill out, and countless wounds appeared on its body in a dense manner. But even so, the ferocious intent of this ferocious beast remained unabated. This discovery made Hong Yuan also feel suddenly bored. I thought I could meet a spirit-born beast for the first time. It's no fun. With that said, Hong Yuan's aura instantly squeezed this ferocious beast on the spot. That roiling blood and flesh instantly splattered in all directions. Subsequently, under Hong Yuan's observation, the blood and flesh of the ferocious beast scattered in all directions crashed down, gradually sinking into the ground. Right at the moment when this flesh and blood sank into the ground, the desert that had originally been turned into a desert by this ferocious beast's grievous aura quickly returned to normal, and the aura was even a lot denser than what it had been before. However, Hong Yuan looked at this scene, but was pondering whether he should make some preparations. After all, the ferocious beast's damage to the flood was too great. Even if after the decapitation the flood was able to absorb the blood and flesh of the ferocious beast's body and death to recover. But in fact, this back and forth of the flood didn't earn much. As this thought flashed through Hong Yuan's mind, the system's prompts also appeared with a flourish. Noticing that the host has made a decision, the host may make the following choices. Some sinful beasts even dare to destroy my father's territory. Do you know who covers the flood? Please kill the emperor of fierce beasts. God reverse. In advance. Reward 12 Metropolitan God's Fury Formation Enhancement. Second, as the master of the flood, I am what crooked melon and date can touch. District Sum just, not worth mentioning, I just need to guard the floodplains just, let Luo Shu they and the gods against the fight go. Reward Enhanced Perimeter Star Dipper Formation. 3, Lazy Hands, or let Yang Mei, Luo Shuhu they go to figure it out. When it cannot be done to smoke them is. Reward Infinite 4 Directions God Protector Formation. Looking at the three choices given by the system, Hong Yuan was also thinking about what exactly he should choose. The 12 Capital Heavenly God Fatalities Grand Formation Enhanced Version and the weekly Heavenly Star Dipper Grand Formation Enhanced Version he knew. It was the bottom card of the Witch and Demon clans in the Witch and Demon Quantum Revelation. One was the bottom card given by Big Brother to the witches, and the other was evolved by Demon Emperor June from the River Map Luo book. If he had to say which one was stronger or weaker, then Hong Yuan naturally felt that the 12 Capital Heavenly Divine Furies Grand Formation was stronger. After all, this could evolve a part of Big Brother's true body. But the problem is that this big formation is an attacking one, and he can't use it. On the contrary, the wonders of the Perimeter Star Dipper formation might suit Hong Yuan a bit more. But Hong Yuan didn't know just how much this enhanced version had been strengthened. If it was similar to the original, then with Hong Yuan's current control over the laws of formation, it can be done with some time. So Hong Yuan hesitated for a moment, also slowly opened his mouth and asked, System, I know about the first and second rewards. What exactly is the role of the third Infinite 4 Directions God Protecting Array? System? But no matter how Hong Yuan asked, the system never responded. It's as if he got off the plane. After hesitating for a while, Hong Yuan also made a decision. I'll choose the third option. As Hong Yuan made his decision, a stream of information also directly flooded into Hong Yuan's mind. Looking at the information in his mind, a smile also appeared on Hong Yuan's face. It seems to be the right choice. After thoroughly absorbing the memories in his mind, Hong Yuan did not leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood still. It seemed like it was waiting for something. He wanted to see how much merit would be given for decapitating this ferocious beast. But after waiting for half a day, Hong Yuan never noticed the slightest reaction. Even less than half a hair's worth of merit falls. It seems that merit can't come down before the heavenly Tao comes out. Hong Yuan got a little pensive. But since the ferocious beasts have come out, then my great-nephew shouldn't be too far away from appearing. The great-nephew in Hong Yuan's mouth was naturally the heavenly Tao evolved by the rules of all things in the flood wasteland. After all, a large part of the reason for the outbreak of the first quantum revelation in the flood, the ferocious beast quantum revelation, was because of the fact that the heavenly Tao would fall in merit for slaying ferocious beasts. According to his guess, the manifestation of the heavenly Tao should be just 1 or 2 quantum kalpas away. After thinking that, Hong Yuan also left the place directly. And in the depths of Mount Sumeru, Luo looked at the broken fragment in his hand that seemed to contain 3,000 great Tao. even with Luo's nature of mind. At this moment there is some joy on the surface. After all, this was part of the Chaos Supreme treasure. Even if it was damaged, it was still far stronger than most of the extreme innate spiritual treasures in the flood. This was still because this fragment of the jade disc of creation in Luo's hands wasn't very large. If they could find a few more pieces, their power would definitely not be inferior to that of an innate supreme treasure. Even in Luo's opinion, this jade disc of creation fragment was more important than the innate supreme treasure. He also didn't expect that he could have this kind of luck. Just after going out for a stroll you can find this piece of supreme treasure. Sure enough, everything in this world has its destiny. And he, Luo Shu, can't keep declining. Other than that, he had lived quite a life during these 1 or 2 quantum kalpas. Not only did he collect some subordinates whose roots were still good, but he was also called the first person in the floodplain by some people. The fame was even more shocking to the entire flood, though he also knew that it was just a rumor from some foolish people, but he's happy to hear it. Just at that moment, a cheerful voice also came from outside Mount Sumeru. Fellow Daoist Luo, I'm here with fellow Daoist 5 Elements and fellow Daoist Qiankuan for an appointment. Chapter 25, why don't you all just say yes to him? The appearance of the causal trio instantly caused all the living beings in the entire Mount Sumeru to be a little wistful. It was obviously unclear what exactly the purpose of these 3 old ancestors coming here was. However, they were aware that these 3 old ancestors were existences that had risen to the same level as their own old ancestors. Even in the flood, it was the strongest of the bunch. As for Luo Shua, who was in Mount Sumeru, after hearing this familiar voice, he also knew that it was the people he had invited, such as Karma, who had arrived. And so it was that Law also appeared directly on top of the newly established dojo on Mount Sumeru. Smiling, he responded, cause and effect, 5 elements, and Qiankuan, since you're here come in. After Luo finished speaking, the figures of the 3 causal Taoists had already appeared in the middle of the dojo. Although Luo was unruly, he was no cutie pie, was also smiling and directly invited the 3 to take a seat. And in the middle of the great hall of the dojo, 4 seats were placed. There is nothing high or low about these 4 seats. Looking at the 4 seats in front of them, the causal trio also smiled and slowly took their seats. Afterwards, Luo also ordered his servant to serve some spirit fruits and spirit tea to him. Taoist causality asked slowly only after seeing Luo's servants completely retreat. Tell me, fellow Taoist Luo, what is the reason for inviting a few of us over this time? Luo Shujio thought about it. Also is direct to say their own invitation to the cause of a few people. It's not much of a matter. Just that I heard from the mouth of that Yang Mei, before you guys have come out of the world, that Hong Yuan had gone to visit you, is it? As soon as Luo's words came out, the faces of causality and the others were also suddenly stunned. Causality is a while before nodding bitterly, indeed. Before that Hong Yuan and Yang Mei suddenly appeared in my dojo, can let the old road a good while in a trance. And even in that moment also thought that Hong Yuan Taoist friends want to strike at me. But the fact is that the old road to the heart of the gentleman's heart. Hong Yuan Taoist friends are just a little bit of the old road with the Taoist and then left. Hearing these words about cause and effect, the 5 elements in Qiankuan were also deeply moved. They can fully appreciate the change of mind that precedes karma, because they are the same. Without noticing anything, he realized that there were suddenly 2 more people in his dojo. After hearing what causality said, Luo hesitated for a moment and also continued to add, and what do you think about this? As soon as Luo's words came out, the faces of the 3 people from causality suddenly changed abruptly. How could they not know exactly why Luo invited the 3 of them this time? That's for them to join him. Luo, in going against Hong Yuan. Luo naturally saw the change in the trio's expressions. However, his face was not the least bit flustered. Do you all know where the word Hong comes from in this flood? That's the word Hong in the flood abyss. With this cause and effect, Dao friends should have guessed it as well. Lord of the flood, heavenly determination. Karma blurted out directly. Luo Shuji lightly swept a causal glance. The tone is not slow to continue to speak. Causal friend is right. If the Hong Yuan is still there, no accident, that is bound to be the Lord of the flood. With that Hong Yuan's cultivation speed, if you really let the heavenly Tao evolve, then no one can disobey him in the flood wilderness. But Luo had another idea in mind. If he really let that Hong Yuan become the Lord of the flood, when would he be able to avenge his previous whipping? But that Hong Yuan's temperament of a group of friends are also aware of. Simply arrogant to the extreme. Completely regard us as nothing. If he really let him become the Lord of the flood, do not know to arrogance to the extent that. So this day this old ancestor also want to invite you to work together. I do not know, what do you think? In the face of what Luo said, causality directly stood up. I still have things to do. Luo Shuji, farewell at this point. The 2 of us also do not have the slightest idea. Farewell. With causality's statement, Qiankuan and 5 elements didn't hesitate for a second and also stood up together. bidding farewell towards Luo Shuji. Luo's face suddenly darkened. Only he waved his hand violently. In a flash, the demonic aura surged, and a large formation directly manifested, directly blocking off this surrounding space. On top of that, there were more than a dozen figures that walked out from the demonic aura. None of these figures were at the cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal. As the three of them, cause and effect, watched the scene, their faces also looked extremely ugly. Luo Shu, do you really want to go against us? Don't you think that you can take on us with just these early Dala golden immortals? Luo suddenly let out a long sigh. The aura of a mixed golden immortal instantly declared out from him. In feeling the aura on Luo's body, the faces of the causal trio immediately became a bit flustered. You've actually broken through to the mixed golden immortal? Looking at the causal three people's demeanor changes, Luo Shuji's still bitter persuasion, friends, why do it? That Hong Yuan is strong. Only the mixed Yuan Dala Jinxie in 2 days. If we do early preparations, wait until the hands of the time when we join forces, may not be able to fight with him with the power of a battle. Could it be that you all want to be one step below that Hong Yuan? Yeah, Karma, why don't you guys just say yes to him? Luo was also very satisfied with the performance of his subordinates, truly worthy of the rewards he had given them over the years. But Luo seemed to have discovered something. Wasn't his subordinate standing at the edge of the big formation? How was it that the voice had just come from his own ears, and it's still so familiar? Law turned his head slowly with some stiffness, only to find an incredibly familiar face appearing right next to him. At this moment, Luo's mind went blank. Even his voice had a slight tremor in it. Hong Yuan. The group of Luo subordinates beside the big formation saw that the situation was not good, so they planned to take direct action. But at this moment a terrifying to the extreme might suddenly fell on them. It firmly fixed them in place, unable to move a single bit at all. Upon noticing this change, everyone's faces changed drastically. What great power this is. I'm afraid that even the old ancestors are far behind. At this point in time, they also seemed to have vaguely guessed Hong Yuan's identity. It was the enemy that the old ancestor wanted to unite with the other three old ancestors to face together. But this discovery instantly made them despair. In the face of Hong Yuan, it was too late for them to even have the slightest resistance. The might that was on them could wipe them out directly at any time. Hong Yuan, on the other hand, didn't care about the minions on the side in the slightest. Just grinning, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, he smiled and opened his mouth towards Luo. Happy or not? Excited? Law. The moment he saw Hong Yuan, Luo then knew that today was over. It was surprising that Hong Yuan had caught him while he was plotting himself. This, out of the division is not yet cause and effect. Qian Kuan and 5 elements also rushed to speak when they saw Hong Yuan. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan, you've come at the right time. Luo Shuji, this guy intends to take revenge on you. Fellow Daoist, and also tried to recruit us, but seeing that the recruitment failed, he plans to make a direct move towards us. Right. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan, why don't we wait for you to chop this guy down together today? Afraid that if he slowed down for a moment longer, he would be taken as an accomplice by Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan also nodded with a light smile after hearing this. Don't worry, several fellow Daoists, I have already known this. After saying that, Hong Yuan also slowly turned his head to look at Luo. Law, you're not being honest. Originally, my father was planning to give you a gift, but I didn't expect you to try to take a shot at my father. TSK. It looks like you can't be kept. After saying that, the aura on Hong Yuan's body also skyrocketed a few points again. That terrifying aura made Luo Shu, an early-stage mixed golden immortal, feel a little hard to breathe. It was as if he could be completely submerged at any time. Chapter 26. Well, it's pretty, but Ro is Ro after all. Although he was scared, his face still did not show the slightest ripple. Hong Yuan, I don't think you'll kill me. Oh, a bit of playfulness passed over Hong Yuan's face. Why would you, Luo, think such a thing? With the means you initially set up in the Western Earth vein? At the moment Hong Yuan said this, Luo's body involuntarily trembled slightly for a moment. The expression was also flustered for a moment. But soon, he regained his composure once again. As expected of you, Hong Yuan, this old ancestor thought that with my methods I would be able to conceal myself from you. It's also because of the presence of Hong Yuan that has allowed Luo to lay down his own means in the Western Earth vein in advance. Though he had also promised that Hong Yuan wasn't going to do too much damage to the flood. But that one presupposes that there is no threat to his life and well-being. If you are dying, who cares about that then? What Luo didn't expect was that even though he had resorted to the Jade Disc of Creation fragment, his tactics were still discovered by Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan, in the face of Luo's frankness, also cannot help but laugh lightly. Face more than a few points of contempt, forget it. On your hands of the 1 or 2 pieces of debris, also presumed to conceal the honors? I don't know if I should say that you, Luo Shuhu, are still underestimating my honor. Don't you realize that's my big brother's stuff? Hong Yuan's words do not come out not amazing, can be regarded as completely and thoroughly in the heart of Luo Shua fell a thunderbolt. Hong Yuan, he knew that he had a fragment of the jade disc of creation in his hand? How is that possible? This fragment of the jade disc of creation had only been in his hands for tens of thousands of years, not to mention the fact that he had never revealed it in front of his outsiders. On the sidelines, Karma and a group of minions were in a bit of a trance as they heard the words. Unlike those minions, they weren't quite sure of Hong Yuan's true identity after all. After all, before the flood came out, they simply did not have spiritual intelligence yet. But the causal trio knew who the big brother was that Hong Yuan was talking about. I didn't realize that Luo Shuji had a treasure left behind by Pangu in his hands. No wonder Luo's cultivation has refined so quickly. Hong Yuan, tell me, what kind of conditions are needed to let me go? Oh, when did I say I'd let you go? Luo laughed. With your Hong Yuan's cultivation, if you really wanted to kill me, I'm afraid you would have done it at the very beginning instead of explaining so much to me. Hong Yuan looked at the confident look on Luo's face and the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly. Count on you, Luo is right. I indeed did not intend to kill you. After all, you are still useful to the flood. But, yes I did not say that I will not beat you. Right after Hong Yuan said those words, the smile on Luo's face froze. But before he could react, Hong Yuan just waved his one hand and directly hoisted Luo into the air. Then in its hands, a long whip that Luo is very familiar with has emerged. Seeing this scene, Luo's face suddenly turned white. Hong Yuan, don't use these tactics to bully old ancestor me. If you have the guts, you can directly kill me. That's not good. Hong Yuan muttered slightly. Saying that, a whip directly hit Luo's body. Drink! This whip instantly caused Luo's face to instantly redden. And that sharp pain, even if he forced himself to endure it, he couldn't help but let out a dull hiss. After all, on the sidelines, he could still have a bunch of subordinates. He, Luo, would rather die than be insulted like this. It wasn't as if he hadn't thought about blowing himself up on the spot, but Hong Yuan had expected it, and the cultivation of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal directly pressed Luo to death, so that he couldn't do anything to detonate himself at all. And Luo's subordinates who were not far away, when he saw his own family's oldest ancestor being insulted in this way, not to mention the slightest resistance, not even anger dared to rise. Just always keep your head down and watch the big formation rhyme under your feet. Well, it's beautiful. The look was like he wanted to shove his head into the ground. Hong Yuan, on the other hand, was holding a long whip evolved from the laws of force. Whip after whip lashed at law. That draw was a full 3 years, though that time is not worth a damn to someone like Hong Yuan. But for Luo, it can be described as days and years, which can be called the world's purgatory. It was even more humiliating than when he was first hacked to death by Pangu. Luo Shu, you say you why do you have to go against this honored one? This honored one isn't in your way. Aren't you just being idle? But in the face of Hong Yuan's flirting, Luo always said nothing. It was only when the long whip lashed at him that he let out a mournful hiss. Forget it, this father will let you off the hook this time. But you, Luo Shu, need to do one thing for me. Are you willing? It was then that Luo finally raised his head. Say, this father needs you to find a way to set up some defensive formations in the flood wasteland, enveloping the entire flood wasteland in them. Luo was still listening carefully to Hong Yuan's request, but when Hong Yuan spoke out, Luo subconsciously opened his mouth. It's impossible. I can't do it. With the expanse of the flood, even if he was a mixed golden immortal now, it was simply impossible for him to envelop the flood with the entire grand formation. Hong Yuan thought about it. This was indeed a bit difficult for Luo. So after pondering for a while, he also changed his words. In this way, you organize all the people in the middle of the flood. Let them set up with you, and just try your best to do it. No matter whether it's successful or not. This time you want to make a move on me or all wiped out. And I'll also let Taoist friend Yang Mei help you. I wonder what you think of this. Law? Luo gave it a slight consideration. And this time too, he finally agreed. Mei, after all, he didn't want to be hung up and beaten by Hong Yuan anymore. That really hurt. And it's so humiliating. Hong Yuan saw that Luo Shuhu had answered. So he also turned his head towards the three of the causality people and spoke. I wonder if a few of you, Dao friends causality, can do this favor for this honored one? After all, this matter is also quite beneficial to all of you Dao friends. Seeing this, the three of them, Karma, also directly responded. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan is polite. Since the day we came out of the world, we have been a part of the flood. Doing this is what we should do. Hong Yuan also nodded. This is very good. When he said that, he also put Luo down. Just by waving his hand casually, The large formation that Luo had laid down earlier was instantly annihilated. The crowd also appeared directly within the dojo in Mount Sumeru. After thinking about it, Hong Yuan also took out some spirit fruits and handed them to the causal trio. After hesitating for a moment, he threw one towards Luo as well, waiting for the crowd to see the spirit fruit that Hong Yuan handed over. The heart was shaken. This is the fruit of the chaotic spiritual root? Moreover, from this grade point of view, is not an ordinary chaos spiritual roots, at least is also the top grade chaos spiritual roots. This kind of spiritual roots even in the chaos are extremely rare. Also did not expect that in the beginning of the heavens and the earth and the floodplains actually existed such spiritual roots. Chapter 27, The Ancestral Dragon. Yuan Feng. And beginning Qilin come into being. What Hong Yuan took out were the very fruits produced by the spirit candle fruit tree and the falling flower immortal fruit tree. This kind of fruit takes a whole measure of time to bear fruit each time. And there are only 12 of them each time. If an ordinary Tao Lord ate one, he could instantly step into the mixed golden immortal. And it is also beneficial for future cultivation. It is not precious. Even he didn't have too many in his hands. The fruits of all 10 chaotic spirit roots only added up to a few hundred. It's precious. So it resulted in even people with causality and the like couldn't help but sigh in admiration of Hong Yuan's great spending when they saw these spirit fruits. Thank you for your contributions to the flood. These fruits will be regarded as a reward from Hong Yuan to all of you. This item will also be of great benefit to the recovery of the origin of all of you. Causality and the others sniffed and also made an album towards Hong Yuan. Thank you, fellow Daoist Hong Yuan. This item is indeed of great benefit to us, so we will no longer push it away. When Luo saw this, he skimmed his lips, thinking that just a few fruits will buy you guys off? What a disgrace to them, the converted chaos demon gods. However, in his hands, he carefully put away the falling flower immortal fruit that Hong Yuan had just thrown to him. A pair of eyes were even staring dead on at the spirit fruits in the hands of Karma and the others. Damn it, why does everyone else have two but him just one? That burning eye scared Kangwa and the others to hurriedly put away the spirit fruits in their hands, fearing that Luo Shua would always covet their spirit fruits. When Hong Yuan saw the scene, he also said without any good humor, "Alright, Luo Shu, put away your harangue. Hurry up and finish what you promised me. I can give you another one then." Luo sniffed and snorted coldly in his heart. You make it sound like who wants your stupid fruit? But the words on his lips were, this old ancestor knows. Hong Yuan had also long since gotten used to Luo's dead duck's temper. With just a slight nod, he was ready to leave. Before leaving, Hong Yuan thought about it and also directly punched the small half of the jade disc of creation fragment he had obtained into Luo Shua's body. Since you want this is for you. After saying that, Hong Yuan also left directly. He still needed to talk to Yang Mei about this. After Hong Yuan left, Karma and the others also left directly without saying a word. Luo Shuju, we will come to the door with you after 10 Yuanhui to fulfill fellow Taoist Hong Yuan's command. With that, he quickly left. Although Luo's eyes were hot for the spirit fruits in their hands, he still didn't choose to stop the few people. After all, that was what Hong Yuan had given to Karma and the others, and it was not good for him to make a move to grab it. After all, he had just been smoked himself. He really didn't want to run into Hong Yuan again. After thinking about it, Luo Shujiu also greeted some people to spread the information that he had invited all the great powers of the flood to gather together after 10 Yuanhui. After the order was given, Luo Shu also finally sat back on the 12 pillars of extinction Black Lotus and began to explore what Hong Yuan had put into his body earlier. This look froze him in his tracks. Surprisingly, it was a fragment of a jade disc of creation. Even this fragment of the jade disc of creation was not much smaller than the one he had obtained before. Why would Hong Yuan give this to me? Doesn't he know that this is a fragment of the jade saucer of creation? At this moment, Luo was a bit confused. Hong Yuan gave this old ancestor this jade disc of creation with a problem? This was the first thought that came to Luo's mind. Out of caution, he also began to examine this jade disc of creation fragment. But to his surprise, he did not find anything strange in this jade disc of creation. At this point Luo was also in a dilemma. The supreme treasure was in front of him. Would he refine it, or not? The fact that he was able to break through to the mixed golden immortal so quickly was also all due to that fragment of the jade disc of creation. Otherwise today, even if he was a little stronger than Karma, he wasn't much stronger. But if he were to refine it, he was afraid that there was something wrong with the object. After all, this was what Hong Yuan had offered him of his own accord. But on second thought, Hong Yuan wouldn't have to go through that much trouble if he wanted to take a shot at him. Not to mention that he still had a falling flower immortal fruit given by Hong Yuan in his hand. You don't want it, do you? That's not good. Today he had offended Karma and others. If they waited for them to break through to the mixed golden immortal, and the three of them combined, they might even have to take a beating themselves. So after thinking about it, Luo also made a decision. If Yu Hong Yuan dares to give, this old ancestor dares to take. Is it hard for this old ancestor to be afraid of Yu Hong Yuan? After saying that, Luo also directly spliced this fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation given by Hong Yuan together with the fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation that he himself possessed. In a flash, the light of the Jade Disc of Creation fragments flourished. 3,000 laws of the Great Tao manifested, and the grade of the Jade Disc of Creation fragment had directly jumped up to an innate supreme treasure. Compared to before, it could be said to be many times more powerful. The 3,000 Great Tao laws, which were originally relatively vague, also became countless times more obvious at this moment. With the help of this wind, Luo Shujio also directly took out the falling flower immortal fruit. Tilting his head back, he swallowed it directly. And Hong Yuan, after leaving Mount Sumeru, also sent a message to Yang Mei. Hopefully, he would be able to set up some big formations with Luo when the time came. Yang Mei originally owed Hong Yuan so many favors, and had long wanted to do something to repay them. So after getting Hong Yuan's message he also agreed immediately. After receiving Yang Mei's affirmation, Hong Yuan also put this matter directly behind him, and wandered along aimlessly. A yuan hui later, Hong Yuan also arrived in front of a volcano. Looking at this volcano, Hong Yuan was also the first to understand where he was now. Turns out it's an undead volcano, the land of Yuan Feng. Just as Hong Yuan was pondering whether or not to go and see Yuan Feng, only to see the laws of fire that were originally flowing calmly around the immortal volcano suddenly explode out violently as if it was ignited like gunpowder. The fire was raging and surging, like angry sea waves gushing out from all directions, and its momentum was so fierce that it seemed as if it wanted to devour the entire world. It was accompanied by a phoenix sound that shook the entire heaven and earth. A brilliantly colorful fire bird accompanied by boundless auspiciousness manifested from the undead volcano. The light was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. The aura of that great Luo golden immortal instantly swept through the surrounding countless light years. She threw back her head and whistled, and that whistling sound pierced through the clouds and cracked the rocks, penetrating into the 9 heavens. The phoenix crown on its head was like a brilliant gemstone, and every feather on its body was like a carefully carved work of art, shining with a mysterious and charming luster. All of his body revealed and noble and majestic, and his pair of phoenix pupils seemed to be able to perceive the mysteries of all things in the world. Her stance was elegant and agile, and when she spread her huge wings, it seemed as if she could cover the entire heaven and earth. The swinging of those wings brought up a gust of wind, like a gorgeous rainbow crossing the sky, giving people an endless shock. This is the first phoenix in heaven and earth, Yuan Feng, also known as the Meta-Phoenix. And not long after Yuan Feng was born, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin were born on the shores of the East Sea and the Great Floodlands. It's comparable to Yuan Feng's back and forth. All three came out within the same day. And in the flood, there were also many great powers who sensed the trio's emergence, but neither put it in perspective. It's just a three-headed thing, even though the Yuan Feng, ancestral dragon, and beginning Qilin came out of the world with a share of their own luck. But to these great powers who had stood in the flood for countless years it was just like that. Chapter 28 Invitation of Yuan Feng. Sycamore Tree. And at that moment Yuan Feng on the immortal volcano also finally discovered Hong Yuan's presence, only to see her wings shake and she directly transformed into a woman. She was wearing a gorgeous and incomparable gold and red dress, which seemed to be woven by the most brilliant evening sunshine in the sky, and her skirt danced gently with the wind, floating as if it was surrounded by immortal clouds. A head of black hair that poured down like a waterfall was only gently pulled up with a simple but elegant jade hairpin, and a few strands of hair fell down around the ears, adding a few more points of charming and moving flavor. There was also a delicate ribbon tied around her waist, and she carried a sense of elegance and modesty between her hands and feet. Greetings, Dao Father. Oh, Hong Yuan also had a few moments of surprise. You recognize me? Yuan Feng vermilion lips not point in red. Light touches also explained to Hong Yuan, when Daozuan declared the entire flood. Although I have not yet transformed into a form, but also vaguely have some spiritual wisdom, naturally recognize Daozuan. If your holiness does not mind, you can move to my immortal volcano, although not as good as your holiness's dojo, but there is also a different flavor. Hong Yuan looked at Yuan Feng in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up. Who told you that this father has a dojo? Actually, I'm not going to lie to you. My humble servant just felt that the immortal volcano is very suitable to be my humble servant's dojo today, so I came over to take a look. I wonder when you're going to move out. Hong Yuan's words gave Yuan Feng a whole won't. I was just about to ask Daozuan if he was joking, but looking at Hong Yuan who had a serious face, Yuan Feng held his words back again. She didn't quite understand how a hallowed Taoist priest could still not have his own dojo, but it seems like she hasn't really heard of Hong Yuan's South Dojo place. Although she couldn't bear to give away her dojo to Hong Yuan, she also knew that it wasn't something she could decide. So after holding his tongue for half a day, Yuan Feng could only carefully open his mouth and say, "Since Daoist wants it, then little Phoenix will gift the immortal flame mountain to Daoist." "A gift to my father? That's not appropriate, is it?" It was clearly snatched by this father. Hong Yuan looked at Yuan Feng with a smirk. Yuan Feng was once again speechless when she heard Hong Yuan say this. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also stopped teasing the little Phoenix in front of him. He just laughed lightly and joked, "This father was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Your undead volcano isn't in this father's sights yet." At this time, although Yuan Feng was a bit ashamed, she was also quietly relieved after seeing that Hong Yuan was not taking over her dojo. "If you don't mind, then take this honored one to see your undead volcano." "You're welcome, Dao Father. It's an honor for you to come to Little Phoenix's immortal flame mountain." After saying that, Yuan Feng also brought Hong Yuan to start visiting the immortal volcano. At this time the large immortal volcano is only Yuan Feng one person. In addition to the center of the sycamore tree as well as some spiritual roots, like those other famous phoenixes have not yet appeared, more or less appear to be some rather empty. Seeing this, Hong Yuan raised his eyes to look at the sycamore tree in the center of the immortal volcano and opened his mouth to ask, "When did you start to diffuse your race?" At those words, Yuan Feng was also shocked in his heart. She only recently felt that the huge immortal volcano only one phoenix seems a little dead, and intends to use the sycamore tree to take himself as the basis, derivation of a family out. But I didn't expect that Hong Yuan seemed to have anticipated it. It's true that we can't hide it from the Dao Father. It should be right around the corner. Good thing too. Since it's destiny, then this honorable man will help you out. After saying that, Hong Yuan whirled and took out a small branch of immortal nurturing wood and directly waved his hand to integrate it into the sycamore tree. In the flood, there was nothing more suitable for upgrading the grade of a spiritual root. "Give my father a drop of your essence blood." Yuan Feng sniffed and also immediately squeezed out a drop of his own essence blood. Hong Yuan casually flicked his hand, integrating Yuan Feng's essence blood directly into the sycamore tree. In a flash, the sycamore tree began to shine, a divine charm surrounding it. The sycamore tree grade, which originally only had an extreme innate spiritual root grade, also began to soar. In the end, it was just a hair short of being completely transformed into a chaotic spiritual root, although it hadn't morphed into a chaotic spiritual root. But even so, it was far more powerful than the top 10 extreme innate spiritual roots that were so famous in the flood. And after the sycamore tree's successful metamorphosis, it also bore a fruit on its branches. The number is as large as 3,000, but at a closer look, which is what fruit? That is clearly a phoenix and phoenix. The phoenix is the male and the phoenix is the female. Half of each, because Yuan Feng was the first phoenix between heaven and earth. Even though it was a female, it was still called a phoenix. Hong Yuan looked at the sycamore tree in front of him, and also pondered that after he raised the grade of the sycamore tree today, the future Phoenix clan would definitely be much more powerful than the Phoenix clan of the original trajectory. When the time comes, perhaps it will be the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan together against the Phoenix clan. And upon seeing one of the phoenixes coalescing from the sycamore tree, Yuan Feng's beautiful, picture-like face had an additional light smile on it. At this time, Yuan Feng's heart was also feeling Hong Yuan's atmosphere. Although she didn't know what Hong Yuan had just incorporated into the sycamore tree, she knew just by the changes in the sycamore tree in front of her, that is definitely a supreme treasure. With that, Yuan Feng, without thinking, then bowed slightly towards Hong Yuan to thank him for his kindness. "Thank you, Dao Father." Hong Yuan just nodded calmly. In order to thank Hong Yuan, Yuan Feng also took out the rare spirit fruits he had accumulated over these countless years to entertain Hong Yuan. Although she also knew that with Hong Yuan's status, he naturally looked down on these spirit fruits and spirit wines, but that's the best she's got. But it was good that Hong Yuan didn't say anything more. Instead, he ate them with interest. This also relieved Yuan Feng. In the blink of an eye, it was already the day away from the day that Luo had previously set with causality and the others, and due to a few deliberate spreads, all the living beings in the entire floodplain were very much looking forward to this gathering. You have to know that this is the four old ancestors, Luo Shuji, cause and effect, Qian Kuan, and 5 elements, who led the way. Originally, there were still some old ancestors who disdained this. However, 3 Yuan Hui years ago, after these few people announced that they themselves had stepped into the realm of the mixed golden immortal, the entire flood wasteland no longer had any opposing thoughts, and among them, there were quite a few beings who had stepped into this gathering in order to be qualified. All of them were riveted to enhance their own cultivation. For a time, there was scrambling and looting everywhere in the floodplain. That was how the raging grievance fury chi between the heavens and the earth had also skyrocketed. And in the immortal volcano, Yuan Feng was also hesitantly looking at Hong Yuan. Even if Yuan Feng did not say something, Hong Yuan knew that Yuan Feng wanted to say something. Go if you want to. It just so happens to be a good thing for you to contribute as well. And as for my father, it's time to go back to the dojo and take a look around. Yuan Feng's heart trembled when she heard this. During these nearly 10 Yuan sessions, she had also deeply experienced the greatness of the Tao Father. It's simply unfathomable. Since the Tao Father had said it was good for her, it was good. It was just that somehow, she was suddenly a little reluctant to let Dao Zun leave. With this departure, there was no telling when he would have the opportunity to hear the Tao Father preach again. Thanks for the reminder, Tao Lord. Alright, it's time for me to leave, and you can also come and find me at Zhou Mountain when you have time. After saying that, Hong Yuan didn't wait for Yuan Feng to react. His figure instantly disappeared into the undying fire mountain. Yuan Feng was the only one left looking at the spot for a long time, unable to return to his senses. It turns out that Daoist Honor's dojo is in Zhou Mountain? Chapter 29. Watching Yuan Feng unable to return to his senses for a long time, one of the phoenixes on that sycamore tree also subconsciously let out a sound, as if it was like comforting Yuan Feng. On Mount Sumeru, there was a continent several light years in size. It was filled with a single jade table, and in front of that one jade platform, there were 5 jade platforms that were far larger than the others. Not only is it bigger, it's also a few points taller. At this time, one after another, some tiny golden immortal cultivation existences rushed over. After hesitating for a moment, he also sat directly on the jade platform at the very back. Due to the fact that the heavenly Tao evolved away from the flood was getting stronger by the day, the limitations between heaven and earth were no longer as strong as they were before. So there were also many more golden immortal and tiny golden immortal cultivators. Even the weakest of them were merely Xian immortals. Of course, existences like this didn't dare to ascend to the place of this gathering, and at most they just sat down near Mount Sumeru. It could be said that the weakest person who could ascend to this continent was a tiny golden immortal. As the tiny golden immortals entered one after another, they were followed by the Dala golden immortals, which were the mid-range combatants in the flood at this time. The existences with great Luo golden immortal cultivations thought about it and also took their seats one after another according to their strength. The beginners will sit in the back, the intermediates in the center, and so on. As for the peak of the great Luo golden immortals, even in the entire floodplains the number was not too much, so naturally they sat at the front of the line. However, these existences were a bit puzzled for a moment when they saw those 5 jade platforms placed in front of them. Aren't there only 4 mixed golden immortal ancestors? What's with the extra jade table? Could it be that some old ancestor has broken through over the years? Hong Jun had just arrived and looked at the crowd of Zhuangxians and golden immortals under Mount Sumeru, and immediately frowned. Luo and the others are really something. How come they still let some minions come? But this is, after all, not to his Hong Jun main, although Hong Jun some dissatisfaction, but did not say much. After hesitating for a moment, he also slowly appeared on top of the continent on Mount Sumeru. Sit straight down according to your cultivation level. After Hong Jun sat down, he looked at the 5 seats in front of him that were obviously a few points higher, and there was some envy in his eyes. Over the years, even though he had the jade disc of creation fragment, it had taken him quite a bit of time and heavenly materials to recover from the damage that Hong Yuan had inflicted on him before. Nowadays, he was also only at the peak cultivation level of a great Luo golden immortal. There is still some distance to the golden immortal. It's just that I don't know what Luo Shuji's few people have obtained, but they have directly broken through to the mixed golden immortal. Could it be that these people had also obtained a portion of the jade disc of creation fragments? Thinking of this, Hong Jun's heart tightened. It's not good. It's better to tighten it up. Thinking that, Hong Jun immediately got up, intending to sit back a little, but at that time, Yin Yang, Mixed Pang and the others also came, just sweeping a glance and slowly landed beside Hong Jun. Greetings, fellow Daoist Hong Jun. Hong Jun also could not help but sigh at this time. At this time if he left, I am afraid that it would not cause dissatisfaction. So he also honestly made a bow towards Yin Yang and the others. Greetings to you, fellow Daoist. Yin Yang and the others also inquired curiously at this time. Fellow Daoist Hong Jun, just now I saw you suddenly get up. Could it be that something is wrong? Hong Jun shook his head. It's nothing. I just sensed a few fellow Daoists coming and didn't want to lose my manners. Hearing what Hong Jun said, Yin Yang, Mixed Pang and the others were also warmed in their hearts. You are really a good person, Mr. Hong Jun. Simply sensing that they had come, they simply stood up and waited. Although it is not worth mentioning, this respect is to make them feel extremely warm. You are welcome, friend Hong Jun. If you don't mind at the end of this time, why don't you come to our dojo to discuss the Tao with each other? In the face of several people's invitations, Hong Jun didn't refuse, but just smiled and answered. Then the old Taoist will be disturbed. This is very good. Mixed Pang stroked his long beard and spoke with a light smile. For a while, Han Jun was actually a bit distracted by the enthusiasm of both Yin and Yang. And watch as more and more acquaintances come. Han Jun could only give up on the idea of hiding in the back himself in the end. After all, it made him look even more vain. And so, he could only do his best to collect the aura of his own jade disc of creation fragment and sat down in place. Just like that, each and every one of the old ancestors who had been famous in the floodplains also fell into their seats. At one time, almost all the great powers named in the entire flood wilderness appeared here. Even the ancestral dragon in the beginning Qilin came here and sat in the middle of the range of the great Luo golden immortals. After all, they had only just come out of the world not long ago, and were still quite a bit short of those true great powers. It was just that the two of them frowned when they took a slight look around. Yuan Feng didn't even come? I don't know what this woman is thinking. Since the three were born on the same day, they have their own senses in the underworld, so they also have an understanding of each other. At this time, the three clans were not completely formed, so there was no conflict between them. There was even an additional connection between the three because they were all born along with each other's qi. Seeing that Yuan Feng was not coming, the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin were also a little nervous in their hearts. If this Yuan Feng doesn't come, at that time, if it is said to be disrespectful to those four mixed golden immortal ancestors, I'm afraid that this will cause the four mixed golden immortal ancestors to be unhappy. It would be fine if they were targeting the Phoenix clan alone, but if they were implicated as a result, they can be so aggravating. Thinking of this, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin were also a bit annoyed. This woman, how can she be so insensitive? Ancestral dragon thought about it, also said, forget it. Yuan Feng did not come then did not come. We have a good understanding I think that the four ancestors invited us today. There should be a big thing to say. That Yuan Feng does not come as her loss. Just as well. Beginning Karen sighed and nodded as well. With everyone already seated, the sky suddenly released a great golden light, accompanied by 5 auras far above the great Luo golden immortals suddenly descending above the crowd. The figures of the 5 Taoists slowly and leisurely walked towards this ground. In the blink of an eye, he had appeared before the 5 empty jade platforms. Seeing Yang Mei and Luo Shuhu, Yin Yang, Mixed Peng, and Creation also smiled and opened their mouths. Congratulations to all of you Dao friends who have become mixed golden immortals. Yang Mei looked at these former old friends in front of him, and also responded with a smile. There's no need to be courteous. We are just one step faster due to chance. It's nothing. Since Yang Mei was born early, she rarely showed her face on weekdays. So some cultivators who didn't know who Yang Mei was were looking at Yang Mei's familiar appearance with a group of old ancestors. Also made a point of asking about some of the people beside him. But after asking around, no one knew who this Yang Mei really was. At this time, it was still a great Luo golden immortal cultivator who came out early who opened his mouth and reminded. That's old ancestor Yang Mei, a figure from the same time period as great god Pangu, and nowadays, he is even known as the number 1 person in the flood. It's even a few points stronger than the rest of the old ancestors. Chapter 30, The Name of the Taofather. Hiss. Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The first of the flood? This horrible? But right at this moment, Yang Mei cast his gaze over. With his cultivation the words of the crowd could not be hidden from him, but he also just laughed and shook his head. Fellow Taoists, don't put gold on my face. I'm just an ordinary Taoist. How would I dare to call myself the number 1 person in the flood? What's more, who dares to say that they are the number 1 person in the flood wasteland in front of fellow Taoist Hong Yuan? When Yang Mei said this there were quite a few people who froze at once. Hong Yuan? And who is this? Surprisingly, it was still above old man Yang Mei, so there were quite a few people who began to deduce it. But as soon as they deduced it, the people's faces suddenly changed abruptly, and a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out. Some people saw this expression on these people's faces, so he rushed up to inquire as well. But no matter how much they asked, those people just shook their heads with fear on their faces, and in the end, the only words that popped out were Dao Zun. Yang Mei didn't feel surprised to see the crowd's expression. Only after catching up with the Yin Yang few people, he slowly collected his attitude and continued to speak. Lao Dao believes that you are also very curious. Why today we will be several people will deliberately invite you to a gathering of friends of the Taoist. The specifics of this please Luo Shuji friend of the Taoist to say to you. Luo sniffed and also glanced at Yang Mei. Good man, this is letting yourself go out on a limb is it? The bad guys are doing it all by themselves. But Luo didn't say anything more. He didn't care about that anyway. Just the eyes slowly swept over the crowd, but stayed on Han Jun for that moment more. Why this old loach again? Somehow, after he saw Han Jun this time, he felt more and more displeased with Han Jun, but he didn't think much of it. Then he continued to speak. This old ancestor invites you today for one thing. Han Jun saw Luo's gaze linger on him for that extra moment and almost didn't scare him to death. Just now, The moment Luo appeared, Hongjun had vaguely sensed the aura of the jade disc of creation emanating from Luo. That's why Luo Shuji lingered on him for a split second, almost making Hongjun think that Luo Shuji had also discovered the jade disc of creation fragment on his body. But luckily, Luo only stayed for a split second before moving away. I wish to lay down a great formation in the flood. I hope you guys can contribute as well. It's that simple. Law's words were also simple, just short of explicit. This old man is asking you to work, so don't give a. After all, with Luo's current cultivation of the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, excluding Yang Mei and Hong Yuan, he doesn't need to put anyone else in his eyes at all. Yes, after all these years and with a little bit of help from the pieces of the jade disc of creation given by Hong Yuan as well as the falling flower immortal fruit, Luo directly broke through to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. And people like Cause and Effect and Five Elements had only just managed to break through to the early stages of the mixed golden immortals. It could be said that excluding Hong Yuan and Yang Mei, he was the first person in the flood. And the crowd below also looked a little ugly after hearing such blunt words from Luo. However, because of Luo's cultivation nowadays, it's not good to say anything more. Just sat on the stage with a dark face and not a word. And just then, Yuan Feng managed to arrive. Yuan Feng took a look at the dead silence on the field, and immediately his heart thumped. It's bad. I'm going to suffer. As expected, at the sight of Yuan Feng, some people finally found an outlet for their anger. One after another, they spread their breath instantly. Where did you come from? How dare you treat us with such contempt? Don't know that this gathering has already started. After saying that, an aura was instantly about to fall on Yuan Feng, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin at this time. Despite having the intention to help Yuan Feng, they could only shrink their necks and act as beasts in the face of the crowd's anger, not daring to show the slightest sign at all. One could only give a moment of silence in his heart for Yuan Feng. Let's hope this woman can get through this. In the face of the crowd's embarrassment, even though Yuan Feng's cultivation still reached the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, but in the face of tens of thousands of Great Luo Golden Immortals, which even included the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage as well as the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage and other powerhouses, the aura of Unbridled declared out. At this time, he was also pale, and his entire body appeared a bit shaky. Yang Mei did not want to care more. After all, it was Yuan Feng who was wrong beforehand, who made her just in time for the crowd to be annoyed. But all of a sudden, he unexpectedly sensed a trace of Hong Yuan's aura in Yuan Feng. It also instantly made him flinch. Then, without much hesitation, he directly waved his hand and suppressed all the auras. Ha! For a moment, everyone froze. They didn't understand why Yang Mei would suddenly come to Yuan Feng's aid. But unexpectedly, Yang Mei didn't look at them. Instead, he looked at Yuan Feng with a smile on his face and asked with a smile, I wonder if fellow Daoist Hong Yuan as well. When Yuan Feng heard what Yang Mei asked, he realized why Yang Mei helped him. But in fact, if you think about it, you know that there is no other possibility other than Hong Yuan's connection. Although she had been born spiritually earlier, she had only been born for a few Yuanhui. There was still a world of difference between them and demon gods like Yang Mei who had been famous in the chaos, not to mention the fact that it was still Yang Mei who had retained almost all of her memories. Thus, Yuan Feng also responded with a little bit of respect. Greetings to elder ancestor Yang Mei. Dao father he is all well. Seeing Yuan Feng slightly restrained, Yang Mei also smiled and said, don't be nervous, I'm a close friend of Daoist Hong Yuan. But Daoist Hong Yuan sent you? Yuan Feng hesitated for a moment and also slowly nodded. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei also stroked his long beard. Since fellow Daoist Hong Yuan asked you to come, then sit a bit in front. Saying that, Yang Mei also generated a jade platform in front of him out of thin air, just below Hong Jun, Reincarnation and others. In the face of old man Yang Mei's goodwill, Yuan Feng hesitated for a moment and didn't push back, directly taking a seat on that newly generated jade platform. This immediately made the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin in the crowd look confused. No, where did she meet the Taoist priest? Of course, at this time, they also realized that Yuan Feng's cultivation was actually above theirs, which instantly made them even more confused. There were also quite a few people who looked at Yuan Feng's back and began to think in their minds about whether or not they should go and make amends and apologize when the time comes. After all, they were not very friendly just now. Although a mere Yuan Feng was not worth their attention, but there was no way that Yuan Feng was behind that Dao father. If he was friendly with Yuan Feng, he might not also not have the opportunity to meet with Dao Zun. Just like that, the minds of a group of great powers in the floodplain were filled with thoughts. And right at that moment, Yang Mei also slowly spoke. I wonder what you all think of Luo Shuji's proposal. After pondering for a moment, Daoist Yin Yan also looked at Yang Mei and asked thoughtfully, I wonder why you want to set up a large formation. In the face of Yin Yang's inquiry, before Yang make it open his mouth, Luo Shu spoke with a shadowy face. Yin Yang, you less ask questions here. This old ancestor is looking up to you before letting you come. All you have to do is just give a word. Is it willing or unwilling? If it is not willing to, this old ancestor also do not mind to take you as the base to refine the big array. Chapter 31, The Heavenly Tao is finally revealed. If it was normal, Luo Shuo would not provoke others like this even if his temperament was bratty. But this time somehow, he saw the Yin and Yang aside. Hongjun cannot help it a little. Incidentally, while Hongjun befriended Yin and Yang together cannot see. Originally in the chaos he looked down on Hongjun that way, and now with the passage of time, not only has it not weakened in the slightest, instead, it's getting deeper by the day. And Yin Yang Daoist heard Luo Shuo said, immediately angry fire. If not Hongjun stop, he is afraid that at this time we're going to direct action. Although his cultivation was inferior to Luo's, he was not some object to be bullied. Same chaos demon god. Who's afraid of who? At this time, Luo Shuo side of the 5 elements of the old ancestor is also smiling out of the interruption. All friends, do not be angry. In order to peace his precious fellow Taoist, Yin Yang's question must be one that many fellow Taoists would like to ask. So let me explain it to you all. It's like this. You all know the name of Taoist friend Hong Yuan and Dao Zun. In fact, I'm not hiding it from you. This time, the matter is also asked by Taoist friend Hong Yuan for us to carry out the matter. And its purpose is also for the good of the floodplains. And now as a part of the floodplains, it's time for us to give a contribution as well. Moreover, according to the Dao Zun, this time, this matter is also of great benefit to you and others. I wonder what you all think. And after hearing what the 5 elements old ancestor said, everyone came to a sudden realization. It turns out that the Taoist priest, Hong Yuan, ordered it down. In that case, it should be done. Anyway, they had no choice when they faced the Luo several people in front of them. So they might as well be cool. What's more, according to Dao Zun, this matter was also quite beneficial to them. After all, with such a big name as Dao Zun, it was impossible to lie to people, right? Thereupon the crowd also made a quick decision. Since it's the business of fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, Taofather, then we can also pay our share. When Yang Mei saw this, the smile on her face couldn't help but grow a few points brighter. Subsequently, over the next few days, one by one, the 5 mixed golden immortals, including Yang Mei and Luo Shuhu, laid out the areas they were responsible for as well as the things they needed to pay attention to. After the arrangements were made, the flood crowd also began to carry out a major infrastructure operation. Countless Tao lords have come out of the flooded outer heaven and started to set up the great Tao formation bases as instructed by Luo Shuji, Yang Mei and the others. The reason why it was the base of the formation was naturally because only Hong Yuan alone was able to set up a truly great formation. As for those under the great Luo, they were combined in the number of circumference, forming small groups that helped the great Luo golden immortal powerhouses at the edge of the heavens. After all, they hadn't achieved the great Luo, and were simply unable to survive in the harsh environment of the heavenly beyond. Some of them, although they were a bit dissatisfied with Luo and the others forcing them to set up a large formation that would envelop the floodplains, they could only follow suit due to Hong Yuan's prestige. But after they set up a formation base, everyone froze for a moment. The reason for this was that they had just actually felt the joy of the flood heavenly Tao. Now there wasn't a single complaint anymore. Instead, the initiative was a bit intimidating. Even sometimes when there was a lack of materials, these great powers even went to look for the materials themselves without saying a word. That look was all a bit out of Hong Yuan, who had been observing. Today, although the heavenly Tao and the flood has not yet come out, but the strength of a certain level of the flood spirits know that the day from the heavenly Tao is not far away. Although they had not been rewarded by the heavenly Tao for setting up the great formation for the flood now, but this reward the heavenly Tao will not owe them. The more they do now, the more generous their reward will be when the heavenly Tao comes out. That's why these people are so proactive today. Not to mention the fact that at the moment when the heavenly Tao came out, it was a heavenly opportunity for all living beings in the flood. One way or another, maybe their cultivation levels could all directly break through 2 or 3 realms. How does that not excite these people? Even those chaos demon gods were particularly vigorous at this time, and those who had been chaos demon gods in their previous life were even more aware of it. What was born of the flood was inevitably not an ordinary heavenly Tao. After all, this flood was evolved directly from chaos by Pangu with great power. Among them were the bodies and origin laws of their Pangu and their 3,000 chaos demon gods. Therefore, even they attached great importance to this chance. And in the midst of the flood, the pattern at the beginning remains unchanged by much. And after those old ancestors and great powers had left for a long time, the people underneath suddenly became somewhat unable to hold back. After all, they're the bearers now. Who dares to mess with them? As a result, the floodplains unexpectedly became gradually chaotic. The resentment and demonic aura even swept through the entire flooded earth with impunity. And yet, some of these circumstances were not noticed by the group of great powers in the heavenly beyond. Even if some people notice it, they don't take it seriously. After all, some of the servants and retainers they could have nudged out with their hands. The carelessness of a group of great powers, coupled with the disturbance of the grievance fury chi, added a few more fires to the chaos of the flood. It can be said that except for those famous mountains with quite a lot of fame, the rest of the floodplain is experiencing war every day. And so a measure of time passed. Whether it was those who were setting up the foundation of the array, or the living beings above the floodplains, everyone suddenly had a premonition in their hearts on this day, and they stopped what they were doing, raising their heads to look into the middle of the flooded void. In the middle of the endless flooded void, a strange fluctuation suddenly rose, as if a stone had suddenly fallen from the surface of a calm lake. Immediately afterward, an extremely dazzling light was like a sharp blade that instantly cut through the entire sky. That light was only a thin line at first, but it was rapidly expanding at an extremely terrifying speed, and in just the blink of an eye, it illuminated the entire flood sky. As the light blossomed, a vast and boundless, ancient and mysterious aura swept across the entire floodplain like a raging tide. At the very center of the light, a huge and blurred outline gradually appeared. In the center of that silhouette, the power of 3,000 laws was surprisingly surging, as if it contained endless rules and mysteries, and each filament seemed to be the most primitive pattern in this heaven and earth. It was as if everyone in the flood saw themselves in the center of that silhouette. Gradually, the outline became progressively clearer, only to see a blurred figure slowly emerge within it. He just levitated there silently, with the surrounding power of the laws surrounding him like a multitude of stars. The moment he appeared, it was as if the time and the flood had stopped flowing, and even the space had frozen together, as if he was the center of this piece of heaven and earth, the master of all things in the flood, and the embodiment of the entire flood coalescing together. Countless people froze at the appearance of this figure. They really didn't understand why there was such a terrifying existence. It was as if his presence symbolized the entire flood, and as if he represented the wisdom and power that transcended everything. They understand that this being is a height they can never reach, but all the mighty know. The one in front of me cannot be considered a living being, but is just a form condensed by countless rules in the flood. Chapter 32 Successful Virtue Descends. Powerful Breakthroughs. Hong Yuan was also silently looking at the heavenly Tao. With his strength he was naturally able to see through the heavenly Tao's manifested body. It was a young man who bore a 4 or 5% resemblance to his eldest brother. He couldn't help but make Hong Yuan a little heartbroken. In the silence, that heavenly Tao also spoke slowly. His voice was like a great bell, resounding throughout the flood. I am the heavenly Tao, born in response to fate, acknowledged by the great Tao, and in charge of the destiny of all things in the world, the program of the universe. His words were like mysterious inscriptions that echoed throughout the flood, each word seeming to contain endless power. Hearing all the living beings in the floodplains was like being mesmerized, and as his words fell, a voice that was incomparably familiar to Hong Yuan resounded. Granted. As the words of the great Tao fell, the figure of the heavenly Tao bowed towards the great Tao, and then gradually became blurred, and soon the heavenly Tao disappeared in the eyes of everyone. It was as if what had just happened was just a dream, but all the living beings in the floodplains know that this is not a dream, because the floodplains of heaven and earth are still left between the power of the heavenly way just now, and the heavenly aura around him was still in the process of growing. The laws of the great Tao in the flood were also replaced with the laws of the heavenly Tao at this moment. The great way is completely retired. What's more, the magnificent landscape above the void had not disappeared and remained suspended in the sky. The force of that law and the rules still surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. With the disappearance of the heavenly Tao, countless forces of merit and virtue suddenly coalesced above the flood. In the gazes of the crowd with surprised faces, depending on the contributions made by each person, they fell on those great powers working in the heavenly beyond. As the merits fall, these working great powers didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, directly sitting in place and beginning to absorb the heavenly Tao merits. Among them, the merit of the 5 people, Luo Shuji and Yang Mei, was the most enormous. Luo Shua looked at the merits in front of him and was also in a bit of a trance, not realizing that he, Luo Shua, would also have a day of obtaining merits. Although it is not the great Taoist merit, it is better than the quantity. And in addition to these people gaining merit, the only remaining 1/3 of merit appeared directly in the flood abyss realm and flew towards the flood abyss. However, Hong Yuan did not put it away. Instead, he opened his mouth. Forget it, you've just come out of the world. It's better to save it. In case you don't have merit to fall one day, it'll be embarrassing. Not to mention I'm not that bad at merit. I haven't been using the ones that the Avenue has given to me, so it's a waste to give them to me. If the outside world knew what Hong Yuan had said, they didn't know what they would jump to. Why don't you give it to me? And hearing what Hong Yuan said, somehow, Hong Yuan seemed to feel as if heaven's path was somewhat aggrieved. If it were anyone else, the heavenly Tao's rewards are simply not something you can refuse. Because the heavenly Tao was created by the countless rules of the flood, it simply would not tolerate rejection. After all, if you have merit, and that should be rewarded. Now Hong Yuan was directly rejecting it, and even from Hong Yuan's words there was some disdain for the heavenly Tao merits. It also made the big fat newborn kid look a little aggravated. This second uncle is really annoying. Feeling the aggrieved emotion of the heavenly Tao, Hong Yuan also hurriedly consoled. How about this? You save up first, and then give it to me once again when there is excess merit. What do you think? Hearing Hong Yuan's words, the heavenly Tao then cheerfully withdrew his merit, and the beings in the floodplains looked at the merits on the void disappearing into thin air, and there was some incomparable pity. It's amazing that such a great merit doesn't have a share for himself. God is not fair. But not yet wait for them to recover from the loss of it. Suddenly someone looked at the thousands of laws and rules still floating in the air, but also immediately reacted to the face of excitement, shouted up, heaven's way to love. Fast enlightenment. Only after hearing the reminder did these people completely come back to their senses, rushing to sit down in place and start cultivating and comprehending. This is undoubtedly a village in the dark. They originally thought that the heavenly Tao will not love these living beings such as themselves. I didn't realize that they were still given a gift. Tendo is so good. And in the flood abyss hall, Hong Yuan is also toward a group of children opened his mouth and said, my flood abyss realm, although the law of the great Tao manifested undoubtedly, but this heavenly Tao out of the world to you, and so is a chance. After all, this is a gift given to the flood of all living beings. You, and so since you can understand a bit. Hearing Hong Yuan's reminder, the group of children only woke up from the scene they had just witnessed. Alright, master, we'll cultivate here. The group of children responded in a milky voice. It was just that although the group of children were practicing, they couldn't quiet their minds no matter what, and the scene of their own master rejecting the heavenly Tao's merit just now was still floating in their minds. Hong Yuan sighed when he saw this. With that, he directly waved his hand, helping to clear all the distracting thoughts from the minds of the group of children. Only then did he allow a group of children to enter the state of cultivation. Alas, you guys, where to find a good lord like me? After saying that, Hong Yuan also brewed himself a pot of tea and drank it with a savory taste. He didn't cultivate because the dangling of the heavenly Tao was simply not as good as the cultivation site that Daddy Did Tao had gotten just for him. And just when the living beings of the flood were all busy cultivating, the emperor of fierce beasts, Divine Reversal, who had been nurtured for countless years, had finally emerged. And the moment he was born, he was the peak of the mixed golden immortal. Accompanying the Divine Reversal were 4 ferocious beasts, namely Tao Tai, Chaos, Legend, and Poor Chi. Each one of them was at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal. It's simply strong and scary. After all, ferocious beasts are not the same as ordinary living beings. Ferocious beasts are from the chaos in the hands of the death of the 3,000 demon gods, in the hands of Pango, part of the flesh and blood, as well as these countless years in the floodwaters of the grievances of the cohesion of the gas accumulated into. Moreover, they feed on flesh and blood and the grievous aura. And the more grievous aura they absorb, the faster their strength improves. Unlike ordinary ferocious beasts that only knew how to kill and destroy, the Divine Reversal as well as the 4 great ferocious beasts were spiritually intelligent. The ferocious beasts scattered all over the floodplains also seemed to have a backbone the moment the Divine Reversal came out, and they all converged towards the place where the Divine Reversal was located. The traces left behind by the heavenly Tao were as many as 100 years old. In these 100 years, countless people had broken through the realm every single day. One day, Hong Jun suddenly opened his eyes from the cultivation. His face looked incomparably grave. Lo said, my good corpse out. Chop. After saying that, a figure suddenly appeared at his side. Just see, this Taoist and Hong Jun have a few resemblance, but a temperament is far more than. Hong Jun looks much more kind. This is a door that Hong Jun has researched over the years, and with the help of the merit gained before then also made up this door completely. The name is the method of chopping 3 corpses. Although it might not be as powerful as that of the mixed golden immortal in terms of battle power, there was an advantage to this dharma. That is, the speed of cultivation far exceeded that of a mixed golden immortal. Coupled with the ability to split 3 of his own corpses, it was enough to reverse the situation if the enemy was unguarded. This was also something that Hong Jun came up with after being slapped half to death by Hong Yuan earlier. If he had a bilocation at that time, then he could have ventured out in the future without the need for his own body. Even if the bilocation fell, he would only need to spend some effort to temper it again. Safety can be pulled full circle. At this time, Hong Jun's good corpse also bowed toward Hong Jun. Greetings to my father. Hong Jun slightly nodded. His also toward the separation of the good corpse opened his mouth and said, "Now is not the time to expose my method. You can first travel in the floodplains, or first hidden in the old man's original spirit." After a little hesitation, Hongjuan's good corpse also made a decision. "I'd better travel a bit, and I can also look for the jade disc of creation fragments for you, my father." After thinking for a while, Hongjun also agreed. "Good. I'm off." After saying that, Hongjuan's good corpse also disappeared silently. With Hongjuan's breakthrough to paramount sainthood, Yin Yang, creation, and other chaos demon gods also managed to break through to the mixed golden immortal by virtue of their acquisition of heavenly Dao merit. For a time, counting the 5 Yang Mei who were originally mixed golden immortals, the number of people of the mixed golden immortal realm in the flood had broken through to as many as 10. Chapter 33, 4 Directions God Protector Formation. And on this day, 100 years after the appearance of the heavenly Dao, the gift of the heavenly Dao finally came to an end. All the living beings in the flood had increased their cultivation to some extent. Most people saved countless years of hard work, especially those who had descended the heavenly Dao's merits. Most of them had even raised 2 minor realms today, and only a few had merely raised 1 minor realm. As for those existences that were at the peak of the great Luo golden immortals before, although they hadn't been able to break through yet, they weren't far away from the mixed golden immortals. After these people broke through, they continued to start their work with a happy face, not caring at all about those who were still in seclusion. Those who awakened later were furious when they saw their jobs taken, and joined in the work while cursing and swearing, by the way not forgetting to take the jobs of those who have not yet awakened. They were tired, but they were excited. After all, this isn't an easy job, it's earning merit. They had never seen earning merit be so easy. It is important to realize that merit can be difficult to obtain. Sometimes a little bit of merit is enough to break through that barrier, so how does this not excite them? A little more work will add to the merit. Even they were now somewhat regretting it. Dao Zun shouldn't have driven so many people to come together. They could have done it alone with their teeth. Now it's good that the living is being divided. Just like that, a single formation base was also laid down by them. Another half a measure of time had passed. On this day, a group of great powers had finally laid out the entire array foundation already. It was only a matter of the Dao Father setting up a great formation. And at that moment, in the heavenly beyond, there was also a sudden burst of light. A huge and incomparable majestic golden avenue suddenly appeared in the eyes of everyone. Accompanying the appearance of this golden avenue was the figure of Hong Yuan. He was only seen stepping leisurely, accompanied by a roiling golden lotus slowly appearing. Every step he took fell, causing the entire floodplain to quake. At this moment, it was as if the surrounding sun and moon as well as the many stars had willingly fallen into his company. The flood crowd looked at Hong Yuan, who had come from afar, some involuntary gulping. Is this the Dao Zun? This was the first time they had seen Hong Yuan, and it was simply not quite what they had imagined. In the beginning, they thought that Dao Zun was, at best, only a little stronger than old man Yang Mei and the rest of them. But today, they realized that they had thought completely wrong. That mere faintly scattered hint of aura actually gave them an illusion as if they had seen the heavenly Dao before. It was all so majestic and grandiose that one could sense their own insignificance with just a glance. Looking at the crowd, Hong Yuan also spoke softly at this time. "I am Hong Yuan, and I'm here to thank you all for your help since these 2 quantum culpas on behalf of the flood wasteland." Although the voice was small, it was like a flood bell of the great Tao, resounding through the entire floodplain. In the middle of the flood, God Rebel felt the majestic to the extreme aura of the flood abyss. The face looked grave. Hong Yuan, even as a peak mixed golden immortal, he still felt a deep sense of powerlessness in Hong Yuan. It didn't know what Hong Yuan really thought of their fierce beast clan. If Hong Yuan had the intention to target them, then they wouldn't say that they had prepared for all these years. I'm afraid that even staying alive is an extremely difficult task. Beside divine reversal, the 4 ferocious beasts that had already become mid-mixed golden immortals were also at a loss as to how to speak. Hong Yuan's appearance had indeed left them a bit overwhelmed. At this time, poor Qi gritted his teeth and spoke. "Brother, why don't I go pay my respects to the Dao Father? And when the time comes, our clan will also be able to set it up according to the idea of the Dao Father." God Rebel immediately hesitated a bit at his words. But also only hesitated for a few seconds, and then made a decision. "Good. Then at that time, you will visit by poor Qi. These days my clan also collects a little treasure. At that time you once send it." But just as the words were finished, the words of Hong Yuan resounded in God Rebel's mind. "A visit is not necessary. I will not intervene in the affairs of this flood." These words immediately caused God Rebel to break out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect Hong Yuan to be watching this place. Fortunately they hadn't been verbally abusive to Hong Yuan just now. Otherwise they're afraid they'll be ruined this time. But soon, God Rebel was caught in a monstrous surprise that Hong Yuan would not intervene. It could be said that Hong Yuan's words gave him extreme confidence. He thought to himself that if Hong Yuan didn't put up a fight, there was no one in the entire floodplain who was his opponent. The rise of the Fierce Beast clan was inevitable. With that, Divine Rebel also honestly stood up and bowed in Hong Yuan's direction. My Fierce Beast clan thanks you, Dao Father. Originally, the four murderers were puzzled by how their elder brother had suddenly gone quiet. But in the next second, he was instantly shocked out of a cold sweat by the demeanor and words spoken by God Rebel. Divine Reversal wasn't displeased with the performance of the four fiends. After all, even it was sweating a bit coldly after just hearing Hong Yuan's words from its mind. Not to mention the four murderers. The four fowls, and they didn't expect that Dao Zun was even paying attention to them. Luckily they were honest just now and didn't say anything more. Otherwise they were dragging the Fierce Beast clan into the land of 10 deaths. Subsequently, after stating with the four ferocious men what Hong Yuan had just said to him, the aura on his body gradually filled out. No more of the tangled feelings of before. Instead, it was full of arrogance and confidence. Today, it is the time for my Fierce Beast clan to make a name for itself. So tell the children underneath that it's time for them to move around. The four fowls' faces were also extremely surprised, and they directly answered, yes, before, if my elder brother hadn't kept the pressure on, the time to say something hadn't yet come. I'm afraid the people underneath have long since pressed their natures. Now it's good that the older brother is finally going to do something about it. It was time for them, the Fierce Beast clan, to let the Floodworld clans know how powerful they were. And in the heavens beyond, Hong Yuan also slowly withdrew his gaze from Divine Reversal. Looking at one of the formation bases in front of him, Hong Yuan then waved his hand. A large formation diagram suddenly flew out from his hand, expanding up quickly. Looking at this scene, Hong Yuan also looked at the Heavenly Dao. Help me. With those words, the Heavenly Dao, who had been there all along observing, also gave a hand at Hong Yuan's reminder. With the addition of the Heavenly Dao, the large array diagram became even more enormous, like a huge half-mask that directly enveloped the entire floodplain. For Directions God Protector Formation, Fall, Chapter 34, Changes in the Floodplain, Merit Revisited. As Hong Yuan softly droned, the huge formation was directly integrated into the formation bases laid down by the various great powers of the flood wasteland before. For a moment, the entire floodplain shook violently. The countless chaotic auras absorbed from the heavenly beyond heaven turned into incomparably pure heaven and earth auras. Under this aura, the earth of the flood was surprisingly a little thicker. Some of the mountain peaks actually skyrocketed by a few percent at this moment, and in each of the four directions of the flood, a huge and incomparable pillar of light also suddenly rose up. With the Zhou mountain in the center of the floodplains, it vaguely formed a five-party situation, and all the living beings in the flood felt it even more obviously. Surprisingly, they felt that the heavens and earth in the flood had become more solid and hard, and it's not even a 1 or 2% kind of thing, it's a full dozens of times higher kind of thing. In the past, a mere shiny mortal realm moving mountains and reclaiming the sea was no big deal, but nowadays it was even impossible to move a small dirt slope. It has the illusion of making them feel weaker, or the kind that becomes particularly weak. However, the aura that was growing all the time between heaven and earth made them feel very comfortable. Hong Yuan was also extremely satisfied as he watched the changes in the floodplain. This Four Directions God Protector formation was the one he had obtained by making his choice earlier. This grand formation can also be said to be the most appropriate for the flood. Under the shroud of this Four Directions God Protector formation, not only can it constantly absorb chaotic chi from the flood outer heaven to replenish the flood, but it can also form the flood as a whole, being able to spread most of the damage around the flood. It could be said that unless you could be strong enough to strike directly at the entire flood, your damage to the flood would be weakened to the extreme under this great formation. What's more, this big formation hadn't even been fully formed yet. The reason why it was called the Four Directions God Protecting Formation was that it was possible to set up a flood god in the four directions of east, west, south, north and south. As for the middle, there he is. After all, his dojo was right in the middle of Mount Zhou, and once the Four Directions deities were set up, they could form an all-encompassing suppression of the flood with the Zhou mountain where he was. Even if a heavenly Tao saint appeared at that time, it would never be like the original trajectory that directly shattered the entire flooded earth. Moreover, the four deities in the four directions could be said to be no different from the Heaven's Path Saints, and even said to be able to catalyze power that was above the Heaven's Path Saints, so there was nothing bad about it except for some limitations. Not only can you have merit income every moment, it's more of a one-man under one roof thing. However, these four candidates Hong Yuan hadn't found any suitable ones for the time being. If you really want to talk about it, God's Reversal is one. With Divine Reversal's monstrous resentment and killing aura, no one was better suited to the killing aspect of the Western Lord than him. I just don't know if God Reverse's temperament would be willing to do so. It's been restricted, but it's a step up. What's more, when the time comes and he's happy, it won't be hard to let God Rebel retire. After all, he wasn't the kind of boss who liked to exploit his subordinates. As for the other 3 directions, Hong Yuan didn't have any suitable objects for the time being. With the formation of the 4 directions God Protector formation, the heavenly Tao once again descended merit. This time the merit was tens of times more than the merit that descended when the heavenly Tao was just revealed. This scene also caused the eyes of the group of working great powers to glow. Hate to plunge yourself right into the meritocracy. Thus, in the eyes of the crowd, the heavenly Tao merits also fell down, according to the previous distribution of each person's merits. And some people see their best friends beside them falling far more than they do in merit. There was also a flurry of remorse in underworked. Subsequently, amidst the shocked expressions of the crowd, nearly 50% of the merit flew towards Hong Yuan. The sheer number of those was simply beyond everyone's expectations. But on second thought, it was normal. After all, Dao Zun was the one who really dropped the hammer to decide. After all, this one thing was still prompted by Dao Zun. To be able to have this much merit, they envied it but didn't say much. After all, everyone serves Dao Zun. Only in the next second, the crowd became dumbfounded, only to see Hong Yuan very reluctantly accept these merits, and then without the slightest hesitation, he backhanded these merits directly into the 4 directions God Protector formation. The faces of the people watching became twisted. Dao Zun, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. I'm not picky. One must know that this amount of merit was enough to refine several pieces of Hotian merit supreme treasures. If he were to switch to raising his cultivation level, I'm afraid that achieving a mixed metamorphosis Great Luo Golden Immortal wouldn't be a difficult task. But it was such a huge amount of merit that Hong Yuan even said he didn't want it. There was even a bit of helpless dislike when he took it. This made the crowd of flood powers feel very unreal. When Yang Mei saw what Hong Yuan did, he also smiled and shook his head. Worthy of being fellow Daoist Hong Yuan, you're really spontaneous. But Law snorted. What a stinker. But the next second Hong Yuan also slowly placed his gaze on him, frightening Luo, and hurriedly lowered his head. He really didn't dare to imagine if Hong Yuan were to give him a beating in front of so many people right now. Does he still want to lose face? Looking at Luo's performance, Hong Yuan also nodded with satisfaction. It's a real shame to make the unruly Luo so abashed. Well, since this time is over, all of you should return to the flood. Just remember not to damage the flood too much. We keep in mind the wishes of the Tao Father. After saying that, all of them also left the heavenly beyond and went back to their own dojos. It just so happened that he could also digest the heavenly merit he had just received. Just what they didn't know was that at this time, the flood had long been in chaos. Many of their human dojos had long since been taken over by the ferocious beasts at this point. Seeing all the great powers of the flood wasteland leave, Hong Yuan also opened his mouth towards Yang Mei, Luo Shuwu, Yin Gua, and other reincarnated chaos demon gods. The chaotic world is about to begin, and it's better for all of you to make preparations as early as possible. Hearing what Hong Yuan said, the crowd immediately frowned. Also, they have started to deduce it. This deduction made his face look a bit ugly. Surprisingly, the flood quantum revelation was about to begin, so it was no wonder that Hong Yuan had specifically reminded them of it. Originally, with their cultivation and what they do, since they do not have to enter the robbery. But the beasts are different. That is absorbed the death of their previous death and the residual blood in flesh inborn. There is a karma with them. With this cause and effect, they also had to enter into the calamity to experience this flood quantum succession. Otherwise, by the time the ferocious beasts had caused the destruction of the living souls in the floodplains, part of the karma would still fall on them. After the crowd understood all that had happened, even Yang Mei, at this time, was bitterly mourning his face. He has not done anything, and now he has to be robbed. Blanche, thank you for reminding us. Fellow Daoist, we will go back now. The crowd saluted towards Hong Yuan and rushed back as well. Each other this time is the first quantum robbery of the flood. The degree of ferocity is extremely strong. Even with them, there may be the possibility of falling. It's just that before Luo's departure, he was uncharacteristically sizing up Hong Yuan. Seeing that Hong Yuan never responded, Luo also had a dark face and snorted coldly without any good reason. Seeing Luo in this state, Hong Yuan was also a bit confused for a moment. What is this Law doing? Why are you pampering him? Luo saw Hong Yuan looking at him with some rather strange eyes. Although he didn't know what Hong Yuan was thinking, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. So he could only grit his teeth and say, Hong Yuan, where's my fruit? Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan then realized that Luo Shujio wanted the spirit fruit that he had promised him earlier. Wouldn't it be better to just say so? The whole time he thought Luo was pampering him for compliments. Hong Yuan, who had figured it out, didn't hesitate too much and casually took a falling flower immortal fruit and threw it directly to Luo Shuwu. Luo received the falling flower immortal fruit, and only then did he leave satisfied. Chapter 35, The Child's Entry. By now, only Yang Mei was left alone. Yang Mei crying face close to the Hong Yuan friend? The old road bitter ah. You also know that I from the world since the time of birth. Pressure is not much in and out of the world in the eyes of the people. This is for the sake of peace and quiet. Fall a leisure. And now you see, I have to be into the hijacking. The old road bitter ah. Hong Yuan instantly rolled his eyes. Stop. You Yang Mei let's give me this. Yes, I can let you not enter the robberies. But again, it's not necessary. With your cultivation, it's not much of a big deal. Anyway, you Yang Mei is idle. It's not a big deal to go in and take a stroll. Yang Mei also knows that this time the flood quantitative robbery himself is a must enter. So also not in the bitter face, turn a serious backhand and said, since the heavenly way let me into the hijacking, then the old road will be into a time and how. Hong Yuan Taoist friends, the old road to go also. After saying that, Yang Mei also disappeared in an instant. Watching Yang Mei leave, Hong Yuan also smiled and shook his head helplessly. This old Yang is still true. Seeing that he does not make a move, he turned his head and became righteous into the hijacking. So after thinking about it, Hong Yuan also returned to the Hong Yuan Hall. After all these years, there weren't just 3,000 children in the Hong Yuan realm. Instead, there are hundreds of thousands of living beings. It's a small number, but it's also far more massive than before. But although the number of living beings had become greater, there were still only 3,000 children in his Hong Yuan Hall. If there were no surprises, he did not intend to continue accepting people into his sect. Looking at the 3,000 children who were busy before and after, Hong Yuan also asked them to come over to see him. Not long after, the 3,000 children also rushed to the great hall of Hong Yuan. In a milky voice, he saluted towards Hong Yuan. Greetings, Master. After all these years, these individual children had now reached the early Tai Golden Immortal Realm. A few of them have also reached the middle stage. Don't think that this progress is very slow. You should know that time is one of the most worthless things in the flood. I don't know how many people have wasted several quantum of time still remaining in the same place. If the cultivation can keep growing, the flood wouldn't be able to reach tens of thousands of great Luo Jingshians until now. One must know that the current flood, after all these years, has more than billions and billions of its living beings. These billions and billions of trillion living beings are only just these numbers of great Luo Golden Immortals. One could imagine just how difficult each further step in cultivation was. Furthermore, most of these Tao Lord Golden Immortals had inherited a portion of the Chaos Demon God's origin. A heal chance far exceeds that of ordinary beings. And these 3,000 children of his Hong Yuan Palace? At best, it was only some ordinary innate rooted vegetation crystallized by crystals, and it was simply incomparable to those great powers. If it wasn't for the fact that over the years, these children had bathed beside the 10 great chaotic spiritual roots. Make a root and foot has been improved. I am afraid that it has long been inaccessible. Alright, no need to be polite. In fact, I asked you all to come here today because I want to ask you one thing. Hong Yuan said as he looked at each of the children. Listening to what their lord said, the group of children and girls immediately gathered their minds and focused on Hong Yuan. This was the first time since their initiation that the lord had asked their opinion on anything. Gotta concentrate. Can't get sidetracked. Hong Yuan looked at the honest crowd underneath and nodded with satisfaction. Then he stated the reason. This flood you all know, is my big brother transformed? After countless years, is also gradually into the right track. But what about this heaven and earth? As the number of living beings become more, under the day increase and the month rise is also naturally a lot more robbery gas. And now, the robbery gas is also gradually toward the peak. The quantitative robbery is also about to come. So I would like to ask you, can have any idea? The boys and girls heard this and also asked curiously, Master, do you want us to enter the robbery? Hong Yuan nodded. Yes, although you were born in my Hong Yuan realm and the quantum revelation should not have anything to do with you, I still hope that you can go out and make a break for it. It will be quite beneficial to your cultivation in the future. At this point, Hong Yuan paused, but at the same time, the quantitative robbery is also quite dangerous. A little carelessness will be the death of the road to disappear. You should consider carefully. Whether or not to enter the robbery all depends on you. Upon hearing this, the group of children didn't even think too much and immediately opened their mouths to respond. If the master wants us to go, then we'll go. Hong Yuan's face is black. This one is so honest. Or let it go. Save yourself the embarrassment of putting it out there. By then people will think that all those under his door are honest people. He can't afford to lose this face. You and others have to think it over. After entering the robbery, you may not tell where you come from. Even if you are in danger, I will not help. Even so you are still willing? Hong Yuan originally thought that he would make the group of children a little hesitant by saying this. But unexpectedly a group of children still milked their voices and said, "If master tells us to go, we'll go." Hong Yuan sighed at his words. Thereupon, he did not say anything more, and directly waved his hand to throw a group of children into the flood. It's good to get them out and about. It doesn't matter much even if you die. At the beginning of their birth, a small portion of the indestructible aura had long since remained in the Hong Yuan realm. Even if these boys and girls were worn out by all those great powers of the flood, with this small portion of indestructible aura, Hong Yuan would just have his hands full if he wanted to bring them back to life. So Hong Yuan wasn't worried about all these children of his hiccuping. Anyway, he also said that he shall not report where he came from when he goes out. He thought that even if he was disgraced, he should not be able to be disgraced by him. Hong Yuan. Anyway, as long as one doesn't say anything, no one will dare to ask. And the group of children had just appeared tens of thousands of light years away from the Zhou mountain when they were captivated by the unfamiliar sight before them. For those of them who had never seen much of the flood, they were no doubt that curious about every place, and the appearance of the crowd naturally fell into the eyes of some of the nearby great demons. They couldn't help but gulp as they looked at the small, cute children in front of them. Other than that, these guys looked delicious. It was just that what made them a bit hesitant was that these children were not simple goods at first glance. After all, this one and all of them were Tai golden immortals. It's about the same cultivation level as all of them. So after thinking about it, a group of great demons also avoided the area. The group of children were naturally able to feel the gazes of the others around them. The leading child Suiwei and the leading child girl Cold Crisp pondered for a while, and also asked the crowd to change their image. After all, the image of them, the children, appeared to be a good bully at first glance. Now they don't know for a while what this flood is really like. It's better to change your image to avoid trouble. In the face of Chui Wei and Cold Crisp's arrangement, the rest of the children didn't say much. After all, in the Hong Yuan Hall, their weekday affairs were also arranged by Chui Wei and Cold Crisp. Sui Wei and Cold Crisp, respectively, were formed from the mountain peaks and winter snow in the Hong Yuan realm. He was also given the name by Hong Yuan, and was the leader of all the children. A cultivation is also slightly stronger than the rest of the children. He was in the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal, just one step away from the later stage. And when the crowd changed their image, the original group of little tits had long since disappeared, replaced by a big man with a big body and a buxom woman. In that case, I'm afraid his lordship won't recognize us either. Put your ing ass on the line. That's the Lord. Will he not see us? Also Chapter 36, How do you guys still have two faces? Seeing this scene, Chui Wei and Cold Crisp didn't say anything. They just smiled and divided the crowd into several groups. The first thing we need to do now is to first find out what's going on nowadays, so that we can also be prepared. Or else I'm afraid we'll be at a disadvantage if we act blindly like this. Listening to the words of the two who asked Suiwei, the crowd also nodded. We understand. After all, like his lordship said, enter the village quietly and don't shoot. The message is always the first thing to settle. Right. Cold Crisp also smiled and nodded. Under the arrangement of Chui Wei and Cold Crisp, the people also started collecting information towards various places respectively. Soon, this part of Chui Wei's group of people also came across a great demon that was fighting a ferocious beast. But what surprised the crowd was that even though that great demon in the late Tai Golden Immortal stage had already exerted all its strength, however, it was still beaten back by that ferocious beast that was only in the middle stage of Tai. The ferocious beast's body seemed to be an innate spiritual treasure, and it froze against the great demon's magic treasure and crashed into it. With each collision, the ferocious beast was fine, but the great demon was somewhat unable to withstand it, especially at this time. The magic treasure in his hand was already covered in cracks. It was quite painful to watch him, and looking at the ferocious beast in front of her that emitted a monstrous ferocious aura, Chui Wei couldn't help but mutter in her heart that this should be the protagonist of this quantum of calamity. I just wonder who the other side is up against. And at that moment, that great demon in the late Tai Golden Immortal stage also discovered Chui Wei and the others. Hastily, he opened his mouth and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, please also help me to behead this evil animal. I will have my own reward afterward." Suiwei and the others suddenly looked at me and I looked at you. After hesitating for a moment, he also responded towards the large demon. "Fellow Taoist, I wonder what kind of payment it is." That Tai Golden Immortal great demon also hurriedly shouted, "It is a middle-grade innate spiritual treasure that is only a hair's breadth away from a top-grade innate spiritual treasure that I have discovered unintentionally, just before the time is not yet ripe. I also did not take it away. If you help me through this pass, I will definitely tell you the location." Upon hearing this, Chui Wei and the others turned around without the slightest hesitation. Farewell. That act of dryness caused that great demon to freeze for an instant. No, That's a treasure that's just a hair's breadth away from being a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. And after Suiwei and the others left, a child couldn't help himself. That big demon is so rude. Both wanting us to help him out and unwilling to come up with some better payment. Really petty. The master said that this kind of person can't be made friends with deeply. Suiwei nodded at her words as well. He could even feel the hidden depths of unwillingness when that great demon had just uttered this item. The district was still so reluctant to give up a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Who saved you? It was important to know that over the years, Hong Yuan had also used the Qian Koan Ding to refine some magic treasures. None of them were extreme innate spiritual treasures. Even sometimes a whole bunch of them in one practice. He has seen the old master refining. Just throw some dirt and bones into the tripod. And once the lid is closed, it's done. It doesn't take anything at all. Even the Lord let him get his hands on it sometimes. It can be simple. It was so easy even for him to get his hands on it. So it must be that the very best innate spiritual treasures would not be too scarce in the flood. After all, which one of them didn't have a 3 or 5 pieces of extreme innate spiritual treasures on them? A mere mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. And still so reluctant to give up. The devil will save him. And just as Suiwei and the others didn't leave for long, only a chilling scream could be heard. The aura of that tiny golden immortal great demon just now instantly disappeared into the floodplain. However, that ferocious beast didn't stop for a second and instantly rushed towards the breath left behind by Cuiwei and the others. Cuiwei felt the monstrous ferocious aura coming from behind her, and her face was somewhat annoyed. What a bold head of! After saying that, a long sword surrounded by boundless Gengjin Chi had already appeared in its hand, and the rest of them didn't hesitate, and they angrily took out their own magic treasures. In an instant, that aura of an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure instantly filled the void. It was colorful and extremely gorgeous. The sheer number of them made the ferocious beasts that didn't have the slightest bit of sanity subconsciously pause. Death to us! Cuiwei and the others didn't hold back in the slightest and directly urged the magic treasures in their hands with all their might. Boom! With a loud explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth, the ferocious beast instantly turned into ashes. Looking at the ferocious beasts that fell apart in this way, Cuiwei also frowned. Why is it so unbeatable? Could it be that you've already been seriously injured after the battle with that great demon just now? And the fight on Suiwei's side also attracted a lot of attention. However, when they saw that each of these individuals had at least 3 or more extreme innate spiritual treasures beside them, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. No! When did extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures seem like no money at all? Although there were many innate spiritual treasures in the flood, the number of extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures was still not many. They have been cultivating this floodplain for many years, and they are extremely lucky to have one. There were even quite a few tiny golden immortals who had, at best, only a lower-grade innate spiritual treasure in their hands yet. But today, they had actually seen hundreds of extreme innate spiritual treasures. It also brought a thought to their minds. It would be nice to get one for myself. As for why these people possessed so many extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures, it had long been left behind by these people. Although there was the influence of the robbing chi, but with the benefits in front of them, there would still be many people who couldn't resist the temptation. For a while, the many great demons in this place began to communicate. After all, these people were not weak, plus they had so many magic treasures to protect them. Not something they can eat alone. If possible, it would be best to look for a great Luo golden immortal to plunder the formation. Even then most of the proceeds would probably go to that Tao Lord. But this is also the safest. After all, Suiwei and the others, there were dozens of them. In the distance, Cold Crisp somehow had a sudden heart palpitation. So too, they rushed to make their deductions. This deduction instantly angered her. The change in expression on Cold Crisp's face also drew the attention of the rest of the group, who hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with Big Sister? Is something wrong?" Cold Crisp took a deep breath, and his voice was as bone-chilling as a cold winter's, and one couldn't help but be creeped out. That terrifying aura caused a snowflake to start falling all around. Some great demons looking for death had evil thoughts when they saw the treasure, and planned to gather the great demons in the neighborhood together to strike at Suiwei and the others. Hearing Cold Crisp's words, the crowd couldn't help themselves. Damn it, we didn't even put up a fight against them, but they want to rob us. It's really giving them face, isn't it? The crowd rolled up their sleeves and cursed. Let's go, Big Sister. Let's go them and show them who's the daddy. Even the slightly more normal-looking child girls were furious and fierce at this point. The master told us that we don't cause trouble, but we're not afraid to cause trouble either. Let's go. We have to shove their heads up our asses today. What a reversal. And Hong Yuan, who saw the scene in the Hong Yuan realm, immediately had his face blackened. No, why do you guys have 2 other faces? Where are my father's well-behaved children? Chapter 37, Labor ing gives you face, right? In the Great Hall of Hong Hong Yuan pondered where he had gone wrong. Why did your own boy and girl become like this so soon after they went out? One surprisingly appeared even ruder than he was. Is this appropriate? It's not appropriate. Perhaps part of the reason was that he had told them a lot of little stories from his past life when he had nothing to do on weekdays. For example, Lin Daiyu angrily plucked Lu Jishan and killed the red hair horse with 3 punches. But it's not like that. So Hong Yuan searched for half a day and still didn't find out where the problem was. And in the end, he could only attribute it to the fact that Yang Mei had previously taught his child to be bad. In the midst of the flood, when Shui Wei and the others were just about to take a rest, the originally clear sky suddenly became dim and gloomy. Looking up, one could only see rolling black clouds rapidly converging like surging waves at the edge of the distant sky, obscuring a large portion of the firmament in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a burst of low and intimidating roars. A large demon with a huge body and fierce face loomed out from the heavy black clouds. They rode the dark clouds and sped towards where Shui Wei and the others were at an extremely fast speed. At a rough count, the number of these great demons was up to more than 20, and the scene was appalling. Among them, there were even 3 demon kings in the middle stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A demonic aura is even like covering the sky in raining terror. When Shui Wei saw this, she also couldn't help but frown slightly. Could it be that it's coming towards them? But they didn't cause much trouble? However, when he noticed the numerous extreme innate spiritual treasures around himself and the others that he hadn't yet had time to put away, he seemed to instantly understand something. At this moment, that one great demon similarly locked its gaze on these extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures, and it also couldn't help but have its eyes glowing red, revealing a ferocity and greed that was full of ferocity and greed. That 3-headed demon king was almost laughing out loud at this moment as well. As expected, it was true that these people in front of them actually did have hundreds of extreme innate spirit treasures. They also didn't expect to have such resources just after returning to the floodplain. It was just enough to make up for the resources they had lost earlier in order to lay down the 4 directions God Protector formation. It wasn't in vain that they hoofed it after hearing about it. After they obtained these extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures, as long as they didn't make a fool of themselves, they would definitely be able to survive this quantum jump. But they were still on guard for a moment. This amount of extreme innate spiritual treasures was not something that any ordinary power could get. Don't mess with some big shot. Only they, the great Luo Golden Immortals, knew that don't look at them on the surface enough to cut a place in the flood. But in front of those old ancestors, the real big people are just ahead. So after a moment's thought, he also inquired in a loud voice, "Which old ancestor's sect are you from?" Upon hearing this, the children subconsciously looked at Suiwei, who was at the head of the group. "Big brother, hurry up and think of a sect." Suiwei heard, first toward the 3 demon king made a bow. "Do enough etiquette before opening his mouth back. We are Lin Daiyu, ancestor of the people under the door. Heard that the flood will be chaotic. Special out for the flood to make some contributions." When the 3 demon kings heard this, they immediately looked at each other, one after another. They began to search for the name of this old ancestor in their minds. But after half a day's thought it froze and he couldn't figure out which side of the story this was. One must know that when the great array was laid down before, it could be said that all the people of the flood had been gathered. They knew the names of ordinary great Luo Golden Immortals and even the names of the great powers of the mixed Golden Immortals. But they only did not have the impression of this whatsoever old ancestor Lin Daiyu. Now there are only 2 possibilities. Either this name is a fake, or this old ancestor's strength did not reach the great Luo Golden Immortal before. That's why they have never heard of it. So after thinking about it, the 3 demon kings continued to ask in a buzzing voice, "Dare I ask what kind of person old ancestor Lin Daiyu is?" Before Cui Wei could say anything, another child behind him immediately snorted coldly, "My old ancestor is a cultivator of the great Luo Golden Immortal. It's normal that you haven't heard of him." Suiwei sniffed and also hurriedly reached out to stop the boy. It seems to be in fear of losing the words. However, this action was what caused the 3 demon kings to make a decision in their hearts all of a sudden. Sure enough, it was a newly broken through great Luo Golden Immortal. But the question came, how could a great Luo Golden Immortal have so many superb innate spiritual treasures? "I don't know how you all can have so many extreme innate spirit treasures in your hands." The child behind Suiwei suddenly stepped forward and tilted his head with a confident and arrogant face. "What kind of character is my old ancestor?" "There is a magic treasure in his hand called the treasure gathering basin, which can automatically absorb the treasures of the heavens." Gulp. Hearing this, the crowd of great demons couldn't help themselves, gulping hard, the greed in their eyes simply plain to see. They just couldn't imagine that there was such a treasure. If he possessed this magic treasure, wouldn't he not lack innate spiritual treasures in the future? Not only those great demons, even the 3 demon kings were holding back their red faces at this time, and that huge body involuntarily trembled, causing the heavens and earth in this vicinity to buzz. Suddenly, they couldn't hold back any longer. Jiesia laughed wildly. "Thank you for your explanations. My friends, I have just heard that you are out for the flood? Yeah, in that case, we might as well hand over your little friend's magic treasures to us, so that we can also contribute more to the flood. I don't know what you think. After all, these treasures can only be maximized in the hands of people with high cultivation. Suiwei and the others had unanimously held a look of realization on their faces. You want to rob our magic treasure? The three demon kings didn't pretend anymore at this time, and their cultivation was declared out. That depends on whether or not you are willing to give up your love. The three demon kings originally thought that they would vent their own cultivation in front of Suiwei, and the others will definitely be terrified to beg for forgiveness. After all, the old ancestor in their mouths is only comparable to the great Luo Golden Immortal. But unsurprisingly, none of these people in front of them looked like they were scared. Instead, they looked a little eager to try. In the next second, only Suiwei's red face was seen, and her face looked that excited to the core. Good, you bastard. We treat you with kindness. How dare you want to rob our treasure? Labor gave you ing face, didn't it? Brothers and sisters, up and this up. After saying that, those people who had long been unable to hold down their inner agitation, each with red eyes that flashed with excitement, urged the magic treasures in their respective hands without hesitation. For a while, the colorful and differently shaped magic treasures bloomed with dazzling light, carrying a heaven-destroying aura like a dense meteor shower, bombarding the sky towards the group of great demons. The quickness of that change in attitude almost made the crowd of great demons and demon kings fail to react. It was simply catching people off guard. They had no idea that these people, who had been so nice in one sentence, would become so decisive and determined to lay hands on them in the next. So much so, that when those brilliant divine lights that were catalyzed by the magic treasures were about to ruthlessly smash into their faces, a group of great demons only reacted as if they were waking up from a dream. Quick! Defense! As the demon king's terrified roar rang out, the great demons woke up as if from a dream, and panicked as they offered up their own magic treasures in an attempt to fend off the oncoming attack. But just at that moment, a line of figures also sailed in from all directions in the sky. Those were the rest of the children who had separated earlier. They were seen to be covered in blood and fury, especially the leader, Cold Crisp. Her face was like frost, holding a crystal clear jade tripod. A layer of icy and piercing cold air lingered around her, as if she could freeze everything around her into ice with a single movement. When they saw the visitor, the ones who were most anxious were not the group of great demons and demon kings. Instead, it was Cui Wei and the others. Only to see Suiwei's face suffocatingly blue, she panicked and yelled at the top of her lungs, "Guys, come on, them for me. Head grabbing is coming soon." Chapter 38, all the great powers gathered at Mount Sumeru again. Hearing this hoarse cry from their own big brother, the others couldn't help but have their hearts trembling and their bodies jolted. No more urge to practice. He cared about the 3727 a brain will all the magic treasure all toward a group of big demons bombarded and smashed down. Cold Crisp. Even though there were three great Luo Golden Immortal Demon Kings amongst the crowd of demons, at this moment, they were facing hundreds of extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures. It's also a bit of a bitter pill to swallow. A body was covered with wounds everywhere, densely packed, looking extremely tragic. The three great demons were protecting their subordinates behind them while comforting. Brothers, don't be afraid. Don't look at them as fierce at this moment, but with their roots and cultivation wanting to keep urging these magic treasures is by no means an easy task. We only need to hold on for a little while longer, and the winners will definitely be us. Hearing this, the group of children immediately smashed even more fiercely. Who the are you looking down on? In the end, only half a day had passed, and under a bombardment of smashes from the Tsuweiwei crowd, the magic treasures of a group of great demons and demon kings began to shake. A crack looked at the crowd of demons that was heartbroken. Immediately, with an explosion, a great demon's magic treasure suddenly blew up directly. This explosion, like a chain reaction, immediately made the rest of the magic treasures also follow the explosion. Seeing this scene, the three demon kings immediately turned pale, no longer able to care about the great demons behind them, directly transformed into a demonic wind, about to vanish away. They really didn't understand why some cultivators who had just reached the Tai Golden Immortal Realm were able to activate extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures in succession. They're obviously not too well-rooted. But right at this moment, Cold Crisp and the others also finally rushed over. If you want to leave, have you asked us? Amidst the three demon kings' faces of horror, they were only seen pulling out hundreds of magic treasures at once. With the Tsuweiwei crowd that way, one piece was an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. My life is over. The three demon kings were instantly decimated by hundreds of extremely high-quality innate spirit treasures with a miserable scream. Not even the slightest bit of aura survived. Seeing this scene, the ones who were heartbroken were instead Cui Wei and the others, who had wanted to say something, but it was a shiver to see a solemn-looking Cold Crisp, but he didn't dare to say anything. Under the special care of Chui Wei and the others, a group of great demons also perished. Just a big demon left behind on purpose. That big demon saw Chui Wei and the others leave it alive, also panicked and bowed his head and said, "Fellow Taoist, forgive me. Fellow Taoist, forgive me. We have no way. Are those 3 demon kings threaten me? I have no choice but to take action against all of you fellow Taoist. I implore fellow Taoist to forgive me a life. I would be willing to be a fellow Taoist's mount." When Chui Wei heard this, she didn't say anything more, but just took out a mirror and shone it at this great demon. In an instant, this great demon's body froze and his consciousness gradually dissipated, and the past as well as the memories of his ordinary life came to the surface in a heady way. The crowd saw and watched. However, it had never occurred to me that this great demon's memories had a lot of knowledge about gender reproduction. Seeing the chilly crisp face on the side. Ahem. I don't know. Trisha coughed lightly and hurriedly waved her hand to skip over the memories. After skipping 7 or 8 times, Chui Wei and the others were also finally able to find what they were looking for. After waiting to absorb this information, Chui Wei and the others also gained some understanding of the situation in the floodplains today. As Chui Wei had guessed before, the ferocious beast from before was one of the protagonists. The protagonists on the other side surprised Chui Wei that it was the flooded 10,000 races. From the memories of this great demon, these ferocious beasts appeared in the flooded earth a long time ago. Not only is it murderous but it's also unhinged. However, they were in the way because their bodies were comparable to innate spiritual treasures. It's simply not something that can be broken by the average person. So in general, very few people would purposely mess with them as well. But somehow, one quantum leap ago, all the ferocious beasts disappeared. Just when the 10,000 races of the floodplains thought that the ferocious beasts had just withdrawn from the stage of history, they unexpectedly made a comeback. And this time, they acted as if they had a spirit and moved in an organized manner. Regularly and orderly, they began to occupy one place after another. The 10,000 tribes of the floodplains also fought with the ferocious beasts in their haste, due to the fact that a host of great powers had all traveled to the heavenly beyond. In this battle, the 10,000 races of the flood wasteland were beaten back. But fortunately, 100 years ago, a group of great powers also returned from the heavenly beyond, and decided to carry out a counterattack on the fierce beast mother nest after 100,000 years. On the other hand, on the side of the ferocious beasts, it was as if they also knew what the 10,000 races were planning to do, and they had tightened up quite a bit over the years, began to gather most of the scattered troops together, and after Chui Wei and the others received the information, they also slowly looked at Cold Crisp. Cold Crisp also spoke softly. "This information is not too far off from what we have gathered before. It should be true." Chui Wei smiled softly as well. "Then in that case, we will walk up for a while. After all, the master let us enter the robbery because he also wanted us to experience it. So how can we be good enough to shrink here?" Cold Crisp nodded lightly, and his gaze slowly swept over the crowd. "This entry into the robberies is extremely dangerous, and those of us who are here may also have people who will die, but even if they die, I don't want anyone to lose the face of the master. Do you understand? He. Of course, I can't help but say that the master is right there watching us. If we lose the master's face, we will be too embarrassed to go back to the Hong Yuan realm even if we live. Big sister doesn't need you to tell me that. Whoever dares to lose the master's face, I'll make him look good. Yes, don't worry big sister. We all understand." As Cold Crisp sniffed, his face gradually softened. "Well then, let's go." Thus, the 3,000 children of the Hong Yuan realm also began to rush towards the Mount Sumeru that the great demon had just remembered. And all over the flood wasteland, each and every great power was also taking advantage of this short period of time to raise their realms as much as possible. Due to the fact that these people had gained a lot of heavenly Tao merits before, this cultivation was also progressing at a rapid pace. So all over the flood, there were countless heaven and earth visions every day. Just like that, 100,000 years rushed by. In Mount Sumeru, there were also quite a number of flood powers gathered at this time. At the head of the group were naturally the mixed golden immortals with Luo Shuji, Yang Mei, and the others, together with the newly broken through spirit wood ancestor and the creation ancestor in these 100,000 years. It added up to 12 entire mixed golden immortals. These people were also one of the few chaos demon gods that had retained most of their memories. That's why they're improving so fast. And below it, there was a single great Luo golden immortal cultivator. The number was actually as much as tens of % more than when they had traveled to the heavenly beyond before. It could be said that the topmost powerhouses of the floodplains were gathered here. Chapter 39, The Celebration Clouds of the Heavens. With everyone having arrived, Karma also looked at Yang Mei. Signal him to say something? Yang Mei felt Karma's gaze and just smiled and shook his head. Then Karma hesitated and looked at Luo again. But Luo just snorted coldly. So Karma helplessly shook his head and also stood up and spoke towards the people underneath. I'm sure you all know that we are here today to make a counterattack against the ferocious beasts. And as we all know, within the fierce beasts, the Beast Emperor, God Rebel, is honored, although it has never been seen to strike. But the Chaos, Tao Tai, Poor Chi, and blockheads under its command, each of them is in the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. And God Rebel doesn't need to think about it to know that its strength is above the 4 fierce beasts. Subsequently, that divine adversary will be delayed by Taoist Yang Mei, and the remaining 4 ferocious beasts will be killed by us, the mixed golden immortals. And all you have to do is to kill all the ferocious beasts as quickly as possible. I wonder if you can be clear. We are clear. After saying that, Karma also looked at the rest of the mixed golden immortals. Luo just lightly stood up, demonic aura surging on his face, and spoke flatly without thinking. Since it's clear, let's go. The rest of them didn't hesitate in the slightest and responded immediately. Yes. Only Yang Mei let out a long sigh. This is a job he really doesn't want to do. I don't know exactly how strong that divine adversary is. I hope it's not too strong, or else the old road can't hold up, It would have been nice if fellow Taoist Hong Yuan had stepped in. A group of great powers came to the outside of Mount Sumeru. At this time, at the foot of Mount Sumeru, has long been gathered countless living beings, densely packed, horrifying, like a black ocean that stretched for tens of thousands of light years. The crowd of living beings at this moment were also flushed with excitement after looking at the crowd of great powers that appeared in the sky above them. No one knows how they lived before that more than a quantum leap ago. Those ferocious beasts are like a rolling torrent, monstrous waves surging, wherever they pass, are reduced to ruins and scorched earth. Miserable people cannot bear to look at. It can be said that the living souls are in ruins, the sorrow of the people. If it is not the Daozun stepped forward, leading many superb strength of the mighty carefully set up the dragnet-like array. I am afraid that at this moment the flood world has long been full of holes. The face is completely different. Other than that, which one of them didn't have a fellow clan member or a friend who died at the hands of a ferocious beast? Once upon a time, facing the ferocious and incomparable ferocious beasts, they were weak and outnumbered, and could only retreat, and that was because a host of great powers were absent. But it's not the same as before. The great powers of their 10,000 clans have returned. This time, it will surely be a bloodbath for a bunch of ferocious beasts. Looking at the burning rage and monstrous killing intent in the eyes of the countless living beings underneath, the hearts of the group of mixed golden immortals could not help but tremble slightly. Somehow the shoulders were suddenly a little heavier. After gazing for a long time, the group of mixed golden immortals also looked grave and broke off in a loud voice. Depart! Before the words fell, the rest of the crowd responded, chanting in unison. In an instant, the shouting and killing resounded. Immediately afterward, this vast army sped towards the lair of the ferocious beasts like a stray arrow. Under the feet of a group of great powers is a living being, dense and black. The number is so large that it is impossible to count. It can be said that anyone with some strength in the flood is here now. And in the middle of the ferocious beast's lair, God Rebel also suddenly sneered. Finally, if he hadn't been afraid of damaging the flood and making Hong Yuan angry, he would have unified the flood long ago, and there would still be the 10,000 clans. The 10,000 races had waited for this day. And how could he, God Reverse, not, he, the fierce beast clan, used this battle to wipe out all clans in one fell swoop, thus establishing his clan's position in the flood wasteland. In this way, even if there is some damage to the flood, it should still be under control. After all, due to the great array laid down by Hong Yuan, the floodplain at this time was not what it used to be. Thinking that, God Rebel also spoke sternly. Pass the word that our sons and daughters are ready to feast. Yes, wait for the subordinates to go down. The 4 great ferocious beasts beside the divine reversal had also been unable to hold back their excitement for a long time. Big brother, you have to let some mixed golden immortals for us. Don't worry, it will. After saying that, divine reversal also slowly stood up. His gaze seemed to pass through countless spaces as he lightly laughed. Let's go. It's time for us to make our appearance. When he had finished this, he turned around. A terrifying aura as if from the 9 hells suddenly erupted. This aura was like a raging and surging angry wave, carrying the momentum of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth as it gushed straight out. And the chi of the quantitative tribulation between heaven and earth instantly skyrocketed countless times. The big battle is imminent. After thousands of more years, the 10,000 race beings finally arrived before the ferocious beast's lair. Presented before their eyes was a vicious beast with a hideous face and a monstrous ferocious aura emanating from its body that sent chills down their spine. Each of these ferocious beasts had open teeth and claws, fangs exposed, and scarlet eyes flashing with bloodlust. If they weren't controlled by the great evil from above, these beasts would have been unable to hold back when they saw the group of living beings in front of them. At this time, Hong Jun also took a direct step out in order to enhance his reputation in the flood. He was seen standing tall with his head held high and a grave expression on his face, and a roar that resounded through the clouds came out of his mouth. Where is the god rebel? Hearing a mere cultivator at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal treating his big brother with such words and techniques, Chaos, who had the most mixed temperament, was instantly enraged. Without saying a word, it directly flew up from among the ferocious beasts' nests, carrying a thunderous momentum and fiercely pouncing towards Hong Jun. Where did the old loach come from and dare to insult my big brother like this? Hong Jun was immediately infuriated by what Chaos had said, and his face turned red. Can he be a cricket, not a loach? And so without the slightest hesitation, he directly invoked his own magic treasure, the heavenly celebration cloud. This object was created from the vast and righteous energy in the heart of the great god Pangu, and its rank was on par with that of the innate supreme treasures. If this treasure hangs above your head, you will be invincible. When it is offered, all evils are avoided and all laws are not touched, and the five-colored light shines in the heavens, and the 8 tones of immortal music resonate throughout the world. After Hong Jun invoked this object, he directly suspended it above his head. Chaos saw this, and his face was more than a little surprised. I didn't expect this old loach to have this kind of treasure, but this old loach would be overthinking if he thought that he could fight with himself just because he had this supreme treasure. In a flash, only chaos revealed itself, with the heavens and earth suddenly frozen for a moment, only to see a big shaggy dog that was tens of millions of feet tall appear in front of everyone's eyes, as if covering the sky like that. Its body exudes a majestic momentum as like a mountain like surging straight to the bottom of the crush and go. The majestic aura directly pressed the bottom of the countless living beings, one by one. Their legs are soft, simply unsteady, and even a lot of people spit out blood on the spot, face as pale as paper. Seeing that these living beings were about to be crushed to death by this aura, Yang Mei finally stepped in, only to see him gently wave his wide sleeve robe. A soft yet incomparably powerful force instantly swept out. In the blink of an eye, the pressure that had been pressing down on the hearts of the crowd, causing them to almost suffocate, quickly melted away and disappeared without a trace, just like ice and snow meeting the warm sun. When the many living beings saw this, their hearts were filled with gratitude towards Yang Mei, so they also knelt towards the raised eyebrow. At this time, Chaos is only in front of Hong Jun. It does not have the slightest hesitation, directly lifted up the huge paw like a mountain, with the momentum of destroying the heavens and the earth fiercely toward Hong Jun shot. In the face of such a severe attack by Chaos, Hong Jun did not change his face, and his expression remained as calm as water. He was also eager to see just how strong this Chaos was. With the instant the chaotic's giant palm made contact with the celebration clouds of the heavens, Hong Jun's face suddenly changed. The strength of Chaos' fleshly body was surprisingly no weaker than an innate supreme treasure. But before he could react, in the next second, he was instantly slapped directly out by that huge force. Looking at Hong Jun who flew out, Chaos couldn't help but snort coldly. The old loach is nothing more than that. Watching their side's top battle force being jerked away, the 10,000 clans froze for an instant. Somehow they don't seem to think much about war anymore. Chapter 40 Luo Shuji's gun points at God's reversal. At this time, Luo Shu felt the thoughts of the living beings underneath and couldn't help but frown slightly. This old loach is still a real waste. What do you think you're showing off? What a disgrace to his Luo Shu ancestor. Not much time passed before Hong Jun flew back once again. At this time, his face wasn't looking too good either. Although with the protection of the heavenly celebration clouds, he didn't suffer any injuries, but this was a big loss of face. I should have known better than to go up there first. At this time, the divine reversal also slowly appeared above the heads of a group of ferocious beasts. With a calm face, he surveyed the young Mei in front of him. Raising his eyebrows, he felt God Rebel's gaze, and then he also looked over. At this look, the raised eyebrow immediately screamed in his heart. It's bad. The old path may not be a match. However, God's reversal only lingered on the raised eyebrow for a split second before averting his gaze. Only a violent wave of his hand was seen, and he sank his voice in a drunken voice. My sons and daughters, eat them all. Roar! With God Rebel's command, countless ferocious beasts rose up to the sky in unison and roared. Their deafening roars intertwined together, forming a terrifying wave of sound that was enough to tear the heavens apart. Immediately afterward, these ferocious beasts were like a surging tide, sweeping madly toward where the 10,000 living beings were with the momentum of a mountain. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was closed to an extreme. At the same time, on the side of the 10,000 beings, the causal old ancestor, who had been standing still, saw this and bellowed out with a grave expression on his face. Kill! This roar was like a thunderbolt breaking through the sky, stirring the heartstrings of every living being of all races. In an instant, the beings of all races responded, shouting in unison, Kill! For a while, The sound of shouting and killing resounded. The moment the armies of both sides actually came into contact, the entire floodplain seemed to tremble. In the blink of an eye, billions of living beings instantly died. Among them were those from the 10,000 races and those from the fierce beast side. In an instant, the battlefield flowed with blood, and that bright red blood gathered into a huge blood-colored lake that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. A mutilated corpse and a tumbling head kept flying up along with mournful screams, then smashed down heavily into the bottomless lake of blood below, splashing up a scarlet wave. And the chi of quantitative calamity between heaven and earth also arrived at its peak at this moment. The breathtakingly dense aura of the quantum revelation enveloped the entire battlefield, causing every ounce of air to seemingly freeze. However, in the face of such a tragic and bloody scene, the mixed golden immortals in the camps of both sides continued to stand quietly in place, without the slightest intention of immediately stepping forward to participate in the battle. It was as if the people underneath were just weeds on the side of the road to them. 10,000 more years passed. The battle between the countless living beings at the bottom became more and more intense. Everyone seemed to leave life and death behind, with only the enemy in front of them in their eyes. And the ferocious beasts were even more frantic, each facing several enemies at once. Not knowing pain at all that way, he urged his body to meet a bunch of magic treasures and slammed directly into them. For a moment, surprisingly, it was still the ferocious beasts that had the advantage. After all, these ferocious beasts were accompanied by the enhancement of the ever-increasing resentment and killing chi between heaven and earth, and could be described as getting stronger and stronger the more they fought. The beings of the 10,000 races who fought were retreating. Even if there was an existence of a great Luo golden immortal in the midst of this, a ferocious beast of the same level could be said to require 2 or 3 beings of the same realm to cope with it. Even Yang Mei, Karma, and the others did not expect that there would be so many existences of the great Luo golden immortal realm among the ferocious beasts. Originally, they thought that with the addition of a bunch of great Luo golden immortals, the fierce beast clan would definitely be devastated and defeated. All they needed to care about was just God Rebel and the others. But I didn't realize that it was reversed instead. They were simply no match for the fierce beast clan even after joining the many great Luo golden immortals. And at this time, Luo Shua, who had been standing still, finally couldn't help himself, only to see that his feet stepped on the 12 pints of world-destroying Black Lotus, and he was holding the god-slaying lance, with the tip of the lance pointing directly at divine reversal. But after a moment's hesitation, he slowly moved the tip of the gun, pointed at Chaos, who looked the strongest except for the god rebel. The battle of heavens beyond. Chaos felt the aura emanating from Luo, and also laughed maniacally. You look good, much better than that old loach. Since you want to fight, then let's fight. After saying that, Luo also flew directly to the heavenly beyond with Chaos and the two of them. Only Hongjun, who had a huge black face, was left. At this point he couldn't wait to turn around and leave. A mouth of an old loach. Really think that his old man Hongjun has no temper. Ah, he's clearly a cricket. Know what a cricket is. There's a big difference between a cricket and a loach. Okay? And as Luo Shua and Chaos both left, the rest of the mixed golden immortals on the side of the 10,000 races also let out a long sigh. They knew it was time for them to step up. Otherwise, if it's any later, I'm afraid the 10,000 beings will fall. The only chance now was for them to decimate the God Rebel crowd, thus ending this war once and for all. The crowd of mixed golden immortal powerhouses then also looked at Divine Reversal and the other 3 murderers. I'll see you outside of heaven. After saying that, the 10,000 races group of mixed golden immortals also flew directly towards the heavenly beyond, and when Divine Reversal and the others saw this, they also flew towards the outer heaven. After all, if they fought a battle here, there might not be much effect on the flood, but I'm afraid that not too many people underneath this would survive. And when the crowd arrived at the heavenly beyond, only to see Chaos and Luo Shuhu have long been battling into a ball, the battle between the two can be described as shocking. Luo held the God-Slayer gun and wielded it with a tiger-like momentum. Each swing would bring up raging and surging monstrous spearons, as if they were going to tear apart the entire void. Every time the gun stabbed at Chaos, it hit it precisely, and the powerful impact directly tore off a large piece of flesh and blood from Chaos' body. Let Chaos Pain is even issued a burst of mournful howl. Its voice resounded through the clouds. Let a person shudder. After all, Luo Shuji Hands of Regicide Gun is the lotus stem of the chaotic green lotus combined with the heaven and earth ferocious gas into the innate killing treasure, known as the first killing weapon of the flood. Even the saints and the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortals also have to avoid the sharpness. If it wasn't for the fact that chaos is the flesh and blood left behind by the many chaos demon gods that have fallen, the resistance to this grudge gas is very much within the reach of any human being. I'm afraid that I would have fallen under the deicide gun long ago, but even then, it was a wrenching stab to Chaos. But it wasn't a good time for Law either. Chaos relied on the power of his physical body, and sometimes hardened himself against the Godslayer lance in his hand to give him a slap in the face. Although he had a 12-pin world-destroying Black Lotus to protect his body, he really did not suffer much from a slap. After all, the 12 products of the Black Lotus from the innate treasure is still poor on some. Even that Hongjun was chaos slap on the face is not good, let alone him. For a while, the two were somewhat frozen, and no one could hold anyone. Just then, 5 elements also spoke. I've come to help you. Chapter 41, he's waiting for backup. What are you waiting for? However, just as the 5 elements' old ancestor was about to strike, he only saw that poor Chi's figure flashed, and that huge mountain-like body ruthlessly crashed into the 5 elements' old ancestor. Even in front of my face you dare to be so reckless. Do you really think that we don't exist? Poor Chi's voice was like a torrent of thunder, shaking the surrounding chaotic Chi constantly rippling, and the 5 elements' old ancestor, who had endured such a violent impact from poor Chi, instantly felt a huge force that could not be resisted come upon him. He only felt a sharp pain coming from his chest, and a mouthful of crimson blood involuntarily spurted out of his mouth. The entire person was like a stream of light sweeping by, flying out backwards at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he flew out hundreds of millions of miles away. The 5 elements' old ancestor forced himself to endure the severe pain coming from his body and adjusted his body. His face was also a bit quite ugly at this moment. He also didn't expect the poor man to dare to sneak attack. At the same time, he felt somewhat inexplicably ashamed of his carelessness just now. When he first arrived at the heavenly beyond, he only had chaos and Luo Shuju's battle in his eyes, and he only thought of going up to help. But he neglected to mention that there were 3 other great ferocious beasts, and seeing the 5 elements suffer this great loss, the rest of the mixed golden immortals among the 10,000 races didn't look too good either. So they met their opponents in droves. Karma, Spirit Wood, and Reincarnation against Tao Tai, Yin and Yang, Creation, and Hongjun took on Legend, Fate, Qiankuan, and Mixed Rock took on the poor man. As for the 5 elements, they chose to join the battle between Luo and Chaos, and Yang Mei was happy to see that God Rebel didn't have the slightest intention to make a move. Even an impulse arose in Yang Mei's heart if only he didn't have to use his hands. As long as he doesn't fight, he won't lose. It can also be delayed a little longer. After all, as strong as those 4 great ferocious men were, they were by no means a joint effort of several people from their side. It was just that no one had noticed that Hong Yuan had arrived here silently, was observing the battle with interest. He stood there silently, like a supreme deity overlooking all things on earth. Even the monstrous waves around them caused by the group of mixed golden immortals could not affect Hong Yuan in the slightest. Hong Yuan is just like not existing here in general. Those surging energy fluctuations, berserk and raging power impact, in the moment of touching Hong Yuan's body, it will be like a phantom straight through and will not cause any movement at all. Looking at Yang Mei and Divine Rebel standing still, Hong Yuan also shook his head somewhat helplessly. Old Young, people are waiting for help. What are you waiting for? Waiting to die? But you can't blame Yang Mei. After all, this quantum robbery is the first quantum robbery of the flood. The aura of quantum karma is horrifying. Even the heavenly chances were chaotic, and even a group of great powers with the most skillful means could not obtain a single piece of news from the heavenly chances, unless they had strength and background like Hong Yuan. At this moment, the outer heaven was filled with chaotic tides caused by the tremors of a group of mixed golden immortals. It was like a shocking wave, so loud that one couldn't help but feel chilled. Luoshu was also looking a lot more relaxed at this time due to having the help of the 5 elemental ancestors. The Godslayer gun in his hand attacked Chaos with one gun after another. Each gun stabbed out with endless might and killing intent. Even with Chaos cultivation level facing these gunshots stabbing at himself was also a bit frightened. The 5 elements on the side were also not willing to show weakness. The power of the 5 elements on the body was vented. Together with the hand of the innate 5 square flag turned into 5 dazzling to the extreme of the divine light, directly brushing towards the Chaos. The innate 5 square flag is the 5 lotus leaves of the chaotic green lotus. Each side of the flag can be said to be powerful and unparalleled. The 5 flags together is invincible, can be said to be offensive and defensive, not in the least under the innate supreme treasure. For a time, Chaos was beaten back and blood was spilled in the outer heaven. Not only Chaos, but the rest of the blockheads, poor Chi, and Tao Tai weren't much better. In just a short span of 100 years, that body that could be called an innate treasure was broken into pieces. But spare me the trouble. God Rebel never made a move. As for those 4 ferocious beasts, their faces didn't show the slightest bit of worry, and their ferociousness didn't diminish as they kept attacking towards the enemy in front of them. When Yang Mei saw such a situation, that ominous premonition in his heart grew stronger. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Although he didn't know where the bottom of the Divine Rebel and the group of ferocious beasts came from, he was unable to just stay still. With this thought, A willow tree that was less than half a meter in size suddenly appeared at the center of Yang Mei's eyebrows. Immediately after that, his figure was seen instantly disappearing without a trace from its original location, turning into a stream of light that sped straight toward where Chaos was. After all, of the 4 ferocious beasts present, it was only Chaos that was the most tragic in appearance. And with him making a move, it was impossible to say that he could kill Chaos on the spot in one fell swoop. And right at this moment, Chaos had already keenly sensed a creepy deathly aura sweeping towards him like a sky. In an instant, the countless spaces around him that were originally calm actually kept surging up, transforming into countless sharp blades, which flashed with a cold light and seemed to be ready to cut his body into pieces alive at any time. However, just in the next instant, the violent and raging spatial force was as if it was gently waved by a huge invisible palm, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely smoothed out and dissipated. Fellow Daoist Yang Mei, isn't it not a good idea to make a rash move against a great evil of our clan like this? Accompanied by these words, Yang Mei fixed his eyes and realized that the person standing in front of him blocking the way was none other than God Rebel. At this moment, the divine rebel had a cold face, and his eyes revealed a slight chill, and as Yang Mei looked at the divine reversal in front of him, the wrinkles on that weathered old face were even more tightly wrinkled together, looking more and more sad and ugly. But before Yang Mei could respond, only 7 more figures suddenly appeared in the heavenly beyond. None of them are mixed golden immortals. Yang Mei looked at these 7 figures, and his pupils suddenly shrunk violently. Somewhat shocked, he opened his mouth. Your fierce beast clan even has the rest of the mixed golden immortals? At this time, not only Yang Mei, even the group of Luo Shujio and the others who were battling against the 4 ferocious beasts were as pale as earth, their expressions appearing to be very shocked. Hong Yuan almost laughed when he saw the scene as well. Otherwise, what do you think People's God Rebel is waiting for? They're waiting for the troop line. You're good. You really think People's God Rebel doesn't want to fight with you? At this moment, Hong Yuan, who was also silent, used the laws of the realm to record the shocked faces of the crowd. The intention was to release it to the crowd at that time when this ferocious beast's quantum leap had passed. I just don't know how many old friends will be left after this quantum leap. Luo Shu and the other group of mixed golden immortals felt the newly appeared 7 ferocious beasts, and at this time, they were also unable to speak for a long time. Their 10,000 clans combined only managed to have 12 mixed golden immortals, and just one fierce beast clan that originally produced 5 mixed golden immortals had already shocked them enough. But now you are telling him that the fierce beast clan has far more than 5 mixed golden immortals, and that there are as many as 12. The same number as all of them. What's the point of fighting? Chapter 42, The Terror of the Quantum of Solace. God Rebel looked at the bruised expressions on the faces of Yang Mei's crowd, and his heart was quite relieved. It wasn't hard to see why he had spared no effort over the years to help those Pique de Luo golden immortals in his clan break through to the mixed golden immortals. If it was another group, it might have taken some effort. After all, the mixed golden immortal was not that easy to become. But the fierce beast clan was different. They fed on the grievous chi and flesh and blood of the heavens and earth. The more resentment chi and flesh and blood they absorbed, the more powerful they became. Chaos looked at Luo Shu, who had an iron face in front of him, and also let loose a snort of laughter. You and others do not think that this several quantum of time, my ferocious beast clan is to pass through for nothing, right? God Rebel looked at these subordinates in front of him, so he also waved his hand. My sons and daughters, the real battle has begun. Go, tear them apart. Roar. In an instant, those 7 fierce beasts of the mixed golden immortals also joined the battle. The 10,000 races mixed golden immortals, in a panic, also met their opponents. But unlike several people who shared a single opponent, this time each of them had to face an opponent. Luo, Causality, 5 elements, and Hongjun took on each of the 4 ferocious beasts. The remaining 7 mixed golden immortals, on the other hand, took on the 7 newly appeared ferocious beasts. Since Hongjun had the help of the good corpse over the years, he had also once again found a small fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation. With the help of the Jade Disc of Creation fragment, his cultivation level was no longer much weaker than the 2 of Mixed Pang and Qian Kuan, coupled with the heavenly celebration clouds he possessed and the Pango streamer that was transformed from Pango's heaven-opening axe blade. In an offense and a defense, 2 pieces of innate treasure under the support. Hongjun all strength than the Mixed Pang, Qian Kuan 2 people only stronger than weak. After all, the original Qian Kuan tripod of the Qian Kuan Old Ancestor had been intercepted by Hong Yuan, and although the Qian Kuan Old Ancestor had also found a large tripod over the years, it was only an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure, and the strength of the whole body was still a touch weaker than the original. So Hongjun gave Qian Kuan Laozu the top. The one facing Hongjun at this time was the Chaos with the most tragic appearance. Chaos looked at Hongjun in front of him, and immediately sneered. Who do I think it is? So it's you, old loach? What? Did you forget the previous lesson? Haters gonna hate each other. What a talkative evil beast. I will definitely chop you up this time. Only to see that Hongjuan's complexion was gloomy to the extreme, and that face that was always ancient and unperturbed was filled with ruthlessness at this moment. In his hand, the Pangu banner was directly waved down towards chaos without saying a word. In an instant, countless brilliant and dazzling divine lights suddenly burst out from the Pangu ban. That horrifying might even the heavenly sky cannot withstand some. Vaguely has the trend of tearing, making the surrounding quite a few have not yet melted in the flood of chaos stars have shattered open. In the face of this ferocious might of Pangu Wan, Chaos face was also more than a little shocked. This Pangu Wan is by no means under Luo Shuji's Godslayer gun, and the threat to him even far exceeds the Godslayer gun. After all, the reason why he was able to withstand Luo's Godslaying lance was that it just so happened that the Godslaying lance was overcome by him, a might far from being utilized. However, if it was a Pangea, he would be a little afraid to hold on to it. With the strength of his physical body, although it was not fatal to him, it was not much better. Thinking that, Chaos also rushed to dodge away in a hurry. However, the divine light released by that Pangu Wan was as if it possessed spirituality, tightly locking onto him. No matter how much he dodged left and right, he was never able to get rid of this shadow-like pursuit. Seeing this, a fierce light suddenly appeared on Chaos' face as well. He really thinks he's a bully, doesn't he? Immediately, Chaos then erupted all of his strength, condensing it all on top of his giant claws, directly meeting the divine light of the Pangu banner. Boom! With a monstrous bang, Chaos's claws were suddenly bloody and all that remained was hideous white bone. However, the divine light of the Pangu ban also dissipated. However, Chaos did not care about the injuries on his body, and flew towards Hongjun without losing momentum. That prime-sized body was like a stream of light, slapping straight at Hongjun. In a flash, Hongjun was also sent flying. However, with the protection of the celebration clouds of the heavens, Hongjun only suffered some minor injuries. But this familiar scene was what made Hongjuan's anger rush to his heart. It was as if he had seen the scene before the previous Great War interchange again. Thus, Hongjun didn't care about the blood spilling out of the corner of his mouth, and once again rushed towards Chaos. For a while, the two fought back and forth, and the battle was very stalemated. And the rest of the group of mixed golden immortals were the same. And at this time, Yang Mei and God Rebel were also finally battling together. Compared to Divine Reversal, Yang Mei appeared to be somewhat caught in a downward spiral. After all, today's Yang Mei was only at the late stage of the Mixed Golden Immortal, while God Rebel was at the peak of the Mixed Golden Immortal. There are still some gaps. Even though Yang Mei was a space demon god reincarnated, the Divine Reversal wasn't bad either. Being born from the blood and flesh of the many Chaos demon gods left behind as well as a part of the origin cohesion. Together with a ferocious aura, Yang Mei also appeared to have an extreme headache, and could only hope that Luo Shu and the others would be able to finish off the enemy as soon as possible, and then join him in facing the divine rebellion. And in the midst of the flood, the 3,000 children of the Hong Yuan realm had also finally arrived on top of the battlefield. But when the 3,000 children saw the sight before them, each and every one of them couldn't help but stare blankly, their faces filled with disbelief and extreme shock. Even his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. However, countless living beings were fighting madly with the vicious beasts, and the battle was more intense than imaginable. At every moment, there were mournful and extreme cries that rang through the sky, accompanied by a deafening blast of self-destruction. As far as the eye could see, there were piles of mutilated corpses one after another, and these corpses were layered and densely packed, and they were even hardened into a huge mountain range that towered over the clouds and was shocking to the eye, and the blood that flowed in all directions converged into a vast and boundless blood-colored lake, which could not be seen at all at a glance. Above the lake, everywhere you looked, there were mangled bodies and white bones. The blood mist that spread out was simply thick and frightening. Even the sunlight could not penetrate in, making the entire space present a weird black and red hue, as if it was in a terrifying flesh and blood grotto. It was chilling, and the hairs on his body couldn't help but stand up, looking at the scene in front of them. Even if they themselves follow the flood abyss, the vision has long been not comparable to the flood people of the 3,000 children. A deep sense of powerlessness was also felt, especially the fear that kept rising from the bottom of their hearts was simply like a tidal wave, instantly flooding their minds, making their legs as heavy as lead, making it difficult for them to move the slightest bit. Is this the quantum revelation? Chui Wei murmured with a few tremors in her voice. Chapter 43, The Fall of Old Man Spiritwood. Big brother, big sister, we really cannot go back? Someone in the crowd of children suddenly spoke in a trembling voice. His lordship shouldn't either. But before he finished his words, he only saw the jade tower emerge from Cold Crisp's hand, staring at him with cold eyes, his voice as bone-chilling as winter. You say, again? Looking at his big sister's expression and demeanor, that person could only bury his head. not daring to look directly at Cold Crisp at all. One can only stammer, "Big sister, I was wrong." At those words, the chill on Cold Crisp's face only dissipated for a few moments, only to see her gaze slowly sweeping over the crowd. She solemnly said, "Don't forget, you and I, who are we representing? Next time, whoever dares to break the master's face, don't blame me for not giving him face. Are you guys clear?" "Clear." At this time, Tsueiwei also slowly walked to the side of the person who just uttered those words, heavily patted his shoulder, and lightly laughed. "I know you're scared at the sight. I don't blame you. After all, I'm scared too. But like your big sister said, don't forget who we represent. We can die, but we should never disgrace the Lord. And let's not forget who we're here today thanks to." Hearing what Tsueiwei said, the eyes of the group of children gradually became firm. The feeling of fear that he had just felt dissipated for a few moments. Looking at the change in the crowd, Tsueiwei also nodded in satisfaction. With that, Tsueiwei's face also became grave as he spoke in a deep voice towards the crowd. "If there is no problem, we enter the robbery." "Yes," the group of children immediately responded. Only judging from the fact that they always clutched the magic treasures in their hands, they were still nervous. But the two of them, Tsueiwei and Cold Crisp, didn't say anything more and just glanced at each other. With that, he walked righteously towards the battlefield. Just from their drooping and slightly trembling fingertips, one could also tell that their hearts were not at peace at this time. Seeing this, the crowd of children and girls also followed, with none of them breaking away from the group. As Hong Yuan watched this scene, there was also more than a little bit of satisfaction in his eyes. Although he could bring a bunch of children back to life, the children were unaware of it. In front of this quantitative calamity, a mere group of tiny golden immortals could only be a drop of waves falling into the sea. On this battlefield, there were more than 100 million tiny golden immortals. Even the great Luo golden immortals were still unable to defend themselves, let alone these people. I'm afraid that many of these children will die in this battle. But even so, a group of children were willing to enter the robberies for the sake of his command. It seems that when this battle is over, it's time to give them a bit of favor. After all, as a child of this father, it's not a good thing to have a root cultivation that's too low, Hong Yuan muttered. As for Tsueiwei, Cold Crisp and the others, they were targeted by countless ferocious beasts just as they entered the middle of the battlefield. There was a swarm of people towards the crowd. It wasn't just the ferocious beasts. At this time, under the influence of the chi of quantitative calamity, quite a few living beings had already lost their minds, after seeing the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures in the hands of Tsueiwei and the others. It also didn't care at all, directly striking out towards the group of children. Quickly, catalyzed the magic treasure to protect. Tsueiwei and Cold Crisp's faces changed drastically and hurriedly opened their mouths to remind them. In a split second, the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures in the sky appeared above the heads of the people as if they didn't need any money, forming a protective circle in a rather orderly manner. But there were simply too many people who had struck out at the crowd, and there was no shortage of people with the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm among them. Even though the crowd tried their best to defend themselves, they were still shaken by that terrifying force, which caused their internal organs to move violently and spit out blood. Damn it, it's not just the ferocious beasts that have struck out at us, there are also quite a few spirits of the flood. We were kind enough to help him, and they dared to bully us like this. And at this time, Tsueiwei and the others did not hesitate, constantly controlling the magic treasures in their hands to cut down those incoming ferocious beasts while defending themselves. Since Tsueiwei was thinking of preserving the strength of the 10,000 beings to better face the ferocious beasts, he did not make a move against those beings who struck out at them. However, those 10,000 races beings were not the least bit thankful. Instead, they were still continuously attacking towards the Tsueiwei crowd. As the crowd of living beings and ferocious beasts gathered more and more, the pressure faced by Tsueiwei and the others climbed rapidly. Before long, under the ferocious attacks from the many living beings and ferocious beasts that were spreading across the sky, there were already quite a number of children who had followed Tsueiwei here who gradually could not support themselves, only to see that their originally rosy faces had now become as pale as paper, and their bodies were trembling slightly, as if they were candles in the wind that might go out at any time. Sensing this scene, Tsueiwei's eyes turned red, and a wave of anger rushed straight from her heart to her head. His eyes widened in anger and he roared loudly at the top of his voice. Whatever. Kill him. So what if he is a living being of all races? If he dares to strike against us, kill him as usual. With that said, the magic treasure in his hand no longer distinguished between whether it was a ferocious beast or a 10,000 race being. Anyone who struck out at them was within the target of Tsueiwei's attack. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also lamented. These children of my father are still too honest. They don't know that people's hearts are treacherous. I hope that this time they can mature a little bit. Saying so, He also slowly retracted his gaze and continued to watch the mixed golden immortal battle in front of him. As the chi of quantitative calamity climbed in the heavens and earth, even the crowd of mixed golden immortals were more or less affected. Each one of them fought with such ferocity. It's almost as if you don't want to die. I don't know how much time has passed. Boom! Only to see the spirit-wood old ancestor, who had just recently made a breakthrough, being directly blown up by the ferocious beast in front of him. Half of his body was miserably broken. Even the undying spiritual light had dimmed quite a bit. However, that ferocious beast at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal stage was unrelenting in its momentum, and its immensely sharp and gigantic claws, with devastating power, pierced straight through old man Spiritwood's body. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, staining the surrounding space, due to being affected by the chi of the quantum of solace. At this moment, the Spiritwood old ancestor he made a decisive decision, facing the vicious beast of the mixed golden immortal in front of him. Not only did he not have the slightest intention of retreating, but instead, he let out a loud laugh as if he was insane. Ha 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 ha. Today is the time for my Spiritwood old ancestor to die. But even so, I'm going to drag you along with me. Die with me. Between laughs, the Spiritwood old ancestor chose to explode himself without hesitation. In an instant, a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying terrifying energy exploded out with him at the center, as if a bright star had suddenly exploded in the darkness, releasing endless light and furious power. That terrifying might was like a surging tsunami, instantly completely engulfing the ferocious beast in front of him. In the blink of an eye, this mixed golden immortal ferocious beast was torn into pieces by this destructive force and dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 44 Fallen Again. Fleeing in defeat. Spiritwood old ancestor's self-destruction instantly caused the rest of the group of mixed golden immortals to rise with a trace of sadness at the death of the rabbit. It was as if they saw themselves again before the heavens and earth had opened up. He could not help but have boundless anger rise in his heart, so even more frantically, he launched himself toward the enemy in front of him. Several more meta sessions passed. The creation ancestor had fallen, but before he fell he still brought the ferocious beast in front of him with him. With the fall of the creation, his only remaining strand of origin also disappeared into the heavenly beyond. Only Hong Yuan could see that the wisp of origin that creation had vanished from the world flew into the flood. Eventually, it landed in a dense area within a living being that was still in the midst of embodiment. Although the spirit had not yet materialized, Hong Yuan's strength could naturally tell that it was the future Nuwa. Hong Yuan saw this scene and also got thoughtful. No wonder Nuwa cultivates the way of creation. It turns out that she has obtained a strand of the origin of the Taoist of creation. However, he did not intend to make a move to take away the strand of origin of creation. After all, there was no consciousness of creation in that strand of origin of creation, and it would not affect Nuwa in any way. On the contrary, this strand of origin of creation could not be said to be of much help to Nuwa. It is with this strand of origin of creation that Nuwa is innately extremely familiar with creation, and it is only then that she has created the human race to achieve the heavenly Tao of saints with merit. Speaking of Nuwa's creation of mankind, in Hong Yuan's memory at that time Nuwa used his Qiankuan tripod when he stirred the spiritual soil. Right? Should I borrow her myself when the time comes? After all, without the Qiankuan tripod's ability to reverse the innate nature, it would have been difficult for Nuwa to fuse the 9 heavenly resting soil with the 3 lights divine water. However, his Qiankuan tripod has now long since become a chaos supreme treasure, and he does not know how the human race caused by this level of Qiankuan tripod will be different this time. With the deaths of spirit, wood and creation, fate and reincarnation also fell in this way after a few Yuan sessions. Even Mixed Pang was taken away by the chaos self-explosion before he died. As for Hong Jun, due to the shelter of the celebration clouds of the heavens, he only suffered some serious injuries. It was just that he looked at the several incomparable cracks on the celebration clouds of the heavens and was somewhat distressed. And after the death of the mixed rock's body, a wisp of origin also remained and disappeared into the flood. It landed in the middle of a still embodied living creature in the sea of the northern underworld. And with the deaths of destiny, reincarnation, and mixed rock, the chi of quantitative calamity in the heavens and earth suddenly dissipated quite a bit. And this also made the mixed golden immortals, led by Yang Mei Luo Shu and the others, come to their senses. Yang Mei Luo looked at the still strong ferocious beast clan. The heart suddenly felt bad. In this kind of war, they are afraid that they will be defeated in a mess. After all, the fierce beast clan had fallen only 3 early mixed golden immortals with chaos. On their side, they had fallen a full 5 mixed golden immortals. So it was that Yang Mei and the other group of mixed golden immortals glanced at each other, all seeing in each other's eyes the idea that this battle was not feasible. Thus, the Yang Mei Luo Shuju as the head of the mixed golden immortals and leaving a sentence of 1,000 yuan will fight again after the meeting. Then they have coincidentally directly disappeared. And looking at the crowd's recluse, poor Chi just wanted to persuade his big brother to stop them. but it was interrupted by God's reverse giving his opening. Let them go. Why? The poor man buzzed inquiringly. Not only poor Chi, even Taotai and Legend were very puzzled and opened their mouths to inquire. Right, big brother, we are clearly about to win. Why don't we continue? God Reverend glanced at the wounds spread all over the body of the three poor kitties, appearing shaky, and finally let out a long sigh. Listen to big brother. It wasn't that God Rebel didn't want to leave Yang Mei and the others behind. However, if they were to be left behind, although this battle would be won, I'm afraid that no one on their side would be able to survive except for themselves. For some ferocious beasts that didn't have a spirit, he, God Reverend, could choose to sacrifice them without the slightest frown. But these people in front of us are different. They have spiritual intelligence, not war machines that only kill. That's why God's reversal can't do it at all. He originally wanted the Fierce Beast clan to stand at the top of the floodplains. But what was the use of this Fierce Beast clan if he was the only one left? At this moment, Porchi and the others also seemed to understand God Rebel's thoughts, just lowered his head without a word. If they weren't useless, why would Big Brother be so entangled? At this time, God Reverse also continued to speak. You first recover your injuries. This quantum robbery is still far from over. But with these years between the heavens and the earth to accumulate down the resentment of the gas, I believe that you will recover very quickly. Perhaps by then there can also be a breakthrough. That the 10,000 races, no matter how, it is also not possible to have us to recover fast. When you've all recovered, it's still up to us whether to start a war or not. It was only after hearing what God Rebel had said that Porchi and the others came to a sudden realization. That's right, they're ferocious beasts. They can recover quickly with enough grudge gas. They don't believe that Yang Mei and the others are still recovering as fast as they are? As expected of a big brother, his brain just spins fast. How else are they big brothers? And the great Luo Golden Immortals in the middle of the floodplains also received orders conveyed by causality and the others on their side on this day. And upon hearing this order, it instantly caused the crowd of Tao Lord Gold Immortals to rise up in disbelief. The oldest ancestor of his side had actually lost? The bottom of the crowd of living beings to see the leader of the crowd of great Luo Golden Immortals suddenly froze. Also cannot help but heart thump a moment. Somewhat flustered, he asked repeatedly, Senior, is there something going on? The great Luo Golden Immortals looked at the crowd of living beings underneath, and somehow suddenly trembled a little, holding their breath for half a day before spitting out a sentence with difficulty. Let's pull out. Hearing the order given by the great Luo Golden Immortal at the top, the remaining living beings of the flood wasteland 10,000 races instantly felt a drilling coldness come over them. It made them all shiver. For a time, the 10,000 race beings no longer had the previous fighting spirit. As if they had been deflated. One by one, they turned around and ran. But how could the Fierce Beast clan let go of this opportunity? So it got even crazier. For a time, the 10,000 beings collapsed, and the road was filled with their remaining corpses. In this battle, it was the 10,000 clans that lost. The ferocious beasts, on the other hand, were only allowed to clear out some small groups due to the fact that they were under the control of the Divine Rebellion. It didn't allow the ferocious beasts to launch an attack against the Wan clan's collapsed hordes, despite the fact that the great powers had done their best to protect the living beings underneath them as they retreated. There were still many living beings who had fallen to the ferocious beasts. It fled like this for several yuan sessions before the ferocious beasts finally gave up their pursuit. And when those great powers counted the only remaining 10,000 races living beings, they froze. In this battle, as many as 70% of them had fallen. Seeing this scene, even with the hardiness of those great powers, they felt a wave of inexplicable sadness at this time. Is this the quantum revelation? The heavenly Tao is unjust. How unjust is the heavenly Tao? All over the flood, there were sounds of wailing and crying. It simply shook the whole world. In the midst of the wailing and weeping of a host of the 10,000 races of the flood, the sky of the flood suddenly brightened, and an incarnation that was hazy to the extreme suddenly appeared above the void. Chapter 45, The Heavenly Tao Appears. Merit Falls. Hong Yuan finally couldn't help but speak up when he saw the heavenly Tao manifest this scene. I thought you had forgotten. As Hong Yuan's voice fell, a roiling power of merit suddenly surfaced in the void. In the next second, they all landed among the surviving 10,000 beings. That was the power of merit and virtue of a host of beings who had slain the ferocious beasts in this battle. Since the ferocious beasts are the result of grudges and fury, destroying them is naturally beneficial to the flood. And the ferocious beasts also have a lot of chaos demon god flesh and blood on their bodies. And after they fall, they can also replenish part of the shortage of the flood. Therefore, in order to reward the merits of all people, the heavenly Tao will naturally drop merits. Then why didn't it fall on the occasion of the previous beheading? Of course it was because at that time it was the time when the chi of the quantitative robbery was the most dangerous. The heavenly Tao naturally could not choose to send down merits at this moment, so it was also delayed until the time when the Great War had now fallen a little bit to the end. The living beings of the 10,000 races felt the power of merit and virtue that fell upon them, and they also came to a sudden realization. It turned out to be the heavenly Tao rewarding them for the ferocious beasts they had slain this time. Then all the living beings of all races cried out in pain, all grateful for the greatness of the heavenly Tao. With this merit, the injuries sustained by the living beings of the 10,000 races quickly recovered. Even the strength has been improved somewhat. Among them, the number of merits of a group of mixed golden immortals like Luo Shuji and Yang Mei was the largest. The injuries they had originally sustained were rapidly recovering at this time. Yang Mei looked at the power of merit in his hand, also could not help but sigh with emotion. It's really a pity for mixed Peng Taoist friends they are, if they can live until now. I'm afraid that with this piece of merit, I'm afraid that stepping into the middle stage of the golden immortal of the mixed elements is also easy, but that's the way it is with quantum karma, life and death. Only those who survive are eligible and have a future. The divine rebel in the fierce beast's mother nest also suddenly changed his face when he saw the scene of the heavenly Tao dropping merit. He really didn't understand why the heavenly Tao would drop merit toward the 10,000 races. Could it be that he, the fierce beast clan, deserved to be killed, deserved to die? Poor Qi also cursed bitterly from the side. This heavenly Tao is really unfair. Why do they have merit and virtue but only my fierce beast clan doesn't? This is still the way of heaven. Is this still called merit? Although God Rebel was furious, he still kept his wits about him. At this moment, he couldn't help but somewhat regret letting Yang Mei and the others leave. With this merit, I'm afraid that the time for them to recover will be greatly reduced, and they may even be able to go further. Thinking of this, Divine Reversal also hurriedly urged the several people from the poor clan. You guys hurry up and absorb the resentment chi between heaven and earth and break through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortals as soon as possible. And if possible, have those peak Daluo golden immortals of our clan hurry up and break through as well. After saying that, God Reverend also rushed back to his cultivation place. He wanted to try and see if he could break through to the mixture Great Luo golden immortal in one fell swoop. If it works, this battle will be won. If you can't, I'm afraid it's hard to say whether you'll win or lose. As God Rebel entered his cultivation, the poor man and the others also finally realized the seriousness of the matter. So after passing down what God Rebel had said, they also hurriedly began their closed-door cultivation. For a while, with all the races and ferocious beasts quieting down and concentrating on breaking through their cultivation, the flood wasteland unexpectedly fell into a long-lost time of tranquility. And in the area not far from Mount Sumeru, Shui Wei and Cold Crisp sat somewhat dumbfounded, their eyes filled with blood, looking rather disheveled. Beside them was a child who was badly injured. Even though the heavenly Tao had fallen on them with a lot of merit, none of them were happy about it. They just sat in place without saying a word, and some of them even had red eyes and couldn't stop their tears from falling. In this battle, they had fallen nearly 2,000 people. The 3,000 boys and girls who had started out were now down to just over 1,000. This was still due to the fact that they had many magic treasures. They knew that the quantum revelation was terrifying, but they didn't know it would be this terrifying. All they have to do nowadays is close their eyes and they can think of the rest of the boys and girls who died in front of them. Especially Shui Wei and Cold Crisp, their hearts were the hardest at this time. They really didn't know how to face their own masters when the time came. A bunch of children followed them and surprisingly, so many of them fell. In the Great Hall of Hong Yuan, there stood a huge mirror. What appeared on it was exactly the situation of Cui Wei and the others at this moment. The group of children who were resurrected by Hong Yuan were also accompanied by Hong Yuan. And at this time, they also recovered their porcelain doll-like appearance. And when they looked at the disheveled Cui Wei congregation in the mirror, they suddenly lowered their heads in some shame. They also didn't expect their own master to be watching them all the time. Not only did they pay attention to them, but they brought them back to life. Thinking of the coarse and rotten words that were hanging on their lips all the time at that time, this also made a group of children feel a little embarrassed all of a sudden. So some milky voice asked, "Master, should we still tell Big Brother and Sister and the others?" Looking at them it seems oddly difficult. Hong Yuan casually waved his hand. "No need. Let them be like this for now. It's not in the way and it's not the most important." Speaking of this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but pause, his gaze somewhat playfully sweeping towards the group of children. "The most important thing is that I heard you guys have two other faces." "Ha? What? Don't you let me see the master?" Hearing Hong Yuan's words, the group of children and girls immediately shrunk their necks, not daring to face Hong Yuan's gaze directly at all. "Master, we will never dare again." Hong Yuan looked at a well-behaved boy and girl in front of him. Who would have thought that they were a bratty and wild person outside? 3 sentences and you have to shove someone's head up their ass. Could be polite and well-behaved. "I have something to ask you. Speak up." "Master, we'll answer whatever we know." With that, Hong Yuan hesitated a little and also asked the doubt in his heart. Did that guy Yang Mei teach you guys to be like that? After all, when Yang Mei came as a guest before, he also taught that there were a bunch of children from time to time. After all, as a Dao father, he was not such a despicable person, so it can only be taught by Yang Mei. Well, that makes sense. The group of children were first stunned after hearing what Hong Yuan asked, and then they looked at Hong Yuan's expression with some caution. This look made them shiver. And so it was, and could only be answered with a trembling, I suppose so. Hong Yuan gently tapped the long sword in his hand and glanced at the crowd in disbelief. Are you sure? Master, you heard wrong. What we are saying is exactly what Elder Yang Mei taught. The crowd of children reacted instantly and hurriedly changed their words. Hearing what the children said, Hong Yuan was also like a sudden realization. In that case, my lord knew who else could it be but him. Then after a pause, Hong Yuan continued to speak. This matter should not be mentioned again in the future. If someone asks, you and so on, this truth can be. We know. Outside of the flood, old man Yang Mei, who was cultivating, suddenly stopped and scratched his head in some confusion. Why does the old Taoist feel as if someone is counting on me? Chapter 46 Yuan Thing's Visit. In the blink of an eye, 50 Yuan sessions had passed. After all these years, the flood-wild 10,000 races had finally recovered some of their vitality. A number of new beings were also born. It was just that this batch of newly born beings were completely incapable of rivaling the previous batch of beings who had died in the Great Battle in terms of their roots and cultivation. There were even quite a few that were still only at the heavenly immortal realm. After all, the previous batch of beings, no matter how strong or weak they were more or less related to the 3,000 chaos demon gods that had fallen or Pangu, and the new batch being born now belongs to several generations apart. Naturally, it is not comparable to the previous ones in terms of root and foot, and this will gradually weaken with the passage of time. But no matter what, at this point in time, all over the floodplain was no longer as cold as it had been after the previous battle. And during these 50 Yuan sessions, there had been some conflicts between the 10,000 races and the fierce beasts during the period. But under the restraint of the people at the head of the two parties, they did not carry on expanding these conflicts. And Su Weiwei, Cold Crisp and others after all these years as been the rest of the children felt that grief buried deep within the depths of their hearts. Instead, he turned his grief into motivation, and with the help of the heavenly Tao's merits, he also made breakthroughs one after another over the years. The two of them, Chui Wei and Cold Crisp, were even riding high, and had now broken through to the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although the condensed Great Luo Dao fruit was not 12 perfect products, it still had 9 products. Don't look at the fact that it was only 9 products, but this was enough for Chui Wei and Cold Crisp to stand proudly in the entire floodplain. Nowadays, apart from those old ancestors who had inherited most of their origin from their previous life, Chui Wei and Cold Crisp could completely say that there was not a single one who could fight. In fact, even until now, Chui Wei and Cold Crisp were somewhat in disbelief. In their expectations, with their roots and blessings, I'm afraid that they would only be at most 6 products, but they didn't expect to be able to coalesce 9 products of the Great Luo Dao fruit. However, they were vaguely preoccupied with the fear that it was his lordship who had struck, and besides the two Chui Wei and Cold Crisp, the progress of the rest of the children was not slow. Most of them were also in the late Tai Golden Immortal stage, with a few breaking through to the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. That's not a lot of progress. It was even quite a bit faster than in the Hong Yuan realm. Of course, it wasn't that the middle of the flood wasteland was more suitable for cultivation than the flood abyss realm. On the contrary, the cultivation speed of the flood abyss realm wasn't known to be many times faster than the flood wasteland. It's just that there are some experiences and realizations that can't be gained by just knowing how to practice one way or another. And on this day, Yuan Feng's figure suddenly appeared at the foot of Mount Zhou. It was only after she made a slight bow to Zhou Shan that she softly spoke. Yuan Feng seeks an audience with Dao Father. Hong Yuan, who was in the Hong Yuan realm, was also a bit surprised when he saw Yuan Feng. Why did Yuan Feng come to see him? Still, he waved his hand and brought it directly to his face. In a blink of an eye, Yuan Feng only felt a blur before her eyes, and then she suddenly appeared in front of Hong Yuan. But in the next second, she was shocked by the meek and incomparably clear laws of the Great Tao around her. Those Great Tao laws were like a lake of warm springs, constantly pouring into her body. That kind of comfort made Yuan Feng simply unable to return to his senses for a long time. Hong Yuan looked at Yuan Feng, who was caught up in an epiphany, and did not open his mouth to wake him up. Instead, he just sat quietly in place, sipping a mouthful of clear tea from time to time. I don't know how much time had passed before Yuan Feng came to his senses from his epiphany. This time when he woke up, he saw Hong Yuan in front of him. This also caused Yuan Feng to instantly have a few more touches of embarrassment and shame on her cheeks, that she had been so rude in front of the Tao Father. So he also bowed towards Hong Yuan in fear and apologized. Yuan Feng has been rude. I hope that your holiness will forgive me. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also waved his hand and laughed lightly. There's no harm in it, not to mention you. Even Yang Mei coming to this dojo of my father is the same. My father is already used to it. When Yuan Feng heard this, her red lips slightly opened, and a moment of surprise flashed across her eyes. I didn't realize that even old man raising eyebrows was this out of sorts. Ha! That being said, this fierce beast quantum robbery has yet to be crossed. So why have you come to my father today if you don't cultivate properly? Yuan Feng sniffed, but also hurriedly took out a lot of treasures that he had collected over the years, handing the entire thing in front of Hong Yuan. Yuan Feng also lowered his eyes and spoke in a small voice. Thanks to the grace of Daozun, the batch of young phoenixes in Yuan Feng's clan have been born, and also produced quite a few sycamore fruits. Yuan Feng knows that Daozun may not be short of these trinkets, but Yuan Feng still wants to thank Daozun for his kindness to my phoenix clan. Speaking of this, Yuan Feng couldn't help but pause. If it weren't for you, Dao father, I'm afraid that Yuan Feng would have already died in that Jefeng Dao meeting 3 quantum kalpas ago. Hong Yuan looked at the things Yuan Feng took out in front of him. I'm afraid that this Yuan Feng had brought the entirety of his phoenix clan that he could see past. There was no lack of having several extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures and spiritual plants. Although he didn't care about them, if he put them outside, he was afraid that it would cause a storm of bloodshed. Although he didn't really need it, he still decided to accept these gifts after a moment of contemplation. So Hong Yuan then spoke towards the child girl outside the hall. Zi Qiao, why don't you hurry in and put your honored guest's gifts away? And Yuan Feng couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief after hearing what Hong Yuan said. She was really afraid that Hong Yuan would not be able to look at these things of hers. And after hearing the words, Zi Qiao, who was standing outside the main hall, also jogged his ass in the main hall. She's also the child girl who hangs on to the words of shoving her enemy's head up her ass at all times. The body is an orchid in the Hong Yuan realm. Although the name was quite nice, that other face underneath the hiding in good behavior made Hong Yuan a little afraid to say that this was his child daughter. And Zi Qiao was also a bit taken aback when she saw Yuan Feng. It was the first time she had seen someone other than Elder Yang Mei come to the old master's dojo, but always knowing her manners, she knew when to talk and when to shut up, so he also obediently put away all the things that Yuan Feng had taken out. Its face also did not show any contempt for these so-called treasures. If she hadn't been in and out of the floodlands, she might have thought that an extreme innate spiritual treasure would be just that. It's precious, but it shouldn't be too small in quantity. At the very least, all the existences of the great Luo Golden Immortals would have that one, right? But after this outing, she realized she was a little wrong. Let's put it this way, none of the enemies she encountered this time were in possession of an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Even the strongest one of the late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal existences only had a top-grade innate spiritual treasure in his hands. It was only then that she realized how precious the magic treasure in her hand really was. Not only her, but even the other children and girls were like that. It was then that they lamented that the original Lord was so powerful, far more powerful than they had ever imagined. The extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures were all like miscellaneous items, too many to count. Chapter 47, The Fate of Master and Disciple. Zi Xiao slowly retreated after putting everything away. And after Zi Xiao retreated, Yuan Feng also whispered, then Daozuan, Yuan Feng will go back. Hong Yuan pointed to the spirit tea on the jade case in front of him and said with a smile, if you're not in a hurry, why don't you have a cup of tea before you go? When Yuan Feng heard this, her body shook slightly. Although he didn't know what kind of tea Hong Yuan was drinking, but with Hong Yuan's status, he thought that it couldn't be any worse, and she could also feel the tea containment that wrapped around the air like a swimming dragon. Although he kind of wanted to drink it, Yuan Feng always felt that it wasn't too good. After all, she had come here to give a gift this time, and to drink Hong Yuan's spirit tea. Wouldn't it seem like she was being a bit utilitarian? Hong Yuan just took one look at Yuan Feng squirming and knew what Yuan Feng was thinking at that moment, so he shook his head and laughed. You and this honored one can be considered as an old acquaintance, and you know the character of this honored one, so there's no need to be too formal. Hearing this, Yuan Feng understood that Hong Yuan had already seen through the thoughts in her mind. Thinking of this, Yuan Feng's heart was also more than a little shy, but it was soon suppressed by her, so he also spoke softly. Many thanks, Dao Father. After saying that, Yuan Feng also slowly walked to Hong Yuan's jade case, very skillfully and demurely slowly lifted the spirit tea on it and took a slight sip. As soon as this spirit tea was imported, Yuan Feng's body suddenly shook violently, and his face was filled with shock. Even though she had expected it, this spirit tea was still far beyond her expectations. With just one bite, she could feel that her roots had actually improved quite a bit. Moreover, the contained power of the laws in that tea was simply incomparably deep. If it was truly activated, I'm afraid that an ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal wouldn't necessarily be able to resist it. At least Yuan Feng himself felt that his cultivation at the late Dala stage couldn't carry it. This also caused her to fall into a moment of self-doubt. A cup of tea from a Dao father was enough to destroy her? In other words, she's not as good as a cup of tea from Dao Zun? For a moment, Yuan Feng actually rose an urge to bring this cup of tea back and drink it slowly. Hong Yuan also sensed Yuan Feng's thoughts, and immediately cried and laughed a little. He just took out a leaf of the heavenly mulberry divine tree and casually threw it to Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng immediately subconsciously looked up at Hong Yuan. Dao honors this. Hong Yuan just lightly nodded with a smile on his face. It's for you. It's considered a courtesy. And my father doesn't want to take advantage of you. Yuan Feng wanted to say something else, but Hong Yuan shook his head. This is from my father. Just take it. If you feel embarrassed, you can help me care more about the flood in the future. Yuan Feng also nodded heavily as she listened to Hong Yuan say this. Yuan Feng knows. Thank you, Dao father. Due to the fact that he had gained quite a lot here in Hong Yuan this time, Yuan Feng also retired and left after drinking the spirit tea. Hong Yuan looked at Yuan Feng's departing back. He began to think up the possibility of having the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin become deities in the four directions God protecting grand formation. Suddenly, Hong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Somewhat puzzled, he looked over at Flood. He had just unexpectedly sensed someone with whom he shared a master-disciple bond. So after pondering for a while, Hong Yuan also began to deduce. Without waiting too long, Hong Yuan's face was also a bit more brilliant. Who did I think it was? So it's him. In that case, I'll take this person. After saying that, Hong Yuan instantly disappeared in place. In the middle of a cave in the eastern part of the flood, a huge green stone lay straight in the center of the cave, constantly absorbing the surrounding aura. And as he absorbed, quite a few laws of time also accompanied the aura together into this piece of green stone. However, what was surprising was that whenever this piece of lapis lazuli absorbed more aura and gradually grew bigger, its originally smooth and flawless surface began to gradually emerge a dark brown mottled pattern. These markings were like vines, spreading out at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually covering the entire piece of lapis lazuli. And in the next second, Hong Yuan's figure appeared silently. Looking at this piece of lapis lazuli in front of him, Hong Yuan was also overwhelmed with emotions. The hour is a piece of lapis lazuli in the chaos that was transformed. And the person in front of him coincidentally is also a piece of lapis lazuli. This also put Hong Yuan in deep thought. Could it be that the laws of time love such a stone? And when he saw the dark brown patches on the lapis lazuli, even Hong Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. When the time was right before he blew himself up, he was pulling on the time river, thus causing the long river of time to be damaged. This piece of karma was not insignificant. Although Timothy had completely fallen, there was still quite a bit of karma left behind following a portion of his origin. And the green stone in front of him had absorbed a portion of the origin after the fall of the hour. But at the same time, that part of the karma was taken up by him. If it had followed the original trajectory, under the influence of these karmic consequences, it would have been impossible for this green stone to take shape and come out of the world. Not even a spirit will be born. But that's without the premise of Hong Yuan. Never mind. Since you have a master-disciple bond with me, this father will help you out. With those words, Hong Yuan also directly took out the portion of the great Dao merit that had previously fallen on him after Big Brother Pango had opened the heavens. Because he had the flood abyss hall, he couldn't use this great Dao merit at all for his normal cultivation. Plus, there was no shortage of his magic treasures, so this great Dao merit was left until now, and had never been absorbed. Thereupon, without the slightest hesitation, Hong Yuan directly separated out a portion of it and directly integrated it into this piece of lapis lazuli. With the integration of the great Dao merit, the dark brown patches on the green stone in front of him stopped spreading and even lightened quite a bit. Looking at this scene, Hong Yuan instantly frowned and once again parted with a portion of his great Dao merit, and after this part was incorporated into the lapis, those dark brown patches finally began to recede. But even though it had receded quite a bit, there was still some remaining on top of the lapis lazuli. Hong Yuan instantly glanced above the void. He kind of wanted to go talk to the river of time. Is it okay to bully a junior like that? However, the movement of his hand was without the slightest hesitation, and he continued to part with a portion of the great Dao merit. It wasn't until Hong Yuan had eliminated a full half of the great Dao merit he possessed that the dark brown patches on top of the green stone finally receded completely. Even Hong Yuan, at this moment, looking at the only remaining great Dao merits, was somewhat quite distressed. You should know that the great Dao merit that you have just integrated into the green stone is not less than the merit that the three clearings shared in the first place. And this piece of lapis lazuli also began to contain and transform by virtue of a portion of the great Dao merit that remained within him. This immanentization was a full 100 yuan sessions. Finally, This piece of lapis lazuli in front of him was finally born with a spirit. Many thanks, seniors. Chapter 48 Hong Yuan accepts a disciple. Qingshi knew the price Hong Yuan had paid for him after he was born spiritually intelligent. Although he didn't know why there were so many karmic consequences entangled in his body, he did know that if it wasn't for the words of the senior in front of him, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to be born spiritually intelligent in his life. Hong Yuan sniffed and nodded in satisfaction. Looks like a good kid who knows his manners. Roots and feet are still good, and they know how to be polite. He, Hong Yuan, liked this kind of kid the most. So Hong Yuan nodded gently and asked towards Qingshi, "What's your name?" Lapis shifted its body slightly, seeming to hesitate, before whispering after a moment, "I have no name for the time being." After Hong Yuan heard this, the smile on his face became a few points thicker, and he said in a slow voice, "If you don't mind, why don't this father take one for you? Are you willing?" "I am willing. Thank you, elder." Hong Yuan pondered a little and also spoke slowly. "At the time of your birth, you were entangled in karma and had no day to take form, but now that it has passed, from today onwards, you will be called dawn, meaning the hour when darkness will end and light will come. This honored one also hopes that you will have a fresh start as this name suggests." Dawn couldn't help but feel a tremor in her heart and soul, and her voice was like a thin rope as she opened her mouth and said, "Good. Dawn thanks senior." The words were filled with gratitude and excitement. He's got a name. Hong Yuan, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand. "Don't call me any senior. In fact, this father is not hiding anything from you. You and this father have a master and disciple relationship. I wonder if you would like to worship me as your teacher." When Dawn heard, she was terrified and rushed to open her mouth, with a tone of joy and full of respect that was hard to hide. Dawn is willing to pay her respects to her master. "Well, since that's the case, then from today onwards thou shalt be my great disciple." Hong Yuan appeared to be quite joyful as well. Although the great Tao merit in his hands was quite a bit less this time, he had also gained a rather talented great disciple. What's more, if he doesn't have this great Tao merit, then isn't there still a great Tao dad? Picking a little out of the avenue's fingers, then wouldn't he have it again? With Dawn's roots, although she couldn't be compared to the chaos demon god, she wasn't at all bad compared to Luo and the others. Even the three purities were not as strong as the roots of this disciple of his. As long as one cultivates with all one's heart, the mixed metaphysical great Luo golden immortal is not a matter of concern. When Dawn heard that she had worshipped this master, she had even become a great disciple, it also added to the surprise in his mind. But the surprise was accompanied by a twinge of pressure. Although he didn't know exactly what kind of person this master of his was, he was able to know that that great Tao merit wasn't something that anyone could have, and still in such large numbers. If he hadn't known that the great god Pangu had fallen, he would have almost thought that his master was the great god Pangu. So after hesitating for a moment, Dawn also inquired in a small voice, "Master, the disciple still doesn't know your name." Hong Yuan sniffed and also opened his mouth to explain in a nonchalant manner. "For the teacher named Hong Yuan, this flood people all call me as Daozuan, is also the Pangu god's own brother, also counted as half of the master of the flood." Hearing the words coming out of Hong Yuan's mouth, Dawn's entire body was confused, and it was as if her Yuanshan was vibrating all over the place at the moment. Discord's own brother? The half owner of the flood? My god, what kind of master did he worship? Hong Yuan breezily suppressed that excitement of the Dawn Yuanshan. "You don't need to be under too much pressure. The first thing you need to do is to transform out first. As I see you now, I think it won't take long for you to take shape, so cultivate well. I'm looking forward to your performance in the future." Although the dawn is now comparable to the birth of spiritual wisdom, but over the years, the accumulation is enough, plus absorbed a part of the great Tao merit. Wanting to take shape and come out of the world naturally wouldn't take as long as the rest of the people with strong roots and feet. Hong Yuan estimated that it should be just these few quantum jinxes, and hearing what Hong Yuan said, Dawn slowly calmed down. Dawn will live up to Master's expectations. And so in the following days, Hong Yuan didn't leave in a hurry, but instead rubbed his understanding of the laws of time and explained it to Dawn. Since Dawn had originally absorbed part of the origin of the hour, her understanding of the laws of time was far beyond normal. Under Hong Yuan's explanation, Dawn's sense of the laws of time also grew. Before he had even taken form, his cultivation had already reached the Taiyi golden immortal realm. In the middle of Yang Mei's dojo, Yang Mei, who had cultivated for nearly 300 yuan hui, suddenly opened his eyes. With the heavenly Tao merit that fell earlier, Yang Mei not only completely recovered from his previous injuries, his cultivation also broke through to the peak of the mixed golden immortal. Yang Mei felt his power and also sighed with emotion. Finally breaking through to the peak of the mixed golden immortal, it will finally be a lot easier to face God reversal down here. With a flash of his body, Yang Mei directly disappeared in place. In Mount Sumeru, Luo Shu seemed to sense something and directly put away the jade disc of creation fragment in his hand. And not long after Luo put away the jade disc of creation, Yang Mei appeared in Luo's Mount Sumeru. Luo frowned and glanced at Yang Mei with some displeasure. You Yang Mei don't recover properly. What are you doing here in my place? But just after the words were said, Luo looked at Yang Mei with some surprise and opened his mouth. You've broken through to the peak of the mixed golden immortal? Yang Mei laughed and slightly stroked his long beard, saying rather smugly, it was just a fluke. Luo Shuji, your cultivation speed isn't slow either. Such a short period of time to break through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. Yang Mei was also a little surprised at this time. This Luo Shua's cultivation speed can also be so fast. At most, it is only a trace slower than himself. You should know that you had eaten a lot of chaos spirit root fruits in the Hong Yuan Taoist dojo before. According to the degree of recovery of the origin, Yang Mei can be a lot stronger than Luo Shu. Looking at the slightly surprised look on Yang Mei's face, Luo also snorted coldly. You're the one who's close to Hong Yuan, aren't you? Luo Shu, wasn't bad either. Hong Yuan not only gave him 2 falling flower immortal fruits, but also gave him a fragment of the jade disc of creation. Thinking of this, Luo was stunned. When you do the math like this, it seems like that Hong Yuan isn't that annoying anymore. But he didn't reveal these thoughts. Instead, he didn't move and looked at Yang Mei. Is there any situation on the side of the ferocious beasts? Yang Mei shook his head slightly. As you know, friend Luo Shuji, affected by the chi of quantum karma, it's impossible to deduce anything useful, unless we can reach the strength of friend Hong Yuan. But in fact, we don't need to think about it. There were quite a lot of people who fell in the previous battle, and the Fierce Beasts clan was busy absorbing the chi of the Grudge Fury and was planning to break through to their realm. The rest of the people Lao Dao is not concerned. Lao Dao also care about only that God reversed a person. Before his cultivation is already at the peak of the mixed golden immortal. If he broke through to the mixed great Luo golden immortal, I'm afraid that we or all these people are not a hand of his enemy. Chapter 49, The Great War resumes. Hearing Yang Mei's words, Luo Shuji immediately let out a cold laugh. Yang Mei, you don't need me to tell you that the difficulty of the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal. How difficult is it for that god rebel to break through in these hundreds of Yuan sessions? Even if he is given a few more quantum culpas of time, I'm afraid he may not be able to break through yet. However, Yang Mei presented a different opinion. Luo Shuji, you cannot belittle that god reversed. We must know that God reversed in the world before the emergence of the peak of the mixed golden immortal. It is not possible to say that he can really become. We cannot be underestimated. Luo sniffed and also couldn't help but frown. What Yang Mei said actually didn't make sense. It was important to realize that this fierce beast quantum of solace was a danger and a chance at the same time. Who knew if that god rebel would seize this opportunity? Even if the probability was very slim, but what if that flash of opportunity was seized by that god rebel guy? So after hesitating for a while, he also opened his mouth. I think causality. Shen Kuan and the others have almost recovered. So as soon as they make a breakthrough we'll kill them. What does fellow Taoist Yang Mei think? Hearing that Luo listened into what he said, Yang Mei's face also had a few more smiles on it. That's what the old Taoist thinks too. So another 200 or so meta sessions passed. At this time, most of the time had passed before the time for the 1,000 Yuan meeting set by the Fierce Beast clan and the 10,000 clans. On this day, all the great powers of the 10,000 races converged in Mount Sumeru. By virtue of the heavenly merits that had descended earlier, the injuries on everyone's bodies had recovered. Many of them have also advanced a step further with this merit. Among the mixed golden immortals, Yang Mei was the peak of the mixed golden immortals. Luo, on the other hand, was in the late stage of the mixed golden immortal, and cause and effect. Qian Kuan, 5 elements, and Hong Jun had also broken through to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, and only Yin Yang was still hanging around at the early stage of the mixed golden immortals. At this moment, the Yin Yang old ancestor's face was very ugly as he looked at the surrounding group of intermediate mixed golden immortals. He was the only one who was still in the same place, while the rest of them had broken through. This strong contrast made the Yin Yang old ancestor simply furious, and the rest of the crowd was quite sensible and did not direct their words to Yin and Yang, but spoke very solemnly about the things to pay attention to in this quantum leap. Luo listened to the crowd's discussion while lamenting in his heart. Why can even this old loach, Hong Jun, catch up with the likes of Karma? If there's anyone Luo least wants to break through, it's naturally Hong Jun. This aversion is not well understood by Law. He didn't know why he just didn't see eye to eye with Hong Jun. Hong Jun could also feel a gaze, if any, staring at his body all the time. He knew it was the gaze of Luo. This also caused his heart to shrink, and he hastily increased his efforts to conceal the aura of the jade disc of creation fragment on his body. At this time Hong Jun, although the heart is very panicked, but the face is not the slightest show. But the good thing is, Law never noticed it. This also made Hong Jun relieved, since the vitality of the 10,000 races had not recovered to its prime either. A group of mixed golden immortals were trying to avoid the fact that these beings were no match for the ferocious beasts. This one also purposely passed down some formations during this time. Its purpose was to allow the 10,000 tribes underneath to have the power to fight with those ferocious beasts. And the 10,000 living beings underneath had received the formation passed down by a group of mixed golden immortals, and also rushed to cultivate and comprehend it. They knew that their survival depended on this burst. And the movement of the 10,000 clans had also attracted the attention of the Fierce Beast clan. In the middle of the ferocious beast mother's nest, Poverty and the others also received the information that came up from underneath. Listening to this news coming up from the people underneath, the poor man and the others immediately frowned. If it wasn't for the heavenly Tao dropping merit, how could they have recovered so quickly? But forget it. Our Fierce Beast clan has refined their cultivation quite a bit over the years. Last time we were able to beat them down. This time we're still able to do the same. Pass it down. Let the sons and daughters underneath get ready. After arranging all the matters and ordering them down, poor Chi, Tao Tai, and Legend and the rest of the group were gazing at the place where the divine reversal was in seclusion and cultivation with a worried face. I just don't know if Big Brother can make a breakthrough this time? Poor Chi's brows furrowed as he took the lead in breaking the suffocating atmosphere of silence. As soon as the words left his mouth, the rest of the crowd chimed in. They all knew that this time, in the war with the 10,000 races, they were afraid that their Fierce Beast clan would suffer somewhat. After all, the 10,000 races of the flood had fallen in the heavenly Tao merit, but they, the Fierce Beasts, had not. This rise and fall, in turn, made it difficult for their Fierce Beast clan. However, if the Beast Emperor could successfully break through, then the 10,000 races would be nothing more than a bunch of rabble. However, just as they had ended this conversation, a majestic and familiar figure quietly surfaced in front of the crowd. It was the God Rebel. Looking at God Rebel's figure, a monstrous feeling of joy immediately surfaced in the hearts of the poor man and the others. Big Brother, you made a breakthrough? However, in the face of the crowd's hopeful gazes, Divine Reversal only let out a long sigh before slowly shaking his head. It was true that he was still a little bit short. If he could be given 1 or 2 quantum culpas of time, he was confident that he would be able to break through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal. But right now, not yet. It was just that after hearing that the 10,000 races had made a move, the Divine Rebel couldn't be bothered to remain in seclusion, and that was why he directly came out of seclusion. And seeing that Divine Reversal slowly shook his head, the group of great ferocious men immediately lost their heads a bit. Seeing this, poor Chi also hurriedly opened his mouth. So what if Big Brother didn't make a breakthrough? Like we just said, before we can defeat those people, this time the same can. These hundreds of yuan will come. Our clan but 2 more mixed golden immortals, not to mention our strength have broken through. The 10,000 races want to make the first move. Then let them try the might of our Fierce Beast clan. Legend on the side has also echoed the opening. Poor Chi said right. To the means of the Big Brother wants to break through to the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal is by no means a difficult thing. Just now the time is a little short. I believe that I'm afraid that this time will not be long to where it is. God Rebel sniffed, and an extra smile appeared on his face. As long as my clan can win this time, I'm confident that I can break through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal within 2 quantum culpas of mana time. Hearing the words spoken by Divine Inversion, the crowd immediately looked at Divine Inversion with fiery gazes. Ah, the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed elements. That wasn't something that could be compared to a mixed Golden Immortal. Even the weakest mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal could cause countless mixed Yuan Golden Immortals to die instantly with the flip of a hand. The time of a mere 1 or 2 quantum culpas of mana. That is, more than 12 billion years. Is that still called time? As for whether or not they could defeat the people of the 10,000 clans this time, none of them thought that they would be unable to defeat those people of the 10,000 clans. And so once again a meta session passed. On this day, a group of mixed golden immortals from the 10,000 races also appeared on Mount Sumeru. A group of mixed golden immortals looked at the group of living beings underneath Mount Sumeru and spoke in a deep voice. Thinking back to the past, that battle with the ferocious beast clan is our defeat. But here you all know in your heart, this quantitative robbery is not yet over. Our 10,000 races and the ferocious beast clan still have a big battle. Fortunately, by virtue of the heavenly descent of merit and virtue, we in this time is also a lot of recovery of vitality. So this time, we are bound to wash away the previous disgrace. Do you have confidence? As soon as the words fell, the living beings of the 10,000 races looked up at those esteemed old ancestors standing high in the void, and deep down inside, they couldn't help but recall the humiliation they had once endured in that tragic great battle. For a while, the flames of anger, unwillingness, and revenge blazed up in their chests, The crowd of living beings of the 10,000 races suddenly had red eyes and blue veins, doing their best to hiss loudly in response. Yes, this cry that swallowed the mountains and rivers was like a surging giant wave, gathering the strength and will of hundreds of millions of living beings, and the sound was simply able to penetrate the clouds and reach the top of the firmament. It resounded throughout the floodplain, echoing for a long time. Listening to the hissing voices from below, the group of mixed golden immortals also slowly nodded their heads. With that, his gaze also looked over to the side of the fierce beast mother nest, and his large hand swung down violently. Depart! This battle, our 10,000 races will win. Must win. Chapter 50, Master is more terrifying than the beast's quantum revelation. Hong Yuan, who was giving a sermon to Dawn, also sensed the quantum revelation chi in the heavens and earth that had been silent for a long time and suddenly surged up. Hong Yuan pondered for a moment and also muttered, "It seems that Yang Mei and the others are planning to launch a general attack. This father should go and take a look." With that, he also slowly looked towards Dawn, who was still cultivating. "Dawn, Master is going to see the final battle of this quantum revelation, so you can cultivate for now, and when the battle is over, Master will come back for you." Dawn sniffed, and her heart grew a little worried. Hong Yuan laughed, "Nothing, for the teacher is to go over to see, and not down. Not to mention for the teacher if down, this quantum of Kulpa will not need to pass. Even if the flood all people together do not know whether they can top for the teacher a slap." Dawn sniffed and froze. "Ha? How is it different from what Master said? Didn't he say that the quantum rain was quite terrifying?" "But, Master, didn't you say that this flood quantum robbery is very terrifying?" Hearing what Fawn said, Hong Yuan also stood up. "Yes, the flood quantum revelation is terrifying, but Master is even more terrifying than the quantum revelation. Alright, Master is leaving. You cultivate well." After saying that, Hong Yuan also disappeared in an instant. Before he left, Hong Yuan also deliberately strengthened the prohibition of this place a bit in order to prevent some people from affecting Dawn's cultivation. Only after doing so did Hong Yuan walk out unhurriedly. After leaving this place, Hong Yuan also swept a glance around. Outside of Dawn's cave, there were almost no more than a few living beings. Even if there are, they are yet to be born. For a while, all the surroundings seemed to have fallen into a dead silence, with no other living beings except for Hong Yuan, a lone existence. Don't look at the floodplains with a memory trillion number of living beings. Sounds quite a lot, but if you put it on the vastness of the flood, it's a little sparse. Sometimes you can't walk for tens of thousands of years without coming across a living being. It's a phrase like, the land is vast and the people are vast and the old man is old. After spending some effort, Hong Yuan finally found the first living spirit. It was an extremely stuttering looking being. The name is Ping Pong. It looked a bit like a pig, but the funny thing was that it had two heads, growing at opposite ends. One head heading this way and the other trying to go the other way. It's been a long time coming, and it's actually ing with itself. Half the time they were frozen in place. I told you, the battlefield is this way. Follow me. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's over here. You cutie. You're the cutie. Believe it or not, are you? Come on. Whoever doesn't do it is a cutie. So in the midst of cursing, each of the two heads twisted to bite the other. But he's not small. Plus both heads want to take a bite out of each other. For a moment it was actually spinning in place. And that speed is getting faster and faster. Soon, the speed of the two formed a wind column directly in place, blowing the surrounding whistling and screaming. Hong Yuan just watched the screen canopy spinning around with interest. But in his mind he was thinking, this head screen canopy might work instead. A long time passed, and Ping Pong seemed to realize that he couldn't bite his opponent at all if he went on like this. So unpleasantly and in unison, he twisted the direction of his head directly, changed directions toward each other. So, is spinning its wheels again. Looking at Ping Pong's appearance, Hong Yuan only felt somewhat inexplicably amused. Somehow, he kind of wanted one as a pet. After all, it wasn't that he hadn't seen stupidity before, but Hong Yuan, who was as stupid as this, still found it a bit of a novelty. And at that moment, Ping Pong also discovered Hong Yuan's presence. With Ping Pong's mere late golden immortal cultivation, he naturally could not see through Hong Yuan's specific cultivation, but it didn't think much about it, and assumed that Hong Yuan had a method to conceal his cultivation. After all, in this remote place of the flood, I think the cultivation is not high. At most, it is about the same as it is. After all, it hadn't heard of any great powers around here. What's more, it didn't feel any threatening aura from Hong Yuan. Immediately afterward, I only saw Ping Pong bellowing out and speaking towards Hong Yuan. That fellow Daoist, I'm sure you're also heading to the battlefield between our 10,000 clans and the Fierce Beast clan, aren't you? Why don't you come and judge us? Hong Yuan was also interested for a moment, so he also walked forward. How do I need to judge you? The two heads of the screen canopy broke off and spoke at once. Fellow Daoist, you should know the location of the battlefield as well. So tell us where the direction of that battlefield is, and let's see if I'm right or it's right. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan also nodded. Good, then why don't you guys tell us which direction you all pointed to before? When Ping Pong heard this, he hesitated a bit. A head contemplated for a moment and hesitantly looked at Hong Yuan. His voice had a few moments of less confidence. I should have meant the east? When the other head heard this, it became anxious. What do you mean by the east? That was clearly me. You guy, really shameless. Hearing these words, Hong Yuan burst out laughing a little in his heart. That battlefield place was clearly in the northern land of the flood, which was also the land of the mother nest of the ferocious beasts, and the last war also took place there. But he also looked at the screen canopy with more than a little hesitation on his face. Both of you chose the right one. How can I judge you? Hearing this, the two heads of Ping Pong were suddenly furious. Without saying a word, he started going around in circles. Piss me off. I obviously chose the east. You unashamed thing. Let's see me bite you to death. What do you mean you picked the east? I'm the one who picked the right one. Go to hell. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also rushed forward to stop him. You too. You can't do this. After saying that, the two heads of the screen canopy also stopped, and the four pairs of eyes looked straight at Hong Yuan. Then what do you think we want? This guy is clearly trying to steal from me. Isn't he just jealous that I am smarter than it? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. With that brain of yours, half of my brain is better than yours. Seeing that the two heads were about to argue once again, Hong Yuan also explained with a solemn face. I do have an idea. Since neither of you can bite each other, why don't you try biting your own feet for example? Anyway, you are originally one, so I'm sure the pain can be felt by the other. So won't you solve the dilemma of not being able to bite each other? Hearing these words, Ping Pong's body suddenly shook as realization dawned in his mind. Yeah, well, they can bite their own foot off. Won't the other person be the one in pain then? Let's see if it still dares to go against itself then. Thinking of this, a touch of joy immediately appeared on both of Ping Pong's heads, looking at Hong Yuan with gratitude. Many thanks, fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist's move can be considered a solution to the problem we've had for so many years. After saying that, Ping Pong didn't wait for Hong Yuan to respond, and that huge body fell to the ground all of a sudden. Dust and smoke rolled around the area with a monstrous tremor. Then they started biting their feet one after another with a satisfied look on Hong Yuan's face. With this bite, two cries of pain rang out. Chapter 51 all taught by the same master. Cannot break the defense. Ping Pong's two heads ate pain while also cursing in his heart. Good man, you're so hard, aren't you? With that, he clenched his teeth violently and opened his bloody mouth once again, biting down on his foot. This bite made both heads scream even more at once. The feeling of twice the pain made them scream their hearts out, but eating the pain without forgetting to go down on the mouth a little harder. Hong Yuan, who saw the scene, also nodded with a satisfied face. The children are teachable. Hearing Hong Yuan's praise, Ping Pong suddenly bit even more happily. It was as if their feet and they looked like they had some kind of deep grudge. While biting, he also asked the other person, "Do you know it's wrong?" At this question in the same breath, two heads froze. The expressions on both faces gradually became shadowy and deep. How dare you not recognize your mistake? He said, continuing to bite his foot. This bite was a full 100 years. 100 years of time, so that the Ping Pong limbs are a little bloody and blurred up. The pain of them is also wailing. Hong Yuan just stood on the edge and watched for a full 100 years. Finally, one day, Ping Pong finally stopped tearing. The two heads were in pain and tears were falling like rain. Looking at Hong Yuan with eyes full of tears. Fellow Daoist, it's dead wrong. What should I do? All taught by the same master. Can't break the defense. After Hong Yuan heard this, he also began to think about it. Only after a long time did he slowly take out a few fruits that were bright red to the extreme and as deep as the color of blood. This is a kind of spiritual fruit that I accidentally acquired before, named Xin fruit. In addition to enhancing one's cultivation, this fruit has another characteristic, that is, it is extremely pungent. Even if the peak of Tai Golden Immortal eats it, he will have to slow down for a long time, since the pain from outside the body can't make the other party to recognize the mistake. You might as well try it from the inside of the body. Maybe there will be unintended consequences too. Of course, it also depends on whether you are willing to try it or not. Although it is not life-threatening, the level of pungency is still a bit unpleasant. When Ping Pong heard this, his two heads flashed four bright lights. Wouldn't it hurt to eat it yourself and then the other person would admit that they were wrong? At the thought of this, the two heads of Ping Pong burst into a big grin and couldn't stop laughing. Of course we shall. The harder the better. They also didn't expect the Taoist in front of them to have this kind of fruit. but they are also a little hesitant. And not because they are worried that the fruit will do them any harm. After all, with their cultivation level, they were also able to feel the majestic and pure energy from these Xiangua. Once they ate it, for them, not to say that they could break through on the spot, I'm afraid that they could save countless years of hard cultivation. They hesitate because they don't have any treasures on them to exchange with them. Hong Yuan also seemed to have guessed what Ping Pong was thinking, only to see him gently smile. You need not exchange them for any other treasure, but consider these fruits as a gift from me. Ping Pong also hurriedly shook his head when he heard, fellow Daoist, this is not good. You've already helped us a lot before, and then take advantage of you for nothing in our hearts cannot bear it. Hong Yuan sniffed, also as continued to speak, this fruit in me is nothing. To be able to help you to me is also a fortunate thing. After all, I am a person is known to love to help people. When Ping Pong heard this, he was almost moved to tears. The Taoist friend in front of me is a very nice person. Not only had he given them a suggestion before, but now he was even gifting them this spirit fruit. Then we thank you, fellow Taoist. After saying that, he also directly received these pungent fruits. With that the two heads were divided, also in half. The two heads of the screened poncho looked at the Simcoe set before them, and also inquired of each other one last time, do you really not recognize your mistakes? ×2. Hearing the other party's words that were no different from their own, the two heads were instantly furious, and then they no longer hesitated. Separately, they threw a pungent fruit directly into their mouths. As soon as the pungent fruit entered his mouth, Ping Pong could feel the majestic energy contained in it. This energy was even above them, which also caused a sudden shock in their hearts. Surprisingly, it's much more powerful than what the Taoist said. They had a premonition that as long as they absorbed all of the energy, their cultivation would surely advance greatly, and it wouldn't be difficult to break through to the late golden immortal realm at that time. Thinking of this, Ping Pong's heart also sighed with emotion. The Taoist friend in front of him is really a good person, but before they could be happy, they only saw its body shake violently, and its limbs instantly became stiff and rigid. In a flash, countless blood filaments emerged from its eyes. Even the body became reddish at this moment, with strands of fire venting out from the outside of the body. Even the surrounding temperature instantly began to soar. Hong Yuan also scratched his head and moved slightly away. Look at the screen canopy in front of you with interest. It was as if time had frozen at this moment. But in the next second, it was only Screen Puff who finally couldn't hold back. Ah! Two howls of pain resounded through the world, and as they opened their mouths, two fire pillars tens of thousands of feet long were ejected from the mouths of the two heads, and their might could be described as destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Even under the powerful might of these two pillars of fire, Ping Pong's body began to fly around in the void like a scurrying monkey. Put. Seeing this scene, Hong Yuan was also somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. Ping Pong, this kind of appearance is quite cute, not to mention, reminds him of the scene of the New Year's fireworks in his past life. Although he had expected it, he did not expect the might to be this spectacular. However, he did not deceive Ping Pong. This Xiangui was indeed considered a treasure for it. It even contains a hint of the law of fire. As long as Ping Pong could absorb it, it wouldn't be difficult to directly break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Even if it failed, it would still allow Ping Pong's realm to break through to the late Golden Immortal stage. The process was nothing more than a little bit hard and messy. Nothing really life-threatening. It just so happens that it will also satisfy Ping Pong's desire to have the other side admit their mistake. After all, he'd already talked about the bad side of the pungent fruit before he took it outright. It's impossible to blame him for bullying the little guy, right? And at the foot of Mount Sumeru, the vast, simply unseen living beings began to advance towards the ferocious beast's mother nest. Every living being's face carried an anger and raging battle intent that was difficult to suppress. This time, they must completely destroy the fierce beast clan. Just how much confidence in this only each of them know in their hearts. After all, the power of the fierce beast clan was known throughout the world. Their defeat last time was still fresh in their minds. That humiliated, wretched appearance remained in the hearts of every living being who had survived before. And Shui Wei, Cold Crisp and the others had followed the group forward without a word. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, and Beginning Qilin, on the other hand, stood in the midst of their own clans, their gazes scanning the group of clansmen at their sides. Their eyes showed complex emotions, from worries about the safety of their clansmen to confusion about their future fate. Obviously, I wanted to say something, but I didn't know how to start when it came to my mouth. The three of their clans had gone through such a long period of time before they managed to breed this number of clansmen. In this battle, there was no telling how many would survive, but they knew that this battle could not be avoided or escaped. Chapter 52 Kill. This one Pungo has made Ping Pong spew fire for nearly 100 years. There hasn't been a single day in the past 100 years that the screen canopy hasn't been screaming in agony. The look and the general assumption that someone else had done something to him sounded downright tragic. Finally, Ping Pong was also feeling that his mouth was no longer pungent and his body was no longer on fire. At this time, Ping Pong suddenly realized that his cultivation had broken through to the peak of the Golden Immortal. Not the late Golden Immortal as he had previously thought. It also made him subconsciously gulp. Boy, is this fruit strength this big? If he ate a few more, wouldn't he directly break through to Tai Golden Immortal? Hey, no, it seems like that Taoist friend just gave it a total of 4. Thinking of this, Ping Pong hurriedly looked down. At this look, there were 2 more Simcoes lying still, looking at these 2 bright red like blood xin fruits. Some saliva gradually dripped from the corner of Ping Pong's mouth. Tick-tock, 2 large puddles of spit landed on top of the ground, splashing out in all directions with a ticking sound. Hearing this voice, even Ping Pong felt a little embarrassed at this moment, but after a moment's hesitation it was cautiously inquired. Fellow Taoist, can I have 2 more? Hong Yuan smiled and also nodded his head in response. May. Hearing what Hong Yuan said, Ping Pong also hurriedly swallowed those remaining 2 xiangua directly into his stomach with a happy face. So it was soon enough that the screen canopy burst into flames again and began to swirl and spray. But this time, its 2 heads were never the same pain as before. Instead, it was jetting columns of fire and spinning. Every now and then there was a heckle and a straight laugh. There was always something inexplicably weird about that look. In this moment, pain and all that doesn't matter anymore. All he had today was gushing joy. Hong Yuan also watched here for a long time, and then left with a smile. And before leaving, he still left a message for Screen Puff. My name is Hong Yuan. If you can survive this quantum leap, my father will take you under my tutelage as a mountain guardian mountain god. The screen poncho kept flying in the air, and when it heard the words left behind by Hong Yuan before he left, both heads froze. Why did the Taoist friend leave? We have not yet repaid him, but I don't know why I always feel that this name is so familiar. Yeah, like I've heard that somewhere. They were trying to think, but the spinning was just too fast, even if it had 2 brains somewhat less than adequate. As Singo's potency gradually took hold, it didn't take too long to wait. Only a rumble could be heard. Its aura also instantly broke through to Tai Golden Immortal, and didn't wait for it to adapt to the realm it had just broken through. Only one had suddenly howled like mad. I know who he is. He's a Tao father. Upon hearing this, the other head froze instantly, his mind going blank. Just a constant muttering in his mouth. Tao Zun, how dare I call him a Taoist friend? How unafraid of death am I? The head was suddenly furious to see his better half actually frothing. Asterisk. What are you still froze? We hurry to go to the battlefield. The Tao honors but said as long as we can survive from the quantitative robbery, we'll be able to enter his door. If you get in the way of me going to the Tao Father to become a mountain god, do you believe that I will directly blow myself up on the spot? Another head snapped up at the sound of that. Yes. We must go to the battlefield now. This is our chance. We cannot miss it. So Screen Pang, these 2 heads suddenly no longer argue, directly toward the east to fly. But after flying for a long time, the screen canopy never saw the living beings, which made them think a little. Say, are we flying in the wrong direction? Why do I see this getting more and more barren? What do you know? Daozun said it before. It's the east. How dare you doubt his holiness? Do you believe me or not that I will directly explode myself? As for why it's barren, that question is also obvious. It's obviously caused by the Great War. It's normal. The other head snapped to attention after hearing this. So it is. So Ping Pong flew on across to the east without looking back. Hong Yuan was also able to sense the direction that the screen canopy was flying towards, and was a bit teary-eyed. These 2 dumbass. But he didn't say anything more. After all, before he just said that he would take Ping Pong under his door after crossing this quantum jump. It doesn't say in what way. Even if they were backfired by karma because they were fleeing from the quantum rain, if they were lucky there was a chance that they could hold out until they entered his discipleship before completely exploding out of existence. When the time comes, he will naturally help it understand karma. Or maybe it could even meet some of the scattered ferocious beasts that had just been born to learn about karma. Of course, the chances are very slim. After all, after the divine reversal had come out before, it had also collected almost all the ferocious beasts in the entire floodplain. Hong Yuan then didn't think much about it and rushed towards the land of war. Along the way, Hong Yuan also ran into some other beings. These living beings are also just born not long ago, not stained with what karma, coupled with a body cultivation is still low, so do not have to participate in this war. And after several Yuan sessions, the army of the 10,000 races once again appeared outside the fierce beast mother nest. As for the outside of the fierce beast mother's nest, the divine rebel and a group of great ferocious people didn't have the slightest bit of nonsense after seeing the 10,000 races that had once again come to violate the law, and directly flew towards the heavenly beyond. After Yang Mei and Luo Shu and the others sensed the aura of God Rebel and the others, they also directly followed. As for the people underneath, after seeing that their own old ancestor had already flown towards the heavenly beyond, was also directly launching an attack towards the other party without saying a word. Kill! Avenge my kind! Roar! In this battle, both sides of the 10,000 clans and the Fierce Beast clan did not have the slightest reservation. As soon as they met, they directly held the idea that it was either you or me. In a flash, both sides of the black great piece of instant like two torrents rushed together. In just the instant of collision, hundreds of millions of people had fallen. In the midst of the bloodshed, all have reddened their eyes. This is true for both the beasts and the spirits of all races. In the void, the immortal clouds were dazzling, but they appeared so mottled to the extreme under the divine light of various spells and magic treasures. Blood, limbs, and white bones splashed up along with the chaos. A divine light, like a rainbow striking the sun, shook the space in the void to the point that it trembled slightly. Shouts and hisses rose up to the sky. It was as if he wanted to vent all the emotions that had piled up over the years in this battle. In the face of the ferocity of the ferocious beasts, the beings of the 10,000 races spontaneously formed a formation that glowed to the heavens, and in their mouths, they were chanting words, and the spells in their hands were constantly changing. Sinful animal, suffer death. Spiritual chi as ripples that constantly spread towards the surrounding, a dazzling to the extreme of the divine light into a heavenly wind, rain, thunder and lightning, straight down on the black great beast. For a time, countless ferocious beasts were turned into ashes, and were absorbed by this heaven and earth. The fierce beast side was also not shy, and did not feel the slightest bit of sadness because their companions were dead. Instead, the ferocity in those eyes grew a few points more. Roar! They all roared and swelled up, relying on their tens of thousands of feet, indestructible bodies, and rushed straight into the middle of the enemy formation. Both sides, at this moment, none of them retreated, both fighting for each other's camps. Chapter 53, Divine Reversal Sneak Attack. The screen canopy flew horizontally all the way for a few Yuanhui's time, excluding some beings that had not yet been birthed. They press on without touching anyone. At this time their moods were also looking a bit unusually heavy. One of the heads hesitated for a moment, and also inquired in a whisper about his companion. By the way, did His Holiness really say that the battlefield was in the east before? Could it be that you misheard? Hearing this, the head that had been insisting that Daozuan was talking about the east also hesitated a bit. It was thinking up if it had heard wrong. I don't know. Maybe it really was a mishearing on my part? Until now they hadn't even considered whether Hong Yuan had deceived them. They consider, instead, whether they have heard wrong. Suddenly, the screen canopy stuttered, in a blink of an eye, for streaks of extremely bright essence light burst out from their eyes, and their faces became hideous at this moment. Do you feel it? That aura of grudge from the ferocious beast? I feel it. For a moment, the two heads burst into wild laughter. That head that had previously fallen into self-doubt even swept away its previous frustration and skepticism and became incomparably impetuous. I told you it was the east, and you still don't believe me. Do you really think that this head of mine is just for show? The other head was tempted to open its mouth to retort, but held its tongue. I can only remind. We can only hurry. Don't let that ferocious beast escape. Yes. After saying that, Ping Pong directly flew horizontally in the direction of that grudging aura. The speed was even faster than they had been before. It really brings out the best in you. They were in a hurry at this point. After all, they had flown for so many years without spotting a single ferocious beast. If you haven't killed a few ferocious beasts, you have the nerve to say you've entered a robbery? What if the Daofather doesn't let them in? So this time, Ping Pong was afraid that if he went slow and was robbed by someone else, it would be over. It was this hard to find a ferocious beast on this side of Ping Pong, and Suweiwei and a bunch of other children's side of the beasts simply more than can be counted. A head of fierce face, different appearance of the beasts composed of a black pressurized piece. Let a person cannot help but creepy. However, Suweiwei and the others were unperturbed, only to see their faces as calm as water. The magic treasures in their hands were like long rainbows, constantly weaving in and out of the tide of ferocious beasts, blasting a ferocious beast at the waist. In the Hong Yuan Hall, the nearly 2,000 children and girls saw the valor of Cui Wei and the others, and for a while, they were also a bit emotional. If only we could not die so quickly. I want so much to kill the enemy together with my big brother and sister. When Zi Qiao heard this, she rolled her eyes and opened her mouth towards the person who had said this. You still have the nerve to say that? When you saw the great Luo Golden Immortal, the one who ran the fastest was also you. Hearing this, that child instantly reddened his face and stubbornly retorted. That's the middle stage of the Dala Golden Immortal. When I was only in the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. That's called tactical backing off. Not running away. I don't listen. You just run away anyway. and faster than anyone else. And in the heavenly beyond, those mixed golden immortals also had a flash of surprise in their eyes when they saw each other. Since the two sides had not come into contact just now in the middle of the floodplain, they did not notice any changes in the other side. Yang Mei, Luo Shu, and the others over here looked at the two additional mixed golden immortals that had once again appeared on the fierce beast's side, and their brows couldn't help but furrow. However, the most troublesome ones were the two of them, Por Chi and Tao Tai, who had actually broken through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. On the other hand, on the divine reversal side, looking at the crowd that had all broken through a minor realm except for Yin Yang, his heart also suddenly sank. He really couldn't believe that in just a few hundred yuanhui, these people in front of him had all broken through. Yin Yang Laozu. Somehow, he always felt that divine reversal's gaze had swept over him intentionally or unintentionally. It also caused a flash of displeasure in his heart. This guy is so rude. Divine reversal didn't care about Yin Yang's 100 complicated faces at this time, but only some rather regretful ones. He should never have let these people go in the first place. Now it was instead their fierce beast clan that had fallen into a disadvantage. But in fact, no one knew that the heavenly Tao would actually drop merit after the last great battle. That's what made the strength of the 10,000 races soar. Otherwise, the last time that kind of formation would never be a match for their fierce beast clan. So after hesitating for a moment, God Reverend also sent up a tone to the poor man in private. Poverty. Later on, you delay Yang Mei for a while. I'll see if I can take the opportunity to kill one person before I say anything. After receiving the divine rebel's transmission, the poor man also nodded heavily, indicating that he knew. Old ancestor Yin Yang somehow suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Spinning around in the next moment, divine reversal's figure instantly rioted up, instantly appearing in front of the Yin Yang old ancestor. When Yang Mei saw this, he was also suddenly shocked in his heart and was about to step in to rescue him. After all, Yin Yang's cultivation nowadays was also comparable to only the early stage of the mixed golden immortal. However, divine reversal's strength could have already reached the peak of the mixed golden immortal several quantum kalpas ago. The slightest carelessness Yin and Yang could be directly decapitated on the spot. But just as Yang Mei made his move, Por Chi suddenly appeared in front of him, directly revealing his body without saying a word, hissing and launching an attack towards him, and at the same time, the divine reversal also launched an attack towards the Yin Yang ancestor. How could the 10,000 races mixed golden immortals at this point not be clear about what divine reversal was thinking? It was clear that he intended to tackle the weakest Yin Yang first. At this time, Yin Yang also finally knew exactly where the bad feeling he just had came from. Facing the attack of the divine reversal, Yin Yang did not have the slightest idea of hard resistance. Instead, he directly sacrificed the Yin and Yang mirror and the Yin and Yang 2-instrument lamp in his hand, then quickly drew back and rushed towards the side of Luo Shuji's group of mixed golden immortals. Instead, God Inverse faced these two extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures, but he directly used his strong physical body to directly charge into them. Boom! With a monstrous sound, the divine reversal actually hardened the two extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasures and sent them flying. Then the divine reversal hurricane opened his giant claws, and a slap as big as a mountain slapped straight at the back of Yin Yang. Seeing this causality, Luo Shu and the others were also quite anxious. However, everyone had an enemy in front of them at this time, and under the ferocious and extreme fighting style of legend, Tao Tai and the others, they were actually somewhat unable to spare a hand to rescue Yin Yang. Even Yang Mei, although his strength was far above that of Por Chi, but the poor man had to delay him even if he had to carry his attacks hard. Yang Mei was also delayed for a while, and that slap from divine reversal landed solidly on Yin Yang's back at that moment. Put, only to see Yin Yang instantly spew out a mouthful of blood. The entire person looked extremely wretched, and even a small half of his body exploded on the spot. The divine rebel wasn't the least bit surprised when he saw this, even if Yin Yang's strength was worse. At the very least, it was one of the few chaos demon gods left over from the original chaos. He didn't have the luxury of slapping Yin Yang to death. What he had to do was just try to chop down Yin Yang in the shortest time possible, and even if he couldn't kill Yin Yang, he still had to make him lose most of his combat power. Chapter 54, The Fall of Yin and Yang. Not knowing how long had passed, Yin Yang once again received a slap from divine reversal, and immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood once again. The two extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasures in his hands also appeared to have dimmed considerably. It's not at all as radiant as it was before, and at that moment, Yin Yang's entire body looked a little shaky. I am not happy. In the end, after divine reversal's last attack landed on Yin Yang, accompanied by a miserable scream, Yin Yang still finally fell. After Yin Yang fell, the only remaining strand of origin was also split in two. Separately, they disappeared into the flood. The two are still conceived in the Kunlun Mountains. This is not to say that the East King Gong and the West Queen Mother is transformed by the yin and yang, just that the yin and yang fell and part of the inheritance was inherited by the two younger generation. As for the East King Gong is located in too many versions of the place. According to that in the barren scripture will be the East King Gong and the Queen Mother of the West were arranged in the Kunlun Mountains. Do not pay too much attention to the ha, and it was only when God's reverse saw this that he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Turning his head, he headed towards Yang Mei. As for the two wisps of origin that had disappeared from the yin-yang body fall, God Reverend didn't put it on his mind. There were no memories of yin and yang in those two strands of origin anyway. He was also guilty of completely annihilating these two strands of origin. As for poor Qi, after seeing his big brother finally cut down yin yang, his heart also breathed a long sigh of relief. He didn't look much better at this point. Only half of the huge head was left. In addition to that, one of the claws had been chopped off, and there were bone-deep scars left by the cutting of the power of space all over his body. Poor man. Leave it to me. Tough luck. God Rebel spoke softly towards poor Qi. He knew how strong the Yang Mei in front of him was, far beyond Luo Shua and the others. But even so, poor Qi was still hardened and stalled. It was something he hadn't even thought of at first. Nothing, just a minor injury. Big brother, you have to be careful. Poor Qi grinned and turned his head towards the rest of the mixed golden immortals and launched an attack. Yang Mei looked at the God Rebel in front of him, didn't say anything more, just that the prudence in his eyes had thickened a few points, and he directly urged the willow tree in his hand to evolve the space laws towards the God Rebel to launch an attack. God Rebel was the same. That huge body was his greatest weapon, only to see him hiss and slam a claw directly at Yang Mei. As for the group of ferocious beasts on Luo's side, because they had poor Qi's joining them, the pressure was suddenly reduced by a few points. Luo Shuji, Yinghua and the others were originally quite nervous in their hearts. After all, the poor Qi in front of him was an existence that had hardened and dragged down Yang Mei. A person's cultivation is said to be God's reversal under Yang Mei, but after the fight only to find, now the poor due to serious injuries, a body strength simply cannot play out. At best now is only the middle of the hybrid golden immortal just. This discovery instantly relieved them. On their side, although there was one less late mixed golden immortal than the fierce beast clans, they were slightly stronger than the fierce beast clan's number in the middle mixed golden immortal stage. As long as poor Qi was merely able to exert his mid-mixed golden immortal strength, it wouldn't mean much to them. While fighting with Tao Tai, Luo spoke with a smile. So what if you guys killed one of the yin and yang on our side? It's still our side that has a better chance of winning this battle. Dead yin and yang. Tao Tai just laughed in the face of Luo's flirtation, a ferocious light appearing on his face. Then it wouldn't be better if I killed you again. The chaos among you said the same thing before. But now, it's dead. Luo's words instantly caused Tao Tai to no longer be able to hold back the anger in his heart. Luo, you seek death. Oh, angry, worthy of being a ferocious beast. This temper is really big. If you want to kill this old ancestor, then you have to ask if the Godslayer gun in my hand promises to do so. With that said, the two battled to a standstill. This battle was 100 yuan sessions long, and compared to the Luo Shuhu crowd who always traveled with ease, the ferocious beasts clan gradually fell into a disadvantage. 3 of the 6 mixed golden immortals other than the divine rebel and the 3 great fiends had already fallen. This sight made the divine rebel, who was in the middle of a battle with Yang Mei, look a little anxious. In this battle, it was not good to say that their fierce beast clan would face a great defeat. If it was possible, he really wished that time could go back to before. Even if he had spared the loss of his origin before, he still wanted to leave the Yang Mei crowd behind completely. The raised eyebrow also seemed to have guessed what was in God Rebel's mind, and Gu Gu laughed. Divine adversary, I guess in your heart, the old road should be regretting not leaving us behind in the first place, right? At those words, a hint of gloom flashed across Divine Rebel's face. Cut the crap, Yang Mei. If it wasn't for the unfairness of the heavenly Tao, how could you have recovered so quickly? However, Yang Mei did not appear to be moved by Divine Reversal's words, and only laughed lightly. Could it be that you, Divine Reversal, still really simply think that the heavenly Tao is unjust today? God Rebel's face changed slightly. A pair of ferocious pupils looked straight at Yang Mei and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean?" The light of the willow tree in Yang Mei's hand shone brightly, condensing into countless spatial law inscriptions that shrouded towards Divine Reversal. The temperament of your fierce beast clan, do you, the emperor of the fierce beasts, not understand it? To put it bluntly, the fierce beast race is a group of chaotic beasts that have not yet developed their minds. So what else can they do besides causing damage to the flood? If it wasn't for Hong Yuan who led us to set up great formations all over the flood, the fierce beasts would still be damaging the flood's vitality for who knows how much longer. And with such a group of sinful beasts, they also want to become the protagonists of the flooded heaven and earth? Want to be loved by the heavenly Tao as well? I don't know if it's you, God rebel. Who's stupid or you? God rebel. Who's simple? The divine rebel's heart froze when he heard this. In this moment of daze, even Yang Mei's attack forgot to protect. The entire person was instantly hit heavily by the spatial law inscription evolved by the willow tree in Yang Mei's hand. And even with the might of God's adversary's physical body, he was instantly blown away directly after taking the blow. For a time, even the God reverses such a terrifying physical body was injured bloody flesh and flesh. Blood constantly splattered out. The appearance looked extremely tragic. Hong Yuan then stood quietly on the side. And when he saw this scene, he also stroked his chin. I didn't realize that old Yang's mouth is not bad. The whole God's rebel is in a daze. But in fact, Yang Mei is also right. The ferocious beast clan can't actually be considered a benefit to the entire floodplain. On the contrary, only the disappearing ferocious beast clan is the best choice for the floodplain. The path of divine reversal wanting to break through to the mixed metaphysical great Luo golden immortal in one fell swoop by virtue of the fierce beast clan's fortune of becoming the protagonist of the flood world and heaven and earth was a wrong one from the very beginning. The heavenly Tao wouldn't allow it. Not even for him. That's why God's rebellion was doomed from the start. After all, being in the floodplains, as a part of the floodplains, you cannot make the slightest contribution to the floodplains, but you cannot damage the interests of the floodplains while not making a contribution, right? What's this called? Eating from the pot while cursing the person who cooked it. This one law treated all living beings in all floodlands equally. Even Hong Yuan, even though he was the majority owner of the floodlands. Truly speaking, it could be considered Tendo's second uncle. But one day, Hong Yuan suddenly said to the heavenly Tao, "Come on, let's blow up the flood." At that time, even if the heavenly Tao respected him more, it would still have to deal with him just the same when the time came. After all, the heavenly Tao was the coalescence of the rules of all things in the flood. It's only for one purpose, and that is for the good of the flood. Of course, not to mention the heavenly Tao. I'm afraid that when Hong Yuan was talking about blowing up the flood, even the great Tao and big brother Pangu might have jumped out and punched Hong Yuan. Of course, that's just an analogy. He loved the flood and wanted the flood to continue to be strong. So, this was why God Rebel was doomed to fail. After all, whether it was the 10,000 races or the heavenly Tao, or he, Hong Yuan, was his enemy, he was also curious as to what God Rebel would actually choose. Is it against the odds? Or do we resign ourselves to fate? If God Rebel chose to go against the heavens, then he would first slap God Rebel to death first. You go against other days, Hong Yuan does not care. But not the flood. The flood is his home. Living in the middle of a flood. Labor hasn't even asked you for rent yet. And you want to lift the roof of my house? Chapter 55, You Yell at Me? The divine rebel had taken a solid hit from Yang Mei, and at this time, his appearance was extremely wretched. The blood on his body constantly overflowed and flowed down, but he did not care in the slightest. Just stagnant face stood in place. His eyes have a little lax. The words that just came out of Yang Mei's mouth kept echoing in his mind, and muttered something under his breath. In the next second, only God Rebel suddenly laughed out loud in sorrow. This action caused everyone around them to freeze, and the movements in their hands stopped. Somewhat puzzled, he looked at God Rebel. What is this? As for the poor Chi and the others, when they saw God Rebel in such a state, their hearts were also quite worried, and they immediately looked at Yang Mei with a ferocious look on their faces. Yang Mei, you guy, what in the world did you do to our big brother? Yang Mei just spread his hands and sighed. The old path is just explaining the truth to the beast emperor. What bull truth? You guys must have done something to my big brother. The poor Qi and Tao Tai, several people immediately broke into curses. Instead, Legend rushed to God Rebel's side and looked at him with a worried expression. Big brother, are you okay? Before the words were finished, only to see Luo Shuzhou not far away fiercely tighten the regicide gun in his hand and without saying anything stabbed it towards an early stage mixed golden immortal on the side. That ferocious beast at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal stage was so careless that it didn't even have the slightest defense. There was a scream, and the entire person instantly died horizontally on the spot. Law, what are you doing? Poor Qi suddenly burst into a rage, as if his eyes were on fire, staring straight at Luo Shuo, and Yang Mei and the others were also a bit surprised by Luo's demeanor. Seeing that the people were looking at him, Luo was suddenly puffed and laughed. The look on his face was extremely evil. This old ancestor has not heard of the claim that we are going to make a truce with the fierce beast clan. Could it be that you all have forgotten? We are still fighting? Look at the eyes of each and every one of you, as if this old ancestor has done something wrong? Could it be that you are planning to admit defeat? When Yang Mei and the others heard this, their faces were stunned. It seems like it. They didn't say anything about a truce either. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but blush in their old faces. They had just actually wanted to open their mouths to ask Luo why he had sneak attacked the fierce beast clan. Ahem. The crowd felt a little inexplicably awkward just thinking about it. When the poor man and the others heard this, they also opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but they still couldn't. Still Blockhead broke the dead silence beforehand, only to hear it turn its head to look at poor Chi. Buzzing voice opened his mouth, poor Chi. I think Luo Shujo did not say wrong and do not blame him, after all, our clan also did not stop the war with them The poor man rolled his eyes when he heard this. Dude, what side are you on? We've lost a mixed golden immortal. But just then, God Rebel suddenly jerked his head up and asked hysterically, Hong Yuan, I know you're looking here. I just want to ask, is what Yang Mei said true? Was my clan wrong from the beginning? This cry from Divine Reversal immediately startled everyone. However, only a figure silently appeared among the crowd. Seeing this figure, everyone's movements were stunned. Surprisingly, they didn't even notice Hong Yuan's arrival in the slightest. It was still Yang Mei who spoke beforehand, only to see him make a slight bow. Greetings fellow Daoist Hong Yuan. At that moment, even the people who had just been fighting were bowing. Greetings, fellow Daoist Hong Yuan. Although Luo was a bit reluctant, he still reluctantly made a bow. Even the Fierce Beast clan, at this moment, spoke in a respectful buzzing voice, Greetings, Dao Father. Hong Yuan didn't bow back towards the crowd. He just looked towards Divine Reversal in a cloudy manner. You have the answer to everything in your mind, don't you? Why ask me? When God Rebel sniffed, that huge body unexpectedly began to tremble slightly. An air of desperation flowed through the whole heck of it. But in the next second, one could only see Divine Reversal suddenly hissing up towards Hong Yuan. Then my Fierce Beast clan deserves to die? Hong Yuan stroked his chin and looked at Divine Reversal with some surprise. You yell at me? His voice was not loud, but in the ears of the crowd of the Fierce Beast clan, it was a little heart-stopping up. However, Luo was watching the fun and kept shouting in his mind. Quickly, Hong Yuan, hang and smoke the God Rebel. The two people, poor Chi and Blockhead, even transformed into human forms and continuously apologized towards Hong Yuan. Tao Tai, on the other hand, hurriedly covered his big brother's mouth. I was afraid that God's Rebel would pop out another sentence if he didn't pay attention. Divine Reverence also calmed down quite a bit at this time, only to see him slowly transform into human form and deeply salute towards Hong Yuan. Dao Reverence, forgive me. Just now it was Divine Reverence who lost his temper. Divine Reverence is just a bit worried about the situation of our clan. Hong Yuan saw that God Rebel had made this gesture, so he didn't care anymore, just faintly spoke. In fact, you also know that your Fierce Beast clan is not favored by the flood. God's Rebel's heart went cold when he heard this, but at that moment, Hong Yuan was heard to continue speaking. But and only those ferocious beasts underneath you that have not the slightest bit of spirit. As for you all, the flood and the heavenly Tao are nothing. However, there is a prerequisite. That is, you need to contribute to the flood. To do this, you naturally still have a ray of hope. Of course, it also depends on what you, the Emperor of the Fierce Beasts, really wants to do. Upon hearing this, Divine Reversal's face immediately changed slightly, and he hurriedly asked, requesting that Daoist honors guide us a bit. I, Divine Reversal, would like to be a mount for Daoist honors. Hearing this, none of the people present were taken aback. Who was the God Rebel? That was a person who could be said to stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Mei. Other than Hong Yuan, there was no one in the entire floodplain who was a match for the two of them. And such a person was actually willing to win a ray of life for the Fierce Beast clan, bowing down in front of Hong Yuan, willing to be a mount. How does this not surprise the crowd? Even Poverty Chi and the others changed their faces slightly. Dao Father, it's better for me to be your mount. I'm strong and can hump a lot. It's better for me to do it. I'm a fast runner. The Dao Father should like my kind. I'll do it. I have a wide back. Dao Zun will definitely not feel a single wobble when he sits on me. The crowd of ferocious beasts all of a sudden spoke out their own merits in order for Hong Yuan to pick them. The purpose of this is that they don't want their emperor to do such a humiliating thing. Even though Dao Zun's status was honorable, the name of a mount was too much of a disgrace. And Hong Yuan was also somewhat surprised by God Rebel's determination. He didn't expect that the Fierce Beast clan that Divine Rebel was actually for could make such a decision. So too, he shook his head slightly. When God Rebel saw this scene, his feet stumbled. He did not think that he had done so far. Dao Zun still do not want to go out? Do they deserve to die? This father temporarily do not need a mount. And how you got against is also a beast emperor, as this father's mount has really aggrieved you. If you are willing, I give you a choice. How? This father before in Yang Mei Taoist Fran crowd laid down a big array. You and others should know it. God reversed. You are willing to do for the flood earth. Do 1,000 quantities of robbery Taoist array for spirit? Repay the karma you have owed over the years? Chapter 56, who says they fierce beasts have lost? Hearing Hong Yuan's words, everyone froze. God Rebel's eyes even lit up at his words. The 4 spirits of the Tao formation? That doesn't sound too bad. And he'll be able to leave after 1,000 measurements. It's been a little long, but it's not like there's no end in sight. Tao Father, my God reverse is willing. I just don't know what exactly these 4 spirits are going to do. Hong Yuan smiled. This Tao formation 4 spirits is to stabilize all over the flood wasteland. I believe you all know the changes in the flood wasteland after laying down the Great Formation. And after the 4 spirits have fallen, this change will still be hundreds of times stronger. I'm afraid that when the time comes, you won't break a mountain in a battle in the flood. Hearing this, everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, the moment they thought of the sight of themselves going all out when the time came, only to manage to smash out a pit. They felt a bit uncomfortable, but on second thought, it was for the good of the flood after all, so there was no more to be said. After all, the more solid the floodplain was, the more they could cultivate in peace and quiet in the floodplain, without having to fight and kill all day long like this. I'm afraid that every one of these people, with the exception of Law, I'm afraid, doesn't like this very much. As for the other wonderful uses of the 4 spirits, you'll know about them when the time comes. Anyway, it's not too bad a choice for you, God Rebel. Only after hearing Hong Yuan's explanation did Divine Reversal put his heart down. Tao Father, I wonder what should happen to these great evils of my clan. As for not asking those ferocious beasts in the floodlands, God Reverend knew without asking that the heavenly Tao in the flood abyss would not let them continue to live. After all, those ferocious beasts weren't irrational. It's totally all about destruction and killing. However, God Reverend didn't feel too distressed about those. After all, from the very beginning, God Reverend didn't think that he and those ferocious beasts were of the same race. All he really cared about was never more than his fellow citizens with spiritual intelligence. When Hong Yuan heard this, he also placed his gaze on poor Qi and the others, who somehow suddenly became a bit nervous for a moment. Let them just stay here in the outer heaven to help the flood comb through and absorb all this chaos Qi and scattered chaos stars for 100 quantities of time. Upon hearing this, poor man and the others finally relaxed. It's not a great job, but overall it's not too bad. So the poor man and the others glanced at each other and also made a bow towards Hong Yuan and buzzed. We thank you, Tao Father. You're welcome. After Hong Yuan finished speaking, he also looked at Yang Mei and Luo Shuju and others. The turmoil in the flood wasteland will be a trouble for all of you Tao friends. After this matter, this quantitative robbery should also be eliminated. And when the quantitative robbery is over, all of you can come to my dojo to get together. After saying that, Hong Yuan left the Western Tao fruit in the 4 directions God Protector formation to Divine Reversal before disappearing into thin air. Looking at the Tao fruit in his hand, without the slightest hesitation, God Rebel directly integrated it into his body. However, in the next second, God Rebel's aura instantly began to skyrocket. In just an instant, he had broken through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal. That majestic aura instantly filled the entire outer heaven, causing the entire outer heaven to instantly begin to shake. The countless chaotic Qi around him instantly began to surge up crazily, like a surging tide, pouring into God Rebel's body. That terrifying to the point of palpitating aura caused the bodies of a group of mixed golden immortals to lurch, and their entire bodies were instantly lifted off the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This scene immediately caused the crowd of mixed golden immortals to widen their eyes filled with shock and doubt. No, isn't that a ing punishment? How is it that God's reversal made a watery breakthrough like this? Is this a ing reward or a punishment? If that's the punishment, they want it too. Even God Reverend himself didn't expect that he would directly break through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal just after integrating this Tao fruit. And it's still climbing. In a short moment, it broke through to the second heaven of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. 3 heavens, in succession until the 4th heaven of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal only managed to stop. Yang Mei and the others just watched the God Rebel in the middle of the storm break through a heavy heaven every once in a while. See that they are numb in their hearts. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds: if only they were God's rebel. The poor man and the others, on the other hand, were grinning from ear to ear. Even the waist and back that had just been hunched down had once again regained its uprightness at this moment. Who dares to say that my clan is defeated? Isn't this winning hemp? Finally, Divine Reversal's breakthrough came to an end. Feeling the majestic power in his body that was worlds apart from before, God Rebel's brain somewhat appeared to be in a trance. He himself had just broken through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal? If he had known, why would he have fought to the death? I've been on my knees for a long time, okay? Dao Zun, you fooled me so badly. However, God Reverend could also sense that his strength today was entirely dependent on the 4-spirit Tao fruit, and if he stripped away this Tao fruit, his strength would also land back at the peak of the mixed Golden Immortal. However, he knew that even if he landed in a mixed Golden Immortal, as long as he relied on his current mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal 4th Heavenly Hall of Senses, he would be able to completely break through his own cultivation to a mixed great Luo golden immortal in the shortest amount of time. Let's put it this way. The four spirits of this great formation couldn't be said to be a punishment for him at all. Or even put another way, it's a total prize. Thinking of this, Divine Rebel also made a deep salute in the direction Hong Yuan had left. Thank you, Tao Father, for giving my Fierce Beast clan a chance. After he said this, Hong Yuan's voice once again sounded in his head. No need. This honor, just look at your eyes. Just the four spirits are still short of people. It will be given to you. In the future remember to help this honored to maintain the flood even if you repay this honored this karma. God Rebel understands. After finishing his speech, God Reverse also slowly looked at Poor Chi and the others, and spoke in a deep voice. Poor Chi, you and others will follow what Dao Zun has commanded, and help the flood here to calm and absorb those chaotic Chi, and I should also go back to the west of the flood, and in the future, if I get Dao Zun's permission, I'll come to find you guys for a get-together. When the poor man and the others heard this, they also nodded heavily. Big brother, take care, remember to come to us often. Oh, yes. After finishing his speech, God Rebel also looked at the Yang Mei crowd. The mess of my Ferocious Beast clan will be a problem for all of you. God Rebel thanks you all. After saying that, Divine Rebel slightly saluted towards the Yang Mei crowd. Yang Mei and the others also returned the salute. There is no need to be polite. Fellow Daoist, we also want to end this quantitative calamity as soon as possible. Although the two sides not long ago were still fighting to death, but now it is like a world apart, vaguely with the intention of harmony. This makes both sides actually a bit quite uncomfortable in their minds. After all, there were actually quite a few of his own people who had fallen at the hands of the other side, and he still hadn't been able to adjust to it for a while, but everyone knew that the battle was over. After all, it is the Hong Yuan Dao Father personally said. Now even if both sides of the heart is no longer dissatisfied, can only be buried deep in the heart, they also knew that the faster this quantitative calamity ended, the best it would actually be for the flood. If it wasn't for Hong Yuan, I'm afraid this battle would have continued for an unknown number of years. When the time comes, there is no telling how many of these people present will survive under the madness. Now that only one yin yang and four mixed golden immortal ferocious beasts had fallen had been the best choice. Just do not know the body of the fallen yin and yang and know at this time in the minds of the crowd will not be angry cursing. So he deserves to die? Chapter 57, the end of the Fierce Beast Quantum Revelation. After saying their goodbyes, a group of the 10,000 races mixed golden immortals also left the heavenly beyond, appeared in the middle of the flood. At this moment, the aura of a group of mixed golden immortals also instantly filled the air. That terrifying aura scattered the roiling blood mist underneath straight away. Seeing Yang Mei, Luo Shu and the others who appeared, the blood-red killing intent in the eyes of everyone underneath gradually dissipated. Looking at the few people standing above them, they all froze in a flash. For a time, the hearts of the 10,000 race beings began to tremble violently. The mind heralded one more bold guess. It's Yang Mei, Luo Shu, causality, 5 elements, Qian Kuan, and Hong Jun, a group of ancestors. Could it be that our 10,000 races have one? And in the hopeful eyes of the 10,000 tribes, only to see the group of mixed golden immortals above the heads of the crowd suddenly launching an attack, a single piece of magic treasure in the power of the laws transforming into a sky of divine light, crushing straight towards the ferocious beast clan, under the terrifying strength of a group of mixed golden immortals. The countless ferocious beasts didn't have the slightest ability to resist and exploded. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of millions were wiped out. The divine rebel who had fallen from the heavenly beyond looked at this scene from afar, unable to see the expression on his face, and just watched for a long time. In the end, he also slowly turned around and left, and 1,000 thoughts could only be turned into a sigh in place. After God Rebel left, he also came all the way to the west according to Hong Yuan's command that way. Eventually it came to a point not far from the site of Mount Sumeru. I don't know what God's rebel was thinking, but he didn't continue on after arriving here. Right here. As he murmured, he only saw a wave of his hand and directly spawned a small dojo here. Eventually walked in, and at the distant battlefield, when the spirits of the 10,000 races stood still with red eyes and trembling at the sight of each and every one of the dead ferocious beasts in front of them, how could they not guess which clan had won at this point? It is they, the 10,000 clans. Ah. So at this moment, countless beings of all races cried out in pain and hissed towards the top, as if they wanted to completely vent the gloom that had accumulated in their hearts over these countless years. In the end, after 100 years had passed, nearly 90% of the ferocious beasts had fallen into the hands of Yang Mei and the others. In addition to these dead ferocious beasts, Yang Mei and others faced those with spiritual wisdom of the great ferocious people did not choose to pain, but by Yang Mei have been handed over to the hands of the Poor Chi and others in the heaven beyond the sky. Poor Chi, Tao Tai, and Legend looked at the only remaining ferocious beast clan beside them, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Their fierce beast clan only had these dozens of people left today, but they also knew that it was for the best. So after sighing, he also gave the cause of the matter as well as the task to the people as instructed by Dao Zun. And in the middle of the flood, the Yangmei crowd looked at the countless 10,000 living beings underneath and also opened their mouths in a deep voice. In this battle, it is our 10,000 races who have won. And by the order of the Tao Father, this quantum revelation, the matter has ended. The voices of the group of mixed golden immortals reached the minds of every living being before the monstrous manna. Hearing this, countless living beings cried out, accompanied by a hot tear that directly penetrated the 9 heavens. We are grateful to all the elder ancestors. We are grateful to the Tao Father. That cry seemed to carry the power of all the people, completely dispersing the surrounding aura of quantitative calamity in an instant. Gradually, it receded. The living beings of the 10,000 races who survived looked at the sky above and smiled. It was an especially bright day. When Yang Mei and the others saw this, their hearts were somewhat quite emotional. They'd been waiting for this day, too. And the heavenly Tao was also revealed again at this moment, condensing countless heavenly merits. Even far more than the last time he fell, the number of merits was far more massive. If this merit is given entirely to one person, it was entirely possible to break through this person directly to the mixed great Luo golden immortal triple sky realm. Looking at a bunch of merits in the sky, at this time, even Yang Mei and the others' gazes were somewhat quite fiery. Merit is back. The last meritocracy gave them quite a bit of help. Now this time it's a few percent more. The heavenly Tao also did not hesitate for a moment, and the Tao sound resounded, dropping the heavenly Tao merits on each of the remaining people. Even a trace of it fell on Ping Pong, who was far away in the far east. That number, it was pitifully small. Looking at the heavenly merit that fell on him, Ping Pong was puzzled. This is heavenly merit, why has it fallen on me? But after half a day's thought they froze, so he continued to turn his head to look for the ferocious beast. It was just that the more they searched, the more impatient they became. This was after all about whether they could join the Dao Father's sect. Could they not be impatient? After so many years, he had killed a peak golden immortal ferocious beast at the very beginning, and had never encountered another one besides that. Wasn't it said that the number of fierce beasts was high? Why have we only found one golden immortal realm fierce beast after all these years? Where are the other ferocious beasts? Why are they gone? The other head pondered for a moment and also spoke slowly. Could it be because we have not yet arrived at the battlefield? You see that this side of the land is becoming more and more barren. It is very likely that we are not far away. And as the heavenly Tao fell on merit, so did the flooded earth. Although there are 4 sides of the God Protector formation under the support of the flood has become very solid. Even unusual golden immortal is difficult to hurt the slightest. But in this fierce beasts and the quantitative robbery, more or less still damaged some. Even with the origin and flesh and blood of those body fall fierce beasts, it would still take some time to completely recover. And now as the heavenly Tao merit fell, those collapsed mountains and earth were instantly restored. Even this time it was a bit taller than before it collapsed. Aside from those mountain ranges and the earth, all the living beings underneath were rapidly recovering from their injuries when the heavenly Tao's merit fell. On the other hand, the group of mixed golden immortals each received a share of an extremely large amount of merit. After obtaining the merit, the group of mixed golden immortals also did not continue to stay in place, but instead made a bow towards each other one after another and dissipated into the sky. Only Luo Shujiu looked at the bottom of the grievances that have not yet completely dissipated away, and his heart seems to have some thoughts. Always felt like I might be able to use it. So Luo thought about it and also waved his hand, directly intercepting a part of it. With that this left the place. However, the 10,000 living beings underneath didn't end there because of the departure of the group of old ancestors, but instead were still continuously shouting out many thanks to all the old ancestors, many thanks to the Tao Father, and many thanks to the heavenly Tao. In this battle, although the 10,000 races had won, their vitality was also greatly injured, though with the help of the heavenly Tao's merits, some seriously injured beings survived, but those dead beings naturally have no chance of coming back to life. In this battle, as many as 80% of the living beings of all races had fallen, and the casualties were even far more horrifying than the last time. After all, there were still quite a few of them that had been born after the end of the last Great War, and even with the array of great powers that had descended upon them, casualties were unavoidable. And Shui Wei, Cold Crisp and the others looked at each other and left without a word. This time their casualties were no better. More than 200 people once again fell out of the 1,000. Just under 800 remain. Shui Wei and Cold Crisp lowered their heads and took one step at a time towards Zhou Mountain. They really didn't know how to explain it to his lordship. Chapter 58, The Immortal Punishing Sword Formation. And by the time he was just approaching his dojo, suddenly his face changed dramatically. Snapping his head around to look at the small dojo not far away, Luo looked towards the small dojo not far from Mount Sumeru with an ironic expression. This is the scent of the god rebel? Why does he come to Mount Sumeru if he's not going to be the spirit of the West? Suddenly, Luo seemed to remember that his Mount Sumeru seemed to be within the western range in the entire floodplain. Thinking of this, Luo couldn't help but feel a tightening in his heart, an ominous premonition surging through his mind. That god rebel isn't going to sit here, is he? Then wouldn't he be seen clearly by this guy, god rebel, when he wanted to do something in the future? And the divine rebel in that small Dao hall also seemed to have sensed Luo's gaze. He only saw him grinning up at once, smiling and greeting Luo. Hi, Law. Luo was also furious after he returned to Mount Sumeru in indignation. The West is so big. Why are you, god rebel, right next to his Mount Sumeru? Isn't that just plain disgusting? But he also knew that he wasn't a match for divine rebel yet, so he could only hold this breath in his heart, intending to return it later. Thinking of this, Luo also took out his share of heavenly Dao merit, intending to digest it for cultivation. But suddenly, his heart jolted and he frowned in some confusion. Under Mount Sumeru, there seems to be movement? Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered with his brows furrowed. Saying that, a hint of curiosity also rose in his heart. With that, he rushed towards the bottom of Mount Sumeru. As time passed, a strange feeling actually rose in Luo's heart. Somehow, he felt that the thing that produced the strange movement under Mount Sumeru had a connection with him. And it's the kind of karma that's extremely important. And after Luo had spent some effort to finally arrive at the bottom of Mount Sumeru, there was a frown. Simply because what Luo had in front of him was actually a Dao formation. And according to Luo's senses, it seems to be a sealed place. How could there be this thing in this old ancestor's dojo? Moreover, this old ancestor didn't even notice it before? Luo pondered for a moment and also began to deduce. Time passed unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye nearly 1,000,000 years had passed. Eventually he managed to deduce a hint of something as well. Exorcism. Sword formation. Luo murmured the name in a low voice, his eyes glittering with excitement. The originally taut face also gradually stretched out, revealing a color of joy that was hard to hide. From the images he saw in his deduction, this object was not below his Godslayer gun at all. It might even be 1 point stronger. Looking at the Dao formation in front of him, Luo Shu knew that the immortal execution sword formation was inside. So without the slightest hesitation, he proceeded to start breaking the formation. It wasn't that he didn't want to just break through, but he couldn't do it, because he can feel. This array in Mount Sumeru is closely related. Forcibly break the array will inevitably lead to Mount Sumeru turbulence. It might even make the origin of Mount Sumeru damaged. With this damage, I'm afraid the god rebel next door will have a reason to make a move. Plus if he were to forcefully break the formation regardless, I'm afraid that before he succeeded in breaking the formation, the divine rebel next door would have already killed him. So Luo Shu also directly gave up on breaking the formation after weighing the situation. And Hong Yuan had already returned to the belly of Mount Zhou at the end of the ferocious beast quantum revelation. But this time he didn't go back into the hall of Hong Yuan. Instead, he stood quietly inside the Pangu temple. He wanted to see if his guess was right. But he stood there for a long time, and still nothing happened as a result. This also made the gloom in Hong Yuan's heart grow heavier. It was so heavy that he wanted to take it out on the 12 ancestral witches that had not yet been born out of spirit wisdom not far away. But suddenly, I don't know how much time has passed. Hong Yuan's body jolted. His eyes filled with surprise as he looked at the heart of his eldest brother in front of him. Just now, he had actually felt that the big brother's aura that permeated his surroundings had actually grown a touch stronger. Sure enough, the flood quantum was useful to Big Brother. If it wasn't for the fact that his and his big brother's origins were extremely similar, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to detect it. Hong Yuan pondered for a moment and also opened his mouth to shout, "Big brother, don't sleep, get up and get high." But no matter how much he spoke, there was still never a response to him. Although Hong Yuan was lost, he didn't say much. After all, it was good enough to feel a change in Big Brother's aura. With that, he also sat down and muttered to himself about some of the things he had experienced over the years. It wasn't until an entire Yuan session had passed that Hong Yuan slowly stood up. He then glanced at the 12 ancestral witches again before turning to leave, and sighed as he walked away. Alas, half-mute father, vegetative brother, this family has to break up without me. It's too hard for me. Only what Hong Yuan didn't realize was that when he left, the Pango Palace suddenly trembled slightly, and as time passed, Luo finally broke through the big formation here, and when he entered this formation, a surging as if a torrent of majestic killing intent, without warning, vented out. With the momentum of thunder and lightning instantly shrouded in the Luo Shua's body above, that terrifying might caused a flash of deep surprise and shock to suddenly pass through Luo's eyes. What a horrible killing aura! That kind of cold, piercing and chilling feeling even made Luo Shuo, who was now at the late stage of the mixed golden immortal, feel a hint of creepiness. Fixing his mind, Luo fixed his eyes and saw that in front of his eyes, a huge and mysterious formation map was presented. On top of the formation diagram, 4 long and elegant swords emitting a biting cold light were silently suspended, and the endless killing intent was emitted by these long swords. But what made Luo somewhat surprised was that the array diagram as well as the 4 long swords were surrounded by countless chains condensed from the law inscriptions, which firmly blocked them. Just in the moment of seeing this large array, Luo Shujo's heart has been enlightened, completely clear about the origin of this sword array. It was the immortal execution sword formation that he had deduced earlier. Previously, when their group of chaos demon gods fell, a portion of the chaos demon god's flesh and blood in Yuanshen landed in his Mount Sumeru, fusing with the Tao of killing that was born out of that heaven and earth. After countless years of gestation and evolution, this so-called first killing formation of the heavenly Tao, the immortal execution sword formation, was finally formed. This immortal execution sword formation is divided into 4 swords and sword diagrams. The 4 swords are the immortal execution sword, the immortal killing sword, the immortal trapping sword, and finally the absolute immortal sword. The 4 swords are all superb innate spiritual treasures, and these 4 swords and the sword map together. The party is a complete immortal execution sword formation. Once the sword array is formed, under the mixed great Luo golden immortal, once it enters the array, it will instantly turn into flying dust. Even if it is a mixed great Luo golden immortal, without a supreme treasure to protect his body, I am afraid that he will fall in this sword formation. It's simply not a bad idea. However, this weapon is really too hurtful to heaven and harmony. Pangu in the beginning and the body of all things, also felt the existence of this object, and spent some efforts, deliberately sealed it. And today, it was finally discovered by his law. Chapter 59 Grievous Fury Breaks the Ban. Luo looked at the immortal execution sword formation in front of him. This object is really destined for him. He is the incarnation of demonic energy, while the immortal execution sword formation is the way of killing. It's a match made in heaven with him. It could be said that he, Law, was the most suitable candidate for this object. Just looking at the seals on the immortal execution sword formation, Luo Shuji had a headache for a while. Even though what was in front of him was just a seal that Pangu had casually dropped, it wasn't something he could undo right now. The difference between the two can no longer be considered a difference between heaven and earth. That's the difference between a mole and the sky. If he dared to try to forcefully collect it, I'm afraid that the next second he would be directly killed on the spot by the backlash of this sealing power. Right at this moment, a thought flashed violently through Luo Shuo's mind, who was originally still in deep thought, only to see that he quickly stretched out his right hand, and with a flash of light in the center of his palm, a ball of black gas so thick that it almost turned into substance slowly emerged. This massive gas was precisely the portion of grievance fury gas that he had previously collected. This grudge fury chi is the extreme emotions of pain, anger, and hatred left behind by the deaths of the 10,000 races and ferocious beasts in the flood. It even contains the will of many living beings. Perhaps the resentment generated by these countless living beings will help this immortal execution sword formation. Thinking of this, Luo Shujo also directly struck the grievous chi in his hand directly into the immortal execution sword formation. That aura of grudges had just merged into the immortal execution sword formation. The 4 long swords in the formation diagram violently erupted into a violent tremor, vaguely revealing a sense of excitement. After all, as formation diagrams condensed from the way of killing, nothing was more suitable for them than the resentful aura left behind by living beings. In an instant, a terrifying killing intent that was more than several times stronger than before was like a surging tsunami, gushing out from above the 4 long swords and the formation diagram. This killing intent shot straight up into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, causing heaven and earth to be moved. At the same time, the thick chain that had originally tightly blocked the formation diagram also began to tremble slightly under the impact of this violent force. The will that remains of that being is constantly wearing down those chains. And outside Mount Sumeru, the group of beings who were still cultivating suddenly also had their faces suddenly change. In that instant, it was as if they were pressed by an invisible mountain, and their bodies sank downward so violently that they almost collapsed to the ground. And there were cries around them, and they grew louder and louder. As if detaining and refining thousands of deadly and hostile chi, they howled continuously. And that incomparably majestic and heavy killing intent from the Mount Sumeru after the eruption, but did not have the slightest stay, like a raging tide, is still towards the surrounding vent open. In front of this terrifying killing intent, even the crowd of living beings in the vicinity of Mount Sumeru were inevitably affected, their eyes gradually turning red. A raging murderous intent couldn't help but surge up from the bottom of his heart. And not far from Mount Sumeru, in the middle of the dojo, Divine Reversal also instantly frowned after sensing this thick killing intent. What is this law up to again? But adhering to that which Hong Yuan had said before, he only needed to be responsible for the flooded earth in the west. If you are not harming the roots of the flood, do not take it lightly in general. So God Rebel thought about it and just eliminated that killing intent a little bit. Let this killing intent not continue to spread out. And Hong Yuan, who had just returned to the Hong Yuan realm, also had a sudden premonition in his heart. His eyes directly passed through the flood abyss realm and looked in the direction of Mount Sumeru in the west. Has Luo finally discovered the immortal execution sword formation? However, he also knew that it was not the time for the next Dragon Han catastrophe. It was still far away. Even if Luo Shuji found out that the resentment and demonic chi remaining after the fall of the living beings could break the seal left by his big brother before, there was nothing much he could do about it, because there simply weren't that many beings for him to kill. What can he do? It's just a matter of waiting. It was just that Hong Yuan was hesitant to give these living beings in the floodplains a boost by himself when the time came. Otherwise it's not much fun to fight with too little strength. What's more, after experiencing the last ferocious beast quantum sundering, Big Brother's aura had grown a touch stronger. Maybe the higher the cultivation level of the living beings who died during the quantum reign of the flood, the sooner his big brother would be able to awaken as well? When he thought of this, Hong Yuan suddenly had a jolt, and his mind was in a bit of a trance. Bad. I'm a villain? However, he is just thinking about it. After all, his purpose is still to grow the flood. If it is a flat increase in killing, compromising the development process of the flood, then he is not the cart before the horse? And just then, the long-dead system rang again. Ding! Noticing that the host intends to lay out the Dragon Han catastrophe, please make the following choice. My name is Dao Zun. How can I be admired and revered without some blood on my hands? You should know that fame is a matter of hacking out with a knife. Please ask the host to personally go down in the Dragon Han cataclysm and slash from the east of the flood to the west of the flood, killing him 7 times. Reward, Chaos Supreme Treasure Heavenly Axe, duplicate. As a man of honor, it's not proper to fight and kill all day long. You're still a Taoist priest? That's what they call a street skater. Please sit back and watch the wind and clouds rise. No matter how the mountains and rivers collapse, I will rise with my heart. Reward, a body made of chaos beads. Third, the people of the floodplain are too weak. Must be increased. Heavily increased. Only the stronger the people of the flood, the louder the name of my Dao Zun will be. Please preach in the middle of the flood for 1 measure of time. Reward, Pangu awakens 10 times faster. And when he saw these 3 choices, even Hong Yuan's breath became a little heavier at this moment. The speed of awakening of the Discordian Big Brother is increased by 10 times. Although he knew that even with this 10x speed, the time for Big Brother to awaken would still be long. But no matter what, he had to choose. After all, that's not double or triple. That's a whole 10 times. He didn't really need the heaven opening axe anyway. After all, he had 3 Chaos Supreme treasures on him. It can be described as being armed all over. Plus, with his strength, he couldn't even find an opponent. No one could stand up to a slap from him at all. Even the God Rebel, who was now in the 4th heaven of the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal, was estimated to be just a matter of 2 more slaps. So this also led to the fact that apart from a Qiankuan tripod nothing else could be used at all. Even the heaven opening axe, in his hands, was just put to dust. As for the second option, he had long had this idea before. After he had completely refined the 3 Chaos Supreme treasures in the previous few quantum culpas, then he began to work on the Chaos Speed to try to refine it into his own extracorporeal body. Even without the system's rewards, he could still do it. It just takes a little longer. What's more, Hong Yuan always felt that the system was practicing his Chaos Speed directly into an out-of-body body, instead of giving him an extra Chaos Speed out-of-body body. So it's not worth mentioning. With that, Hong Yuan also made his decision directly. System, I choose 3. Reward issued. Chapter 60, How are you still alive? As Hong Yuan made his choice, the system once again did not move. Hong Yuan then also rushed out of the Hong Yuan realm and came to the Pango Hall. But when he looked at the Pango Hall in front of him, which still looked the same and hadn't changed in the slightest, he suddenly fell into deep thought. No, system, where's my reward? Are you sure you gave it? System, Hong Yuan. He really didn't feel like anything had changed, even if your heartbeat is a few cents louder. And now, even with Hong Yuan's cultivation, he couldn't see any difference from before. I'm not being hoard out for nothing, am I? Hong Yuan stroked his chin and pondered a bit, but after thinking about it, he decided to do as the promise made. When the time comes to go in and out of the flood to preach for a measure of time. After all, he couldn't say what kind of punishment this system would have after he didn't complete the mission. He didn't dare to gamble more than that. In case he shunned anything of his own, he'd be at a big disadvantage. Sermons don't take much effort anyway. The group of children who had experienced several Yuanhui hours were also finally back at the foot of Zhou Mountain. Looking at this familiar Joe Mountain, the hearts of the group of children and girls were also getting heavier and heavier. Hiddenly, they were still a little afraid that the Lord would be disappointed in them. For they, the 3,000 children, had come out together, and now there were less than 800 left. The casualties are not insignificant. Finally, Shui Wei and Cold Crisp trembled as they took out the passage credentials for the Hong Yuan realm. The moment this credential appeared, the figures of the 700 or so children instantly disappeared in place. The moment they appeared in the Hong Yuan realm, Shui Wei, Cold Crisp and the others also reverted back to their original child image in the Hong Yuan realm. With that, the crowd rushed towards the mountain range in the center of the world with apprehensive hearts. With every point closer, the guilt in their hearts increased by 1 point, and the pace of their feet became heavier and heavier. It was so heavy that they were a little tempted to give up. In the end, a group of children and girls also arrived at the foot of the Hong Yuan Hall mountain. Step by step, he walked up the avenue with 3,000 chaotic demon gods, and they couldn't help but burst into tears after taking the last step and seeing the grand hall in the depths of their memories. Finally back, and the people in the hall seemed to have heard the commotion outside and ran out. Big brother, big sister, you're finally back? Those are the cute, porcelain doll-like milkmaid babies. There were both men and women, and the number was small, just over 2,200. When Shui Wei, Cold Crisp and the others looked at the familiar figure in front of them that had long since fallen, his mind was instantly blank, and he blurted it right out. Asterisk 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 asterisk, how are you guys still alive? Listening to Shui Wei and the others, somehow, the hearts of the group of children who had fallen earlier all felt a little strange. What do you mean, how are you still alive? Though they knew that Trisha and the others had just blurted it out because of shock. After all, after they had been resurrected over by their lord, they had also been able to see the remorse and pain that Shui Wei and the others had felt for their fall. But it's just that there's something rather odd sounding about that. And Shui Wei and the others also sensed that their words seemed a bit strange, and hurriedly changed their words. No, yes, what we meant was that you shouldn't still be alive to be right. This was also an understatement, and Shui Wei and the others simply stopped talking. Instead, they have rushed up and hugged the crowd in one hand, while grinning from ear to ear. Tears continued to flow from his eyes. It's great that you're still alive. For a while, the 3,000 children hugged each other and chattered about what had happened over the years, and Shui Wei and the others finally understood what was going on. Also slowly asked, then why didn't you guys tell us in the first place? It made us regret it. Zixiao also rubbed the tip of her nose and muttered in a small voice, Master won't allow it. Hearing this, Shui Wei and the others also came to a realization. Shui Wei subconsciously blurted out, Master is really ruthless. Thud. A brain bouncer instantly hit Trisha in the head. Shui Wei ate the pain, also looked back. This look almost did not give him a half-death scare. It turned out to be Hong Yuan who had unexpectedly appeared behind him without knowing what. Hong Yuan looked at Shui Wei with a smile on his face. Shui Wei, just now you said what happened to this father. When Cold Crisp and the others saw this, they also gulped, and they also subconsciously took a few steps away from Shui Wei after shouting out to pay respects to his lordship. Don't spill blood on yourself later. And Shui Wei also felt that her big day was approaching, so without saying anything, she directly knelt down and hugged Hong Yuan's thighs, crying while tearing her heart out. Master, little Shui Wei misses you so much. The voice, vaguely choked, could be heard, although some flattery, slipping, but this is not false. Shui Wei's heart also really miss Hong Yuan. After all, in Shui Wei's heart, her own master would always be the one she respected the most. When the previous group of children died, no one except Cold Crisp could understand the grief and pressure on him. After all, on the outside, he was the big brother of the crowd. For whatever reason, it was his fault for not taking care of the crowd. So during that time, Shui Wei was almost about to break down. He simply couldn't imagine the sight of returning to face the Flood Abyss and the Flood Abyss realm again when the time came. He even thought sometimes that it would have been better if he had been the one to fall in body. And it was an emotion he hadn't said to anyone. And only Cold Crisp could vaguely relate to that pressure firsthand. So this time, why wouldn't he take this opportunity to vent that emotion in his heart? However, the rest of the children were unaware of this, and were only shocked by their own big brother's shameless appearance, and had sucked in a breath of cool air. How can this son be so terrifying? Hong Yuan naturally could feel that emotion in Shui Wei's heart and didn't say anything more, just rubbed Shui Wei's head. After a long time, the emotions in Shui Wei's heart slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also couldn't help but lose his laughter. Still not getting up? Don't you mind being embarrassed? Upon hearing this, Shui Wei slowly stood up with only some twisting and turning. Some kept their heads down, not daring to look at the others at all. There was no sense of the decisiveness of the one who said it all on the outside, but instead it was like a half-grown brat that was quite interesting. With that, Hong Yuan also slowly walked over to Cold Crisp and rubbed her head in the same way he had rubbed Shui Wei before. The Cold Crisp is doing well too. Lord, I see it all. Hearing what Hong Yuan said, Cold Crisp's little face suddenly had a touch of scarlet red, looking somewhat rather embarrassed. Many thanks to your lordship. For a moment, Cold Crisp actually stuttered a bit, but from the obvious curves of her mouth, one could tell that Cold Crisp was very happy at this moment. Chapter 61. Are you sure you're asking him to be a mountain god? Hong Yuan said and also looked at the rest of the children and slowly opened his mouth. I am satisfied with your performance this time, and I have lived up to my expectations of you. After saying that, Hong Yuan also took out the Qian Koan tripod and then reached out to take some spirit pool water from the spirit pool next to those 10 chaotic spirit roots. Then he took out some branches of the 10 great chaotic spiritual roots and spiritual fruits and threw them into the cauldron. Then with a wave of his hand, he rolled up all 3,000 children and girls and threw them into the Qian Koan tripod. A group of children and girls who apparently didn't even know what was going on with them yet suddenly realized that the scene in front of them had changed. But fortunately, Hong Yuan also spoke up. What's the time to wait if you don't cultivate yet? Upon hearing this, the group of children realized that the master was trying to give them a reward. So they also sat down directly cross-legged and began to cultivate. All of a sudden, in the refining of the Qian Koan tripod, the branches of that one spirit fruit and spirit plant began to melt, intermingling with each other and the water of that spirit pool. Then a stream of them was stuffed into a bunch of children and girls. The majestic force caused the faces of a group of children to grimace up and wail in pain. But they knew their lord was doing it for their own good. After all, they could feel the enhancement of their roots and cultivation every moment. It also makes them soar and happy. Roots and cultivation enhancement, they are very happy. But the problem is that Hong Yuan gave too much the whole they are a little fast to be propped up crack. Facing the howling of a group of children, Hong Yuan just glanced at the group of children in the tripod and stopped paying attention. Hong Yuan said this is normal operation. It's normal for the first time to hurt, and they will feel comfortable when their roots and feet are gradually raised. After all, whether it is the top 10 spiritual roots or spiritual pools, none of them are far beyond the things in the floodplains. After all, that's what his big brother and dad of the avenue had rewarded him with. The compulsion and quality that has pulled out all the stops. In particular, the grade of that spirit pool was even vaguely above the spirit root. It is a holy water for healing. That what the three lights divine water was a younger brother in front of this lake of pool water. It's a wonder these things add up to be absorbed so easily, but as long as they can hold out. A heal is not to say that it is comparable to Luo Shu and the others, but at least it is on the same level as the three ancestral dragons, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Kirin. It can be a step in the right direction. You should know that the ancestral dragon trio is a generation that adheres to the fortune to come out of the world. Is the top and 8 gods and devils root and foot? In addition to Yang Mei and others, it can be said to be standing at the top of the floodplains. This kind of chance is not available to anyone who wants it. Other than Hong Yuan, there was no one else in the floodplains who could have this kind of skill. Not even Yang Mei and the others. Perhaps they have a way to root a being up slightly. But like Hong Yuan, who was raising the roots for 3,000 people at once, or raising them directly from the innate roots to the innate divine and demonic roots, they didn't even dare to think about it, because they're not as rich as Hong Yuan. And so 10,000 years passed. Finally, on this day, there were quite a few children who couldn't hold out any longer and directly popped out of the Qian Koan ding. When this came out, it was like spitting out seeds, and a child or children popped out. They felt the changes within their bodies, and each of them smiled so much that they could almost see their stomach pouches. Of course, while they were elated, they also did not forget to make a heavy salute towards Hong Yuan. Thank you, Master. So in these next few days, one after another, children came out of the Qian Koan tripod one after another, until the last man. After these 10,000 years, nowadays, each of these 3,000 boys and girls were at least at the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, especially Shui Wei and Cold Crisp, who had even reached the late Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. It's a world away from what it was before, especially the enhancement of the root and foot. I am afraid that when Yang Mei comes, he will be scared half to death. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also nodded in satisfaction. Since you have already made a breakthrough, then make preparations early. It won't be long before Yang Mei will visit with a bunch of other mixed golden immortals. So don't be rude. Hearing these words, the group of children and girls also had their faces stunned, and then nodded heavily. Yes, my lord, I am aware of it. Zi Qiao then nodded her head with a serious face and responded. Don't worry, Master. Zi Qiao is the most polite, and will definitely not lose your face. When Hong Yuan heard this, he also rolled his eyes in his heart. Just you deserve to say the word politeness? Have you forgotten what you did before? But Hong Yuan didn't say anything either, and only gave Zi Qiao a deep look. With that, he returned to the Hong Yuan hall. Zi Xiao, on the other hand, was thinking a bit, what did the master's eyes just mean? Is she not polite? And so, several more meta sessions passed. During this period, Hong Yuan also made a special trip to the Flood Wasteland to bring Dawn and Ping Pong into the Flood Wasteland realm. After all, if we talk about the most suitable cave heavenly blessing for cultivation, if he said second in this Hong Yuan hall, there is no cave heavenly blessing that dares to say first. When Ping Pong found Hong Yuan in the land of the extreme east, he also cried to Hong Yuan that they really couldn't find the ferocious beasts. Not that they didn't want to enter the hijacking, but they really couldn't find them. But when they were told by Hong Yuan that the quantum rain had ended, they froze. With a stunned face, he looked at Hong Yuan. No, they're not even in the jinx? How is it that this quantum leap has passed? Hong Yuan looked at Ping Pong's body after the dissipation of a part of the karma also cannot help but sigh. Really let this dull goods found a fragmented ferocious beast. It was because of the beheading of that ferocious beast that this caused the karma on it to dissipate a bit and not explode out directly after the end of the quantum revelation. But Hong Yuan didn't say much. After all, stupid people have stupid beasts. With that, he waved his hand to remove the only remaining karma from his body and brought it directly back into the Hong Yuan realm. Along with him was his great disciple, Dawn. As for Dawn and Ping Pong, they were shocked by the rules of the great Tao laws that permeated everywhere in the Hall of Hong Yuan when they had just arrived in the Hall of Hong Yuan. They really didn't dare to imagine that there was such an exaggerated place in the flood. Even if one didn't need to cultivate much here, one's cultivation level was constantly on the rise. What was even more surprising was that the laws here were not the laws of the heavenly Tao, but the laws of the great Tao. Dawn's most fitting time law inscriptions were even continuously pouring into him, as if they were afraid that he would run away. As for Ping Pong, it was because he had knocked down a few Xianhua before and was considered more familiar with the laws of fire. So what was absorbed this time was also the laws of fire. And after a group of children in the herd that the Whisk and Ping Pong are respectively Hong Yuan accepted disciples and Guard Mountain God. One by one is also a senior brother. Ping Pong Mountain God called not happy. That kind of fire made both Flicker and Ping Pong a little embarrassed. There were even quite a few children who, when they saw the screen canopy, went up to look east and touch west with a look of excitement. Xiao, in particular, even thoughtfully asked Ping Pong which was its butt and which was its mouth. This comment to the screen canopy are given the whole will not. So it was only a matter of wriggling out of the fact that I had no ass, and that I had a mouth on both sides. It was just that Ping Pong didn't know why, but it always felt that Xiao always felt a little bit less happy after hearing this. Ping Pong puzzled why Xiao unhappy at the same time looking at a host of children's hearts are still full of confusion. Daozuan's a child's strength are above him, on which there is still a need to let it to guard the mountain. The weakest here can be him. Sure it's really for him to be a mountain god, instead of keeping it as a pet? Chapter 62, not worthy of being fellow Taoist Hong Yuan's child. And as Dawn looked at the senior brothers and sisters in front of her, a hint of urgency also rose in her heart. After all, each and every one of these senior brothers and sisters in front of her could not be simple. Each one of them was at the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, and even in the floodplains, they were all a figure now. In particular, the two of them, Chui Wei and Cold Crisp, were at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, far more powerful than his current early stage Tai Golden Immortal by an unknown number of times. This also made him secretly resolve that he must take shape and come out of the world earlier, otherwise wouldn't he lose his master's face? After all, he was the only disciple under the master's seat. It would be a bit bad if it was said by others that master's vision was poor. So also without saying anything, he directly began to cultivate in a bored manner. Finally, on this day, Hong Yuan suddenly opened his mouth towards the 3,000 children. Chui Wei, Cold Crisp, Air et al. Take the crowd out to greet a group of old ancestors. Hearing this from their own master, Chui Wei and Cold Crisp were also stunned, hurriedly putting down the work in their hands, and methodically began to arrange the crowd. The 3,000 children and girls then also formed two arrays and stood behind Chui Wei and Cold Crisp. Seeing this, Cold Crisp also pulled the credentials of the Flood Abyss Realm and the Flood Wasteland, and appeared directly outside of Mount Zhou. And at this moment, the huge lineup of 3,000 great Luo Golden Immortals also drew the attention of all the living beings near Zhou Mountain. And after those beings felt that incomparably profound and long-lasting terrifying aura, their faces also changed drastically at once. It was as if the heart was going to stop at that moment. They didn't understand when the floodplain had such a terrifying force. Fully 3,000 great Luo Golden Immortals, and they didn't even realize it until today? And sensing the panic of the crowd of beings around him, Chui Wei also slowly spoke. We are the children under the seat of the Tao Father, and we are here today to greet a group of flood ancestors, so there is no need for you to panic. Under the magic power of Chui Wei's great Luo Golden Immortal, the crowd of living beings could also hear it clearly, and it was only after hearing what Chui Wei said that the beings took a long breath of relief. It turned out to be a child under the seat of the Taoist priest. No wonder it's so scary to know that such a large number of great Luo golden immortals, apart from the fierce beast clan back then, there was no other clan that could do it. It would be normal if it was a Daozun. They thought a new quantum leap was about to break out, but at the same time, some of the spirits that had just been born and had not experienced the original beast quantum war were also curious about which ancestors Daozun had gone to such great lengths to greet. So they thought about it, and they were also curious to ask the elders of the clan, but the elders slapped them without saying a word after hearing it. What other old ancestors could there be that would be worthy of such a great deal of effort on the part of the Dao Father? It's none other than old ancestors such as old ancestor Yang Mei and old ancestor Luo Shuju. Upon hearing the elders' rebuke, a group of new generation beings also came to a sudden realization. The simultaneous ones were more than a little embarrassed. And just then, the figures of three Taoists emerged from the distance. Just seeing their gentle pace, in just an instant, it was as if they seemed to have crossed dozens of light years and appeared in front of the crowd. Even if the breath of the three people did not purposely vent out, but just a trace of the breath emitted still made the hearts of many surrounding beings with low cultivation seem to have been pressed down by a huge stone like that. The pressure simply makes them a little breathless. And after seeing the visitor, Suweiwei and Cold Crisp also hurriedly saluted with a group of children. Greetings to old ancestor Yang Mei. Greetings to old ancestor Five Elements. And greetings to old ancestor Luo Shu. Yang Mei looked at the 3,000 children in front of him. His face suddenly froze and his eyes went wide. What's going on with the roots and feet of these children? How did it suddenly get so outrageous? But the good thing was that he quickly calmed down, without the slightest hint of the shocked and stunned look he had just had. Instead, he spoke slowly with a face full of amiable smiles towards Tsuweiwei and the others. You little friends have the courtesy, when a goodbye, but let the old road some quite miss ah. When Five Elements heard this, he was also somewhat quite surprised in his heart and inquired curiously, Yang Mei, you have seen this group of little friends in the first place? Little friend? Yang Mei instantly had the corners of his mouth rise slightly, and there were a few more points of playfulness in his eyes. Truly speaking, the time they took shape and came out of the world can be quite a bit earlier than you. Five Elements. What? The Five Elements' old ancestor immediately stared at Yang Mei with wide eyes, not daring to believe. Even Luo Shua, who always didn't say much on the side, frowned all of a sudden and looked at the group of children with a solemn face. When the Five Elements of the Five Elements incarnated out of the world, he Luo Shu naturally know. And he is almost similar to him. It is only 1 or 2 yuan will be the time. Yang Mei, as the earliest of them all to come out of the world, had no reason not to be aware of this, but even so, Yang Mei still said that these children of Hong Yuan were surprisingly quite a bit earlier than the time when the Five Elements were incarnated out of the world. Does that mean it's also ahead of him? Luo originally didn't care too much about these children. Although each of these children were at the great Luo golden immortal realm, even the two strongest, Cold Crisp and Chui Wei, had reached the late great Luo golden immortal stage, but Luo knew it wasn't hard to do with Hong Yuan's ability, so it was just that much of a surprise in the mind at first sight. But now, Yang Mei is saying that these people took shape and came out of the world even earlier than these chaos demon gods left behind by himself. This left Luo a little taken aback, and at that moment, causality, Hong Jun, and Qiankuan each walked over from one direction. It didn't take long to arrive in front of the crowd. Greetings, fellow Taoists. You all haven't seen each other for a long time It seems that all of you are quite enlightened Five Elements looked at the three people who appeared and also said with a smiling face, fellow Daoist Five Elements is flattering. It's just that I've made some gains. Qian Kuan responded with a smile and a laugh, but there were still a few looks of joy on his face at being praised. And at this time, the moment Chui Wei, Cold Crisp, and the others saw the causal trio appear, they also respectfully saluted towards the trio. We are the children under the seat of the Dao Father. We have met the three old ancestors. Other than that, in this regard, Suweiwei and the others were quite courteous. Even the most coarse and stubborn Purple Chow is no match in this regard. Seeing the group of children being so aware of the etiquette, the group of old ancestors nodded with satisfaction. Worthy of being a child of Taoist Hong Yuan, not only are his roots outstanding, he also knows how to treat people with manners. Not bad, not bad. And after Chui Wei and the others finished saluting, they also directly activated the vouchers to the Hong Yuan realm. And when the crowd of old ancestors saw this, they also stepped in. However, Yang Mei was different, as he slowed down his pace and fell behind the rest of the old ancestors. As he looked at the backs of the crowd, the corners of his mouth curved more than once, and an inscription of spatial law appeared in his hand as well. Intend to videotape the crowd's demeanor later. He was eager to see what expression Luo and the others would have on their faces after entering the Hong Yuan realm later on. But suddenly, he froze. Some mumbled inquiries about himself. When did the old Wei get so wicked? But in an instant, he put this thought behind him. Forget it, no matter what. If we're any slower, we'll miss the show, he said, and also took a big step inside. It was only after Yang Mei had gone in that the group of children followed, and it was only after the crowd had left that the living beings in the vicinity of Zhou Mountain breathed a sigh of relief. Although none of these people were targeting them, those auras were still a bit too oppressive for them. There was a feeling that his life was completely in someone else's hands. Chapter 63, The Shock of a Few Old Ancestors. And Luo Shuji, Yinbo and the others didn't fail Yang Mei when they first appeared in the Hongyuan realm. One by one, their faces changed drastically, and they couldn't help but cry out in disbelief. What is this situation? The Great Tao here has not even been hidden yet? It is important to realize that the Great Tao has been hidden in the flood since the Heavenly Tao was manifested. Even the rules of law that pervade the flood are like this. As for those of them, all they cultivated was the law of the Great Tao without exception. And the concealment of the laws of the Great Tao made it somewhat difficult for them. Although it was not so difficult to advance an inch, but relative to the previous time when the Great Tao was not concealed, the speed of cultivation was always slower by a lot. Of course, they could also switch to the laws of Heavenly Tao, but they won't do anything so self-destructive. Although the laws of the Great Tao and the laws of the Heavenly Tao were both forces of law. However, the power of a participant in the laws of Heavenly Tao to catalyze the power of the laws was far inferior to that of a participant in the laws of the Great Tao. After all, the power of laws were all evolved from the Great Tao. It is a pathway to the sky, and it is difficult for those who have participated in the laws of the Heavenly Tao to surpass it. After all, what you have enumerated is given to you by others, and it is not easy to surpass it. So even though their cultivation speed was much slower now than before, none of them had switched to cultivating the Heavenly Tao laws. But fortunately, they had more or less received some Heavenly Tao merits during the Fierce Beast Quantum Revelation. With the help of these Heavenly Tao merits, they could accelerate their rate of enlightenment by digesting the Heavenly Tao merits. But what about the flood abyss? The avenue not only did not hide, but instead permeated the entire world of the law of the power of the intensity is far more than the previous flood. If he could cultivate here, even if he didn't have heavenly merits in the future, he would definitely be able to advance 1,000 miles per day. Yang Mei looked at the incomparably shocked expressions on the faces of the crowd, but in his heart, there was one more point of contempt. Bunch of bumpkins, how far is this? If you and the others see fellow Taoist Hong Yuan in the Hong Yuan Hall, that's when you should be surprised. Yang Mei secretly thought in his heart. Thinking of this, somehow pride rose in his heart. He, Yang Mei, was different. He had seen the world. The flicker of disdain in Yang Mei's eyes was discovered by Luo Shu. This also caused the corner of Luo's mouth to jerk, and his fists subconsciously clenched to come. But he, Luo, didn't want to argue with Yang Mei either. Right at this moment, only to see Luo slowly collect the change of color that originally appeared on his face, gently cough twice, and then put on an appearance of being full of concern, and cast his gaze towards the people of causality and 5 elements. Speaking in a deep voice, he said, although this dojo of Han Yuan is not bad, it's not as bad as this look on your faces, right? Yang Mei looked at Luo's appearance of a serious talk as also some almost did not spray out. How do you manage to lie with such a straight face? If he hadn't watched Luo's shocked expression with his own eyes, he would have thought he had misread it, but it didn't matter even if Law didn't admit it. Thinking of this, Yang Mei instantly looked down at the Law inscription in his hand. It's okay, I've already recorded myself anyway. When the time comes, I must show it to fellow Taoist Hong Yuan. At the same time, causality and 5 elements and the rest of the crowd were also awakened by Luo's mouthless stubbornness, and they gently coughed a few times, quickly adjusting their state and regaining their usual calm and self-contained demeanor. However, he still took a glance at Cui Wei, Cold Crisp and the others who were following behind himself and the others without any trace. When they saw that the group of children were all looking down at their feet, as if there were some rare treasure under their feet, all of them in their right mind felt a little pang of inexplicable embarrassment for what they had just done to themselves. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it? Ahem. We'd better hurry to find fellow Taoist Hong Yuan. I'm afraid he can't wait any longer. After saying that, Karma and the others also activated their mana and directly left their original location, rushing towards the incomparably towering mountain range in the middle of the world. But as the distance between them and Mount Hong Yuan grew closer and closer, the expressions on everyone's faces became more and more strange. The originally fairly calm face was now vaguely revealing a color of unspeakable eagerness. It was as if there was something ahead that could tug at their hearts and minds. Raising his eyebrows to take in the changes in the crowd's demeanor, and seeing this scene, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a hint of an imperceptible smile. I don't believe that you can still be so calm when you see the stone pillar that contains a part of your own origin. Luo was always secretly observing Yang Mei, and when he realized that arc at the corner of Yang Mei's mouth, he also kept admonishing himself mentally. Keep yourself calm later. no matter what you see. Never lose face in front of Yang Mei's eyes. Stay subdued. It was just that he was curious at the same time. What was that familiarity he felt coming from? One can't even help but feel a little anxious in one's own state of mind. Soon, they too had finally reached the foot of the mountain range. Seeing the crystalline avenue that stood on either side of a stone pillar carved with countless mysterious runes and the likenesses of gods and demons, this look immediately caused the pupils of the crowd to shrink violently, and even their voices took on a few tremors. This is a small portion of the origin of one of our demon gods? Luo, even though he had already admonished himself countless times in his mind to be calm and collected before, but when he saw a stone pillar in front of him that emanated the aura of a host of demon gods' origin, he also changed his expression drastically. At this moment, the crowd already knew why they had felt a flutter in their hearts earlier. It was clear that there was a part of their origin here as well. Yang Mei looked at the crowd's expression and also forced a smile as he looked at Luo Shuhu. Luo Shuhu, I don't know if Taoist Hong Yuan's dojo is still okay? Hearing Yang Mei's slightly teasing inquiry, Luo Shuji immediately snorted coldly. In his heart, he had been cursing Yang Mei. There are so many people here. Why is this Yang Mei just staring at herself? You don't flirt with the big loach there. You come to flirt with this old man? And what's with that tone of voice of your, Yang Mei? You act like you own this dojo. What are you talking about? Yang Mei looked at Luo's dumbfounded expression, and in his heart, he was also hemming and hawing. The rest of the causal, 5 elements, Qian Kuan, and Hongjun people flew up directly along the Jade Avenue. Soon, they found their share of the origin stone pillar. Looking at the stone pillars in front of them, the crowd couldn't help but start thinking, what price would one have to pay in order to get Taoist Hong Yuan to return this origin to him? If Hong Yuan heard this, I'm afraid he would have to laugh. He dares to give it, but do you dare to take it? Not to mention how much it had to cost to pay back this karma. Let's just talk about these stone pillars, which were left to him by Big Brother Pangu and the Great Tao. Mrs. Ahem, dogs, you don't want to be stared at by the Great Tao, do you? And at that moment, Yang Mei and Luo Shu also followed. Yang Mei looked at the causal and other people that obsessively looking at the stone column in front of the expression of unwilling to leave, is also a smile and explained, all of you, you do not want to think too much. This is the Great Tao and Pango Taoist friends left behind to the Hong Yuan Taoist friends, unless you and so on can get the Great Tao's permission to have the possibility of refining infusion. Otherwise, even if you get it cannot be fused with their own. Upon hearing this, it was as if a pot of cold water was instantly poured over the hearts of the crowd. It went cold in a flash. Chapter 64 Hongjun apologizes. For a long time, or cause alongside, just, after all, I have already died once, or not to hope. When 5 elements heard this, he also sighed with emotion. It's still fellow Taoist causality who sees things through. Even though Qiankuan and Hongjun still had thoughts in their hearts, they didn't say anything more at this time, but just bitterly shook their heads. Contrary to a few people on the contrary, it was Luo Shuo, who just took a glance at the stone pillar belonging to him from afar, and then without turning his head, he directly continued to fly away upwards. Yang Mei was also a little surprised in his heart when he saw this. How can this guy, Law, be so cool? Just looked away from a distance and left? That's not like him, is it? And at this time Luo's heart was bleeding while he had to hold on strongly. He no longer had the luxury of retrieving that portion of his origin after Yang Mei's explanation just now. In that case, why should he stay where he is again? Wasn't this just making fun of Yang Mei and Hong Yuan for nothing? And after spending some time, Luo was finally at the top of the mountain, to the platform in front of the Hong Yuan Hall, looking at the 10 spirit roots in the middle of the square that looked like pillars in the sky. Law gulped violently. Boy, this can't be a chaotic spiritual root, can it? Only after feeling it again and again did Luo finally determine that the 10 spiritual roots in front of him were all chaos spiritual roots without exception. He had previously eaten the falling flower immortal fruit given by Hong Yuan, and he had also seen Hong Yuan give the spirit candle fruit born from another type of spirit root to Ingenuity and the others. But he had previously thought that Hong Yuan also only had 2 chaotic spiritual roots. But now, Hong Yuan, this big dog mother asterisk or actually has 10 whole chaotic spirit roots? Luo looked at these 10 chaotic spirit roots and his back teeth were about to be clenched. He did know that Hong Yuan's family was rich, but he didn't expect it to be this rich. Even in the midst of chaos he hadn't seen anyone like Hong Yuan ya. And at that moment, Karma and the others rushed up. But when they saw Luo standing there secretly gritting his teeth, they thought something had happened. But when they also saw the 10 chaotic spirit roots, one body suddenly a jolt. The whole person also with the Luo that are frozen in place. Only the sound of grinding teeth resonated throughout the square. Yang Mei was also a bit emotional when she saw this. No matter what time of the year you come to fellow Taoist Hong Yuan's dojo you still feel a bit shocked. Su Weiwei and the others quietly stayed behind the group of old ancestors. Seeing the expressions of the group of old ancestors, they didn't dare to say anything more. They just honestly lowered their heads. Only Zixiao's mind was thinking darkly. It seems that these old ancestors are not people who have seen the world. Right at this moment, Hong Yuan's voice instantly resounded through the entire square and into the ears of the crowd of old ancestors. Fellow Taoists, don't just stand there, but please come over for a moment. Only after hearing this did the group of old ancestors put away their teeth-grinding voices and flew in the direction of Hong Yuan. It was just that there was always something that couldn't help but look towards those 10 chaotic spirit roots as they flew. So a group of old ancestors just walked into the hall. In the feeling that is like having their own generally active and docile rules of the law of the Tao after the whole person again numb. At this point they couldn't help but ask themselves once again in their minds, is the real sun really that great? Not far away, Hong Yuan sat in a courtyard, quietly sipping his tea. Only Yang Mei also flew directly over without the slightest stop. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan. After making a slight bow towards Hong Yuan, Yang Mei also sat down directly. Just after sitting down, Yang Mei was somewhat unable to hold down the excitement in her heart. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, you are not aware of just now Luo Shuji, causal several people in the just entered the Daoyu your dojo that the face of the change simply like a few bumpkins, but Daoyu do not need to worry. I have recorded, later to show you. The crowd of Luo who just sobered up and were coming over this way had their faces darken after hearing what Yang Mei said. Good for you, thieving Yang Mei, to do such a treacherous and deceitful thing, it is really disgraceful. Hong Yuan was also a bit dumbfounded. Yang Mei could even do this? No wonder his own boy was taken off on a tangent by his one visit. Alas, I can only say that I made a bad friend. Thinking of this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but helplessly shake his head and let out a sigh. It was also secretly transmitted to Yang Mei. Okay, remember to save me a copy. When Yang Mei heard this, she also nodded her head, indicating that she was clear. And at this time Luo Shu and the others also rushed over. After slightly arching their hands towards Hong Yuan also immediately turned their heads to look at Yang Mei. The voice was laced with a hint of anger and coldness. Yang Mei, you're really good. Yang Mei sniffed, but she didn't raise her head at all, just kept looking down at the Tiansang tea in her hands. It's delicious. Looking at Yang Mei's appearance of being completely out of the picture and pretending to know nothing about it, Luo Shuji and Karma and the others were so angry that they nearly passed out of breath. How did they not realize before that Yang Mei was actually like this? It's not a good idea to meet someone. It's not a good idea to meet someone. At this moment, Hong Yuan with a smile on his face, came out in time to round up the situation and said, you do not need to be angry. Just some small images. Anyway, to you cannot create any impact. When I turn back to let Yang Mei Taoist friends will be destroyed. Everyone can rest assured that is. Law rolled his eyes. It's easy for you to say you're not ashamed of yourself, isn't it? And turn around and destroy it. You're afraid you're going to read it a few times before destroying it, aren't you? Humph. Do you really think that this old ancestor doesn't know your character? And as Hong Yuan noticed the strange gaze Luo cast, he immediately turned his head slightly sideways and gave him a sidelong glance. There was more than a hint of meaning in his eyes. Are you kids secretly cricketing me? At the sight of Hong Yuan's gaze that was full of threats, Luo's heart also stiffened, and he couldn't help but remember the scene where he was smacked before. So after analyzing the pros and cons, Luo was also planning to be an adult and not bother with Hong Yuan that much anymore. Seeing Luo's sense of humor, Hong Yuan also greeted the others. Gentlemen, try the spirit tea I have here. It's not often seen in the flood. Causality smiled at his words and also spoke with a smile. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, this thing of yours is more than just uncommon in the floodlands? That's a pressurized absence. Hong Jun sipped a mouthful of spiritual tea in his hand. In feeling the majestic energy as well as the power of the law is also emotionally said, cause and effect of the Taoist friends say good. Hong Yuan Taoist friends you this thing. Even in the chaos in the beginning want to find is also extremely difficult. After saying that, Hong Jun took a slight pause and also took out some heavenly treasures that he had collected over the years and handed them in front of Hong Yuan. Somewhat embarrassed, he looked at Hong Yuan. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, what happened before was wrong done by Hong Jun. I hope that fellow Taoist Hong Yuan can be forgiving. In fact, before after a slap, Hong Jun very early wanted to apologize to Hong Yuan, but before there are either many living beings present, or is in the middle of the flood quantitative robbery. It wasn't good for him to find Hong Yuan to make amends, since it just happens to be today, so Hong Jun also directly apologized. After all, he didn't want Hong Yuan to think badly of himself, and the rest of the people present at the table heard this and their faces froze. When has Hong Jun ever messed with Hong Yuan? How do they not know? Chapter 65, Killing Intent in the Heart of Luo Shu. Hong Yuan sniffed. His heart was also a little surprised. He also did not expect Hong Jun to apologize in front of other people. it was also a bit out of his league. It can be said that Hong Jun is putting himself in an extremely low position. The attitude is not insincere. Although he was not short of this thing from Hong Jun either. It was not good to refuse. What if Hong Jun thought it was himself who still refused to forgive him? So he also smiled, and picked a piece of heavenly material at random from the bunch of heavenly treasures handed out by Hong Jun, and laughed. "You're welcome, Hong Jun. It was just a small misunderstanding before." Indeed, it was also a minor misunderstanding. After all, he hadn't suffered much. Instead, it was Hong Jun who received a slap on the wrist, not to mention an apology. Seeing that Hong Yuan accepted his reparation gift, coupled with Hong Yuan saying this, Hong Jun couldn't help but feel relieved. When he felt the fragment of the jade disc of creation on Luo Shuhu's body earlier, he had guessed that he was afraid that it was Hong Yuan who had given the fragment of the jade disc of creation to Luo Shuhu. After all, Luo's attitude towards him was obvious to anyone. That was extremely unpleasant. Hong Jun was then afraid that Hong Yuan would instigate Luo to strike at him. Even Hong Yuan himself. If he were to face Luo Shuhu, even if he was undefeated, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to escape if he wanted to with the added support of the heavenly celebration clouds and the pieces of the jade disc of creation. But the only one who made a move was Hong Yuan, and he was afraid that even if he had 10 lives, he would not be able to escape. This was also the reason why Hong Jun preferred to fall on his own face and apologize towards Hong Yuan. With that, Hong Jun also solemnly stood up and bowed towards Hong Yuan. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Hong Yuan for his large amount of money. Hong Yuan also smiled and nodded, greeting Hong Jun as he hurriedly sat down. Then he began to order up a group of children to present the rest of the spirit fruits. Yang Mei, cause and effect, 5 elements. And Shen Kuan saw that both Hong Yuan and Hong Jun stopped talking more. So they didn't ask more questions and just smiled and drank their tea. But only Luo did have a few more thoughts in his mind. Hong Yuan and Hong Jun actually had strife before? Does that mean that in fact Hong Yuan's view of Hong Jun is actually the same as his? Not very good? Or even possibly disgust? Does that mean that Hong Yuan actually won't care if he takes a shot at Hong Jun? No. He'd have to ask Hong Yuan when the time came. If Hong Yuan did not oppose or even support him, he still wanted to get Hong Jun killed. No other way. It's just too much to look at. Do not remove this old ancestor's thoughts from his mind. After figuring it out, Luo also lifted the spirit tea in front of him and drank it in one gulp. With this drink, Luo couldn't help but light up. This tea is so overbearing. Surprisingly, he could feel his own origin grow a tiny bit stronger. With that, he didn't care and poured himself a glass directly after. But when he drank, there was also more than a hint of surprise on his face. The tea poured out this time is actually another kind of spiritual tea? However, there was a slight resemblance in that the effects of this tea and the previous Tensang tea were both extremely immediate. All of them were able to grow his origin, and he even felt that his law enlightenment was a step further. And soon, a group of children served up the spirit fruits. Seeing the 40 to 50 fruits of chaotic spiritual roots that emanated the rhythm of the Tao in front of him, even though everyone here was a mixed golden immortal realm ancestor, they still felt a little thirsty at this moment. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan is really atmospheric. It's a blessing to be a dog with someone like that. Gong if you don't give up. Cloth. Even if it is again untamed Luo is also this. The brain cannot stop to start thinking about it. In fact, Hong Yuan this person is also quite good is not it? When he was about to make a move on him, he just smoked himself. It didn't wipe him out by choice. So it seems that instead he's the one who's been jumping up and down all the time. When this thought came out, Luo was instantly jolted, rushing to disperse this thought in his own mind. No! How can this old ancestor forgive his demeanor of hanging himself and smoking him just because he can take a little advantage of him? Thinking of this, Luo also directly picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. Feeling the power and Tao rhythms that were constantly pouring into his body, Luo felt like it wouldn't be a problem for him to forgive Hong Yuan for so little while. Looking at the chaos demon gods in front of him, although they were forcibly pretending to be calm, the movements of their hands and mouths did not slow down in the slightest. Hong Yuan also hardened the words that had just reached his mouth. It's better to wait, after all, for these people in front of us. Although he was honored in the flood as the old ancestor, don't look forced. But looking at the way the wolf swallowed it was clear at a glance that in fact life was not so good. Luo Shu, Karma and the others saw that Hong Yuan didn't say anything either and just watched them eat quietly with a smile on his face. All of a sudden, he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Awkwardly, I almost didn't snap out of a 3-room apartment. 5 elements even turned red and said with an embarrassed face, cough cough, fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, I'm sorry, it's really because these spirit fruits are really too helpful to us. I merely ate a few of them, and I feel that my origin has recovered nearly 101. I'm afraid it's not far from the late stage of the mixed golden immortal now. Hong Yuan just laughed lightly and waved his hand. No harm done. Since it's useful, you might as well have more of it. Fellow Taoists. Although Hong Yuan opened his mouth like this, the crowd was too embarrassed to continue eating. A couple of each is already a godsend. After all, they knew how precious this fruit was, and they were afraid that it would take a not-so-short period of time for each fruit to bear fruit. So they thought that there would not be too many of them even in Hong Yuan's hands. Hong Yuan saw the crowd acting in such a manner and stopped persuading them. Just blandly opened his mouth and said, "The flood at this time experienced the last fierce beast quantitative robbery. Even if the heavenly Tao mercy fell countless merits, but today's 10,000 living beings are only left 10 of 2 or 3. So I want to preach for the living beings in the flood for a period of time, or for the flood to restore some vitality. I do not know whether all the friends of the Taoist want to be with me together." As soon as Hong Yuan's words fell, the rest of the people had yet to express themselves. Luo then immediately broke his voice and agreed directly. "This old ancestor will go." That clean answer froze the rest of the group. When did this guy, Law, get so caught up in this kind of thing? Isn't it usual for him to be the most averse to this sort of thing beforehand? However, they are unaware that Luo Shuhu, since he discovered earlier that the resentment of all beings can eliminate the seal left by Pangu, then he had been thinking about when he could be in a position to obtain some of the resentful spirits of the beings. But nay, there are few living beings in the flood nowadays. He also didn't dare to kill innocents indiscriminately in front of Hong Yuan. One can only hope that the next flood quantum robbery will come soon. This way he would also be able to obtain more grievance Bane Shi to dispel the seal left behind by Pangu. Although Hong Yuan's sermon did not increase the number of living beings in the flood, but it could make it a little easier for these beings to cultivate awe. Once this cultivation level is raised, isn't the power of the corresponding community stronger? Once this power is strong, won't there be more disputes with other communities in time? At that time, he was stirring things up, and even if he couldn't cause the flood quantum sabotage, the next flood quantum sabotage would come earlier. Chapter 66, sort of a 50-50 split. After Law's decisive promise, Hong Yuan also glanced at him without any trace. Luo's idea, he naturally knows, is not just want to wait for the flood to restore vitality, and then provoke a group of forces, so as to harvest the beings left behind the grievances of the gas break through the seal of the Big Brother? In the original trajectory, isn't this how the great war between the Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn clans was provoked by Luo Shu? But Luo's thoughts were only clear to Hong Yuan, and the rest of the people took it all as because Luo had eaten Hong Yuan's spirit fruit and intended to repay some of the karma owed to him. They were just a little surprised that Luo Shujo was so decisive this time and agreed to it, but it's not unlike what they think. After all, they had also eaten quite a few chaotic spirit fruits from Taoist Hong Yuan this time, and they owed this karma, so they wanted to repay some of it as well. Plus, fellow Taoist Hong Yuan has already asked for it, so if you refuse it, you're not giving fellow Taoist Hong Yuan a bad name? They're not that stupid. I can't say that if I follow fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, I'll be able to mix up some heavenly Tao merits. After all, the heavenly Tao merit obtained from laying the Four Directions God Protector formation before was still fresh in his mind. Thus, the group of mixed golden immortals also agreed. Seeing this, Hong Yuan also smiled and nodded. However, after the group of mixed golden immortals promised to come down, Hong Yuan was not in a hurry to preach in the floodplains right now. After all, the group of mixed golden immortals had just eaten the spirit fruit of that chaotic spirit root, and it would take some time to digest it as well. Hong Yuan wouldn't be so ill-mannered even if he was in a hurry. So after thinking about it, he opened a group invitation and launched a request for a discourse to the crowd. The crowd of mixed golden immortals were naturally ecstatic in the face of the invitation to discuss the Tao initiated by Hong Yuan, and they couldn't wait to spend more time here. And so also the argument began. This discourse was 100 yuan sessions long. Although Hong Yuan's cultivation far exceeds Yang Mei's crowd, but Yang Mei and others were, after all, mixed Taiyuan Taijiquan Lejingxian before, and they argued with them. Hong Yuan gained a great deal. He could feel that he wasn't far from the fifth heaven of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. Don't look at Hong Yuan's cultivation so slowly. It was because the amount of law power in his body was simply too much. It simply wasn't as fast as Yang Mei and the others who specialized in a single law path. But there was an upside to this, and that was that his strength was far beyond his current realm. The divine rebel, who was also in the fourth heaven of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal, was just one slap more or less in Hong Yuan's hands. That was still without counting his 3 Chaos Supreme treasures. Really, it's only 50-50. 5 seconds of God's reverse death on 5. And the group of mixed golden immortals also benefited greatly. Although Hong Yuan was not as good as them in terms of unilateral law perception, but Hong Yuan's cultivation was high, plus the laws he cultivated were just too many, and combined with each other he could always give some insights that caught their eyes. And on this day, the time laws in the Hong Yuan Hall suddenly began to vibrate violently. This phenomenon also caused the crowd of mixed golden immortals to be stunned, feeling the incomparably familiar aura that permeated the air, no matter whether it was Luo, or Yang Mei and the others. At this time, their faces suddenly changed, and they directly stood up violently from the jade chair. This is the aura of fellow Taoist timer? Yang Mei looked at Hong Yuan with a somewhat confused expression, but the hourly Taoist friend is not. Yang Mei didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present could understand what he meant. When the time was in the way, it refused to fold, wrapped up in the long river of time and blew itself up directly in the previous immeasurable amount of kulpa. That's what they all know. But the scent was clearly the scent of the hour. They can't be mistaken. Hong Yuan also smiled in the face of the crowd's incomprehension and explained, "This is a disciple I took in, named Dawn, who obtained a part of the essence left over from the hour, and now just happens to be the day of his transformation." Originally, Dawn hadn't been able to morph that quickly, but since Hong Yuan had dragged him to the Hong Yuan realm, plus it was also a little extra for him, that's what made Dawn just morph in these hundreds of Yuan sessions. It was only after hearing what Hong Yuan said that Yang Mei and the others came to a realization. They thought that it was Pangu who had intercepted a portion of the memories and essence of the hour and handed it over to Hong Yuan for him to be resurrected in the first place. I didn't realize it was just a junior. Although he had a portion of the origin of the hour in him, he was at best a junior to them. A junior with a bit of a background. After all, there are only 4 relationships in the flood. Griffin, little friend, Taoist friend, senior. A mole is an existence that neither has a background nor can beat itself. My little friend had a background, but he still couldn't beat himself. A Taoist friend is one whose cultivation is similar to his own. Seniors can't be beat. However, they are more special. Although they are unable to beat Hong Yuan, but in their last life, their cultivation is far beyond the present Hong Yuan, not to mention that their last life was far longer than Hong Yuan's appearance. Therefore, even if Hong Yuan's cultivation was far stronger than theirs today, they could still have the cheek to call him a friend. As for the word senior, apart from the great Tao, there was simply no one who could allow them to be addressed in this manner. Even back then, Pango was like this. Even when Pango held the heaven-opening axe and hacked all the way from Chaos East to Chaos West, and then hacked dozens of times back and forth all the way from Chaos West, hacking them to pieces, there still wasn't a single person who addressed Pangu as a predecessor. To them, the ones in the flood were all juniors. Just whether it's a little friend or a mole is another story. As for Hong Yuan, he didn't feel anything about the crowd calling him a fellow Taoist. After all, these people used to call their big brother a dog. It was nothing to call yourself a Taoist friend. It was impossible to have Yang Mei and the others call themselves seniors, right? Wouldn't he be a generation ahead of his eldest brother? Hiss. Seems to be quite energizing when you think about it, yeah. And as time gradually passed, the movement of the dawn transformation gradually dissipated. Hong Yuan thought about it, and also greeted the Whisks, asking them to come over and recognize a few seniors. After a moment's hesitation, he asked Dawn to take the screen canopy with her. Soon after, the 2 who had received Hong Yuan's order also rushed over. Now these 2 had also increased their cultivation greatly after all these years. With his strong origin and the small cooking stove opened by Hong Yuan, Dawn directly soared from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal all the way to the early stage of Dala Golden Immortal. And Ping Pong also stepped into the middle stage of Tai Golden Immortal from the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal. It's not far from late. Although the cultivation refinement was not as good as that of Dawn, Ping Pong was not the slightest bit dissatisfied. After all, he had only just been in the middle of the Golden Immortal stage since he first met his lord. Now that only hundreds of Yuan Hui had passed, being able to become a mid-Tai Golden Immortal was already too fast to be true. If he were to cultivate on his own, he still didn't know if he could break through to the late Golden Immortal stage in these hundreds of Yuan sessions. And when the 2 of them, Dawn and Ping Pong, arrived in front of Hong Yuan and the others, they respectfully began to salute. Greetings, Master. Greetings, Master. Chapter 67. Hey, guess what? After the 2 of them first gave a bow to Hong Yuan, they once again gave a bow to the group of old ancestors. Dawn, Ping Pong, meets all the ancestors. Dawn saw all the ancestors behaved okay, but Ping Pong saw so many big names. His legs and feet could not help but soften a little, even though he kept comforting himself in his mind that he was now the mountain god of Hong Yuan Mountain's guardian mountain, and that he had to contend. He couldn't help but wobble on his legs and feet, but it was good that the eyes of the crowd were not on him. Instead, he always stared aside at Dawn. The crowd looked at Dawn and sighed. How nice it would have been if fellow Taoist Timothy could have put down his face for a bit back then. If fellow Taoist Timeless hadn't exploded himself in the first place, I'm afraid that he would have been able to leave behind a wisp of indestructible spiritual light as well. Facing the sentiments of Yang Mei's crowd, Hong Yuan also took a sip of the spirit tea in front of him and opened his mouth flatly. If Timothy could let go of his face, then he wouldn't be Timothy anymore. Hearing Hong Yuan's words, Yang Mei and the others shook their heads helplessly. Also, if Timothy really did this, then he wouldn't be Timothy. Yang Mei and the others looked at the dawn in front of them and wanted to gift some magic treasures, but after thinking about it, this was after all Taoist Hong Yuan's disciple, so it was not good for them to overstep their bounds, and after hesitating for a moment, they finally looked to the screen canopy on the side. At this look, they were also instantly a bit surprised. Why does this look a bit rather odd? It seems a bit oddly ugly. Ping Pong's feet swung even more when he saw a group of old ancestors looking at him. Trembling, he said, "Greetings to a group of elder ancestors. I am the mountain god of mountain guarding under the Tao Honorable Sect." Hearing Ping Pong open his mouth like this, a trace of shock flashed through the eyes of the Yang Mei crowd. What the hell? Hong Yuan still needs a mountain god to guard this dojo? With the Avenue here watching, who dares to come and make a move, which they might have had to consider in a previous life? As for now, they wouldn't dare to give them 10 guts, but on second thought, I guess it is also because Hong Yuan Taoist friends think that this guy is ugly and strange out of the ordinary, and that's why he took it. So he also took out some treasures and bestowed them on Ping Pong. Each piece is not weak. Most of them are top-grade innate spiritual treasures. There were also a very small number of 2 extreme innate spiritual treasures that were taken out by Yang Mei and Hong Jun. They are called Chopping Immortal and Punishing God Treasure Sword and Jade Void Glazed Lamp respectively, and coincidentally, both of them will be Yuan Shi's treasures later on. Hong Jun looked at the Jade Void Glazed Lamp that he had taken out, and explained with a smile, "Since you are the mountain god of Hong Yuan, this Jade Void Glazed Lamp will be given to you, and there is a golden flame inside the lamp, called the Ancient Spirit of the 10,000 Souls. It can protect your body as well as detect all spirits. I hope that you can serve fellow Taoist Hong Yuan more often." Yang Mei see this, is also a smile to explain their own Jinshan God knife. Hong Jun Taoist friend since has sent an auxiliary spiritual treasure. Then the old Taoist will send an offensive spiritual treasure. This knife is derived from heaven and earth and the innate killing and destroying the alien treasure. Has a metaphysical creation. Even if it's the great Luo Golden Immortal, this knife is also afraid of 3 times. Having said that, Yang Mei and Hong Jun also directly handed over the 2 treasures to Ping Pong. And Ping Pong looked at the many treasures handed to him, and his whole body was confused. When has he ever seen so many treasures? Even if it was him before, at best, he had only a lower grade innate spiritual treasure. And what about these in front of him? Each one of them far exceeded the lower grade innate spirit treasures he had before. But it didn't know why. Instead of handing over the treasure to the dawn on the side, these old ancestors handed it over to themselves. It was clear that Flicker was the master's personal disciple, and he was just a mountain god. It also made both of his brains confused. They just couldn't figure it out. For a moment, a trace of fear even rose in its heart, and so looked pitifully at his lordship. "Master, I don't know what to do." Hong Yuan also laughed and opened his mouth to help Ping Pong out. "Since it's from a few old ancestors, then you can take it." He also knew why the Yang Mei crowd was giving the magic treasure to the screen rather than to the Dawn. After all, Dawn was his own disciple, and before he saw that Dawn hadn't taken form and come out of the world, so he didn't bestow a magic treasure. Since he himself hadn't even bestowed it, then Yang Mei and the others naturally wouldn't overstep their bounds. And it was only after hearing Hong Yuan speak up that Ping Pong carefully received a bunch of magic treasures. Until now, he was still a little dazed. "You just got a bunch of magic treasures by yourself?" It was still a grade he had never thought of before. It also drew him out a bit. What to do? One is suddenly on the top of the beast life. "I feel like I don't have any motivation to practice anymore." But he also knew that it was all because he was a mountain god under the Lord's seat. Otherwise how could he get so many treasures just by being a mid-Tai golden immortal? Seeing Ping Pong get many treasures, Dawn was quite happy for Ping Pong in her heart, not the least bit upset that he didn't get it. After seeing Ping Pong put away these treasures, Hong Yuan also turned his gaze to Fuyo. "There's no need to hurry with yours. When the time comes, Master will help you refine a few smooth ones." After all, it was not good for him to explicitly say that Yang Mei and the others were relatively poor and could not give anything good. What kind of trash is this extreme innate spiritual treasure? His boys have several pieces in hand. "Someday I'll refine some innate treasures for you." When Dawn heard this, she was naturally happy on the surface, and respectfully bowed. "I'll leave it up to Master to decide." After all, Dawn also knew that there weren't as many extreme innate spiritual treasures outside the flood as there were on the crowd of senior siblings in his division. In the entire floodplains, if you say who is the richest, it is bound to be your own master. His senior siblings all have several pieces of innate spiritual treasures in their hands, and as the only disciple of his master, he should not be any worse than his own senior siblings anymore. And when Causality and the others heard this, they inquired curiously, "Fellow Daoist is also proficient in the art of refining weapons?" Hong Yuan quickly waved his hand, humbly said, "Just a little understanding. Not worth mentioning. This practice all rely on the most precious treasure, which can only occasionally refine some things." Yang Mei sighed when he heard this. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan is still being modest. I'm afraid that the entire flood wasteland doesn't have as many extreme innate spiritual treasures as what you have in your hands. He had previously seen Hong Yuan refine a magic treasure during his first discussion with him. He was originally curious about what kind of apparatus Hong Yuan used to refine it. As it turned out, it was a ING Chaos Supreme Treasure. It was still the great Dao and Pangu that forcefully helped catalyze Hong Yuan out. That guy, he almost didn't scare him to death at the time. And Hong Yuan's method of refining weapons was extremely overbearing. ING open the lid, throw some mess right into it, and then the lid goes on. You don't even have to look at the fire. Hey, guess what? An extremely high-quality innate spiritual treasure just popped up. In that instant, even Yang Mei wanted to ask Hong Yuan to help him refining his innate magic treasure. The Yonglu tree. It was originally refined from a small section of the main branch of his native hollow willow tree, although it was not inferior to an innate supreme treasure, but it would be excellent to boost it a bit. But alas, Hong Yuan refused. How can I say this? It is not that Hong Yuan refuses to do so, it is just that the heavenly Tao will never allow a magic treasure above the innate supreme treasure to appear in the floodplains. At least not right now. Even if it was refined by Hong Yuan, it wouldn't work. A magic treasure above the innate supreme treasure appearing in the floodplains would definitely fall under the wrath of the heavens. Unless it's for Hong Yuan's own use. After all, Hong Yuan was one of their own. Which was different. Chapter 68, I know what I'm doing. And when the crowd heard what Yang Mei said, they were also in doubt. You should know that there are a lot of superb innate spiritual treasures in the floodplains, counting those that have not yet come out. The number is a full 49. Some may say less, but in addition to the heavenly Tao treasure and kill the supreme treasure, it should be almost 40 to 50 pieces. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan is so rich, there were even more extreme innate spiritual treasures in his hands than in the flood? It can be imagined that fellow Taoist Hong Yuan's understanding of the Tao of creation and the Tao of refining is definitely not low. After all, that was an extreme innate spiritual treasure. Of all of them, at best, they could only manage to have 3 or 5 extreme innate spiritual treasures in their hands, and some of them are still used not so much while they are still in use. After all, those like Luo and Hongjun who have innate supreme treasures and killing supreme treasures are still in the minority. But Hong Yuan also just laughed and didn't say anything more. It was impossible for him to say that his seated child and the Taoist friends might have similar grades of magic treasures. It's even possible that you guys are not even close to being as good as the children under my seat. That was also a bit too hurtful to the hearts of a group of chaos demon gods. So Hong Yuan was polite and didn't explain. Just a non-traceable digression. Since this discourse has already ended, we will leave for the flood. Upon hearing this, although the crowd still wanted to continue asking about Hong Yuan's refining level, after all, the tone of Yang Mei's speech just now and the envy in it still made them quite curious. However, when he saw Hong Yuan opening his mouth to interrupt, he responded directly as well. Good, we will move. Hong Yuan thought about it and also called up Cui Wei and Cold Crisp and the others. After all, preaching also needs some people to act as a front to deter some brain-dead people. It is impossible to let Yang Mei and others to guard the gate, right? When Cui Wei and Cold Crisp and the others heard this, they naturally responded in direct agreement. Afterward, with a wave of his big hand, Hong Yuan appeared directly in front of him and scratched out a passageway to leave the Hong Yuan realm. Though he could have just grabbed the crowd out by the handful, that would have been more or less rude. After all, he's a civilized man. Hong Yuan then also looked at Dawn and Ping Pong. You all come as well. This sermon will be a good thing for you as well. After saying that, he looked at Yang Mei and the others and spoke with a smile. Gentlemen, let's go. Yang Mei, Karma, and the others also smiled and nodded, then walked directly into the passageway with Hong Yuan. And when Cui Wei and Dawn and the others saw this, they also directly followed. Soon, Hong Yuan and the others had then appeared outside Mount Zhou. Hong Yuan pondered for a moment, and behind him also suddenly emerged a huge figure that looked as if it could support the heavens and the earth. And that body was hundreds of light years tall, magnificent to the core, straight through the clouds. In a flash, Hong Yuan also directly declared his aura of the fourth heaven of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. That majestic like a god mountain general heavy, ancient and grand, as if raising their hands and feet, can make the entire flooded sky collapse, the sun and the moon, 10,000 stars fall like. Under this aura, it was as if all beings were ants. Even Yang Mei and the other group of mixed golden immortals were not even 1/10,000th of his. Although Hong Yuan intentionally controlled this terrifying aura so that it wouldn't directly affect the countless living beings around him, when the aura swept through, it still triggered a series of astonishing sights wherever it passed through. A monstrous gale whistled up and swept up countless flying sands and stones. A heavenly ancient tree kept swaying and cracking, even causing the flooded heavens and earth to tremble violently, as countless heaven and earth auras shook and rumbled. Feel the trembling of the flooded space. Hong Yuan also instantly rolled his eyes and directly transmitted a message to the heavenly Tao. Great nephew, don't help me pretend that I'm not so weak when I've laid down a big formation that I know well myself. Although he was strong nowadays, after arranging the 4 directions God Protector formation, it was impossible to think that he could make the entire floodplain tremble with just his own breath. Unless he pulled out those Chaos Supreme treasures perhaps. And as Hong Yuan opened his mouth, the turmoil between the flood world heaven and earth had obviously decreased a lot even though it was still continuing. Countless living beings looked with shocked faces at the magnificent figure that stood not far away between heaven and earth. He couldn't help but fall to his knees, and even his Yuan Shin and body trembled for it. Dawn and Ping Pong also looked at their master and senior with shocked faces. Unable to stop himself, he muttered, "Is this the true strength of Master, Srila Prabhupada?" Immediately, only to see the figure behind Hong Yuan stood between heaven and earth, mouth spitting golden lotus, voice like a thunderstorm boom, this father in Yang Mei, Luo Shu, the 5 elements, Qian Kuan. Hongjun crowd will be 100 yuan after the meeting with the Zhou Mountain sermon. You have a destiny to come to listen to all. As Hong Yuan opened his mouth, the entire sky was completely shrouded by an incomparably thick layer of purple chi in an instant. That purple gas was like rolling smoke, covering the sky, coloring the originally blue sky into a mysterious and deep purple ocean. In a flash, a golden lotus rose from the flooded earth. Along with the rising of the golden lotus, strands of mysterious and unfathomable Tao patterns fell from the sky like meteors, showering down in a flurry. These Tao patterns contained endless Tao laws and mysteries of heaven and earth, and when they touched the ground, it was like a sweet rainfall that blessed the entire vast and boundless earth and beings, and his voice became as loud as a bell and shocking under the heavenly Tao's enhancement. That voice was like the sound of the great Tao, wrapped in a golden lotus, quickly spreading to every corner of the flood world, clearly reaching the ears of all living beings. Countless living beings' faces were first stunned when they heard this news, but in just a moment, their expressions changed from shock to ecstasy. Especially those living beings who lived in the vicinity of Zhou Mountain were laughing so hard that their mouths were almost grinning up to their ears. Chad takes a look and even sees the stomach pouches of a bunch of beings. They couldn't be happier at this point, because they're right near Zhou Mountain. It's far more convenient than those beings who traveled a long way. Ah, when Hong Yuan's words had just fallen, he didn't hesitate to extend a palm and gently wave it. In an instant, a suspended dojo was created out of thin air by Hong Yuan, and it landed in the middle of the mountainside of Mount Zhou. With that, Hong Yuan wasn't satisfied yet either, only to see his fingers flick. Countless rays of spiritual light instantly landed on top of this dojo, and all of a sudden, thousands of Rui Xia rose out of the sky. An inscription brand appeared in the dojo, and a mountain peak with a spiritual plant rose up from the ground. Only after doing this did Hong Yuan nodded in satisfaction, and then he also put away the divine ability behind himself. Immediately, he looked at the Yang Mei crowd with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoists, please. Chapter 69 Goodness. Why are these 2 clans so strong? And on the shores of the East China Sea, Ancestral Dragon was sitting deep in the Dragon Palace to cultivate. But when he heard that one voice from Hong Yuan, in an instant, Ancestral Dragon's originally tightly closed eyes snapped open and subconsciously stood up. At this moment, his majestic face was flooded with an incomparable surge of joy, and in the next second, 3 figures broke into the Ancestral Dragon's place of cultivation like the wind. These 3 were none other than Candle Dragon, Green Dragon and Ying Long. Their expressions were equally filled with excitement and thrill, so much so that even their breathing became rapid. As soon as they entered the cave, the 3 of them couldn't wait to shout loudly in unison with excitement. Big brother, don't cultivate. His Holiness the Taoist is going to open the altar to preach. Ancestral Dragon looked at his 3 brothers and also nodded heavily. I have been informed. Notify my Dragon Clan that as long as they are members of my Dragon Clan, they must attend this sermon of the Tao Father. We must hurry and get moving to give the Tao Father a good impression. Yes, big brother. Hearing this, Candle Dragon, Green Dragon and Ying Long also respectfully promised. Before the words left their mouths, they were like arrows leaving the string as they quickly turned around and left, each exercising their divine abilities to convey the orders of the Ancestral Dragon as quickly as possible, informing the clansmen to prepare for their departure to attend the Tao Father's sermon. And after the Candle Dragon trio left, Ancestral Dragon still couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. Before, he had long wanted to pay a visit to the Taoist priest, but he had no way to do so. Now it's good to finally get a chance, but at the same time, he was also thinking about whether he should give some gifts to Dao Zun. Even though His Holiness didn't need these things for himself, wouldn't it be awkward if someone else gave them away and he, the Dragon Clan, didn't? So after hesitating for a moment, the ancestral dragon also commanded towards the people underneath. Inform my brother Ringlong to pack up all the treasures of my dragon clan over the years. I'm going to send them to Daozun. The people at the bottom froze when they heard the ancestral dragon's words. Old ancestor, will this? You should know that their dragon clan is the overlord of the East China Sea, and its range can be said to be wide and boundless, and the treasures that have been gathered over the years are more than 100,000. What dragon, even from top to bottom, doesn't like to collect treasures? When this was added up, it could be called the richest ethnic group in the floodplains. But now, it was to send all the treasures to Daozun. Would this be a bit too much? But before he could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by the ancestral dragon. Shut up, the treasure can be found again, but the opportunity may only be this time. Don't talk too much, hurry down and inform. It was only when he heard this that the man answered. And in the immortal Fire Mountain and the Qilin ancestral land, Yuanfeng in the beginning Qilin also heard Hong Yuan's words. I know there will definitely be people who will be stubborn with me. Beginning Qilin's clan land is in Qilin Cliff. That's what beginning Qilin was transformed into after its death. In a flash, Yuanfeng and the beginning Qilin were also instantly delighted and fiercely stood up directly. Then, without saying a word, he gave the order directly. Inform our clan that the Daofather is giving a sermon and that all of our clan members must go. Anyone who dares to be absent will no longer be a member of our clan. But coincidentally, after hesitating for a while, the two of them also made the same choice as Ancestral Dragon. That would be to take the entire family fortune and give it to the Taoist priests. And apart from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, all the living beings in the entire flood wasteland began to act. One by one, they began to advance towards the flooded circumference of the mountain. There were even some existences among them whose cultivation was still shallow, and with their cultivation, I'm afraid that 100 yuan sessions wouldn't be able to reach Zhou Mountain at all. It was even highly likely that they would die at the hands of other beings halfway through. But even so, they went towards Zhou Mountain without any hesitation. In the middle of the dojo on the waist of Mount Zhou, Hong Yuan was in the palace in the dojo with Yang Mei and the others. The likes of Dawn, Ping Pong, and a group of children were spread out across the dojo, sitting in place, quietly waiting for the time to come. I don't know how much time has passed. Ancestral Dragon, Candle Dragon, Yinglong, Qinglong, several people carrying a crowd of clansmen. Crow flies directly to this place, but they did not blindly come directly to the middle of this dojo, but slowly landed at the foot of Zhou Mountain. Among them, the Ancestral Dragon and the Candle Dragon were both at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, while the Ying Dragon and the Green Dragon were slightly weaker, only at the late Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. On top of that, there were also several Dragon Clan members who were de Luo Jinxian. Their arrival caused the crowd of beings who were originally not far from Zhou Mountain to be startled. This dragon race is so strong. Don't look at the fact that some time has passed since the previous ferocious beast quantum revelation. But there is not a single person in this flood who can break through to the mixed golden immortal except for those few old ancestors. And with such strength, the dragon race can already be called the strongest group of communities in the flood. And not long past, Yuan Feng also finally came, only to see her in a red robe, wearing a phoenix crown on her head. Her aura was even better than before, and behind her, she was followed by a group of people from the Phoenix clan. The number of people is in the hundreds of thousands. The scene couldn't have been more shocking, and the arrival of the Phoenix clan made everyone on the field's hearts tighten. There was a flash of disbelief in his eyes. Although the leader, Yuan Feng, had also failed to break through to the mixed golden immortal and was still at the peak of the de Luo golden immortal, among the clansmen behind her, there was the aura of nearly 20 de Luo golden immortals. The majestic aura that these people gathered together to condense brought pressure to all the surrounding beings that could not be described in words. The strength of the Phoenix clan even made the ancestral dragon see it was not without a shock in his heart. How could this Phoenix clan have so many Dala golden immortals in existence? He had originally thought that after experiencing the last ferocious beast quantum sundering, their dragon clan's development over the years, even if it wouldn't be stronger than others, would never be weaker than any other clan. But to the ancestral dragon's surprise, the Phoenix clan was even much more powerful than their dragon clan. It was important to realize that there weren't many Daolord Golden Immortals who had survived the ferocious beast quantum revelation. Not to mention the great Luo Golden Immortals, even a Golden Immortal cultivation would be able to reign supreme in a place in the Floodlands. One could imagine just how rare Tai Golden Immortals, and even the Dala Golden Immortals above them, were. The powerful deterrent that each additional person brought to the rest of the community was beyond words. And such a person, the Phoenix clan surprisingly had a full 20 or so. It was even more than twice the size of his dragon clan. But the good thing is that the Phoenix tribe is not his dragon tribe's enemy. The immortal volcano from his East China Sea is also some distance, and even the two because of the same adherence to the birth of the chi, more or less can be counted as an acquaintance. Therefore, the power of the Phoenix clan brought him nothing more than shock and surprise. However, just as the ancestral dragon was pondering, the Qilin clan also arrived. Looking at the dragon and Phoenix tribes that had arrived long ago, the beginning Qilin just wanted to go up and greet them, but after sensing the strength of the dragon and Phoenix tribes, his body immediately shook, and his face became more than a little surprised. Boy, why are these two clans so strong? Chapter 70, A Taoist is really a Taoist. The beginning Kirin looked at the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. In his heart, he didn't know what to say, especially that Phoenix clan. It was far more than enough to hang on to their Qilin clan. There were surprisingly more than 20 great Luo golden immortals. As for his Kirin clan, there were only about 7 of them, not even close to the dragons. This also caused a trace of urgency to rise in the beginning Qilin's heart all of a sudden. After all, their Qilin clan and the Dragon and Phoenix clans both came out at the same time, and the same generation that upholds the Qi to come out of the world. If they were too much weaker, the face of their Qilin clan would not look too good. Thinking of this, the beginning Qilin also made up its mind that this time, it must completely embrace Daozuan's thigh. Otherwise, the situation of their clan would be too embarrassing. And there was also the ancestral dragon who thought like the beginning Qilin. As he looked at the strength of the Phoenix clan, he guessed in his heart that the Phoenix clan must have received a gift from the Tao Father, or else their strength would never have been so much stronger than their Dragon clan. Then, after pondering for a moment, he also made up his mind that he would definitely hug Dao Zun's thigh this time, even if they couldn't hold on, as long as they could break through to the mixed golden immortal themselves, then their Dragon clan would be solid as gold. And when the Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn tribes had all arrived and then tens of Yuanhui had passed, the rest of the tribes in the flood had arrived at Zhou Mountain one after another. Many of them were covered in wounds. The one hideous and horrible wound crisscrossed in shocking, blood gurgling out, with an indescribable wretchedness. However, at this moment, they had no time to care about their own injuries, and they couldn't even wait to feel sad for those dead kinsmen. They just looked at the heaven-like Zhou Mountain with tears in their eyes and muttered, "Finally caught up." These words of hardship and expectation seemed to inspire them for endless years. Only after these community leaders had managed to calm down a little from their excitement did they sense the presence of the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin tribe not far away, and when they saw the strength of the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin tribe, their hearts couldn't help but tremble and their pupils contracted violently. So many great Luo Jingxian powers. How come the strength of these 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Qilin hasn't weakened in the slightest? Why are you still like this? Thinking of this, they looked at those clansmen in their own groups again, always with the feeling that they were looking at crooked people. Even many of the strongest people in the communities were only at the golden immortal realm. Don't mention how shabby it is. Although the living beings among the 10,000 races had also recovered a bit over the years, but due to the fact that there were simply too many great powers that had fallen in the previous ferocious beast quantum revelation, this led to many clans losing the top pillar of their clans all of a sudden, thus causing the strength of their clans to drop drastically. As for the 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin, due to the fact that not many clansmen came out during the previous ferocious beast war, many of them were never born. Plus, none of the top pillars in the clans had fallen. At this instant, there was a hidden momentum to become the strongest force in the flood. But at this time, regardless of the strength of the 10,000 races, but none of them dared to put up a clamor, and none of them sat quietly in place, waiting quietly for the time to arrive for Hong Yuan's sermon. Ping Pong was also overwhelmed with emotion as he looked down in the dojo at the crowd of beings below him that he couldn't even see the head of. There was a time when he was a nobody among these billions of living beings, but now it was different, and he was actually able to look down on these people from above. Sometimes strength and roots don't matter. It's the luck that counts. He himself is just lucky to be where he is today. With luck, strength and roots and everything came, and as time passed, the time for the sermon that Hong Yuan had set before had finally arrived. In a flash, countless divine lights instantly blossomed in that dojo halfway up Mount Zhou. Taoist voices burst forth, and a roiling purple haze tilted down from the dojo, forming a wide avenue in the blink of an eye. And at that moment, Dawn's figure appeared in the eyes of the countless beings underneath. To his left and right were the duo of Cui Wei and Cold Crisp. The 3 of them swept their gazes like torches over the living beings underneath, and spoke softly, "The hour has come. By order of the Tao Father, all living beings who have a destiny can enter the dojo from this dojo, and the rest of those who do not have a destiny can also sit quietly in their original places." As soon as the 10,000 races heard this, they directly stood up without saying a word and headed towards the avenue that was made of the purple chi of heaven and earth. The scene was surprisingly a bit boisterous for a while. Everyone didn't dare to bet on whether there was a quota limit for the people with destiny that the Tao Father had mentioned. In case there is a limit to the number, Then won't they regret it for the rest of their lives if they are slow? The three dons on the dojo were not the slightest bit angered by the clamor of the beings underneath, but just watched it all with a cloud of lightness. It was as if they didn't care about the clamor of the living beings. And when the living beings underneath saw that the Dawn trio didn't show the slightest indication, they then put their hearts down and accelerated their speed. The fastest among the living beings underneath were the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin. They were also the most powerful of all the living beings, only to see them instantly transform into a rainbow light, landing on top of the Violet Chi Avenue in just the blink of an eye. The three of them glanced at each other, not even caring about the people of their own clans, and without saying a word, they directly advanced towards the dojo. But just as they took a step, they only felt their bodies sink. An irresistible greatness wrapped around the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin both, directly converting from a half-beast body into an innate Tao body image. It is also the image of the human race in the future. This also caused their faces to change slightly, and they were somewhat surprised as they looked at the purple Chi Avenue beneath their feet. The surprise of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin was also not hidden from the gaze of the Dawn trio above. When Dawn faced the surprise of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, she only smiled faintly and spoke. Master doesn't like your original gestures like that, so please forgive a few of your fellow Taoists. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin also came to a realization, but didn't place too much importance on Dawn's phrase of master, only taking it as if it was just a disciple taken in by one of the old ancestors. And the words spoken by the Dawn are afraid of being true. I'm afraid that there is also the intention of the Tao. After all, the image of the Tao has always been wandering in the image of the innate Tao body. Since there's an intention of the Tao Father, it's nothing. With that, he ignored the situation and continued to walk forward in a bored manner. Only Yuan Feng, who had originally transformed into the image of the human race, had not changed much this time. It was only after hearing the sentence that Dawn had just said about Master, that his pupils trembled slightly. After taking a deep look at Dawn, he continued his stride, and with every step taken by the three ancestral dragons, that pressure on their bodies grew by 1 point. But as the pressure increased, a light flashed up in their eyes. They actually felt a strand of Law Dao rhythm integrate into their own bodies, and still, this laws and Dao rhythm gradually increased along with the pressure it was under. They couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief after realizing this phenomenon. Dao Zun is really Dao Zun. A mere step of screening people could surprisingly involve countless laws and Dao rhythms. Chapter 71 Fellow Taoist doesn't need to say much. Violet Chow understands in her heart. After discovering this phenomenon, the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin no longer pursued extreme speed like before. It was just one step after another, landing solidly in front of him, constantly feeling the surrounding laws and Tao rhythms. The rest of the living beings also felt this power of the warp when they stepped onto the Violet Chi Avenue. In his heart, he also couldn't help but add a few more points of awe and admiration to Hong Yuan. They were also like the three ancestral dragons that had transformed into a human figure, and then step by step, they kept moving upwards along the purple Chi Avenue. As 100 years passed, the three ancestral dragons finally ascended into the middle of the dojo, but when they saw the scene in front of them, they froze, simply because in front of their eyes, a full 3,000 children stood, and everyone's cultivation level was at the great Luo Golden Immortal. The majestic aura that converged made the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin all feel a little creeped out, especially Yuan Feng. Her flawless face had even more of a stunned look on it. She had been to Hong Yuan's dojo before, but most of them at that time were merely Tai Golden Immortals. And what shocked her the most was not because of the cultivation of these children. Rather, she was surprised to feel that the roots of these children seemed to be no weaker than her own. It also made her all confused. She had been proud of her rooted feet, but now that pride and confidence was a blow to the head. This kind of large-scale, large-intensity means of upgrading the roots and feet, Yuan Feng had simply never heard of it before. So after holding her tongue, she could only mumble in her mind, Dao Zuan. That's awesome. Zi Qiao looked at Yuan Feng, and her face was also filled with more than a little joy, and she also slightly bowed towards Yuan Feng. Then he softly said towards Yuan Feng in a soft voice, Fellow Daoist Yuan Feng, it's been a long time. Looking at Zi Qiao in front of her, Yuan Feng also hurriedly returned her greeting. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Hey, you've seen all the light puts in this square. I'll take you to sit down. After Zi Qiao said that, she also looked at both Ancestral Dragon and beginning Qilin. You two fellow Taoists should have seen the 3,000 light puts in the square, right? You can pick one at will and sit down to wait. When the Ancestral Dragon and the beginning Qilin saw how well acquainted Zi Qiao was with Yuan Feng, they also subconsciously glanced at each other, and they could both see the look of shock in each other's eyes. But they didn't say much. They just looked at the several people in front of them in the dawn, and inquired in a kind and friendly whisper, I wonder which old ancestor's seat several of you are under. When Dawn sniffed, she didn't appear to be rejecting anyone, but only smiled lightly and responded, all of us are under the seat of the Taofather. On the side, Suiwei also gave face to Fu Shao, adding towards the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin. This is our senior brother, the only disciple under the Lord. At those words, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin also trembled lightly, their faces gradually becoming elated. How could they not have expected that the original children were all under the seat of the Taofather? Moreover, the Dawn in front of him was actually the only disciple of the Taofather. So he also hurriedly made a solemn salute towards Dawn. Greetings, fellow Taoist. It's our eyes that are clumsy. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would be a disciple under the seat of the Taofather. The two ancestral dragons then silently took out all the heavenly treasures they had brought with them. But when they saw the heavenly treasures that each other had taken out, their hearts were also tightened. After looking deeply at each other, the heart burst with emotion. As expected, they were right, and there were quite a few people who wanted to give Daozuan a good impression through this Daozuan sermon. Luckily, they hadn't been heartbroken about their treasures before and had brought all of their clan's treasures with them. Otherwise, I'm afraid that this time, it would seem a little less than respectful to the Taofather. The two of them then took out all the treasures before handing them to the Dawn in front of them in a very friendly and courteous manner. Fellow Taoist, these are some gifts that our dragon clan, Kirin clan, brought to His Holiness. I still hope that all of you will be able to pass them on to His Holiness for us, as a token of my dragon clan's, Kirin clan's, gratitude. Fellow Taoist, please also be sure to take. And after seeing these treasures, Dawn couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion in her heart. As expected, it was no different from what Master said, and the Dragon Clan and the beginning Qilin clan would definitely send some kind of neat and Greek gift. Then, without much hesitation, he directly waved his hand and collected all the heavenly treasures in front of him. The ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin who saw this scene, the half-sentence that had just popped out of their mouths directly paused. Obviously they also didn't expect that Dawn would directly put away all their things without saying anything. Thanks to them, they had been organizing a lot of words in their minds before, just so they could get Dawn to put them away. Now it's good. It's not even usable. Seeing that the two were embarrassed, Dawn also smiled and explained. Master had instructed Poverty Road before. If the Dragon and Kirin clans came out with heavenly treasures they would accept them in spite of themselves. So Poverty Road didn't dare to be ambiguous. The ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin lit up when they heard this. It turns out that His Holiness the Taoist already knew about it. So it's fine. Then he heard Dawn continue to speak. But Master said, just this once. There is no need to send again in the future. So as to save the other 10,000 tribes from thinking that his old man likes this kind of practice. The ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin immediately felt a sharp chill on their backs. Yes, they were so focused on giving gifts that they forgot about this practice of theirs. I am afraid that it will lead the rest of the 10,000 races to compete to imitate. I am afraid that in time it will dishonor the reputation of the Daozun. Thinking of this, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin also hurriedly made a deep bow towards the distant palace. It's our fault for not thinking things through. I hope your highness will forgive us. This salute. Both are extremely solemn and solemn. Head lowered almost directly to the ground. The attitude is not insincere. But what made the two men terrified was that they never heard Hong Yuan speak. It also made them not up and down, not daring to raise their heads at all. Well, in the end, it was a force they could hardly fight that slowly lifted them up. That's what made them breathe a long sigh of relief. The Yuan Feng, who was heading to the middle of the square with Zi Qiao, also found the right moment to take out all of her Phoenix clan's meat and Greek gifts. It was handed to Zi Qiao. When Zi Qiao saw this, she also immediately brightened up, so she directly put it all away without saying a word. Yuan Feng looked at Zi Qiao's clean maneuver and couldn't get the words out of his mouth. No, I haven't even said anything yet. Why did you put it all away? Aren't you going to ask me why I took out these babies? After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Feng still intended to remind fellow Daoist Zi Qiao, this is our Phoenix clan. But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Zi Qiao grinning. Fellow Daoist doesn't need to say much. Zi Qiao understands in her heart. Thank you very much. Yuan Feng's entire body was confused. Chapter 72 finally comes to life. Yuan Feng wanted to say something else, but Zi Qiao brought her to the location and then immediately set up a cloud to leave. And at this time, the likes of the Dragon clan's Candle Dragon as well as the Green Dragon, the Phoenix clan's Vermilion Bird and Green Luan, and the Kirin clan's Earth Kirin and Ink Kirin also came above the dojo. Seeing this, Yuan Feng then dispelled the idea of going to find Zi Qiao. Just in his heart, he said, I think the greatness of the Tao should be able to know my gift this time. Since I know, then my goal has been achieved. As for who took this latter gift, it doesn't matter. The only thing to do at the moment is to hurry up and take the top spot first. If you have the opportunity, you still have to make sure the clan can sit in the front row as much as possible. After thinking about it, Yuan Foam also spoke directly towards Vermilion Bird in Green Lawn. Come here quickly to occupy a seat. Sit down with me. The Vermilion Bird in the Green Lawn heard this and also flew towards Yuan Feng's side without saying a word. And when the ancestral dragon in the beginning Kirin saw that the Vermilion Bird in the Green Lawn and the Phoenix clan had already rushed over to the Lightput side, they also rushed towards the Whisker to open their mouths. Fellow Taoist, the Taoist sermon is about to come, so it might be better for us to catch up some other time, and we have to hurry over there. Upon hearing this, Dawn also laughed softly and said, there is no need to be courteous, make yourselves at home. Once the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin heard this, they also quickly made a slight bow towards the three of them. Whiskers, Su Weiwei, and Cold Crisp, and then turned around and flew towards those 3,000 Lightputs. On his way to fly he didn't forget to remind the clansmen in his clan who had just arrived in the dojo. Don't just stand there, little brother, grab a seat. And at the bottom of Zhou Mountain, there are still countless living beings. Seeing that many of the three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn have already ascended into the middle of the dojo, it's also more frantic. Desperately and frantically, he took a step forward, but before they could go too far, many of them who had already reached their limits had their bodies shaken violently, and before they could react they were directly bounced off by a soft but huge irresistible force. After these beings were bounced out, it took a while for them to react, somewhat dumbfounded as they looked at the purple Chi Avenue in front of them. With that, he gritted his teeth and once again intended to fly up, but this time, no matter what happened to them, they would never be able to return to the top of the purple Chi Avenue. Before even getting close, he was directly lifted out by a majestic force. That's when it finally dawned on them. It seemed that they and others no longer possessed the words of the Taoist who was on top of the dojo earlier, that all those who had the destiny could enter the dojo from this path. They thought at first that they were too weak, but then they realized that there were quite a few beings whose cultivation and roots were not as good as theirs, but they were not ejected. It also confused them all at once. What's going on here? One of them, as a tiny golden immortal, immediately revealed his real body. Hissed and opened his mouth to ask, dare to ask the upper Taoist, why we were driven away from here. I do not serve. This voice instantly confused all the living beings present. You're not a big brother. Are you so brave? This is the place where the Taoist priests preach. In the middle of the dojo, the screen ponchos suddenly lit up. Come alive. Finally come to life. This was his chance to prove himself to his lordship. He wants to tell the Lord that he, Ping Pong, is not a coward. It's still useful. But before he could get up, only to see that not far away, Ziqiao had already flown up, directly came to the head of that head of Tai Golden Immortal, and shouted in a deep voice, no fate is no fate. This is the place where my old master preaches. No noise. Ping Pong suddenly lost his heart and looked at Ziqiao with disbelief. Having your own job taken away from you? And at the foot of Zhou Mountain, that head of Tai Golden Immortal faced with Ziqiao's rebuke still not relenting, only to see it open its mouth in a torrential voice. We have worked so hard to come from the Northern Pole. The purpose is to listen to the voice of the Taoist priests. The matter is about our future. The little beast dares to ask seniors why we have no destiny. At those words, Ziqiao had some anger on her face, but she still composed herself and spoke slowly. Fate is fate. No fate is no fate. Things are God's will. You don't need to say much. That head of Tai Golden Immortal looked at the crowd of beings around him who were all bounced out, and inexplicably felt a little more at ease. After hesitating for a moment, he still continued to speak and asked, can't Senior give us an explanation? Hearing this, Ziqiao suddenly sank her face, only to see her slowly inhale a breath, and then directly opened her mouth and angrily shouted, get lost you mother don't force me to do it. Be careful, I'll whip you. That head of Tai Golden Immortal had wanted to say something else, but just open your mouth for a split second. He only felt a monstrous chill rise up in his body, only to see Ziqiao violently extend his right hand, which instantly transformed into a monstrous palm. Without saying a word, a slap went straight down. That monstrous mana of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal was instantly vented. Even if he didn't need to use the power of any magical treasures, it was simply not something that an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal could contend with. Boom! Only a loud bang was heard. In an instant, the body of that head of Tai Golden Immortal instantly split apart with a loud bang, and countless amounts of blood and flesh instantly splattered out in all directions. This scene came so quickly that it simply caused all the living beings present to freeze, staring daggers at the scene. However, Ziqiao didn't care about the eyes of the surrounding beings, and only murmured, it seems I'm best suited for hands-on work. It's too much of a pain in the ass to talk. After saying that, Ziqiao's gaze slowly swept towards the rest of the beings. If you all don't want to stay here, you can leave, but if you stay here, then you have to abide by the rules here. Do you understand? After saying these words, Ziqiao also turned her head and flew into the middle of the dojo. Although the pressure of Mount Zhou was thick and massive, even an unusual Tao Lord Golden Immortal would not be able to fly in the air near Mount Zhou. But that doesn't include the children, Purple Chow, because they have people above them. And those beings at the bottom breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing Ziqiao leave. Boy, this ant is so scary. Come up without saying a word and get someone killed. However, in their hearts, they did not feel the slightest bit of sadness over the fall of that Tai Golden Immortal just now. Just a mental note. The crowd of beings without a dojo then sat down on the ground and were no longer the least bit disgruntled. The scene was one of peace and quiet and harmony. Inside the palace and the dojo, Yang Mei and the other group of mixed golden immortals looked at that speech and behavior of Ziqiao just now. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to say. After a while, Yang Mei popped out. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan's child is really genuine. Hong Yuan, on the other hand, sipped the spirit tea in his hand unhurriedly after hearing this, his expression looking very indifferent. The children have their own way to go, so this honored one didn't have much jurisdiction over them, making you all laugh. Although his mouth was saying so, the aura of the fourth heaven of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal in Hong Yuan's body was slightly leaking out. Yang Mei and the other group of mixed golden immortals only felt a coldness in their backs and subconsciously sat up straight, hurriedly and repeatedly said, no matter, this is the heart of a bear child. Yes, we can all understand that. Chapter 73, The Poor Man, finally on vacation. Right after the ancestral dragon and the other powerful people had settled down, one after another, the rest of the beings from the 10,000 races also finally boarded the dojo one after another. These beings come in all shapes and sizes, and their cultivation levels are even more uneven, with the high ones having already reached the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, while the low ones are only at the true immortal realm, and appear quite small in front of the many strong ones. The purpose of the Purple Chi Avenue set up by Hong Yuan this time was not to screen beings purely on the basis of their cultivation or roots. In reality, it focused more on selecting those existences with slightly stronger chi and weaker grievances on them. Maybe add another one. The forms that are made are those that make Hong Yuan look like a more agreeable being. Therefore, beings who are able to step onto this dojo are actually not directly and necessarily connected to their own cultivation and roots. And after seeing one of the light puts in front of them, these beings were also instantly delighted in their hearts. Thus, these beings didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly searched for a light put each to sit down hastily. It didn't take long for the entire 3,000 light puts to be taken. However, some of the subsequent arrivals were not so lucky. As the seats were full, they had no choice but to stand in the middle of an empty field. These people looked at each other in dismay. They also did not know whether they and others would be driven down. After all, at the moment they were in a somewhat awkward situation because they did not have any extra light puts. Some people even had the idea of making a move to grab a seat in their hearts. But when they thought of the tragic death of the Tai Golden Immortal just now, the scene where he was hard slapped by Ziqiao was still in front of them, they couldn't help but feel afraid. After a short period of hesitation and weighing, in the end, no one dared to make a move easily. These beings that did not occupy the light put were extremely numerous, far exceeding the number of beings in the light put. There were a full 129,601 dollars. Seeing that the time had come, Hong Yuan also stood up directly. In an instant, a powerful aura belonging to the realm of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal spread out wildly in all directions with him at the center like a raging torrent. The range that this aura rippled through was extremely vast, surprisingly spanning countless light years and shaking the living beings in every corner. At the same time, the avenue of purple chi that was located in the sky above Mount Zhou also suddenly dissipated with a bang at this moment. With the disappearance of the purple chi avenue, the Zhou Mountain's mighty pressure that was originally blocked out by it could no longer be effectively blocked or weakened. In an instant, that lofty and majestic pressure instantly fell on countless living beings, so heavy that it was almost as if the dome of heaven was falling. Appalling. The people above them also had their faces changed so much that they had to choose to land directly underneath Zhou Mountain. A good portion of them remained long after they landed. They stared straight ahead at the dojo in the sky above them with wide eyes, strands of blood instantly covering their eyes, full of unwillingness and despair. Just a few steps away, they were able to step into their dream dojo, yet this seemingly insignificant distance had become an insurmountable moat, mercilessly isolating them from the dojo. But at this moment, they no longer had time to care about the sadness and loss deep inside. This was because their eyes were gradually drawn to a figure that appeared in the void. Only Hong Yuan's figure slowly appeared in the eyes of a crowd of living beings. That clearly did not move in the slightest, but it pulled everyone's gaze, no longer able to move away for a minute. His existence was as if he was the embodiment of the Tao, and the aura emanating from his body was like the bright stars in the vast universe, shining brightly and eternally indestructible. The place where he stood was like the core focus of the entire heaven and earth. and everything around him became eclipsed by his presence. Beside him were none other than Yang Mei, Luo Shu, and the others. Even Divine Reversal had split an extracorporeal body to rush over. Even at this time, their aura was also extremely grand and huge. But beside Hong Yuan, they always felt that some of them had fallen a few points. Hong Yuan condescendingly overlooking the densely packed countless living beings below. His calm as water face could not see the slightest fluctuation of emotions. Slowly opened his lips and said in a tone that seemed to be bland and uninteresting but contained endless majesty. This sermon of this honored one will last for one quantum of kalpa time. And if you and others have something to do in the middle of the sermon, you can leave at will without any concern. His voice was not loud, yet it was like a yellow bell, incomparably clear into the ears of every living being. And when the other beings heard this, their mouths opened wide and their faces were filled with disbelief. Immediately afterward, their faces gradually became hideous, and each of them smiled as if they wanted to eat someone. They originally thought that the Daozuan sermon certainly will not be too long, did not expect that there is a full amount of time, the whole 4 billion years. This kind of sky-high riches almost made them think they were dreaming. After Hong Yuan said these words, he turned his head slightly and swept his gaze over Yang Mei, Ingenuity, and the others in turn. Grinning, he opened his mouth. Why don't you all come first? Each of you can preach 7,000 yuan sessions, and I'll take care of the rest. He wasn't going to be stupid enough to talk for that long, so he might as well let Yang Mei and the others make up the hours and wait until it was really almost time for him to go up. Well, that's good. Young eyebrows. Law, cause and effect. At this moment, the faces of Yang Mei and the others were also extremely wonderful. They thought they and others were coming over to preach just for some time. I didn't realize it was so long. Moreover, Hong Yuan, what the do you mean? These mixed Yuan golden immortals of theirs plus the divine rebels of the mixed Yuan great Luo golden immortals. There are as many as 7 of them. It's only 50,000 yuan for one measure of the jihad. So it's 49,000 yuan for their sermons. You, Hong Yuan, preach $1,000 sermon? Is this your sermon or ours? His grandmother. At this time, when Hong Yuan saw the change in the faces of the crowd, he seemed to feel a little embarrassed in his heart as well. Then he pondered for a moment and also slowly looked at Divine Reversal, call up the poor Chi and a few others again. They've been doing this for so long. It's time to put down the vacation. And it's just the right time to use them now. When God Rebel heard this, his heart also plummeted with joy. Hastily, he agreed. He's dying to meet the poor guys, too. Immediately afterward, Divine Reversal did not hesitate any longer and hurriedly notified the poor Chi and the others who were in the heavenly outer heavens and were in the process of grinding out the chaotic Chi for the flood. And after the poor Chi, who was tirelessly doing his work at the moment, heard the call of his own big brother, his face suddenly became ecstatic. Myself and others can finally take some time off. One must know that for so many years, they, the ferocious beasts, had spent their entire days boosting the aura and accessing the scattered chaotic stars for the flood. There is a lot of merit dropping every day though, but this heaven beyond heaven was ultimately too monotonous and dead. Naturally, it's not as comfortable as in the flood, and this time, to be able to step into the flood world again was undoubtedly a dream come true for the poor man and the others, not to mention the fact that he and the others would be able to see Big Brother God Rebel. With that, poor Chi also commanded towards those ferocious beasts that only had the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal. Let them get back to work. As for poor Chi, he waved his hand and led a group of mixed golden immortals towards the flooded Zhou mountain with great vigor. Chapter 74, No one may enter without great luck and great fortune. And in the Zhou mountain, after hearing Hong Yuan's words that there were still people such as poor Chi, Yang Mei and the others were relieved. If we add the 5 mixed golden immortals left over from the fierce beast quantum revelation such as poor Chi, then the number of their sermons could have been 12. At best, it's only 4,000 or so meta meetings, which can be a lot less than the 7,000 meta meetings before. After thinking about this, Yang Mei and the others did not say anything more. Yang Mei leisurely swept his gaze over the densely packed multitude of living beings below, and couldn't help but gently shake his head before letting out a deep sigh. Slowly stepped forward as well. In that case, let's let old Dao Wu make a start. Having said that, Yang Mei also started preaching directly without saying anything. In a blink of an eye, Yang Mei's voice was like a loud bell, and like 9 heavenly metaphysical thunder resounding in the ears of countless living beings. The countless spatial laws transformed into the sky's Ruixia, as if transforming into a golden lotus that surrounded all the living beings inside, continuously nourishing all beings. Since Yang Mei was also aware of what Hong Yuan's purpose was for this sermon, therefore at the beginning, he did not tell too profound and difficult truths and laws. Rather, they took care of those beings with shallow cultivation, and the order of the sermon was from shallow to deep, and then from deeper to simpler. In and out. That's smooth. Listening to the crowd of beings that were mesmerized, sometimes pondering, sometimes scratching their ears. Even the ancestral dragon and other existences at the peak of the great Luo golden immortals were quite enlightened at this time, and Hong Yuan, in order to let the system know that he had actually participated in the sermon. Every now and then he also nodded his head in contemplation, pretending to listen intently. And every once in a while, there would always be countless living beings who would break through on the spot, and Yang Mei would purposely spare some time for these living beings, also in order to allow the rest of the people to better absorb and understand. The years passed and time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye, the deadline for the sermon that Yang Mei had preached had arrived. The entire 4,000 yuan Wei, 500 million years, almost didn't exhaust Yang Mei to death. He had never tried to preach for so long. With his cultivation level at the peak of the mixed golden immortal, surprisingly, he also felt some inexplicable fatigue in his mouth. It's extremely hard to imagine. After all, he was a peak mixed golden immortal. Another 1,000 years had passed, at which point Yang Mei's sermon time finally arrived. Yang Mei also couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally over. I'm afraid he doesn't know what to say if it doesn't end. And right after Yang Mei's sermon ended, the 10,000 race beings suddenly came to their senses and looked at Yang Mei somewhat dumbfounded. The heart is quite puzzled how Yang Mei Laozu does not continue to speak. It wasn't until a while later that he reacted to the end of old man Yang Mei's sermon. And just a moment after Yang Mei ended his sermon, above the originally clear and cloudless sky, the wind and clouds suddenly changed color, only to see a bright and dazzling mass of heavenly Tao merit appearing before everyone's eyes, quickly converging into a huge ball of light, emanating an endless mysterious aura and vastness of greatness. Undoubtedly, this mass of heavenly merit was heaven's commendation of Yang Mei's generous preaching for all living beings. In an instant, that mass of heavenly Tao merit began to be distributed automatically. 60% of the merit instantly fell into Yang Mei's body, 30% fell into Hong Yuan's body, and the only remaining 10% fell into the dojo here. Hong Yuan looked at another large chunk of his heavenly Tao merit. His heart was somewhat quite emotional. What's with the merits again? I don't even know what to use them for. It's too much. I can't even use it all. At this moment, the 5 elements, cause and effect, Hong Jun, as well as the divine reversal and a host of other powerhouses present all looked at each other in dismay, and from each other's eyes could clearly be seen the shock and delight that was difficult to conceal. They had never imagined that a mere sermon would be able to attract such a bountiful descent of heavenly Tao merit. You know, it's 1,000 times harder to get some merit on a normal day. The sermon some time to get so much merit? I'm going to tell him about the darkness of heaven and earth. The sun and moon are not shining, and so was the divine reversal. Although as the Western spirit in the 4 directions God protector formation, it was meritorious to maintain the flood, and quite a bit of merit fell every day, but he would never let go of any opportunity to gain merit either. Only then would he be able to repay the karma he owed from the last fierce beast quantum revelation more quickly. And the same was true for the poor man and the others who had already appeared in the Zhou mountain over the years. After all, no one is expected to have too little of this heavenly merit. Only Luo Shujiu, after seeing the heavenly Tao merit that fell on Yang Mei, and then looking at Hong Yuan, had some pondering in his heart. If the sermon would have descended in merit, would he have been able to continue preaching even after he returned? Even create a power and collect a host of beings? Just preach for him all day long. So will his merit skyrocket every day? Thinking of this, Luo even began to deduce it. It wasn't long before Luo suddenly had a bright light in his eyes. It's a good idea. And after Yang Mei's sermon ended, it was causal, 5 elements, and Qiankuan who came on one after another. Lastly, there was Hong Jun, Por Chi and the others. A great deal of heavenly merit always fell after each person's sermon, of which there was more or less. It all depends on the perception of the group of beings underneath. The more you listen to your sermon and realize it, the richer the heavenly merits will be. Of course, the one who gained the most from this was Hong Yuan, because no matter what happens to each person after his sermon, 2 to 3% of the merit will always fall within him. This feeling even gave Hong Yuan the slightest illusion that he was charging a venue fee. As the divine reversal sermon ended, Hong Yuan finally slowly stood up and once again appeared in the eyes of a crowd of beings. Looking at the cultivation of the living beings underneath, Hong Yuan also nodded with satisfaction. It could be said that all the living beings gained a lot from this sermon. There were even those who directly popped up from the true immortal realm all the way to the golden immortal realm, a span that could not be described as large. The entire living beings of the floodplains were elevated countless notches for this, especially the dragon, phoenix and unicorn tribes. These 3 tribes now have more than 10 times as many Dala golden immortals than before the sermon. Looking at the rest of the 10,000 races beings was a look of envy. Even Hong Yuan's 3,000 children along with Whisker and Ping Pang, after listening to the sermons of a group of old ancestors for so many years, their cultivation level had also increased quite a bit. However, Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, and Beginning Qilin were not very happy. It was true that they had gained a lot from listening to the sermons of a group of old ancestors, but they hadn't been able to make a breakthrough in this almost one quantum of time. Still at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it always felt like it was that close to being a mixed Golden Immortal, but it was that little bit that stopped them completely and utterly. Eventually, after seeing Hong Yuan, the three ancestral dragons couldn't help but open their mouths and inquire, "Dare I ask your holiness, how should we be able to break through to the mixed Golden Immortal?" Hong Yuan was not angry, and only glanced at the three lightly. "Those of the mixed Golden Immortals, those without great fortune and blessings may not enter." Chapter 75, Why don't you guys continue? A mixed Yuan Golden Immortal was not the same as a body-slaying paramount in the future. The threshold of a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal would indeed be quite a bit higher. However, this path is farther than the Jinshi Quasi-Saint created by Hongjun can go. Moreover, when comparing the two, in terms of combat power, it is also the mixed Golden Immortal that completely crushes the Corpse Chopper Quasi-Saint. However, the method of decapitating corpses for cultivation had an advantage. That is, it was simple to cultivate and fast to refine. Let's just say there are pros and cons to both. For those with strong roots and blessings, of course it is best to follow the path of the mixed Golden Immortal. However, for those beings whose roots as well as blessings were average, beheading a quasi-saint was also a good path. At least they don't have their roads temporarily disrupted. However, there was a prerequisite for the corpse beheading quasi-saint, and that was that the treasures that hosted the three corpses had to be of the same family and origin. Otherwise your path will only stop at the peak of the mixed Golden Immortal. And after saying that, Hong Yuan also looked at the three ancestral dragons. "With your blessings, the mixed Golden Immortal won't be long. No hurry, no hurry." After saying that, Hong Yuan also began his sermon. Only Hong Yuan could be seen standing high above the sky, his eyes as deep as an abyss, seemingly containing countless great paths, and it was as if it could see everything, so that people did not dare to look directly at it. I only saw him speak slowly. "The great Tao has no constant form, but only the constant of birth, and the constant of the self-nature and self-sentiment of all things. And the great Tao has no fixed form, but only the self-life of the living, and the self-death of the dead." The ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and Beginning Qilin also fell into deep thought when they heard this. When the Tao Father said that they wouldn't be mixed Golden Immortals for long, then naturally he wouldn't deceive them. But they were curious as to when they would break through. But before they could think clearly, they couldn't help but be drawn in by what Hong Yuan said. "There is no way not to say that is the way. There is no way not to think that is the way. Heavenly things flow angrily, personnel wrongly, if it is back also, screech and fight also, do not seem to be not also. The way is vast and unknowable. The mind is casual and uninhibited, and the things are iterative and unrighteous. Electricity escapes, sand flies. Sacred to know the mind and the object and the Tao is one. The three are combined into one. Not by one frame, not one harm 1 inch." The words that came out of Hong Yuan's mouth, every word seemed to contain endless mysteries and mysteries, shocking the minds of all living beings. Immediately afterward, these words actually transformed into a heavenly Tao rhythm, drifting away like layers of colorful clouds, quickly filling the entire Zhou mountain. For a time, the Ru'ei Xia was brilliant, the clouds were churning, and the Taoist rhythms and the aura between heaven and earth mingled with each other, forming a beautiful and strange scene. Another $2,000 would pass. Only then did Hong Yuan finally stop preaching. It was a far shorter time than Yang Mei and the others, and without waiting for the living beings to come to their senses, Hong Yuan directly waved his big hand, transferring all living beings through and through to the bottom of Zhou Mountain. And at that moment, the heavenly Tao merit also finally fell. The number was so great that it was even a few points more than the previous sermons of Yang Mei and the others. The surrounding group of mixed Golden Immortals who looked at that quantity also had fiery gazes. However, Hong Yuan was the only one who didn't even look at it, but just casually collected all the merits that came down from the heavenly Tao. Then, after a moment of contemplation, he separated a small portion and dropped it into this dojo. Previously, this dojo had already absorbed a lot of heavenly merits during Yang Mei and the other sermons, plus this one from Hong Yuan. It instantly made this dojo even more solemn, and a law inscription surfaced in the surroundings. It emitted a metaphysical and marvelous rhythm. It was enough to be called the topmost cave in the flood. Even the dojo of Yang Mei and the others was far inferior. However, Hong Yuan did not move this dojo away, but just thought about it and placed it here. When the time comes, after the 12 ancestral witches have emerged, let's give them this land. Save the whole pandemonium of Big Brother's Pancake Hall for the whole pandemonium. After all, when the kids grow up, you still need to share some real estate, and after doing so, Hong Yuan also looked at Yang Mei and the others with a light smile on his face. I'm thankful to you all for this sermon, or else I really can't pop out so many words. Youngblood and others. They knew that Daoist Hong Yuan was here to pull them together for the duration. Although they didn't know why Hong Yuan had purposely preached about the length of time of one quantum of kalpa, they didn't intend to ask much. After all, they had a lot to gain from this sermon. With the arrival of this heavenly merit, they'll break through soon enough. Immediately, Yang Mei and the others also arched their hands towards Hong Yuan and laughed softly. Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan is polite. This sermon is also quite rewarding for us. We still can't wait to speak some more time. So, Hong Yuan also stroked his chin when he heard this. Why don't this honorable man get those people back again and you guys go on? And it wasn't until 100 years had passed that a host of beings slowly awoke. Looking at the scene in front of them, the beings didn't understand what was happening for a moment. Why are they here? Aren't they listening to a sermon by His Holiness the Taoist? It wasn't until a long time had passed that the crowd of clueless beings realized, as if waking up from a dream, that the sermon had ended. Thinking of this, these beings, as if they had a telepathic connection, bowed down deeply in unison in the direction of the dojo and worshipped. Their movements were neatly organized as if they had been rehearsed countless times. In his mouth, he even recited, many thanks to the Tao Father, the Yang Mei Elder Ancestor, the Luo Shu Elder Ancestor, and the Causal Elder Ancestor. The voices were loud and clear. The thoughts and beliefs of the beings actually instantly rose up into the air at this moment, and surged straight towards where Hong Yuan and the other group of great powers were. Feeling this energy, Yang Mei and the others were also somewhat quite surprised. This is the power of faith? However, Hong Yuan and the others weren't going to accept this power. Although for ordinary cultivators, this power was able to enhance their chi and blessings. For Hong Yuan and the others, once they undertook it, they would also need to undertake this karma of all living beings, and it would even encroach on their own path of law process after more. Instead, it does more harm than good for them. However, in the future, after the God's sealing measure, there were quite a few people who walked this path. Then looking at this force of faith, Hong Yuan also directly integrated this force of faith into Zhou Shan without saying anything. Anyway, Zhou Mountain, as a divine mountain transformed by the spine of Big Brother, had accumulated quite a bit of faith over the years. It's not so bad. Even these powers of faith were beneficial to Zhou Shan. After all, Zhou Shan wasn't the eldest brother either, and it didn't have any effect on the eldest brother's awakening. Even because of the existence of these powers of faith, it in turn made Zhou Shan look like his divine might was getting a lot thicker. If Gong Gong were to come out now, he couldn't get high on a piece of mud even if it gave him a bump on the head. Hong Yuan was also curious if Gong Gong would still crash into Zhou Mountain in the future. Should he himself try bumping him on the head then? He wanted to see if the present-day Chaoqian would drop dirt first, or if the Kami head would blow up first. As for Yang Mei and the others, when they saw Hong Yuan doing so, they also incorporated the power of faith that was pouring towards them into Zhou Shan as Hong Yuan did. When Hong Yuan saw this, he didn't stop it, but only commanded towards Dawn. Dawn also appeared directly in front of the living beings after receiving Hong Yuan's command, and spoke in a deep voice towards a group of living beings. The Taoist honors have ordered that the sermon has ended. So leave. Don't stay here. Hearing the words from Dawn's mouth, the crowd of beings came to their senses. So without saying anything more, after just paying homage a few times again, they left the place in an extremely orderly manner and set off towards their own clan lands. Even though ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin had the intention to pay a visit to Hong Yuan, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any instructions from Hong Yuan. Then, after hesitating for a moment, they each returned to their own clan lands. Chapter 76. Luckily I was quick to hide. As for Yang Mei, Luo Shu and the others, after chatting with Hong Yuan for a few moments, they were also planning to leave. They had also had some epiphanies over the years, plus they still had quite a bit of heavenly Tao merit in their hands. They wanted to go back and see if they could break through the realm on this, and Hong Yuan didn't stay in the slightest, just letting Whiskers and a group of children go forward to see them off. And after God Rebel, Yang Mei, and the rest of the old ancestors left, Poor Chi and the others were also rushing directly towards the heavenly beyond. Now it's time to go to work. And when everyone has left, a figure reappeared in Zhou Shan's dojo. It was Law. As for Hong Yuan, he seems to have had a premonition and just sat on the immortal platform lifting the spirit tea in his hand towards Luo Shua, gesturing for Law to come over and sit down. Seeing this, Luo Shu's heart was also a bit slightly surprised. Then he directly sat down opposite Hong Yuan and curiously inquired, Hong Yuan, you know I'm coming back? Hong Yuan slightly pursed the spirit tea in his hand and glanced at Luo Shuji in disbelief. Sort of. Your Luo Shuji's temperament this father still has some understanding. Luo sniffed and was only silent for a moment. Thereupon, without any nonsense, He directly opened his mouth to indicate his intention. Hong Yuan, what do you think of this person Hong Jun? Not much. And what will you do if I strike at him? Hong Yuan laughed. What would this honored one do? This father will eat melon while watching the show. As for Luo, after hearing Hong Yuan's words, he immediately brightened up. That means Hong Yuan, you actually dislike that Hong Jun too? There is nothing to like or dislike. In the end, there is no grudge between Hong Jun and my father. It is just that my father is too lazy to get involved in your business. What are you going to do? My father doesn't care. As long as it does not affect the flood will do. Speaking of this, Hong Yuan paused and glanced at Luo Shua somewhat playfully. Actually, this honored one doesn't think you'll be able to solve Hong Jun right now. At those words, Luo's face was stunned, almost wanting to say, are you Hong Yuan sick? He, a late mixed golden immortal, couldn't solve Hong Jun, a mid-mixed golden immortal? But on second thought, Hong Yuan would never speak out of turn, but this also made Luo even more puzzled. After a moment of silence, he also slowly opened his mouth to ask, why? Hong Yuan didn't say anything, but instead smiled without saying anything and pointed toward Luo's long-drained teacup in front of him. When Luo saw this, his face darkened. But still, he didn't have the heart to fill Hong Yuan's tea. That's a good way to say it, isn't it? Hong Yuan nodded with satisfaction, and then also continued to explain without delay. In fact, this father has long known that you have a battle with Hong Jun, but now the time has not yet come. The heavenly Tao will not allow you to kill Hong Jun now. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try it too. Luo frowned when he heard this. The heart couldn't help but believe a few points. After all, Hong Yuan didn't have to lie to him. But in spite of that, Luo was going to try it first. It might be possible in case he got Hong Jun before the heavenly Tao intercepted him. Thinking that, Luo also directly stood up and turned around to leave. All that was left was I know. Looking at Luo's gradually distant back, Hong Yuan thought for a moment and also spoke towards Luo. Sometimes there are two sides to things, and winning is not always winning. Luo paused after hearing this. He was a little confused as to why Hong Yuan would say this sentence to him. It was just a few words in his mind, and after he had memorized them in his heart he continued to leave. And when Luo left the Zhou mountain, he didn't go straight back to his Sumeru mountain. Instead, he chased after Hong Jun in the direction he had left earlier. However, he had rushed for a long time and still had not detected Hong Jun's aura. So after thinking about it, Luo Shujiu also headed to Hong Jun's dojo, Hong Jun Cave, a location he still remembers. But when he got here he realized that, heck, Hong Jun had moved away? This also made Luo's jaw drop a bit and he began to ponder if his intentions had been leaked. So after thinking about it, Luo Shujiu started to work on deducing where Hong Jun was again. This deduction immediately threw him into confusion. And he couldn't deduce it? This old loach even has a treasure that can escape this old ancestor's deduction? Then hesitated for a moment. Luo Shujiu directly recruited the jade disc of creation fragment in his hand. With this treasure once again proceeded to deduce the place where Hong Jun is located. But no matter how he deduced it, he could never get it out. Not even a hint of it could be detected. This strange phenomenon instantly caused Luo to frown. It is important to know that the fragment of the jade disc of creation is merely broken though, but the complete jade disc of creation was a chaotic treasure. Not to mention that this object is still extremely compatible with the heavenly Tao. No matter whether it is used for enlightenment and cultivation or deduction, it is an excellent treasure. This fragment of the jade disc of creation in his hand was not able to recover the power of the original body though, but it was no worse than an innate supreme treasure. It even far surpassed the innate supreme treasure in some aspects, and with the help of such a thing, he could not even deduce where Hong Jun was. This also put Luo in deep thought. But suddenly, he looked at the jade disc of creation fragment in his hand. Suddenly his body shook violently. It's not possible that this old loach also has the rest of the jade disc of creation fragments in his hands, right? Luo couldn't help but mutter. He suddenly remembered that Hong Yuan had said earlier that he and Hong Jun had had a battle a long time ago. It can't be because of this jade disc of creation. Recalling the inexplicable mindset of his growing aversion to Hong Jun, as well as the occasional ability to detect Hong Jun's wariness of himself, Luo's heart finally came to a complete realization at this time. He finally realized why he felt that Hong Jun was getting more and more displeased. The reason for this was that they all had pieces of the jade disc of creation in their hands. Plus, he practiced the devil's way, while Hong Jun practiced the immortal way. The Tao that each of the two cultivated was a complete antithesis. It would be a lie not to be disgusted. And when Luo Shujiu realized, the heart for Hong Jun that killing intent cannot help but more flourishing. Old loach, looks like no one can save you this time. How can you, a tiny loach, be worthy of such a treasure? It's better to let this old ancestor carry it forward. After saying that, Luo Shuji also did not continue to stay, but directly rushed towards his Sumeru mountain. Since he couldn't find that old loach for the time being, he might as well raise his cultivation now. Then he would create a religion and collect merit and chi before saying anything. Right after Luo left, a pair of gazes hidden in the depths couldn't help but reveal a hint of celebration. Luckily he was quick to duck. Otherwise this is going to be bad. I'm afraid. Thinking of this, those eyes also slowly looked in the direction of Zhou Shan. A long sigh. Both born Hong Jun. Why born Hong Yuan ah? With his heart how could he not guess that the reason why Luo Shuo had this decisive intention was nothing more than the attitude given by Taoist Hong Yuan. But he guessed that with Taoist Hong Yuan's temperament he should also just indicate that he would not intervene. But even that made it somewhat quite difficult for Hong Jun. Alas, still seized the time to hurry up and break through. Otherwise, I can't stand up to Luo Shuju. After saying that, Hong Jun's figure also slowly left the place. Chapter 77 Ancestral Dragon's Breakthrough. The Ancestral Dragon. Yuan Feng. And beginning Qilin of the three tribes also began to digest the proceeds of this Zhou Mountain hearing after returning to their tribal lands. At the same time was thinking about how to break through to the mixed golden immortal. Ancestral Dragon sat on top of the immortal Pope, constantly recalling what Dao Zun had said to him earlier. He was certain that the method to break through to the mixed golden immortal was in the words spoken by Dao Zun. After all, he did give a gift. Candle Dragon and Ing Long and the others looked at Ancestral Dragon, who could never compose himself, and were also somewhat quite worried. Of course they knew why their big brother wanted to break through to the mixed golden immortal so quickly. Wasn't it just that the power of the Phoenix clan had somewhat irritated the Ancestral Dragon earlier? After hesitating for a moment, Xinglong also opened his mouth to comfort. Big brother, in fact, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Didn't the Tao Father say that with your blessings, it won't be long before you want to reach the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Maybe one day when the opportunity arrives, you'll also make a direct breakthrough. And upon hearing these words spoken by Qinglong, the Ancestral Dragon's body shook violently, muttering throughout his mouth, Fu Yuan, Fu Yuan. After saying that, he jerked his head up and looked at the green dragon with an excited expression. I am enlightened. I have realized ah. Ancestral Dragon suddenly laughed out loud, his gaze sweeping towards those in front of him. Do you all remember what the Tao Father said? That those of the mixed golden immortals may not enter unless they have great fortune and blessings? Yeah. Then the Ancestral Dragon continued to laugh. But the Tao Father has said that with my blessings it should be enough. So what is missing now? Isn't it Qi luck? Wasn't it for the sake of Qi that the Beast Emperor Divine Reverence chose to wage war against the 10,000 races back then? Hearing Ancestral Dragon's words, Candle Dragon and the others stuttered and swallowed with some difficulty. Big brother, but the Divine Rebellion in the beginning has triggered the ferocious beast quantum robbery ah. Hearing Candle Dragon's words, the Ancestral Dragon violently shook his head. That is not true. Our dragon race is different from those ferocious beasts that only know how to kill. We are born with the luck of the Qi. We are born overlords, different from those races of ferocious beasts that are disliked by heaven and earth. What's more, I didn't say that I want to dominate the flood. I just want to strengthen the Qi of my dragon tribe. Can this also trigger a quantitative calamity? Do you think that the quantum revenge of the flood is so easy to trigger? Speaking of this, the Ancestral Dragon also paused. As long as when we grow strong, we control the people underneath us, so that they can benefit the flood, combing the major rivers and oceans. This is also a good thing for the flood. Ah, how can something happen? And this is what the Tao Father said. Could it be that his old man would deceive us? Hearing this, Candlewick and the others also brightened up. It seemed like Big Brother was right. They didn't say they wanted to dominate the flood either. Even combing the water veins for the various seas and oceans of the flood when they were growing. That was totally meritorious. With this thought in mind, Candlewick and the others did not try to persuade anything more. On the contrary, each of them looked at the Ancestral Dragon with great excitement. Big brother, we support you. You tell us, what should we do? When Ancestral Dragon saw that Candle Dragon and the others no longer refuted himself, a wisp of a smile appeared on his face. After pondering for a moment, he also commanded towards the Candle Dragon trio. I remember that there are quite a few remaining communities around our dragon tribe, right? You guys bring someone to visit them and see if you can collect all these communities in the name of our dragon tribe. Candlewick hesitated and asked tentatively, what if they don't agree? Then don't blame me for the dragons have no mercy. Of course, the proportion you grasp. Never create too much killing. I'm afraid that the Tao will be angry. After all, there are still a lot of these communities have also been to the Zhou Mountain. Listen to the Tao's sermon. When Candle Dragon heard this, he also nodded heavily. Alright big brother, I know. After saying that, Candle Dragon and Ing Long and the others directly retreated. After then combing through some of the nearby communities, Candle Dragon and Green Dragon also quickly selected their targets. Without much hesitation, Candle Dragon waved his hand and also set off directly with his clan. This time, They picked a not-so-large and not-so-small group of people. The Eastern Sea Turtle Clan. The strongest turtle clan ancestor in the clan was only at the Golden Immortal Realm before. Now after experiencing Hong Yuan's sermon he was only at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Just in time to take them as the first target. Candle Dragon and Green Dragon brought tens of thousands of their clansmen before the Eastern Sea Turtle Clan's land. Just as he arrived here, Candlewick's late-stage Dala Golden Immortal pressure instantly gushed out. In a blink of an eye, countless seawater tumbled rapidly backwards from beside Candle Dragon, accompanied by countless huge waves that instantly enveloped the entire Turtle Clan's land. For a moment, the crowd of the Turtle Clan was instantly bewildered by this terrifying aura. Eyes somewhat dumbfounded, he looked at the crowd of dragons above his clan's land. In the depths of the Turtle Clan, the leader of the Turtle Clan also suddenly changed his face after feeling this terrifying might. Rushing out of the Turtle Clan, upon seeing the Candle Dragon and Green Dragon at the head of the group, the Turtle Clan leader's heart also tightened violently. He hurriedly bowed and saluted towards the two. I didn't know that Elder Candle Dragon and Elder Green Dragon had arrived. It is my Eastern Sea Turtle Clan that has failed in their etiquette. I don't know what orders the two seniors have come to seek out our little turtle today. As long as my Turtle Clan is able to do so, my Turtle Clan will surely do its best to help. Candle Dragon let out a light laugh and directly stated his intentions. It's actually quite simple. I want your Turtle Clan to submit to my Dragon Clan. I don't know what you old turtle intends to do. Between the words, it was very straightforward, and even vaguely revealed an air of threat. It had the feeling that if you don't promise me, I'll do it. When the leader of the Turtle Clan heard this, his face also turned white with fear, and he subconsciously looked at his own clan. Then he glanced at the Dragon Clan in front of him, led by Candle Dragon, several Dala Golden Immortals as well as a great number of Tai Golden Immortals behind him. He knew that the Dragon Clan in front of him was not something that they, the Turtle Clan, could resist. It was even said that there was no power in the entire East Sea that could resist the Dragon Clan in front of them. They didn't have a choice. For a bunch of clansmen, without much hesitation, the leader of the turtle race directly bowed respectfully towards Candle Dragon. My Turtle Clan is willing to submit to the Dragon Clan. I also hope that you can let my Turtle Clan off the hook. Candlewick was also a bit surprised when he heard this. He didn't think it would be that easy either. Then they laughed loudly. You, this old turtle is a bit of sense. Why not also in our dragon tribe as a housekeeper to deal with chores? As for the rest of your turtle tribe, you can rest assured, as the first race to submit to our dragon tribe will naturally not do anything to you. And even then our dragon tribe will reward you with some treasures. As for why not reward now? The main thing is that the Dragon Clan can't take out any treasures now. The treasures accumulated before were all sent to Daozun. Right now they might not even be as rich as the East Sea Turtle Clan in front of them. But the turtles don't know that. The leader of the Turtle Clan also let out a long sigh of relief when he heard what Candle Dragon said, and the tense look on his face instantly turned into joy, and he also hastened to agree. Thank you, old Candle Dragon. The old turtle is willing, with the leader of the Turtle Clan having made up his mind to submit to obedience. That chi that originally belonged to the Eastern Sea Turtle Clan was instantly swallowed up by the Dragon Clan's chi. In a blink of an eye, the Dragon race's chi began to instantly soar. Originally, the Dragon Clan's chi had arrived at an extreme point, and at this moment of subjugating the Turtle Clan it finally produced a qualitative change, as if it had broken through some barrier. At this moment in time the foot doubled several times as much. Soon, as the Dragon Clan's chi grew, the power to feed back finally came. The ancestral dragon still in the Dragon Palace was also instantly overjoyed in his heart when he felt this power surging towards him. He hadn't guessed wrong. With the energy that feeds back from the great rise in chi, ancestral dragon's realm that had been stuck for a long time was also finally taking its last step. In a blink of an eye, only an aura of a mixed golden immortal was instantly declared from the ancestral dragon's body. Chapter 78, Crazy, all crazy. In that very moment, it was as if time had frozen. Ancestral Dragon's aura climbed directly to the early stage of the mixed golden immortal realm at a jaw-dropping speed. However, this was far from over. The powerful aura emanating from the ancestral dragon was still climbing, until it was only a step away from the mid-stage of the mixed golden immortal before it managed to stop. That terrifying pressure instantly lifted up countless seawater, bursting out from the Dragon Palace and instantly sweeping in all directions. Wherever it passed, the seawater violently tossed and turned up countless waves as high as tens of millions of feet. It caused the entire East Sea to tremble continuously, but the ancestral dragon's momentum did not stop, and even coalesced into a heavenly divine pillar, with a destructive momentum, violently broke through the surface of the East China Sea, instantly like a monstrous divine pillar extending for countless miles, plunging into the clouds. At the same time, not only did the ancestral dragon himself increase his strength greatly, Even the other people of the Dragon Clan clearly felt this majestic force of feedback. They were first stunned, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on their faces, and without hesitation, they sat down on their knees on the spot and began to absorb this feeding power from the Chi Fortune with all their might. Even the Eastern Sea Turtle Clan, which had just joined the Dragon Clan not long ago, had the honor of getting a piece of the pie at the moment. Although it wasn't as good as those pure-blooded dragons who broke through in situ, it still benefited them greatly, saving them endless years of cultivation. And in the Qilin ancestral land, the beginning Qilin also suddenly changed its face abruptly, and its heart even set off a huge wave. A horrified face looked in the direction of the East Sea. Unbelievably, he muttered and whispered, "The ancestral dragon has actually broken through? How is this possible? How can he be so fast?" And Yuan Feng in the immortal volcano was also furrowing her eyebrows at the moment, her gaze gazing intently at the direction of the East Sea. The terrifying aura triggered by the ancestral dragon's breakthrough naturally could not be hidden from her. She stood there quietly, lost in thought, but the emotions in her mind never calmed down. From the time of her birth, she met the Taoist priest by chance, and even listened to his sermons for several sessions. At that time, she could be said to have left the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin far behind. She was also confident that after the ferocious beast quantum revelation, she would inevitably be the first to successfully break through to the mixed golden immortal behind Yang Mei and the rest of the group of old ancestors. And now, she had been surpassed by the ancestral dragon, reaching the mixed golden immortal one step ahead of her? Isn't this saying that she, Yuan Feng, is inferior to ancestral dragon? Wouldn't such a her fail the teachings of the Tao Father? Thinking of this, Yuan Feng gritted his teeth a little. Some rather hated their own incompetence. Thinking of this, Yuan Feng could no longer hold back the thoughts in his mind, so he began to deduce what exactly it was that the ancestral dragon had refined so quickly. This deduction was really deduced by Yuan Feng. It was just that Yuan Feng instantly became stunned when he saw what he had deduced. Some even couldn't help but lose their voice and exclaimed, "Ancestral dragon is going the way of the Beast Emperor's divine reversal? Isn't he afraid of causing another flood quantum revenge?" However, just a moment later, Yuan Feng seemed to have suddenly realized something, and his original stunned expression gradually regained its calmness. She calmly pondered the true intentions behind Zulan's move, and soon gained insight into everything. Ancestral dragon, he wasn't trying to follow the path of divine rebellion, but was just simply thinking about growing his chi. It's just a matter of breaking through to the mixed golden immortal by virtue of that luck. After all, no one said that growing one's own community was about dominating the flood. Thinking of this, Yuan Feng also had a hint of other thoughts. The phoenixes were born with the blessings of heaven, the spirit of the earth, the 5 voices, and the 9 virtues, but what about the other birds of prey? No, the Feng clan can completely collect these birds of prey. Collect chi luck at the same time can also be domesticated to teach all the birds of prey. That's a meritorious thing to do. It seems like it's not a bad thing for them, the Phoenix clan, to learn from the Dragon clan in general to collect other clans in order to grow their chi? Instead, it's a good thing? After clearing her thoughts, Yuan Feng's stunningly beautiful face flashed with a flash of determination, and without hesitation, she waved her sleeve, and a brilliant light instantly penetrated through the layers of space and sped off into the distance. This light was like a meteor crossing the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived at the place where the vermilion bird, the golden phoenix, and the green swan were. It wasn't long before 3 figures cut through the air and appeared in front of Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng's beautiful eyes gazed at the arriving vermilion bird, golden phoenix, and green swan, and without half a word of pleasantries, she opened the door and said, "You guys have also noticed the changes in the Dragon clan, right?" As soon as the words fell, Vermilion Bird and the others nodded their heads, their faces still carrying a trace of shock that hadn't dissipated. In fact, they didn't expect that the Dragon clan would even give birth to a mixed golden immortal before their Phoenix clan. You should know that at the time, Dao Zun was the most precious treasure of their clan. The sycamore tree was forcefully upgraded by several grades. It was also by virtue of this that they, the Phoenix clan, were able to give birth to a number of great Luo golden immortals that far exceeded those of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan. It was because their roots could be a lot stronger than the Dragon and Qilin clans, but even so, they were still inferior to the dragons. It also made them all hold a fire in their hearts. At the same time, there was some considerable chagrin and remorse in his heart. It's even a little disturbing. Dao Zun wouldn't think that their Phoenix clan couldn't do it, right? Yuan Feng could naturally detect the thoughts in the hearts of the crowd, so he spoke up and said, "I have just deduced a bit. Do you guys know what kind of method that Dragon clan used?" Vermilion Bird and the others shook their heads at once. "This, we have not yet had time to explore." Then between them Yuan Feng continued, "There's no need to probe. You guys want to think about why the Divine Rebellion made the Fierce Beast clan the overlord of the Flood World in the first place? Jean Fong couldn't hold down her temperament and blurted out without thinking. Of course it's for the sake of Chi Luck. Who doesn't know this? However, just halfway through his words, his voice gradually became lower and lower, until finally it was barely audible. The expression on his face at this moment also became incredibly ugly at this moment. In the next second, only the Golden Phoenix instantly broke into a curse as if it was a thunderous explosion. Is he dragon race crazy? Really, just for the sake of breaking through the realm he doesn't care about anything, right? Doesn't he know what happened at the time of the ferocious beast quantum revelation? Listening to what came out of the Golden Phoenix's mouth, the faces of the Green Luan and Vermilion Bird were also extremely grave. The tragic situation of the initial battle of the ferocious beast quantum of war was still fresh in his mind. Until now it has given them heart palpitations. Even they had come close to dying in this quantum leap several times before. Even at the back, their spiritual light dimmed, and they almost looked like they were going to die. If it wasn't for the fact that His Holiness the Tao finally took pity on all living beings and stepped in to stop the ferocious beast quantum leap, I'm afraid that this ferocious beast quantum sundering will continue for an unknown number of years more. If that's the case, I'm afraid they don't stand a chance now. However, the dragon race even wanted to take the path of the previous divine rebellion to dominate the flood. What is this, not madness? At those words Yuan Feng was actually a bit silent for a while, and sensing Yuan Feng's abnormality, the Golden Phoenix, Vermilion Bird, and Green Luan's bodies immediately shook. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Yuan Feng. You don't want to go down that road, do you? Yuan Feng sighed softly and nodded heavily. At that instant, Jean Feng and the others' minds went blank. It's crazy. It's all ing crazy. Ha ha ha, it's all ing crazy. Jean Feng and the others opened their mouths, eager to say something, but they were never able to utter a word in half a day. Chapter 79 Yuan Feng breaks through. Seeing this, Yuan Feng could only inform the crowd of what he had guessed, and when the crowd had finished listening to Yuan Feng's explanation, only then did it dawn on him, and that taut mind loosened up a little. Fortunately, Yuan Feng wasn't trying to dominate the flood. It's just a way to grow the Phoenix clan. If it was really like Yuan Feng said, even their Phoenix clan would be able to obtain some heavenly Tao merits. Maybe it could also make the Tao Father look the other way. Thinking of this, they no longer had the slightest hesitation, but instead looked firmly at Yuan Feng. Sister, old ancestor, we support you. Yuan Feng sniffed and was also slightly relieved. With that, he also ordered to command up Vermilion Bird and the others. Let them bring some men and horses to recruit a bunch of flying birds around the immortal volcano. Upon hearing this, Vermilion Bird and the others naturally would not object and also nodded heavily before turning to leave. Yuan Feng watched the departure of Vermilion Bird and the others, and after some thought, she still added a sentence. Try to recruit those with less evil sinful chi, and if possible, remember not to kill too much. Yes, soon, the Vermilion Bird directly picked a clan not far from the immortal volcano. With the Golden Phoenix and the Green Luan took a bunch of clansmen with them, a huge piece, and set off. Ghost Car family, also known as a Nini. This Ghost Car clan also belonged to the Demon clan later in the quantum jump of Witch and Demon, and became the right-hand man of the Demon Emperor June. And since the Ghost Car clan is within the same range of the immortal volcano, this group is also like the Phoenix tribe, born with a liking for fire. So at first glance, and the Phoenix tribe have a few similarities. This was why Vermilion Bird and the others chose to subjugate this group first. Nothing else, it looks good. The strength is not bad either. As for the leader of the Ghost Cart clan, after experiencing Hong Yuan's sermon, he had already broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. So before the Phoenix clan even arrived they had already sensed the vast Phoenix aura that was coming towards their clan. While the leader of the Ghost Caravan was puzzled, he also hurriedly transformed into his human form and went out to greet him. I didn't know that the Feng Huang clan's fellow Taoists were visiting, so please forgive me. And right after the Ghost Car leader said that, in the next second, the Phoenix clan, led by the Vermilion Bird, also appeared in the eyes of the Ghost Cart clan in a ghostly heck. Vermilion Bird didn't open his mouth for a moment as he listened to the words of the Ghost Caravan leader, but instead sized up the Ghost Caravan leader in front of him. Well, early Dala Golden Immortal, Moderate, not bad when placed in the floodplains, qualified to join my Phoenix clan. The leader of the Ghost Car clan was also a bit puzzled for a moment when he sensed Vermilion Bird's measuring gaze. The heart was more than a little nervous. After hesitating for a moment, the Ghost Car leader still asked in a small voice, I don't know if there's anything that my Ghost Car clan can do to help you all come here? Vermilion Bird smiled at his words. Right, there's something I need your Ghost Car clan's help with. Hearing this, the Ghost Caravan leader sighed in relief. Just helping out. Ah, that's good. He thought the Phoenix clan was here to him today. So the Ghost Car leader spoke up in a hurry. Fellow Daoist, please. Vermilion Bird smiled faintly. I want your Ghost Car clan to submit to my Phoenix clan from today." At these words, the Ghost Caravan leader's face froze. Even the air around them froze. Dead silence. It was only after a long time that the leader of the Ghost Caravan popped out of his mouth with an incomparably cold voice. "What if we don't want to?" Golden Phoenix snorted. "Unwilling? Then I will fight until you are willing." After saying that, Jean Feng's late-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal Aura instantly roared out and directly pressed towards the Ghost Cart leader. The Ghost Caravan leader's face was also green and white as he felt the majestic pressure. "Do you Phoenixes have to bully others with your power? Aren't you afraid that his elder, the Tao Father, will blame you? After all, I was one of the 3,000 light put before." Jin Feng instantly turned pale and said in a chilling voice, "Don't use his elderliness the Taoist Venerable as a pressure on me. What kind of a thing are you that you deserve to bring up his elderliness the Taoist Venerable? Our Phoenix clan to recruit you, is to see in your cultivation is not easy. Give you some chance just, I did not expect you to be so ungrateful." Then I have nothing to say. Under the hand to see the real chapter. If you win against me, I'll be the one to release your Ghost Car clan. If you lose, you'll be on your own. After saying that, the stern color in Jin Feng's eyes suddenly appeared, and without saying anything, he directly moved his hand. In a flash, he could only see his hands strangling and chanting under his breath, followed by a flash of light, and a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the heart-saving nail, appeared in her hand. This saved the heart nail body flashes with mysterious light, long only 7 inches in 5 minutes, but the power it contains is extremely amazing. In the moment it appeared suddenly released a monstrous light, accompanied by boundless flames, as if to burn this world or burned out. In a split second will be transformed into a god of light straight to the Ghost Car leader. That terrifying might was like a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, causing the leader of the Ghost Car to shudder and his cold hairs to stand upright. So he also hastily offered up his own magic treasure. Greeted. It was a pity that the Ghost Chariot leader's magic treasure was merely a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and compared to Golden Phoenix's heart-saving nail, it was nothing compared to it. When the two pieces of magic treasure in mid-air collision of a moment, only to hear bang a loud sound, the Ghost Caravan leader's magic treasure was unexpectedly like a kite with broken strings, and was instantly flicked away. It all seemed to darken quite a bit, yet the Ghost Car leader was too late to be heartbroken. Just see that save the heart of the nail momentum still do not see attenuation. And even in the Golden Phoenix Dala Golden Immortal late-stage cultivation, the power does not reduce but increase. A few more points, more and more surging and surging up. With monstrous might, he continued to nail towards the Ghost Car leader. Seeing that the heart-saving nail was getting closer and closer, the Ghost Caravan leader's face turned deathly white, and bean-sized beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. If really nailed, I'm afraid that even if the Ghost Car leader has 9 heads, this time it is certain to die. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't. That heart-saving nail seemed to have fixed this heaven and earth. No matter where he ran, the next second he was still standing in the same place. Seeing that the heart-saving nail was approaching with a thunderous force, and was less than a centimeter away from his own brow, the leader of the Ghost Car's heart could not help but rise up a feeling of despair. My life is over. However, just in the nick of time, the heart-saving nail in Jin Feng's hand seemed to have been cast under a spell, and came to an abrupt end when it was only a millimeter away from the Ghost Car leader's brow. Only to see the Golden Phoenix slightly side-eyeing and casting a sidelong glance at the Ghost Caravan leader. She spoke slowly and unhurriedly. "Are you willing to submit? If you are willing to surrender, you may still be able to keep your life, otherwise, humph." Saying that, the heart-saving nail under his control moved forward a little more, almost about to be nailed in the center of the Ghost Car leader's eyebrow. The leader of the Ghost Caravan looked at the nearby heart-saving nail in horror. His throat rolled involuntarily, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He knew deep down that his life was on the line at the moment and he had no choice, not to mention the fact that there were a bunch of clan juniors behind him. After some intense inner struggles, the leader of the Ghost Car finally lowered that lofty head and answered in a trembling voice, "My Ghost Car clan is willing to submit." As the leader of the Ghost Caravan submitted, the chi that belonged to the Ghost Caravan clan also let out a wail. Immediately afterward, a phoenix silhouette appeared above the Ghost Cart clan's chi. Without saying a word, he directly devoured it in one bite. In an instant, Yuan Feng, who was in the immortal volcano, also sensed the change in the Phoenix clan's chi. Her originally calm, watery face instantly became radiant with surprise, and her eyes glittered with uncontrollable excitement. Boom! Chapter 80, The Devil Sect establishes. The Devil Ancestor appears. In just the blink of an eye, the Phoenix clan's chi directly soared by more than several times, and by virtue of the feedback brought about by this enhancement of chi, Yuan Feng had also directly broken through to the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, vaguely stronger than ancestral dragon by a hair. The aura of Yuan Feng's breakthrough also instantly rose up to the sky, causing the rest of the tribes to be startled in their hearts. Yuanfeng surprisingly broke through as well. The most shocked among them was still the beginning Qilin of the Qilin clan. He looked in the direction of the immortal volcano with a confused expression. Some of them are in a trance. First it was the ancestral dragon, then the Yuanfeng, and both of these two made breakthroughs one after another. But he hasn't found the opportunity yet. Hey, obviously the same innate companionship of the three tribes. How the hell are you guys so good? That makes him look useless. He started. Kirin hasn't gotten on the bus yet. Can't you slow down? And at this time, the rest of the Phoenix clan members also received the feedback power brought about by the elevated power of their own clan's chi. In a flash, one by one, the Phoenixes who were only a foot away from breaking through also began to break through. Even in numbers, far more prevalent than the dragons by a few points. And Zulong also sensed the changes in the Phoenix clan, but did not pay too much attention to it. Anyway, the immortal volcano is still far away from his East China Sea. No one can bother anyone. He just ordered Candle Dragon and the others to follow the original plan to collect the races of the east of the coastal sea and even the rest of the seas in an organized manner. And after some more time, the beginning Qilin was finally able to understand the reason for the breakthrough of the ancestral dragon and Yuanfeng. After thinking about it for a long time, it was also the same as the dragon race and the phoenix race that began to collect other races in order to grow their own chi. However, it was different from the scale clan that the dragon clan had recruited and the bird of prey clan that the phoenix clan had recruited. The Qilin clan, as the supreme clan of the floodlands and a collection of all types of beasts, this time collects the beast clan, and the beginning Qilin, with the addition of this power of chi, also broke through to the mixed golden immortal in this way. At this point, ancestral dragon, Yuanfeng, and beginning Qilin had all broken through to the mixed golden immortal, and all over the flood, there was a hint of contention and conflict. The three clans of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin with their countless clansmen had begun recruiting other clans. And due to the suppression of the ancestral dragon, Yuanfeng, and beginning Kirin, this time, although it was a bit strong, it didn't produce too much killing. Countless ethnic groups were forced by the pressure of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to willingly submit as well. It wasn't like they didn't want to go over to Yang Mei, Luo Shuwu, and a host of other old ancestors, or even Daozuns, to dispense justice. However, a group of mixed golden immortals led by Yang Mei, Luo Shuji, and Yingguo were also in closed-door cultivation because of the heavenly Tao merits gained from their previous sermons, and had not divided their minds to govern the idle affairs of this dragon, Phoenix, and unicorn tribes. Even at the Dao Father's place, there was no response, and under the premise that a bunch of old ancestors were closed and not coming out as well as Hong Yuan not caring, the dragon, Phoenix, and unicorn clan's fortunes could be said to be growing more and more. For a time, the entire flood wasteland unexpectedly had some tendencies of three divisions. The Scale clan, led by the Dragon clan, the Flying Bird clan led by the Phoenix clan. There is also the final clan of Walking Beasts led by the Kirin clan. These three forces were considered the strongest in the flood. Among them, the Phoenix clan had more momentum, and the number of great Luo golden immortals in the clan far exceeded that of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan. But between the three clans, there were some occasional skirmishes, but not much. The relationship between the three clans' executives was also quite cordial, and there were no conflicts. And Luo, who had long since returned to his Mount Sumeru. Finally, on this day, it was also a complete breakthrough to the peak of the mixed golden immortal. And on this day, Mount Sumeru had also gathered a whole dozen of great Luo golden immortals. Their gazes sizzled as they looked toward the palace belonging to Luo Shuo, their eyes filled with adoration and respect. And in the next second, Luo's figure spiraled into view. Looking at the group of De Luo Jingxians in front of him, Luo Shu also smiled brightly at this moment. Then, he slowly raised his head, his gaze seeming to pass through billions of light years that way, and locked eyes with that heavenly Tao. Just see Luo Shuju expression gradually become solemn up, spoke in a deep voice, Heaven, I Luo Shuju look at all living beings are suffering, seek the road without a chance. Specially today set up the devil one road, to teach the 10,000 living beings, choose Sumeru mountain as the field, set 12 pints of extinction black lotus used to suppress the chi, the number of devil religion, I also for the devil ancestor. And as soon as Luo's words fell, he only saw the sudden change of wind and clouds above the void. A grandiose voice that was like the condensation of all spiritual light resounded through the heavens and earth. Quasi. The moment this magnificent voice rang out, countless strands of radiant and dazzling heavenly Tao merits poured down from the 9 heavens like golden raindrops. 50% of that heavenly Tao merit was like a raging torrent, surging straight into Luo Shuji's body. At the same time, the other 40% of the heavenly Tao's merit surged towards the Mount Sumeru below as well as the 12 pillars of the Black Lotus of Extinction that suppressed the devil sex chi, respectively. After Mount Sumeru received this heavenly merit, the mountain emitted a layer of mysterious light, appearing more and more majestic. The 12-pin black lotus of extinction even bloomed with dazzling black light, and its might became more and more horrifying. The last remaining 10% of heaven's Tao merit was evenly sprinkled over the many great Luo golden immortals in the devil sect. After these great Luo golden immortals felt the heavenly Tao's merit enter their bodies also began to produce a series of marvelous changes. At this moment, their mana began to climb, their minds were even more enlightened, and their sense of the heavenly Tao was also raised to a whole new level in an instant. At this point, the devil's cult became a reality and the devil's ancestor appeared. And the moment the demon sect was established, a sudden change occurred in everyone's body. Everyone's aura had a skyrocketing change. It was completely different from the previous immortal mist-draped off-the-wall aura, and in its place was a domineering, pitch-black demonic aura that seemed to be above heaven and earth. The devil's cult is also quite a bit earlier this time than in its original trajectory. However, since Luo had used the jade disc of creation fragment to cover up the heavenly opportunity, with his current cultivation, it can be said that in the entire floodplain, except for Hong Yuan and Shen Reverse, there is no one else who can deduce that he, Luo Shu, has already established a religion. Not even Yang Mei. I'm afraid, this was his demon ancestor Luo's confidence. Even though Yang Mei was born earlier than him, he, Luo Shu, was by no means weaker than anyone else in his life. Luo then also put away the merits that the heavenly Tao had sent down. It did not directly incorporate the heavenly Tao merit into his body to transform it into cultivation like the people underneath. Luo's gaze then slowly swept over the crowd underneath as well. Seeing this, the crowd at the bottom also instantly bent their knees and knelt down, their movements incomparably neat and tidy, as if they had been skillfully practiced through thousands of hammers. One after another, they shouted, "We pay our respects to the demon ancestor." The sound was simply loud and deafening. Luo nodded slightly after hearing the shouts of the crowd, a hint of satisfaction on his face, only to see his gaze slowly move, finally settling on those subordinates underneath who had followed him the earliest. These subordinates were all looking at Luo with awe and admiration, their eyes filled with fervor and loyalty. Immediately after that, Luo gently raised his right hand and casually waved it. Hundreds of innate spiritual treasures had fallen into the hands of the crowd. Although in the flood, there were not many extreme innate spiritual treasures. However, due to the previous Hong Yuan laid down the four sides of the God Protection Formation, the earth and sky aura in the floodplains did not have the slightest weakening along with the ferocious beast quantitative hijacking, but instead, it grew every day. Nowadays, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth here was already dense to a staggering degree, and there were even some places where it had already condensed into a single spiritual spring. Therefore there are quite a few innate spiritual treasures born in the flood. Luo Shu over the years has also collected quite a few medium and top-grade innate spiritual treasures, so today he also took out some to reward the people underneath. Devil sect established today. You and others have a part of the credit. These innate spiritual treasures you and others take to share it. Chapter 81, Moloch, Molten Sky, Second Uncle, Urgent. The people of the Devil sect were also incomparably delighted to see these Dharma treasures bestowed upon them, even though the magic treasures on their bodies weren't small. But who would mind having too many magic treasures? Even if you can't use it, it's still a good thing to give it to the people below you when the time comes. We thank the demon ancestor for his reward. After giving the magic treasure, Luo Shuji then pondered for a while and directly picked out two of the most powerful people. The two of you will be the left and right protectors of my demon sect today, named Demon Luo and Demon Heaven. They will govern the affairs of the demon sect for me on weekdays. All the people of the devil sect will listen to the arrangements of the two of you. Right after Luo finished saying this, a wave of the devil sect's chi luck suddenly fell on the two. Feeling this power of chi, the two of them immediately trembled, their cultivation breaking through to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal in the blink of an eye. And after the two of them smoothed out their cultivation, they hurriedly responded respectfully. Demon Luo and Demon Sky meet the demon ancestor. That frenzied expression even made people suspect that even if Luo now told them to blow themselves up on the spot, the two wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. However, the rest of the people were not the slightest bit contemptuous. On the contrary, their eyes were full of envy at this time. And when the two main protectors were laid out, Luo also picked out 8 people once again. These 8 people were the most powerful in terms of cultivation amongst those present. Looking at the 8 people in front of him, Luo Shuhu also slowly opened his mouth. Today, you and others will be the 8 devil generals of my devil cult, sharing the affairs for the 2 protectors. Yes. Upon hearing this, these 8 people also hurriedly answered with an excited face. And soon, these 8 people also directly broke through to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage with the help of the power of the devil sect's chi that had suddenly fed down on them. After arranging for 8 people, Luo did not continue. Just looking at the rest of them, If you and the others make merits for the demon sect in the future, this demon ancestor will not be stingy with the rewards. Hearing these words, the many eyes below that had originally appeared somewhat dull because they had not been selected also suddenly shone brightly. He could not help but ponder in his heart that he must fulfill the demon ancestor's command. At that time, they might not be unable to have the chance to become demon generals, or even protectors. Seeing the change in the crowd, Luo's eyes also had a few more moments of relief. Immediately afterward, he spoke again and added, "Yours is also a very simple task, to preach the flood on behalf of this devil ancestor, and regardless of origin, regardless of blessing, regardless of root, those who are willing to enter can join my devil sect. At the same time, I want you to no matter what means you use, this demon ancestor wants this flood to be in chaos, especially that dragon, phoenix and unicorn tribes, who have gained so much fortune for nothing. It's time to make them move." After saying that, Luo Shu also slowly dissipated in the eyes of the crowd, and get the orders that Law ordered down. The people also did not dare to have the slightest slackness, rushed to start acting according to Luo's instructions, and in the flood, Hong Yuan, who was sitting on top of the screen canopy, also slowly withdrew his gaze. The mind couldn't help but mutter. It seems that the Dragon Han catastrophe and the fight between the Tao and the devil between Luo Shu and Hongjun is afraid that it is not far away. He was also curious if Hongjun could still find help this time. After all, Yin and Yang died, and the fate of Yang Mei, 5 elements, Qian Kuan, and karma changed because they had their own existence. It doesn't have much karma with this quantum leap like the original trajectory did. I guess this time it won't be like the original trajectory where you go into the hijacking again stupidly, but without a helper. Wouldn't Hongjun be beaten by Luo Shu and run away? In that case, wouldn't Luo become that person who has merged with the Tao? I don't know what will happen to the flood when Luo Shuji has merged with the Tao. Are there backbones all over the place? If that's the case, does he want to lose the flood? Thinking of this, Hong Yuan also sighed and mumbled in his heart, "Go on little old me, Hito, or leave it to you." And as Hong Yuan finished his sentence, a voice also resounded from the depths of the flood abyss hall, which was countless light years away. "I know." After saying that, he only saw that person slowly stand up, and actually revealed a face that had a 9% resemblance to Hong Yuan. Behind him, he could vaguely see a chaotic world that seemed boundless and so huge that it was unbelievable. Only a flash of his figure was seen, and he instantly disappeared into the Hong Yuan realm. Soon, his figure reappeared in a place that was covered with countless laws and inscriptions, as if it was condensed by the entire flood origin. In front of him was a huge, blurred outline. It contained endless rules and mysteries, as if it was the most primitive pattern in heaven and earth, magnificent and powerful. It exuded a sense of oppression that could not be described in words all the time. This is exactly that, the way of heaven. As the heavenly Tao looked at the person coming before him, he couldn't help but feel more than a little elated. Second uncle. The voice that came out of Tendo was somewhat broken and appeared to be very stuttering, but a hint of joy and excitement could still be heard from his tone. Hong Yuan looked at his great nephew in front of him, and also spoke softly, "Great nephew, I'm here. Although my original body can't merge with the Tao, but this body was transformed by me with the chaos bead. Compared to my original body, I guess this body will be more useful to you. If you say that this flood is the most suitable for who? Not Hongjun, not Luo Shua. That is undoubtedly as early as in the beginning of the flood when the existence of the Hong Yuan. Whether it is Hong Yuan's origin aura that is not different from Pangu's or Pangu's identity as his own brother, it's all the best. Moreover, Hong Yuan merged with the Tao, and it was not like Hongjun and Luo Shua, who needed the heavenly Tao to divide part of its power for defense. Undoubtedly the best option. And other than that, it was Hong Yuan's out-of-body body that he had refined with the Chaos Pearl, knowing that the Chaos Pearl contained a chaos world. Once this origin was integrated into the flood, it would undoubtedly elevate the origin of the flood to a new and unprecedented height. Not only that, the Chaos Pearl was a Chaos Supreme treasure, and with its power, suppressing all the laws would be an easy task. If there were still any youngsters who dared to try to lift the roof of his house, they should die a horrible death. Moreover, once the Tao is united in this extracorporeal body, even without Nuwa and Hotu, under the power of the Chaos Bead, the still unawakened Tao of Earth and the Tao of Man will initially come to their senses. In this way, the flood is considered to be completely on track. Although the help of Hotu and Nuwa might still be needed in the future, it was already better than the original trajectory by an unknown amount. And this body is not like Hongjuan's 3 corpses have their own mind and thoughts. This body is completely dominated by Hong Yuan, will not be out of the control of Hong Yuan. This was true even after the harmonization. It wouldn't be affected by the rules of everything in the heavenly Tao at all. And listening to what Hong Yuan said, the heavenly Tao was finally unable to hold back. Hurriedly, he urged Hong Yuan. Second uncle. Urgent. Chapter 82 Hong Yuan harmonizes the way. Tendo's look of eagerness to have Hong Yuan perform the harmonization was so close to wooing. It was as if he was afraid that Hong Yuan would regret it. When Hong Yuan saw the scene, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly as he laughed out softly. However, he did not say more than half a word, merely nodding his head in a gentle motion before taking a slow step forward, and with this step, his figure gradually became blurred. Vaguely, it could be seen as if his form was gradually reuniting with that mysterious silhouette. At that very moment, the entire vast and boundless flood world involuntarily trembled violently. The sudden vibration caused all the living beings in the flood to shiver and stare at each other in bewilderment, completely unaware of what was happening. But they seemed to be able to sense that something extremely important seemed to have happened in heaven and earth. Even Yang Mei and the other group of mixed golden immortals were like this. One by one, cluelessly, they began to deduce the heavenly chances. However, no matter how they deduced it, they were still unable to deduce anything, only knowing that it was something of immense importance to the flood. When these people saw that they couldn't deduce it, they gave up with a calm and indifferent face. There was not the slightest hint of a worried look on his face. It is important to realize that there are not many people in the flood who can avoid their projections, but both can avoid them and are beneficial to the flood. I know who that is with my ass. Just a little loss of heart. Hong Yuan Taoist friends have gotten rusty, and now they don't even come to them when they have a job. While Hong Yuan's main body was quietly looking at the void at that moment, feeling the joy in that heaven and earth, as well as absorbing the sensations coming from the out-of-body side. In just a blink of an eye, Hong Yuan's cultivation level instantly broke through from the fourth sky of the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the Mixed Element to the fifth sky of the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the Mixed Element. It even continues to go up and up, but it was all so silent. Even Hong Yuan didn't give off the slightest breath. Even Dawn and Ping Pong, who were beside him, didn't notice a thing. Hong Yuan was already not far from a breakthrough, and due to the fusion of the refined outer body with the heavenly Tao, all the rules of the heavenly Tao laws were simply incorporated into his outer body without the slightest defense. And Hong Yuan's body also got a lot of enlightenment. That before lagging behind some of the laws of the Great Tao, the degree of enlightenment is constantly soaring. Although the rules of the laws of the Great Tao and the rules of the laws of heaven born in the flood are not connected, but today's heavenly Tao is still far above Hong Yuan if we really talk about strength. After all, no matter how the heavenly Tao was, it was still a complete chaotic world. And the heavenly Tao condensed the power of the laws of the entire flood. It wasn't something that Hong Yuan alone could match. That wisp of law had already reached the level of a mixed Yuan Taijia Great Luo Golden Immortal. So Hong Yuan was now like copying homework, constantly drawing on the experience of the heavenly Tao laws so as to grow his own Tao laws. And as his out-of-body body merged with the heavenly Tao, Hong Yuan could even feel that humanity and Earth were slowly awakening. Of course, this will take some time. After all, it wasn't as if his out-of-body body was able to merge with the heavenly Tao in an instant. It will take time just the same, but it shouldn't take too long is all. It is estimated that it should still be before the Dragon Han cataclysm completely erupts. Ping Pong packed Hong Yuan, but suddenly realized that Hong Yuan no longer continued to speak, and then asked with some curiosity, "Master, why don't you continue the story?" Even Dawn, who was beside Ping Pong, looked at her master with some curiosity. In fact, he was also a little tickled in his heart. Why did the master say half of what he said and then stop? However, as a disciple, it was still not good to go beyond the call of duty to inquire. But Ping Pong, the two with only one brain, wouldn't think so much. When Hong Yuan heard this, he also instantly laughed lightly. Alright, then I will continue. By the way, where was I talking about just now? The two heads of the screen poncho grinned at once, and without the slightest hesitation, they came right out of their mouths. Your lordship, just now you spoke of a little girl who was a Mediterranean. When Hong Yuan heard this, he also suddenly came to a realization. This honored one remembers, so this honored one will continue. Once upon a time in the chaos, there was a little girl who was transformed by a wisp of evil turbid gas in the chaos, so she was also cursed by the Great Tao, which cursed her into a Mediterranean Sea. What is a Mediterranean Sea? It's when you don't have the slightest bit of hair in the middle of your head, and even a piece of flesh and blood is concave, and your appearance is extremely strange and disgusting. And because of this little girl sought out a red hat and brought it with her, and so she also had a ringing name, Old Red Hat. But even if the Red Hat elder ancestor tried her best to cover up her Mediterranean Sea, the ugly appearance that she had painstakingly covered up was discovered by the rest of the elder ancestors, and so the Red Hat elder ancestor also suffered from the contempt and ridicule of the rest of the living creatures. And finally one day, she finally couldn't help it, and she directly took control of her own Chaos Supreme treasure. Little boy detonated on the spot. On that day, All the beings who laughed at Old Man Red Hat before they died finally saw Old Man Red Hat smile for the longest time. Speaking of this, Hong Yuan couldn't help but pause and ask somewhat meaningfully, "Have you learned anything from this story?" At these words, Dawn, who was hauling the screen canopy, stood up straight at once, and after deep thought, also answered carefully, "Master is trying to tell us not to take others too lightly?" Hong Yuan sighed and shook his head slightly. Dawn, who saw this scene, also instantly frowned, instantly recalling the story that Hong Yuan had just told. After a long silence, an answer was once again given. "Then is the master wanting us to know that roots, blessings, and even origins don't matter, and that only those who survive to the end are winners?" Ping Pong's heart was also filled with emotion when he heard this from Dawn. Worthy of being the master's disciple, he always speaks so to the point. Isn't his screen canopy a good example? The roots are no good, the blessings are no good, and the only thing I can praise is that I called the Lord a Taoist friend in the first place. In the beginning, he could be described as muddled, just an unknown small demon in the floodplains. But what about him now? But it's the great Luo Golden Immortal, or my master's seat is the only mountain god. Don't look at him just a not too small mountain god, if it is in the flood, which people see him not to respectfully referred to as a ping pong old man, even if it was the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, or Qilin. I'm afraid that they would have to call him a Taoist friend. But what neither Dawn nor Ping Pong expected was that Hong Yuan still shook his head when he heard this answer from Dawn, and even sighed this time. The sigh instantly froze both Dawns in their tracks. Could it be that his answer was not yet correct? So after thinking about it, he also saluted directly towards Hong Yuan. Apprentice's stupidity. There's really no other epiphanies. I hope that master can instruct my apprentice. Chapter 83, The First Dispute Between the Dragon and the Phoenix. Hong Yuan saw that the two Dawns looked puzzled, so he also slowly explained. Through this story, Master wants to tell you in Ping Pong that in the future, when mocking others, you must hide in the shadows and sneak in the mockery. Otherwise it's a bit impolite to mock in front of others. Do you understand? Dawn, Ping Pong. They really didn't expect this but after thinking about it, the two seemed to think that Hong Yuan did have a point. After all, wasn't it impolite to mock someone to their face? If they were to hide in the shadows and sneakily mock, wouldn't those people have died at the hands of the Red Hat ancestor? Thinking about this, the two men came to a realization. Master, Sifu, is worthy of being a master, and it is true that the way is simple. And along with the passage of time, Dawn and Ping Pong's understanding of the way of heaven and earth as taught by their own masters, lords, became increasingly profound, and without realizing it, they were already close to the shore of the East China Sea. When Dawn carefully led the screen canopy just arrived at this place, the sight they saw in front of them made their jaws drop and their hearts set off shockwaves. Even Hong Yuan, who had always been calm and collected, couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corner of his eyes at this moment. As far as the eye can see, there is a chaotic and devastated scene. Countless dragons and beasts from other races were copulating and reproducing with impunity, as if this land had become a paradise for their indulgence. The sound of the rising and falling, deafening roar of the beast was like a raging torrent, hitting the brain straight on, making people feel dizzy and distracted. They say that dragons are lustful by nature, and it's true. As Dawn looked at this obscene scene, her heart burst with anger, and killing intent instantly surged to her heart. How dare these sinful beasts be so ungrateful in front of Master Teacher? But before he could do so, Hong Yuan, who was sitting on top of the screen canopy, reached out and stopped him, only to see Hong Yuan smiled. You don't have to be like this, Flicker. This is after all the nature of the dragon race. It's not a big deal. Not to mention that my father didn't reveal his true body either, right? It's not rude, since the three of them did not divulge their own breath, and even changed their faces at Hong Yuan's request. They only revealed their cultivation at the peak of the Golden Immortal. So the arrival of Hong Yuan and the others didn't attract much attention. And hearing his own master's words, Ping Pong also began to think. Then could he also find a Taoist couple on Mount Hong Yuan? But just as this thought arose in him, he only heard a long and indistinct voice penetrate his mind. This honored one can make the decision to let you go to the outer heaven for a period of time to transform the chaotic chi for the flood. I don't know what you intend to do. When Ping Pong sniffed, his body shook, and his two heads went white in a flash. So in fear and trepidation, he hastily apologized. Master, Ping Pong is wrong. My delicate skin can't carry the violent chaotic chi of the heavenly beyond. With Ping Pong's current cultivation at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, he could survive in the heavenly beyond. Though, however, the disorganized and chaotic aura still made it somewhat extremely difficult for him. It couldn't cause any injuries, but it was not a good feeling. After all, his physical body was still not as powerful as the ferocious beasts. Not to mention that sucking up and transforming chaos chi for the flood wasn't a too good thing to do. Wouldn't it be good for him to hang around in the Hong Yuan realm with this kind of effort? Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan didn't say anything more, but only slowly turned his head and murmured softly, "Are these minions of Luo finally going to make their move?" And when the two of them, Ping Pong and Dawn, saw this, they also began to look in that direction, only to see that all of a sudden, a strand of black chi instantly swept past, and after this strand of black chi, there was a phoenix bird of the Phoenix clan chasing after it. But even though the phoenix bird was considered to be extremely fast, it still failed to catch up and even lost its trail. But before the phoenix bird could do anything, she only saw a flash of inexplicable strangeness on her face. It was almost as if it was the same as the black aura she was chasing after earlier, and when she came back to her senses, her face instantly became quite disgusted at the sight of the decadent and disgusting scene of the dragons in front of her. The Dragon Clan. How dare they act like this? It's simply a disgrace to our three clans. Since the Dragon Clan doesn't care, then I, the Phoenix Clan, will come and take care of it for him. If it was at a normal time, the Phoenix bird might have been disgusted at the sight of this scene as well, but not so much as to choose to intervene in the jurisdiction. After all, it's not their territory anymore. And now, under the influence of that wisp of black chi, only the Phoenix bird leaked out its full aura without saying a word. The terrifying aura of that great Luo golden immortal instantly spread out, like a divine mountain pressing down on all the living beings underneath. But this Phoenix bird didn't care, only to see countless flames appear out of thin air around her, instantly landing on the countless dragons underneath that were reproducing life. In an instant, the flames rose to the sky, and this area that was originally warbling and humming was engulfed in the blink of an eye by the blazing flames, and was directly reduced to an infinite sea of fire. Countless dragon-affiliated beings didn't even have time to have the slightest reaction before they were directly turned into ashes in joy. That scene of life and death was also the scene that finally drew out the strongest among the Dragon Clan. I only heard a furious shout resounding through the clouds. Good guts! Where did the evil beast come from? How dare you hurt my Dragon Clan members? Today I will definitely pull out your tendons and bones and make you suffer. Accompanied by a roar, a figure came whistling with a fierce wind. However, when this Dragon Clan powerhouse took a good look at the Phoenix bird in front of him, his face suddenly changed, and both of his eyebrows tightened. Phoenix Clan? Why did you kill someone from my Dragon Clan? That head of Phoenix bird immediately lightly scolded. The depths of the eyes of the alien is more and more intense. You Dragon Tribe still have the face to say, the Hall of the Dragon Tribe, but so disgraceful. Countless clansmen in the East China Sea near to make such a meticulous thing. Do not know still think that our three tribes are so it. When that dragon race great Luo Golden Immortal heard this, his face immediately sank, and he said without any good humor, "What does my dragon race's actions have to do with your Phoenix race?" Although he knew of the sights here, in order to grow the Dragon Clan's chi and replenish the clan, so even knowing that they don't have much jurisdiction over it, it's not a big deal in their minds anyway. However, he did not expect that in this East Sea land of his, there were still people from the Phoenix clan who had come here. In the face of the Phoenix clan's difficulties, even though he was no longer justified, he could not weaken. Otherwise, they would really think that they, the Dragon Clan, were afraid of the Phoenix clan. It was just that no one present except Hong Yuan could notice that a deeply hidden demonic chi had fallen directly into the dragon from the sky. In just an instant, this dragon race's great Luo Golden Immortal Yuanshan was directly drenched through, and the Phoenix bird sniffed and laughed coldly. I sought out why these dragon race midshipmen are so devoid of etiquette. It turns out that the top management of the Dragon Clan is also like this. I will go back to the Phoenix tribe. I must let the whole flood know, the Dragon tribe in the end, how to behave. I do not know by then you Dragon tribe still have the face in my Phoenix tribe and called the flood three tribes. Under the successive provocations of the demonic chi in this Phoenix bird, this dragon race's great Luo Golden Immortal couldn't help himself at once. Seek death, only to see his face cold. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and without saying anything, his hands quickly pinched and his mouth recited the words. In an instant, the light flourished, and a short mace that shone with brilliant and dazzling splendor rose from his body into the sky. It was a short mace of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, with a deep purple color on its entire body, and it was inscribed with densely packed, dragon scale-like runes, only to see this short mace transform into a divine mountain tens of thousands of miles high in a matter of moments, blasting down directly towards the Phoenix bird with unrivaled might and oppression. That appearance, vowing to kill the Phoenix bird on the spot in general. There was no trace of the previous politeness of being in the same three clans. Chapter 84, Self-Beating. That Phoenix bird sensed an unprecedented crisis, only to see her let out a high-pitched chirp. Her wings swung violently, and a wisp of fiery red-feathered fan suddenly appeared behind her, directly towards that divine mountain. He slapped it hard. In a flash, countless flames appeared with a bang, directly touching that divine mountain. It caused a monstrous wave of air to rise up around them. When Dawn saw this scene, she was also a bit surprised. Then she turned her head to look at Hong Yuan. Master, aren't they of the same three clans? Why did it come to such an undying situation with just a few words? Although Dawn was now at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, that demonic aura in the Yuan Shin of the two people from that Dragon and Phoenix clan was not something he could discover with his current cultivation level. So there is some confusion. When Hong Yuan heard his disciple's inquiry, he instantly smiled faintly and opened his mouth to explain without any hesitation. It's normal that you don't realize it. This is the means of Luo Shuhu. Not to mention you, even Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, Shi Qilin and the three of them, if they are a little careless, I'm afraid it's difficult to find out the end of it. At those words, both Dawn and Ping Pong were shocked. The means of Old Man Luo? How could they not expect that there was an Old Man Luo behind this? For the way the two addressed Luo Shuhu, Hong Yuan also smiled and explained. Don't old ancestor, in the future when you and others see Luo Shuhu that guy, you should call him a devil ancestor. Devil ancestor? The two Dawns were first stunned, but they quickly reacted. What you mean, Master? Is that old ancestor Luo Shuju he set up a Dao? Hong Yuan smiled and didn't continue to say much. Just continued to watch that Dragon and Phoenix battle. At this point both sides of that Dragon and Phoenix were missing much. I don't know if it's a fire, but the two of them abandoned their magic treasures and started to fight each other with their physical bodies. Every moment splattered with countless blood and flesh. The pressure of those great Luo Golden Immortals kept colliding, causing the waters of the East Sea to keep tumbling and sending up countless waves. And at that moment, the rest of the Dragon Clan's powerhouses also detected the commotion here. There is a flurry of people coming towards this place. However, when they saw the Phoenix bird fighting with their own clan members, they frowned. Why would someone from the Phoenix clan come to his Dragon Clan's territory? And when they had deduced the causes and consequences of this place, their faces suddenly became somewhat rather ugly. They also didn't expect that the Phoenix clan had not only appeared in his Dragon Clan's territory, but had even killed many people in his clan. It is simply bullying the dragon. If the others in the flood knew, wouldn't they think that he, the Dragon Clan, was easy to bully? How would he still be able to rule the Scale clan then? By now, no matter what, the Phoenix clan in front of him must pay the price. Thinking that, the later dragons also started to attack towards that Phoenix bird without saying a word, intending to take it down first. When the Phoenix bird saw this, it also felt bad all of a sudden. Good you dragon race, not only do you behave nastily, but you also do these things of bullying the few with the many. This Phoenix bird will not accompany you today, but I tell you, this matter is not over. After saying that, the Phoenix bird also took control of its magic treasure and put it away, then turned around and ran. Kill one of my Dragon Clan and still want to run? Take your life. That dragon race great Luo Golden Immortal who had initially fought with the Phoenix bird immediately let out a furious rebuke, and even controlled the magic treasure with red eyes to sail directly towards the Phoenix bird, only to see that the top grade innate spiritual treasure suddenly trembled violently. The light around the body like crazy chaotic. The original innate forbidden even at this moment rumbled and crumbled. In an instant, a powerful force kept surging out from its interior like a tidal wave, and countless cracks surfaced on its surface at this moment. It was as shocking as a dry earth-like gully. Immediately afterward, a deafening rumbling sound erupted, resounding throughout the entire world. In a flash, monstrous light erupted in all directions like surging waves, wrapped in a destructive energy that enveloped the Phoenix bird. Wherever the light went, it raised huge waves hundreds of millions of feet high in the sea, and also exploded a small mound less than 1,000 meters high on the earth, rolling up countless dust, smoke, and debris. Other than that, it doesn't seem to have made much of an impact, but the first to bear the brunt of the Phoenix bird cannot end well, despite having subconsciously urged the magic treasure to protect themselves. Still, the power was far beyond her expectations. The magic treasure in his hand only lasted for an instant before it dimmed, and the force was directly blasted onto the Phoenix bird. With a mournful scream, this Phoenix bird fell on the spot. This scene immediately froze everyone in the Dragon Clan who was arriving. They originally just wanted to make this arrogant Phoenix bird in front of them suffer a little bit and receive a small lesson, so as to save the face of their Dragon Clan. Who could have expected that impulsive and reckless clan member of his own family would not even speak a single superfluous word before directly detonating the innate spiritual treasure in his hand without hesitation? One must realize that although it was that Phoenix bird that had first moved against their Dragon Clan had ultimately only lost some of their clansmen whose bloodlines were not particularly pure, and the strength and roots are not really strong. But that Phoenix bird just now was a great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, from the aura revealed by that Phoenix just now, it didn't look like those Phoenixes with mottled bloodlines either. Death of some side clan with low cultivation and death of a pure Phoenix clan with a large Luo Golden Immortal, this is a completely different matter. You have to know that although the strength of the three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin has risen greatly now, but there weren't too many of them with the cultivation level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Even the Phoenix clan, which was the strongest of the three clans, only had 300 or so at the moment. In that case, I am afraid it is really not too easy to resolve this incident properly. If one was not careful, maybe the Phoenix clan and his Dragon clan might even break out into conflict. Thinking about this also instantly made the group of Dragon Race Downlord Immortals feel a bit headstrong. However, with things having come to this point, no amount of complaining and accusations would help, and they could only give the clan member who had caused the trouble a fierce glare with a face full of anger. Afterward, he turned away in a hurry, ready to report this matter to his own ancestors to see how exactly to deal with this matter next. As for Hong Yuan, he quietly watched the scene caused by the top-grade innate spiritual treasure just now, and did not reveal any traces of himself. Therefore the dragons and the others didn't notice his presence, just looking at the scene in front of him and nodding with some considerable satisfaction. Nowadays, he's quite satisfied with this defense of the flood. To be clear, that was the self-detonation of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. This kind of power was definitely no less than a strike from a late-stage mixed golden immortal powerhouse pouring out his best efforts. However, even with such a powerful destructive force, it only caused this level of damage in front of him. It was conceivable that after his out-of-body body had successfully completed its merging, plus the remaining 3 holy spirits in the 4 directions God-protecting formation were all in place, this defensive power could at least be expanded tens of thousands of times more. At that time, I'm afraid that only the mixed golden immortals wielding extreme innate spiritual treasures would be able to cause damage to the flood. As for those below the mixed golden immortal, forget about it. I'm afraid that the only way to cause a slightly bigger commotion is to go into the flooded seas. Chapter 85. Since there is no more cause, there is no more effect. Looking at the group of dragons gradually moving away, Hong Yuan slightly narrowed his eyes and fell into a moment of contemplation before looking down at the screen canopy beside him and slowly commanded, "Ping Pong, why don't you follow them? And let's go to the Ancestral Dragon's Dragon Palace for a stroll." Hearing Hong Yuan's order, Ping Pong nodded without hesitation, and with a flash of his body, he quickly chased after him like a bolt of lightning. As for whether or not the Dragon Ancestor Dragon would have a problem with it, Ping Pong felt that his lordship had still given him face by going to him. With that, Ping Pong was also directly behind the group of dragons. The separation is nothing more than a few dozen meters. It can be described as close. However, due to the presence of Hong Yuan, these dragons didn't even notice in the slightest that there were actually 3 people following behind them and the others. The dragons and the other group of great Luo Golden Immortals soon rushed back into the Dragon Palace as well. They didn't even have time to make a moment's pause before darting straight toward where the Ancestral Dragon was. As soon as they saw the Ancestral Dragon, these great Luo Golden Immortals bowed and saluted, then couldn't wait to report everything that had happened just now to the Ancestral Dragon in detail. After all, with the cultivation of the Ancestral Dragon, it wouldn't be difficult to know the ins and outs of things. Therefore, the people underneath never thought of hiding anything from them, and Hong Yuan just quietly listened from the side. It had to be said that although the Dragon clan that was reporting did not exaggerate too much, there was still a hint of grudge in his words, a tone that the Phoenix clan did not respect their Dragon clan at all. Hearing Hong Yuan, he also spoke softly towards Whiskers and Ping Pong. "Did you learn? That's the way to say it, without exaggerating, but with just the right amount of dissatisfaction." Hong Yuan's voice was not small, but Ancestral Dragon, who was a mixed golden immortal, froze and did not notice it in the slightest, and while Hong Yuan was talking, he also picked up the spirit fruits placed beside the Ancestral Dragon and ate them. When Dawn and Ping Pong sniffed, they nodded with solemn faces, indicates learned, and after hearing the report from his subordinates, Zhu Long also frowned at once. With that, his mind moved, and the previous events passed through his mind. At this look, the Ancestral Dragon's brow suddenly furrowed even more. His own subordinates hadn't lied, but it was just that the Phoenix clan wasn't a bit too much of an overreach. This East Sea, no matter what, is still his Dragon tribe's territory. You, a small Luo Golden Immortal, dared to run to his Dragon tribe territory to spread the wild. Is it not too much to put his Ancestral Dragon in his eyes? Then after a moment of contemplation, he also spoke in a deep voice towards his subordinate. "I know. You go down first. This matter is the fault of the Phoenix clan. Dead is dead. I believe that Yuanfeng will not go against my Dragon clan because of this matter." Yes. At those words, that Dragon race's great Luo Golden Immortal was also relieved. Thereupon, after making a bow, he also slowly retreated. And after his subordinates retired, Zhu Long did not take this matter too seriously. "Anyway, it's just a matter of time before we have to come back." Although he, the Dragon clan, was not as powerful as the Phoenix clan, he was not something to be bullied. At that moment, he looked at the empty fruit plate beside him and suddenly froze. He seemed to remember that there were quite a few spirit fruits before, right? However, in the next second, only Hong Yuan gently waved his hand. Erase this karma directly from the source. Although Hong Yuan had eaten the spirit fruit of the ancestral dragon, since the cause of eating the fruit was gone, then naturally there is no fruit. In other words, he, Hong Yuan, did not eat. That should make sense, right? Only to see the ancestral dragon acting as if nothing had happened, not feeling the slightest bit wrong that the fruit had disappeared. So he just closed his eyes and started practicing. And Hong Yuan didn't leave there, but instead led Dawn and Ping Pong to leisurely wander around the Dragon Palace. Ping Pong was initially curious about how many good things there were in these three flooded clans. However, after he followed his own master around, he couldn't help but show some disappointment on his face. He realized that the seemingly powerful dragons seemed to be just that, and it was completely impossible to tell how strong they were, especially within the Dragon Clan's treasure trove. The so-called extreme innate spiritual treasures were only a mere 2 pieces. Such a quantity really seems a bit shabby. To know that even the extreme innate spiritual treasures carried by Ping Pong himself already have as many as 2. At the same time, far away in the immortal volcano, the always hot-tempered Golden Phoenix, in hearing with their own friendship Fire Phoenix was tragically died in the hands of the Dragon Tribe, is also suddenly burst into a rage. Not to mention the fact that the Fire Phoenix had befriended himself and might even become a Taoist couple. Even if it wasn't, that Fire Phoenix was still a member of his Phoenix clan. Even if he had done something wrong, was it his turn to teach the Dragon Clan a lesson for his Phoenix clan? And it's still the kind where the body dies and not even a single ray of indestructible spiritual light is left behind. The tactics are not without malice. With that, Jin Feng violently stood up directly. The aura of that early stage mixed golden immortal instantly declared out like a flood. No matter who it was, as long as they felt this horrible breath that was so heavy that it made one's heart almost stop beating, they were all able to clearly and incomparably perceive the burning rage that was burning in the heart of Golden Phoenix at this moment. Only the Golden Phoenix could be heard roaring angrily. We, the Phoenix clan, have always been courteous to his Dragon Clan under the Phoenix Emperor's will, but I never thought that instead of being thankful, his Dragon Clan would even stomp on his nose. It's simply bullying people too much. Let's go. Immediately gather our men. Follow me to go with me to find that ancestral dragon to ask for a statement. When the Phoenix bird at the bottom heard this, it immediately looked at the Golden Phoenix with some entanglement. But Lord Golden Phoenix, won't we ask the Phoenix Emperor what he means first? After all, this matter is of great importance. The Golden Phoenix heard the words, immediately face, said in a deep voice, now the Phoenix Emperor is in the breakthrough of the late stage of the mixed golden immortal critical moment. How can because of this kind of small matter to bother the Phoenix Emperor? This matter is for us to resolve on our own. I don't believe that the Dragon Clan really dares to break face with my Phoenix Clan. Hearing the Golden Phoenix's words, the Phoenix bird also came to a realization. And then it didn't say anything more. As Lord Golden Phoenix said, the most important thing right now is whether or not the Phoenix Emperor can break through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. And this kind of small matter really shouldn't bother the Phoenix Emperor. With that, he also nodded heavily and retreated to convey Jin Feng's order. Not long after, only the Golden Phoenix with the cultivation of early stage of mixed golden immortal lifted its wings and flew high in the sky, closely followed by more than 30 golden immortals of the Phoenix Clan. The momentum is like a brilliantly colored cloud. Vastly, they set off towards the East China Sea, and the movement of the Phoenix Clan instantly caused many people to stare. They wondered why the Phoenix Clan was making such a big deal out of it. It had actually gathered so many powerful people, as if they were going to go to war. But in this flood, the vast majority of the communities have already been collected by the Dragon Phoenix Unicorn. Is it still necessary to gather so many powerful people? It can't be a war towards the Dragon Clan and the Kirin Clan, can it? Just as the thought occurred to them, they both laughed. These 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin can now be said to pretty much dominate the forces in the entire floodplain. If the 3 races were to go to war, wouldn't that be equivalent to a new round of the flood quantum robbery? It must be as strong as the 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin, but they wouldn't dare to have such a bold idea. After all, people like Old Man Yang Mei and Old Man Luoshu could still be around, not to mention that there's a Doubtfather up there. They would never let that happen. Chapter 86, is my Phoenix Clan that close to compensating you? But as time passed, the crowd of living beings in the floodplains were suddenly shocked to discover that the direction of the Phoenix Clan and the others, led by the Golden Phoenix, was actually still moving towards the East China Sea. This discovery immediately caused countless living beings' faces to change drastically. The Phoenix Clan's purpose this time wouldn't be the Dragon Clan, would it? Meanwhile, in the middle of some unknown corner, Luo quietly gazed at what was happening in front of him. A moment later, he only turned his head and softly commanded to Moloch, who was standing respectfully beside him, Let the people underneath be able to do it on a large scale. When Demon Luo heard this, he also responded directly with a respectful face. Luo then also looked towards the Golden Phoenix, who was the leader of the Phoenix clan crowd, and the corner of his mouth was also slightly outlined as he lightly murmured, "I'm sure that if the Phoenix clan falls a mixed golden immortal, the scene should be very beautiful, right?" It was estimated that when the time came, the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan would really be immortal as well. After all, as strong as the Phoenix clan, after the Phoenix clan's chi had increased countless times, nowadays, even counting Yuan Feng, the number of mixed golden immortals was only 4, and except for Yuan Feng the rest were only at the early stage of the mixed golden immortals. As for the Dragon and Kirin clans, there are even fewer. Only the Ancestral Dragon, Candle Dragon, Beginning Kirin and Ink Kirin. It could be imagined how rare a mixed golden immortal really was. If the Golden Phoenix in front of him was really lost in this change, then it would undoubtedly be a heavy and incomparable blow to the Phoenix clan. At that time, I'm afraid that the hatred between the Dragon and Phoenix clans would be completely intensified, and both sides would inevitably fall into a tragic situation where they would not be able to rest until they died. With the strength of the Dragon clan when the time comes, it will certainly not be a match for the Phoenix clan. If he didn't want the Dragon clan to be completely destroyed, then the Ancestral Dragon would either have to unite with the Qilin clan or request Hong Yuan to make a move with their party. But he reckoned that Hong Yuan would never make a move. The rest of the people like Cause and Effect and 5 Elements had just broken through to the peak of the mixed golden immortal and were busy stabilizing their cultivation. So how could they have that kind of time? The only one who has time is also a Yang Mei. But with Luo's understanding of Yang Mei, that old man can't wait to be less involved in the cause and effect of the flood. Much less will not make a move. So Ancestral Dragon only had the option of looking for the beginning Qilin to join forces. As for whether the Qilin clan will mix this mess, Luo Shu is not the least bit panicked. If he was unwilling to do so, then he would just draw the fire to the beginning Qilin clan. At that time, even if the beginning Qilin was unwilling to do so, it would have to follow the Ancestral Dragon and join forces against the Phoenix clan. In this way, he would be able to happily collect the grievous chi of the fallen beings to break through the seal of the Immortal Execution Sword formation. The thought that he had the Deicide Lance in his left hand and the Immortal Execution Sword formation in his right. Who can beat that? Of course, Hong Yuan and God Rebel don't count, haha. It's just a pity that he has never been able to find any trace of that old loach, Hong Jun, all these years. This also made Luo somewhat quite upset. The heart cannot help but secretly curse it angrily. Worthy of the old loach, is able to hide. Now after arriving at the peak of the mixed golden immortal, Luo gradually had more and more premonitions. I'm afraid that my own opportunity to break through to the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed elements lies in Hong Jun. How could this not make him anxious? If he missed this opportunity, even though he would be able to break through to the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed elements just the same, this time would be much longer. It was important to know that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin clans had all reached the middle stage of the mixed golden immortals with the help of the power of the chi fortune of the side they each commanded. It would be somewhat humiliating for them, the Chaos Demon gods left over from Chaos, to be caught up by Ancestral Dragon and the others. As for Golden Phoenix and the others, after flying for almost a Yuan session's time, they also finally arrived at the land of the Eastern Sea. Hong Yuan in the Dragon Palace also instantly brightened up. The Phoenix clan had finally come. With what he knew about this guy Luo, Luo is bound to fight in this battle. Got to record it myself. And although Ping Pong and Dawn didn't know why their lord, master, was so excited, but with their ears and eyes, they couldn't help but be a bit quite expectant in their hearts. Golden Phoenix and the others had just arrived above the East Sea, and then they directly declared their breath without saying a word. In a deep voice, he drank towards the Eastern Sea underneath. Golden Phoenix of the Phoenix clan, here to visit Ancestral Dragon of the Dragon clan. Even though it was a visit, there was not the slightest hint of respect for the Ancestral Dragon between Golden Phoenix's tone. It even gave one the feeling of having the Ancestral Dragon come out to recognize his mistake. And as the Golden Phoenix opened its mouth, the sea surface of the East Sea suddenly began to violently churn. In a blink of an eye, a huge dragon that was the size of a lofty divine mountain, big enough to cover the sky and the sun, boomed up from under the seabed. It was as if he could see the sun and moon flowing, day and night changing in those long vertical giant eyes. Just a single glance gave people a deterrent of incomparable fear. The person who came was none other than Candle Dragon, the only mixed golden immortal in the Dragon clan other than the Ancestral Dragon. Only to see Candle Dragon looking coldly at the Golden Phoenix in front of him. His voice was like booming thunder as he shouted, "A mere junior of the Phoenix clan. You also want to see my big brother? It's better to go back and let your family Yuan Feng come." Unlike the Candle Dragon, which was an Ancestral Dragon brother, in the Phoenix clan, almost all of the phoenixes were born from the sycamore tree with the essence blood of the Yuan Feng. Therefore, if Jin Feng and the others were to really count according to their generations, it was really a generation lower than Ancestral Dragon and the Candle Dragon in front of him. However, in the face of Candle Dragon, Golden Phoenix did not budge in the slightest. What's wrong with seniority? In this flood, strength is what counts. Same as the early stage of the mixed Golden Immortal. You see that I, Golden Phoenix Bird, don't give a damn about you, and that's the end of it. So also at once, he snorted coldly. Who did I say it was? It turns out to be the Dragon Clan's Candle Dragon Elder Ancestor. As for this matter today, there is no need for my Phoenix Clan's Emperor to step in. It will be enough for my junior to step in. Since Candle Dragon, your old man, is also here. Then I, Golden Phoenix, would like to ask, why did you, the Dragon Clan, strike out at our Fire Phoenix? Or even a trace of indestructible spiritual light are not left behind the vicious means. You Dragon Clan should not give us Phoenix Clan an explanation? When Candle Dragon heard this, his face immediately looked somewhat extremely ugly. With these words, wouldn't Golden Phoenix be saying that he, the Dragon Clan, was not comparable to the Phoenix Clan at all? Facing the hallowed Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan didn't even have that need to have Yuan Feng step in. But Candlewick also knew that with his Dragon Clan strength, he was not a match for the Phoenix Clan right now. So after pondering for a while, he also explained in a deep voice, it was your Phoenix Clan's Fire Phoenix who provoked my Dragon Clan's territory beforehand, and now that she has fallen, there is no one to blame. As for the matter of her indestructible spiritual light dissipating, it is a misunderstanding. After all, I am equal to the 3 tribes. My Dragon Tribe, no matter what, will not make such a means. I hope that the Phoenix Tribe can bear with me. My Dragon Tribe is also willing to make some compensation for this matter. Misunderstanding? The Golden Phoenix instantly let out a cold laugh. You dragons want to skim over a misunderstanding with such a light sentence? A fool's dream. Not to mention the fact that my Phoenix Clan is so close to compensating you? Speaking of this, the Golden Phoenix's tone was suddenly much colder, and word by word, he suddenly opened his mouth. Hand over all the people involved in the matter of the Fire Phoenix, and my Phoenix Clan will leave immediately. Or don't blame my Phoenix Clan for being unforgiving. When Candle Dragon heard this, he blurted out, impossible. Jin Feng's words were undoubtedly a direct slap in the face of his Dragon Clan. If the rest of the communities in the flood knew that he, the Dragon Clan, could not even protect his own clansmen, not to mention protecting them, then where would their Dragon Clan's face go? At that time, I'm afraid that his Dragon Clan's chi will have to be drastically cut down as well. This was something Candlewick could never accept. Chapter 87, then we'll see what happens underhand. The Golden Phoenix snorted as well. So Candle Dragon, you are not going to hand it over? At that he blushed fiercely. Could it be that my Phoenix Clan's Fire Phoenix died in vain? Could it be that my Phoenix Clan is just good to mess with? In a flash, the Golden Phoenix's aura was instantly declared all over the place, and the Phoenix Clan and others behind the Golden Phoenix were the same at this time. Exerting his full breath, in an instant, the wind and clouds changed, and the entire East Sea trembled. The air all instantly froze at this moment. A dead silence. Quite a feeling of a great war on the verge of breaking out. Only the Golden Phoenix saluted towards Candle Dragon. Talking to myself. Then since you're not willing to hand over the person, then I, Jin Feng, will do it myself. After saying that, Jin Feng directly extended his right hand without saying a word. It suddenly transformed into a sky-blanketing giant claw, exuding a palpitatingly terrifying aura, and grasped viciously straight toward the vast and boundless waters of the East China Sea. But right at this moment, only a flash of the Candle Dragon's figure appeared directly in front of that giant claw, violently waving the dragon's tail, bringing up a whistling gale and a stern forceful chi. It directly slapped that giant claw away. My Dragon Tribe's land. Even Yuan Feng come here also have to behave. Still can't allow you a junior to be reckless. Candle Dragon vertical pupil cold and stern, voice like a bell. Rolling waves of sound echoed endlessly on the sea. And when Golden Phoenix saw the Candle Dragon that was blocking her, her face sank. You Dragon Clan really want to tear your face off with our Phoenix Clan? Candlewick sniffed and exhaled turbid breath, his face solemn as he looked at Jin Feng. It is your Phoenix Tribe first do not abide by the rules. Come to our Dragon Tribe to create a killing. Now dead is also deserved. Although we Dragon Clan do not want to cause trouble, but if you Phoenix Clan has been bitterly pressed, then we Dragon Clan also have to compete with you Phoenix Clan. Jin Feng instantly laughed, but his face gradually became solemn in the next second as well. In that case, let's see it underhand. With that said, the figure of the heart-saving male appeared behind him, accompanied by boundless flames that burned the air around him with a giggling sound. Even the moment this magic treasure appeared, the entire East Sea gradually began to boil, and without the slightest hesitation, the Golden Phoenix transformed into a divine light heading straight for Candle Dragon the moment the heart-saving male appeared. And when Candle Dragon saw this, he didn't dare to be careless, directly sacrificed his magic treasure. It was a halberd made of ebony gold, with a dark blue color, accompanied by a blue spectral dragon pattern, only to see that this halberd was also radiant in no time, letting out countless flames. However, unlike the flames released by the heart-saving nail, the flames of this halberd were unexpectedly blue, and even a great Luo Golden Immortal had a feeling of throbbing from the bottom of his heart when he saw the blue flames. When Jin Feng saw this halberd, his eyes also looked somewhat quite grave. Candle Dragon Halberd, rumored to be a Candle Dragon companion spiritual treasure. In terms of power, I'm afraid it's still far above his heart-saving nails. After all, this heart-saving nail was only a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, and it was still a hair's breadth away from an extreme innate spiritual treasure. However, Jin Feng wasn't too worried. He had quite a few spiritual treasures in his hands. One was not as good as the other, so he would make a few more. Thinking about it, he also made a big move. Once again, several innate spiritual treasures appeared. The vast majority of them are top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Among them there is even an ancient lamp. The power is not much weaker than the Candle Dragon Halberd. Hong Yuan knew the name of this treasure with just a glance. The Golden Lamp of Celebration Cloud is an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. Although the defense was not as strong as the Chaos Bell, the Xian Huang Tower, or the Taiji Diagram, it was not something that could be broken by an ordinary extreme innate spiritual treasure. In the future, it was even a guardian treasure for one of his unborn nephews, Yuan Sure. One could imagine just how extraordinary the defense of this treasure was. And the whisker beside Hong Yuan also looked at these few magic treasures that Jin Feng had at this moment. He began to think about whether he could fight against Golden Phoenix nowadays, even defeating Golden Phoenix. After comparing them, Dawn also frowned. With his current cultivation at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, if he wanted to quickly take down the Golden Phoenix at the early stage of the mixed Golden Immortal, he was afraid that it would be difficult. This was still on top of the two innate supreme treasures that his master had refined for him earlier. Thinking of this, Whiskers instantly felt some rather shameful feelings in his heart. Alas, I am still too weak and ashamed of my master. And at this time, Golden Phoenix and Candle Dragon were also battling together, as the flood is now countless times more sturdy compared to the time of the previous ferocious beast quantum robbery. So in this battle, Golden Phoenix and Candle Dragon didn't choose to travel to the heavenly beyond, but instead started fighting on the spot. After all, even if they exploded with all their might, it was not that easy to injure the origin of the flooded earth. At best, it's a bit of a mess. And so Golden Phoenix and Candle Dragon didn't hold back on each other. That wisp of law aura, the divine light that erupted from the collision of one spiritual treasure, made the crowd of Great Luo Golden Immortals feel a little creeped out. If it was them, I'm afraid they would have been obliterated in just an instant. And just as the Golden Phoenix and the Candle Dragon fought against each other, the people of the Phoenix clan who came along with the Golden Phoenix didn't just watch. Instead, without saying a word, and a group of dragon race Daoluo Jinxians who had just risen up from under the East China Sea had begun to fight. In an instant, light flashed in the sky, magic treasures flew, and the sound of shouting and killing was deafening. In the meantime, in the territory of the Flying Bird clan under the Phoenix clan's command, countless scaled armor clan figures began to start launching attacks towards the Flying Bird clan on a large scale. Due to the suddenness of the incident, the Birds of Prey clan was not at all prepared for these scaled armor clansmen. So this time, they were also heavily killed and injured. Countless Birds of Prey were suddenly reduced to a wreck. However, the scaled armor clan did not stop because of this. Instead, they continued to advance towards their next target with more and more frenzy. Everywhere they went, the scaled armor clan would set off a storm of bloodshed, slaughtering and plundering without mercy, all the while burning and looting while shouting maniacally, "For the sake of our dragons, kill!" It was just that no one could detect that in the depths of the eyes of these scaled armor clan, there was a hidden, deeply hidden demonic aura. And listening to the words spoken by the mouths of these scale armored clans, the Birds of Prey clans only then reacted. It turned out that it was actually instructed by the Dragon clan. It's just that they can't believe it right now, that the dragons have taken a shot at them. Don't you know that they are ruled by the Phoenix clan? Don't they know that this action of theirs may cause a great war between the Dragon and Phoenix clans? But soon, they had no time to think about this. They just looked at the dead and wounded people of their own side of the tribe. Their eyes were also instantly red. And then they directly manipulated their magic treasures and started to attack back. Soon, countless Flying Bird clans and scaled armor clans were also battling together. And not far from the East China Sea, only millions of light years away from the Luo Shujiu, is also looking at their own more and more dense in front of the resentment of the gas. The face still looks some quite dissatisfied. If it was just this progress, then when would he be able to break the seal left by Pangu? When will he get the Immortal Execution Sword formation? Chapter 88, The Golden Phoenix Falls. the Dragon Han cataclysm arises. After hesitating for a moment, Luo decided that it was better for him to take the shot himself. Only when a large number of great Luo golden immortals had fallen, or even mixed golden immortals, could war break out completely between the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Thinking that, he also flew towards the East Sea. Let's start with the Golden Phoenix of the Phoenix clan. The moment Luo acted, Hong Yuan sensed his move, so the heart was also quite expectant. I wonder what Law would think if he knew he was right here. Then, he also smiled softly and opened his mouth towards the two people of Dawn Pingpong. Go with me to see the Lord Demon Ancestor who hides in the back and turns his hand to the clouds and his hand to the rain. After saying that, Hong Yuan also led the two of them and took a direct step. In just the blink of an eye, he arrived above the East Sea, and without waiting too long, Luo Shuji, who had a fragment of the jade disc of creation on his head, also instantly appeared beside Hong Yuan. Just Luo Shua at this time is as if he has not heard, not only can not see, not even the slightest sense of just less than 10 meters away from him Hong Yuan three people, just looking at the two people, Golden Phoenix and Candle Dragon, who were fighting not far away. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, revealing an incomparably evil smile. Ka! At the sight of Luo's evil smile, Hong Yuan subconsciously gave a record. Other than that, Luo just smiled that smile, and the little flavor was just too prickly and scratchy. He must make an album out of it later and properly show it to Yang Mei and the others, while Luo is not the slightest notice, just the eyes always staring at the not far away Golden Phoenix, Candle Dragon two people. Luo could tell that neither of these two had used their full strength. Whenever he did it, he only ran with the idea of injuring the other person, not killing them. Not only these two, but even the Downlord Golden Immortals underneath had their hands somewhat restrained. Just want to beat the crap out of each other, not decapitate them. It is estimated that they also know that once the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan really completely tore their faces off, it is very likely that they will both lose, and even lead to the early arrival of the next flood quantum robbery in advance. So there is this idea. The two parties didn't completely lose their minds either. This was why Candle Dragon was fighting for his life, but Ancestral Dragon still didn't make a move. You know this is the East Sea, the land of the Ancestral Dragon. He can strike anytime he wants to. But why did the Ancestral Dragon not make a move even then? Because he knew that both Golden Phoenix and Candle Dragon had no problem with their brains and wouldn't really run to their deaths. At the same time, the Ancestral Dragon also wanted to use the Phoenix Clan to sharpen his Dragon Clan. Save them always feel that there is no enemy in the flood. All day long they just think about that a little bit of meticulous things. All day long either in the dry compatriots, or in the dry 10,000 tribes. It was just that when Ancestral Dragon was thinking about this, he was subconsciously ignoring his own numerous heirs, and when the Golden Phoenix and Candle Dragon once again urged the magic treasures in their hands to attack, Luo finally moved, only to see his fingertips move slightly. Too pure to the extreme demonic chi silently drilled into the Golden Phoenix and Candle Dragon. It was just that under the cover of the jade disc of creation fragment, it didn't attract the slightest bit of attention from anyone other than Hong Yuan. Even Luo had hidden the nearby heavenly chances through the jade disc of creation fragments, revealing only that image he wanted to be seen. It was only when Hong Yuan saw the scene that he glanced above him somewhat unmarkedly. Feeling Hong Yuan's gaze, Tian Dao's gaze that gazed over immediately had the awkward feeling of being discovered by his own elders, and then he secretly shrunk back, and with the influx of two strands of demonic energy, the eyes of the two of them, Candle Dragon and Golden Phoenix, instantly turned red, as if they could drip blood, and their eyes were filled with endless anger and killing intent. Even the spirit treasure under control erupted with an extremely thick, gut-wrenching coldness due to the agitation of the two men's emotions, only to see more than 10 pieces of innate spiritual treasures in the void suddenly bursting with divine light. That divine light simply illuminated the entire East Sea, reflecting the surrounding waters in a colorful manner. Wisps of innate prohibitions containing the supreme principles of the great Tao filled out from above the spiritual treasures, transforming into countless divine lights that blasted towards each other. At the moment when the spirit treasures of both sides were about to collide, the Golden Phoenix was suddenly stunned, and actually put away all of its spirit treasures in an incomparably bizarre manner. Immediately after that, without the slightest resistance, he directly met Candle Dragon's spiritual treasure. In a blink of an eye, one piece of innate spiritual treasure that emitted brilliant light and contained endless might smashed down on the Golden Phoenix as fiercely as rain. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, only a dazzling to the extreme light suddenly burst out. A powerful shockwave so terrifying that it could not be described in words was formed. The light, the intensity of the aftermath, simply made it impossible to look directly at it, like a huge star detonated with a bang, and even the light of the sun appeared to be eclipsed in front of it. It even made today's flood space tremble vaguely, sending up countless waves. Even the great Luo golden immortals of the dragon and phoenix tribes had to temporarily back off in the face of this terrifyingly extreme energy. And when the light dispersed, on the original battlefield between Candle Dragon and Golden Phoenix, there was only Candle Dragon alone, quietly staying in place, his eyes somewhat dazed as he looked at the empty scene in front of him. And in front of Candle Dragon, apart from a few spiritual treasures that had dimmed considerably, nothing more, not even the slightest bit of Yuan Shin or indestructible spiritual light had survived. Golden Phoenix actually fell. With the fall of the Golden Phoenix, a trace of the quantum of the chi of the flood once again rose in 4 places. It's still thin today, but it's predictable. The great Longhan robbery has finally kicked off. The divine reverend who was guarding the west felt this thin chi of quantum revelation and was also a bit emotional. The flood quantum of solace is back on. Immediately afterward, God Rebel also began to deduce it, and when he did so, he immediately grinned. Surprisingly, it's the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn. TSK 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 TSK. I don't know if these 3 clans will almost end up like my Fierce Beast clan in the future. As the protagonist of the last flood quantum revelation, not many people could understand the terror of the flood quantum revelation better than Divine Reversal. At that time, if it wasn't for Dao Zun, I'm afraid that his Fierce Beast clan would probably have to die a clean death. But fortunately, his Ferocious Beast measure was still preserved, so this time he didn't need to enter the robberies, but also felt relaxed. He kinda wanted to see which of the 3 clans, the Dragon, Phoenix and Qilin, actually won. And the awakening of the chi of the Quantum of Solace did not escape Yang Mei's notice. Yang Mei just casually glanced at it. Then he didn't care and continued to cultivate. This flood quantum robbery had nothing to do with him, so he didn't worry about it. There's no way in hell he's going to enter the hijacking again. Anyway, we still have Hong Yuan. What he had to do was still to break through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal as soon as possible. And on the East Sea, looking at the several spiritual treasures of the Golden Phoenix that were floating empty in the void, not only did Candle Dragon freeze, even all of the Dala Junctions of the Dragon and Phoenix tribes froze. And at that moment, the ancestral dragon underneath the Dragon Palace also suddenly changed its face abruptly. How is that possible? He couldn't even detect the Golden Phoenix's aura anymore? Chapter 89, Ancestral Dragon's Intentions. At this moment, he couldn't care less about continuing his cultivation and directly appeared above the East Sea. However, when he saw the several innate spiritual treasures in front of Candlewick that were originally the Golden Phoenix as well as the aura of the Golden Phoenix's fall that permeated the surroundings, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly widened. Somewhat incredulously, he looked at Candlewick. Even his voice took on a bit of huskiness and heaviness. Candle Dragon, you killed the Golden Phoenix? Candle Dragon due to suffering from Luo Shuhu before the demonic energy of the blind. At this time the mind is also muddled. He only remembered that at that time, he seemed to fight out of the fire, and then fight the Golden Phoenix to death. Thinking of this, Candle Dragon's dragon body immediately trembled, and he looked at the ancestral dragon in front of him, and was somewhat flustered. Big brother, I do not know I did not want to kill him Jin Fengyi, he was suddenly killed by me. The ancestral dragon who heard this also hurriedly began to deduce. However, no matter how he deduced it, he could only see the image of Candle Dragon battling the Golden Phoenix for 300 rounds, and finally beheading the Golden Phoenix in anger. Even if he used his great magic power to recreate the images from that time, couldn't detect anything wrong at all. It was clearly Candlewick who suddenly came to anger while fighting and then killed Golden Phoenix. With his current strength, in addition to the Daozun and the God Rebel who had been guarding the west could have a way to conceal over him, I am afraid that even if it was the Yang Mei old ancestor and the other veteran mixed golden immortals who had made a move, Ancestral Dragon was confident that he would be able to detect a hint of their move. But here today, there is no sign of anyone else's meddling at all. That was why he preferred to believe that it was Candlewick who had fought out of the fire, rather than believe that it was Daozun or Divine Reverence who had moved, because even if the Divine Rebel was strong, he still had to do things according to the thoughts of the Daofather. Could be the temperament of Daozun. If his old man really wanted to make a move, he wouldn't hide it like this, even if their entire dragon clan together. In terms of Daozuan, it is nothing more than a slap in the face. Is it not good to do it in a big way? Did he, the dragon race, dare to claim the slightest resistance? So now there was only one conclusion, and that was that Golden Phoenix had truly died at the hands of his dragon clan. Candle Dragon. This is a great thing, and it's a big deal. Ancestral Dragon simply didn't dare to think about how crazy the Phoenix clan, which had fallen a mixed golden immortal, would be at that time. It was important to know that a mixed golden immortal could be extremely important to the chi of a community, and now that the Phoenix clan had lost a mixed golden immortal, the Phoenix clan side would definitely suffer a heavy blow. It could be said that this time, Their dragon clan and the Phoenix clan had already formed an undying bond. Thinking of this, the ancestral dragon only felt his head swell. Looking at Candle Dragon's shrunken neck, not daring to meet his eyes at all, the ancestral dragon was instantly a bit furious. Tell me about you. You weren't great when you should have been. Why are you so great now? A mixed golden immortal was just screwed over by you. Even he had never performed such a feat. Now that the beam with the Phoenix clan has been formed, I'm afraid that this time the matter is not going to be resolved well, unless he was willing to hand over Candlewick. But Candlewick was not only his own brother, he was also one of only 2 mixed golden immortals in the dragon clan. Ancestral Dragon would never do this. Now the only thing to do is to see if we can find Yang Mei Laozu and the others, or even Daozun, to step in and mediate from there. With that, after making his decision, the ancestral dragon also turned his head violently to look at those Phoenix race's great Luo golden immortals. He gritted his teeth and then ordered Candle Dragon and a group of dragon race's great Luo Jinxians, take down all the people of the Phoenix clan. Now that they, the dragon clan, were already feuding with the Phoenix clan, they naturally wouldn't let these great Luo golden immortals go back. However, the ancestral dragon would not directly make a move to kill them for the time being, and would have to look at the attitude of the Phoenix clan's side before saying anything. After saying that, the ancestral dragon took the lead and directly waved his big hand, and the ancestral dragon bead, the dragon clan's greatest treasure, was clearly visible above his head. It instantly pressed down towards the Phoenix clan crowd underneath. That terrifying power of chi as well as the pressure directly caused the faces of the group of great Luo golden immortals from the Phoenix clan underneath to change abruptly. Hurriedly, he urged up his magic treasure to meet them. However, their spirit treasures had only just come into contact with the ancestral dragon pearl, and the massive recoil caused them to instantly turn pale and spit out more than just blood. The ancestral dragon pearl of that dragon clan's greatest treasure was simply not something they could fight against. This was because this ancestral dragon pearl contained the entire dragon clan's fortune. With the dragon clan's chi powering it, it wasn't too far behind even the innate supreme treasures, not to mention ancestral dragon's cultivation that far surpassed theirs. With their 20-odd great Luo golden immortals, it was undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg if they wanted to face the entire dragon clan's chi. In just an instant, the 20 or so great Luo golden immortals of the Phoenix clan instantly lost their fighting strength. It was then controlled by a group of dragon race's great Luo golden immortals, and when ancestral dragon saw this scene, he also opened his mouth towards Candle Dragon. You will now press these people back, but do not hurt their lives. I go to seek Yang Mei Old Ancestor and others to see if they can let them step forward for us to intercede from. If you can, then this off our dragon tribe will be considered to be in the past. These Dala golden immortals to return to them at that time there is no harm, but if those old ancestors are unwilling to step forward, the Phoenix clan will be weakened by a few points with the loss of these great Luo golden immortals, and will be able to blackmail the Phoenix clan with the lives of these great Luo golden immortals in exchange for demands. And when Candle Dragon and the others heard this, they hurriedly nodded their heads, not daring to have a single word of rebuttal. After the ancestral dragon had made the arrangements, he also left the place without saying a word. It was rushing towards Zhou Mountain. If it was possible, of course it would be most useful to ask the Dao Father to step in. With the Dao Father out of the way, would the Phoenix clan dare to let out a single fart? But in fact, Ancestral Dragon also knew that it was expected that Daozun wouldn't care about these idle matters. But Ancestral Dragon still planned to make a trip to find Daozun first before saying anything. What if you get lucky and the Dao Father agrees? And Luo, who had been hiding himself as he watched the direction the Ancestral Dragon flew toward, also began to ponder. I don't think Hong Yuan would care about that, would he? But just then, an incomparably familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. What? Thinking about whether or not my father will be in charge of this? The appearance of this line of voice instantly caused Luo's face to instantly change color. It was as if he was reminded again of the sight of the second time he had been smoked at Mount Sumeru. It's so similar to this one. But soon, Luo forced down the jumbled thoughts in his mind and slowly looked to his side. This look immediately caused Luo to raise his eyebrows. This time Hong Yuan was not alone. There was also his disciple with a part of the origin of the hour and a good ugly pet. After pondering for a moment, Luo also slowly opened his mouth and asked, Hong Yuan, how did you know I was here? Hong Yuan raised his eyebrows. This father and disciple have been watching the show next to you from the very beginning. It's just that you didn't realize it. Speaking of which, Luo's pupils shrunk violently. You mean you've been? Yeah, my father was here before you even arrived. And speaking of which, it was your demon ancestor Luo who ran to my side. Law. Chapter 90, Arrival of Yuan Feng. In the immortal volcano, Yuan Feng, who was originally immersed in deep cultivation, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes without warning. A terrifying aura erupted from her body, shaking the air around her with ripples. Yuan Feng's eyebrows frowned slightly as a strong uneasiness welled up in her heart. A feeling as if someone had taken away the most precious thing from her hands in a hard way. She settled down and began to carefully explore just what had caused such a huge swing in her mind. Soon enough, she discovered the chi in her Phoenix clan had unexpectedly plummeted by a large portion in a short period of time. This change immediately shocked Yuan Feng. She couldn't figure out no matter what why the Phoenix clan, which had always been incredibly strong, would have its chi reduced by so much. Why is this? Why has my Phoenix clan's chi luck suddenly decreased? Yuan Feng roared in fury, his voice like thunder exploding throughout the Phoenix clan's territory. With a heart full of anger, Yuan Feng immediately exerted his divine ability and began to deduce the causes and consequences of this matter. However, when she saw the final result, Yuan Feng's face instantly turned iron blue, and that face of stunning beauty became somewhat distorted from anger. It looks so intimidating that you can't help but feel intimidated. At this moment, Yuan Feng's eyes seemed to have thousands of angry flames burning, and the scorching temperature seemed to be able to turn everything in the world into ashes. However, the icy coldness emanating from her surroundings was amazing to the point of being unimaginable, and even the blazing flames in the immortal volcano, which were always burning, were extinguished under the compulsion of this coldness. Good for you Dragon Clan, bullying my Phoenix Clan that there is no one, right? Yuan Feng gritted her teeth and said, each word popping out with difficulty from her tightly bitten red lips. With that, Yuan Feng also walked out directly from the place of cultivation. That red dress every step. Skirt on the red like blood will be more and more vivid a few points. In the end, until Yuan Feng arrived in front of the group of phoenixes outside, the red dress was already colorful and bright red to the extreme. Just by looking at it, one could not help but be disoriented, as if seeing the most dangerous existence in the world. Looking at each of the clansmen in front of him with a ferocious face that looked like a ferocious beast, Yuan Feng also slowly closed her eyes, and then her face gradually became calm. But whoever it was could feel the raging anger hidden under Yuan Feng's calm face. In the next second, only Yuan Feng spoke softly, let's go. After saying that, he flew in the direction of the East Sea. The group of Phoenix clan powerhouses also silently followed behind Yuan Feng without uttering a word. Among them, there are not only the people of the Phoenix clan, there are also a lot of birds of prey that are subordinate to the bottom of the Phoenix clan. It was a great, vast mass. For a while, the entire floodplain had the feeling that a storm was coming. The chi of quantitative calamity in that heaven and earth also silently thickened a few more points. And at this time, Zhu Long had finally arrived at the bottom of Zhou Mountain. After making a deep bow towards Zhou Shan, the ancestral dragon also shouted respectfully, East Sea ancestral dragon seeks an audience with Tao Father. Soon, a spatial pattern also appeared underneath Zhou Mountain in a heck of a way. Su Weiwei's figure slowly appeared in front of the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon looked at the Su Weiwei in front of him, and his heart plummeted with joy. Greetings, fellow Daoist Su Weiwei. However, Su Weiwei's next sentence was the one that made Zueilong's heart go half cold. I only saw Cui Wei first return a bow towards the ancestral dragon, and then slowly spoke. Greetings, fellow Daoist ancestral dragon. The old master is not in the dojo now, so I'm afraid you'll have to travel for nothing this time. Listening to Su Weiwei's words, the ancestral dragon, despite having expected it, still could not help but feel a bit extremely lost when he really heard such words. How could he not hear that the words of Daoist friend Su Weiwei this time both said that Dao Zun is not present now, but also showed that Dao Zun does not have the intention to make a move. After all, with the supreme greatness of the Dao Father, he was naturally able to know that he had come this time, but now that he knows, it's better to let Trisha just say it was a wasted trip on his part. This is already a sufficient indication of what His Holiness the Dao wants. After hesitating for a moment, the ancestral dragon also humbly begged towards the Su Weiwei in front of him. Dare I ask you, I wonder if your holiness has ever left any words for me? Cui Wei wore a light smile on her face, and even in the face of ancestral dragon's inquiry she only shook her head slightly. When Zhu Long saw this, his heart grew even colder, but he didn't say anything, just left Zhou Mountain after saying goodbye to Cui Wei. He then had to go and seek an audience with Elder Yang Mei and the others. It was estimated that Yuan Feng should have found out about Golden Phoenix's death by now. He's got to get a grip. And as time passed, the ancestral dragon arrived in Yang Mei's dojo. But he had only just arrived when Yang Mei's voice came into his ears. The old Taoist has no intention of meddling in such matters. Depart! Hearing Yang Mei's decisive and resolute voice, the ancestral dragon instantly clenched his teeth and also rushed to the next old ancestor's dojo. But a few old ancestors were sought in a row. Zulan were rejected. At this point, the ancestral dragon also somewhat appeared to be at a loss as to what to do. If old ancestor Yang Mei and the rest of the group of ancestors didn't make a move, it would be difficult for him, the Dragon Clan, to compete with the Phoenix Clan alone. After hesitating for a moment, the ancestral dragon flew directly in the direction of the Qilin clan land. and over the East China Sea. At this time, Yuan Feng had also arrived with a group of Phoenix clan powerhouses. Upon seeing the Yuan Feng that appeared on the surface of the East Sea, the candle dragon hidden in the Dragon Palace also turned slightly pale. Finally, after coming back to his senses, Candle Dragon also did not dare to have the slightest delay, and hurriedly fully activated the formation that had been carefully laid out before. Only a low humming sound was heard, and in an instant, brilliant starlight surged out like a tidal wave, quickly filling the entire East Sea. Countless stars floated above the East Sea, shining and eye-catching, as if lighting up this entire sky. The strands of Tao lines containing endless mysteries instantly coalesced together under the starlight, and in the blink of an eye, they formed an imposing and massive formation that directly shrouded most of the East Sea. In order to ensure the stability of the grand formation, Candle Dragon didn't hesitate to use the means together with many dragon experts, directly connecting the dragon clan's chi luck accumulated over the years with the entire grand formation. With the integration of the dragon clan's chi, the entire array emitted a more dazzling light, and its power was even more powerful by several times. At this moment, Yuan Feng, who was perched high in the clouds, was overlooking the large formation that had suddenly risen below, but her stunningly beautiful and cold face did not show the slightest fluctuation of emotions, and remained as calm as water. Only to see her vermilion lips gently opening, she murmured in a voice that was soft but with incomparable majesty, "Your dragon clan killed the high level of this emperor's clan. Originally, on the basis of the same three clans of the open heaven, this emperor still wanted to give you an opportunity to explain and admit your mistakes. Now it seems that your dragon clan does not intend to hand over the people." Speaking here, Yuan Feng's eyes steeply became stern, and a palpitating pressure violently erupted from her. She fiercely waved her sleeve and shouted, "In that case, then the Phoenix clan is at full war with the Dragon clan from today." After saying that, Yuan Feng fiercely waved his hand in a big wave. In a flash, the group of phoenixes and birds of prey behind Yuan Feng suddenly revealed their true forms. Without saying a word, he launched an attack towards the large formation laid down by the Dragon clan. Chapter 91, Ancestral Dragon Seeks the Beginning. Qilin. For a time, the wind and clouds changed, and the sun and moon were dimmed as a result. The aura of a Taiyi golden immortal, or even a great Luo golden immortal, roared out in a diffuse and declarative manner. In the East Sea, countless beings with shallow cultivation could not carry that majestic pressure even though they had the shelter of the Dragon clan's great formation. One by one, their bodies exploded into countless mists of blood. The number of living beings who fell this time was more than billions and billions. After the fall of these beings, the aura of quantitative calamity in the flooded heavens and earth was once again a few points thicker. A strand of black karma immediately surfaced above the Phoenix clan crowd. Even the Phoenix shadow that was condensed by the power of the Phoenix clan's chi had an extra trace of silent blackness on it. Not far away, when Luo saw this scene, the curve of his mouth couldn't be hidden no matter how much he tried to hide it. But soon he woke up to the fact that Hong Yuan was still on the sidelines. As expected, when he turned his head to look at Hong Yuan was manifesting a strand of mirror law power in his hand, and was concentrating on recording it with a smile on his face. This discovery also caused Luo to immediately darken his face. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat Hong Yuan, he would probably be striking out right now. Big brother, can't you cover up a little bit? If you cover it up, he can pretend not to see it. It's embarrassing for him to be so explicit. Doesn't he, the devil's granddaddy, want to lose face? But after a moment of contemplation, Luo still put down his so-called face and just ignored it all. Then he also slowly looked at Yuan Feng and the others in front of him. At this moment, under Yuan Feng's organization, one Phoenix clan powerhouse controlled the magic treasures in his hands to blast down towards the Dragon clan's great formation underneath. The multicolored divine light directly reflected countless light years, and the might of each of them seemed extremely terrifying. And the Dragon clan grand formation looked a little shaky under this force. Seeing this, the Candle Dragon underneath the East Sea also gritted his teeth and directly instructed the strongest members of the clan to land in the four formations of the Great Formation. With the support of these people, even though the Dragon clan grand formation was still a bit shaky, but it's clearly been much better than before. It wasn't that Candle Dragon hadn't thought about going out to meet the battle directly, but he knew that their Dragon clan was still a bit far away from the Phoenix clan. Not to mention the fact that the Ancestral Dragon is not here today, and the Phoenix clan. Despite the fall of a golden phoenix, there were still 3 mixed golden immortals in the entire Phoenix clan, including Yuan Feng. Nowadays, although Yuan Feng had not arrived with all of the mixed golden immortals, but now, among the Phoenix clan's arrivals, apart from Yuan Feng, who was in the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal, there was also an early stage of the mixed golden immortal, Qingluan. It was impossible for him to face 2 mixed golden immortals on his own even if he was strong. Now he could only hope that his big brother would return soon. Otherwise, Even if they didn't die this time, the dragon clan would have to lose a large portion of their power. At the same time, the ancestral dragon had finally arrived in the Qilin ancestral land. Without the slightest bit of nonsense, the ancestral dragon also directly declared a portion of his aura. Elder brother beginning Qilin, I have something to ask. Please come out and see me. In the Qilin ancestral land, the beginning Qilin was also directly awake from its cultivation when it sensed the aura of the ancestral dragon. Somewhat puzzled, he murmured, Ancestor dragon? What is he doing here? But without much thought, he directly waved his big hand and split a passageway, inviting the ancestral dragon in. An ancestral dragon was quietly relieved when he saw this passageway that appeared in front of him. So too, he took a big step straight in. And when the ancestral dragon saw the beginning Qilin, he also saluted first, and then he directly opened the door and said, Older brother beginning Qilin, I still hope that you can help me. The beginning Qilin was a bit surprised when he heard this. Ancestral dragon was actually asking for his help? That's still a bit outrageous. With his dragon clan strength still above his own Qilin clan, what could their Qilin clan do to help? Could it be that something else had happened in the flood during this period of time after he and the Inked Qilin had closed their doors? The ancestral dragon didn't beat around the bush when he saw that the beginning Qilin's face was a bit puzzled. Directly, the previous fire phoenix bird came to his east seashore to create a kill, and was subsequently decapitated by his dragon clan. Then the golden phoenix came to seek revenge and died and told the first Qilin about it, and the beginning Kirin frowned at that. The golden phoenix has actually fallen, and still fell at the hands of the dragons? That's no small thing. After all, that was a mixed golden immortal, excluding Daozun as well as the divine rebel who was guarding the west. The golden immortal is the pinnacle of the flood, and judging by the way the Phoenix clan acted, there is bound to be a battle between the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. It's not a good idea for them to intervene in this matter. The Kirin clan, it was not allowed to say that if he was not careful, even his Qilin clan would be dragged down. By then the entire floodplain will be devastated. It may even cause the next flood quantum leap to be advanced. After all, in the whole of the flood, their three tribes have now been counted as having united all the living beings in 99% of them. This is not a simple battle. Thinking of this, the beginning Qilin wanted to just open his mouth and refuse. But Ancestral Dragon was first and the beginning Qilin refused before interrupted. Beginning Qilin, old brother, if you do not help my brother this time, I'm afraid that by the time my Dragon clan really want to start a full-scale war with the Phoenix clan, at that time, the quantitative calamity of the flood will certainly be advanced a lot, which is different from your Qilin clan's intention, right? Said this Ancestral Dragon cannot help but pause, and for brother is not that let you and my Dragon clan join together on the Phoenix clan, but that you cannot help my brother to do a middleman. Ease the relationship between my Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan. After all, we are too much involved in the three tribes. If really war, I am afraid that you Qilin clan is not necessarily able to stay away from. After all, you Kylin clan is still with the Phoenix clan adjacent to the. When the beginning Qilin heard this, he also couldn't help but retract the refusal that had just reached his lips. Somewhat tightly frowning, he began to think about what Zulon had said. Indeed, what Ancestral Dragon said had some truth to it. If the Dragon and Phoenix really went to war, then it would be difficult for his Qilin clan to stay out of it. Just as he hesitated, he also slowly looked at the Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon buddy, it's not that I'm unwilling to make a move, it's just that this is indeed a big deal, and I'm not sure if Yuanfeng is willing to give me this face. When Ancestral Dragon heard this, he also let out a long sigh. Older brother, you might as well give it a try. It's naturally good if you can make it, but if you can't, it's time for my dragon tribe to suffer from this calamity. Ancestral Dragon said so. The beginning of the Qilin is not good to say anything more, so as also a solemn nod, said, then I will go on this trip. Just Ancestral Dragon buddy can be prepared. My face may be. As for how useful, well, I am also not clear. Upon hearing this, the Ancestral Dragon also looked joyful and hurriedly nodded. Then thank you, old brother beginning Qilin. No matter if things come to fruition or not, my Dragon clan recognizes this love of my old brother. The beginning Qilin also nodded, and then also walked out of this place of cultivation with the Ancestral Dragon. After instructing a few of his subordinates, he also left the Qilin ancestral land and set off towards the East Sea with the Ancestral Dragon. And right after the beginning Qilin left, a figure silently entered the Qilin ancestral land. That was clearly the left protector under Luo's command, Demon Luo. Chapter 92. Did no one tell you that I have a bad temper? Soon, Moloch appeared in the Fire Qilin's place of cultivation. With the Fire Qilin's cultivation at the peak of the great Luo, Golden Immortal unexpectedly did not have the slightest awareness that an additional silhouette had appeared in his place of seclusion. At this moment, gazing at the Fire Qilin in front of him, who was still immersed in cultivation, the corner of Emo Luo's mouth slowly raised upwards, and an extremely cold smile gradually surfaced. He knew that this place was not suitable to stay for a long time, in order to avoid any complications, so Moloch did not hesitate to directly take out a black bead that was black and emitted a gust of bizarre aura. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Moloch murmured softly, a sly and cruel light flashing in his eyes. It's really cheap for you guys. This is something that Lord Demon Ancestor has been preparing for your Kirin clan for a long time. Enjoy it. Before the words fell, Moloch swung his arm and without the slightest hesitation struck the black bead in his hand straight into the fire Chilin's body. In an instant, the black bead was seen as if it was a drop of ink dripping into clear water, rapidly integrating into the body of the fire Chilin. And right after this black bead was integrated into the fire Chilin's body, the surface of the fire Chilin's body suddenly rose up a trace of dark demonic aura that appeared as if it were a maggot attached to the bone, and then in the next second, it disappeared. And at this moment, the fire Chilin that had originally closed its eyes tightly seemed like it had been awakened by an invisible force that awakened it suddenly. Those eyes showed a creepy scarlet color, and the coldness revealed in them was like a piece of ice that was not easy to find for ages, full of death. It made it seem as if one's entire genjutsu was trembling with just a single glance, and when Demon Luo saw this, he nodded with satisfaction. Then his figure moved slightly, like a ghost. He once again disappeared quietly and without a trace, as if he had never appeared before. And not long after Moloch left, the fire Chilin also directly walked out of the place of cultivation, only to see his figure sway, transforming into a crimson light, directly driving a rainbow to leave the Chilin ancestral land. And the ink Chilin who sensed the fire Chilin's movement slowly opened its eyes and glanced at the fire Chilin's departing back with some confusion. Strange. Why did the fire Chilin suddenly stop cultivating? Could it be that it sensed the chance of his breakthrough? Thinking of this, a smirk also appeared on the ink Chilin's face. If the fire Chilin could really break through, then his Chilin clan would have 3 mixed golden immortals. This is a matter of great importance after all. Shall I follow and see as well? However, the ink Chilin quickly shook his head again, dismissing the idea of following up to protect the law. After all, with the power of his Chilin clan nowadays, coupled with the fire Chilin's cultivation is only weaker than the mixed golden immortal. Even if you look at the entire flood wasteland, there are not many people who can serve as his opponent. I believe that there is not much danger in leaving this time. It's better to forget about it yourself. After all, one's current priority was still to guard the Chilin ancestral land. The ink Chilin then stopped putting it on his mind and continued to cultivate. And after the fire Chilin had just left the range of the Chilin's ancestral land, it flew all the way towards the Phoenix clan's territory. On this journey, the fire Chilin didn't even conceal its aura in the slightest. Among them, there were also quite a few strong people in the Flying Bird clan under the Phoenix clan who had sensed the movements of the fire Chilin. Since the Chilin clan and the Phoenix clan had never had much conflict, and both territories were in neighboring areas. Therefore, those strong men of the Flying Bird clan did not take it to heart, and only thought that the fire Chilin had something to do to find the senior members of the Phoenix clan. Finally, the fire Chilin had also arrived within the range of the immortal volcano, and the fire Chilin was finally stopped. That was likewise a phoenix bird with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. It was just that his cultivation was far inferior to that of the fire Chilin, and he only had the cultivation of an early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. That phoenix bird was also very polite when it saw the fire Chilin and bowed towards it first, and then he raised his head, a smile at the corner of his mouth, and softly inquired, I don't know what is the purpose of fellow Taoist fire Chilin's visit to my Phoenix clan. However, just as this phoenix bird's words fell, the fire Chilin's originally stoic face suddenly became gloomy and watery. Only a cold light flashed in his eyes, and with a cold snort, he actually activated his own magic treasure without hesitation. In an instant, the magic treasure in the hands of the fire Chilin suddenly bloomed with a dazzling light, carrying a might that destroyed the heavens and the earth, and blasted directly at the phoenix bird that was close at hand with the momentum of wild thunder. That phoenix bird had never expected that the fire Chilin would suddenly attack, plus the speed of the fire Chilin was really too fast. So fast that the phoenix bird couldn't even react. Not to mention that the gap between the two in terms of cultivation and magical treasures was still somewhat large. So with just one strike, that phoenix bird's body burst apart in an instant, turning into countless rains of blood and completely falling on the spot. Not even a hint of a scream rang out. Looking at the sky of blood rain in front of him, the fire Chilin's face is looking very calm, just murmuring to himself, like a dream. A mere early stage great Luo golden immortal dares to call me a fellow Taoist? Simply doesn't know how to die. The uncountable, densely packed living beings at the bottom, after looking at the countless blood rains that slowly showered down on them like pouring water, all of them froze completely and utterly. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. These beings could not imagine how the fire Qilin of the Qilin clan could be so bold as to dare to openly launch a sneak attack on their clan's ancestral land and exterminate the clan's great Luo Golden Immortal level powerhouses in one fell swoop. Even if Lord Phoenix Emperor personally led many of the strongest members of the clan to the Dragon Clan, the power left behind in the ancestral land still could not be underestimated. The fire Qilin is just a mere existence at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. So where did he get the courage and strength to act recklessly here? However, before these overly frightened beings could recover from their shock, they only saw the fire Qilin violently dropping the magic treasure in its hands without the slightest hesitation, much less half a word of nonsense. It directly suppressed towards the countless living beings underneath. In a blink of an eye, the bodies of countless living beings shattered, directly turning into a streak of bloody mud, and even the Yuan Shin and the indestructible spiritual light were completely shattered. Bold. And at this moment, the great powers in the Phoenix clan finally reacted and appeared in front of the fire Qilin. Roaring with rage, he gazed coldly at the fire Qilin in front of him. The vermilion bird that had been guarding the immortal fire mountain also appeared in front of the fire Qilin. Looking at the scene of heavy deaths and injuries around him, the vermilion bird forced down the anger in her heart and questioned towards the fire Qilin in a cold voice. Why are you doing this? If you don't give an explanation to our Phoenix clan, we will definitely have you thrashed to the bone and forever be in our clan's earth. However, the fire Qilin's face was unchanged. Its gaze coldly gazing at the crowd of Phoenix clan powerhouses in front of it, and spoke in a deep voice without slowing down. Some ants are just ants, so why not kill them? Speaking of this, the fire Qilin paused. Two ferocious lights flared in its eyes. I haven't even asked you for the rewards for clearing out the mole crickets, but you and the others are so good that you're looking for me to ask for the rewards instead. Hasn't anyone told you that I have a bad temper? As the last incomparably cold voice was spat out, the fire Qilin suddenly directly activated the magic treasure in its hand, and without saying a word, suddenly struck out towards the dozens of Dala Golden Immortals in front of it, as well as the vermilion bird who was a mixed Golden Immortal. Jubilee. A group of Phoenix clan powerhouses. Chapter 93, The Dragon Clan's Great Formation breaks. At this moment, Vermilion Bird and the others were also speechless by the fire Qilin's demeanor. They also didn't expect the fire Qilin to be so brave. Facing dozens of great Luo Golden Immortals, there was even a mixed Golden Immortal who dared to make a move. But since the fire Qilin had made a move, they wouldn't say anything more. Although they, the Phoenix clan, wanted to maintain a bit of decency for the Qilin clan, it was never a reason to be able to allow the fire Qilin to act wildly on their heads. Whatever the reason, today, the fire Qilin must die. No one can bail out. With that, Vermilion Bird no longer hesitated, and the mana of the mixed Golden Immortal exploded out, the roiling southern brightness flame instantly bursting out around her. In just an instant, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be enveloped by an endless sea of fire, and in the next second, these countless Nanmingli fire instantly blasted towards the fire Qilin. However, when the fire Qilin saw this, instead of being surprised, he laughed and said, Vermilion Bird, Vermilion Bird, don't you know that I am the fire Qilin? I would like to see, in the end, is your Vermilion Bird's Nanmingli fire powerful, or my Kirin's true fire is more prevalent? Once the words were said, only to see that the fire Qilin mouth violently sprayed out a blazing flame. This flame is the purest and most young Qilin true fire in its body. In the blink of an eye, these true flames converged into a huge fireball with a diameter of tens of millions of feet. The scene was devastating. From afar, this fireball was like a small sunstar, blossoming with dazzling light, while emitting chillingly hot temperatures, as if it was capable of burning everything in the world to the ground. The fire Qilin then didn't say much nonsense, and that terrifying Qilin true flame directly met Vermilion Bird's Nanmingli fire head-on. In the next second, the two most ferocious divine flames in heaven and earth collided together. The incomparably high temperature actually made the surrounding countless trees and plants instantly turn into nothing. Even the land quickly became dry and cracked under the scorching heat of this horrible heat. But soon, with a loud bang that resounded through the heavens and earth, a body covered in flames and burned black flew out backwards with a bang and smashed heavily on the ground, twitching every now and then. It wasn't long before there was no more movement, and above the void, the unharmed Vermilion Bird looked at the fire Qilin underneath who hadn't made the slightest movement, and was somewhat dumbfounded. It was only after a long time that it slowly popped out of his mouth. No, he right? At this same time, the Ying Qilin and the Qilin ancestral ground suddenly changed its face and violently stood up directly. How? The Qi of my Qilin clan? Surprisingly, it has dropped? After deducing a bit, the Ying Qilin immediately stared a bit wide-eyed and muttered with a face full of disbelief. How is that possible? The fire Qilin has fallen? Or fell in the hands of the Phoenix clan? Time rushed by and 10,000 years passed in a flash. Above the vast and boundless East China Sea, the waves were surging and tumbling, as if they never stopped rushing. The bodies of dead creatures floated on the surface of the sea, and the originally azure sea water was actually dyed blood red at this moment. Yuan Feng stood in the clouds, her gaze cold as she looked at the Dragon Clan formation in front of her, seeming to have lost her patience a long time ago. This was followed by directly summoning his own magic treasure as well. It was a divine staff condensed from divine wood, and this staff was turquoise and crystal clear, as if it was carved from emerald. The staff was even engraved with countless divine patterns and phoenix sculptures, flickering with a faint but palpitating light. Just the moment it appeared, it erupted with an unrivaled pressure that actually caused the seawater to churn and set off monstrous waves. Even the hundreds of millions of light-years of space around them were constantly trembling. This is the Phoenix Clan's greatest treasure, the Phoenix Staff. With the Dragon Clan's ancestral dragon pearl in general, it is also carrying the Phoenix Clan's chi cohesion, its power even if it is not as good as the innate supreme treasure. However, under the augmentation of chi, it was by no means much weaker. When Candle Dragon saw this magic treasure, his heart immediately also tightened violently, and a bad premonition arose. And just then, Yuan Feng moved. She was seen holding the Phoenix Staff and gently floating above the Dragon Clan's grand formation. The Phoenix Staff in his hand snapped down a bit. Ka! Only a click could be heard, and the originally shaky grand formation of the Dragon Clan instantly fragmented into pieces. As soon as the grand formation broke, the dragon race's chi instantly began to plummet. But, for a moment, countless dragon powerhouses in the Dragon Palace suddenly trembled violently, and in the next second, one by one, they instantly spat out blood from their mouths and their faces became shriveled. Candle Dragon's face was also more than a little helpless and haggard when he saw that the clan's great formation had been broken. Brother, I'm afraid I can't wait for you to come back this time. After letting out a sigh, Candle Dragon also slowly rose up and appeared above the surface of the East Sea, facing Yuan Feng from a distance. Yuan Feng, the one who killed the Golden Phoenix was me, and I know that you're here for me as well. So today I'd like to ask if the Emperor of your Phoenix Clan would dare to fight with me alone? Looking at the Candle Dragon in front of him, Yuan Feng's face, which was always like frost, also suddenly rose with a raging killing intent. Release this Emperor's Phoenix Clan members, and I will do as you wish. Otherwise I don't know how many of your Dragon Clan will survive this Emperor today. As for Candle Dragon, after hearing Yuan Feng's words, he only pondered for a moment before agreeing in a deep voice. Yes, but your Phoenix Clan shall not strike at the rest of my Dragon Clan again. Yuan Feng also didn't hesitate in the slightest and answered in a broken voice. Good. If it was possible, Yuan Feng didn't want to go into a full-scale war with the dragon race. Killing a single Candle Dragon would be enough. Otherwise, even if they could win, I'm afraid that many of their clansmen would have to fall by then. And then, Candlewick also commanded to have the restraints placed on all the people of the Phoenix Clan captured earlier lifted. Without waiting long, these great Luo Golden Immortals of the Phoenix Clan also regained their cultivation once again and rushed back to their clansmen. It was just that the eyes that looked at the dragon race still carried a hint of hatred and viciousness that could not be concealed. Candle Dragon did not care about the eyes of the people of the Phoenix Clan in front of him, only that after letting go of those $20-odd Golden Immortals of the Phoenix Clan, he also looked towards Yuan Feng. What I promised you, I did, and I hope you, Yuan Feng, will do what you promised me. Yuan Feng immediately let out a cold laugh and said nonchalantly, Don't worry, this Emperor still has this amount of temperament, but this is not something you should consider. What you should consider is how to give the Golden Phoenix of this Emperor's clan a life. After saying that, Yuan Feng urged the Phoenix Staff in her hand, directly condensing a monstrous divine light that roared towards Candle Dragon. The Candle Dragon was also prepared for this and hurriedly activated his spiritual treasure for defense. However, with just a single glance, Candle Dragon's face suddenly changed abruptly, and a hint of redness could be vaguely seen. Then in the next second, Candlewick's spirit treasure and himself were instantly ejected. After all, this Phoenix Staff can be different from ordinary innate spiritual treasures. That contains the power of the entire Phoenix Clan's chi, with which the fight is undoubtedly equivalent to facing the entire Phoenix Clan. However, the divine light of that Phoenix Staff was going unabated and still continued to sail towards Candle Dragon. However, in the next second, Yuan Feng's face suddenly frowned with a diaphanous frown. It was only because in front of Candlewick, there were two more figures. Chapter 94, Old Ancestor, the Fire Qilin is dead. Candle Dragon looked at the ancestral dragon in front of him. Even with Candle Dragon's cultivation now there was more than a hint of redness in his eyes. A strong sense of security that could not be described in words surged to his heart like a tidal wave, causing his voice to tremble a little. Big brother. When the ancestral dragon heard this cry, a warm and kind smile immediately appeared on his face. Gently nodding his head, he responded, I'm back. It's been hard on you these past few days. After saying that, he slowly turned his gaze to Yuan Feng at the side. With some apologies and sincerity in his eyes, he softly opened his mouth and inquired, Yuan Feng, what happened this time is indeed not the original wish of my dragon clan, but now that it has come to this, I wonder what you need to do in order to let go of the past and stop pursuing it. Yuan Feng laughed at his words. No longer pursuing? That's easy for you to say, but my Phoenix clan has completely lost a mixed golden immortal, ancestral dragon. Where did you get the nerve to ask the Phoenix clan to forgive you? Speaking of this, the more Yuan Feng spoke, the more excited he became, and even his voice unconsciously raised an octave. If this emperor really answers you, how will the subordinate clans under my Phoenix clan look at me? The ancestral dragon also fell silent at that. Indeed, as Yuan Feng said, the mixed golden immortal is an existence that stands at the top of the floodplains, and among the 3 tribes, there are only less than 10 people. Such a loss would be an extremely heavy and unbearable blow for any race. For a moment, the atmosphere fell into a deathly silence, as if even the air around them had frozen. At that moment, the beginning Kirin beside the ancestral dragon also bowed towards Yuan Feng and opened his mouth to persuade. Fellow Daoist Yuan Feng, I know that you are very angry, but for the sake of the flood's life, please keep some sense. If the Phoenix clan is really like the Dragon clan to start a full-scale war, I am afraid that the flood's quantitative catastrophe will be imminent. When Yuan Feng heard this, he let out a cold laugh. Good you beginning Qilin, don't use such grandiose words to press me. Think about it differently. No matter what the reason is, if the ancestral dragon kills the Ink Kirin of your clan, I wonder if you will still bear your anger for the sake of the Floodwasteland's living beings. The beginning Kirin was a bit dumbfounded, but in his heart, he was thinking that if the Ink Kirin of his clan was killed by the Dragon clan, I am afraid that he would do even more decisively than the current Phoenix clan. At that time, even if he is not defeated, I'm afraid that he will bite off a piece of his dragon tribe's flesh and blood in a raw manner. However, right at this moment, Yuan Feng also added, this emperor is not that kind of unreasonable person either. As long as ancestral dragon, your dragon clan, hands over the candle dragon to this emperor, my Phoenix clan will instantly retreat. Upon hearing this, the ancestral dragon immediately changed its face slightly and blurted out, impossible. Then there's nothing more to say. Since your dragon clan is unwilling to hand over the people, then my Phoenix clan will do it themselves. Speaking of this, only to see Yuan Feng's sharp gaze slowly fall on the beginning Qilin. His tone of voice with a few points of harshness questioned, you beginning Qilin can think clearly, do you really intend to openly fight against me? The Phoenix clan? For the sake of the dragon clan? All of a sudden, the beginning Kirin was in a bit of a bind. If you don't help the dragon clan will surely start a full-scale war with the Phoenix clan. At that time, once the flood quantum robbery starts, I am afraid that my own Qilin clan will also be difficult to stay out of it. However, if one were to step in to help, the Qilin clan would undoubtedly be caught in the middle of this fierce battle. It's really a dilemma, and it doesn't seem like a wise choice either way. What to do? It hurts my brain. However, right at this moment, in the sky, a sudden spiritual light surged towards the beginning Qilin, and the beginning Qilin was also astonished when it saw the aura. Is this the scent of the Ink Kirin? Could it be that there's a change in the clan? Once he thought of this, the beginning Qilin no longer dared to have any delay, and hastily reached out to catch the spiritual light. And after receiving this aura, the beginning Qilin also received a sentence in its mind that the Ink Qilin had transmitted to itself. Old ancestor, the fire Qilin is dead. Dead at the hands of the Phoenix clan. At those words, the beginning Qilin's mind exploded. It even fell into a momentary blankness. Who is the fire unicorn? The fire Qilin was the strongest person of the Qilin clan besides him and the Ink Qilin, and the one who was most likely to ascend to the mixed golden immortal in a short period of time. And such a man is dead? Or died at the hands of the phoenixes? And seeing beginning Qilin's extremely ugly face, everyone didn't say anything, only that in their hearts they also began to silently deduce, and when they deduced the results, their faces looked extremely surprised. The fire Qilin of the Qilin clan had died at the hands of the Phoenix clan? Even Yuan Feng's face was quite ugly at this time. How could it be? She, the Phoenix clan, had no grudges against the Qilin clan, so how could she make a move to behead the fire Qilin? But after she deduced the cause of the matter, her face was also as cold as frost. Whether it's the Dragon clan or the Qilin clan, does she really think that the Phoenix clan is made of clay? Previously, regardless of the matter of the fire phoenix, this is more or less her Phoenix tribe is not justified. But this was different for the Dragon clan after decapitating the Golden Phoenix as well as capturing a whole bunch of Deluogene immortals from her clan alive. And now, a fire Qilin even ran to her immortal fire mountain to go unchecked. Really think that her Phoenix clan has no one, right? However, at this time, after the beginning Qilin had finished its deduction, the tragic scene of the fire Qilin at that time kept surfacing in its mind. the anger in his heart was also suddenly born. But what they didn't know was that under the cover of the heavenly chances, the scene they had deduced was actually somewhat different. Under the deduction of the Phoenix clan and the others, it was clear that it was that Fire Qilin that had trespassed on their Phoenix clan's immortal fire mountain, and they stormed out in the immortal volcano at the drop of a hat. It also killed countless Phoenix clansmen. But in the projections of the dragons and the beginning unicorn, there is something extremely different about this. They saw from the deduction that Fire Qilin had clearly passed by the immortal flame mountain, and out of politeness, they had intended to go and pay a visit. But I didn't expect that the Phoenix clan was so arrogant that they didn't take the Fire Qilin too seriously. Even a phoenix bird at the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage dared to point at the Fire Qilin's head and curse. The Fire Qilin was momentarily infuriated, which led it to make a move to suppress the phoenix bird, but it was also very sensible and did not take its life. But unexpectedly, that phoenix bird turned around and greeted the other Phoenix clan powerhouses together to strike at the Fire Qilin. This was what caused the Fire Qilin to be undefeated and fall on the spot. At this moment, the faces of the three clans present did not look good. The Dragon clan was stunned and shocked at the Phoenix clan's arrogance. The Fire Qilin was just passing by to say hello, and you, the Phoenix clan, just got them killed? Compared to that, he, the dragon, was a proper good guy. After all, his Dragon clan cannot have trouble. Entirely because of the Fire Phoenix bird to his Dragon clan territory to create a killing his Dragon clan only under the dead hand. But at the same time, the ancestral dragon couldn't help but feel a trace of joy rise in his heart. Now that the Fire Qilin is dead, the beginning Qilin will always fight with the Dragon clan against the Phoenix clan, right? And not surprisingly ancestral dragon expected. At this time the beginning of the Qilin although did not open his mouth, but from the horror of his surrounding vibration breath, anyone can feel the beginning of the Qilin at this time. It is difficult to conceal the monstrous fury. Chapter 95. This black pot he, Luo, took the blame. Even though the beginning Kirin's mind kept admonishing himself to be calm. However, the anger in his heart was getting stronger and stronger, and at any time, it had the possibility of completely exploding. The Fire Qilin of his clan clearly had a chance to break through to the mixed golden immortal, and it was because of passing through the territory of the Phoenix clan that he was killed on the spot. What an injustice this is, and how sightless is the Phoenix clan. As for the Phoenix clan, they were likewise filled with anger. A mere Fire Qilin at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. How dare he make trouble in their Phoenix clan? He really thinks that just because the Phoenix clan has sent a lot of strong people here, he thinks that the Phoenix clan can just let him cause trouble, right? Deserved to die. The faces of the three tribes even made Luo, who was not far away, froze for a moment. What's going on? Hadn't he only used the Jade Disc of Creation to disguise the traces of the Fire Qilin's death, so that the people of the three clans could not deduce the specific information? Why is it that now the people in the three clans seem to be deducing something? And there was always something strange about the way the three races looked. However, at this time, Hong Yuan is a long and serious look at their side of the dawn. Spoke softly, Dawn, in the future, if you walk alone in the flood, remember not to believe more than their own deduction out of the things. After all, this world, the water is very deep. You can't grasp it. At those words, both Whiskers and Ping Pong nodded solemnly. But right at this moment, Luo suddenly came to a realization and violently turned his head to look at Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan, was it you who struck out? Hong Yuan sniffed and also slowly looked towards Luo with a leathery smile. Luo, this is clearly your work? What does it have to do with my father? Speaking of this, Hong Yuan's tone was also a few points colder. Could it be that you're trying to force this matter on this honored one? If you're falsely accusing this honored one like this, then don't blame this honored one for turning the other cheek. Luo was, for a moment, surprisingly somewhat dumbfounded. Even he could only cover up the heavenly chances by virtue of the Jade Disc of Creation fragment, so that the people of the three clans could not deduce the true circumstances of the Fire Qilin's death. And judging from the expressions on the faces of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, it was clear that they had deduced it. And it also looks like there are a couple different versions. This wasn't a simple covering up of the heavenly chances. This was clearly a direct modification of the heavenly chances, especially now that the heavenly Tao was revealed. Who could have this ability to be able to make even the heavenly Tao give way to it? It was absolutely impossible for even a mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal to achieve this step, and to be able to do so, no one in the entire floodplains could do it except for Hong Yuan, right? But at this time, Luo Shujio also finally realized that I am afraid that his intention of provoking the three tribes and preparing to trigger the quantitative calamity of the flood has long been known by Hong Yuan. It is even possible that before he was even born in the first place, Hong Yuan had already detected the immortal execution sword formation that existed underneath his Mount Sumeru. Although he didn't know why Hong Yuan didn't stop his behavior and even added fuel to it, It was ultimately a good thing that Hong Yuan didn't stop it. You're just taking the blame for Hong Yuan. As long as he can obtain the immortal execution sword formation, this black pot he Luo Shujiu took the blame is also taken. And when Hong Yuan saw that Luo Shuan no longer continued to pursue the issue, a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes all of a sudden. Then after a moment of contemplation, Hong Yuan also smiled softly and opened his mouth to ask, Luo Shua, didn't you say before that you were going to find Hong Jun? Is it the same as what I said, that you can't find it at all? As soon as Luo heard this, a trace of gravity spread across his face as well, and he nodded heavily. Indeed, I have been trying to find traces of Hong Jun all these years, but no matter what, but I always fail to detect the slightest trace. Hearing this, Hong Yuan also laughed. It's normal that you can't find it. This father reckons that you should have guessed that Hong Jun also has the Jade Disc of Creation fragments in his hands, and he even obtained a lot more Jade Disc of Creation fragments than you. But even if you find it, it's not. Do you remember what my father once said? Now is not the time for your duel. The heavenly Tao will not allow it. Hearing this, Luo's face suddenly became a bit unimpressed. I say you Hong Yuan, how so generous. Even gave me all the Jade Disc of Creation fragments, together just to let this devil ancestor and that Hong Jun battle. Hong Yuan heard, also smiled. Luo Shuji, you know yourself. Even if this father does not give you that piece of Jade Disc of Creation fragment, you yourself in the coincidence of chance also got a small piece. Plus you and Hong Jun take the road of the difference. This karma is long ago. If you are not happy, then you return to this father. Ah, this father to go to hand over to Hong Jun? When Luo Shu heard this, he was anxious. I didn't say that I am not willing to. What does that old loach compare with this devil ancestor? If not for the heavenly Tao to help cover its tracks, this devil ancestor would have dismantled that loach and brought it to stew. Oh, Hong Yuan instantly raised his eyebrows and smiled, snickering. You Luo Shu are so confident? That's natural. As the same mixed golden immortal, this demon ancestor is not afraid of anyone. If this demon ancestor really finds out where Hong Jun is, the god-slaying gun in my hand will poke him in minutes. Oh, why don't you, Luo Shu, make a bet with my father? Luo sniffed and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. What kind of bet? The corner of Hong Yuan's mouth contained a smile, slightly playful. This father can tell you the place where Hong Jun is located. You can go and try whether you can kill Hong Jun now, but if you can't do it, this father has one thing that needs to be done by you. Luo Shujiu, if you win, my father can make the decision to hand over a chaotic spirit root from my father's dojo to you. At those words, Luo's face suddenly changed abruptly, and his heart shuddered. Straight off the bat and without thinking. Are you sure? My father has always said one thing and done another. How about it? Want to take it? Hong Yuan let out a light laugh and asked Luo Shuo rhetorically. Luo was a little pensive for a while. Hong Yuan was not a foolish person. Since he dared to take out a chaotic spirit root, it meant that he had the certainty of victory. But even so, Luo wanted to try. After all, he was originally quite a bit short of Hong Yuan's karma. And even if he didn't have this bet, as long as Hong Yuan opened his mouth, I'm afraid he couldn't refuse in order to make up for the karma he owed. So simply it would be better to gamble with Hong Yuan on this one. Anyway, if he won blood money, if he lost he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. You have to know that it was an extremely high-grade chaotic spirit root. Even back then, it was extremely rare in chaos. Moreover, the spirit candle fruit tree in it was also extremely compatible with the Tao he cultivated. At that time, whether it was refining the out-of-body body or fusing the self-body was a good choice. After all, his current origin was deficient, and he was simply unable to rival an extreme chaotic spirit root in terms of roots and feet. So after thinking for a moment, Luo also answered in a deep voice. Alright, this bet this demon ancestor bets. That old loach this demon ancestor will kill you. Subsequently, Hong Yuan also told Luo Shua about Hong Jun's new dojo place today. Luo sniffs. Immediately is also the spirit of renewal. Looked up at the void whirlwind is also slightly narrowed eyes. The top of Kunlun Yujing Mountain? I said that the old loach ran where to go. It turns out to run to the proximity of the outer heaven to go ah. Chapter 96, the beginning Qilin who finally couldn't help it. The great battle breaks out. Thereupon, Luo no longer hesitated, and at once his body flashed, and he directly left without saying a word. Looking at Luo Shua who left without even saying much of a farewell, Hong Yuan also sighed helplessly. Some of them didn't hold back and muttered, this Luo guy is really rude. Find another opportunity to beat him up some other day. Hong Yuan's words instantly caused Whiskers and Ping Pong, who were quietly being a beautiful man on the side, to shrink their necks. Master is still true to his nature. In the future, he had to be polite, or else he would be hung up and smoked by his master without knowing exactly where he had done wrong. And right at this moment, not far away, The atmosphere between the Dragon Phoenix Kirin several parties has reached the point where the swords are drawn. A life and death battle may break out at any time. In the end, it was Yuan Feng who broke the calm, only to see her slowly look towards the beginning Qilin and speak in a cold voice. Beginning Qilin, if you leave today, my Phoenix clan can forget about your fire Qilin. Upon hearing this, the beginning Qilin's forehead veins immediately flared up, and his eyes instantly flashed with monstrous ferocity. Good you Yuan Feng, you killed our fire Qilin, but you have not shown the slightest remorse. How dare you speak so loudly? What do you mean your Phoenix clan doesn't care about the fire Qilin? This was something they could not afford to ignore in the Kirin clan. Thus, the infuriated beginning Qilin also violently turned his head to look at the ancestral dragon. Ancestral dragon buddy, my Qilin clan is in charge of the affairs of your dragon and Phoenix clans. Would you like to join me in letting this Yuan Feng know that this flood is so big that she is not the one who has the final say? Is it really true that after receiving a few pointers from the Tao Father before he came out of the world, he thinks he's a Tao Father? And when the ancestral dragon heard this, there was a sudden joy in his eyes. He also knew that Yuan Feng would never let up in the face of the Golden Phoenix matter. Why not take this opportunity today to work together with the Qilin clan to let the Phoenix clan know that the rest of their two clans are not vegetarians either? After all, in case the beginning Qilin calmed down by then he, the Dragon clan, was afraid that he would have to face the Phoenix clan alone again. Thereupon, without the slightest hesitation, the ancestral dragon solemnly nodded towards the beginning Qilin. Good. Today we will let her know that our dragon and Qilin clans are not to be deceived. After saying that, one could only see that the ancestral dragon's body exuded endless pressure as it violently stormed up. The ancestral dragon pearl above its head that carried the dragon family's fortune was even more radiant at the moment, as if it was a bright star in the night sky, and the sky's divine light flickered nonstop. As the ancestral dragon let out a furious cry, the ancestral dragon bead carried an unrivaled might and attacked wildly straight towards Yuan Feng. And the beginning Kirin did not fail to live up to the expectations of the ancestral dragon. And the moment the ancestral dragon made his move, he also directly sacrificed the Kirin seal that carried the Kirin clan's chi within his body. Just at the instant the Qilin seal appeared, 1,000 streaks of auspicious colors and 10,000 paths of haze rose in the void, reflecting the divine light emanating from the ancestral dragon bead, and instantly transforming into two dazzling to the extreme grandiose divine lights, straight to Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng also did not expect that just because of his own words, it caused the beginning Qilin to completely fall to the side of the ancestral dragon. For a while, she only felt her mind was in chaos, and her whole body was a bit dazed. No, I said I don't care. What's wrong with you, Kirin? Did you hear what the king said clearly? However, even though his heart was filled with doubts and incomprehension, at this moment, facing the ferocious attack launched by the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, Yuan Feng knew that he could not afford to be hesitant or negligent. Thus, she hastily took a deep breath and fully activated the phoenix staff in her hand. Accompanied by a crisp phoenix sound, the phoenix staff suddenly blossomed above the burning multicolored flames. The terrifying temperature I do not know how many times more powerful than when the fire Qilin and the vermilion bird battle, as if the entire heaven and earth are going to be burned out. Even the waters of the East Sea underneath were rapidly falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. From this, it could be seen just how terrifying this flame was. In the next second, only a monstrous sound could be heard that seemed to resonate throughout the entire east of the floodplain. Those three strands of energy instantly collided together. It caused the entire heaven and earth to vaguely vibrate. As for the people of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, they saw the three of them, Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, and Beginning Qilin, go to war. They did not show any weakness, and they hissed and rushed towards each other, killing each other. For a while, the shouts and roars were deafening. As for Candle Dragon at this moment, he also sought out Qingluan, who was also at the early mixed golden immortal realm. Both sides came and went. You advanced and I retreated. You retreated and I retreated. In and out, not giving way to each other. Each collision induced a violent fluctuation in the surrounding space. In an instant, the entire East Sea seemed to be enveloped in countless divine lights. And the brilliant divine lights produced by countless innate spiritual treasures and spell aptitudes were intertwined in such a way that one was dazzled, and it was hard not to feel a chill in one's heart. In particular, the power of the laws in each person's body was constantly colliding, and each collision would produce a huge energy shock, setting off monstrous waves, causing the entire East Sea to be thrown into a state of chaos. Every minute, every second, countless living beings died with a bang, falling into the deep sea and turning into nothingness. And as the Great War broke out, suddenly, the aura of quantitative calamity that permeated the entire flood wasteland began to suddenly skyrocket. It pervades above the indestructible aura of every flood spirit, especially the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin clans and those under the three clans. The aura of quantum revelation on that one was simply frighteningly thick. With the intensification of the chi of the quantitative robbery, the dragon, phoenix and unicorn tribes that are fighting in the East China Sea are also not immune to the impact, and suddenly became more and more frantic. The Sumeru Mountain. The Devil Luo and the Devil Sky at this time is also hanging in the immortal platform above. A face of madness towards the people underneath, the hands raised loudly shouted, "Go, follow the orders of the demon ancestor, and let the people of my demon sect make this flood a little more chaotic." Due to the covert development of the demon cult over the years, a portion of the top echelons of each race had long since been absorbed and converted into demon cult members. Soon, under the direction of these various racial executives, the entire flooded earth was suddenly in chaos, especially the dragon, phoenix and unicorn, three tribes under the scales, beasts, birds of prey, but also as if each other have a blood feud in general, see each other to kill. At this moment, even though the top management of the dragon phoenix Qilin had the intention to control it, they still couldn't stop the madness of the people underneath. And in a magnificent dojo all over the flood, Yang Mei, cause and effect, 5 elements, and Qian Kuan also let out a long sigh. This flood quantum revenge has come after all. However, at this moment, although the group of old ancestors had a lot of emotions in their mouths, their faces did not have the slightest hint of worry or tension. Instead, he was wearing a spring in his face and leisurely sipping his spirit tea. This quantum leap has nothing to do with them. That's fantastic. Chapter 97, Hongjun, you really made this devil ancestor look for you. Mount Yujing was at the top of Kunlun, in the land immediately adjacent to heavens beyond. It is a new dojo that Hongjun opened up in order to avoid the pursuit of Luo Shu. Instead of saying that Mount Yujing was a sacred mountain, it was more like Mount Yujing was a special heaven and earth hidden at the top of Kunlun. Normally, if there is no intention of Hongjun, ordinary people even close to this place cannot be detected in the slightest. And in the Yujing mountain, originally Hongjun was still sipping spiritual tea in the clouds, but suddenly his heart tightened violently, and a strong sense of bad foreboding came over him. He couldn't think about why at this point. Maneuvering Yujing mountain is about to move to a different position, but all of a sudden, an extremely cold voice accompanied by a roiling demonic aura reached Hongjun's side. Hongjun, hid for so long, but really let this devil ancestor good looking When Hongjun heard this, his face also changed greatly, and his gaze was incomparably grave as he looked at the figure that slowly appeared in front of him. At this time, Hongjun's heart also cannot help but have a few shocked. Luo Shujio can find his position? And judging from Luo's self-proclaimed name, it seems that Luo has done something he doesn't know about these days? Why else would Luo Shu change his name to Devil Ancestor? And Luo looked at the Hongjun in front of him who had already arrived at the peak of the mixed golden immortal. His heart was likewise a little surprised. This old loach's progress really wasn't slow, and was even vaguely faster than Causal, 5 elements, and the others. It didn't even look like he had just made a breakthrough. Sure enough, I'm afraid that this old loach has found even more fragments of the jade disk of creation over the years. In spite of this, Luo's eyes, which are as deep as the abyss, have only added a few points of gravity, and his figure is still standing steadily in place, without the slightest intention to turn around and leave. Right at this moment, only to see Luo's arm shaking violently, a cold light suddenly flashed, and the Godslayer gun suddenly appeared in his hand. Immediately after, Luo Shujio is not half a sentence superfluous words. Body aura steeply rose. Rolling magic law is like a dike flood, from his body above the crazy venting out. This terrifying fluctuation of pressure directly caused the entire jade capital mountain to no longer be able to remain hidden, and it continuously fell down towards the flooded earth. And Luo also clenched the Godslayer gun in his hand and directly stabbed out with a blast. In an instant, the rich killing might of the Godslayer gun, which could be described as unrivaled, instantly transformed into a long rainbow that seemed to run through the entire heaven and earth, stabbing towards Hongjun at great speed. The method of decapitating the 3 corpses practiced by Hongjun was inherently inferior in terms of battle power to the mixed golden immortals who had participated in the Way of Laws. What's more, at this moment, his 3 corpses are still scattered in various places in the flood, and are searching for the jade disk of creation fragments in his place. In the face of this kind of Luo Shuji, without saying a word, go all out ferocious attack. Even if the Hongjun has reached the peak of the realm of the mixed golden immortal mighty person, for a moment to feel the horror of this overwhelming pressure, the face also cannot help but instantly become a little bit pale a few points. But even though he was a bit weaker, he was after all at the peak cultivation level of the mixed golden immortal. The hands were not slow, only to see Hongjun panic directly sacrificed the heavenly celebration clouds, standing above their own heads, in order to cope with the attack of Luo Shuwu, and Law had been prepared for it. Just in a flash, A 12-pin black lotus blasted out from Luo's brow and slammed straight into Hongjun's celebration clouds of the heavens. Boom! Accompanied by a monstrous roar, countless cracks appeared all of a sudden throughout the entire Jade Capital Mountain, and a hideous avenue appeared with a loud bang, appearing somewhat shocking to the eyes. And Hongjun's heavenly celebration cloud actually flew out hard and directly under the impact of the 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus. This scene made even Hongjun stare in disbelief. He simply didn't expect that Luo's world-destroying black lotus would be able to fight against his own heavenly celebration clouds. You have to know that the 12-pin black lotus of extinction in Luo Shua's hands is only an extreme innate spiritual treasure. But the heavenly celebration clouds that he possesses are actual innate supreme treasures. But judging from the might of the 12 products that just erupted, this is not much different from an innate supreme treasure and just as Hongjun froze, the gun of the god-slaying gun finally arrived. Accompanied by the terrifying laws of demon and the laws of killing directly penetrated Hongjun, and the small half of Hongjun's body was instantly shattered under this blow. The sharp pain that drilled straight into the Yuanshan caused Hongjun to also let out a cry of pain. And when Luo saw this, his face was not sad or happy, and he did not feel the slightest bit of joy at the attack he had caused. It was only after seeing that Hongjun had been injured that he also stabbed out a shot once again. At this time, Hongjun could not care about the pain that the law of demon and the law of killing, which was like a maggot attached to his body, had brought to him. At the moment of life and death, he forced himself to endure the severe pain coming from his body and hastily activated his other innate treasure, the Pan-gu banner. In a flash, countless chaotic chi was released like a flood, and wherever it went, the space was shattered inch by inch like a fragile mirror, and even the torrent of time was stirred up at this moment, disordered to the extreme, and completely lost its original order and law. Between the flashes of divine light, it was as if one could see the supreme greatness of Pan-gu's opening of the heavens and the earth in the beginning, causing the stars to tremble and the entire chaos to bow down under this might. And Luo's Godslayer lance was also not willing to show weakness in the face of the supreme might of the Pan-gu banner. Seemingly provoked, the light suddenly grew a few points brighter, and the matchless killing law instantly enveloped the entire Yujing mountain. It was as if a supreme ferocious beast with its feet stepping on chaos and its mouth swallowing the sun and the moon hissed, and charged directly toward the Pan-gu banner. And above the void, Hongjun's celebration clouds of the heavens and Luo Shuji's 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus were also in a constant tangle. Originally, Luo's 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus was inferior to Hongjun's celebration clouds of the heavens. However, the 12 products of the world-ending black lotus is carrying the destiny of the devil's cult established by Luo Shuji, and under the support of these destinies, it is enough for the 12 products of the world-ending black lotus to compete with the celebration clouds of the heavens. At this moment, the 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus and the heavenly celebration clouds of the heavenly divine patterns of restraints were like chi dragons roaming and colliding, causing the surrounding emptiness to continuously crumble and crack. And the space here was also shaking continuously, with mountains crumbling and cracking, as if it might collapse at any time. In the middle of Mount Jade Capital, countless living beings didn't even have the slightest reaction before they were instantly crushed directly on the spot by the majestic pressure around them. Like the end of the world, corpses were everywhere and the sea of blood poured in. I don't know how much time has passed, an instant, or years. The God-Slayer lance and the Pan-gu flag were also finally colliding together. With a monstrous roar, the entire Yujing mountain seemed to stop functioning in an instant, and the next second, only heard click a loud sound. A hideous huge crack suddenly appeared in this world. The entire Yujing mountain was clearly split in two. On the one hand, the immortal Tao laws were in the form of immortal mist, the truest and purest of the immortal Tao. On one side was the ink-like, overbearing devil Tao laws. Chapter 98, My father has something he wants you to do. But the two men at this time were extraordinarily different. Unlike Luo's cloudy and uninjured appearance, Hongjun at this time is looking a little extremely wretched. The body is covered with wounds. Blood cannot stop overflowing from the wounds. Even though Hongjun had already used great magic power to restore his own injuries, the law imprints remaining in those wounds were stubborn and unusual, and it would take a great deal of time and energy to completely remove them. Hongjun raised his head and looked at Luo Shuju across the room with a complicated gaze. His face filled with bitterness. Fellow Daoist Luo Shuju, I think I've never messed with you. Right? Why do you have to force me so bitterly? At those words, Luo also snorted with a slight sneer. Hongjun, if you don't die, this demon ancestor's thoughts will not get through. Speaking of this, Luo Shu's tone also paused. You should also be clear that the path you take with this demon ancestor can be said to be contrary. Not to mention that there is still the karma brought about by the fragment of the jade saucer of creation between you and me. If I don't kill you, when will this demon ancestor be able to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal? When Hongjun heard this, his heart also suddenly let out a long sigh. Sure enough, Luo still knew about the fragment of the jade disc of creation on his body. Not only that, but he had also vaguely sensed before that the path for him to break through to the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed elements lay with Luo. Also, Hongjun then slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were already very different. There was not the slightest trace of the previous hesitation and melancholy, but rather a solemn determination that was incomparable. Then let me see just how different your demon ancestor Luo Shuhu is from me. After saying that, Hongjun was also directly maneuvering the Pango streamer and the celebration clouds of the heavens to directly rush towards Luo Shua. Seeing this, Luo Shuji's face he also had an extra point of contempt, and then he didn't hesitate. A step was taken directly, instantly spanning countless spaces, and in his hands, the Godslayer gun and the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus instantly coalesced into a divine light, directly colliding with Hongjun. And just as Luo was tangling with Hongjun, the three clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn above the East Sea were also fighting to the death. Yuan Feng faced the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin alone as 1 against 2, and although she didn't lose for the time being, as time passed, she gradually fell into a passive situation and began to lose ground. It was only a matter of time before they fell. After all, the might of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin joining forces was simply too powerful, and even Yuan Feng would never be able to fight 1 against 2 and still win. Not only Yuan Feng, but even the great Luo golden immortals underneath were in the same perilous situation. After all, this land of the East Sea was the territory of the Dragon Clan, and with these people brought by Yuan Feng, they were simply not enough to face the entire Dragon Clan. However, under the influence of the Qi of quantitative calamity, the Phoenix clan actually did not give in the slightest, but instead fought extraordinarily ferociously. Hong Yuan, who was watching the battle from afar, quietly gazed at the tragic fight for a long time before shaking his head slightly, then turned to the screen canopy beside him and softly commanded, "Let's go! Let's get out of here!" Although there was some confusion in Ping Pong's mind, he still honestly carried Hong Yuan away. On the way, Ping Pong was also curious and asked, "Master, is the Flood Quantum Revenge coming again?" Yes, the protagonists of the Flood this time are none other than the three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn, hence the name Dragon Han Cataclysm. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiao, who was holding the screen canopy, also asked, "Master, since the main protagonists of this Flood Quantum robbery are the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin tribes, why do you still guide the Devil Ancestor to deal with Old Man Hongjun?" It's simple, because they are also one of the protagonists of this calamity. After the Dragon Han catastrophe is Hongjun and the Devils whose farewell fight, but these two Flood quantitative robbery is quite close to each other. Instead of the two Flood quantum robberies, it is more likely that the Battle of the Dao Devil was actually together with the Dragon Han catastrophe. And when they heard what Hong Yuan said, a few more shocks appeared on the faces of Ping Pong and Dawn. I didn't expect that there would be a Luo Shuji demon ancestor and Hongjun old ancestor in this Flood quantum robbery. They thought that since the last ferocious beast quantum robbery, none of the future Flood quantum robberies would involve these old ancestors, and at this time in the floodplain, due to the secret disturbance of the Luo Shu demon sect, apart from the fact that the higher-ups in the three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn did not go to full-scale war, the 10,000 clans underneath the three clans had long been fighting. Countless living beings fell every moment. As far as the eye could see, the mangled, bloodied corpses and the shockingly hideous white bones could be seen in every corner, and because at this time the Earth's way is not out, the wheel of reincarnation is not apparent. Some living beings remain indestructible. Spiritual light is also no place to go, can only be left in the land of the dead. A time will be the entire flood is a bit of a mess. Even Ping Pong cannot help but lamented a sentence, no matter how many times I have seen, or feel a little creepy, if not before I ran into the old master. It is estimated that I was in the amount of beasts when the robbery will also become like this appearance. This was also the case with Dawn, who had not yet taken form and emerged when the fierce beast quantum revelation took place, even though it had been predicted that the flood quantum revelation would be terrifying. But today's sighting was still somewhat unexpected. As for Hong Yuan, he also looked down at Ping Pong when he heard what Ping Pong said. When Ping Pong felt his own master's gaze, he also grinned with two mouths and slightly raised his head towards Hong Yuan to show a slightly pleasing smile. Seeing his own pet in this state, Hong Yuan was also somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. Laughing, he said, "Ping Pong, this honored one sees that you have a special body type, but there is something I need you to do. I wonder if you are willing." Upon hearing this, Ping Pong's heart gladly rejoiced, and without the slightest hesitation, he directly answered, "Sure enough, one is still useful, and at your command, my lord. This honored one wishes you to accumulate the undying spiritual light of these living beings that have not dissipated." After saying that, Hong Yuan also reached out and nodded on the screen canopy. This method can help you quickly separate those grievous auras that are entangled in those indestructible auras. Use it well. However, you must be careful. Only the indestructible aura can be accumulated. As for the grievous aura, it can be left directly where it is. As for Ping Pong, after being pointed by Hong Yuan, a divine principle Dharma was also suddenly added to his mind. This was created by Hong Yuan based on the screen puff principle, connoting the two paths of devouring and dividing. When enlightenment is reached, it is said that nothing can be swallowed or divided. Moreover, due to the special nature of Ping Pong's main body, Ping Pong was completely able to completely erase the residual grievous aura and memories of his previous life from these indestructible auras when he devoured them. Whether it's 2 mouth swallowing, or say 1 mouth swallowing and 1 mouth spitting, it's very barfy. Not only that, this divine ability was also extremely strong in terms of offense. Even the very best innate spiritual treasures are afraid that they can't resist this divine ability, which can be much stronger than what Heavenly Dipper 36, Earthly Fury 72 divine ability. As for why Hong Yuan wanted to screen the canopy to collect the indestructible spiritual light of these beings, one was to make the pandemonium in the flood a little less, and more to the point, to familiarize Screen Puff in advance with the work he would have to do later on. For in some days the earth and the humane should be revealed. At that time he will also set the wheel of reincarnation in motion directly. And Ping Pong was also the one chosen by Hong Yuan to temporarily replace the duties of Ho-Tu. Otherwise, I really don't know how long it will take to wait for Ho-Tu to come out. After all, the human paths can be left alone, but not the tunnels, which still need to be kept under control. At that time, not only the screen canopy, but even Hong Yuan would let some of the children go to the tunnel side to work. Otherwise, when the earth is in chaos, so is humanity. Chapter 99, I am the mountain god under the command of the Taoist emperor. As for Ping Pong, after absorbing this divine ability in his mind, he was instantly stunned and somewhat speechless. Boy, this avatar is too strong. And the path of laws in it was also far more suitable for him than the laws of fire he had before. Hong Yuan was then here to preach to Ping Pong as well, so that Screen Puff can better understand this avatar. And after Hong Yuan's sermon, Ping Pong also had a preliminary comprehension of this divine ability. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed, and Hong Yuan also stopped preaching. Then he looked at the screen canopy. Speaking slowly, he said, "You've already had your initial realization, haven't you? Go, it's time for you to go to work." Ping Pong sniffed, then subconsciously nodded. But this just nodded and froze. "But master, if I go to work, who will carry you?" Speaking of which, Ping Pong's gaze couldn't help but fall on Dawn on the side. Could it be the Whiskers pack? It's not good. Brother Dawn's body is a green stone after all. That's not as bossy as it is. When Hong Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and said without any good humor, "Cut the crap and hurry up. This father can go by himself." After saying that, Hong Yuan took Dawn and left the place directly. Ping Pong was the only one left in place, his eyes a little glazed over. After a long time, those two heads also let out a long sigh. "AI, the master just left. Another day of missing the master." With that said, Screen Puff also got to work, only to see that its originally normal-sized body suddenly swelled up like a blow-up balloon madly, and in the blink of an eye it even skyrocketed hundreds of millions of times more. Immediately after that, the screen canopy opened that bloody mouth and violently sucked hard in all directions. In an instant, an unrivaled, surging and powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the screen's two huge mouths that covered the sky. It was like two black holes that kept devouring everything. The indestructible spiritual light that remained down for tens of thousands of light years around him was sucked into his mouth. And under the control of Ping Pong, this suction force is only effective on those indestructible spiritual light. As for other living beings and spiritual plants, actually did not have the slightest impact. And this sight immediately drew the attention of many beings. Some living beings saw the indestructible spiritual light of the dead of their clan being taken away. He was also bursting with anger, and he didn't care about fighting the enemy. They all flew towards the screen canopy with red eyes, and after they saw that the huge mouth of the screen canopy was like a sea mouth constantly absorbing those remaining indestructible spiritual light, the anger in their hearts became more and more unstoppable, and even their eyes became as red as blood, as if they were going to drip blood. "Who are you? How dare you insult the deceased of my clan in such a manner?" One of the living beings was furious and hissed in rage, exuding a chilling killing intent all over his body. When Ping Pong heard this, he also glanced at these people indifferently, and then slowly stopped the movements of his own mouth. Then he spoke in a cloudy, unhurried tone. "I am a mountain god under the command of the Tao Father, and I have been ordered by the Tao Father to come and find a way back for these dead beings." The crowd of beings heard the words and their minds froze. It was only then that they were suddenly snapped out of the effects of the quantitative aura after taking a closer look at the screen canopy. "So it's Mr. Ping Pong? They had met before during the Dao Father's sermon. After figuring out the identity of Ping Pong, the anger on the faces of the group of beings immediately disappeared, and was replaced by a fawning smile. Even his eyes had become much clearer, and no longer had the scarlet look they had before. So it is Ping Pong Taoist friends. Ah, how not early to say it. We are just now in a big battle. A moment unexpectedly did not see clearly. Taoist friends, you also thought it is where the evil cultivator intends to take our clan's indestructible aura to do bad things. It did not think that it is the original Taoist honor to them have arrangements. Ah. After hearing this, Ping Pong also directly opened his mouth and urged, if you're fine, please leave. I still have to finish what the Dao Father ordered. Well, we'll go now. When the crowd of living beings heard this, they also hurriedly nodded their heads in response and left the place without saying a word. And not long after leaving, the effects of the quantitative aura came up again. So these beings fought once more. But this time, even with the influence of the chi of quantitative robbery, they did not forget that next to the Ping Pong Taoist friend is working for the Taoist honor. They cannot affect the Ping Pong Taoist friend. It was even because of what Ping Pong had said earlier about the Dao Father having arrangements for those who had died. The crowd of beings suddenly fought even more frantically. Not the slightest fear of life and death. And even have a kind of battle death on the spot is quite a special honor thing. And Ping Pong also strictly followed that which his own master had commanded, merely taking away the indestructible aura of those dead beings, and leave the grudge buster in place. Ping Pong estimated that his own master was also reserved for Luo Shulaozu. After all, it could be seen from Luo Shulaozu's previous demeanor before. I'm afraid that these grievous auras are the reason why old man Luo is stirring up the relationship between the three clans. Subsequently, after Ping Pong had collected all of the indestructible spiritual light in this area, he also changed his ass to another place to continue collecting. For the next tens of thousands of years, Screen Puff kept traveling from place to place. However, the indestructible aura remaining in the flood was still too huge. Even after these tens of thousands of years, the chi of quantitative calamity that had gathered in the flood wasteland had already densified to a certain point. Even at this time, the senior members of the three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin were partially affected by this chi of quantitative calamity. It was no longer as restrained as it had been before for the clans underneath, and even the higher-ups of the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan had come down personally. All at once, the fight got worse. This can be a little difficult for Ping Pong. Sometimes he just left a place, and then not long after that, the place once again on a lot of living beings left behind indestructible spiritual light. That's when the screen canopy finally felt it. This is not a good job. This made Ping Pong even raise a strange thought. If only these people could die in the same place. But Ping Pong also knows that this is simply impossible. Well, unless he had the cultivation of the old master, he would directly demarcate an area for the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans to stay in just one place to fight. But if he had all the strength of his lordship, what would he do for a living? So there is no solution to this question. Chapter 100 Yuan Feng retreats. And on the East Sea, the people of the Phoenix clan, led by Yuan Feng, were also gradually falling into a disadvantage. And on this day, Yuan Feng also snapped out of it. And it was only when she did that she suddenly realized. It was surprising that the people in his own Phoenix clan had already fallen 7 or 8 times. And the only people left were all covered in sores, covered in injuries, and looked extremely miserable. And Yuan Feng was also incredibly shocked to find out. This time the flood quantum revenge has already come. And she can feel that in this flood quantum revenge their Phoenix clan is one of the main protagonists. With this thought in mind, Yuan Feng's face was also quite ugly. But things had come to this. Yuan Feng was already powerless to resist. One could only wake up the rest of the Phoenix clan in a deep voice. And when these people of the Phoenix clan came to their senses, their faces were filled with shock. Looking at these clansmen in front of him, Yuan Feng also did not hesitate in the slightest and directly gave the order to retreat. The crowd that had received orders from Yuan Feng also hurriedly began to retreat. Not only did the retreat of the Phoenix clan not in the slightest allow the Dragon clan's crowd to converge, but instead, they wailed and continued to rush towards the people of the Phoenix clan. But fortunately, at this time, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin had also regained a few moments of their sanity, hastily stopping and waking up the people underneath. Looking at the loss of men on his side, Zulong's face was extremely ugly at this time. He had only wanted to work together with the beginning Qilin to give Yuan Feng a downward spiral to see. There was no thought of completely going to war with the Phoenix clan. This was because he knew that if he were to go to war with the Phoenix clan, there was a great possibility that it would trigger the flood quantum sabotage. But he didn't expect them to fight with evil fire. That's what made the flood quantum of the world completely explode. The beginning Qilin was also like this. His face was extremely ugly, but he didn't say anything more. He just looked at the ancestral dragon and didn't say a word. Feeling the gaze of the beginning Qilin, the ancestral dragon also let out a long sigh. This time, all three of our tribes have already entered the calamity. I'm afraid that this time it really can't be avoided. Hearing what the ancestral dragon said, the beginning Qilin also let out a sigh of emotion. Yes, but it's no wonder we can't blame them. It's all because of that Yuan Feng, by virtue of the fact that she, the Phoenix clan, was rewarded by a sliver of Tao Lord more than we were. She simply didn't put us in her sights. If not for the arrogance of her clan's Fire Phoenix bird, man, how would your Dragon clan have made a move against her Phoenix clan? Including my clan Fire Qilin is also general. This time the flood quantitative robbery of the beginning. All is that Phoenix clan's reason. Even when the beginning Qilin said this, the tone of voice still can't help but be cold and harsh for a few points. The death of the Fire Qilin is still the beginning Qilin's heart can't hide away from the resentment. Grievance against the Phoenix clan. The ancestral dragon's heart was also incomparably agreeable after hearing what the beginning Qilin said. Yeah, it's all the fault of the Phoenix clan. However, ancestral dragon buddy, since this quantum culpa has already started, we'd better make preparations earlier. After all, nowadays we're immortal with that Phoenix clan. Or else if we're not careful, it's very likely that our two clans will be broken by the Phoenix clan one by one. Elder brother Qilin is right. It's time for us to take a break and make early preparations. Afterwards, the first Qilin said a few words with the ancestral dragon again, also intends to go back to the Qilin clan to take a look. And then it is also good to prepare the men and horses to fight with the Phoenix clan to the death. After sending off the beginning unicorn, the ancestral dragon was also somewhat extremely tired and returned to the dragon palace. Even though he had been working with the beginning Qilin to deal with Yuan Feng all these years, he had more or less suffered some injuries. Just then, Candle Dragon also walked up to Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon raised his head, his gaze falling on Candle Dragon in front of him, and his voice was low as he asked, "How are the casualties of my dragon race this time?" When Candle Dragon heard this, his body trembled slightly, and he also slowly lowered his head and opened his mouth in frustration. "Big brother, this battle my dragon clan foot fall more than 20 big Luo Jingxian. As for Tai Jingxian, his foot hundreds. Even these are not the most important. The most important is that, because of this battle right above the East China Sea, our dragon clan and affiliated with our race's foot fall into 3%. Hearing this, the ancestral dragon's body also trembled slightly before letting out a long sigh. I know. Even though ancestral dragon knew that he was afraid that the forces under him would lose a lot in this great battle, he did not expect it to be so great. To know that this was still only facing a portion of the strongest among the Phoenix clan. Moreover, the number of great Luo golden immortals they had regardless of their center was even far more than the Phoenix clan. But even so, their dragon clan still suffered such a huge loss. And what's even more ridiculous is that those underneath who died in Candlewick's mouth could have been spared death. After all, they didn't face the enemy either. However, due to the influence of the chi of the quantum revelation, as they, the great Luo golden immortals and the mixed golden immortals fought, they somewhat forgot about the people underneath. Not only did they not give them protection, they even just forgot they existed. Even the ancestral dragon estimated that some of those 30% might have been crushed to death by the pressure of their dragon clan's own people. Thinking about this, the ancestral dragon felt a bit of heartache. These are people of their own power, and with this loss of so many, their dragon clan's chi will definitely be damaged. And when the ancestral dragon took a look at the dragon race's chi, he was immediately blacked out as well. As expected, after this battle, his dragon clan's chi had really dropped by as much as 30%. However, Ancestral Dragon estimated that the Phoenix clan should be about the same, and there was even a possibility that the landed chi would be a bit more than his dragon clan. After all, this time, nearly 80% of the men and horses Yuan Feng had brought with him had completely fallen here. That's not a small number. And right after Yuan Feng returned to the Immortal Flame Mountain with the remaining men and women, it also caused the Vermilion Bird and the other group of powerhouses guarding the Immortal Flame Mountain to suck in a breath of cool air. It was only because the number of people who followed Yuan Feng's return this time was simply too small, so little that they all felt a little scared. Looking at the Vermilion Bird in front of him, Yuan Feng didn't say much. It was just a matter of telling Vermilion Bird and the others what had happened before. When Vermilion Bird sniffed, she was instantly tempted to ask Yuan Feng why he hadn't informed her so that she could go forward to provide support. But after opening his mouth, he didn't choose to ask the question. It could be that Emperor Feng had her own considerations, and Yuan Feng knew what Vermilion Bird was thinking at that moment when he saw her expression of wanting to speak. Yuan Feng was also very remorseful at this time, and she didn't expect that she would be affected by the chi of quantitative destruction as she fought. Who thinks about those things with this impact? If she hadn't come to her senses quickly, I'm afraid that the men and horses she brought with her this time would have died a clean death. Then Yuan Feng also let out a long sigh and opened his mouth to inquire towards the Vermilion Bird. Have the Phoenix clan encountered anything during these times that we have been gone? Chapter 101, The Four Unusuals. The vermilion bird sniffed and also told Yuan Feng about the fire Qilin's previous trespassing on their immortal volcano and then being killed by her. Afterwards, after thinking about it, he also reported to Yuan Feng about the conflict between the Flying Bird clan led by their Phoenix clan and the neighboring Walking Beast clan commanded by the Qilin clan in these days. And when Yuan Feng heard that, her face instantly turned cold. I am aware of this matter. Tell the Flying Beasts clan to let loose. Fight them until they huddle together and until their Birds of Prey clan openly declares their separation from the Qilin clan. Since their Phoenix clan had already been robbed this time, they must also grow their own chi as much as possible for the sake of their Phoenix clan. At the same time, it was also necessary to attenuate the chi of the Dragon and Qilin clans as much as possible. With her Phoenix clan's heritage, even if she faced the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan joining forces, what harm would it do? Not to mention that she had now felt that she was not far from breaking through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. At that time, once her cultivation had broken through, even if she were to face the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin teaming up, she thought that she would be able to suppress both of them. And the vermilion bird was also instantly a bit excited after hearing what Yuan Feng had said. She had wanted to make a move against the Kirin clan for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that the Phoenix Emperor hadn't come back yet, and she was a little bad at deciding such a big event, I'm afraid that she would have ordered the Phoenix clan and the Birds of Prey clan to take action against the Qilin clan and the Beasts of Prey clan long ago. Then Yuan Feng, after bestowing some treasures for those Phoenix Emperors who had returned from the battle in the East Sea to heal their wounds, then he went straight back to his place of cultivation. This time, she must break through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. And after Yuan Feng closed his door, the vermilion bird looked at the crowd of Phoenix clan powerhouses underneath, and also directly followed the command ordered by Yuan Feng before he closed his door to have all the Phoenix clan as well as the Birds of Prey clan begin to launch an attack towards the Qilin clan. This time, the people of the Phoenix clan who were already pressing on could be described as pouring out. There was a flurry of fighting to join the bunch. And the strongest among the Phoenix clan could be said to be far beyond the expectations of the Qilin clan and the Walking Beast clan. They were surprisingly shocked to discover at this moment that there were simply several times more Deluo Jinxians in the Phoenix clan than they had imagined. For a time, the Qilin clan and the Walking Beast clan were actually beaten back. A number of people had fallen into the hands of the Phoenix clan. The beginning Qilin, who had already returned to the Qilin's ancestral land at this time, was also stunned after hearing the words. Even he didn't expect Yuan Feng to attack their Qilin clan just after returning to the Immortal Flame Mountain. He had originally thought that Yuan Feng would at least recuperate for a period of time after receiving such a heavy blow on the East Sea before. But looking at this appearance, Yuan Feng is not willing to suffer any loss at all. Having just returned to the clan, the retaliation began. But the beginning Qilin also knew that it would be difficult to deal with the Phoenix clan on his own with just the strength of his Qilin clan. And the Dragon clan is also a bit far away from him. Even if he asks for help at this time, I'm afraid the arrival will take some time. So after deliberating for a long time, the beginning Qilin also ordered the Qilin clan underneath to tolerate a few points first. Now is not the time to fight to the death with the Phoenix clan. And when they had all converged with the Dragon clan, that would be the best time to launch a general attack on the Phoenix clan. However, the person underneath is not aware of awe, in hearing that they need to retreat, then only feel a wave of inexplicable anger surging to the heart. They were all being bullied by the Phoenix clan now, and you want them to back off and hold back? This also made many of the races that had originally joined the Kirin clan because of the Kirin's coercion even more dissatisfied. Is such a Kirin clan really capable of ruling them? Is so cowardly and weak to be qualified to be their leader? As more and more beings thought this way, for a time, the entire Qilin clan's chi began to tremble violently, and even with the Qilin seal of the beginning Qilin suppressing it, there were hidden signs of weakening. At the intersection of the Qilin clan and the Phoenix clan, there was a huge beast with horns like a deer, face like a horse, hooves like a cow, and tail like a donkey, but together they each resembled each other. After hearing the orders coming from the Qilin in front of him, he instantly clanked his eyes together and bellowed angrily. The Phoenix clan is arrogant. Not only did they kill our fire Qilin, but they also invaded our clan's territory, and now not only do we not retaliate back, but we are even talking about retreating? Are you kidding me? The Qilin at the bottom heard. Also as bitter persuasion, young clan chief. This matter is the clan chief commanded and that the Phoenix clan is powerful. You'd better avoid its front. In case you hurt, I'm afraid that the clan chief the heartache. As the only biological heir of the beginning Qilin, the four unlike was not born from the differentiation of the beginning Qilin according to its own likeness like the other first Qilin, but was hatched from the beginning Qilin's mating with other beasts. So although the four unlike some strange appearance, but it can be said that from the beginning of the birth, has been favored. This also made even the beginning Qilin appear to have a bit of a headache when facing the four unimaginables at times. But the only thing that was certain was that the beginning unicorn would never tolerate the four imaginary images to act recklessly in this one matter. After all, now the Qilin clan is facing the most powerful Phoenix clan in the entire flood. And the four, unlike in hearing the words underneath the Qilin, said, immediately angry cold laugh, let me temporarily avoid its front? Come on people, fetch my sword. He Phoenix clan to kill our fire Qilin. I will first kill him a few great Luo golden immortals to sacrifice our fire Qilin. Hearing the four unlike's words, the Qilin underneath was instantly somewhat speechless. Big brother, you're only at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal. What are you going to kill the people of the Phoenix clan with? If you don't know, you'd think you're a mixed golden immortal. But despite this thought in his mind, this Qilin did not open his mouth, just silently stood up and violently threw out a golden net, directly trapping the four unimaginables in it. When the four images saw this, their eyes widened. What are you doing? That head Qilin also opened its mouth to explain with a slight hint of apology when it heard that. Young patriarch, the patriarch has known for a long time that you won't be obedient. So he also asked me to come and bring you back. Please forgive me. After all, this is the patriarch's order. I have to follow it. When he said that, he only saw this unicorn beckon violently. The four unimaginable statues were immediately firmly controlled by this golden net, directly shrinking in place before being copied and taken away directly by this Qilin. And right after the four images were taken away, the remaining people of the Qilin clan here retreated one after another. And shortly afterward, the people of the Phoenix clan also arrived here. At the head of the group was none other than Xinghuan. He looked at the empty scene in front of him and instantly frowned as well. Originally, when he heard that the four unimaginable statues had appeared here, he was still planning to take the first step and get the four unimaginable statues directly killed, also letting the beginning Qilin have a good heartache. But I didn't expect the four unimaginables to leave so quickly. Didn't you say that this four-legged man's brain wasn't very good? But since the four unimaginables had already left this place, Xinghuan had no choice but to call it quits and just continue to lead the people to some other place. Chapter 102: Hongjuan's defeat in flight. Due to the Kirin clan's active retreat, the chief fortune carried by its community was inevitably affected to a certain extent, showing some faint signs of decline. Although this change was subtle, it was a signal that could not be ignored for the various races that paid extreme attention to the rise and fall of Qi. In stark contrast, the Feng clan's Qi was restored to a certain extent because of the Kirin clan's concession, as if a long drought had been met with sweet rains, slightly compensating for the vitality that had suffered a heavy blow due to the previous fall of many powerful people. As for the Dragon clan, they also received a team invitation from the beginning Qilin at this time, and the beginning Qilin hoped that the Dragon clan could send someone over now to join hands with their Qilin clan to exterminate the Phoenix clan while the Phoenix clan's strength is decaying now. However, in the face of this proposal, a brief moment of hesitation fell within the Dragon clan. After several rounds of weighing and discussion, the ancestral dragon finally decided to decline the invitation of the beginning Qilin. The reason is simple. Anyway, you, the beginning Kirin, have already taken a step back, so it's okay to take a few more. After all, the beginning Qilin had only come alone to the middle of the East Sea before, and in the previous battle with the Phoenix clan, the strength of the Qilin clan had not decayed. However, the situation of the dragon race was very different. In their previous fierce encounter with the Phoenix race, they could be said to have suffered heavy losses and numerous deaths and injuries. This time, if they went to war with the Phoenix clan again, I'm afraid that his Dragon clan's Qi would be completely unsteady. More importantly, no one could know exactly when this flood quantum robbery would end. If the Dragon clan and the Kirin clan had defeated the Phoenix clan, but the quantum karmic catastrophe still continued. If the Kirin clan suddenly changed their position and turned their spearheads against the Dragon clan after defeating the Phoenix clan, the Dragon clan would surely face a catastrophe. In such a complex and volatile situation full of unknown risks, the dragons have to act cautiously to ensure the survival and development of their own community. Therefore, the ancestral dragon also told the beginning Qilin to wait for some days first, so that the experts in his dragon clan could recover a few injuries first. The beginning Qilin couldn't help but be a bit annoyed after hearing the ancestral dragon reject his request. However, he also knew that in the previous battle in the East Sea, the dragon race had indeed suffered many deaths and injuries. Then, after thinking about it, he could only ask the people underneath to tolerate it for some time again. And in the middle of Mount Yujing, Luo Shu and Hongjun are still in the middle of a tangle at this time. The two of them were not only using only the supreme treasures in their hands at this time, they even took out and used the jade disc of creation fragments that each of them had obtained. Instead, the fragment of the jade disc of creation on the top of Hongjuan's head is a full circle larger than the one on Luo Shua. It was almost twice the size of the jade disc of creation fragment on Luo's body. But even so, there is a clear gap between the treasures. But at this time the Hongjun its defeat is gradually revealed. Even now even resisting Luo's attacks seemed a bit overwhelming. Although Hongjun was horribly defeated, his face was actually unable to see the slightest hint of panic except for some woes. Hongjun also has his own little plan in his heart. Although he is now undefeated Luo Shuhu, but it is not without a chance to escape. After all, he still had 3 corpses out there. The reason why he had delayed recalling the 3 corpses wasn't for the reason that he was even defeated at the hands of Luo. You'll get away with it, won't you? All he had to do was just find a way to send away these 2 innate supreme treasures as well as the jade disc of creation fragment in his hands. However, Hongjun didn't want to fall here as a last resort. After all, he was able to reanimate himself by virtue of decapitating his corpse. But in that case, his cultivation decline was still inevitable, and he didn't know how long it would take him to regain the peak of the mixed golden immortal. And at this time, Luo did not expect that the Hongjun in front of him could be able to resist him for such a long time. Sort of he had underestimated this old loach in front of him, but while the process was a little longer, he'd soon be able to take down the old loach now. At that time, he himself would want to see what Hong Yuan's face looked like. You wouldn't want to give up that chaos spirit root, would you? However, in this instant, Hongjun suddenly mobilized all of his own mana as well as law inscriptions, as if he had lost his mind. His eyes red, the whole person fell into a state of insanity. Regardless of everything towards the front of the Luo Shuhu sped away. The 3 absolute supreme treasures, the Pango streamer, the celebration clouds of the heavens, and the fragment of the jade disc of creation, manifested at the same time. The pressure and power emanating from these 3 supreme treasures intertwined together to form a heaven-destroying torrent that swept vastly towards Luo Shua. However, in the face of such a horrifying attack, Luo just slightly raised the corners of his mouth. In his eyes, this move of Hongjuan's was tantamount to a trapped beast, and could not pose any substantial threat to him at all. Even when he saw Hongjuan's crazy appearance, he couldn't help but have a few more scornful looks on his face. It seems like this old loach knows that he doesn't have long to live and is ready to die, Luo secretly said in his heart. After thinking about it, Luo Shujiu also waved his hand regicide gun. Seemingly countless souls roar, gods and devils mourn and cry, showing the name of the killing of the most precious treasure. In the next second, only the tip of the Godslayer gun flashed with a cold aura, as if it could pierce through endless space and time. Under the sharpness of this spear, even a mixed great Luo golden immortal was afraid that he would have to vomit blood and retreat in defeat. The 12 Black Lotus of Annihilation and the fragment of Jade Disc of Creation standing on the top of Luo Shuji also blossomed with endless divine light in an instant. And in a flash, it only felt that the heaven and earth lost its color. The sun and the moon had no light, and wherever its power reached, it all shattered like pieces of powder. The Jade Capital Mountain, which was originally in tatters before the 6 supreme treasures on these 2 people, finally couldn't support it any longer as well. And at this moment, it completely turned into nothingness and dissipated into the void. Boom! In a flash, the light stretched for countless light years. All that could be heard was a loud, earth-shattering thud. The Godslayer gun in Luo's hand unexpectedly pierced directly through Hongjuan's Yuanshin at this moment. Even his body exploded at this moment. There is no more shadow of Humboldt, but Luo's face changed. This is not Hongjun, and the 3 supreme treasures on that Hongjuan's body, also in the next second, directly into the air, disappeared. Seeing this, Luo also rushed to maximize his perception. It didn't take long for Luo to also notice Hongjun, who was continuously escaping, tens of billions of light years away. At this time the 3 supreme treasures that had just vanished had already returned to his hands. This also caused Luo to stifle an angry curse at once. Good old Loach, playing with this demon ancestor, aren't you? I'll see where you can run. Saying that, Luo also hurriedly started to chase after him. Hongjuan's face also changed slightly when he noticed the movement behind him, rushing to make the best of it. During this process, he also did not forget to catalyze the Jade Disc of Creation fragment, trying to hide his movements as much as possible. When Luo saw this, he also sneered. You're the only one who has a fragment of the Jade Disc of Creation, right? But all of a sudden, Luo only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he had completely lost sight of Hongjun in front of him. Not only that, he couldn't even detect a trace of Hongjun left behind. Luo, who saw the scene, couldn't believe it. For a long time, Luo Shu violently raised his head. His voice was as cold as if it was rubbed out from between his teeth. Heaven. Road. Chapter 103, Yang Mei, what is Hongjun doing here? At this moment, Luo's eyes were filled with anger and unwillingness. He also did not expect the heavenly Tao to suddenly help Hongjun at this moment. Obviously he was on the verge of taking down Hongjun. It's a feeling like when you have your pants down, but then you turn your head and realize that the subject is gone. But no matter how much Luo made a show of it, there was always still no Hongjun around. And Hong Yuan also saw the scene through the perspective of his out-of-body, and immediately failed to hold back his laughter. It's pretty rare to see Law in this kind of impotent rage, and Hong Jun was relieved after he managed to escape. Although it was unclear why Luo suddenly froze in place just now and no longer continued to chase after himself, but he knew that those in the flood who could do as much as this to affect Luo. There were only two people, God Rebel and Hong Yuan, but it seems that neither of these two have a reason to help themselves, right? And he hadn't sensed two people himself just now. Nope. Hong Jun suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. There is another being who can do this. That is, the way of heaven. Instead of Hong Yuan and Divine Reversal both stepping in to help himself, Hong Jun was more willing to believe that it was the heavenly Tao that had secured the opportunity for him to detach himself. Just thinking about this, Hong Jun was even more confused. Why would Tendo help himself? Could it be that there is some karma in himself that is of benefit to the flood? After all, there was no reason why the heavenly Tao would suddenly help himself. It could only be because he was still beneficial to the flood, so he would step in to help. Just after thinking for a long time, Hong Jun still didn't understand, but since he couldn't figure it out, subsequently Hong Jun didn't think about it anymore, just manipulating the jade disc of creation fragments. He did his best to cover up all the traces he left behind. He then dragged his devastated body to find a place where he intended to carry out his healing before doing so. After all, the laws of the Devil Dao and the laws of killing that Luo had left in his body were still like maggots attached to his bones, constantly gnawing at his flesh and blood. If we don't remove these law brands soon, he was not able to utilize his full strength at all. At that time, in case he ran into Luo again, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Hundreds of years followed. Hong Jun also opened up a dojo again in the extreme south. Hong Jun is in this dojo little by little to remove the injuries Luo brought to himself. It took nearly a yuanhui before Hong Jun completely removed these injuries. And Hong Jun, after clearing his injuries, also began to start deducing up what Luo Shuhu really did all these years. Why do you still call yourself the devil's ancestor? With this deduction, Hong Jun's face also had an additional look of surprise. Luo actually established a religion? Seeing this, Hong Jun also finally came to a realization. He said how Luo Shuji's 12 pints of world-destroying Black Lotus was suddenly able to fight against his own heavenly celebration clouds. It turned out that it was because of carrying the demonic sex chi. If Luo didn't have this luck, although he would still lose, with the 3 supreme treasures, he wouldn't have at least lost as outrageously as he did before. He can lose with some dignity. Suddenly, Hong Jun's body trembled, as if he had thought of something. Somewhat in a trance, he muttered, could it be that when the heavenly Tao helped Lao Dao before, it was because it wanted Lao Dao to establish a religion in the flood? To establish a Taoism that is very different from Luo's to complement the flood? As this thought flashed by, Hong Jun felt more and more that he was thinking right. After all, he is the immortal Dao laws, and Luo Shu's devil Dao laws are two very different doctrines. It doesn't make sense that there is a devil's way in the flood but not an immortal way. If after he succeeded in laying down the path of the immortal Dao laws in the floodlands, then wouldn't he be able to obtain a share of the chi as well? With this fortune, when the time comes, what else will Luo's 12-pin Black Lotus of extinction be compared to his celebration clouds of the heavens? After all, the grades of these two spiritual treasures were worlds apart. At that time, even if he was not able to defeat Luo Shuhu, he would be able to leave calmly under the shelter of the celebration clouds of the heavens. But thinking of this, Hong Jun also had an additional thought in his mind. If he had never established a religion, wouldn't the heavenly Tao have to protect him all the time? That seems like it would be better, right? However, Hong Jun thought for a moment that the heavenly Tao would never let itself be exploited in this way, saying that he could not allow himself to keep dragging his feet in not establishing a religion, and then the heavenly Tao would directly go to Hong Yuan. After all, Hong Jun was aware that Hong Yuan had traveled many more paths than they had. It is estimated that there is a high probability that there are immortal Tao laws along the way as well. Thinking of this, Hong Jun is also some can't help but feel a sentence in his heart. If there is no flood abyss, that's how good But Hong Jun can only think about it. After all, Hong Yuan is there. It is impossible to suddenly disappear. Now it was only a matter of figuring out how to successfully establish a religion under Luo's watchful eye. After all, that guy Luo was keeping an eye on him. It's not allowed to say that he just set up his own religion Luo Shu directly killed over. He'd have to think of a way to do that. Perhaps Lao Dao can find a few helpers? Hong Jun muttered. As long as there are helpers, Lao Dao will at least not be threatened by Luo Shuo, and will be able to successfully establish a religion down the road. And Lao Dao might even have a chance to directly get Luo Shuo killed. In that case, not only will I be able to put an end to the problem forever, but I will also be able to get the fragment of the jade disc of creation from Luo Shuju, and I will be able to break through to the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed elements directly, like Luo Shuo. Hong Jun could also feel that his opportunity to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed elements was in Luo Shua. Now that he and Luo Shua were already immortal, of course it was better to get Luo Shua killed directly. After all, no one wants to have an enemy on their back all day. That's too much to take. Then thought about it. Hong Jun is also directly separated out of only peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal out of the body. This body outside the body, although the strength is not good, and is also very easy to be dispersed, but today it is enough. Then Hong Jun also looked at this out-of-body body of his, so he told him to go and contact Yang Mei and the others to go, to see if these people would make a move for themselves, join forces with him, Hong Jun, to deal with Luo. Even if you don't take a shot at Luo, even if you protect yourself for a few moments. The reason why Hong Jun didn't use the 3 decapitated corpses that he had separated to make contact was because Hong Jun was worried that the 3 decapitated corpses that he had been hiding would be easily known by Luo. At that time, if Luo Shuji was prepared, then his 3 decapitated corpses would not be able to play an unexpected role. Subsequently, this outer body that Hong Jun had detached was also under Hong Jun's control and flew towards Yang Mei's dojo. After tens of thousands of more years, this external body of Hong Jun also came outside Yang Mei's dojo. In the middle of the dojo, Yang Mei suddenly raised his eyebrows, a few curious colors between his brows. Hong Jun? What is he doing here in my place? Chapter 104. Good night, Maka Baka. Subsequently, after some deduction, Yang Mei also laughed out. I said Hong Jun looking for me to do what it is. It turns out to be that I want me to come out to fight for him against Luo Shua. Even though Yang Mei didn't have the slightest idea of how to deal with Luo Shua, after thinking about it, he still invited Hong Jun in. After all, there were only a few old acquaintances in the floodplains, and Yang Mei was not in a position to directly oust them. And when Hong Jun walked into Yang Mei's dojo, he also hurriedly saluted. Greetings to fellow Daoist Yang Mei. Hong Jun is courteous. Hong Jun, you are polite. May as well sit down and drink a cup of spirit tea first. This tea, although not as precious as the spirit tea of Hong Yuan Yu, but the taste is quite good. And Hong Jun, after seeing such an attitude of Yang Mei, his heart was a little more hopeful about inviting Yang Mei. And so Hong Jun sat down after, also as bitter with a face of frustration directly open mouth. Thank you Yang Mei, friend of the road. I do not know Yang Mei, friend of the road to the Luo, can have any opinion? Although Yang Mei already knew it in her heart, she still pretended to be completely unaware of it. Fellow Daoist Luo? What's wrong? At that time, Hong Jun's face fiercely more than a few points of melancholy color. Road friend, but do not know that Luo Shuhu before, I do not know for what reason. Suddenly on the old road to move. If not, the old road has a few points of means. Not allowed to say that today, simply do not have the opportunity to see road friend again. When Yang Mei heard this, her face also immediately forced out a point of surprise. There's even this? Yes, you can deduce that what I said is not false. Said this, Hong Jun paused. Tone with a few points of begging, so this time down. That Luo Shuji has already been with the old road to the karma. I'm afraid it's not good to eliminate today the old road to come, but also in the hope that the Yang Mei friend you can help me alarm. A total of war that Luo Shuji. Yang Mei heard this and also let out a long sigh. Why don't you go to find Taoist friend Hong Yuan, with fellow Taoist Hong Yuan's strength and status, even if that Luo Shu is no longer unruly. I'm afraid he would have to bow down obediently. As soon as Hong Jun heard this, the sorrow on his face became a little heavier. Fellow Taoist, but you don't know before the location of the old Taoist dojo. I'm afraid that it is the Hong Yuan fellow Taoist who leaked to Luo Shu, that guy. Hearing this, Yang Mei's face suddenly changed abruptly. Good night, Maka Baka. After saying that, Yang Mei directly waved his big hand and directly sent Hong Jun out. In a flash, Hong Jun only felt a blur before his eyes, and when he came back to his senses, he realized that he had already been sent out by Yang Mei. Hong Jun looked at the scene around him, and for a moment, he actually did not know what to say. Opening his mouth, he originally wanted to say something, but after a long time, Hong Jun still couldn't say anything. All that could be done was to turn away with a helpless look on his face. He also did not expect that after he just mentioned that Hong Yuan might have helped Luo Shu provide the location of his own dojo, Yang Mei directly kicked himself out without saying a word. A phrase of unknown meaning was mumbled under his breath, and only after Hong Jun left did Yang Mei slowly withdraw his gaze. Without good humor, he snorted coldly, Hong Jun, this guy nearly misplaced me. Who in this flood wasteland doesn't know the relationship between old Taoist me and fellow Taoist Hong Yuan? That's a united front. Then after thinking about it, Yang Mei also slowly raised his head and spoke towards the void. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, just now that guy Hong Jun came to me and wanted me to help him deal with Luo Shuhu. With Hong Yuan's identity as the lord of the heaven-defined flood wasteland, coupled with the relationship between the heavenly Tao and Hong Yuan, Yang Mei knew that fellow Taoist Hong Yuan would definitely be able to hear and respond to his words from anywhere in the flood wasteland. And Hong Yuan, who was wandering away, also sensed what Yang Mei had said. At that moment, he laughed softly and opened his mouth to ask, "Then what did you say, old Yang?" And after hearing Hong Yuan's words, Yang Mei also smiled. He really didn't think wrong. Doesn't Lao Dao know what kind of person fellow Taoist Hong Yuan is? Naturally, I righteously refused. It's just that Lao Dao is also curious. Do you really want to make a move against that Hong Yuan, fellow Taoist Hong Yuan? Hong Yuan laughed and explained. It's not that this honored one wants to take a shot at him. If this honored one really wants to take a shot at him, why would he need to take a shot at Luo Shujun? It's just that Luo Shuhu and Hong Jun are destined to have a battle. This respect is just very curious. These two people in the end who can win. Coupled with this respect, and Luo Shuhu made a bet that he can't kill Hong Jun right now. Luo Shuhu, that guy doesn't believe it. So this is why Hong Juan's dojo will be told to the Luo Shuhu. And when Yang Mei heard that, he immediately came to be a bit interested. I wonder what fellow Taoist Hong Yuan is betting with Luo Shuhu, a chaos spirit root from this dojo. Hearing this, Yang Mei's heart jumped and he gulped a little. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, why don't old Tao bet with you? Old Tao also enjoys this kind of snarky thing. Asterisk 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 off. You Yang Mei, or wash your hands of this. This father is stupid to bet with you on this. Hong Yuan instantly rolled his eyes and opened his mouth without a good mood. You have to know that Yang Mei is now a few points stronger than Luo Shu. After all, Yang Mei's origin was also the most thickly retained among the group of demon gods at the time of the immeasurable reckoning. Not to mention that Yang Mei was also the person who had eaten the most spirit fruits born from his chaotic spirit root. Today's Yang Mei, I'm afraid that he is already just one step away from the mixed metaphysical great Luo Golden Immortal. That is, this recent period of time. If he were to really make a move, I'm afraid that he would really have 90% certainty that he would be able to kill Hong Jun. That's still counting on the premise that there is a slight disturbance in the heavens. If there is no heavenly Tao, Yang Mei wants to kill a Hong Jun is just a matter of hand-holding. Yang Mei sniffed, and her face couldn't help but lose a bit more color. If only fellow Taoist Hong Yuan could bet with him on this as well. Extreme chaotic spiritual root. Who wouldn't want this? It's a pity that old Tao is still unattached to fellow Taoist Hong Yuan's chaotic spiritual root. Listening to Yang Mei's emotional words, Hong Yuan also did not want to continue to take care of him. Yang Mei, this guy is getting more and more shameless. Then he didn't say anything more and slowly withdrew his gaze. And speaking of Hong Juan's side, at this time, he also finally arrived outside the dojo of the 5 elements. The 5 elements of the dojo is extremely extraordinary. Raise your eyes and look, only to see that the dojo around the 5 elements of the law surrounded, the Reichi 1000. At the end of the day, is an immortal victory, not the slightest bit worse than the Yang Mei's on the number of. But just as Hong Jun arrived, he only heard a clear and dry voice enter his ears. Fellow Taoist Hong Jun, go back. The poor Taoist is not interested in participating in this matter. When Hong Jun heard this, the loss in his heart deepened a few points. I originally thought that I would be able to get the support of the 5 elements this time, but I didn't want to be rebuffed in such a dry manner. He stood frozen on the spot for a long time before he came back to his senses, let out a long sigh, and turned to leave. In this way, Hong Jun visited several people, including Kazel and Qiankuan, one after another. Even the divine reversal and the poor and Tao Tai who are working in the outer heaven Hong Jun did not let go. But the result was the same, outright rejection. The ones with a better attitude could still let him in for a cup of spirit tea and catch up on old times. And people like the poor man and others gave him only 2 words. Off. Chapter 105, Yuan Feng's Breakthrough. The replies of a group of old acquaintances also made Hong Jun a little unsure of what to do at once. Nowadays, there are no other mixed golden immortals in the flood besides these people. But suddenly Hong Jun remembered something. It's not like there isn't one. Isn't there still the Dragon, Phoenix and Kirin clans? The leader of the 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn, although his strength was a bit weak, only in the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. However, the number of mixed golden immortals of the 3 tribes combined is extremely considerable. If we can get the help of the 3 tribes, maybe there is also the possibility of killing Luo Shuhu. Just Hong Jun is also a little hesitant. The Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn 3 tribes are now the main protagonists of this flood quantitative robbery. If you invite them yourself, won't you be in the hijacking as well? And the conflict between the 3 clans could be so deep that it could be called a blood feud. Every day you're either in a fight or on your way to a fight. And it's totally a case of it's either you die or I live. What's more, there's no conflict between these 3 clans and Luo. The 3 tribes couldn't think straight before they chose to side with him against Luo. Thinking about this, Hong Jun also had a bit of a headache. There are so many living beings in this flood, but there is no Taoist friend of his Hong Jun? And on this very day, In the immortal volcano, that Phoenix clan spirit of Chi Fortune suddenly let out a bird's cry that resounded through the clouds, clear and pleasant to the ear and incomparably loud and clear. In the next second, one could only see the Phoenix clan spirit of Chi instantly soaring up from the undead volcano, constantly circling and flying around. Immediately afterward, in the eyes of the countless Phoenix clans, the size of this spirit of Chi unexpectedly began to crazily surge up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few short moments, it had directly recovered to the time when the golden phoenix of the Phoenix clan had not yet fallen, and was even in the midst of growing. Watching the clan's spirit of luck behave in such a manner, all the people in the Phoenix clan froze at once. There was more than a vague suspicion in his mind, and didn't wait for the people of the Phoenix tribe to think for too long, only to see that in that place where the sunlight was reflected in the sky, a noble, domineering and full of endless majesty figure slowly appeared. On this day, Yuan Feng, who had been in seclusion for several Yuan sessions, finally emerged. That late-stage mixed golden immortals was simply deep and terrifying. Even the green Luan and vermilion bird, who were also mixed golden immortals, when they felt that terrifying pressure on Yuan Feng, it's not even hard to feel a little breathless. But then, a monstrous wave of joy rose like a tidal wave, instantly drowning everyone present, especially vermilion bird. Even her voice trembled. Phoenix Emperor, you've broken through to the late stage of mixed golden immortal? Humph. Yuan Feng's pair of extremely beautiful phoenix pupils slowly swept over the crowd, and her face could not help but gain a few more soft colors. Immediately after that, Yuan Feng also slowly withdrew his aura. Even though Vermilion Bird and the others had prepared themselves mentally, after hearing Yuan Feng's affirmative reply, their heartbeats stopped for a split second at this moment. After a short period of silence, a loud, earth-shattering cheer suddenly rang out, like rolling thunder echoing endlessly in the immortal volcano. Feeling the undisguised look of joy from the people of the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng also nodded slightly. After that, only Yuan Feng's gaze slowly looked into the distance, which was the direction of the Qilin clan's ancestral place, and then said in an undeniable tone, "Now, it is time for our Phoenix clan to launch a general attack on the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan. Since they are unwilling to work with our Phoenix clan to jointly govern the flood, let our Phoenix clan completely become the sole protagonist of the flood after the war from now on." Hearing Yuan Feng's words, all the people in the Phoenix clan were all excited, and raging battle intent manifested itself in everyone. In a blink of an eye, it went straight up into the sky, and the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan could also feel the soaring chi that belonged to the Phoenix clan. This also caused the ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin to look extremely ugly. Yuan Feng has actually broken through, especially ancestral dragon. He didn't expect that because of his choice of wanting the Dragon clan to recover the vitality they had lost earlier at the time of the East Sea, he had allowed Yuan Feng to take advantage of this time to break through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal. This is good. I'm afraid that even if he, the Dragon clan, and the Qilin clan together win against the Phoenix clan, I'm afraid that it will only be a disastrous victory. And it's not like their two clans could win even if they joined together. And the beginning Qilin was also feeling a bit of a headache at this time, somewhat unable to resist secretly cursing the ancestral dragon in his heart. Originally, we should have taken advantage of the Phoenix clan's damage to launch a general attack. And it was all because that ancestral dragon was thinking too much, but he actually knew the worry that Zulan had in his mind earlier. If he were in ancestral dragon's position at that time, I'm afraid he would have made the same choice as ancestral dragon, because it's not something he can fix by making assurances. Even if he made a guarantee at that time, I'm afraid the ancestral dragon wouldn't believe it. After all, before this flood quantum robbery was over, no one knew how far it would have to go before it completely dissipated away, but it had come to this. And beginning Kirin had nothing more to say. Just have someone go and contact the Dragon clan and have the ancestral dragon prepare to face the Phoenix clan with his Qilin clan. After all, he could also sense that Yuan Feng was going to start acting soon, so some preparation is better done early. And soon, the ancestral dragon received a message from the Qilin clan to him. This time he didn't hesitate. He also directly brought along all the experts in his clan, preparing to fight a deadly battle with the Qilin clan against the Phoenix clan. With the move of the three tribes, the chi of the quantitative tribulation in the entire flood wasteland suddenly skyrocketed. The speed of that surge was simply out of everyone's expectation. There is no upper limit, so dense that it is like a terrifying bloody mouth that may devour all living beings at any time. It's simply depressing to the core. And under the powerful influence of this chi of quantitative calamity, the three clans as well as the multitudes of the 10,000 clans under their command, all of their eyes could not help but glow with a slightly reddish color. The majestic killing intent that was so thick that it could barely be dissolved was like a thick layer of haze that rose up from within the body of every living being and spread out. That killing intent became deeper and deeper as time went on, as if it was about to burst out suddenly at any moment. time passed quietly without realizing it, and it was unknown just how long had passed. The Flying Bird clan led by Yuan Feng and other Phoenix clan powerhouses, and the Walking Beast clan led by the Qilin clan such as the beginning Qilin, finally met head-on under the arrangement of fate. There was neither an impassioned pre-war oath between the two sides nor any directive orders from their superiors. Right at the moment when the eyes of these two parties met, a hostile emotion originating from instinct was instantly ignited. In an instant, the hissing sound was deafening and resounded through the sky as they ran wildly towards each other without hesitation, the madness in their eyes literally making hearts tremble. It was simply madness to the extreme. Even the top echelons of the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan were like this. In a flash, the entire floodplain seemed to tremble. That kind of horrible scene, just like the end of the flood descended, let a person shudder. Chapter 106, Is this polite? It's not polite. And at this moment, Yuan Feng was confronting the beginning Qilin in the void. The two men stood still. Neither of them ever spoke. But the coldness that permeated these two men even made heaven and earth seem to hold their breath at this moment. In the end, it was the beginning Qilin who took the lead in breaking the calm. Yuan Feng, and didn't wait for the beginning unicorn to finish his sentence. In a flash, Yuan Feng moved without a trace of nonsense, as if she didn't bother to say one more word to the beginning Qilin, only to see her red phoenix robe beckoning. The phoenix staff in her hand instantly diffused countless haze lights, coloring the entire heaven and earth with a touch of brilliant color. As Yuan Feng lightly waved the phoenix staff in her hand, the multicolored divine flames immediately gushed out, sweeping towards the beginning Kirin like a raging torrent. Wherever it passed through, the earth and sky trembled, and the multicolored divine flames even left countless pitch-black traces in the air. And when the beginning Qilin saw this, his face was also incomparably grave. He had originally thought that he would be able to fight with Yuan Feng for a little bit, delaying the time so that the ancestral dragon would have enough time to arrive. However, I never thought that Yuan Feng would be so ignorant of etiquette that she would have to make a move as soon as she came up. Is that polite? It's not polite. But since Yuan Feng had made a move, the beginning Qilin also coped with it with a bitter face. With that, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Hurriedly, he offered up his Qilin seal, which suddenly transformed into a divine mountain that was strong enough to suppress this piece of heaven and earth, and rumbled and crushed down towards that multicolored divine flame. In a blink of an eye, the two collided together with a bang that shook the entire floodplain, erupting with an incomparably blinding glare. In the light, there seemed to be phantoms of a phoenix and a Qilin fiercely entangled, and every impact caused the earth and sky to shake, the mountains to tremble, and the wind and clouds to change color. But whoever sees it, even with the naked eye, can feel it. The radiant Qilin phantom appeared to be somewhat defeated, and in just a few collisions, the light dimmed quite a bit. The beginning Qilin's face was also a bit ugly when he saw this. Originally, he was not a match for Yuan Feng, not to mention that now Yuan Feng had managed to make a breakthrough into the late stage of the mixed golden immortal, but he also didn't expect that he would be so far removed from Yuan Feng. And at this moment, the only other cultivation of the Qilin clan that was at the mixed golden immortal realm, the Ink Qilin, was also directly facing the vermilion bird. On the other hand, the four Qilin with peak Dala Jinxian cultivation of gold, wood, water, and earth were facing off against Qinghuan. The Ink Kirin was quite relaxed, fighting back and forth with the vermilion bird. However, the four Qilin of the Qilin clan were now looking a bit wretched. In just a few moments of contact, several shocking wounds had appeared on their bodies. Even though they were all at the peak of Dala Golden Immortals, they still appeared to be a bit thinly powered if they wanted to face the early stage mixed golden immortal Qinghuan. If the fire Qilin was still around, using the laws of the few of them as the basis to form a formation of 5 elements, they might still be able to tangle with Qinghuan for a while. But now that the fire Qilin had fallen, there was nothing they could do. And now, all that could be done was to hope that the dragons would hurry up and bring help. Otherwise, it might not be too long before they became the fastest peak Downlord Golden Immortal to die in this quantum revelation. Originally, the four unlike also intends to come over to help. The result is just close to. Was Qinghuan that horrible breath pressure some breathless? If not the water Qilin to a superb innate spiritual treasure of the might of the hard top down that Qinghuan blow will be four unlike to send away after. I'm afraid the four unimaginables are long dead. And it was only when the four unimaginable statues came back to their senses that they finally realized that they couldn't even intervene in the water Qilin's battle with them. Then, after thinking about it, he also picked up his own greatsword and killed towards the group of Tai Golden Immortals. If he couldn't defeat the mixed Golden Immortal, could he not defeat the Tai Golden Immortal? At this moment, the situation on the battlefield was exceptionally grim. Not only was the water Qilin in crisis, even the Qilin clan underneath was clearly at a disadvantage at this moment. Facing the Flying Bird clan led by the powerful Phoenix clan, the Qilin clan and the Walking Beast clan were obviously a bit out of their depth. Every moment, Countless golden immortals and Taiyi golden immortals fell on the side of the Qilin clan, and even the great Luo golden immortals fell by more than 10. Beginning Kirin's heart was twisted and quite distressed. These were the backbone of their Kirin clan. At this moment, the beginning Qilin's heart was filled with anxiety and anger, and he couldn't even help but secretly blame Ancestral Dragon in the bottom of his heart. Ancestral Dragon, why don't you come here? If you don't come here, my Qilin clan will die. Right at this moment, all of a sudden, only Yuan Feng's icy voice with a few hints of sarcasm and mockery could be heard suddenly ringing out in the air. Then, the beginning Qilin felt a huge irresistible force hit hard on top of his chest. In an instant, the beginning Qilin only felt a sharp pain in its chest, and in the blink of an eye, it flew out countless miles away. Beginning Qilin, who gave you the guts to be distracted while engaging this emperor? Yuan Feng's words revealed endless majesty and coldness, sending shivers down one's spine. Looking at the beginning Qilin that flew out backwards, the Qilin clan people all involuntarily froze for a while, their faces full of shock, and their hearts were even more apprehensive. Their gazes were tightly locked onto the beginning Qilin above the void, and their eyes showed tension that was hard to hide, even though they had predicted that their own old ancestor would not be a match for Yuan Feng. However, he never expected that the battle would take a one-sided turn so quickly, and that his own old ancestor would fall into the wind so quickly. However, in stark contrast was the side of the Phoenix clan. At this moment, the faces of the Phoenix clan were overflowing with uncontrollable joy, as if they had already seen victory in sight. They looked at each other excitedly, the already high battle spirit in their bodies becoming stronger at this moment. I can't wait to chop off a few Kirin clan members to help out. Feeling the apprehension in the eyes of the clansmen underneath, the beginning Qilin also took a deep breath, quickly adjusted its state, and softly said towards the people underneath, "I'm fine, just a momentary negligence suffered a blow." After saying that, the beginning Qilin also continued to place its gaze on the Yuan Feng in front of it, only that the scorn in those eyes was quite a bit stronger. Immediately afterward, only the beginning Qilin's figure flickered and once again battled with Yuan Feng. In an instant, another fierce and incomparable collision erupted between the two. Deafening roars were endless, and the entire space was filled with powerful energy fluctuations. Seeing that the beginning Qilin hadn't been affected too much by the previous setback and was still able to engage in such a fierce exchange with Yuan Feng, the heavy boulder at the bottom of the hearts of the Qilin clan as well as the beasts of the Beasts clan finally slowly fell down. With that, he also once again fought with the Phoenix clan and the Birds of Prey clan. It was just that the Ink Kirin, who was also a mixed golden immortal, was keenly aware that the injuries that his own patriarch had just sustained didn't seem to be light. But now that he was facing the attack of the Vermilion Bird, he was already doing his best to defend himself, and he couldn't do anything to help his own patriarch if he wanted to. One could only hope that the dragon ancestors would come to support them as soon as possible. But as little by little time passes by, the Qilin clan still hadn't seen any semblance of the Dragon clan, a situation that even made them wonder if the Dragon clan had secretly made some kind of deal with the Phoenix clan. Even the beginning Qilin was a bit skeptical as to whether he had been sold by the ancestral dragon, but the good thing is, he suddenly seemed to sense something in the next second. Long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, the whole person as if relieved. Chapter 107 Beginning Qilin Old Brother. My ancestral dragon has come, only to see countless light years away. A long dragon that looked like it was covering the sky was whistling and continuously rushing. Wherever he passed, the winds and clouds changed color and the stars were dimmed, and that majestic and vast aura was simply astounding. It was as if it could turn the sun and the moon on its head. This long dragon was faster than imaginable, spanning dozens of light years every second. Elder brother beginning Qilin, my ancestral dragon is here. A deafening cry resounded through the clouds, and after this cry, countless figures that were also as large as mountains appeared immediately behind the long dragon. None of these figures belonged to the dragon race, and they either hovered and danced or held their heads high, all of them imposing and emanating an unrivaled aura of majesty. Not only that, behind this group of dragons, there was also a dense and simply uncountable number of scale-armored ones. They marched on in great numbers, forming a sea that could not be seen to the end. After sensing the arrival of the Dragon clan, all the Qilin clan let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, the dragons hadn't abandoned them, and with the imminent arrival of the Dragon clan, the Qilin clan, which was still somewhat deflated by quite a bit, once again regained their fighting spirit. They didn't believe that they and the Dragon clan together were no match for the Phoenix clan. Soon, the ancestral dragon's massive body also appeared in the middle of the battlefield, booming in everyone's eyes to join the great battle between the beginning Qilin and Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng looked at the arriving ancestral dragon, and the coldness between his brows grew a bit more intense. Compared to the Qilin clan, the hatred between her Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan was much deeper. After all, The golden phoenix of her clan had died at the hands of the dragons. The ancestral dragon could also feel that intense killing intent revealed in Yuan Feng's eyes, and then without a hint of nonsense, he directly offered up his ancestral dragon pearl and attacked towards Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng, I'm here. Come on if you want to make a move. Let's see if your Phoenix clan is more powerful or my Dragon clan and Qilin clan are better. Yuan Feng also laughed coldly in the face of the ancestral dragon's attack. At the beginning of the same mixed golden immortal middle stage, I was able to fight both of you with 1 against 2. Now I have broken through the mixed golden immortal late stage. You and the other two in the eyes of this emperor is nothing more than the earth is just a dog. This quantitative robbery. This emperor will use the lives of your 2 clansmen to fool my Phoenix clan eternal foundation. After saying that, the divine staff in Yuan Feng's hand also suddenly shone brightly, and in an instant, it transformed into countless divine flames to meet the ancestral dragon pearl. He, worthy of being the Phoenix Emperor, truly arrogant to the extreme, wanting to become the eternal protagonist of the flood. I would like to see how you do it. Ancestral dragon's double pupils of divine light flowed with an indescribable dominance. His voice was like booming thunder as he greeted towards beginning Qilin. Beginning Qilin, old brother. Make a move. Join me in thwarting this Yuan Feng's arrogance. The beginning Kirin heard the words and was not the slightest bit ambiguous. The Kirin seal in his hand bordered with the ancestral dragon bead and came to face the Phoenix staff directly. However, the ancestral dragon had just exchanged blows with Yuan Feng and instantly understood exactly where Yuan Feng's confidence came from this time. The Yuan Feng of today was no longer the Yuan Feng that had fought him in the East Sea. The current Yuan Feng, he and the beginning Qilin couldn't even get the better of him when they joined forces. Even vaguely, a little less so. It was no wonder that the beginning Qilin had previously faced Yuan Feng alone and appeared to be in such a sorry state in a short period of time. However, although the ancestral dragon was shocked in his heart, his battle intent did not weaken in the slightest, but instead became more and more prevalent. So what if he's above him in cultivation? It's not certain who will lose or win. To know that over the years, the green dragon of his clan had made a breakthrough. He just didn't believe that with the 3 great mixed golden immortals of his own clan, plus the 2 great mixed golden immortals of the Qilin clan, they would be no match for a mere Phoenix clan? He himself only needed to stall Yuan Feng with the beginning Qilin. The scales of victory would eventually tip in favor of his dragon clan. And with Yuan Feng fighting the 2 great powerhouses, ancestral dragon and beginning Qilin, alone, the Qilin clan at the bottom was also finally welcomed with help. With the addition of the dragon clan and the scaled clan, the Phoenix clan had even gradually focused on the dragon clan. After all, they also knew that the cause of this battle was ultimately that the Dragon Clan had first beheaded the Golden Phoenix ancestor of his clan. It could be said that the Dragon Clan and their Phoenix Clan were the ones who were enemies with a blood feud. And as the Phoenix Clan slowly shifted its center of gravity, the Qilin clan was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. The Candle Dragon and the Green Dragon also helped the 4 great Qilin of gold, wood, water and earth to meet the Green Luan. You guys go help your clansmen, just leave Qingluan to us. At those words, the 4 great Qilin almost cried out. The likes of themselves were finally relieved. If they continued to fight with Qingluan, the few of them would definitely die. With that, they did not hesitate any longer and went back to the battlefield where they belonged. And when they took on the Phoenix Clan's group of great Luo Golden Immortals, a sense of relief instantly arose in the hearts of the 4 great Qilin. Damn! How do you feel? The enemy in front of you are some crooked A little pressure is no longer Qingluan looked at the Candle Dragon and Green Dragon in front of her, and her brows furrowed. I didn't realize that even you, Qinglong, had broken through to the mixed golden immortal. The Green Dragon smiled at his words. What? So it's okay for your Phoenix clan to make a breakthrough, but I'm not allowed to break through? And at this moment, the Vermilion Bird also broke away from the battle with the Ink Qilin and instead came to stand beside Qingluan. His eyes gazed at the mixed golden immortals of the Dragon and Kirin clans in front of him. Candle Dragon, Green Dragon, and Ink Kirin. 3 strong enough. The Vermilion Bird looked at the 3 strongest in front of her, and then turned her head to look at Qingluan beside herself, and spoke with a light smile. Qingluan, there are 3 people in front of you. Do you want me to pick 2, and you to pick 1? When Qingluan heard this, she also slowly shook her head and spoke in a cloudy voice. Forget it, it's better for the 2 of us to be together. I'm afraid I'll still need to collect your corpse. When Vermilion Bird heard this, she just smiled and didn't say anything more. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird and the Green Luan both instantly rioted, and together they hurriedly attacked towards the 3 great powerhouses in front of them. As for the 3 Candle Dragons, they were not willing to show weakness, so they also directly met the 2 Vermilion Birds. The Great War was on the verge of breaking out, and while the 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin were fighting, Hong Yuan also felt that his out-of-body body was finally going to merge with the Tao. With that, he no longer continued to travel. but with a wave of his hand, he brought Dawn directly back into the Hong Yuan realm. When the group of children from the Hong Yuan realm saw Hong Yuan, they all of a sudden also jumped up and ran to Hong Yuan's side. With a face full of joy, he respectfully bowed towards Hong Yuan. "Greetings, Master." It was only when they were saluting that the group of children were not immune to some heartfelt curiosity. How come this time when the Master came back, the god of Ping Pong Mountain didn't follow him back? Could it be that you've upset his lordship? Kicked out of the mountain? Thinking of this, the hearts of the group of children suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air violently. No, they must not say that they are acquainted with ping pong from today onwards. Even if you see it in the flood, you can't give it a good look. Otherwise, who knows if he and the others would have been kicked out by the Lord just because they had stepped into the dojo with their left foot. Hong Yuan, on the other hand, also perceived this kind of conjecture in the hearts of a group of children. He was also a bit helpless. Alas, these children and girls of his own. I am afraid that they are not raising wasted. However, he didn't say anything more, and only took a step directly into the Hong Yuan Hall after commanding a sentence that he was going into seclusion. Chapter 108, Great Nephew. The time has come. And after a group of children and girls waited for Hong Yuan to leave, they also ran to Whiskers and intentionally or unintentionally began to pry into how the Ping Pong Mountain god had displeased the old master. They've got to learn that lesson. Good to be warned. Dawn wasn't really sure what the group of senior siblings really meant at first, but listening to them always felt a bit strange, and it was only after a moment of pondering that he finally responded. There was some dumbfounded laughter. Senior brothers and sisters are all mistaken. Ping Pong Mountain god was arranged by the master to do things, and is now collecting the indestructible spiritual light left behind by those living beings who fell in the flood in this quantum robbery, not expelled from the master's sect by the master. And the crowd of children came to a realization after hearing this, and then there was a sudden sense that there was no more point, and no more pursuing the matter of the screen canopy. Instead, he turned and began to ask about the interesting things that had happened in the floodplain that Dawn had walked with his lordship this time. Dawn sniffed, and with a spring in her step, she also began to talk about the things she had gone through with her own master over the years without any trouble. And when Dawn had said something, she was suddenly reminded of what she had heard earlier about old man Redcap, and so he also began to tell. Master told us a story in the beginning. I don't know if you guys have heard it before? Hearing this, a look of hope immediately appeared on the faces of the group of children. Everyone sat bolt upright, looking at Dawn with an expectant expression. Seeing this, Dawn also narrated, that was a thing about the old red-capped ancestor. And after Hong Yuan came to the depths of the Hong Yuan Hall, he also directly sat on top of the lotus platform that the great Tao Father had given himself. As Hong Yuan slowly took his seat, a gaze that was far more grandiose than that great nephew of the heavenly Tao, a far more grandiose gaze, also landed on Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan felt the gaze of his dad from the avenue and also grinned and opened his mouth to greet him. Father, I'm back. Did you miss me? The avenue, however, never responded. And Hong Yuan did not think there is anything wrong. After all, his father is a person who is not very good at talking. This is a well-known thing. Even if it breaks open one day, most of them are a may or a may. Beyond that, there are simply no more words. It's as if the avenue would only be those two words, an illiterate at first glance, and as if the great Tao also sensed what Hong Yuan was thinking in his heart. He only saw a divine thunderbolt as black as ink blast down in front of Hong Yuan, vaguely threatening. Frightened, Hong Yuan also shivered, so he also hurriedly explained. Father, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Big Brother. Well, I'm talking about Big Brother. Listening to Hong Yuan's mouthful of nonsense, the avenue didn't continue to look deeper. It just slowly dissipated that divine thunder. Only after seeing this did Hong Yuan let out a long breath. Sure enough, he's still Avenue Dad's favorite cub. For the sake of the dad of the avenue, he does not mind. Not just a little uneducated. So what if you only know two words? Who dares to say his father is uneducated? And at that moment, Hong Yuan also sensed that the time had come. With that, he stopped thinking about it and began to close his eyes. That grandiose gaze also withdrew its own gaze after looking at Hong Yuan for a few moments. In the heavenly Tao origin, Hong Yuan's extracorporeal body also snapped his eyes open, his gaze slowly looking towards the heavenly Tao. Great nephew, the time has come. And with the sound of Hong Yuan's out-of-body voice, the heavenly Tao was actually like an innocent child who was about to be gifted a beloved toy by his elders. Full of joy and leaping for joy. He seemed to be impatient for what was going to happen next, and Hong Yuan's extracorporeal body, along with his words just now, actually gradually began to become void at this moment. The Chaos Pearl, which was like a chaotic world, also appeared steeply behind it at this moment. Then it gradually fused with the heavenly Tao origin. Boom! In a split second, the entire floodplain began to vibrate and tremble violently, And the mountains that originally towered over the clouds were now growing and expanding like bamboo shoots after the rain, with their heights and scales far exceeding what had been imagined in the past. And those meandering rivers and lakes also became deeper and wider at this moment, as if they wanted to contain everything in heaven and earth. The sky is, at this moment, higher. The ground is also, at this moment, wider. Such a shocking huge change, so that all the people of the three races of the dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn who were in the middle of the floodplains were all dumbfounded and full of bewilderment and didn't know what to do. They stopped the movements in their hands one after another, staring in astonishment at the sky-turning scene around them, their hearts filled with shock and doubt. Even the fighting between each other gradually stopped. It's not like they can afford not to stop, simply because the enemy that was originally in front of him was actually gradually moving away from him at this moment. Obviously they could both sense that the other didn't move, and neither did they themselves. It was this heaven and earth that moved. So these beings also looked at the strange changes around them with horrified faces. What's going on here? Even Yuan Feng, ancestral dragon, and beginning Qilin slowly stopped, frowning as they looked at the strange changes in the entire heaven and earth. Not only these people, but Yang Mei, causality, God's reversal, Luo Shuju, and the others were also each looking at this scene in amazement from their respective dojos. After looking at them for a long time, these people also let out a long, sad sigh. Alas, Hong Yuan Taoist friend is secretly working again. Can't you give us a little work to do? They don't have any other hobbies. They just like to work. And the Hong Yuan body in the Hong Yuan Hall, also by virtue of the endless power of realization brought about by the out-of-body body merging with the Tao, the progress of the enlightenment of the laws of a great Tao continued to rise. The original 500 or so great Tao laws were increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 600, 800, 1000, and his aura steeply skyrocketed at this moment. The sixth heaven of the great Luo golden immortals of the mixed elements. The seventh heaven of the great Luo golden immortals of the mixed elements. And as Hong Yuan elevated, the strands of Tao rhythms and law inscriptions continued to permeate the Hong Yuan mountain. Outside, Dawn and the group of children as well as the living beings of the Hong Yuan realm were also directly sitting up in place without thinking when they felt this Tao rhythm and law inscriptions started to dive in and cultivate. This was a great opportunity for them. It's a good time not to practice. Chapter 109 Hongjuan's Intentions. In the flood, the three clans of the open heaven that were originally fighting each other also chose to temporarily stop fighting because of this change in heaven and earth. They also seemed to sense that this change in heaven and earth seemed to be a good thing for them as well, because at this moment, the rhythm of the heavenly Tao laws was exceptionally obvious and clear. For them, this could be a great opportunity. So naturally, these beings would not let go of this opportunity. So an agreement was made to wait until the heaven and earth changes were over to fight again. Then it directly stayed where it was and began to cultivate. This mutation lasted for a meta session. Although it was not a long time, every living being had gained a lot of benefits from it. In particular, the three clans of the dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin had given birth to hundreds of great Luo golden immortals. The candle dragon, vermilion bird, green Luan, and ink Kirin, who had long ago broken through to the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, even broke through to the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal during this mutation. And what was even more surprising was that even the two ancestral dragons and the beginning Qilin had directly broken through to the next realm. For a while, the battle blurred even more. It was only Yuan Feng, who had failed to make a breakthrough despite the fact that he had also gained a lot from this cultivation. Ancestral dragon looked at the beginning Kirin beside him, who had also broken through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal, and instantly laughed maniacally as well. Yuan Feng. Ah, Yuan Feng, let's see how you can still fight with my two clans this time. The corners of beginning Qilin's mouth rose slightly at this moment, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion in his heart. It was really an extremely correct thing for him and the ancestral dragon to send a gift to the Tao Father in the first place. With his wisdom, how could he not guess that this change in the heavens and earth was definitely unrelated to Dao Zun? As for why Dao Zun made a move at this time, wasn't it just to see that he was gradually falling into a disadvantage by joining hands with both ancestral dragon clans, and purposely descended in favor? Yuan Feng looked at the two ancestral dragons in front of him, and although there was some gravity in his eyes, he was not panicking. She didn't say anything more, only her aura suddenly exploded out. The entire person went straight to the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin. When the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin saw this, they were also surprised at Yuan Feng's boldness today. Knowing that the two of them had already successfully broken through to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal stage, they still dared to take the lead in striking out towards them? It's really arrogant. With that, the two of them also declared their might with a roar and directly met Yuan Feng. In a flash, the three collided. In the next second, unlike before when it was the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin who had fallen, This time it was Yuan Feng whose entire person flew directly backwards. But Yuan Feng quickly, once again returned to fly back. Once again with the ancestral dragon, two people to fight. There was a murmur on his lips, as if he were saying something. It was just that her voice was so thin and inaudible that even with a cultivation level like that of the ancestral dragon in the beginning Qilin, they couldn't hear the slightest bit of it. This also caused the ancestral dragon in the beginning Qilin to somehow suddenly have some bad premonitions in their hearts. For a moment, a hint of suspicion rose in the hearts of the two men. Could it be that Yuan Feng still has a backhand? So the two of them glanced at each other, also intending to do their best, not leaving Yuan Feng the slightest chance. And just as the three clans of the dragon, Phoenix and Qilin were mixing it up, Hongjuan's previously detached extracorporeal body also came here. Looking at the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Kirin in their current battle, the corners of Hongjuan's mouth were also slightly outlined, and his mouth continued to mutter, "Fight, fight, fight, and when you fought almost to the end it's time for the old road to step in." At first, Hongjun did not have much confidence in being able to bring the three ancestral dragons together. After all, no matter which way one looked at it, there did not seem to be too strong a connection between them and himself. There was no need to go against law for himself. After all, his own side could not get any sufficient payment, and he knew that without sufficient benefits to drive them, the three clans would never easily take risks. However, not too long ago, a chance encounter allowed Hongjun to glimpse a shocking secret through the jade disc of creation fragment. It turns out that the intricate relationship between the dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn clans was secretly provoked by the Luo Shu. What's even more amazing is that the matter of the Fire Phoenix bird, the Golden Phoenix, and the Fire Qilin's fall in the first place was actually also the hand of Luo Shujiu himself. In addition to this, even the riots of the 10,000 tribes under the three tribes have the shadow of the demon sect under Luo Shu behind them. All of this has nothing to do with law. When Hongjun found this secret, a time actually are a bit unbelievable. He did not expect the current flood quantitative hijacking is actually Luo Shuji personally promote. It wasn't even clear to him why exactly Luo was doing this. What good is it to him? Law? Although even with the help of the jade disc of creation fragments Hongjun was not able to deduce the reason why Luo Shua did this, but it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that the three clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn can have a blood feud with Luo Shua. In this way, if Hongjun chose to tell the whole story to the three people, Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Qilin, then there was no doubt that these three clans would definitely join him in fighting against Luo. The reason why he didn't tell the three ancestral dragons about the matter beforehand was because Hongjun also had his own considerations. After all, his purpose this time, in addition to resolving Luo Shua, a more important purpose is to set up his Xianmen in the middle of the flood, laying down the path of the immortal way. But once this Taoist system is established, someone has to come to it. But nowadays, the three clans of the dragon, Phoenix and Qilin are so powerful that almost the entire 10,000 clans of the floodplains are all forces under their three clans. Once his Xianmen sect was established, it was bound to rob people, and this behavior would undoubtedly directly rob away a large amount of the qi originally belonging to the three tribes, which would in turn lead to a certain degree of weakening of the overall strength of the three tribes. Because of this, even Hongjun had to carefully consider the consequences that this move might trigger. It's even very likely that because of his move to snatch the qi, these three people turned around and continued to join forces against themselves after decapitating Luo Shuhu with themselves. So Hongjun thought for a long time, but decided to stay out of it for now. Rather, he decided to wait until the three tribes' fight was almost over. After the qi of the quantum rain and the flood and the qi between the three tribes had been cut to an extreme, when he would step in to stop this fight. That's what's safe. Anyway, what I want to make sure is that the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng and the beginning Kirin will not perish in this quantum culpa. As for those groups under them and their affiliated races, even if all of them are annihilated, what can be done about it? In fact, Hongjun couldn't wait for them to die in greater numbers, so that the surviving beings would become weaker and weaker, which would undoubtedly be the most favorable situation for him to preach the Tao. Thinking about this, above Hongjun's originally calm and wave-free face, a faint smile slowly emerged. He gently raised his hand, slightly stroking the slender lock of beard at his chin, his gaze leisurely looking towards the battlefield in front of him where a grueling fight was being staged. As time passed, more and more beings fell on the battlefield. The chi of the quantitative tribulation that filled the entire heaven and earth also surged to its peak at this moment. Only a burst of deafening rumbling sounds rang out one after another, interspersed with the agonizing and mournful hissing sounds of countless living beings, rising and falling one after another, interweaving into a death symphony that creeped out the entire heaven and earth. Every minute and every second that passes, hundreds of millions of living beings go up in smoke. Even the Taiyi Golden Immortals and the Great Luo Golden Immortals were constantly falling. even if they all seemed so insignificant in such a torrent. As for the true immortals and celestial immortals at the bottom, they were even more like ants at this time. Falling, perhaps, was their ultimate destination. Chapter 110, Sycamore God Tree. And I don't know how long it took. At this moment, even the two green Luan and vermilion bird were a bit shaken up. It was important to realize that the two of them were facing a full 3 mixed golden immortals, and even they appeared to be somewhat precarious in such a situation. And even Yuan Feng, at this time, in the face of the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, could only barely resist. Suddenly, only Yuan Feng's eyes suddenly showed a sudden burst of joy, and his mouth murmured softly, finally caught up. Along with this murmur from Yuan Feng, only to see that in the sky, there was suddenly an additional dazzling to the extreme divine light constantly approaching. It was a vicissitude ancient tree that seemed to be bathed in the sea of stars, reaching 100 million feet high, as if it could border the sky. The thick branches, winding and twisting, were like a mysterious totem. In particular, on the canopy of the tree that seemed to be covering the sky, a phoenix nest constructed with the power of divine patterns and laws was faintly visible, and within the phoenix nest, a great Luo golden immortal of the phoenix race was seated in it. The number was actually a full 199. The grandeur of the scene froze everyone in their tracks. How could the Phoenix clan still have so many great Luo golden immortals? How is that possible? And the moment they saw the appearance of this divine tree, all the people of the Phoenix clan suddenly had a great light in their eyes, and their eyes were filled with surprise and reverence. An uncontrollable gasp of surprise. This is my clan's sycamore god tree. Buzz. When this sycamore tree heard the loud cries of the Phoenix race, the 199 great Luo golden immortals sitting on top of the phoenix nest instantly had their bodies light up and began to manipulate the sycamore tree, only to see the sycamore divine tree's trunk shaking all of a sudden, as if it was responding to them. All of a sudden, countless wisps of starbursts glittering with divine light suddenly fell down, just like a beaded curtain falling from a scroll, showering the countless people underneath. As these starbursts fell, the people of the Phoenix clan and the Birds of Prey clan immediately felt the fatigue in their bodies suddenly dissipate. Even more so, at this moment, the mana skyrocketed. However, the rest of the Dragon and Kirin clans, when they came into contact with these starbursts, in a flash, the unique southern brightness flame of the Phoenix clan instantly blazed up from within their bodies, engulfing them in an instant. Ah! Miserable howls resounded in a chilling manner. In just a blink of an eye, nearly 40% of the living beings of the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan suddenly turned into ashes, directly dissipating into the heavens and earth. Even those great Luo golden immortals were instantly consumed by the Nanmingli fire when they came into contact with these starbursts. There was a constant stream of mournful screams, although not like the bottom of those who were instantly burned out by this Nanmingli fire, but a battle strength also lost half. When the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin saw this scene, their faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly warned, "Not good, quickly use the spiritual treasure to protect your body." The movements of their hands were then not slow, and the ancestral dragon bead and Qilin seal immediately glowed with a great deal of light, like two dazzling blazing suns, towards the sycamore tree above the void. It blasted. Seeing this, Yuan Feng didn't stop him in the slightest, but only let out a contemptuous sneer. In the next second, the divine light erupting from the ancestral dragon pearl and the Qilin seal blasted straight at the sycamore tree above the void. Along with the 199 great Luo golden immortals, all of them were enveloped in it. But soon, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin's faces also became incomparably ugly. Only those two attacks were about to land on the sycamore tree, only causing it to tremble slightly. Even the 199 great Luo golden immortals sitting in the phoenix nest did not have the slightest injury. Even as the sycamore tree trembled, the falling starbursts suddenly became denser in number. When the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin saw this, their eyes widened in disbelief. One must know that the spiritual treasures in their hands were carrying the chi of their two clans. It was by no means much weaker than an innate treasure. But even so, the attack of the two supreme treasures didn't even injure the person above, and it only made the sycamore tree tremble slightly. How is that possible? What grade is this sycamore tree? How can it be so horrible? They are the same three clans that opened the heavens. How come they don't have it? Seeing that those starbursts were about to fall on the people of their two clans, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin also made an immediate decision to stop attacking the sycamore tree. Instead, he urged the other extreme innate spiritual treasures in his hands to intercept them. But what they never expected was that the extreme innate spiritual treasure could not intercept 100% of these descending starbursts. For the safety of those underneath, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin had no choice but to control the ancestral dragon bead and Qilin seal to continuously intercept these starbursts. With the interception of these two supreme treasures, this caused these starbursts to dissipate. But the sycamore tree still continued to drop starbursts. the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin only felt a headache. And then they could only allow the two supreme treasures to continue to intercept and avoid those starbursts from falling on the people underneath. But then, the supreme treasure in their hands could not be used. Without the supreme treasure, they wouldn't be able to take advantage of it when facing Yuanfeng. However, they had to use their supreme treasures to protect the people underneath them at this time. All of a sudden, the vulnerable person has become them again. But at this moment, they could not afford to continue thinking about it, only to see Yuanfeng maneuvering the phoenix staff and launching an attack on the two. As for the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin, seeing this, they also gritted their teeth and maneuvered the rest of their spirit treasures to fight against Yuanfeng. However, although the spiritual treasures in their hands were not bad in terms of power, Yuanfeng also had quite a few spiritual treasures in her hands. And with the ancestral dragon pearl and Qilin seal missing, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin were unexpectedly somewhat outmatched. And it was the same on the side of the green luan and the vermilion bird, which were originally still shaky and struggling to hold on before. But under the starlight that had just descended from the sycamore tree, all the injuries and fatigue had actually recovered. Plus just now Candle Dragon, Ink Kirin and Green Dragon were also stained with a lot of starbursts, and that southern brightness flame was still burning continuously on their bodies, so their strength was unexpectedly not fully utilized. All of a sudden, the three of them combined were actually being pressured by both the vermilion bird and the green luan. After another long time, with the green luan and vermilion bird carrying the Candle Dragon and Ink Qilin strikes hard, the spirit treasures in their hands were also instantly and solidly blasted onto the Ink Qilin. As a miserable scream struck, the Ink Qilin's body instantly split apart in pieces, and the entire person instantly fell on the spot. When the beginning Qilin saw this scene, its liver and guts burst. Murky Kirin, and without waiting for him to react, soon, the golden Qilin and the water Qilin also completely fell. The golden Qilin was killed in a moment of negligence by the Phoenix clan's peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal after seeing the Ink Qilin's body fall. As for the water Qilin, in order to save the four images, it took a hard hit from several Phoenix race Dao Luo Jingshan's, and its entire body was turned into ashes on the spot. Seeing this, Ancestral Dragon had wanted to persuade beginning Qilin for a few moments, tell him not to get distracted. The current Yuanfeng is the main thing, but he didn't wait until he had a chance to open his mouth to comfort. The green dragon of his clan also blew itself up on the spot, forcibly dragging the green luan of the Phoenix clan to die with it. A bit of a low-grade fever. I may have to post chapter 3 later. I'm too dizzy. Chapter 111, The Punishing Sword Formation breaks the seal. This scene instantly caused the ancestral dragon's eyes to instantly redden with blood. Couldn't help but let out a hissing sound. And Yuanfeng was not feeling well at this time either. A trace of grief flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly and forcefully suppressed by her. Now was not the time to grieve. Only to settle the two, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin. This quantum leap will only truly end. Yuanfeng then also strengthened his spirit and attacked the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin both even more frantically. At this time under the Sumeru mountain, Ping Pong shivered and shrunk to the side. Looking at the not far away Luo Shuzhou is also a little want to cry. He didn't know why Luo had captured him here though, but fortunately Luo didn't hurt his life. He just kept handing over the grudges of the demonic sect to those people who had collected it. Let him carry out the separation of the indestructible spiritual light and the grievous bane. At first Screen Puff was a little reluctant, but he slowly seemed to realize that he was much more efficient that way. No need to rush at all. Luo Shu also glanced at the screen canopy at this time, slightly displeased, coldly said, "What are you waiting for? You collect your. Don't delay this demon ancestor's business. If you delay the great cause of this devil ancestor, even if you are the pet of Hong Yuan, this devil ancestor will give you a little lesson to taste." Ping Pong was discovered by Demon Sky not long ago. The moment Demon Sky saw Ping Pong, he naturally recognized what Ping Pong was, so he didn't dare to act rashly for a while, but reported Ping Pong's demeanor to Luo Shuzhou. Luo was also a bit surprised when he first heard about this Screen Puff move, although he didn't know why Hong Yuan let this pet collect the undying spiritual light of those dead beings, but he didn't think much of it, and just took it as Hong Yuan leaving a path for these dead beings. So after thinking about it, anyway, this Screen Fluffy move couldn't create much of an impact on him. It was just a matter of lifting the seal a little slower. So after a moment's hesitation, he also let Demon Heaven capture the screen canopy back. It was purposely placed at the bottom of this Mount Sumeru to allow it to collect the indestructible spiritual light of those living beings. Think of it as giving Hong Yuan a face, too. And Ping Pong, upon hearing Luo's threat, immediately shivered and hurriedly got back to work. Ping Pong was like an assembly line at this time, only to see one of his mouths like a bottomless pit constantly devouring the will of those fallen beings sent by the demon cult's crowd in a steady stream. Then the other mouth kept spitting out that separated and grievous air. It was then continuously injected into the seal of that immortal execution sword formation. Looking at the seal left behind by Pangu in front of him is getting thinner and thinner. The corners of Luo's mouth can't help but curl up slightly, eyes full of uncontrollable excitement and anticipation. Soon, die. The more deaths the better. It's not in vain that this demon ancestor has spent so much effort for you. In this way, I do not know how long. Ping Pong only felt that his mouth has been numb, almost lost consciousness, as if no longer belonged to their own time. The seal left behind by Pangu emitted a slight tremor. Immediately afterward, the trembling became more and more violent, as if it was like a broken mirror, and continuously spread out towards the surroundings. The next moment, there was a bang. The seal left by Pangu finally dissipated. In that split second, one could only see several channels of heady radiant divine light suddenly erupting from the immortal execution sword formation, accompanied by several sword calls. The sound of crisp and cheerful birds resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. It was like a yellow bell, resounding beyond the clouds and echoing for a long time. That stern, furious sword intent, with a might that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth, pressed down on every living being. Even with Ping Pong's cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, when he felt this monstrous sword intent, his pupils shrank and his mind was suddenly plunged into a blank. In his mind, he only felt that these swords were actually expanding, and in the next second, the tips of these swords were actually swinging towards him. That icy, bone-chilling, razor-sharp chill surged in like a tidal wave, causing the cold hairs on his entire body to involuntarily stand up. An unprecedented feeling of fear instantly surged to the heart, so that Ping Pong even felt as if he was dying. Master, I can't carry you anymore. However, at this moment, Luo struck out, only to see him wave his big hand. Send the screen canopy straight out of here. This screen canopy can die. Don't die yourself here. If he really died in his own place, Hong Yuan would not give him trouble at that time? Subsequently, after sending the screen canopy out, Luo Shuo also slowly placed his gaze on the immortal execution sword formation in front of him. Feeling the pressure emanating from the immortal execution sword formation, Luo originally thought that he had overestimated the immortal execution sword formation in front of him enough, but unexpectedly, he had underestimated the power of the immortal execution sword formation by a few points. Then, without any further hesitation, he began to refine it. Originally, Luo thought that with the ferocity of the immortal execution sword formation, he would have to spend a lot of effort even to refine it, but when he really refined it, he realized that the immortal execution sword formation was worthy of being a treasure that fit him extremely well. It was quite easy for him to refine it. Even the immortal execution sword formation was constantly cooperating with him. At this rate, Luo estimated that he would only need thousands of years to completely refine this object. By then, with this object, even if Hong Jun had the help of the heavenly Tao, he was confident that he would definitely be able to chop up that old loach. And just as Luo was refining, in the battlefield of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, Hong Jun stood above the clouds, quietly feeling the chi of quantitative calamity that was gradually descending between heaven and earth. He knew that it was also time for him to step in and settle this strife. Subsequently, only Hong Jun took a deep breath, no longer having the slightest hesitation, and decisively removed the prohibition that had been concealing his own aura, venting itself out. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Kirin, are you willing to listen to the words of the old Taoist? The three of them, Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng and beginning Qilin, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly heard this sudden voice, and all of them involuntarily froze for a moment. This breath? In a flash, the three of them also stopped and looked at Hong Jun with some confusion. Old man Hong Jun's out-of-body? Chapter 112, treating the three clans like monkeys? Looking at Hong Jun, who had suddenly appeared in front of them, the three of them, Yuan Feng, beginning Qilin, and Ancestral Dragon, looked at each other, their eyes full of incomprehension and doubt. They really didn't understand why Hong Jun had appeared here, and still coming in an out-of-body. Could it be that you want to meddle in the affairs of their three clans? But it shouldn't be. We should know that in the beginning, the Ancestral Dragon had also personally visited these old ancestors and asked for their help to mediate the tense relationship between the three clans. But without exception, all of these old ancestors refused without hesitation. But what is the reason for this visit? Looking at the puzzled look in Yuan Feng's three eyes, Hong Jun also shook his head and let out a long sigh. A trace of pity was even forced out of his face. Oh, three of you, do you realize that you are being set up? Hearing this, the three Yuan Feng's faces looked even more puzzled. Their brows were even more tightly locked, and in their hearts they could not help but begin to think about what Hong Jun meant by what he said this time. After pondering for a moment, it was still Ancestral Dragon who directly buzzed and inquired, "Dare I ask where Senior Hong Jun started with these words?" Hong Jun swept his gaze over the ancestral dragon and also said painfully, "Could it be that you guys are still not clear about what the old Tao is saying? Don't you guys understand today why the relationship between your three clans deteriorated in the first place? And why this great war started? That's because someone was pushing behind it." Hearing these words, Yuan Feng's three people's pupils suddenly shrunk violently, and their hearts even set off shockwaves. The figure of Hong Yuan subconsciously flashed through his mind, but soon enough, the trio dismissed the idea outright. With Dao Zun's character, he would never do something like this. Even if we take a step back, if it is really done by Dao Zun, even if Hong Jun knows about it, what can he do? Give him 10 guts, he would not dare to tell them this matter explicitly. So, it can only be other old ancestors. Hong Jun saw the expression of Yuan Feng's several people, and also knew that they should have some guesses. So he also continued to explain, Lao Dao is not hiding anything from you now. The person behind that is precisely Luo Shuhu. When the fire phoenix bird is affected by the Luo Shuo, which led to her in the East China Sea to kill, also because the Luo Shuo personally hand the golden phoenix, this body fell in the hands of the candle dragon. Also as the Luo Shuo controlled that fire unicorn to go to the immortal volcano, which made him fall in the hands of the phoenix tribe. Speaking of this, Hong Jun paused. Don't you guys find it strange? Why is it that you have not given any orders to strike at each other before this quantum leap? But the people below are always out of their minds to strike at the people of the remaining two clans? That's because there are also quite a number of people and even higher-ups amongst your three tribes who have been controlled by Luo Shuji and have successfully devoted themselves to the demon sect under Luo Shuji's command. Old ancestor Luo? Within the pupils of Yuan Feng, beginning Qilin, an ancestral dragon, a piercing coldness instantly swept across their eyes. But they didn't choose to believe what Hong Jun said as soon as they heard it. Instead, after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth towards Hong Jun and asked, I don't know if Senior Hong Jun has any evidence? In the face of Yuan Feng and other people's questioning, Hong Jun's face is unchanged. He gently stroked his beard, slowly said, Lao Dao knows that you are afraid that you will not believe. May as well take a look at the old road first, deduced the picture it. After saying that, only Hong Jun waved his big sleeve, and a huge light screen appeared out of nowhere in front of the three ancestral dragons. Above this light screen, light and shadow flowed, presenting exactly the various scenes that Hong Jun had previously deduced by virtue of the jade disc of creation fragment in his hand. With Hong Jun's hand of the jade disc of creation fragment, naturally, it is possible to set back on track the celestial opportunity that Luo Shuji had covered up in the beginning. Even Hong Jun, in order to make the three ancestral dragons believe, also made a trip to the shores of the East China Sea to record the image of Luo's attack on the golden phoenix in the beginning. As the images continued to play, the coldness in the hearts of the three ancestral dragons grew more and more intense. It wasn't until Yuan Feng saw the image of Luo Shuji making a move on golden phoenix in the East Sea back then. The moment could no longer be resisted. The voice was as cold and bone-chilling as if it had been rubbed from the throat. Not only Yuan Feng, even the ancestral dragon's eyes at this moment were bursting out with two creepy cold auras. At this time they also did not expect that Luo Shuji means to be so bad, even to a junior shot. Even after doing so, they were unwilling to leave, so they stood on the sidelines and watched. It's like playing with them like their playthings. Just if Luo was here to watch, well, certainly realized that he was not the only one who was watching the drama. He's got the Hong Yuan trio next to him. It's just that in this image, Hong Yuan's three figures never appeared, and even the scene where Luo talked to Hong Yuan in the beginning was gone. The only person left in the entire picture was Luo Shuo with a disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth, quietly watching the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan battle each other. But it wasn't something that Hong Jun purposely erased, but it was what he saw from the very beginning. In the middle of the heavenly plane from the beginning to the end there was only Lo. So even Hong Jun did not know that when the Dragon and Phoenix three tribes in the Battle of the East China Sea, Hong Yuan unexpectedly also watched from the sidelines. After the three ancestral dragons had finished viewing this image from beginning to end, Hong Jun also added, Lao Dao knows that you may now perhaps not believe, but no matter, Lao Dao is already Luo Shuji at the beginning of the means to cover up the heavenly plane erased. You can now deduce. I believe that very soon we'll be able to know Lao Dao in the end to say is true or false. Even if you don't believe in Lao Dao, you must believe in the heavenly chance, right? After all, I don't have the means to directly modify the heavenly chance. Hearing what Hong Jun said, the three ancestral dragons also began to deduce at once. This deduction, they also found that it is really the same as what Hong Jun said. Before, as if covered by a layer of fog in the sky, has been restored to normal. Only after the deduction was over were the three ancestral dragons convinced that the Hong Jun in front of them had not deceived them. The dispute between the three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn was really instigated by Luo Shuhu in the dark. The ones who fell in the beginning were also folded in the hands of Luo. This discovery immediately caused the ancestral dragon several people to gnash their teeth as a monstrous chill continuously erupted from several people. They didn't expect that even though they had succeeded in becoming a mixed golden immortal, they had still become someone else's pawn. If it was a Daozun, they wouldn't have dared to say anything. What gives you the right? Just because you are a chaos demon god left over from the original chaos? How about you, Luo Shuji? Your cultivation is only at the peak of the golden immortal of the mixed elements? Same as the mixed golden immortal. How dare you, Luo Shu? When they thought of the group of powerful people who had fallen from their own family, the killing intent in the hearts of the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin was somewhat pressed. One must know that they had fallen countless great Luo golden immortals during this quantum revelation, and even the mixed golden immortals had fallen several times. The loss is not a bad one. Thinking about the losses in their own family, the more the three ancestral dragons thought about it, the more their hearts ached, and the coldness that was so thick that it had almost turned into substance gushed out from their bodies in a steady stream, like a raging and surging cold current that quickly swept through the surroundings. Chapter 113 Luo Shuhu. I'll be coming for you soon. In an instant, the temperature around them dropped drastically, and an icy, bone-chilling chill filled the air. A crystal-clear snowflake drifted down in succession, and in just a few moments, it actually froze the earth for billions of light years around it. Even some beings with low cultivation were directly frozen to death on the spot. But fortunately, the three ancestral dragons soon realized the serious repercussions of their emotional outburst. Only then did he suppress his inner anger and collect his own aura. And as their auras converged, the terrifying coldness gradually dissipated, which prevented the living beings underneath from continuing to freeze to death. However, the entire war between the three clans was also terminated because of the aura emanating from the three ancestral dragons. Only when they looked up at their leader with confused faces did they realize that the three ancestral dragons had stopped fighting long ago. And what surprised them even more was that there was an additional figure in the middle of the battlefield of these three people. They thought at first that it was the Daozun who saw that the flood quantum rain had increased the killing on a flat level and had come here specifically to stop it. But when they felt the Dala golden immortal aura emanating from Hongjun, their originally hopeful mood instantly hit rock bottom, replaced by a deep loss. This isn't a Daozun. Daozuns aren't that weak. Hongjun doesn't know what the living beings underneath are thinking. If he knew, I'm afraid he would curse his mother. This is just a casually detached extracorporeal body of the old Tao. How strong can it be? And even if it's not strong, it still has a Dala golden immortal cultivation. It's already very powerful. Okay? After the three ancestral dragons had completely suppressed the anger in their hearts, they also set their eyes on Hongjun. In a deep voice, he asked, "Dare I ask Senior Hongjun, what is the reason for this special visit to tell our three tribes?" Hongjun heard this, is also a face. Lao Dao this time to tell you and other three tribes. 1 is not tolerate you were that Luo Shuju in the dark. Flat increase killing. 2 is the old road also see that Luo Shuju is quite unpleasant, before relying on their own means of clever, but also 3 times to provoke the old road. The old road at the beginning of the chaos also think of the same as when chaos left behind the chaos demon god. Do not want to fight with it, but I did not expect that the Luo Shu more and more inches, so the old road also do not intend to hold back. So today to come, also intends to invite you and other 3 tribes and the old road together with the Luo Shu. I do not know whether you can be willing to, as long as you and the 3 of you are willing, with old Tao's strength, plus you guys, it's enough to take down that Luo without much effort. Upon hearing this, the 3 ancestral dragons also instantly despised Hongjun somewhat in their hearts. If Hongjun really wanted to stop them from going to war with each other before, why didn't he come out earlier? Do you have to wait until they're about to split the difference to step up and talk so well? Wasn't it just that they couldn't defeat Luo Shuhu, and had specially come to invite them to join together to deal with Luo Shuhu together? Although the 3 of them were thinking this way in their hearts, their faces were pretending to look like they had come to a realization. Then he also nodded with a solemn face and spoke in a deep voice. Since that Luo Shuhu disregarded his identity to strike at the juniors underneath our clan, and also treated us as pawns, we are willing to stop the war for the time being, and deal with that Luo Shuhu together with you, Senior Hongjun. First, yes, just a truce, although their karma is provoked by Luo Shuhu, but because this time the Great Dragon Han robbery did not end, how about their 3 tribes have to score a winner and loser out? It's the big picture, and it's not something they can put an end to. Unless this karma ends after the 3 of their clans kill Luo Shuhu, they will have to continue fighting. And there was another thought in the hearts of the 3 ancestral dragons. No matter what, Luo Shu to them is the fact that has become a definite result. This revenge no matter what, they must report. Otherwise the thoughts in their minds will be hard to dispel. What's more, now that Hongjun is standing in front of them, I'm afraid they won't spend too much effort this time. If this was all disagreed, The three ancestral dragons wouldn't know when they would have this opportunity. If they let that Luo Shuji break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed world, they were afraid that this revenge would be even more difficult to avenge. So in public and in private, they were willing to cooperate with Hong Jun. And hearing that the three ancestral dragons had agreed, Hong Jun couldn't help but have an extra smile on his face. Stroking his long beard, he whispered, "Good." And at this time, Yuan Feng suddenly remembered something. Is also a soft voice asked, "Hong Jun Sr. I do not know why that Luo Shu wanna provoke the relationship between our three tribes. So that invoke the flood quantitative robbery on him and what good?" Hong Jun heard, also shook his head. Lao Dao is not very clear. Only know that Luo Shu that guy seems to be in order to collect those dead living beings of the resentment of the gas. In addition to this, Lao Dao cannot deduce anything else. Hearing this, Yuan Feng instantly showed a cold expression on her face. Just for the sake of some grudging fury chi to play with the three tribes as if they were monkeys. What do you really think the three tribes are? I know, Senior Hong Jun, then our three clans will go back to recuperate for a while, and at that time, we three will definitely be with you to behead that Luo Shu. May. Hong Jun nodded, but suddenly remembered something. Almost forgot to tell you. That Luo Shu under the seat of the demonic cult. The strength is not weak. You and so do not forget to bring a group of strong people in your clan. In a flash, Ancestral Dragon and the others also frowned. Is that demonic cult this powerful? So much so that Han Jun made a special effort to remind them of it? But it didn't ask too many questions, instead intending to scrutinize it when the time came for a truce. We are aware. Subsequently, after giving a slight salute to Han Jun, Ancestral Dragon and the others also slowly came before their respective forces. After giving a few orders, he left with his men. Although the people underneath the three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin didn't know why their chiefs suddenly stopped fighting, but also knew that the chiefs must have their own plans. So too, he left directly after his chief, and as Hong Jun watched the backs of the three tribes leaving, he slowly looked in the direction of Mount Sumeru. He muttered, Luo Shuhu, the old Taoist will soon go to find you. This time the old Taoist will bring the karma between the two of us to a complete end. I hope you won't have to wait too long. Having said that, this out-of-body of Hong Jun also gradually dissipated in the air. As this out-of-body dissipated, the tightly closed eyes of Hong Jun's main body suddenly opened. Since Ancestral Dragon and the others are already willing to fight with me against Luo Shuhu, it's time for me to set up the Shinmen at this time, so that I can increase my chances of victory by a few more points. As the words fell, Hong Jun also slowly stood up at this moment. A step was then taken directly out of this dojo. Chapter 114 Hong Jun establishes the Shinmen sect. In Mount Sumeru, Luo Shu was also informed of the news of the truce between the three tribes. It was also known that Hong Jun appeared in front of the Yuanfeng trio at that time. He didn't need to think about it to know what Hong Jun, the old loach, was playing at. It's nothing more than trying to pull the Yuanfeng trio into his side of the camp and work together against him, Luo Shu. But Luo didn't put too much emphasis on it. If he might have felt some pressure before, now, he didn't have a single ounce of pressure, because he now had the Immortal Execution Sword formation. In terms of attack power alone, it was possible that the Immortal Execution Sword formation wasn't too far off from the Godslayer Lance. But the Immortal Execution Sword formation had an advantage that the God-slaying lance didn't have. That is, the Immortal Execution Sword formation is a self-control, wide-range killing treasure. Not at all afraid of crowds. At that time, even if he faces Hong Jun and Yuanfeng alone, what is there to fear? They're all just people who put up signs and sell their heads. Since they want to come, let them come. Thinking of this, Luo Shujo is also looking toward the eyes of the monstrous killing intent emanating from the Immortal Execution Sword array. Slightly cold in the eyes of a few, they came or not, just to Hong Jun a few people's lives to play your name it. Hearing Luo's words, the Immortal Execution Sword formation also buzzed, as if responding to Luo's words. As the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn recuperated, Hong Jun also suddenly appeared in the territory tens of millions of light years away from the Immortal Volcano. This was a good place, neither within the range of Yuanfeng's Immortal Volcano nor far away. At that time even if Luo suddenly made a move against him, Yuanfeng would soon be able to make it as well. As for why it's not next to the Dragon and Kirin clans, that's because the Phoenix clan is the strongest. If Luo really fights over, he can find help quickly. After some careful selection, Hong Jun finally chose a lofty, straight into the sky, looked somewhat quite to his liking of the Divine Mountain as his future cultivation and preaching place. With that, Hong Jun also waved his hand. In an instant, the sky changed. The originally calm sky was torn open with a huge opening, and countless brilliant and colorful immortal mists and purple chi surged in like a tidal wave. These mysterious auras intertwined and fused with each other, coalescing and taking shape on the Divine Mountain at an astonishing speed. In an instant, a grand-scale dojo surrounded by immortal mist suddenly rose up. Looking at his own masterpiece in front of him, Hongjun also smiled. From this day on, you will be called Tai Hua Shan. And after doing so, Hongjun also unleashed his body's majestic sea-like, vast peak cultivation of the mixed golden immortal without reservation. In a flash, Hongjun's aura was like a flood that broke the dike and raged wildly in all directions. Wherever this aura passed through, sand flew and rocks were moved, and wild winds howled. The countless living beings around them were affected by this horrifying pressure, and they all looked at the direction where Hongjun was with a look of horror on their faces. They were completely at a loss as to what this old ancestor was up to. But right at this moment, only Hongjun sacrificed the celebration clouds of the heavens and then spoke aloud towards the void. The heavenly Tao is above. My Hongjun's sense of heaven and earth living beings is not easy to cultivate. The road is difficult to travel. Special in today's laying down the immortal way a road. The name Xianmen, my Hongjun also for the Xianmen ancestor, to the heavenly celebrations of the clouds to suppress the qi. I implore the heavenly Tao to agree. As Hongjun opened his mouth, his voice was like a great bell with the addition of the heavenly Tao, accompanied by countless immortal qi that spread throughout the entire floodplain. Hearing Hongjun's words, many people in the entire floodplain froze. Hongjun actually set up a Taoist system? Especially Luo. At this time, his brows were also wrinkled. This old loach is planning to be the same as me? Originally, when he heard about Hongjun's establishment of the Tao, he subconsciously intended to get involved in his heart, but then thought that now his immortal execution sword formation is still short of the last trace of not completely refining success, and finally thought about it and gave up. Anyway, it is not so bad for a while. At this time in the heavenly Tao origin, Hong Yuan also heard Hongjun's plea, so he slowly cast his own gaze and looked at Hongjun, who had a very sincere attitude underneath, and spoke softly. Juk. Hearing the sound of the heavenly Tao falling, Hongjun was a little confused for a moment. What the hell is this even whatever it is? I don't understand. But well, in the next second, a piece of merit fell from above the void and merged into Hongjun's dojo. His celebration clouds of the heavens also flew up with a bang at this moment, and after fusing a strand of qi, his aura immediately skyrocketed. Seeing this scene, Hongjun then realized that the heavenly Tao had agreed. Afterwards, Hongjun also opened his mouth towards the surroundings. I, Hongjun, am the ancestor of the Xianmen, recognized by the heavenly Tao, and hereby set up the Xianmen today, so that anyone with a destiny can enter my Xianmen. This time, his voice was also like the one before, and with the heavenly Tao's enhancement, it was transmitted into the ears of every living being in the flood. Hearing what Hongjun said, a number of beings who suffered from a lack of background and innate inheritance immediately brightened up. You have to know that Hongjun is one of the few old ancestors standing at the top of the flood. It was even much stronger than the leaders of the three clans. If you join its door now, then you and others will have something to rely on. Thinking of this, there were also quite a few people rushing towards the Xianmen gate established by Hongjun. Most of them were beings with weak strength and roots and no background. Those in the golden immortal realm are pitifully few. Most of them were at the earth immortal and heavenly immortal realms, not to mention how miserable they were. But the winds are so numerous that it looks like that. Among the three clans of the dragon, Phoenix and Qilin, the ancestral dragon, Yuan Foam and the beginning Qilin were also somewhat puzzled, not knowing why Hongjun purposely set up the Tao at this time. But they also knew that it must have something to do with the battle with Luo Shu in the back. So after thinking about it, he also instructed the people underneath not to pay too much attention to it, and those beings who wanted to go to the Xianmen let them go. And those beings weren't very strong anyway. It couldn't hurt their qi too much either. Just as these beings finally arrived at the foot of Mount Taiwashan after 1,000 years of hard work, Hongjun, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, also slowly opened his eyes at that moment. However, when Hongjun saw these beings, he almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood directly, only to see that underneath Mount Taihua, numerous living beings were standing quietly. However, what was embarrassing was that even the strongest of these beings was only at the golden immortal realm, and there were only a handful of them, so it couldn't be said that it wasn't tragic. Hongjun's eyes widened, and for a moment, he actually froze a little. No, he was at least standing at the top of the flood. How did he Reduto Unity rush in on these crooked people? Not to mention the great Luo Golden Immortals. Well, at least you come to some Tai Golden Immortals, right? What the hell are these Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals? Should be the road is too far. Delayed some time. No matter, then the old road will wait. Hongjun looked at the bottom of the crowd of living beings. Some muttered to himself. Chapter 115, Why is your dojo built in my father's house? But as time passed, Hongjun's face grew darker and darker. The Tai Golden Immortals he had hoped for were still not there. Instead, there were more and more Earth Immortals and Heaven Immortals in cultivation. although Hong Jun is not very eager to recruit these people underneath. But no one that's just it, more or less. Let's just collect some children. Gritting his teeth, Hong Jun finally accepted a portion of the living beings underneath into his Xianmen. Afterwards, he selected a few more living beings that were considered passable in front of him, and directly instilled the dharma of his Xianmen lineage into these few living beings. Immediately after that, they raised their cultivation to Taiyi Golden Immortal. From today onwards, you are the outer disciples of my Xian sect. This dharma was created by me in my ordinary days, and it will be taught down by these few of you. After saying that, Hong Jun also turned around and left with a black face. When the crowd of Xianmen disciples heard this, they did not feel dissatisfied with this attitude of Hong Jun. On the contrary, every one of their faces was happy. After all, this was an old ancestor at the peak of the mixed golden immortal. Today, after worshipping under his door, even though it is only an outer disciple, it is still considered to have a background. This was especially true of those few beings who had been elevated to Taiyi Golden Immortals by Hong Jun, so also hurriedly led the crowd to deeply salute in the direction where Hong Jun disappeared. We thank Xuanzu. Listening to the respectful voices of these beings outside, Hong Jun's face improved. Not to mention, this Xian ancestor still sounded quite a bit better than the demon ancestor. Originally, his preferred name was that of Dao ancestor, but he also knew that he couldn't bear the name with his own qi and cultivation. You have to know that Hong Yuan was a Daozun. If he really became a Dao ancestor, wouldn't he be on the same level as Hong Yuan or even a bit higher at first glance? If Hong Yuan finds out, he'll beat him up. It didn't even need Hong Yuan to do it. At that time when he was in the middle of declaring to the Heavenly Dao probably had to split him. Zhenzhou wasn't bad though, and as Hong Jun took in a bunch of living beings, the Xuanmen's qi grew a lot. Looking at the Xianmen lineage's slowly growing qi, Hong Jun also nodded in satisfaction. Even though it was still a bit weak, it now gave the heavenly celebration clouds a lot of power boost. He believed that by the time he fought Luo Shua, his heavenly celebration cloud would be able to overwhelm the world-destroying Black Lotus. Thinking of the scene where Luo Shu was decapitated by himself, Hong Jun became somewhat quite expectant. Almost there. Almost there. In the blink of an eye, 3 Yuan sessions had passed in a hurry. On this day, in the Hong Yuan realm, Hong Yuan, who was continuously comprehending the power of laws, also finally opened his eyes. With the countless law sensations given by the previous out-of-body merging as well as the added power of the countless great Dao law powers of the Hall of Flood Abyss, Hong Yuan also directly rushed all the way from the 5th heaven of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal to the 8th heaven in one breath. Finally the 8th heaven of mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. I guess it's time for Luo Shu and Hong Jun to go to war. And I don't know if Hong Jun can still win this time if Yang Mei and the others don't make a move. It's time to go and take a look. By the way, it's time to set up the earthly wheel of fortune. After saying that, Hong Yuan also stood up directly from the lotus platform. Then with a single step, he appeared directly in the middle of the flood. And after Hong Yuan left, the 3,000 children in front of Hong Yuan's hall also suddenly came to their senses at this moment. After all these years of cultivation, the two of them, Chui Wei and Cold Crisp, had actually directly broken through to become mixed golden immortals, and the dawn due to the emergence of the world was originally slower. Even if the roots are much better than the two Cui Wei, but now the distance from the mixed golden immortal is still a bit of a distance, but it's not too far away. As for the rest of the children, they were the same. And even though they had yet to break through to the mixed golden immortal, the worst of them had peaked Dala golden immortal cultivation. If it was placed outside the flood, I'm afraid that many people's mouths would be shocked off. More than 3,000 peak great Luo golden immortals. Even in the floodplains all the living beings combined are not as much as 1/10 of this. Hong Yuan came into the floodplains and first made a trip to Mount Sumeru to find Luo Shu. The sudden Hong Yuan almost didn't make Luo jump, but in the next second, Luo's face went black, and he said with some exasperation, Hong Yuan, this is my dojo after all. Can't you understand some manners? Even informing me in advance is good. Hong Yuan glanced at him lightly and said in a cloudy manner, Luo Shu, don't forget, this flood wasteland was opened by this honored elder brother. Does this honored one have to ask you when he's hanging out in his own home? Then does this honored one also have to ask, why is your dojo built in this honored one's home? Luo Shu was actually a bit dumbfounded for a moment. It made so much sense. He couldn't even argue with it. He now seemed to finally know why Hong Yuan could come and go inside his dojo at will. Strength is part of it. More importantly, the owner of this flood is Hong Yuan. You can't possibly stop the master from coming in to take a look, can you? However, Hong Yuan also did not continue to flirt with Luo Shua, but instead surveyed the surroundings and finally found the screen canopy that was still in one corner continuing to devour and separate the grievous demonic chi. Although the dragon, phoenix and unicorn clans have long since stopped fighting, there is still quite a bit of that residual grudge-breaking aura. Even though Luo has long since stopped needing to collect these, he continues to let the people of the demon sect collect these grievance fury for ping-pong because of Hong Yuan's face, so today's screen canopy still continues to be an assembly line in good faith. Seeing this scene, Hong Yuan also nodded with considerable satisfaction. It's good to see that it's a chosen beater. He was satisfied. Immediately afterward, he only saw Hong Yuan stretch out his hand, as if he had swept through endless space and time, and directly grabbed the screen canopy here. Ping Pong only felt a trance before his eyes, and when he came to his senses he realized Hong Yuan in front of him. At the sight of Hong Yuan, Ping Pong burst into tears. "Your lordship." Hong Yuan also laughed. "What has crying and wailing become? Could it be that Luo Shu mistreated you? If so, you say it out, old master, to help you take out your anger." When Luo Shuo, who was on the side, heard the words, his cold hairs stood straight up, and he subconsciously stared at the screen canopy. "It is quite like if you dare to accuse this demon ancestor falsely. This demon ancestor will want you to look good." Ping Pong was scared by Luo's eyes that shivered, also hastily shook his head and said, "No, the devil ancestor is actually quite take care of me." That was true. Although Luo's tone wasn't very nice at times, he hadn't really mistreated him. Even some spiritual fruits and wine pressed. The people underneath the devil's cult treated him quite well. "Really? Luo is so kind?" Hong Yuan glanced at Luo Shuo with a slightly playful expression and spoke with a smile. Luo snorted coldly when he heard this. "What do you take this demon ancestor for, Hong Yuan? Is this demon ancestor as likely to take offense at this one junior?" Hong Yuan pondered for a moment, unable to speak without astonishment. "But weren't Jin Feng and the others also your personal hands? Law." Seeing this expression of Luo Shuo, Hong Yuan also did not intend to continue to flirt with Luo Shuo, but opened his mouth and said, "Well, this father is only here today for the sake of the screen ponchos, and did not intend to look for trouble from you, and now it is time for this father to leave." Luo sniffed, which was a relief. After a moment of contemplation, he also slowly spoke. "The day when I am supposed to have a duel with Hong Jun is just around the corner. Do you have anything to say, Hong Yuan?" Hong Yuan also just laughed lightly and shook his head. "I've said what I need to say. It's up to you to make your own choice." After saying that, Hong Yuan also took the screen canopy and left the place directly. And Luo was in deep thought as he listened to these last words of Hong Yuan. Has everything been said that needs to be said? Chapter 116. Hong Yuan got hard. Luo suddenly remembered the words that Hong Yuan had said to him earlier in the middle of Hong Yuan's dojo. There are two sides to everything, and sometimes winning isn't winning. After thinking for a long time, Luo also murmured softly, "Is Hong Yuan trying to tell me that winning Hong Jun isn't necessarily a good result? Just don't win. Should I be allowed to lose? In that case, when will the day of my breakthrough get?" He could feel that as long as he could behead that Hong Jun, he would immediately break through to the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. Only after becoming a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal could he be considered to be standing on top of the entire flood wasteland. It is said that all under the great Luo of the mixed world are ants. How could he willingly give away the opportunity that was about to come his way? And right at that moment, a creepy and terrifying aura instantly swirled up in the eastern part of the floodplain. It was an aura that was far above the peak of the mixed golden immortals, and under this aura, it was feared that even the mixed golden immortals would have to bow down for it. Feeling this aura, Luo instantly changed his face. This is Yang Mei? He's broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed elements? When Yang Mei broke through to the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal, Luo had already made his choice. In any case, Hong Jun he will kill. When he met Hong Yuan and bowed his head, it was just a matter of him recognizing it. Now even Yang Mei had broken through to the mixed metaphysical great Luo Golden Immortal. He didn't want to be one step lower than Yang Mei when the time came. Not only Luo. It can be said that as long as all the living beings in the vicinity of the surrounding area can feel the majestic pressure that is as great as the dome of the sky, it was so heavy that they all somewhat couldn't help but feel difficulty in breathing. Their heartbeat accelerated, and some of them even had their legs weakened and almost fell directly to their knees. And Hong Yuan had just left Mount Sumeru, but he also felt this aura, which made Hong Yuan all but a little surprised. Yang Mei actually made a breakthrough? But soon there was more than a smile on his face as well. But it was normal. With Yang Mei's roots and blessings, it was about time, and even said that it was still a bit slow. Then, after thinking about it, Hong Yuan also headed directly towards the direction of Yang Mei's dojo. Since old Yang had made a breakthrough, it was unreasonable for him not to go and take a look. Immediately after that, he only saw Hong Yuan's mind move, and he brought the screen canopy directly across countless spaces, and in just an instant, he arrived in front of Yang Mei's body. The moment Hong Yuan appeared, it also caused Yang Mei to be instantly shocked in his heart. But when he saw Hong Yuan, he was suddenly relieved. he said how a man suddenly appeared out of nowhere. So it's fellow Taoist Hong Yuan. It's okay then. Just at this time, Yang Mei was also a little shocked. He originally thought that he had broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal of Mixed Elements would be able to further close the gap between him and Hong Yuan. But after this sighting, he realized that he had overthought it. Not only did the gap between him and Hong Yuan not close, but it pulled further and further away. At least before, he could slightly feel the pressure Hong Yuan brought to bear on him. It's amazing how that pressure is gone now. Yang Mei estimated that at this time, Hong Yuan was afraid that he had at least reached the seventh heaven of the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. Only then could he not feel the slightest hint of Hong Yuan's aura. Hong Yuan looked at Yang Mei, who had already become a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal first heaven in front of him, and also smiled and spoke. Congratulations, old Yang, you've successfully returned to the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. Yang Mei sniffed, also a little embarrassed up. Hong Yuan Taoist friend joking. The old road can so quickly recover to this realm, or thanks to the Hong Yuan Taoist friend. Not to mention the Taoist friend to bring us to lay down the great array, to the 10,000 living beings sermon. These two things but let the old road to earn a lot of heavenly merit. Even the Taoist friend to give those fruits. Let the old road to save a lot of effort it. Speaking of this, Yang Mei also paused, and then squeezed an old face and smiled shyly. Fellow Taoist Hong Yuan, you see, the old Taoist is now also a mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. I wonder if there is any work there that the old Taoist can do nowadays. Looking at the shy look on Yang Mei's face, Hong Yuan got a little hard all of a sudden. Harder fists. Something in him suddenly wanted to punch Youngblood in the face. Yang Mei, you're in such a state. Can't you get a better looking face? You don't like old, creased faces, do you? And a shy face in front of his face, which ing. But Hong Yuan didn't say anything. Yang Mei's kind was quite good, although during the previous sermon on Zhou Mountain, most of the living beings knew that they still liked to see the appearance of the innate Tao body. However, these beings still like to expose a part of their bodies after leaving Zhou Mountain. Like what a dog-headed man, a bull-headed man, a dragon-headed man. Anyway, there are 1,001 of all kinds. As if that would show their valor and dominance. But the good thing was that there was none of that in his own Hong Yuan realm. All living beings that could take shape were not pure innate Tao body models. This honored one happens to be going to do something. If you, Yang Mei, have nothing to do, you can follow along. Hearing Hong Yuan's words, Yang Mei instantly smiled even more happily. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Lao Dao is really not doing anything lately. Since fellow Taoist Hong Yuan invited me, how would Lao Dao dare to refuse? Of course Lao Dao will go. Yang Mei hurriedly nodded his head and agreed, fearing that he would regret if he slowed down Hong Yuan. With fellow Taoist Hong Yuan's cultivation, if he can make him do it himself, that job will be bad? At that time, one could just casually rake in a lot of heavenly Tao merits. How beautiful it was. If Karma, 5 elements and the others were to learn of this, they wouldn't rush in? Seeing this, Hong Yuan was also somewhat dumbfounded. He seemed to have taken quite a few people in the flood off course. At least Yang Mei should have been off course. Then he didn't say anything more. Just took Yang Mei with him and prepared to go to the Earth's path origin to open up the wheel of reincarnation. Soon, Hong Yuan brought Yang Mei to the flood blood sea. Blood sea is the big brother after the opening of the flood. That navel maid can be called the most dirty and filthy place in the flood, equivalent to the public toilets in the flood. Even if the living beings of the flood are not willing to come here, there was nothing else. Those with weak cultivation were easily eroded by the sea of blood, and those with strong cultivation disliked this place for being dirty. So although the blood sea was wide and boundless, there really weren't any living beings. Nowadays, the sea of blood, apart from the boundless scarlet red blood water, there were only the souls of some dead living beings, and there was nothing else besides. And these souls, since there is no reincarnation, can only keep hovering around. It was estimated that soon, it would be completely swallowed and drowned by the sea of blood. As for the later river Styx, it is now estimated that at most only the birth of spiritual wisdom from the transformation are still far away. Chapter 117, The 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Thinking of the river Styx, Hong Yuan suddenly also felt that the river Styx is quite pitiful. Although the roots are good, but born in this toilet land, even if the strength is strong, it is always a bit despised. It's kinda hard for Styx too. Yang Mei looked at the vastness of the blood sea in front of him, surrounded by the blood fury, and his brows couldn't help but frown. He was a little confused as to why Hong Yuan had brought him here. Seeing the doubt on Yang Mei's face, Hong Yuan didn't rush to answer, but just also leaked out a trace of his aura and spoke in a deep voice. Earth Road, the honored one has arrived. It's time to wake up. As Hong Yuan spat out the words, the entire sea of blood suddenly began to violently churn. This unusual movement also awakened the river Styx that was in the depths of the Sea of Blood. With Hong Yuan thought before that, he is now just can be born spirit less than 10,000 years, and have not yet become a form. But even then, he had gotten a glimpse of information from the souls of those dead beings. He also knew the dangers beyond the flood nowadays. With the three clans of the dragon, Phoenix and Qilin at war, he was even more aware that in this flood, there was only one person who could be honored. That is the younger brother of the great god Pangu, a supreme being that existed before the flood, and is now the Tao father of the Lord of the Flood. He didn't expect that Tao Zun would appear in this sea of blood, which couldn't help but make him a little fearful. And even in his fear there was a hint of excitement that was hidden to the depths. The fear was because he was afraid that the Tao father would unintentionally just get himself killed. And the excitement was because this was a Tao Zun, the supreme Tao Zun in the flood. It would be a great opportunity if he could enter the Tao father's discipleship. After all, he Styx was born in the Blood Sea and was born with a portion of the Blood Sea under his control. So if we put it this way, is it possible that he himself can barely call Hong Yuan an elder? When he thought of this, Styx could not help but get a little excited. And without waiting for Styx to think for long, along with Hong Yuan's words falling, suddenly, a monstrous bloodlight in the Sea of Blood suddenly rose up to the sky, piercing straight into the heavens. Countless waves of blood swept up as if they were boiling, and the intense blood mist that stirred up quickly spread out, covering the sky and enveloping the entire heaven and earth. As time passes, its color gets darker and more intense. Vaguely, the void around that monstrous blood pillar began to distort, and vaguely, a hint of blackness, like paint or ink, even rose. Just the moment this strand of blackness appeared, the two colors, blood and black, continued to intertwine and entwine until they finally fused together, gradually outlining the outline of a huge portal. Above the portal, countless obscure runes appear. Looks like a stock of inexplicable ingastance, rolling and tossing, from time to time out of a burst of low hissing and whimpering. Like in the bottom of the nine ghosts slowly came the voice of the evil spirits. Listen to the heart of the people jumping. And just as this portal was completely revealed, there was a burst of light that was great enough to penetrate every space in the entire flood, with a loud rumbling sound that resounded throughout the entire floodplain, as if it was the sound of Pangu opening up heaven and earth at the beginning of the floodplain. That portal slowly opened up in front of Hong Yuan's and Yang Mei's eyes. In a flash, countless ghostly lights flickered, and a majestic aura that was so vast and thick that it was hard to describe came over. It seemed to contain countless horrifying Tao laws of alternating life and death and more than just reincarnation. Even with Yang Mei's current cultivation level of mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal, he actually felt an unspeakably heavy pressure in this breath. Even Yang Mei is like this, and Ping Pong is even worse. His body was swaying as if he was having an epileptic fit, and a hint of whiteness even flared up in the four eyes of his two heads. And this was still the premise that Hong Yuan had stopped a part of his breath. If it wasn't for Hong Yuan, I'm afraid that Ping Pong would have just hiccuped. But Hong Yuan didn't feel anything. He just felt a sense of joy coming to him from within the portal. That's what the ground passes on to itself. Just like the heavenly Tao back then. Technically speaking, the earthly Tao also had to call himself second uncle. He dares to throw himself in the face? And as the tunnels became visible, the entire floodplain shook violently once again. All the living souls are affected by this familiar scene. The heart is no longer surprised. They are accustomed to this kind of flood. 3 days a small tremor. 5 days a big tremor feeling. Just sighing, Tao Zun went back to work. The hearts of the beings with slightly higher cultivation levels jolted, and an unspeakable sense of foreboding surged through their hearts. Their eyes were wide open, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Were they even keenly aware of the tunnels? Turns out the tunnels are showing up. At this moment, the sea of blood that was originally as calm as stagnant water had rippled because of the manifestation of the tunnel. Even the heavenly Tao gazed over, a touch of imperceptible joy faintly showing in his eyes. In the face of this situation, Hong Yuan was exceptionally calm and relaxed. He didn't say too much. He just gently waved his hand and directly took out a magic treasure. It was a circular disc, black in color, emitting a ghostly coldness. On this roulette wheel, there were countless hideous and horrible images carved all over it, lifelike, as if they could break free at any time, which made people feel a bit creepy at first glance. In addition to this disc is actually divided into 6 different colors, corresponding to the 6 paths of heaven: man, Shura, evil spirits, and hell, life and death, cause and effect, good and evil, reincarnation, fate. A law inscription seems to exist in this disc, as if between, only feel to see the years, never stop signs. And just as this piece of magic treasure appeared, the tunnel suddenly began to get violently excited. Vaguely, Hong Yuan seemed to hear a stuttering voice in his ears. Second uncle, to be. Listening to this voice coming from his ears, Hong Yuan also shook his head helplessly. However, he didn't say anything more, just waved his big hand and directly integrated the disc into the tunnel. It was meant to be a magic treasure that he had purposely constructed for the tunnel. The name was called the Six Paths Reincarnation Plate, which was an extreme chaos spiritual treasure. Not as good as the Chaos Pearl, but also extremely terrifying, especially after the fusion of the Earth Road. It is enough to suppress all the curiosity. This disc is out. Even if it is the 9 heavens of the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal, it will be in a moment to get rid of all the karma, dragged into the wheel of reincarnation, and let you become you have to become. For the sake of this magic treasure, Hong Yuan even deliberately went to the heavenly beyond heaven to search for some materials, and also incorporated the bones and origins left behind by the ferocious beasts that had died during the ferocious beast quantum revelation in the first place. Only then did he refine this extreme chaotic spiritual treasure. Ahem. Actually incorporated a little bit of the flesh and blood in origin of mixed Kuan, Yin Yang, Qian Kuan and others. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have made a point of watching these people fight from the sidelines for so long, but that didn't bother him. At that time he had already asked these people after their deaths, and anyway, they didn't have any response at that time, so they shouldn't have any opinions. Chapter 118, The Earthly Ground Revealed. Reincarnation established. And as the 6 paths of reincarnation disc gradually integrated into the tunnel, 6 vortexes glittering with ghostly auras gradually appeared in the middle of the tunnel, corresponding to the 6 colors of the 6th circle of reincarnation disc. Hong Yuan, on the other hand, had also activated his monstrous mana to help the Earth Road speed up the manifestation of the 6 paths. At first, the vortex was merely the size of a palm, but with the help of Hong Yuan, it was expanding rapidly, gradually transforming into a huge vortex through the sky. And at this time, Hong Yuan also spoke towards Yang Mei. Old Yang, help me open up the 18 layers of hell. Although he can do it himself, but a little benefit to Yang Mei would not hurt. Anyway, when Yang Mei took this benefit, not also have to help themselves to work. Think of it as an advance on his paycheck. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei also reacted instantly. Daoist Hong Yuan is giving him a bit of credit. Thereupon, Yang Mei no longer hesitated, and the power of spatial laws suddenly appeared, directly forming a sharp blade, directly towards the sea of blood underneath. He slashed violently. Yang Mei originally thought that with his own strength of the Great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed elements wanted to open up the 18 layers of space that was simply a breeze. However, in the next second, the sharp blade condensed by Yang Mei's spatial law power only cleaved a huge crack of tens of light years under the sea of blood. Then it quickly disappeared. Yang Mei, who saw this scene, froze. Coincidentally, Ping Pong on the side was turning his head to look at him, and then scratched his head, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. For a moment, Yang Mei's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. Thus, he no longer stayed his hand either, only to see the terrifying aura of a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal instantly permeate the area. Billions of space law inscriptions suddenly appeared. Towards the bottom of the sea of blood, it slashed and chopped with a loud bang. It was a good thing that although the flood wasteland was solid nowadays, it wasn't as if it was restricting a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal to death. Under Yang Mei's all-out effort, layers of hell continued to emerge. Each layer of hell stretched out for countless light years, with no end in sight, just like a large 1,000 worlds. Hong Yuan, who saw this scene, also nodded with satisfaction. It seems that Yang Mei is quite energetic. When the time comes, he can add a chicken leg. As the 1,000 years of the world passed, the 18 layers of hell were suddenly revealed, and Yang Mei is also half dead tired. He did not expect to open up a dozen or so spaces with his cultivation nowadays can be so tired. It is really daydreaming. And at this time, the 6 paths of reincarnation gradually stabilized. Hong Yuan didn't stop after doing that, only to see a spiritual light emerge from his hand and fall in front of him. In a flash, the thick city wall instantly rose up from the ground, and on top of the wall, engraved with each and every beast pattern and inscription, flickering with an eerie cold light, vaguely emanating bursts of hissing and wailing, causing people to be fearful at first glance. The 2 big words underworld hung above, making it clear, with just a glance, exactly what kind of place this was. On top of that, a wondrous, magnificent hall had risen to the surface, revealing a sense of sullen pressure. After doing so, Hong Yuan also looked at Ping Pong. Ping Pong, take out the indestructible aura that you collected those living beings with in the first place. When Ping Pong sniffed, he also hurriedly took out those indestructible auras of his own from before. Right after the screen poncho was taken out, these indestructible spiritual lights seemed to be sensed as if they were being sensed, and like a tidal wave, they kept pouring into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Vaguely, one could still hear the sounds of joy emanating from these indestructible auras. Seeing this scene, Hong Yuan also nodded with satisfaction. The 6 paths of reincarnation disc here, is more like a fully automated machine. There is no need for someone or a judge to make a distinction. Naturally, it will be divided into appropriate paths according to the merits and karmic deficits of these living beings during their lifetime. Then I saw Hong Yuan slowly open his mouth towards Ping Pong. Ping Pong, this underworld has been set up. When the time comes, the souls of those dead beings in the flood wasteland will be reincarnated here. And what you have to do is to stabilize the order of the underworld. And for a long time it will be the place where you will be working. As for how long to do it, I'll let you know when the time comes. Ping Pong sniffed, immediately froze. Some stagnant look to Hong Yuan, stuttering hastily shook his head and said, Master, me? I seem to be unable to do it alone. Hong Yuan laughed and turned his head to look at Yang Mei. No harm done. Isn't there still Elder Yang Mei? Just do it without worrying. He will press the line for you. When Yang Mei heard this, she also froze. When is he going to say that the town is here? Yang Mei just wanted to refuse, but only saw two clouds of merit and virtue instantly coalesce over the blood sea. One bright, one thick. The two clouds of merit and virtue were so wide in scope that one could not see the end of them at all, as if they enveloped the entire blood sea. It was even only a few points less than when the four directions God protecting formation was first laid down, but it was several times more than when the sermon was preached on Zhou Mountain. Seeing these two clouds of merit, Yang Mei's heart was also suddenly startled. Heavenly merit and earthly merit? In the next second, 60% of the merit from the two clouds of merit and virtue he landed on Hong Yuan, 30% landed on Yang Mei, and 10% landed on Ping Pong. Seeing these merits, Yang Mei's mouth was suddenly bursting into laughter. Too much ya. Too much ya. These merits were enough for him to raise one heavenly level, and even more than enough to allow him to refine a golden wheel of merit. However, at this time, only to hear Hong Yuan unhurriedly and slowly opened his mouth. Old Yang, some merit not so good to take, you drop, understand? When Yang Mei heard this, his face immediately straightened and he responded with a solemn expression. Old Tao understands, and when Hong Yuan saw this, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to look at the screen canopy. When the time comes, this father will also let some children come over to work. Don't worry, you can't be tired. After saying that, Hong Yuan also turned his head to look at the river Styx in the depths of the sea of blood, and spoke aloud. You river Styx is also considered to have a destiny with the earth's way. Cultivate it. These are a little bit of my father's enlightenment for the killing of the road. And in the future, when you come out of the world, you can also dedicate a sliver of power to the 6 paths of reincarnation. As soon as the words fell, a majestic message appeared directly in Styx's mind. The information that Hong Yuan had bestowed on He about this law enlightenment was not much, but it was enough for He to digest for a period of time, and as long as He was enlightened, stepping into the golden immortal of the mixed elements would not be a problem. Thank you, Tao Father. Feeling the profound ocean-like experience of enlightenment in his mind, Styx was also instantly grinning from ear to ear. But he didn't lose his manners and hurriedly said a respectful greeting towards Hong Yuan. And just as Hong Yuan set up the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 10,000 races led by Hong Jun with the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and the beginning Kirin, it also appeared under Mount Sumeru in a furious manner. Looking at the Mount Sumeru in front of him, Hong Jun also had the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. This time, his heavenly celebration cloud was much more powerful, and not only did it have the dragon, Phoenix, and Kirin clans to prey on it, he had also recruited all 3 of his decapitated corpses back. This time, he didn't believe that Luo could still not die. In a flash, only to see Hong Jun stood in the air, spoke in a deep voice, Luo Shuji, you only care about your own interests. Secretly provoked the flood quantum robbery, completely disregard the wishes of the flood beings, is an unforgivable sin. Today, my Hong Jun and the flood 10,000 tribes today to crusade against you Luo Shuji, obediently suffer death. Chapter 119, The Rise of the Taoist Demon Controversy. Hong Jun stood high in the sky, and behind him stood the mixed golden immortals led by ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Kirin. The words that came out of that mouth were so righteous and righteous. It was as if at this moment, Hong Jun became the only beam of light in the entire floodplain, and his words traveled to Mount Sumeru as voluminous as a robber's thunder. Hearing these words, all of the demon sex people couldn't help themselves, and monstrous anger instantly surged to their hearts. One of the demon ancestors' defeated henchmen dared to insult an old ancestor such as him in this manner. Only a whistling sound rang out. The devil heaven, the devil Luo and the mighty 8 devil generals of the devil sect suddenly appeared on Mount Sumeru like a black whirlwind. Each of them had a cold expression and a chilling aura around them, facing Hong Jun and the others straight ahead without fear. A mere old loach, how dare you insult our demon ancestor? Simply arrogant. As Luo Shuji originally disliked Hong Jun, almost among the devil religion, also mouth called Hong Jun as the old loach. Under the influence, The people underneath the devil religion are also called this way in their hearts. But before, no matter what, the devil's religion is absolutely not dare in front of Hongjun this call. But now since they have become opposites, Hongjun also said that today is the death of their own ancestors. So these people also no longer maintain any so-called etiquette and rules, have pulled out their voices and called up the old loach in front of Hongjun. Hongjun heard this. The original calm face instantly became gloomy like water. An ice-cold chill spread from his body. His eyes seem to have infinite killing intent cohesion. Luo Shu and Chaos and others are just the same. With their own strength is not similar. Called him there is nothing to do. Now some juniors in the district dare to address themselves like this? Simply do not put him Hongjun in the eyes ah. However, Hongjun's anger is also a little shocked in his heart. He did not expect Luo Shujo's demonic religion strength is so powerful. The people in front of them, such as Demon Luo and Demon Sky, were all in the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal. And even among those 8 people behind them, there was another person who was also a mixed golden immortal. With a full 3 mixed golden immortals, the strength could not be described as unimaginable. It was even stronger than the Phoenix clan back then. However, Hongjun wasn't too worried. On their side, besides the 3 ancestral dragons, there was also Candle Dragon and Vermilion Bird. Even without counting himself and his 3 decapitated corpses, there were 5 mixed golden immortals. 5 on 3, advantage to me. When he thought of his own establishment of the Xian sect, there were only some crooked people in the sect, not even a single great Luo golden immortal. The anger in Hongjun's heart suddenly increased. Where is the district's one Loho better than him? Then he only saw a flash of spiritual light in Hongjun's hand, and the Pango streamer suddenly appeared in his hand. All of a sudden, the Pangu banner windless automatic, 10,000 channels of haze from the body of the streamer burst out. The light is bright to the extreme, directly reflecting the heavens. Countless all heavenly gods fury Chibo however hair. With a horrible tearing force toward the devil Luo and others attacked. The might is enough to 1,000 worlds directly through the reopening. At this moment, Hongjun's body exuded a creepy and terrifying aura. He wanted to let these people know that his hallowed Xian sect ancestor was not to be bullied. Not to mention the district's 3 mixed golden immortals at the middle and early stages. Even if they were the same mixed golden immortals at the peak, they could not possibly be his opponents. Which of them who had survived from chaos to the present day did not cultivate the great Tao? A root in heritage is how thick. Is not some later people can be comparable? In front of this might of Pan Guan, Demon Luo and the others seemed to be like a flatboat swimming in the middle of the sea, which might collapse and dissolve in the world at any time. When Demon Luo and the others felt this might, their eyes trembled, cold sweat beaded on their foreheads, and their cold hairs couldn't help but stand straight up. They also did not expect Hongjun to be so terrifying, and they, the same mixed golden immortal existences, were afraid that they could not even receive a single move from Hongjun. But although there was a hint of fear in their eyes, they didn't panic in the slightest. They also have a backstage. Sure enough, just when Hongjun's Pango streamer releases the god-devouring chi that almost drowns and devours Moloch and the others, a cold black lotus stands directly above Moloch and the others' heads, descending countless ruasia, like a layer of gauze curtains, which directly protects Moloch and the others. It was like a standing divine mountain. Even though the heavenly god's fatal chi was acting out, it only stood still in the void, without moving in the slightest. And behind this black lotus, an unruly and untamed figure that looked like a demonic god, emitting a monstrous demonic aura slowly emerged in the eyes of the crowd. Old Loach, let you escape last time. I didn't expect that this time you would have the guts to appear in front of this demon ancestor again. Do you really think that you can compete with this demon ancestor by gathering the dragon, Phoenix and Kirin clans? He even said that today is the time of death of this devil ancestor. According to this devil ancestor, I am afraid that today is the time of death of this old loach of yours. Looking at the Luo Shuhu in front of him, at this time, no matter whether it is Hongjun, or the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng and other people, there is a trace of seriousness in the eyes flashed a solemn meaning. Hongjun took a deep breath. Not tightly said, Luo Shuji, lessen this show of tongue. You only care about their own power to provoke the quantitative hijacking of the flood has been a fact of the coffin finalized. It's you who first stood against our 10,000 tribes. This time, no matter how you are also the enemy of our 10,000 tribes. As for who lives and who dies, you will know it later. Luo sniffed, but also just laughed contemptuously, but did not refute anything, just the heart is pondering. Hong Yuan that guy also intervened in the according to his Hongjun so say, is not still have to go to find Hong Yuan to do a battle? If he didn't know that Hongjun would never have the guts to do this, Luo would really want to say it and see. Let's see how many slaps Hongjun can receive from Hong Yuan at that time. Hongjun saw Luo Shujo closed his mouth. The heart is not to mention how comfortable. He Luo Shujo also have to be disliked by their own this day. Every day the old loach called. He Hongjun face do not know where to put. At this time, Luo Shujio also slowly put his eyes on Yuan Feng. Spoke softly, "You little phoenix. This devil ancestor remembers that you had a karma in Hong Yuan. If you are willing to leave today, this devil ancestor will no longer care about this matter. If you continue to stay here, don't blame this devil ancestor is not merciful." As soon as Luo's words came out, Hongjuan's face also changed drastically and he violently turned his head to look at Yuan Feng. At this time is not only the Hongjun, even the ancestral dragon and the beginning of the Qilin Tu face also cannot see how. A pair of eyes staring at the Yuan Feng, for fear that she changed her mind directly with the Phoenix tribe and the bottom of the Birds of Prey tribe to leave. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Yuan Feng also took a deep breath. A pair of phoenix pupils staring back at Luo Shuhu with an undisguised viciousness in his eyes. "Luo Shu, I'm afraid I'll have to let you down. If my Phoenix clan leaves this time, how will the 10,000 clans of the flood look at my Phoenix clan?" Chapter 120, Come to my aid. Said this, the Yuan Feng voice more and more cold. "Like the ancient ice, my family Gold Phoenix, Green Luan bird are due to your thoughts, died in this quantitative robbery. Not to mention my family Gold Phoenix and Fire Phoenix bird is directly died in the hands of your demon ancestor Luo Shua. This revenge, my Phoenix tribe must report cannot be." Hearing what Yuan Feng said, Hongjuan's heart was relieved. If the Phoenix clan leaves, then he will directly lose 2 mixed golden immortals in this crusade against Luo Shu. What's the point of fighting law with your head? But fortunately, Yuan Feng, this head is considered to be sensible, and directly rejected Luo Shuhu. In this way, Luo Shua sniffed, also gently nodded, only to see a flash of cold light in his hand. Emitting a monstrous coldness of the Godslayer gun boom appeared in his hand. "The road this demon ancestor gave. Since you are not willing to go, then this demon ancestor has nothing more to say. This time, you will die here." After saying that, countless black demonic chi that was so thick that it seemed as if it couldn't be melted erupted from Luo's body in a surging manner, directly piercing through the 9 heavens. The terrifying demonic chi actually swallowed the entire heaven and earth in an instant. And for a while, the sun and moon had no light, and the entire heaven and earth were covered by the black as ink demonic chi, and not even a trace of light could penetrate in. Just at this time, Luo Shu moved, only to see his figure flash, instantly appeared in front of Hongjun. In his hands the Godslayer gun is frighteningly fast. To Hongjuan's cultivation can only vaguely see a cold light. The tip of the gun is as if it can pierce everything. Even the flood void has become distorted and broken up. Seeing this, Hongjun's face also changed dramatically, and he hurriedly offered up the celebration clouds of the heavens. But after all, it was still a step too slow, and with a mournful scream, one of Hongjuan's arms was pierced through on the spot, and was reduced to pieces in an instant. However, Luo was going unabated, only to see him sweep across the air. A large area of the gunman instantly stretches for countless miles, and is bound to break Hongjun at the waist. Seeing this, Hongjun was no longer reserved, only to see his face suffocated red, and shouted toward Ancestral Dragon and the others. "Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, beginning Kirin, come and help me." Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Kirin. However, they didn't say anything, and they all offered up their clan's greatest treasures and blasted straight towards Luo Shuji. Luo Shu saw this, is also immediately frowned, and then a thought. 12 pints of extinction of the Black Lotus Hurricane appeared above his head. The hands of the Godslayer gun or continue to sweep toward Hongjun, but at this time, due to the outpouring of the Ancestral Dragon and the others, Hongjuan's heavenly celebration cloud was also finally offered up, colliding directly with Luo Shuji's Godslayer lance. And the Ancestral Dragon Trio's clan's supreme treasures came roaring into encounter with the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus, with a monstrous roar that resounded throughout the entire flood. The chi of the quantitative tribulation amongst that flood also skyrocketed to its peak at this moment. The people in the demon cult, led by Demon Luo and Demon Sky, were seeing their own ancestors make a move. They also no longer hesitated, releasing their auras and launching attacks towards Hongjuan's side. For a time, the Devil Sect was also directly facing the Flood World 10,000 races. It was rather like the ferocious beast god Rebel one back then. All of them are facing the entire flood with their own strength. However, although the number of demonic religions is far less than 1/10,000th of the 10,000th of the 10,000 races in the flood, it is not to be underestimated. Because the devil religion after Luo's cultivation over the years, its strength is far above any other race in the floodplains. Even the Phoenix clan at its peak is inferior to the devil religion in terms of high-end combat power. Not to mention the fact that the devil sect didn't even put up a fight during this Dragon Han cataclysm. And the Dragon and Phoenix, 3 tribes after countless years of fighting, the strength of their tribes has long been lost most of the time. At best, only 3 or 4% of the peak time. With this collision, the deaths and injuries of the 10,000 races could be countless. The people in the devil cult, on the other hand, barely suffered any damage, wielding and killing the 10,000 living beings as if they were chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Even the two people from Hongjuan's side, Candle Dragon and Vermilion Bird, quickly fell into a disadvantage when they encountered the three mixed golden immortals, Devil Luo, Devil Heaven, and the Wicked Punisher, who was the head of the 8 great devil generals. When Ancestral Dragon and the others saw this, they were in a hurry. They also did not expect the strength of the devil religion to be so terrible, and if this continues, I am afraid that the people under them will have to be killed by the devil religion. Today's plan, only with Hongjun, as soon as possible to kill Luo Shuhu can be, so that the direct termination of this great war. And so the three of them became even more frantic in their attacks on Luo. Luo was also somewhat quite fearful of facing the trio's attacks, although the cultivation of the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Kirin were far inferior to him. The ancestral dragon bead, phoenix staff, and Kirin seal in the hands of the three of them were each treasures that carried the chi of their clan. Its power is considered a supreme treasure. So even though Luo Shujiao had the shelter of the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus, he still didn't dare to be careless. Not to mention the Hongjun in front of him. Because of the establishment of the Xianmen, the power of its heavenly celebration clouds had also risen dramatically. So with just the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus, it was also simply unable to resist the power of the 4 supreme treasures. All of a sudden, Luo also appeared to be somewhat gradually falling into the wind. Seeing this scene, the joy in Hongjuan's eyes was also more and more intense. It seems that today he can't even use the 3 decapitated corpses he hid. With the help of the 3 ancestral dragons, Luo's defeat was assured. As for the dead and wounded 10,000 races underneath, what does it have to do with him? Hongjun, Luo Shujiu, you probably didn't expect today. This is all because of your arrogance. Do you really think you're invincible besides Han Yuan? Today, this Xian ancestor will borrow your life to fulfill this Xian ancestor's path to the great Luo Golden Immortal. After that, Hongjuan's hand Pango Banner Du Tian God's Fury Chi continuously gushing out, and all the heavenly celebration clouds to match, constantly attacking the Luo Shu. Fighting Luo was a defeat, although Luo gradually into the wind, but his face is not the slightest bit of panic. Their hands have a big killer did not sacrifice it. However, this feeling of falling into the wind was also something Luo was incredibly sick of. Hongjun, honestly, you look like this demon ancestor looks really disgusted to the extreme. Hongjun laughed disdainfully, just assuming that Luo wanted to show off his tongue again before dying, and did not respond. As Luo continued to be knocked away for countless miles by the combined efforts of the 4's magic treasures, Luo then also no longer reserved, only to see his face bland. His eyes slowly swept over the Hongjun crowd. This demon ancestor guesses that you should also be curious as to why this demon ancestor would purposely stir up conflict between the 3 clans? Hearing Luo's words, Hongjun and the others were stunned. Since you guys are curious, then this devil ancestor will tell you. This is all because of a magic treasure. You are lucky. This is the first time this devil ancestor uses it. Now, we'll let you see my immortal execution sword formation. As Luo's long voice fell, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Above the void, countless chaotic gas such as ink pouring down, directly churned the entire piece of the void constantly distorted up. Chapter 121, The Death Penalty Sword Formation. Only Luo looked down at Hongjun and the others with a bland brow. A large array diagram appeared at his feet, and along with it, 4 long swords emitting monstrous ferocious intent surfaced beside him. These 4 long swords, each one of them was no worse than an extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure. And the runic inscriptions and sculptures on the swords were even more lifelike and esoteric, as if they contained the oldest rules of killing in the heavens and the earth, and it made people's hearts and souls constantly tremble with just a glance. Not good. This formation is treacherous. Quickly stop him. Hongjuan's face changed drastically when he saw the Immortal Execution 4 swords and the Immortal Execution sword diagram, and he exclaimed in alarm, reminding the 3 ancestral dragons. He could feel the terror of the 4 Immortal Execution swords and the Immortal Execution sword diagram. If he let Luo Shuhu successfully set up this formation, I'm afraid that their place will be extremely dangerous, and if he's not careful, he might even fall. After saying that, he then directly maneuvered the Pangu flag and the celebration clouds of the heavens towards Luo Shuji to attack. And Zulong 3 people also do not dare to have the slightest carelessness. They can also feel the menace of this array. Hongjun by then die or not they do not know. I am afraid that they have to die. So they also controlled the supreme treasures in their hands to smash towards Luo. But they were still slow, since Luo Shu dared to set up a formation in front of them. He had 100% confidence, in a blink of an eye, only to see Luo's fingertips flicked. The Immortal Execution Sword, the Immortal Killing Sword, the Immortal Trapping Sword, The immortal extermination sword and the immortal execution sword diagram instantly cut through the void, shooting to the four directions of the southeast, west, north and southwest respectively, trapping this piece of heaven and earth, and that immortal execution sword diagram also instantly swelled up, and in just an instant, the entire battlefield was trapped in it. Its range was so wide that it was countless light years, and as the immortal execution four swords and the immortal execution sword diagram had both fallen, instantly the sword intent filled the air. The strands of sword intent condensed from countless killing laws, crisscrossing each other as if hundreds of millions of chi dragons constantly entangled and hissing roared as they wandered throughout the immortal execution sword formation, at the same time accompanied by a terrifying to the extreme, causing everyone to tremble for the majestic destructive aura rises. The attacks of Hongjun and the others hadn't even gotten close to Luo Shuo's side before they were worn out by these countless ferocious sword intent and destructive auras. Hongjun and the others who saw this scene had their eyes widened with disbelief. How is that possible? These few magic treasures of theirs were not simple goods. Pangu banner, needless to say, is Pangu's open heaven axe transformed into one of the three open heaven treasure. Its power, if not the flood, has Hong Yuan laid down the four sides of the God Protector formation support, enough to reopen part of heaven and earth, and all the heavens celebration cloud. Is Pangu chest of the vast righteousness of the transformation, although the heavenly Tao of foreign treasures, but not worse than the innate supreme treasure, and now in the Xian Men Qigong under the auspices of the power, but also the might of the power up a lot. The supreme treasures in the hands of the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin, although their grades were only extreme innate spiritual treasures, they were sufficient to fight against the innate supreme treasures for a moment or two without losing out under the blessing of the three clans' respective fortunes. But it was the attacks of these five supreme treasures that were now being worn out by the immortal execution sword formation. How is that supposed to convince them? Although the sword intent condensed by those killing laws had also been worn down quite a bit, the sword intent of this heaven and earth did not decrease in the slightest, but instead became more and more dense. Luo Shu at this time is also a little surprised by the power of the immortal execution sword formation. After all, he is also the first time to cast the immortal execution sword formation. This might was really out of his expectation. However, on second thought, the immortal execution sword formation is not called the first killing formation in the floodplains for nothing. Great formations were different from spiritual treasures, as great formations could constantly draw on the power of the heavens and earth, and could coalesce the power of spiritual treasures from several formations to explode several times their power. With the power of the immortal execution sword formation, although the explosive power was only comparable to that of an innate supreme treasure, or even weaker by a hair, but has the individual benefit of lasting a long time. Unlike other innate supreme treasures, it required majestic mana to be added. However, Luo Shujio also know, really give them time. If the immortal execution sword formation, I'm afraid, will still break. After all, Hongjun four people just can face four directions, plus their hands of the most precious treasure. The immortal execution sword formation is never stopped too long, but this premise was if he didn't intervene. Once he did, this time was enough for him to kill a few people back and forth. As Luo's mind moved, the four Hongjuns were immediately divided in four directions, separating the four. After doing so, Luo Shu also ran towards the beginning Qilin. Now, let's start with the beginning unicorn first. As Hongjun continued to fend off the raging sword intent coming towards him, his face changed when he saw that all four of him had been split into different directions. It also understood Luo's intentions. Luo was planning to break each of them. Heart immediately also rose a trace of urgency, rushed to break the array. Now the most urgent thing is to rush to break a formation eye in front of oneself, which can break the immortal execution sword array. Otherwise, when Luo Shuji has killed the three ancestral dragons, even if he has the help of the three decapitated corpses, he is definitely not Luo Shuji's opponent. Nowadays, Hongjun could only hope that the three ancestral dragons could withstand it for a little longer. If they can break this formation before Luo Shuji beheads the three ancestral dragons, there is still hope for them. If not, I'm afraid that his life is over. Thinking of this, Hongjun didn't even care about hiding anything, and hastily invoked the three decapitated corpses hidden in his brow with the jade disc of creation fragments. His three decapitated corpses, although not as strong as his main body, also had the cultivation of a late-stage mixed golden immortal. With the help of these three decapitated corpses as well as the fragments of the jade disc of creation, Hongjun also finally did not have to defend himself against the raging immortal execution sword intent, and was able to wholeheartedly carry out the breaking of the formation. As a result, Hongjun's speed of breaking formations also doubled several times. Although Hongjun's side was relaxed, the three ancestral dragons were not in a good position. They faced the surging immortal execution sword intent, already had some resistance difficulties, and at this time, they also had to carry out the breaking formation. The speed was called a slow, but right at that moment, the beginning Qilin only felt a violent chill behind its back, and a dense aura of death that seemed to be ready to devour itself at any moment enveloped itself. Under panic, the beginning Qilin could no longer care about breaking the formation, and hurriedly urged the Qilin seal to protect his body. However, in this instant, a long spear that was pitch black and carried an incomparably dense killing aura still directly pierced through his entire body. Under this strike, the small half of the beginning Qilin's body suddenly turned into nothingness. The terrifying pain that was enough to destroy the entire human heart and mind instantly caused the beginning Qilin to uncontrollably let out a miserable scream. As for the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and Hong Jun, after hearing the miserable screams emitted by the beginning Qilin, they immediately shivered, and with pale faces hastily accelerated their own speed of breaking the formation. Hong Jun constantly cursed bitterly in his heart. Beginning Kirin, you can hold out a little longer. Do not let down the trust of the old road. Otherwise at that time even if you die the old road will kill you. Kirin clan as much as possible. The ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng, however, were somehow vaguely grateful in their hearts at this time. It was fortunate that Luo didn't come to them right from the start, otherwise wouldn't they have to face Luo alone? Now that Luo had sought out the beginning Qilin beforehand, it was a blessing in misfortune. After all, it's better to die a friend than a pauper. But at the same time, the ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng were constantly cheering the beginning Qilin in their hearts. Beginning Kirin, damn you, do hold on a little longer. Chapter 122, Beginning Qilin's Fall. I don't know how much time has passed. Only one last scream could be heard as the beginning Qilin fell. All of a sudden, the Qilin ancestral ground was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of sadness. The spirit of Qi that symbolized the Qilin clan immediately let out a miserable howl that resounded through the clouds and penetrated one's heart. At the same time, the entire Qilin clan's Qi was like a raging sea wave as it began to roll over rapidly. In just a few short breaths, as much as 90% had been lost. The Qilin clan that was fighting with the people from the demon sect also sensed the difference and froze in place. The Qilin clan immediately looked at each other, and could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Tears couldn't stop rolling down from the eyes of these people. Trembling and trembling, he spoke in a trembling voice. My clan, patriarch. When the words came out of their mouths, they couldn't really say the last two words. Especially the four unlike, at this time as if lost their minds. Mouth non-stop crazy murmur. Father. Father fell? No, it won't. Father, how could he fall? Fake. It's all fake. The dragon and phoenix clans, and even those in the demon sect, had speculated some clues from the miserable state of the Qilin clan today. In a flash, a trace of desolation rose in the hearts of the dragon and phoenix clans as the rabbit died and the lips died. However, in stark contrast, the demon cult people were all ecstatic. They have thrown back their heads and whistled. It is difficult to suppress the excitement in their hearts, and that kind of joy was undisguisedly displayed on top of their faces. The demon ancestor is mighty. A burst of cheers rose up and resounded through the clouds. The demon ancestor is mighty. For a while, the flood tribes that were originally at a disadvantage were even more defeated at this point after the breath in their hearts was deflated. Every instant, countless living beings fell into the hands of the demon sect. In the immortal execution sword formation, the ancestral dragon and Yuan Feng as well as Hongjuan's face at this time has long been as colorful as earth. Difficult to see the extreme. Luo looked at the only trace of indestructible spiritual light left in the beginning Qilin in front of him, and was going to make a move to eliminate it completely. But at that moment, only Hong Yuan's figure slowly surfaced in front of Luo, snatching up the only remaining indestructible aura of the beginning Qilin. Looking at the Hong Yuan in front of him, Luo couldn't help but feel a little shocked in his heart. His dojo is not even a problem. Even his own laid down big formation Hong Yuan also with his own home door is casual in and out. Not even he, the master, could detect the slightest hint of it. Does that make sense? It doesn't make sense. But Luo didn't say anything more. He just held the Godslayer gun in his hand, and with a flash of his body, he went to the direction of the ancestral dragon. As for Hong Yuan, he also smiled, and then his figure gradually disappeared in the area. But right after the two figures left, Hongjuan's good corpse slowly appeared holding a spiritual treasure. Hongjuan's good corpse felt the horrible aura that remained here, and also sighed somewhat despondently. But soon, it also proceeded to continue breaking the eye of this square formation. Although the beginning of the unicorn is dead, but Hongjun will not sit and wait for death. This immortal execution sword formation, the lack of one, he does not want to die. But the good thing was that although the decapitation method he practiced wasn't very good in terms of strength, it had the advantage of having a lot of manpower. So after the first Qilin fell, he also hurriedly sent out his own good corpse to take over this formation eye of the first Qilin. At the same time he didn't forget to catalyze the jade disc of creation fragments to hide his several decapitated corpses as much as possible. Ancestral Dragon had an inexplicable sense of ill will in his heart after the fall of the beginning Qilin. The beginning Kirin has fallen. So who will be next? Hong Jun? Although Hong Jun is not as good as Luo, it is not something Luo can take down in a moment. On the contrary, he and Yuan Feng were the two weakest of the three left. And Yuan Feng, no matter what else, I think Luo Shu will also look at the fact that she once had a trace of karma with Dao Zun, and leave her to be the last to kill. Then isn't he the only one left next? As expected, he didn't let the ancestral dragon wait for too long, as Luo's figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. Looking at Luo Shua in front of him, the ancestral dragon's face was a bit bitter. Devil Ancestor, if I die, can you spare my dragon clan? If it was just him, it would have been fine if he had died. Ancestral Dragon wouldn't have begged Luo so lowly. However, he was well aware that he was shouldering the vast majority of the chi and future of the entire dragon clan. Once he died, the dragon clan's chi would surely suffer a heavy blow and drop drastically. At that time, I'm afraid that those dragon clansmen outside would no longer be able to withstand the ferocious attack of the demon sex crowd. Even more seriously, there was a possibility that their dragon clan would be removed from the floodplains and disappear into the long river of history from then on. Therefore, even if these words sounded rather like a tail wagging and begging for mercy, the ancestral dragon could not care less at this time. And when Luo heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but add a wisp of wickedness as he cast a sidelong glance at Ancestral Dragon. What do you take this demon ancestor for? Just now outside, didn't the ancestral dragon pearl in your hand smash this demon ancestor quite vigorously? Now that you see that you're no longer a match for this demon ancestor, you've started begging for mercy? Wasn't your ancestral dragon quite arrogant in the beginning? Said this, Luo Shujiu is also a pause, some playful in the eyes, but this devil ancestor can give you this opportunity. As long as you are now body dissolution, this devil ancestor can let go of your dragon clan people. When ancestral dragon heard this, his face stiffened and he opened his mouth eager to say something, but he still couldn't speak, because at this time the ancestral dragon, in the bottom of his heart there is still a trace of hope. In case in the process of their own battle with the Luo Shu, Hong Jun old man broke the formation successfully? In that case, maybe they can even bounce back. And even if old man Hong Jun didn't succeed in breaking the formation, he would still recognize it if he died. But if it was to let him disintegrate physically right now, he was still a bit upset. Seeing this, Luo let out a cold laugh. Then he also did not say anything more. And in his hand, the Godslayer gun suddenly had countless divine light inscriptions condensed out, just like a round of piercing blood sun condensing behind it. The ghostly black demonic flames entwined around his body seemed like the most ferocious viper in the world, exuding a chilling aura, accompanied by a shrill, ear-piercing, mournful whistling sound that was enough to penetrate the soul. This force that contained the infinite horror of killing intent instantly swept towards the ancestral dragon. When the ancestral dragon felt this scene, his cold hairs couldn't help but stand straight up. Under this attack, it was as if he saw the illusion of himself being instantly devoured and annihilated. His heart was suddenly cold as well, but he still manipulated the ancestral dragon bead to resist. As expected, the moment the deicide lance touched the ancestral dragon pearl, ancestral dragon instantly blanched. The entire person was instantly knocked out. Large swathes of blood continued to spurt out from the ancestral dragon, intertwining into a shocking curtain of blood in the air. Originally, outside, with the ancestral dragon pearl in his hand, although he still couldn't defeat Luo Shua, he was able to hold out for a while. But here is different. This is the immortal execution sword formation. With the cultivation of the ancestral dragon to resist the endless sword intent in the formation is already extremely rare thing. Now coupled with Luo's attack on himself, the ancestral dragon couldn't resist for a single moment. It was only at this time that the ancestral dragon realized why the beginning Kirin had fallen to Luo Shuhu in such a short period of time. When Luo saw this, not only did he not stop for a moment, instead, he continued to launch an attack towards the ancestral dragon. It was like trying to kill the ancestral dragon in the shortest possible time. Chapter 123, Ancestral Dragon Falls. For a while, the ancestral dragon was also caught in a precarious situation, and it didn't take long for the ancestral dragon's body, which was powerful enough to be comparable to an innate spiritual treasure, to be riddled with holes. Large swaths and swaths of blood continued to spray out. I don't know how long it took. The ancestral dragon was once again drawn out by Luo Shuhu. The whole body has long been full of cracks. It looks like at any time may be split apart. Even his indestructible spiritual light had dimmed quite a bit, as if it was a candle in the wind that could go out at any time. As for Luo, he is still as cold as ice. Not to mention the injuries on his body, even his clothes have not been disordered in the slightest. In this situation, the ancestral dragon knew in his heart that he was afraid that he would never have another chance to turn the tide. Immediately afterward, he was only seen taking a long breath, and his face appeared to have made some sort of determination. Luo, I have lost this time, but you don't want to feel better either. After saying that, only to see the ancestral dragon suddenly revealed the huge body that is large enough to cover the sky, hissing and attacking towards Luo Shuwu. When Luo saw this, he was first stunned, and there was more than a little playfulness in his eyes. Could it be that the ancestral dragon thought he could hurt himself by blowing himself up? Don't tell me, it really works. Afterwards, Luo Shuo also hastily urged the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus to protect his body. In the next second, a terrifying power that was enough to shake mountains and rivers and destroy the heavens and earth coalesced within the ancestral dragon. With a monstrous boom, ancestral dragon's body instantly exploded itself in front of Luo. However, at this instant when the ancestral dragon blew itself up, a large hand passed through the endless space, and it took a seemingly gentle yet endlessly domineering stance, like a breeze gently brushing against the surface of a lake, and slowly scratched through this area that was about to be destroyed. Immediately afterward, a jaw-dropping scene appeared. The originally violent and raging energy fluctuations instantly calmed down, as if they were suppressed by an invisible force. Immediately afterward, the time in this place actually began to continuously regress backwards. It went straight back to the moment when the ancestral dragon rushed towards Luo. Then that one large hand directly extracted a trace of the ancestral dragon's indestructible true spirit, and then it disappeared from this place. Ancestral dragon somehow seemed to be in a trance in his mind, as if he had already blown himself up once. That memory, though vague, made him truly feel as if there had once been a moment when he had already gone up in smoke. At the same time, he did not know how, as if he felt that his body had been emptied of a trace, but he was at the point where the arrow was on the string and had to be sent. He then hissed and continued to charge at Luo. At this moment, Luo's face went black. He had just experienced one of the ancestral dragon's self-explosions, and then watched as time here continued to regress. Then the ancestral dragon charged at him again. At this moment, Luo wanted to curse. Hong Yuan, you damn it, since you have made a move, you might as well just take away the ancestral dragon directly. Is it fun to just extract a sliver of his indestructible true spirit and then let him blow up this demon ancestor once more? Subsequently, in the midst of Luo's scolding, the ancestral dragon once again blew itself up on the spot. High up in the sky, Hong Yuan and God's Rebel overlooked the entire battlefield, and unlike the lack of sadness on Hong Yuan's face, God's Rebel had some thoughts in his eyes. Dao Zun is really wicked. If he were Luo, I'm afraid he would have to be anxious. However, seeing Luo in this state, God Reverend still somewhat couldn't help but laugh. However, Hong Yuan was right beside him, so even though God Rebel was already happy inside, he could only forcefully hold back his laughter. He was seen staring intently at the battlefield of the 10,000 races below with a serious face, raising his eyebrows and nodding his head from time to time, as if he really felt something in his heart. However, looking at the corpse-strewn battlefield in front of him, God's Rebel's heart was also filled with more than a hint of emotion. The appearance at this moment was how much like the ferocious beast quantum jump that they had experienced in the beginning. Although the participants in the battle had been replaced with Luo's demon sect, that level of tragedy had not diminished in the least. However, Hong Yuan didn't feel too much pity for the dead beings underneath. The quantitative robberies in the flood are predestined, and for the living beings in the flood, they are both opportunities and robberies. After all, whenever the flood quantum sabotage descended, the aura in the heavens and earth would become abnormally dense and active. Under these circumstances, the cultivation speed of the living beings could be said to be soaring, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were growing by leaps and bounds in a single day. It is a great benefit to every living being of the flood. That's why this says that the flood quantum is both an opportunity and a calamity. If you cross over, the great Tao is expected, but if you don't, you can't blame anyone else. And this time, the dragon and the great disaster as well as the struggle between the devil and the Taoist is the important course that the flood world will inevitably go through as it continues to develop and grow. Even though one can stop it, a new quantum leap will be born subsequently just the same. Does he have to be stopped over and over again? Isn't that using him as a tampon? Night defense without side leaks? All he had to do was to leave behind those who looked good to him and were useful to him, as well as to the flood. What's more, the flood quantum revenge is beneficial to the flood and even to Big Brother. There's no reason to stop it yourself. Thinking of this, Hong Yuan slowly turned his head. His eyes fell on God Rebel beside him, smiled and asked in a joking manner, God Rebel, look, Luo Shuji, this demonic sect is like the fierce beast clan you were in the beginning. All the same, they face the flood wasteland 10,000 races alone. God against the words. Immediately is also on the face surfaced a few embarrassed color, Daozuan joking, but really wanna say so, but also really a little. When Luo Shu and others in our war is also in this Mount Sumeru convergence, And now this flood quantum robbery decisive battle is also set here. How to say this kind of feeling, but also some quite strange. Originally, Hong Jun set the battlefield here. His heart was originally some quite a word and dissatisfaction. This is, after all, where his own town is. And if you fight here, isn't this a bouncing provocation in his face? Do you know who owns this place? Just as he was contemplating whether or not to beat the crap out of all these people to make them change places, Hong Yuan appeared. Only after seeing Hong Yuan appear did God Rebel put away this thought and instead accompanied Hong Yuan to watch the show. However, after seeing Hong Yuan's appearance and what Hong Yuan had just done, God Rebel had some vague guesses in his heart. It was assumed that the remaining 3 spirits were the 3 ancestral dragons. Otherwise, Dao Zun wouldn't have made a special effort to intercept and leave behind a trace of the undying true spirit of the beginning Qilin and the ancestral dragon. With that, after thinking about it, God Rebel also smiled and inquired, Dao Father, the remaining 3 directions of the 4 directions God Protector formation should be the 3 who are the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin, right? Hong Yuan smiled at his words. You're right, there is indeed this intention. Ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin were indeed the remaining 3 spirits of the 4 poles that he had set, and he himself had come this time to protect them from these people. Originally, he was pondering whether to let Luo or Hong Jun to be one of them, but after thinking about it, I still let it go. Hong Jun is not an honest person, and Luo Shu is too jumpy. In the end, the Zulan trio was chosen. These 3 are nothing but good roots, fair strength, and obedient. Chapter 124, Breaking the Immortal Punishing Sword Formation. And at this time, due to the ancestral dragon's self-destructive fall, all the dragons in the battlefield of the 10,000 races also suddenly sensed what was going on, just as the Kirin race did before. Even Candle Dragon's body involuntarily paused when he sensed this situation. It was this brief lapse of concentration that revealed it. Then in carelessness, he was directly smashed out by Demon Luo's spirit treasure. The 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, at this moment, were even more grief-stricken, with tears rushing out like water from a dike. As if his strength had been directly drained, he fell to his knees trembling. Inside the immortal execution sword formation, Hong Juan's face was also cloudy at the moment of the ancestral dragon's death, sometimes iron blue, sometimes white. He didn't expect the ancestral dragon to be as useless as this. However, fortunately, he had already broken the eye of this formation, and as long as he waited for the remaining 3 formations to break open, and then took away the 4 immortal swords that served as the eyes of the formation at the same time, then the immortal execution sword formation would also be broken. And with the Hong Jun here formation has been broken, the remaining 3 formations, I believe, can also speed up a lot. With that, after hesitating for a moment, Hong Jun still detached the evil corpse to head to the eye of the formation where the ancestral dragon was previously located. Ego corpse, on the other hand, stayed here and waited for the remaining 3 formations to break once they were broken, while taking the immortal sword. The Hong Jun body, on the other hand, was planning to go to the place where Yuan Feng was. The ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin were already dead, and if he were to lose the help of the Yuan Feng, then he would definitely lose this battle. So Yuan Feng can't die. But what Hong Jun didn't expect this time was that Luo Shua didn't go to Yuan Feng's place, but came directly towards himself. Looking at the Luo in front of him, Hong Juan's face darkened. Why don't you follow the rules? Normally, after the death of the ancestral dragon, shouldn't Yuan Feng be next? How come you're here with the old man now? What else can the old man do? Should I ask Yuan Feng to come over and help me? Then does she still need to break her formation? Luo looked at the black-faced Hong Jun in front of him and also laughed coldly. Does he think Luo is stupid? Originally his purpose is to kill Hong Jun. Now the ancestral dragon and the beginning of the unicorn is dead. He does not come directly to you. Hong Jun still waiting for what to do. But at this time, Luo's heart is also a little surprised to look at the self-corpse beside Hong Jun. With his vision, he was naturally able to see that this didn't seem to be a normal out-of-body body beside Hong Jun. It also didn't look like it was refined from a spiritual treasure. It was more like Hong Jun had divided a part of himself. However, Luo Shuji did not put too much in his eyes. It is just one more body outside the body. If there is no Hong Jun influence, it is just a few shots of the thing. Cannot make any impact on him. Old Loach, if this demon ancestor were you, it would be time to prepare for the aftermath. At that time, this demon ancestor will go to pay tribute to you when he is free. After saying that, Luo Shu's mind moved. The entire power of the immortal execution sword formation all coalesced together, and blasted down towards Hong Jun. Feeling this majestic pressure, Hong Jun's face suddenly changed drastically. It also dodged backward in a hurry. Even he could feel a strong aura of death. But he was already in the immortal execution sword formation. How could he dodge the ubiquitous raging sword intent if he dodged even faster? In an instant, countless sword intent instantly engulfed and drowned Hong Jun. Although Hong Jun has already broken a formation eye, with Luo Shuji will be the immortal execution sword formation, other three eyes of the formation power, all cohesion here. The sword is not stronger than a half a star. Even though Hong Jun had a supreme treasure to protect himself, his body still inevitably had a scar that was deep enough to be seen on the bone. As for Hong Jun's main body, it was so tragic, and his ego corpse was even more so, as the small half of his body was directly annihilated. Hong Jun, who saw this scene, also knew that he couldn't hide, and that only attacking was the best choice. With that, he urged the two supreme treasures in his hands and his ego corpse to launch an attack towards Luo. Nowadays, all he could do was to try to stall Luo Shuhu and give the rest of his two decimated corpses as well as Yuanfeng time to delay breaking the formation. Looking at Luo's appearance, he should not have realized that he had two other decapitated corpses. This was the reason why Hong Jun could breathe a little easier, and as Hong Jun's main body and Luo Shuhu kept fighting, the other three eyes of the formation, Yuanfeng and Hong Jun's two decapitated corpses, also continued to speed up the speed of breaking the formation. It was good that after Luo had extracted the power from the remaining three array eyes, the impact of the immortal execution sword intent from the remaining three array eyes wasn't too great. Eventually, after several meta sessions, the immortal execution sword formation suddenly shook violently. This shock also caused Luo's face to change slightly. How is it possible? Didn't the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin fall? How come the formations in those two places are still broken? And Hong Jun, at once, was relieved. While taking advantage of Luo's daze, he hurriedly made his ego corpse come here in front of the Jedi Immortal Sword. Luo was immediately shocked and hurriedly urged the Godslayer gun about to launch an attack on Hong Jun's ego corpse. But Hong Jun had prepared for it, and with a determined momentum, even if he hardened himself against Luo's attack, he didn't let him affect his self-corpse move. Immediately afterward, we only saw Hong Jun's self-corpse take a deep breath and loudly shouted, "The time has come for you to break the formation." This sound was like a shocking thunderbolt that echoed throughout the immortal execution sword formation. Hearing this one voice, Yuanfeng and the remaining two corpses did not dare to be careless. With a direct thought, they each appeared in front of the long sword in the formation eye they were in. In the next second, Yuanfeng and Hong Jun's three decapitated bodies directly seized the four long swords of the immortal execution sword formation in one breath. In a flash, the heavens and earth were in turmoil, and the immortal execution sword formation immediately lost its supporting power and gradually disappeared. So far, the immortal execution sword formation is broken, and in the instant that the immortal execution sword formation broke, Hong Jun's three decapitated corpses and Yuanfeng also came to Hong Jun's side in an instant. These four people, each of them held a long sword in their hands. It is the four swords of the immortal executioner. When Luo saw this scene, he also instantly frowned. Hong Jun looked at Luo Shuhu in front of him. Even though at this time his appearance was extremely wretched, countless wounds permeating his body, he still laughed out loud and opened his mouth. Ha 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 ha, Luo Shuhu, did not expect it. The old road and you cultivate is not the same way. The old road cultivation is my self-created decapitation of the three corpses of the law. This method, I'm afraid that in the entire flood no one knows. For your defense you Luo Shua, even if there is no ancestral dragon and other people, just rely on the old road alone. We'll be able to break your immortal execution sword formation alone. Luo smiled, some slight disdain in his eyes. So what if you broke this demon ancestor's immortal execution sword formation? Just by your old loach you are also the opponent of this demon ancestor? What's more, if you have people, does this demon ancestor not? As Luo's voice fell, Demon Luo, Demon Heaven, an evil punisher slowly appeared beside Luo. Chapter 125 rounding up is equal to him leaving his hand behind. Hong Jun looked at the three people of Moloch beside Luo Shua with some gravity in his eyes. Although with the cultivation of the three of Demon Luo if they were to face him, I'm afraid that it would only be a matter of a few moves. But with the strength of the three of them, holding back a Yuanfeng would be able to hold them back for a while. In that case, wouldn't he have to face Luo alone? While Yuanfeng looked at the Demon Luo trio, she looked around somewhat anxiously, but she did not find their Phoenix clan's vermilion bird, even the Dragon clan's candle dragon she hadn't seen, and immediately questioned Moloch somewhat anxiously. Moloch, what have you done with my clan's vermilion bird? Demon Luo grinned. Phoenix Emperor is not to worry. Your clan vermilion bird is still alive. Just, her life and death well. It depends on the Phoenix Emperor how you choose, said here. The devil Luo slightly paused for a moment, first glanced at Luo Shuhu. See his own ancestor did not block, then continued, of course. We can even now order the people underneath to stop fighting, and no longer to your Phoenix tribe shot. And we don't even need you to help our demon ancestor. We just need you to watch quietly from the side. Even if we win, we will no longer pursue your Phoenix clan for today's matter. I believe this choice should be easy, right? Hearing this, Yuanfeng's face instantly became a bit tangled. She couldn't help but somewhat subconsciously turn her head to look at Hong Jun beside her. However, it was such an inadvertent glance that caused Hong Jun's face to suddenly change, only to see him hurriedly open his mouth to persuade. Yuanfeng, you must not be compelled by their compulsion. With Luo Shuwu's behavior as, really let him win. I'm afraid that by then none of your Phoenix clan can stay. Luo took in Yuanfeng's hesitant expression, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. Although he was not afraid of the joint efforts of both Yuanfeng and Hong Jun, if Yuanfeng could turn against him on the battlefield, he thought that Hong Jun's face should be very interesting. Thinking of this, Luo also secretly transmitted his voice to Yuanfeng. Yuanfeng, the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin, this demon ancestor, stayed his hand. Both of them were taken away by Hong Yuan. Anyway, it was true that the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin were not dead through and through, and indeed they were also taken away by Hong Yuan. Rounding up equals, he low stayed his hand. That's okay, right? No problem. When Yuanfeng heard this, her body trembled violently, and those phoenix eyes instantly widened as if they were copper bells. Taoist priests? The Tao Father actually made a move? At this moment, after Yuanfeng heard Luo's words, almost in an instant, her heart made a choice. As for whether Luo would deceive her, she didn't doubt it. There was no one in the entire floodplain who dared to lie about the Tao Father. If Luo Shu said that Dao Zun had made a move, then Dao Zun must have made a move to take away the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin. Since Dao Zun would rather take out the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin than remind Luo Shuhu of his weaknesses, did that mean that Dao Zun actually valued Luo Shuhu more? Thinking of this, Yuanfeng instantly stopped hesitating. No matter what, she followed Dao Zun and then in the Hong Jun face shocked expression, also slowly stood to the side of the Luo Shu. Grass. When Hong Jun saw the scene, a wave of despair instantly surged in his heart. He knew that the situation was already out of control at this moment, and the defeat had been finalized and could not be undone. Then, without the slightest hesitation, he turned his head and ran towards the heavenly beyond. Didn't even care about that karma on himself in the slightest anymore, because he knew in his heart that if he continued to stay here to start a duel with Luo, then what was waiting for him was most likely only death. Even though the karmic backlash was equally treacherous, putting him at risk of 9 deaths, compared to the deathlessness with Luo, this seemed to be the only way of life he could choose. As for why to rush towards the heaven beyond the sky, Hong Jun knows that with Luo Shu's jade disc of creation fragment, even if he hides in the flood, I'm afraid that in time as the days pass he will be found by Luo Shu just the same. Instead of being in fear and trepidation all day long, it would be better to take the risk of going to the heavenly beyond to avoid the wind. After all, it was filled with restless chaos chi and the environment was complex and changeable. Even if Luo wanted to find his trail in it, he thought it would take a lot of energy and time. In this way, as long as he could fight for enough respite, when he had broken through to the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal, he would kill back again. And looking at Hong Jun turning around and running away, a trace of contempt flashed in Luo's eyes. Run? Can you run away? This time I'll see if the heavenly Tao can save you once more. As he spoke, Luo appeared directly in front of Hong Jun, blocking him. Seeing this, Hong Jun decisively chose to directly let the 3 decapitated corpses rush towards Luo Shuhu, while his main body continued to rush towards the outer heaven. He knew that if he didn't have any help, he would never be a match for Luo, even if one had 3 decapitated corpses. Therefore, he decisively chose to sacrifice his 3 decapitated corpses, hoping that he could make the 3 decapitated corpses by himself a chance to escape. Even Hong Yuan and Divine Rebel had a flash of surprise in their eyes when they saw the scene. Hong Yuan didn't realize that this was the real way to use the 3 decapitated corpses. Even he wondered if Hong Jun had prepared the intention of directly sacrificing his corpse for decapitation if he couldn't defeat the enemy when he created this method. At this time, Luo Shuji was holding a god-slaying gun. His head was on top of the jade disc of creation, and his feet stepped on the black lotus of extinction, quite like the appearance of Pangu in the beginning. See, Hong Yuan almost did not hold back to directly give Luo Shu a slap. What the hell are you? Also dare to learn my big brother? As for Hong Juan's 3 decapitated corpses, they also directly offered up their spiritual treasures and fought with Luo Shuhu, but only just making contact with Luo's attack. The 3 decapitated corpses suddenly spilled blood from their mouths and turned pale. Even Hong Juan's body is not a match for Luo Shua. How could they be a match for Luo Shua with just 3 decapitated corpses? But they also knew that their own task was to delay Luo and buy time for their own essence. And with that they were even more frantic. But Luo was even crazier than them. Using the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus and the fragment of the Jade Saucer of Creation to harden against the attacks of a few people, and the god-slaying lance in his hand was radiant with killing inscriptions to the extreme. Demon Luo and Demon Heaven and the others originally wanted to make a move to intercept Hongjuan's main body. However, in just a single glance, the three of them were seriously injured and their bodies were almost shattered. This was still the reason why Hongjun was busy running for his life and didn't go all out on them. Now, we can only hope that Lord Demon Ancestor can solve it as soon as possible, and Luo lived up to their expectations. Just didn't take long to kill the three decapitated corpses of Hongjun. He also managed to retrieve the Jiexian sword, the Immortal Execution sword, and the Immortal Trap sword. Now, only the killing Immortal sword in Yuan Feng's hand is missing. As for Yuan Feng, at this time, he was also very sensible and hurriedly threw the Immortal Killing sword in his own hand towards Luo Shuhu. At this point, the four Immortal Execution swords have finally returned to Luo's hands, and Luo did not have the slightest stagnation. Rushed toward Hongjun. Chapter 126. What? You'd rather die than give in? And although Hongjuan's cultivation had also declined because his three decapitated corpses had been decapitated by Luo Shuji, he had managed to come to the heavenly beyond relying on the delay of the three decapitated corpses. And at this moment, Hongjun just wanted to leave by virtue of the cover of the Jade Disc of Creation fragment. However, he did not expect that his arrival suddenly caused the poor Qi and the others who were working in the heavens beyond. Poor Qi and the others looked at Hongjun, who had a panicked expression, as if he was fleeing for his life. Obviously, he didn't know why Hongjun was in this state, but they were also interested in seeing Hongjuan's defeated appearance, and if it was true that someone was after him, then they had to help the scene. After all, even though the original Ferocious Beast quantum robbery had ended, it didn't mean that they could completely let go of their ill will towards Hongjun and the others. After a brief moment of thought, the poor man and the others coincidentally caught a hint of cunning and playfulness in the other's eyes. Thereupon, there was no more hesitation, and he directly exuded all of his aura while his figure headed towards Hongjun. At the same time, the poor man shouted loudly, "What kind of fanatic dares to trespass on our site without authorization? Do you have a command from the Tao Father? If not, don't blame us for being impolite." Looking at the poor Qi and the others who stopped in front of him, Hongjun instantly frowned, a trace of bad feeling rising in his heart, but it was soon suppressed by Hongjun. Greetings to several friends of the Tao. I, Hongjun, due to a momentary oversight, have disturbed you all. Please forgive me. Poor Qi and the others then pretended to suddenly realize. So it's you, Hongjun. I don't know what you're doing in such haste. Don't you know that the Tao honors have asked us to comb the chaotic Qi in the heaven beyond the heavens? You are disturbing us like this, but you are making it very difficult for us. Hongjun forced out a smile and hurriedly took out some heavenly materials and handed them over to poor Qi and the others. I recently feel that there is a thing in the sky beyond the sky and Lao Dao has a destiny. So I came to look for it. If it really disturbed you all friends, Hongjun to you all to make amends. I don't know if you all friends can temporarily let Lao Dao leave first? There was something rather beguiling about this look of Hongjun's, and looking at poor Qi and the others, they were all a bit surprised in their hearts. It seems that the one who chased after Hongjun is not simple. They all gave Hongjun a fright. I also wonder if it's Yang Mei or Luo Shu? As for Taoist honors, they hadn't thought about it at all. With the cultivation of Daozun, how could there be a chance for Hongjun to escape? With that thought, poor man almost couldn't hold back his laughter. However, his face was violently sunken. Solemnly looking at his hand, just Hongjun handed over to his heavenly material. Some meaningful. Hongjun, not we block you. Just you, this sincerity is not quite enough. After all, we work, but by the orders of the Daozuan. By you this delay. We are delayed a lot of the work schedule. This time even more don't know have to work overtime to win it. You have this thing so that we are not good with the bottom of the people to account for it. When Hongjun heard this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, but still, he continued to take out a portion of the heavenly treasures and hand them over to poor Qi. This time, Hongjun could be said to have taken out nearly half of everything he had. The number of pieces is so large that there are hundreds of them. Each of them could be considered extremely precious, and there were even 2 or 3 extreme innate spiritual treasures. It is not precious. And after the poor man got the stuff, he immediately changed his previous solemnity and replaced it with enthusiasm. Worthy of being a friend of Hongjun Dao, really is the atmosphere. Come. Just for the friend of Hongjun Dao this atmosphere. You this friend I poor Qi recognized. So that the friend of Hongjun Dao also don't go to look for any chance. May as well first rest in my dojo for some days. The poor Qi is also good to talk with the friend of Hongjun Dao to catch up with the old times. Hongjun froze when he heard this, and quickly waved his hand to reject it. Fellow Daoist poacher, no need. I still have things to do. Poor Qi heard the words. His face immediately sank. Hongjun Dao friend, is looking down on my poor Qi? Or is it that you, Hongjun, are looking down on our ferocious beast clan? As Poor Chi's words just fell, the ferocious beast clan around Poor Chi suddenly had their aura declared out, directly pressing down on Hong Jun. It was rather as if they would just do it if Hong Jun dared to open his mouth indiscriminately. When Hong Jun saw the scene, his entire body was confused, and just as he froze, Luo finally arrived. When the poor man saw this, he immediately shouted loudly with a face full of joy, "Luo Shu! So it's you. If you don't come again, the laborer will directly help you do it." As Poor Chi's voice rang out, Hong Jun's face boomed and straightened. With that, he turned and ran, but just at this time, only to see Luo Shuji Immortal Execution 4 swords and that Immortal Execution sword diagram rise again, directly trapping Hong Jun in it. When Hong Jun saw the familiar scene within this surrounding Immortal Execution sword formation, his face instantly turned ashen, and Luo didn't make a move on Hong Jun for a while, but looked at Poor Chi and the others with some doubt. "Why did you help this demon ancestor, poor man?" Poor Chi heard the words, then also waved his hand. "Small meaning, we are not to help you. We are just curious about who is chasing after Hong Jun." Speaking of this, Poor Chi could not help but pause, some snappy scratching his head. "If the one who is being pursued today is your Luo Shu, then we will still make a move just the same." Hearing this, Luo's face darkened. Luckily, he had just wanted to thank Poor Chi and the others for a bit, so Poor Chi was simply looking at them as people who had won in the first place at the ferocious beast quantum revelation in a bad way. With that, Luo Shuji also stopped talking, but stood outside the Immortal Execution sword formation, manipulating the Immortal Execution sword formation to launch an attack on Hong Jun in the formation. Now that Hong Jun didn't have a helper, it was by no means possible to break his Immortal Execution sword formation. He might as well use the Immortal Execution sword formation to sap Hong Jun's strength first, and then destroy Hong Jun in one fell swoop when the time comes. Now within the Immortal Execution sword formation, Hong Jun is facing countless Immortal Execution sword intentions, and his appearance cannot be described as miserable. He was already seriously injured, and now even with the protection of many supreme treasures, he was now in a perilous situation. He knew that if he continued like this, he would surely fall. With that, he also began to beg for mercy. "Luo Shu, this battle is a defeat for Lao Dao. Lao Dao is willing to give you the Pango Streamer, the Heavenly Celebration Cloud, and the pieces of the Jade Saucer of Creation in his hand. Can you let Lao Dao off the hook?" Luo Shu heard, immediately skimmed his mouth. "Kill you? These 3 pieces of supreme treasure is the same as this devil ancestor. And you, Hong Jun, don't forget that the karma of the 2 of us has not yet dissipated." Hearing this, Hong Jun was silent. It was only after a long time that he opened his mouth again somewhat hoarsely. "As long as you are willing, the old Taoist is willing to disintegrate his body. In that case, the karma of the 2 of us will also be dispersed." "What? You'd rather die than give in?" Luo's voice seemed to carry a few moments of disbelief as he inquired in a cold voice. "HJ?" But later, no matter how much Hong Jun opened his mouth, Luo Shua did not have the slightest response. Even also fully catalyzed the Immortal Execution sword formation within the Immortal Execution sword intent, the potential to completely kill Hong Jun general. When Hong Jun saw this, he also called out Hong Yuan's name in a panic. "Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan! Fellow Daoist Hong Yuan! Save my life! Save me!" Luo sniffed. His heart was also suddenly startled, and he also looked around nervously, but as time passed, Hong Yuan never responded. Seeing this scene, Luo then finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Hong Yuan was not planning to make a move, and Hong Jun, too, knew that Hong Yuan was not going to save himself. That's when he finally died. Chapter 127, The Fall of Hong Jun. Finally, I don't know how much time had passed. With the last mournful scream, Hong Jun within the Immortal Execution sword formation was instantly devoured by countless Immortal Execution sword intentions. Even Hong Juan's indestructible spiritual light was annihilated by the surging Immortal Execution sword intent. Only hundreds of heavenly materials and 3 supreme treasures with a somewhat dim light remained floating silently, and the chi of quantitative calamity within the floodplains also began to gradually recede with the fall of Hong Jun. The living beings in the floodplains that were already finally fighting under the orders of Yuanfeng and Moloch and the others gulped violently when they felt the scene. For a time, the entire battlefield became silent. Some of them seemed rather dead. For a long time, these remaining living beings finally trembled and murmured and opened their mouths. Quantum robbery. The end is bound. What followed was the sound of cheering that seemed to shake the entire floodplain. As for Moloch and the others, they were also relieved. It seemed that the selfsame devil ancestor should have finished off Hong Jun. Thinking of this, Demon Luo and the others also subconsciously looked towards Yuanfeng, and in their hearts, they began to ponder whether or not they should remind the demon ancestor to clean up this Yuanfeng as well when the time comes. At that time, the entire flood would be dominated by their demon sect. As for the previous promise? Are you kidding me? They're not exactly men of their word. And Yuan Feng also slowly looked at Moloch and spoke in a cold voice. Now that the quantitative calamity has ended, it's time to hand over my Phoenix clan's vermilion bird, isn't it? The devil Luo immediately smiled sarcastically. Phoenix Emperor, don't be anxious. As long as our devil ancestor returns, we will definitely hand over the vermilion bird to you. Phoenix Emperor, safe and sound. Although he said so, but the thought in Mo Luo's mind was that if he had obtained the consent of the demon ancestor, he would have killed the vermilion bird without saying a word. Yuan Feng frowned when he heard this, but right at that moment, a pressure so heavy that it caused everyone to not have the slightest ability to resist fell on everyone with a loud bang, only to see a figure slowly appear in the sky along with the infinite Rui Xia, and behind him, it was as if the crowd only saw a monstrous beast of grandeur to the extreme hissing towards them. Sensing this person's appearance, the crowd of living beings only felt their souls trembling and their teeth chattering. The person who came was no one else but the divine rebel. Looking at the divine reversal that had suddenly appeared, everyone's pupils trembled uncontrollably. The voice was tinged with a bit of trepidation. Beast, Emperor, God reverse? The divine rebel looked down on all the living beings underneath. No sadness or joy on his face. He only spoke softly. By the order of His Holiness, the flood's quantitative calamity has already ended, so you must not kill any more people. Speaking of this, God Rebel also glanced at Demon Law. Then an inexplicable force suddenly surged towards the past, and despite being a mixed golden immortal, Moloch still looked rather weak in front of the divine rebel. In the next second, from the center of Moloch's brow, a small tripod also flew out under the control of this force in the eyes of Moloch with a surprised look on his face. As the two auras flashed by, the figures of the severely injured Candle Dragon and Vermilion Bird surfaced in everyone's eyes. Looking at Candle Dragon's figure, the ancestral dragon Nine Suns' faces suddenly snapped into joy. Uncle! Even Yuan Feng had a joy in her eyes and hurriedly came to Vermilion Bird's side in an instant. After sensing that the Vermilion Bird was only seriously injured and had fallen into a deep sleep, Yuan Feng also let out a long sigh of relief. Luckily, the undying aura hadn't been too badly injured and was still alive. As for Demon Luo at this time, although he couldn't help but feel some loss in his eyes, he didn't dare to say anything more in the way of the orders of the Divine Reverend or even the Tao Father. Yuan Feng also raised his head to look at Divine Rebel at this time, and after forcibly suppressing the trace of fear within his heart, he also slowly asked, "Dare I ask Lord Beast Emperor? I wonder what else your honor commands?" According to the fact that the Tao Father saved the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin before, he should have his own arrangements. Being of the same three innate races, there was no reason why the ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin were both taken away while she was able to stay out of the way. So Yuan Feng also opened her mouth decisively to inquire. God Reverend looked at Yuan Feng underneath and also couldn't help but nod slightly. In the way of the damage and pollution caused by you and others during this quantum robbery, His Holiness the Taoist has ordered you and others to return to your own family lands from today onwards, and to re-emerge only when the sinful karma has subsided. Hearing this, the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan and even the Qilin Clan fell silent. At this time, although the quantitative karma had already ended, the sinful karma in their bodies was becoming more and more dense. This includes both the killing sins that are created in vain, and the damage and pollution of the flooded earth. If it was still in the flood quantum of the world, this kind of is no harm. After all, in the flood quantum of the world, the only most important purpose is to survive. However, now that the flood quantum robbery is over, if the sins and karma on their bodies are not eliminated, I am afraid that at that time, they will not be able to progress in their cultivation, or they will be detested by the flood, and they will fall on the spot. And after a long period of silence, the Earth Qilin of the Qilin clan spoke in a deep voice. My Qilin clan obeys the orders of the Tao Father. My Qilin clan wishes that from today onwards it will be a beast of auspiciousness, and will not come out unless it is in a peaceful and prosperous time, in order to pay back its own owed karma. Nowadays, in the Qilin clan, those who were dead, those who were injured, and even the beginning Qilin, the Ink Qilin, and the rest of the 4-5 elements Qilin had already fallen. Nowadays it was only up to the highest-ranking Earth Unicorn to decide, and right after the Earth Qilin opened its mouth, in the heavenly Tao origin, Hong Yuan's out-of-body was lying on a rocking chair, and after hearing the grand wish that the Earth Qilin made, he also reached out violently, and from the heavenly Tao merit next door, he casually grabbed a little bit of it, and scattered it to the Qilin clan underneath. As for Tendo, he could only look at Hong Yuan with bated breath. It's in deep thought, as if it's one's job to drop merit, right? See Tian Dao some confused up. Hong Yuan is also meaningful with Tian Dao open. Big nephew you do not care about these details. After all, your main task is to maintain the order of the floodplains, like spreading money, is not. Like falling merit, such a small matter will be handed over to the second uncle on the line. The rest of you to the hole on the line. You will be able to do. Second uncle will never interfere. Hearing this, Tendo then grinned and nodded with an excited smile. Seeing Tendo in this state, Hong Yuan couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. Silly kids are so nice to have around. As for the earth Qilin underneath, after seeing the merits falling from the heavenly Tao, there was a sudden joy in his eyes. And as the heavenly Tao's merits slowly fell on the people of the Kirin clan, the karma on the Kirin clan also subsided by a point or two. Seeing this, the earth Qilin continued speaking in a hurry. We, the remaining great Luo golden immortals of the Qilin clan, would like to merge our bodies into the earth veins of the flood, combing the earth veins and cultivating spiritual plants for the flooded earth. And when Hong Yuan and the heavenly Tao origin heard this, he once again reached out and grabbed a handful of heavenly Tao merits and threw them down. Looking at the color of joy on the Qilin clan's face underneath that was not hidden in the slightest. Even with today's Hong Yuan's cultivation, he still can't help but sigh with emotion. This job is really good and to see the Qilin clan receive heavenly Tao merits one after another. The 9 sons of the Dragon clan glanced at each other and made a decision in their hearts. Chapter 128, the end of the quantum revelation. The 10,000 races make an oath. The heavenly Tao is above. We, the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, make an oath here today, willing to make up for the rules of the flood with our own strength, pouring out everything we have until we have repaid the boundless karma created by our dragon race in the past. I look forward to the heavenly Tao and the Dao Father's approval, along with the ancestral dragon's 9 sons' resounding, earth-shaking voice slowly falling down. Their bodies actually slowly became transparent at this moment. The 9 sons of the ancestral dragon who saw the scene did not panic. Instead, a trace of joy flashed in their eyes. As ancestral dragon sons, they were already feeling guilty for not being able to help much during the previous quantum robberies. Now that their father had died, they, as the heirs of the ancestral dragon, had to preserve the dragon clan for their father no matter what. That's all they can wish for. And as time passed, the figures of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon became more and more transparent, and eventually slowly dissipated into the air, into the rules of all things. Prisoner Bull, the elder brother of the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon, was transformed into a carving of the head of a lyre because he was good at music. The second son, Jarius, was transformed into the ring and hilt of an ordinary sword because of his fierce character and his penchant for killing and fighting. The third son, Mocking Wind, who likes to look high and far, is transformed into the roof of the temple and house, watching over the house for people, deterring demons, repelling disasters and avoiding harm. And the rest of the 9 sons, likewise, each transformed into a symbol. Only at this time the human race had not yet come out, and this part of the heavenly Tao rules that the 9 sons of the ancestral dragon had supplemented was not of much use, so Hong Yuan didn't throw down a lot of merit this time. But for the dragons, it was enough to make them feel ecstatic. After all, every ounce of merit represented the heavenly Tao's recognition and approval of the dragon race's act of repentance, which undoubtedly gave the entire dragon race great encouragement and hope. The Candle Dragon, who was severely injured, was also awakened as a result of this, and as he looked around, he quickly understood the situation today from what he had learned from his surroundings. Immediately afterward, only that Candle Dragon's body trembled slightly and stood up straight with difficulty, then raised his head, gazed into the void, and shouted in a mute voice, "The heavenly Tao is above. My dragon tribe will follow the orders of Daozun from today onwards, and we, the dragon tribe, will completely return to the 4 seas, combing the water veins of various places on behalf of the flood, in order to pay back our own karma." In fact, this practice was originally the original plan of the Dragon Nation. However, at that time, the dragons realized that the merit that could be gained from combing the water veins was pitifully small, and this amount of merit was only barely enough for Ancestral Dragon alone, for raising the chi of an entire race. This way was simply too slow. It wasn't as easy as them dragons having more children, and so the top brass of the dragon clan gradually put it behind them. Now, though, the dragons had no choice. Just after Candle Dragon had finished speaking, the Yuan Feng on the side similarly spoke. My Phoenix clan follows the orders of the Tao Father, and will return the entire clan to the immortal Fire Mountain, not the orders of the Tao Father. When Yuan Feng said this, he couldn't help but pause. And our Phoenix clan has only the great Luo Golden Immortals left, who will guard the various volcanoes of the flood to repay the killing karma created. She was originally going to say that she would forever hold the immortal volcano, but after thinking about it, she might still be of use to Daozuan. Then he changed his mind and sent all the great Luo Golden Immortals in his clan to various volcanic craters in the floodplains to guard them. After both Candlewick and Yuan Feng had finished speaking, the rest of the leaders of the Flood Wild 10,000 races each spoke their own decisions as well. Subsequently, In full view of all living beings, the void instantly condensed a large swath of heavenly Tao merit, which fell on each living being separately. It's just that these merits, generally, are not much, after all. It's just a matter of beings making grand wishes, and they haven't even done it yet. Hong Yuan was just dropping a merit to let them know that he agreed with their decision. And after obtaining these merits, the 10,000 tribes of the flood, the devil sect, and including the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin tribes all retreated. Only Yuan Feng was left alone. Looking at the divine rebel in front of him, Yuan Feng pondered for a moment, and also respectfully opened his mouth and asked, "I've met the Beast Emperor. I wonder if the Beast Emperor could know what Yuan Feng should do next." Divine Reversal smiled and also spoke softly. "I'm not sure. I'm sure the Tao Father has his own arrangements. You might as well go back and heal first." Although God Rebel knew that the Yuan Feng in front of him would soon be one of the 4 spirits of the formation with himself, but Hong Yuan hadn't opened his mouth yet for the time being, so he wasn't in a good position to overstep his bounds, and could only ask Yuan Feng to go back and stay still to heal his wounds first. Although Yuan Feng had survived this time, his injuries were not light. After all, Yuan Feng had also carried the immortal execution sword formation for so long. It was time to take some time to heal before saying anything. As for Yuan Feng, he slowly nodded his head. Although he did not get an answer from the mouth of Divine Reversal, Yuan Feng did not lose his decorum. It was just a respectful salute towards God Reverse. Then he went to and from his clan's undead volcano. As Yu Xinrei said, "It might be better to go back and heal yourself first." And when Yuan Feng returned to the Immortal Flame Mountain, the Vermilion Bird and the others who had awakened, upon seeing Yuan Feng's safe return, that hanging heart slowly fell to the ground and let out a long breath of relief. This time in the great battle between Hongjun and Luo Shuju, although they dragon, phoenix and unicorn 3 tribes are on the side of Hongjun, also their side lost. But the good thing is that the Phoenix Emperor is only seriously injured, did not fall. If you think about it, it seems like the Phoenix clan won the battle between the dragon, Phoenix and Qilin clans? How can this be said? Although the process has some twists and turns, but look at the results. Their Phoenix clan's ending is considered the best. As for Yuan Feng, after returning to the Immortal Flame Mountain, he also began his closed-door cultivation after ordering the people underneath him to say a few words. At this time, Yuan Feng, in the process of coming back, was also constantly thinking about what kind of task Dao Zun would arrange for himself. And after thinking about it for so long, she seemed to have some ideas. It actually seemed pretty obvious. She just hadn't been thinking about it in that way, because how can I say this? It seems as if it's a good job, but never mind. I'd better heal my wounds first. After all, this is only my conjecture. It's nothing. I'll honestly listen to the arrangements of the Tao Father, as Yuan Feng murmured. She also gradually began to heal her wounds, but as time passed, Yuan Feng's brows tightened. The immortal execution sword intent that Luo had left on her body was just too difficult to dispel, causing her to be unable to completely recover at all. Even vaguely, Yuan Feng's injuries were a few points heavier than they were at first. If it was back then, she would still be able to force the remaining immortal execution sword intent away from her body by virtue of her own clan's chi. But now, the Phoenix clan's spirit of chi has not only long been greatly weakened, but is now even more entangled in karma. It was already hard enough to defend herself, and it couldn't help her in the slightest. However, thinking that Dao Zun should soon arrange his own task, if because of their own reasons and delay the deployment of Dao Zun's plan, that would be a great sin. In order not to delay the arrangements of the Tao Father, Yuan Feng clenched her silver teeth, her heart crossed, and without hesitation, she made a difficult decision. She intended to directly abandon this body of hers. Chapter 129. You should call my father second uncle. Although in that case there might be quite a bit of damage to one's roots, the sycamore tree of one's clan was still there. As long as one's indestructible aura is not extinguished, when the time comes, with the help of the Wutong tree in the clan, remodeling the physical body to restore the foundation will only take some more time. Thinking about this, Yuan Feng no longer hesitated and made the decision to abandon this body. In an instant, only Yuan Feng's indestructible spirit light suddenly dimmed a lot, and its light became faint. However, at the same time, an unprecedented sense of relief surged through his heart, as if Yuan Feng had unloaded 1,000 pounds. And in the next second, that remnant body was left without Yuan Feng's resistance. In just the blink of an eye, the overwhelmingly powerful immortal execution sword intent that contained monstrous killing intent quickly filled every inch of Yuan Feng's residual body like a tidal wave. But what is surprising is that the remnants of the Yuan Feng body that should have flown away under the erosion of the immortal execution sword intent has not been dissolved and swallowed up. Instead, it actually seemed to have changed in some strange way, only to see that Yuan Feng's remnant body unexpectedly began to constantly and crazily devour the surrounding rich innate 5 elemental chi. In this situation, Even Yuan Feng himself couldn't help but be stupefied and shocked in his heart. What's going on? And as the Yuan Feng's remnant body was devoured faster and faster, it was only seen that the remnant body gradually disappeared at an astonishing speed, and eventually it even transformed into 2 eggs. These 2 eggs, one large and one small. The large one was colorful, emitting a rich 5-elemental law aura, and the rich 5-elemental law aura emanating from it was like a surging wave, with wave after wave impacting the surroundings. In contrast, the smaller egg was much more gloomy, and it was surrounded by a faint layer of black mist, which was an aura of law that seemed to be able to devour everything in it, making people shudder. However, the same thing was that these 2 eggs, in addition to their own power of law, were accompanied by an incomparably thick killing aura that vaguely had a few flavors of immortal execution sword intent, harsh and overbearing, as if it was capable of slaughtering all things. Yuan Feng stared blankly at the 2 eggs in front of her, an unspeakable feeling welling up in her heart. It was not known if it was because these 2 eggs were visualized from her remnants. She actually had a strange illusion of being connected to their bloodline. Is this the heir of this emperor? Outside the Kunlun Mountains, Hong Yuan also slowly retracted his gaze, muttering, I did not expect Kong Xian and the golden winged rock still came out. Only this time it seems to be stained with some of that guy Luo Shu's immortal execution sword intent. I do not know if there will be a change in this character. Thinking of Kong Xian and the golden winged rock one by one in the future are all murderous. With Luo Shu, that guy is a sinewy. Hong Yuan is a little want to laugh. Hong Yuan then didn't think much more about it, but directly took a step and walked into the Kunlun Mountains. It was time to see his 3 young nephews after all this time. And in the Kunlun Mountains, the 3 Qing have just succeeded in transforming into forms and are practicing. The 3 of them were transformed into the image of the innate Taoist body. Only the image of the 3 is a little different. Taishang is the image of an old man. Yuan Shi is the image of a middle-aged man. And the youngest Tong Tian is the image of a young man. When the 3 purities were first born with spiritual wisdom, they originally thought that they were the original spirit of the great god Pangu, which was already powerful enough. It is estimated that there will not be anyone more existent than them in this flood. But before a big battle broke, the 3 Cheng heart thought. They also did not expect outside there is more ruthless. That a horrible breath even if the Kunlun mountain is far enough away. But also let them one by one feel chills. After all, the current ones were only just at the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Whether it is placed in the Dragon Han robbery or Luo Shuji and Hongjun battle in the Battle of the Devil, not to say that is a minion, but no better, just Tong Tian cultivation. Somehow, the bottom of the heart actually rose a trace of furry feeling, as if there is always a line of sight always staring at their general. He originally thought it was Taishang or Yuan Shi staring at him. It was followed by some disbelief. After all, this is in the Kunlun Mountains, not only the first of the 10,000 mountains in the floodplains, and there are many big formations to protect. Who can successfully break in? Not to mention that they just didn't feel the slightest fluctuation in the big formation. But as time passed, not only did that gaze not converge in the slightest, but it became more and more provocative. This also made Tong Tian a bit annoyed at once. Big brother, second brother, stop it, what are you looking at me for? As Tong Tian opened his eyes somewhat annoyed and chided, he realized that there was a Taoist standing in front of himself, looking at himself with a smile on his face. In a flash, Tong Tian only felt a chill on his back, and his face instantly turned white. At this time, Taishang and Yuan Shi were also a bit confused by Tong Tian's words, and then they also opened their eyes in some confusion. But when they saw this Taoist who appeared in front of them, they were instantly like Tong Tian, and all of a sudden, they only felt a coldness in their backs, and there was no semblance of blood on their faces. How? They clearly hadn't detected the slightest sign that the great formation outside had been broken into awe. However, the Taoist in front of them was actually in front of their eyes. Although they didn't feel a trace of aura from the Taoist in front of them, they didn't need to think to know that the Taoist in front of them was by no means something the 3 of them could resist. Looking at the changes in the faces of the 3 Qing in front of him, Hong Yuan could not help but raise the corners of his mouth a little. With that, he didn't say anything more, but instead slightly divulged a trace of his own origin aura. In a flash, the 3 clearings' bodies suddenly trembled violently, and they looked at Hong Yuan with a dumbfounded expression. How? They actually sensed the aura of the Pango Father God from the Taoist in front of them, a Pango aura that was far more pure countless times than theirs. Even because of the similarity in origin, the 3 clearings felt an inexplicable sense of affinity from the Hong Yuan in front of them. In the end, it was the Taishang, the head of the 3 Qings, who took the lead in breaking the calm and cautiously opened his mouth to inquire. I wonder who the senior is. Hong Yuan smiled, lightly touched between his lips and spoke softly. When you were born spiritually, you happened to meet the heavenly chance disorder. Coupled with the fact that you have not yet come out of the world, you may not know who this father is, but it doesn't matter. According to the relationship, then you should call this father a second uncle. Second uncle? Sanqing froze. Do they still have Uncle Junior? But weren't they transformed by the Yuanshan of the Pangu father god? Thinking of this, the three pristine ones couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. If it was really as the Taoist in front of him said, then wouldn't this person in front of him be the younger brother of Pangu's father god? After a long time, the three pristine ones were still never able to calm the cluttered thoughts in their minds. But they also knew that this Taoist in front of them was in no way lying, because this Taoist had no reason to lie to them either. Not to mention the aura of origin emanating from this Taoist that was identical to Pangu's. Just the name of Pangu's father god alone. It wouldn't be something that anyone could easily relate to. You know, this is the flood. The flood opened up by God the Father Pangu, and you dare to lie in the flood and say that you are the brother of God the Father Pangu. What's wrong with you? This karma is by no means something that any one person can easily take on. Not to mention, the heavenly Tao didn't even show the slightest sign, so there was no room for the three purities not to believe.